I only lightly touched the awakening stone tablet. This caused a portal in spacetime to open in the heavenly realm. Then countless SSS rank jobs dropped in value. Everyone in the virtual arena showed shock and desire. However, you resolutely withdrew your hand, deciding to be a non-professional. Everyone was confused by your choice. Even your fiancée lost her usual gentleness. She shook your arm wildly, cursing you for being an idiot. But in the face of everyone's insults, you showed a look of surprise. After 5 years of crossing over, you finally awakened at this moment. External eye of insight. It can observe a limited future. Just when you were about to choose a profession. No matter which profession you chose, the outcome was death. Only by not choosing a profession could you have a chance to reach the summit. The homeroom teacher, Chen-Ru, looked at you in a daze, feeling very pained. But he was more concerned about the talented Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan, do you still want to team up with him for the college entrance exam? Who would team up with an idiot? Aren't you afraid of being dragged down by his stupidity? Wang Teng chimed in. Your engagement with Ruyan should also be annulled. I'm afraid that in a moment of impulse, you might give Ruyan to someone else. At this moment, everyone was watching, eager to see how you would react. After all, once everyone activated their talents, regardless of whether they participated in the college entrance exam, they would be sent to survive in the wilderness. And now it was the apocalypse with the invasion of alien beasts. In the wilderness, you must find a strong partner early on, or survival will be very difficult. Everyone believed you wouldn't give up on Lu Ruyan. They anticipated your entangled, pitiful appearance, but the result was Lu Ruyan. I agree to annul the engagement. As for whether you agree or not, that's your business. How could this happen? As expected of you, you chose another wrong answer, haha. At this moment, you also laughed. Wang Teng, you originally had the potential of an emperor. But alas, you lost your virginity. Your talent has been wasted. Ha, my talent. Even if I ended up with an F-level talent and chose the weakest profession, it would still be stronger than yours. Moreover, even if I'm worse, I won't be below a B-level. Wang Tang laughed confidently. He even hoped to challenge for an F-level talent. Wang Tang pressed down on the awakening stone tablet, which emitted a strong golden light. Wang Tang laughed, and the Wang family laughed as well. S-level talent, Pure Yang Sacred Body, all monk skills increase effectiveness by 20%, selectable professions, monk, warrior, assassin, mage. S-level talent, S-level aptitude. Wang Tang chose the monk profession without hesitation. In an instant, Wang Tang became the center of the world. At this moment, Wang Tang felt very proud. His glance towards you seemed to say, I owe you thanks for this, but he noticed you smiled lightly and calmly, as if saying, let me make you happy for a moment. Meanwhile, people nearby began to stir up a commotion. Lu Ruyan might as well get engaged to Wang Tang directly, that way, neither family would have to change. Ha, that's true, they'd still be family, just with the wife becoming a younger sister. Ha, under this uproar, Wang Tang had the same thought. He wanted to slap your face hard right there, stepping on you, saying, Ruyan has always been my favorite. Let's team up and get into the 7 major martial arts schools of Huaxia. Although this statement didn't explicitly mention an engagement, if Lu Ruyan agreed, it would be equivalent to consent. At this moment, Lu Jia was also hinting for Lu Ruyan to agree. Okay, we'll team up. Lu Ruyan nodded in agreement without hesitation. Wang Tang looked over unabashedly, displaying a proud and smug expression. You couldn't help but chuckle out loud. Wang Mingfeng, what are you laughing at? Can't you stand to see Ruyan? Since you chose to annul the engagement, you should have the grace to give your blessings. I never realized you had such a small-mindedness. Bless you both? You'll be over soon enough. You're just jealous. Your words made everyone think you were not just small-minded, but also brainless. Someone just said that Wang Tang's talent has been wasted. So, S-level is also considered wasted? I don't mind being wasted then. Ha, everyone looked at you, wanting to see how you would argue back. They wanted to see your failed attempt at showing off. At this moment, you smiled calmly. Shouldn't you first understand what the Pure Yang Sacred Body is? Go check the talent information in the profession system. Upon finding out about this talent, everyone's gaze at Wang Tang changed slightly. Pure Yang Sacred Body, monk skills increase effectiveness by 100%, but the effect is reduced by 50% after losing purity. Each subsequent loss reduces the purity of the Pure Yang Sacred Body. However, the arduous cultivation can restore it to 50%, but during the recovery phase, one cannot lose purity, or all will be lost. Note, 100% can rival SS level, 40% to 50% is S level, 25% to 39% is A level, and 10% to 24% is B level. I wondered why the S level talent bonus was so low. It turns out this is a condition-variable talent. This is just the beginning. How old is Wang Tang? He can drop from 50% to 20%. He's living it up every night. Poor thing, it takes a year of abstinence to recover. It takes 30 years. Wow, does that mean Lu Ruyan has to live in widowhood for 30 years? No wonder Wang Chen said they would be a joke. Discussions erupted among the crowd. The enthusiasm for Wang Tang had just vanished. Wang Tang felt as if he had been doused with a bucket of cold water. Wang Rulong, fearing the situation, slapped Wang Tang across the face. Come back with me, you disgraceful thing. Wang Rulong's face was as dark as it could be. And the Wang family was in a similar state. Originally, the Wang family was supposed to have two rising geniuses. Now, one chose to be a non-professional. The other had talent but lost his purity. The Lu family and Lu Ruyan were left in an awkward position. What was this? Just when they got out of one pit, they fell into another. Wang Tang, who hadn't left, was even angrier, shouting at you. Wang Chen, what are you so proud of? You just got lucky. But even if I'm just B-level now, my talent is still stronger than yours. I still have a chance to return to S rank. You will always be a waste. You won't even have a partner. What I said. Wang Tang left a final remark, which was actually meant for others. Teaming up with Wang Chen would mean offending him. Don't worry, my partner will appear soon and will be stronger than all of you, you said casually. You're showing off again. Wang Tang couldn't help but curse. At this moment, the homeroom teacher, Chen Ru, approached you. Wang Chen, are you really going to take the college entrance exam? Given your current situation, taking the college entrance exam is meaningless. A martial arts school would only accept a jobless person like you. Instead of Win Xiao, why not team up with you? I'll join as long as you don't mind. I'm just in F rank, and at this moment, a dark-skinned, small-sized male classmate appeared. I looked down on Win Xiao. You still look down on me in your current situation? The little black guy paused for a moment. He thought you might refuse, but he didn't expect you to be so straightforward about it. If you genuinely want to team up with me, I welcome it, but you glanced at the little black guy. You looked ahead, not wanting to pay attention to him. Wang Chen, he took the initiative to team up with you, and you still look down on him. Given your current situation, do you even have the right? You're just F rank. It's already good enough to team up with you, and the people on site immediately started to criticize. You couldn't be bothered to explain this and just waited for your partner to arrive. Wang Chen, may I team up with you? A pleasant voice rang out. How could it be him? How could he ask for Wang Chen? Huang Fu Haitang, because his father was expelled from the family in this generation. With both parents continuously injured and sick, life has become unbearable. However, his mental test reached S rank, but his physical test was very weak, only F rank, making him an extreme case. As a result, he is not very promising. But that doesn't stop him from being good-looking and having sycophants to help. Among them is Wang Tang. For the sake of his sick mother, he had no choice but to accept Wang Tang's money. Just consider it a loan, and he'll pay it back later. But ultimately, his talent awakening was deemed a failure, at least by everyone else. His special talent is sword control technique. With the ability to control swords, a profession of swordsman, this talent has been developed countless times before. It's not completely useless, but it's definitely subpar. Because in this world, there are no skills that complement the sword control technique. Swordsmen are all melee fighters. Using sword control technique to fight monsters is possible, but it's no different from regular attacks. Huang Fu Haitang lost the bet, but he didn't want to become Wang Tang's plaything. Just now, Wang Tang sent a message telling him to get ready, or he would have to pay back the money. Okay, you nodded. You were waiting for Huang Fu Haitang, because you know how powerful the sword control technique can be. Everyone was taken aback when they saw Wang Chen agree, then they started laughing. Ha, one jobless, one with sword control technique. You two wastes together is quite nice, you won't drag anyone else down. Are you two serious? Chen Ru had some doubts about their pairing. You both need to think carefully. You will have to survive in the wilderness for 3 months. Although there are shelters outside, they are also very dangerous. Chen Ru observed the two of them seriously. He felt a bit sorry. In the past, they had much stronger pairings, with many having died in the wilderness. These two were simply too weak. Can I join you? At least we'll die together, so I won't be alone. A frail girl stepped forward and said timidly. This was desperation. Under the current rules, those who awaken their talents must be sent out. He felt like he was going to die but was also afraid of being alone. He didn't want to drag others down, so he sought a team that was destined to fail. Sure, you nodded directly without even asking about their talents. Indeed, he never considered living. This was the thought everyone had. Is there anyone else? There's still a spot available. Anyone can join, it doesn't matter what, as long as they are obedient. Shouting like this only makes people think he has given up hope. Are we still waiting? Huang Fu Haitang asked, now doubting if he had made the wrong bet again. But given the situation, teaming up is better than being alone. No need, someone has already arrived. Then another frail girl appeared. She was even skinnier than the previous one, and her clothes looked somewhat worn, not like a student from Linhai High School. Great, you're still here. Can I join? She exclaimed. Sure, we're all set. We'll leave the city at 8 a.m. tomorrow, make sure to bring your things. You nodded directly, began exchanging contact information, set a time, and left, not even bothering to ask about their talents. This made some people who were paying attention to you feel that you had completely given up. But little did they know that you already knew what talents these two girls had. Lemon Druid, F-rank talent. Lu Shangyun, Mage, F-rank talent. Ha, this is the weakest team I've ever seen. Is this a suicide squad? Ha, Suicide Squad, what a fitting name for them. You don't know, everyone is talking about you, they just went to the hospital where your mother, Xia Bingbing, is. Gently tell me your situation, how do you choose? As a jobless person, why not ask your family head? He's your uncle, he won't let you die like this. It's useless, believe me. What about Qingqing? Has she gone back? She has gone back to school. Gu Qingqing is Wang Chen's neighbor, the little girl is 10 years old this year. She has been recognized by Xie Bingbing as a special girl and occasionally comes to the hospital to visit you. She sat down and peeled an apple for Xie Bingbing. You currently need to solve two problems. The first is your mother's medical expenses. Xie Bingbing will face a crisis soon, the money being spent is like swallowing gold. It's best to earn another million within 3 months. Additionally, you need to find some materials to create a potion. The second problem is to find a dog. To see if you can comprehend any skills. You can start with the beast taming skill first. You also need to learn basic skills, starting with melee physical skills, then moving on to ranged and magical skills. However, there's no rush for the latter. Wang Chen didn't expect to run into an acquaintance at the hospital. And that acquaintance was none other than his teammate, Huang Fu Cuihua. Huang Fu, what are you doing here? Oh, is your mother here too? You immediately thought. You had heard long ago that Huang Fu Haitang's mother was also sick. You didn't expect to find her here, even in the same ward. You saw it, Huang Fu Haitang's mother was in the bed next to Xia Bingbing. Both were surprised that their children were classmates. Although they weren't familiar yet, Xia Bingbing had just been transferred here in the afternoon, and their mothers quickly started chatting. It's best not to treat your mother's illness, you suddenly said to Huang Fu Haitang. Your voice was quite loud at that moment. You glanced at the group that had just entered the ward, leading them was an old doctor, flanked by a group of doctors and nurses. Huang Fu Haitang's expression changed, and he looked at you coldly. He wanted to retort, why don't you give up on your own mother? My affairs are none of your business. Hearing his angry words, you realized he misunderstood you. It's my fault that my words were ambiguous. What I meant was for you not to treat your mother. To put it simply, your mother wasn't sick to begin with. Her illness was caused by the hospital's treatment. The more treatment she receives here, the worse her condition becomes. What? Huang Fu Haitang was taken aback. Are you saying we're quacks? The old doctor glared at you angrily. No, Wang Chen shook his head. Quacks don't have such formidable skills. You shook your head, looking very serious. Do you think this was specially treated by me? The old doctor looked very displeased. The people around immediately showed their hostility. Even if it's not you, they're still from your hospital, you should investigate thoroughly. Especially check on a woman in her 40s. She should be a priest by profession, but she can use disease-related skills. And her most distinctive feature is her chubby face and big ears. As you spoke earlier, everyone was still wondering who it was. But upon hearing the last 4 words, everyone immediately thought of one person, Dr. Dong. After the shock, everyone exchanged glances in disbelief. It can't be Dr. Dong, he helped us when we were in such dire straits. Moreover, he often checked on us and offered assistance. At this moment, the mother and daughter from the Haitang family immediately shook their heads in denial. Over the years, it was Dr. Dong who had been helping them. In their eyes, he was a benefactor. What is your true intention? Why are you slandering Dr. Dong? At this moment, the old doctor also glared at you in anger. He said, if you continue to speak nonsense, we'll seek more competent doctors for your mother. Don't worry, I won't leave my mother's condition in your hands. I'll be back in 3 months. Your words left everyone present a bit stunned, wondering if you were showing off too much. Just as the old doctor was about to explode in anger, a disciple beside him whispered something in his ear. This caused his expression to change slightly, and he went to check on Haitang's mother's condition. they sent her to the operating room. "Doctor, what happened to my mother?" Haitang asked anxiously. At this moment, the old doctor didn't say anything, just glanced at those standing nearby. Then he hurriedly left. Time quickly passed, and around 2 a.m., Haitang and her mother returned. Huangfu Haitang naturally left with her mother, and at this moment, she didn't pay any attention to Wang Chen, as this illness had nothing to do with him. Wang Chen, on the other hand, sat calmly to the side, chatting with his mother for a while before settling into a meditative posture on a nearby chair. This chair could be pulled out to sleep on. Every hospital bed had one for accompanying relatives to rest on, but it could only be used at night. Wang Chen had already been driven out by the Wang family, so he decided to make do here, planning to find a stray dog early the next morning and then directly meet up with his teammates to set off. Time passed quickly, and around 2 in the morning, Haitang and her mother returned. At this point, Haitang's mother looked much better than before, and after taking care of her mother, Haitang glanced at Wang Chen. Seeing him meditating and resting, she also began to meditate beside him. Meditation was a way to train the mind, something everyone started practicing in their childhood. Though their meditation was different from Wang Chen's sitting practice, it was not outwardly distinguishable. Many people in Huaxia practiced meditation in this way, so naturally, no one paid much attention. Meditation could help restore one's spirit. It could be considered a form of sleep. Many people went their whole lives without sleeping, using meditation as a substitute, and it had no side effects. At 5 in the morning, Wang Chen exhaled. Although he was in this hospital room, he felt invigorated. His meditation practice was much better than the meditation methods learned by others, and he didn't know if it was due to his awakened talent, but today's meditation felt significantly better than before. To put it simply, he usually took 2 hours to complete a small circulation of energy, but today it felt much smoother, and he finished in half an hour. His mental strength had likely increased a bit more. In short, he felt great. Because of this, even if this meditation practice couldn't truly lead to immortality, he persisted. Wang Chen prepared to leave to casually find a stray dog on the street. Just then, Haitang's pleasant, shy voice rang out. "Wang Chen, where are you going so early?" Her tone seemed to indicate she wanted to befriend Wang Chen rather than accuse him. Did she not blame him for mentioning her benefactor, Dr. Dong? "I'm going to catch a dog to use as a hunting dog. More dogs mean more combat power. You don't need to thank me, it's just a small effort." Wang Chen waved his hand and walked away, leaving Haitang a bit bewildered. "What dog? How did you know what I was going to say?" She quickly chased after him because while Wang Chen could do without her thanks, she could not go without expressing her gratitude for saving her mother. Where did he go? How did he disappear in the blink of an eye? After chasing outside, Huangfu Haitang could no longer see Wang Chen and didn't know which exit he had taken. "Forget it, I'll see him again soon. I can thank him then, it has to be this way." Haitang felt this way because she now understood that what Wang Chen said was true. Her mother had indeed been made ill by someone. At that time, she had followed those doctors to the operating room, where the old doctor personally treated her, with several other doctors assisting. They used various treatment techniques and spent several hours to complete the procedure. She had been very anxious, watching people come and go, feeling the powerful energies emanating from the operating room, terrified of seeing an unwanted outcome. In the end, the old doctor came out, his holy light gone, weak enough to be supported as he left. As he was leaving, he said to Haitang, "I'm sorry, Mom." Haitang immediately burst into tears, thinking her mother had died in the operating room. At that moment, the nearby doctor was stunned. "You misunderstood, your mother is fine." They finally reacted, no one had mentioned this matter yet, and immediately helped Haitang up. One of the associate chief physicians explained to Haitang. It turned out that after hearing Haitang's words, they became suspicious. Based on their understanding of Dr. Dong, she could never be so kind, especially towards someone as powerless as Haitang. Moreover, according to Haitang, it was impossible for Dr. Dong to be in charge during their first visit. How could they have encountered her? Something unusual must be afoot. Could there really be a problem? Thus, the old physician immediately examined Haitang's mother and discovered a very hidden illness. Indeed, someone had tampered with her condition, and after such a long time, it had already penetrated to the bone, making treatment quite troublesome. However, this old physician was no ordinary person. He was actually the vice president of the hospital. It is known that the vice president in any place usually possesses the strongest professional skills. This old doctor was a renowned physician in Huaxia, known as Changshan Gong, and some called him Changshani. He wouldn't normally appear in such an ordinary ward, but this time he was just accompanying his apprentice, which led to this incident. He just happened to have the ability to treat Haitang's mother, so he immediately took action. For the sake of the hospital's reputation, he naturally had to invest some effort. This was also the most exhausting time for him in recent years, so in the end, he had no strength left to talk to Haitang. In fact, he also wanted to ask about Wang Chen's situation. Curious about how Wang Chen figured it out, was it a coincidence? Regardless, he was grateful to Wang Chen for pointing out this issue, allowing him to resolve it before it escalated. However, he wasn't in a hurry. Hadn't Wang Chen said he would help take care of his mother for 3 months? He could definitely manage that. After learning all this, Haitang naturally wanted to thank Wang Chen, but by the time she returned, it was already late, and Wang Chen was meditating, so she naturally couldn't disturb him. It was like trying to thank someone who was clearly asleep. Waking them up would not be an act of gratitude but rather an annoyance. She waited on the side, and when Wang Chen moved, she immediately woke up. Everyone knows what happened next. At this moment, where was Wang Chen, whom she had lost track of? It really is true that you can find anything here. There's even a litter of little black puppies. In front of Wang Chen was a litter of black puppies, seemingly just weaned. Following his instincts, he had come from the hospital to this bridge underpass and discovered a nest of puppies in a pile of grass. But the mother dog had already met with an accident and probably wouldn't return. You all have a fate with me, why not follow me? I guarantee you'll eat well and live well. Since he was raising dogs to level up his skills, having the puppies around wasn't a problem. Their combat power didn't really matter. If there were a few more, wouldn't that mean a bit more skill growth? Directly training this litter of 8 little puppies seemed like a good choice. After all, if it didn't work out, he would only lose a few puppies, which were picked up anyway, so he wouldn't feel heartbroken. Let's practice a bit. Thus, Wang Chen began to train the dogs, preparing to spend some time understanding the skills. For this, he even got some snacks like ham sausages to assist in the training. As long as the dogs listened, it was a form of training, a way to comprehend the skills. Even if they didn't listen, that counted as using the beast taming skill, just without success. So, Wang Chen planned to slowly train for 3 hours here before heading to school to gather. He didn't expect to comprehend the beast taming skill in just these 2 hours. Keeping it on him and using it continuously meant a 0.001% chance, which would require 100,000 uses, and he could use it 10,000 times in a day. Come here, all of you. Hey De, over there. Hey Air, that way. In less than half an hour, these dogs surprisingly became somewhat obedient, especially Black 5 and Black 8. An hour later, the dogs could already follow some simple commands. 2.5 hours later. Ding, comprehended dog training technique. Dog training LV1, can train dogs for personal use and teach them simple commands, no additional bonuses. Ha! I didn't expect to comprehend the skill in just 2.5 hours. Wang Chen was quite surprised. He had thought it would take several days if he was lucky, or even 10 days to half a month if he wasn't. Now it only took 2.5 hours. Could it be because of the hidden talent of Child of Fortune? Never mind. Although it's just dog training, which is vastly different from beast taming, this is only the first step. Soon, Wang Chen witnessed the terrifying power of the super comprehension talent. The dog training technique he had just grasped saw its proficiency skyrocketing after just a few casual practices. In a short half hour on the road, the dog training skill had already leveled up from LV1 to LV8. Although the skill description hadn't changed, he felt that giving commands had become much easier. Moreover, judging by the dogs' cooperation, they seemed to have matured quite a bit. If he raised these dogs a little more, hunting some low-level exotic beasts would be relatively simple. At Linhai High School, today was the first day for the senior students after their awakening, and many of them returned to school to collect their wristbands. These wristbands are recording devices that log the exotic beasts killed. Some beasts yield higher points. Points are not only a part of the college entrance examination but also a contribution to the city, which can be exchanged for various items. If a student performs exceptionally well, such as being in the top 10 for points each month, they will receive additional rewards, and those in the annual top 10 will be awarded by the city lord, with their names engraved on the honor monument. The wristband also serves another purpose. It indicates one's life and death status, and in emergencies, it can be used to call for help. If someone dies, it can also be used to recover the body. Back to the main point, most senior students would come to collect their wristbands and register on the first day. Because of this, there were many people at the entrance of Linhai High School. Yesterday, those who awakened with B-level talents or above appeared at the school gate, causing cheers from the crowd. At this moment, Wang Tang and Lu Ruyan appeared, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Although Wang Tang had lost his virginity and was considered useless, he still had great potential and was a standout among this year's senior students at Linhai High School. Especially at this moment, he appeared alongside Lu Ruyan, getting out of the same car. This signified that they were essentially announcing their relationship. at least teaming up for the college entrance examination. Naturally, this made others envious. Wang Tong enjoyed this feeling. This was supposed to be mine, that bastard Wang Chen didn't deserve it. But the next moment, Wang Chen appeared, instantly stealing his thunder. Not for any other reason, but because Wang Chen walked ahead, with 8 little dogs marching proudly behind him, stepping in a straight line with strict uniformity in their spacing. The sight of such neatness was simply amusing. Isn't that Wang Chen, that useless one? How come he's followed by a bunch of little dogs? Is he using them as fillers? This formation is so interesting. These little dogs are actually lining up behind him, all in sync. There are no difficult tasks, only brave dogs. Wang Chen arrived, bringing his 8 dogs with him, walking in front while the dogs followed in line. This scene naturally drew the attention of the students away from Wang Tang. Young people were clearly more interested in these amusing things. Although this attention was merely a side note and Wang Chen didn't take it seriously, Wang Tang's expression darkened. His eyes were blazing with fury as he stared intently at Wang Chen. "You've turned into a waste and are still trying to steal my thunder, just wait for me." At this moment, Wang Chen didn't notice any of this. He was simply walking towards the playground, where the staff were registering wristbands. Name, age, occupation. Are you participating in the college entrance examination? Wang Chen tapped his phone against the wristband, and the information appeared on his phone. He began to fill it out, and then the staff checked it for accuracy and activated the wristband. Once worn, fine needles would appear on the wristband. These needles would pierce the skin to collect personal blood samples while also connecting the wristband to the person's nervous system. After that, the wristband seemed to merge with the body, embedding itself in the skin, and he felt no discomfort at all. No one worried about any issues arising from this, as nearly everyone in the world wore such wristbands, essentially for a lifetime. This wristband could monitor bodily data and also served as an assistant, providing various smart wristband functions, richer than the features of Wang Chen's phone in his previous life. With this, there was no need to carry a phone, especially in the wild, where a phone could be a burden. The wristband was primarily designed to work with the occupational system, acting as a sort of plug-in. With this wristband, they could also achieve in-team text chatting, query about exotic beasts, record exotic beasts, and other functions. At this moment, Wang Chen transferred the data from his phone to the wristband, and soon, a dialog box appeared before him, like a virtual projection in the air. "Xiaohou Taiju, you guys have seen Wang Chen, right? It's so funny, I saw he registered for the college entrance exam, looks like he really won't give up. Shangguan Hunio, he really signed up, huh? What about the 3 wastes following him? Nandong Fugui, they all signed up, saying since they're going to die anyway, they might as well aim higher. They even registered for the 7 major martial arts schools. Morong Laifu, if it were me, I'd do the same. They never plan to come back after teaming up, it's pitiful. Ouyang Godin, in this world, it's survival of the fittest. If they find a strong ally or get lucky, they might have a chance to survive. If they endure, they can live on." This was the school's group chat, and the class group chat also appeared, with Wang Tang's little brothers wildly mocking Wang Chen and his team. Meanwhile, the teammates urged Wang Chen to form a team and leave early. The school had arranged for a bus to take people out of the city to a shelter outside. "Wang Chen, over here. Thanks for yesterday." Huangfu Haitang was wearing a tight-fitting dark gray combat suit that accentuated her figure. She truly had an A-level physique, or even A-level. The 2 teammates beside her were also in the same combat suits, which everyone had. Every year, senior students would wear them for training outside the city, supposedly issued by the Lord's mansion. The combat suit looked somewhat like leather, made from extremely tough fibers that could withstand certain attacks while not hindering movement. Not only the combat suits, but the Lord's mansion also provided weapons. Wang Chen chose a shield and a sword, and casually picked a handgun as well. At the same time, each person could take 3 high-explosive bombs. Of course, this was provided for free by the Lord's mansion. They could take as many as they wanted. Although they needed to hone their skills, survival was the top priority. Wang Tang and the others likely had magic scrolls and similar items on them. However, these items would only be useful in the early stages. For exotic beasts above level 10, pure bullets and high-explosive bombs would require the power of a class changer to inflict damage. At this moment, Wang Chen looked at his teammates, who were also in tight suits. Lu Shangyun was weaker and thinner, but Ning Meng, with her petite frame, surprisingly had F-level potential. It was truly unexpected. Wang Chen also changed into a tight suit, immediately showcasing his tall figure, with a hint of muscle, very well proportioned and aesthetically pleasing. "You're welcome. When we go out for training, we need to take care of each other. Just take care of me a bit more," Wang Chen said to Haitang, then prepared to get in the car, but was blocked by someone. The person blocking Wang Chen was none other than Wang Tang's lackey, nicknamed Wang Ergo, whose real name was unclear. Wang Chen, do you think this is just any place? Even if we let you ride with us, how can you bring your dog along? Wang Ergo had already planned to make things difficult for Wang Chen, showing his loyalty. Seeing Wang Chen bringing a dog into the car, he immediately seized the opportunity to make a fuss. They are my battle pets, Wang Chen replied, knowing that under global conventions, battle pets could accompany their owners everywhere. At that moment, he also saw a white snake coiled on the table through the car window, which was also a battle pet. Ha, you, an unplast person, where did you get battle pets? Do you even have the skills for that? And can these little dogs even fight? If they went up against a beast, even the weakest level 1 beast could easily kill them. You might as well say they are just food supplies. Wang Ergo laughed immediately, having never heard of an unclassed person having battle pets. Battle pets were typically associated with pet classes, and he had never heard of any basic skills that could control battle pets. Ergo, don't say that. This person has an SSS level talent. Although unclassed, they can create their own skills. Who knows, maybe that's how they did it. Ha ha. No, I can't hold it in anymore. I don't even believe my own words. At this moment, another lackey named Li Chang spoke up, amusing all the classmates with his humor. No one believed that Wang Chen could comprehend any skills in such a short time. If that were the case, even an unclassed person wouldn't be considered useless. An unclassed person was labeled as such precisely because they lacked skills. The basic skills were very few: basic defense, basic attack, basic meditation, and basic agility were just a handful. These skills had very low enhancement effects, compared to basic attack skills, basic sword techniques, and basic fist techniques. The attack enhancement was less than half. The latter were the basic skills for transitioning to other classes, and when they used their sword or fist, they would have attack enhancements, not counting the learning of new active skills. It's no wonder unclassed people were looked down upon. However, Wang Chen had an SSS level super comprehension, and these basic skills would level up quickly in the early stages, so their effects would naturally catch up. Since that's the case, how about we have a match? I'll use 8 little dogs to fight you, and if you lose, you have to give me your skill book, Wang Chen said with a smile, looking at Wang Ergo. At that moment, Wang Ergo was taken aback. How did you know I had a skill book? And are you joking? You think these 8 little pups can win against me? I'm a D-class talent, a senior student who has been training since childhood, 12 years of mandatory training, and you think I would lose to 8 little dogs? Is this a humiliation? What's wrong, scared? Wang Chen's words instantly made Wang Ergo furious. What's being live-streamed in the group? Is Wang Ergo fighting with little dogs? Is he putting on a show of dogs biting dogs? Soon, a live stream appeared in the Linhai High School group, showing the duel between Wang Ergo and the 8 little dogs, who looked adorably fierce. I can't take it anymore. How can they be so cute? I want to raise a little dog too. A group of girls expressed similar sentiments, not caring about what Wang Ergo was up to. However, someone quickly clarified the situation, letting everyone know that this was a conflict between Wang Ergo and Wang Chen, with Wang Chen letting the 8 little dogs fight Wang Ergo. Those who understood the situation thought Wang Chen was either crazy or didn't care about those few dogs. Wang Ergo was also foolish. Losing to the dogs was embarrassing, and winning only meant he was better than the dogs, with no real benefit. Wang Chen had mentioned the stakes, but he hadn't said anything about being infuriated. At that moment, he angrily drew his short sword, and with his other hand, he gathered a fireball, hurling it at the dogs. But the dogs seemed to have a premonition, knowing exactly where he would throw it, and those nearby had already run away. Coincidence? No matter, he would just kill one first. Wang Ergo swung his sword, realizing that the fireball technique was actually less effective at the start than a simple slash, as it required gathering time. So, the melee mage trope wasn't just a joke, it was real. If it weren't a competition, Wang Ergo might have pulled out a gun. As he swung his sword, the dogs seemed to predict his attack, scattering in all directions before suddenly launching their own counterattack. They bit down. Several small black furballs had already grown on Wang Ergo's feet, the dogs biting at him. Wearing combat gear and having trained for 12 years, it wasn't too painful. Wang Ergo wanted to shake them off immediately, but at that moment, the dogs did something that left everyone dumbfounded. 3 little dogs formed a straight line and charged forward, the last one jumping onto the middle one, then leaping into the air. The one in front also jumped up, using the last one as a springboard before it landed. Then that little dog flew towards a certain spot, Wang Ergo's lower region, crashing into him hard, causing him to jump up instantly. Ah! Wang Ergo cried out in pain, tears streaming down his face as he protected himself, his agonized expression making everyone feel a pang of sympathy. I'm going to kill you all. Wang Ergo swung his knife, but just as he raised his hand, he felt another impact below. It was the coordinated effort of several other little black dogs. One had to admit, the timing of the little black dogs was incredibly precise, and they were perfectly positioned where Wang Ergo couldn't see them. This time, Wang Ergo was hurt even more, rolling on the ground while clutching himself. Seeing this outcome, everyone was left in shock. Did this mean the little black dogs had won? Wow, Wang Ergo was even worse than a dog. Now, everyone had a question in their minds: had Wang Chen really learned the beast mastery skill so coincidentally? If the coordination of these 8 little black dogs didn't involve some beast mastery ability, it would have been impossible. At the very least, it required taming skills. Moreover, the power that the little black dogs had just displayed didn't seem to match their size, which was definitely due to Wang Chen's skill enhancement. You learned the beast mastery skill? Li Chang pointed at Wang Chen, astonished. If this was indeed a beast mastery skill, then Wang Chen had risen again, because a beast master only needed this skill, the others were unimportant. Wang Chen's super comprehension could elevate the level of the beast mastery skill significantly. Even if he couldn't change classes, he would still be formidable. With just this beast mastery technique, Wang Chen could become a key player early on, even without a second class change. As long as he leveled up quickly, he could match a B class or even A class before level 60. Of course, this referred to Wang Chen at level 60, while others would likely be below level 50 at that time. He needed to rely on his level advantage to compensate. Moreover, they couldn't be third-class professions. It's not a beast mastery skill, it's just a dog training technique, only capable of taming canines. Wang Chen shook his head and said directly, "TCH, garbage." Li Chang performed a dramatic change of expression, going from a bit fearful to utterly disdainful. Even dog training skills were worlds apart from beast mastery skills, let alone just being a dog training technique. The others felt the same. They had initially held some hope for Wang Chen, but now that was completely gone. Dog training technique? What a useless skill, no wonder they had never heard of it. At this moment, the people around Wang Chen were hissing, all saying they had waited in vain. Wang Chen didn't care about that and directly went up to take the skill book from Wang Ergo's arms, fearing that Wang Ergo would try to back out. Sure enough, when Wang Ergo woke up, he wanted to renege on the deal, but the book was already in Wang Chen's hands, and in terms of public opinion, Wang Chen had the upper hand, leaving him with no choice. He could only glare at Wang Chen, his eyes seemingly saying, "Once we're outside, I will kill you." Classmate Ling Feng, if you provoke him like this, he definitely won't let you off. Why not just return it to him? After all, you can't use that skill book anyway, Ning Meng said weakly. She had made eye contact with Wang Ergo a few times, and his fierce gaze frightened her. You can't use it right now. You don't need to be afraid, you're already prepared to die with us, so why worry about him? Wang Chen replied nonchalantly. At that moment, the bus had already ascended the overpass, and they could see the towering walls in the distance. This was the wall defending against the invasion of alien beasts, a heroic monument where countless warriors had shed their blood over the millennia. Every time Wang Chen saw this high wall, he felt a surge of blood rush to his head. Although everyone was still struggling to survive in the apocalypse, compared to the past, it was like heaven. After that, everyone remained silent on the way, as they were all very tense. This was their first time going into the wild, and they had to survive there for 3 months. Whether they could live or not depended on luck or strength. It was clear that most of the people in the bus were more reliant on luck. Even if some thought they had an 80% chance of survival, there was still a 20% chance of dying. Soon, the bus arrived at the base of the wall, at a passage that only allowed one bus to pass through. The alien beasts that could enter through this passage wouldn't be particularly large, and with the traps and mechanisms in the passage, defending it was relatively easy. Once outside, Wang Chen saw a massive alien beast skeleton not far away, towering 10 stories high, which made it easy to imagine how enormous it had been when alive. Even at this moment, the skeleton still exuded a chilling aura. Do you see that? That's the Frost Dragon, a level 100 boss-level alien beast that almost destroyed Linhai City back in the day. Our ancestors sacrificed thousands of lives to kill it. My ancestor from the Huangfu family was fortunate enough to participate in that battle, and several of my ancestors died in it, Huangfu Zuohua suddenly said, as if boasting, but Wang Chen thought she had the right to boast. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. Although the Frost Dragon was terrifying, compared to the world-ending alien beast he had foreseen, it was like a small fry facing a big boss. They were not even on the same level. He still needed to work hard. While Wang Chen's team was chatting, Wang Ergo's side was also in conversation. Brothers, it's settled then. When we get the mission, help me take revenge and kill Wang Chen. 10,000 bucks for each of you. A full month at the club, I'll cover it. Dog brother is really generous. Don't worry, I've never liked Wang Chen. He's outperformed me in every test these past few years. Huge brother, your reason. I'm more straightforward. I just enjoy tormenting geniuses. Who told him to give everyone this opportunity? I'm just pure. I'm only in it for the full month at the club. Ha ha. Wang Ergo glanced coldly at Wang Chen. You're dead meat. Checkpoint no. 22. There was only one entrance on the ground, hidden among the mounds of earth, with dense vegetation above. The entrance was a thick passage made of reinforced concrete, with 3 defensive gates. After passing through the 3 gates, they could take an elevator to the first floor, which was a hall connected to various passages and rooms. Inside, it looked very much like a post-apocalyptic setting, filled with mechanized facilities. This is the destination for Wang Chen's bus this time, while other buses are heading to different outposts, including senior students from other coastal cities, with 1 bus per outpost. Since the outpost can only accommodate a limited number of people, accepting 30 is about the maximum. Everyone is clear on this, so Wang Chen will not encounter Wang Tang or Lu Ruyan. Because of this, Wang Tang can only send Wang Ergu and others to deal with Wang Chen, and it's not limited to just Wang Ergu's group. Wang Chen can see this, he can feel it without needing to use his heavenly eye. Besides Wang Ergu's group, there are at least 2 other groups that harbor murderous intent towards him. Out of a total of 7 groups, 3 want to kill him, while the remaining groups could be tempted by benefits at any time. Wang Chen feels that his team's situation is quite difficult. Should he tell Huangfu Cuihua and the others that their chances of dying have increased because of him? Forget it, to avoid scaring them, it's better not to let them know. First, they need to select a mission, then rest here for a bit before setting off. At this time, if you have power and influence, you can ask the guards here for help, or have them request bodyguards. If that doesn't work, you can find someone to help you take on a mission near the outpost, which would also be relatively safe. However, Wang Chen's team is made up entirely of powerless and broke individuals, so the mission they were assigned is the most dangerous one, located the farthest from the outpost. Recently, the outpost is lacking a material called Long Night Wolf Fong, which can only be found in the eastern mountains and forests. The coordinates and requirements have already been sent to you, go get it. After completing the mission, you can rest for a day at the outpost. This is a task assigned to Wang Chen and his 3 companions by a sentinel captain, marking the beginning of their training. The 4 of them are checking their systems, and the task details have already been listed in the task plugin provided by their wristbands. They have started chatting among themselves, mainly cursing the sentinel captain from earlier. Thus, the 4 of them left while grumbling, eventually arriving in the hall, preparing to leave the outpost. At this moment, they heard a sarcastic voice. Oh, isn't this our Sss-Level genius Wang Chen? I heard you took on the Long Night Wolf mission. Those Long Night Wolves are all level 8 and above. We can't kill them, but you definitely can. Li Chang, how can you underestimate yourself like that? You just need to train to level 10. Level 10? I'm only D-level. My energy bonus for killing exotic beasts is only 10%. It'll take 20 days to reach level 10. If I don't get supplies in 20 days, surviving in the wild is going to be a bit difficult, right? Not a bit. It's very difficult. Luckily, we're just killing some exotic beasts nearby. Yeah, good thing I'm not F-level. That has no extra bonuses at all. Wang Ergu's team appeared, along with another team that had a similar style, both looking like those yellow-haired, non-mainstream delinquents. These 8 people laughed at Wang Chen's team and followed them, with some troublemakers even broadcasting it live in the group. Should we make a bet that Wang Chen's team won't make it a kilometer? That's for sure. The exotic beasts outside won't follow their levels. Level 1 exotic beasts are rare, they're usually level 3 to 5. This team will struggle against even a level 3 exotic beast. Not just struggle, but really struggle. Under the gaze of the crowd, Wang Chen and his 3 companions stepped outside the outpost. At this moment, many people were watching the show, and they all believed that Wang Chen's team would not be able to achieve their first kill. In their perception, none of the 4 had any useful skills, essentially like ordinary people going into battle. The combat power is undoubtedly weak, unless they find a level 1 exotic beast, but in fact, level 1 exotic beasts are very rare. Finding one is almost like winning the lottery. Because level 1 exotic beasts either level up quickly outside or have already been killed by other exotic beasts. Wang Chen, what should we do? Haitang sent a voice message within the team. This kind of voice does not require her to speak, she can just think it and it can also be converted into text. You 3 follow me from a distance. When you encounter an exotic beast, Haitang, you attack with your sword from afar, no need to get close. Ning Meng, use your thorn technique on me, and Lu Shangyun, set traps behind. Wang Chen replied. In fact, he had already told the 3 what to do, he would confront the exotic beasts alone while they stayed back. Wang Chen instructed Huangfu Haitang not to engage in close combat but to attack from a distance with her sword, and this would be the way to do it in the future. Ning Meng didn't need to be told, she could already use the thorn technique, which she learned due to her talent. If only she had the rejuvenation technique, that would be great. However, with her F-level talent, it would probably take until level 5 to comprehend the rejuvenation technique. As for Lu Shangyun, Wang Chen told her to give up using spells and just focus on traps. She should get familiar with using traps first. Right now, using spells was less effective than directly using beast traps or landmines, which also counted as traps. Wang Chen's words met no objections from the three. They all obediently followed his instructions because if anyone had a dissenting voice, it would be up to them to arrange things, and they had no such capability. Only Ning Meng said one thing: are we going to struggle a bit? If we can't, we might as well die peacefully. Of course, life is full of surprises. If you don't push yourself a little, you won't know how strong you really are. That was Wang Chen's response. Back to the point. Wang Chen walked in a certain direction, and this direction was not only away from their people but also had no tasks assigned to others. This was a very dangerous place. The tasks assigned by the outpost had a high probability of completion and wouldn't completely send people to their deaths. Even for Wang Chen's task, there was about a 30% chance of success for his team. Isn't that a significant probability? The advantage is mine. But if Wang Chen took this path, it would almost be certain death. Have they given up? Should we follow? Why follow? They want to die, but we don't. How about I send a drone to check it out? I won't go in person. Okay, if it goes out of range, just ignore them. Wang Ergu and the others did not follow Wang Chen. They thought the four of them were just going to their deaths, and they weren't that foolish. Sending a drone over was just to see how Wang Chen and his team would die. Everyone wanted to see how someone with SSS-level talent would meet their end, and how this suicide squad would be wiped out. This would be a great negative teaching material. Well, everyone just wanted to see Wang Chen's pathetic state before he died, which would be quite satisfying for them. However, they did not expect that when Wang Chen entered the danger zone, the first exotic beast he encountered was not a powerful one, but rather a level 1 exotic beast? How could there be a level 1 exotic beast here? What kind of luck is this? What's the use? They'll still end up dead. True, one level 1 exotic beast won't change much. What about 2 or 3? In the drone's footage, although there was only one level 1 exotic beast on Wang Chen's side, there were several more within 100 meters. Level 1 exotic beasts are already hard to come by, and it was unexpected to see several here. They seemed to be from the same litter. This exotic beast was called the forest wild dog beast, a very ordinary type of exotic beast. The canine type is actually the one that everyone is most willing to encounter, because most canines only bite, their claws are almost useless, and they only use their mouths to attack. They either dig in or bite down and shake until their prey is dead. Because canines lack a collarbone, their forelimbs cannot move side to side, making them very inflexible. They can only be used as legs, lacking any agility. In the early stages, the attacks of canine are the most straightforward, and their lack of agility makes them one of the easiest to kill. Of course, this is under the condition that they are alone. Generally, canines appear in packs, perhaps because they are aware of their shortcomings and need to cooperate in groups. Right now, there is a lone canine in front of them, and it's only level 1, practically a gift of energy points. Damn it, how can Wang Chen's luck be so good? Wang Tun, Wang Ergu, and others thought to themselves, as long as Wang Chen kills these few, he should be able to level up smoothly. After all, he is SSS level, with an energy point bonus exceeding 80%. Now, it's too late for Wang Ergu and the others to rush over to steal the kill. Even if Wang Chen and his 3 companions are useless and slow, they should be able to quickly harvest these few. No, there is still hope because Wang Chen's group did not bring drones or any reconnaissance equipment, so they don't know how many other level 1 are nearby. Wang Ergu's team began to move in Wang Chen's direction. As they moved, the combat of Wang Chen's team appeared before everyone, leaving them dumbfounded. It wasn't their cooperation that surprised everyone, nor was it their speed in killing monsters. On the contrary, they were astonished by how slow Wang Chen and his 3 companions were at killing monsters and how ridiculous their cooperation was. Everyone saw Wang Chen charging ahead, using his shield to block the wild dog's attacks repeatedly while dealing damage with his short sword. However, the damage seemed quite low. Moreover, Wang Chen was often knocked back because his defensive skills were still weak. But this was somewhat normal for Wang Chen. After all, it was acceptable for someone without a profession to withstand attacks without getting hurt at the beginning. But the 3 girls behind him were far from acceptable. They were all attacking or assisting from a distance, and one of them was just setting traps in the back. What's going on? Are they 3 idiots? They should be going up to slash with their swords. If they just did a normal attack, they could kill it in less than 2 minutes. Yeah, at this time, one could use sword techniques, another could use thorn techniques, and the last one, like some hunters, just knows how to set traps. but the enemy isn't coming over, wasting time and energy for nothing. With this kind of cooperation, it would take 10 minutes to defeat them, while Wang Chen would get hurt for nothing. Seeing this scene, the teachers and students of Linhai Middle School were all complaining about it. Chenru even went to ask Ning Meng and Lu Shangyun's teacher, "Haven't your students taken practical combat classes?" The two teachers expressed that it shouldn't be the case, although their students lacked talent, their brains were quite normal. In the end, they just wanted to distance themselves from these two students, as Wang Chen's group continued like this until the end, taking 15 minutes to defeat the "Oh yeah." The three girls hugged each other in celebration. This was the first they had killed, and they were very excited, which also gave them quite a bit of confidence. This wasn't that hard to kill. Maybe our team can still be salvaged. If all were like this, killing a few would allow us to level up. Leveling up in the early stages brings a significant boost in strength. Although for experts, this is just 0.1% of their strength, for them at level 1, it would double their power. However, they didn't know that their performance was being criticized by the entire school's faculty and students. 4 people, fighting for 15 minutes, are you kidding me? Even a useless person with no skills shouldn't be this bad. This is still a level 1 beast. Yeah, isn't this too funny? This useless team is really pathetic. They were given such a good opportunity, and they ended up like this. They're so weak, it's unbearable to watch. Wang Chen got a heavenly hand at the start, and he played it like this. How great would it be if I had that hand? Everyone seemed to be heartbroken with jealousy, wishing they could be Wang Chen. They just didn't know that Wang Chen was doing this on purpose because he needed to slowly hone his defensive skills. Only by mastering his defensive skills to a super god level would he have a chance to slay the world-ending beasts that would appear in the future. At the same time, his teammates couldn't engage in close combat. Once they did, they would be completely useless. Their talents were meant for ranged attacks and support, especially Huangfu Haitang. She had to use her sword control technique to attack, and only then would her sword control technique grow stronger, becoming an existence that surpassed S-level talent. During the 15 minutes of battle, although he sustained some injuries, his basic defensive skill had already leveled up from LV1 to LV5. His super comprehension was truly impressive. Moreover, basic defensive skills didn't necessarily require him to take hits with his body, using a shield to block also counted. Not to mention that shield defense is considered defense. Even after blocking with the shield, the force would still transfer to his hands, causing him some minor damage, which naturally helped improve his basic defensive skill. His basic offensive skill also rose to LV7 because he had attacked more times than he had defended. Even if the damage wasn't high, it didn't hinder the skill's improvement. At the same time, his dog training skill was also improving. Although the 8 little black dogs were just skirting around without attacking, they were still contributing to the dog training skill. Early on, these skill improvements were quite easy, especially since he had super comprehension. Continue, let's go. Wang Chen said to his 3 fully energized teammates, moving towards the next target. At this moment, almost everyone thought Wang Chen's next target might be other beast tamers and wouldn't find those level 1 beasts again. Even though they were close, it was difficult to find them in the wild woods. Because of this, Wang Ergu's team was still running wildly, preparing to steal the monsters. How could they pass up such a self-serving opportunity? They just needed another 10 minutes to reach their destination and could kill those level 1 beasts. But to their surprise, Wang Chen had once again struck gold, finding their previous target, a level 1 beast. Wang Chen, there's another one. Quick, kill it. Haitang drew her sword, the steel blade flying through the air. Ning Meng cast a thorn spell on Wang Chen, while Lu Shangyun began setting up traps that everyone thought were useless. Wang Chen continued charging forward, killing. A new round of skill growth. He felt that his combat ability was significantly stronger than before. Now, he just needed to lure one beast. Once he grew stronger, he would lure a group, letting a swarm of beasts attack him, and his defensive skills would skyrocket. Now he had a question: if his defensive skills became too strong and he was immune to attacks, would his defensive skills still improve? This was a question worth studying. 15 minutes, still 15 minutes, and it took the 4 of them to kill this monster. This was mainly because Wang Chen was focused on improving his defense. His attack power hadn't increased much, so the damage he took was reduced, but the time to kill the monster didn't shorten as a result. Moreover, Wang Chen deliberately slowed his attack speed to allow the other 3 women to deal more damage, so they could gain a bit more energy. What's the point of watching a bunch of useless people kill monsters? Is it interesting? At this point, those watching the live stream had lost their desire to continue. Although Wang Chen's team was useless, they were currently able to keep their lives, so what was the point of watching? A team like Wang Chen's only looks good at the moment of being killed, everything else is forgettable. especially the torturous speed of monster hunting. That Wang Erga too, wanting to steal monsters, but ended up encountering 3 level 5 beasts on the way, almost got himself killed. Compared to Wang Chen's team's sheer luck, they are simply plagued by misfortune. Although they are quite unlucky, they leveled up because of it, and in terms of leveling, they are far ahead of Wang Chen. Enough of that, can you guess if Wang Chen can find the next level 1 beast? The only thing those watching the livestream were interested in now was this. And the result was, damn, Wang Chen really has the luck of a dog. He actually found another level 1 beast. In the drone's footage, Wang Chen was about to encounter the next level 1 beast, a stroke of luck that was enviable. Next, he killed the 4th and 5th beasts, then leveled up smoothly. This start was too smooth. At this rate, although their team might not complete the mission, surviving was not a problem. As long as they survived for 3 months, they could return, but upon returning, they would still need to continue hunting beasts in the wild or join other positions. The latter would require competing for spots with others, which was something the 4 of them were unlikely to achieve. But as long as they got through the initial phase, the rest would be easier. For those with F-level talents, the hardest part is the beginning. It's uncertain whether it's a test, but those below level 10 can only rely on themselves. Hunting monsters must be done alone, and help can only clear dangers or rescue you when you're in peril, not assist in killing monsters. As soon as a beast is touched by someone above level 10, no energy points will be gained. By the way, after reaching level 10, if someone above your level 10 participates in the battle, they also won't gain energy points. The difference lies in one being above your own level by 10, while the other is simply above level 10. Since the awakening time is fixed each year, it's nearly impossible to remain below level 10 for a year, and it's not very meaningful. Therefore, those who have just awakened must rely on themselves, putting on a grand test of life. This also serves to assess a person's survival ability. If one can't even pass this stage, they will be a burden in the future. Because level 1 is hard to level up, the 3 girls in Wang Chen's team excitedly hugged each other. I leveled up. I actually reached level 2. I didn't expect we could still salvage this. Too bad I didn't comprehend a new skill. Don't think too much. Do you think skills are so easy to comprehend? Before level 5, the skills that can be comprehended are all A-level talents. U and F-level are really overthinking. True, let's continue. I wonder if we can keep up the luck. Wang Chen, should we do the same as before? Do you want to go up and slash a few times? Ning Mang and Lu Shangyun looked at Wang Chen. Now that they had leveled up, their strength had doubled. No need, it won't help if you come up to slash. Let's leave it at that. Wang Chen naturally refused. He mainly wanted to practice his defense skills, and their attack power was better left unused. Ning Mang said, "You'll make us seem useless. You can still use the thorn technique. I really have no use at all and have divided everyone's energy points." Lu Shangyun also spoke up, feeling quite ashamed, but she seemed more afraid that Wang Chen would give up on her because of this, feeling less ashamed than Ning Mang. It's fine, now we have Tsuehua, she leveled up, and her attack power has increased. Wang Chen said nonchalantly. Now the 3 of them called Huangfu Haitang Tsuehua, and she didn't mind at all. It was precisely because she didn't mind that Wang Chen would call her that, otherwise, it would seem too distant. He would still need the help of this master of swordsmanship in the future. Let's take a break, and then we'll go hunt a level 2 beast. Wang Chen sat down cross-legged, beginning to meditate and recover his strength and vitality. Of course, the recovery of strength and vitality wasn't that fast, but it was still happening. Moreover, Wang Chen had a premonition that as long as he persisted, he could comprehend skills that would allow him to quickly recover various states, and he might even be able to cultivate. Just at that moment, a person suddenly appeared. You think you can just go for a level 2 beast? Who do you think you are? Finding a level 1 beast this time was pure luck. Wang Ergu. He had finally arrived, and he had already leveled up to level 4 along the way. Clearly, it was the same path, yet Wang Chen had come through without incident, while they had faced numerous hardships, killing dozens of beasts above level 5. They hadn't encountered a single beast below level 5. They were all injured. They had thought more than once that if they had run into Wang Chen and his group, they would have been doomed. But why hadn't they encountered him? Wang Chen remained silent. He needed to meditate and recover his state, which was far more important than wasting time talking to these people. For the next few minutes, only Wang Ergu and Li Chang's provocations filled the air. Seeing Wang Chen's unmoving state, they were itching to rush over and hit him, but if it weren't for the drone live streaming, they would have already done so. Even without the drone, they would have killed Wang Chen. It suddenly felt like they were lifting a rock only to drop it on their own feet. However, they didn't want to kill Wang Chen immediately. They still wanted to toy with him, especially since he was so weak, particularly now that he was only level 2. An SSS level talent, and yet so lacking. This was the thought in everyone's mind, and it made them feel exhilarated. Wang Chen's current performance made it seem like he posed no threat at all, and they could kill him at any time. Since that was the case, they might as well have some fun. This wasn't just Wang Ergu's idea. Wang Tang also wanted Wang Ergu to slowly torment him. Wang Ergu, how about this? There are 2 paths ahead, let's each choose one, and you can go first. After a while, Wang Chen stood up, pointing to the 2 paths ahead, one leading up and the other down. His action left everyone a bit stunned, but they quickly understood his meaning. Was it luck, or something else? The answer would soon be revealed. Because the first to choose was Wang Ergu, whatever Wang Chen encountered next would be after Wang Ergu's choice. It really depended on luck. If Wang Chen was still that lucky this time, it could only mean that Wang Ergu was truly having bad luck. He couldn't blame anyone else. If the result was the same again, it would feel a bit like killing someone's spirit. I choose the path going up. Wang Ergu didn't hesitate at all, as he could observe the situation through the drone. The path below was fraught with hidden dangers and beasts, definitely not a level 2 beast. Although there were no level 2 beasts above, it was suitable for their team. He knew that if Wang Chen chose the path below, he would be in grave danger. The teachers and students watching the livestream also understood this. Some were eager for Wang Chen to encounter trouble, while others criticized Wang Ergu for being excessive. But their words were useless. Wang Chen and his group had already headed down the path. Ling Feng, are you sure there's nothing wrong below? Hai Tang asked from the side. Since there were no outsiders and it wasn't anything shameful, she spoke directly. I don't know, I just want to shake off that Wang Ergu, Wang Chen replied casually. The 3 girls showed confusion, and Wang Ergu felt puzzled as well. At that moment, Wang Ergu was monitoring Wang Chen through the drone, and the drone's audio reception was quite strong. It could pick up sounds from a considerable distance, so everyone could hear what was said. What do you mean? Ning Meng tilted her head slightly, looking dazed. It's just the literal meaning. I'm afraid he might follow us. Who knows if he has his eyes on you? You're so cute. Just let him choose one path to walk first, and we can take the other path to separate from him, so you won't have to see his disgusting face. Now everyone understood that Wang Chen never intended to kill anyone, he just wanted to shake off a disgusting person. After hearing Wang Chen's words, Wang Ergu wanted to rush over and kill Wang Chen, regardless of whether the drone captured it. Calm down, calm down. If he goes down there, it's a dead end. Let's upgrade our mission first. Although we leveled up quickly today, we consumed quite a bit of resources, so we need to consider heading back. Li Chang and the other teammates held Wang Ergu back. They didn't take Wang Chen seriously and believed he would most likely die down there. Exactly, this kid thinks he's clever, but no matter which path he chooses, he's dead. Both paths are dead ends for them. That's right. If they were here, could they take on these 5 level 6 beasts? Damn! Wang Ergu's team immediately fell into battle. This time, 5 level 6 beasts appeared simultaneously. Not to mention Wang Chen's team, they would have to pay a price too. Although they were already level 4, they were still outnumbered and outclassed. The only advantage was that they had some items, and they threw high explosive bombs to stop a few beasts from approaching, focusing on killing the most dangerous one. Battle! As they began fighting, Wang Chen's side also encountered a beast, but this one was a lone beast and was injured. Although this beast was already level 5, being injured made it comparable to a level 2 beast. What kind of luck is this? Wang Ergu was going to cry in the bathroom. Indeed, if Wang Ergu had time to watch, he would definitely faint. And this was just the beginning. Wang Chen's team steadily farmed monsters step by step. Although they leveled up slowly, they were stable. If everyone could be like them, a solid foundation would emerge in Huaxia, changing the situation and allowing for the expansion of territory and acquisition of more resources. More resources mean more population, and more population means greater strength. However, this situation likely only applied to Wang Chen, and such a foundation had little impact overall. Foundations need to be numerous to be effective. Although Wang Chen was lucky, his leveling speed was too slow, and fewer people paid attention to him. Even Wang Ergu eventually lost interest. After Wang Ergu and the others went to complete their mission, they recalled the drone, cutting off the live stream. Everyone thought Wang Chen's team was just lucky, with no surprises to speak of. A month later, it seemed everyone had forgotten about Wang Chen and his 3 companions, as well as Wang Chen, the Sss-Level non-professional. People are so forgetful, not to mention a month, even 7 days can make them forget the hottest topics, especially when other hot topics arise. Speaking of popular events in that month, there were indeed quite a few, including Wang Tang comprehending the monk skill Thunder Fist, delivering punches that sparked with lightning. It's a pity that if he hadn't maintained his virgin body, he could have killed a group of beasts with just a few punches. His leveling speed would have been even faster, and he should have been the first senior in Linhai City to break level 10 this year. But now, that honor was snatched away, and he entered level 10 more than 2 days later than others. By then, many people were already at level 10, and he couldn't even make it into the top 10. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan was still among the top 10, and she was relatively high up. But most people haven't even reached level 10 yet. A month can be short, but it can also be considered not long at all. Wang Ergu is currently at level 9, working hard to level up, and he has calculated that it will take him 3 days to reach the next level. At the same time, there have been quite a few unexpected deaths, already over 50. On this day, Wang Ergu returned from completing a task to resupply and then encountered Wang Tong, who sent him a message questioning when he would complete his task. What? Wang Chen isn't dead yet? Wang Ergu couldn't believe it at this moment. He hadn't been able to find Wang Chen for a month and was almost ready to forget about it. In his heart, he believed that Wang Chen should have already died, as his team couldn't possibly hold out here. However, Wang Ting told him that Wang Chen was still alive and insisted that he must send Wang Chen on his way in the coming month. Wang Ergu checked everyone's status and saw that Wang Chen was alive, with a score of 531 points. This score was the lowest among the living teams, while the second lowest had 1010 points. From this, one could see just how slow Wang Chen's team was. Although they had always been looked down upon, Wang Chen and his 3 companions didn't feel there was any problem. At least they were alive and could still level up. At this moment, the 4 of them were sitting back to back, surrounded by the corpses of 5 long night wolves, with 2 swords stuck in one of the bodies. 8 black dogs were guarding them. These little black dogs had grown quite a bit, their bodies very sturdy, and if someone told others they were just over a month old, no one would believe it. Ning Meng exhaled and said, "That really scared me just now. How could we encounter a task wolf pack here? I thought we were going to die this time." Lu Shangyun held her chest and said, 5 level 8 exotic beasts together. This is the most dangerous situation we've encountered. Ning Meng replied, "Fortunately, I learned the rejuvenation technique at level 7, which can help Ling Feng recover health. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to withstand 5 of them." Lu Shangyun said, "Yeah, you're in demand now. With this rejuvenation technique, you'll have plenty of people wanting to team up with you." "I'm envious." Haitang asked, "Ling Feng, why aren't you speaking? Are you injured?" "Wang Chen, don't you know I'm meditating to recover? Talking to you all is a waste of energy." If someone were nearby, they would notice that Wang Chen and Huangfu Haitang were already at level 8, while Ning Meng and Shi Shangyun were at level 7. This was due to Wang Chen's SSS level bonus, and Huangfu Haitang had the most attacks. Ning Meng had already leveled up to 7 2 days ago, while Lu Shangyun had just leveled up. Ning Meng, at level 7, had comprehended the rejuvenation technique, which could help Wang Chen heal. Therefore, Wang Chen could now withstand more attacks from exotic beasts. However, the 3 of them had no area attack skills, so pulling in more would only lead to suffering. Wang Chen usually saw fewer than 3 exotic beasts and would engage them all in battle, as this would allow him to be attacked longer, helping his defense skills level up faster. In this month, his basic defense skill had already reached level 103, greatly increasing his defensive ability. Even without the rejuvenation technique, he could withstand 3 exotic beasts. With the rejuvenation technique, he felt he could withstand the attacks of 5 exotic beasts at the same time. The 3 girls had previously not believed this, but now they did. When they saw the 5 long night wolves, Ning Meng was a bit stunned, thinking this time they would finally die. Unexpectedly, Wang Chen was able to withstand it easily, far exceeding the defensive level of a level 8 without a profession. Even though Ling Feng was maneuvering skillfully to minimize damage and using his shield to block every attack, he shouldn't have been able to withstand these 5 exotic beasts of the same level. Wang Chen even lured these 5 exotic beasts into a trap set by Lu Shangyun, causing them damage. In the end, after a long battle, they emerged victorious. The 3 girls were now slumped on the ground, feeling a sense of survival after a disaster. At that moment, they looked at Wang Chen with expressions that seemed to glow. Wang Chen, too, was very excited, not because of the 3 girls' gazes, but because he had unexpectedly comprehended a new skill during the recent battle. What surprised him was that this skill was not one he had used himself, but rather, sword control technique. "Wow, I've comprehended a skill." Wang Chen was momentarily stunned, as this was not his own exclamation, but that of Lu Shangyun beside him. He couldn't possibly reveal that he had grasped the sword control technique because he himself didn't understand how he could learn someone else's talent. Could it be that this talent was actually just a skill? Even if it was a skill, how could he learn someone else's skill? Did it mean that his super comprehension talent didn't require him to practice, but only to watch others use it? If that were the case, it would be too powerful. But why hadn't his heavenly eye seen this? Soon, Wang Chen understood that the heavenly eye could only perceive certain fixed events, some variables were invisible, or perhaps the changes in variables were too numerous, requiring too much spiritual awareness, so it defaulted to turning off those changes. Wang Chen understood this because when he looked into the future, after choosing a profession, there would be many general paths, but he didn't look at the details. Because of this, he had consumed so much of his accumulated spiritual awareness over the years, so it was better not to look at the variables, as they still existed regardless. In fact, the heavenly eye could only provide a rough overview, the general direction was usually correct, but the details depended on time. Essentially, the closer it was, the more accurate it became. Of course, this might be due to insufficient skill, perhaps in the future, as he grew stronger, he would be able to see more and more accurately. However, he now knew for certain that the super comprehension only required him to see in order to comprehend, and it was not limited to what happened around him, images and recorded texts would suffice. There was one more thing. Let's go, let's continue hunting monsters. Let's try out the new skill. Wang Chen stood up and went off to find more exotic beasts to slay. Why is Shan Yun so excited about comprehending a skill? Does he like Shang Yun or something? Haitang looked at the excited Wang Chen and said directly, not knowing why she felt a bit uncomfortable in her heart. Haitang, what nonsense are you talking about? How could Wang Chen like me? Lu Shangyun's face turned slightly red. Are you still joking? Hurry up and catch up. What if Ling Feng brings a few more along? Ning Meng felt that the two were just joking around, worried for Wang Chen's safety, and hurried to follow, ready to cast a rejuvenation spell on him at any moment. Before long, Wang Chen found a level 7 exotic beast. At this point, his fighting style emerged. Aside from targeting vital points, he took the beast's attacks head-on. He was even too lazy to use his shield. In his words, this was about crushing with strength, and it was also to level up his defensive skills quickly, allowing Ning Meng's rejuvenation spell to level up faster as well. Healing skills required effective recovery to enhance skill proficiency. Wang Chen didn't hide his intention to upgrade his defensive skills. After all, others didn't know his purpose, and he had to find a direction to practice. Becoming the shield wall at the front was also a direction. Magic trap. At this moment, Lu Shangyun created a magic trap on the ground. As soon as the exotic beast entered, it would explode. This was the skill she had comprehended. From then on, she would also be a damage-dealing rear guard, and Wang Chen could lure the exotic beast to the trap. Wang Chen seemed completely unfazed by this, as the heavenly eye had informed him that for Lu Shangyun to take off, she needed to rely on comprehending the magic trap. This magic trap can be pure magic or can enhance magical effects on physical objects. Therefore, Lu Shangyun still needs to continue studying knowledge related to traps and integrate it into her magical traps. Now Lu Shangyun understands why Wang Chen asked her to read those books about traps, to learn about various traps, and for the past month, he has had her use traps. At this moment, she feels very grateful to Wang Chen, and some emotions arise in her heart, but not much. When Wang Chen saw the trap activate, he immediately lured the exotic beast over. Boom! Explosion! The damage was significant. The exotic beast's health bar immediately dropped by 10%, and it was left stunned. Shang Yun is amazing! Ning Meng exclaimed in praise, making Lu Shangyun feel a little elated. At this time, Wang Chen had a thought. He wondered if Lu Shangyun could learn this magic trap. Just imagine, in the future, if he could lead a group of exotic beasts, with magic traps appearing beneath their feet. Boom boom boom. Just thinking about it felt exhilarating. However, at this moment, what he cared about was sword control skill proficiency plus 100, sword control skill level up. Sword control skill proficiency plus 100, sword control skill level up. It turns out that watching others use skills can really improve skill proficiency. In the future, when it comes to teaming up, he could comprehend others' skills and have them help him practice his skill proficiency. By then, others' proficiency would be +1+1, while his would be +100+100. If others found out, would they get angry? Just for this reason, he absolutely must not expose his ability to learn others' skills. These skills should not be used in front of others unless absolutely necessary. He is just a tank for drawing aggro. After finishing the monster hunt, he started a fire and roasted meat. Paw Patrol, come eat meat. Wang Chen threw over 100 pounds of exotic beast meat to the side, allowing the 8 black dogs to feast. Under the influence of his dog training skills, these 8 black dogs would not eat anything else unless commanded by Wang Chen, even if they were starving. Unless it was an emergency. Wang Chen's dog training skill had now reached level 300, making it the fastest progressing skill, far ahead of others. Firstly, there were many dogs, and secondly, this skill was the simplest and easiest to upgrade. The proficiency required for later upgrades of dog training was less than 1/10 of that for basic defense skills. It was like being at level 50, the proficiency required for basic defense skills had already risen to 10,000, while dog training was only 1,000. However, the reason Wang Chen could reach over 100 levels so quickly was still due to the 10,000% proficiency boost from Super Comprehension. For the level 50 basic defense skill, others needed to endure 10,000 attacks, while he only needed to endure 100. The effects of the level 300 dog training skill also allowed his dogs to grow exceptionally strong, with extraordinary combat power and abilities to track and find prey. In the previous battle with the 5 task wolves, the dogs played a significant role, managing to hold off 2 of the wolves. Sword Control Skill LV13, Basic Defense Skill LV103, Basic Attack Skill LV110, Basic Agility Skill LV58, Basic Meditation LV39. Indeed, Basic Meditation is the hardest to level up. It takes an hour to gain just a bit of proficiency, and currently, no one has surpassed level 50 in Basic Meditation. It can be said that Wang Chen's level 39 is already quite formidable. His mental strength is already very powerful. Unfortunately, he is unclassed. Yes, for others, what use is a classless person with such strong mental strength when there are no skills to use? This was indeed the case for the previous Wang Chen, but now he has the sword control skill, which requires mental strength to use. With the sword control skill, would it be uncomfortable to watch others use it while he does not? Of course. So, at 2 in the morning, Wang Chen sneaked out, preparing to find an exotic beast to practice his sword control skill. He is now fully capable of single-handedly taking on beasts of the same level, that is beyond doubt. However, he deliberately makes the 3 women feel that he needs them. Without them, he would be unable to kill those beasts. To distance himself from the 3 women, he intentionally goes a bit further and arrives at a secluded valley. He never expected that in this remote valley, he would encounter a dirty deal that nearly trapped him in a dire situation. It was while he was in the valley, controlling his sword and making it circle around him, that suddenly, a figure fell from the sky. Boom! When the figure landed, the ground cracked open. Wang Chen looked over and saw, under the moonlight, a girl standing there, completely dressed in white, with white hair and a white tail. Her beauty was stunning. Wait, a white tail? This girl actually had a fluffy white tail behind her. A half-beast? A mixed breed? Half-beasts are the result of genetic technology from the beautiful country, combining the genes of beasts and humans to create a half-human, half-beast entity. And this beast is not an ordinary one, it is the kind that invades from another time and space, not a locally mutated beast. However, these half-beasts sometimes lose control and completely beastify, and they are heavily criticized, which is why they did not continue in the beautiful country. But the 2 countries of the mixed breed have utilized this technology. They not only turned themselves into half-beasts but also worshipped the beasts from other dimensions. They became guides for the beasts, helping them invade and becoming the enemies of all humanity. However, many people secretly colluded with them, siding with them. The half-beast girl in front of him must be here to meet such people, which piqued Wang Chen's curiosity, and he concealed himself. Fortunately, he had intentionally hidden himself to secretly use his sword technique, even leaving his dog outside to patrol. His current position was completely invisible from the outside. Unfortunately, he had not learned the stealth skill, otherwise, the chances of being discovered would have been even lower. At this moment, Wang Chen had already put away his sword, lowered his breathing, and tried to blend into this world as much as possible. Although he did not have the stealth skill, he understood the Taoist method of merging with the heavens and earth, which is something Taoists often do. Wang Chen could not achieve perfection, but he could manage part of it, which was enough. After a while, a figure appeared. You came. Yes, I came. You shouldn't have come. But I am here now. Are you 2 exchanging secret codes? Wang Chen was quite suspicious of this, but what concerned him more at the moment was that the person who appeared was someone he recognized. Isn't this Wang Tang's mother? He never expected her to be not only malicious but also a traitorous lackey. However, soon their conversation switched to the language of the mixed breed, and fortunately, the wristband had a built-in translation function that translated their dialogue. It turned out that Wang Tang's mother was originally from the mixed breed, a spy from the mixed breed lurking in Huaxia, and there were many like her. So, does this mean Wang Tang is a little mixed breed? No wonder he is so annoying. It turns out he is a little mixed breed from the mixed breed. The reason they were meeting here was to hand over an item, which was the gene of the frost dragon, the huge beast that died outside the city. The genes from the bones outside were not very complete and were useless to the mixed breed, so they wanted the complete gene, preferably from important parts. The Wang family just happened to have this, as their ancestors had also participated in the extermination of the frost dragon, so the Wang family possessed a piece of the frost dragon's dragon blood crystal core. In fact, this was not considered anything back then, but now, only the Wang family had it. At the same time, no one cared about this matter. The mixed breed had only recently researched it and found the need for it, otherwise, they would have taken it long ago. Because she didn't want to expose their connection, Wang Tang's mother shielded the bracelet, preventing anyone from discovering its location, let alone using it for voice chat. I'll leave this to you. What about the things I want? She watched as Wang Tang's mother handed a box to the half-beast girl. After receiving the box, the half-beast girl also presented a box of her own, the contents unknown, and neither of them mentioned it. However, Wang Chen could see with his heavenly eye that inside was a colorless, odorless potion, a type of chronic poison, a new product from the Japanese laboratory, currently untraceable. This woman intended to poison the head of the Wang family and others, allowing Wang Tang to inherit the family business while she managed it on his behalf. Wang Chen had no intention of stopping her. Even if he spoke out, the Wang family might not believe him, and it could bring danger to himself. As for the lives of the Wang family members, who cared? However, the other box posed a problem. Once taken back, it would enable Japan to create powerful half-beasts. The time frame was 10 years later? Oh, forget it, 10 years from now, everything will be stale. In that case, you two foreigners should leave quickly and not disturb my sword practice. Wang Chen's current thought was this, as the meeting between the two seemed to have no impact on him, at most revealing Wang Tang's mother's movement technique. He would wait until she dealt with the other members of the Wang family. By the way, I have a good thing for you, your son will find it useful. At that moment, the half-beast girl took out a crystal ornament, about 20 centimeters long, with a long blue crystal at the front and a metal-wrapped handle at the back. Is this a key to a secret realm? Yes, the location of the secret realm is on this, just a few dozen kilometers from here. The realm is only level 10 to 20, so it won't be of much use to us, but consider it a favor. After the half-beast girl finished speaking, she left, leaping into the air like a wolf under the moonlight. Her tail resembled a dog's tail. Could she be a canine half-beast? After a while, Wang Tang's mother also departed. Wang Chen had no intention of leaving at that moment, knowing the other party was still nearby watching, so he simply sat down and blended into the environment. He didn't know how long it had been, but when he felt that the people had left, he began to practice his sword control technique. His proficiency was rapidly increasing. This technique didn't require attacking enemies to improve, just using the sword was enough. Suddenly, Wang Chen thought of a way to use his sword control technique without being noticed by finding some small swords to control, throwing them without changing their trajectory, just accelerating them in the middle. Wouldn't that be undetectable? In ancient times, there was Little Li flying dagger. Today, there is Little Wang flying sword. After playing around with the sword control technique, slicing through a few leaves in the air, Wang Chen prepared to head back. Shortly after he stepped outside, several people appeared and surrounded him. Had those two women discovered him? If so, Wang Chen would be completely out of luck, as from their earlier display of strength, they far surpassed him. However, that was not the case. These people were unrelated to the previous two women. If there was any connection, it was with Wang Tang. The four in front were Wang Ergu and his three companions. Wang Ergu had deliberately come this way to see if Wang Chen was nearby, as Wang Chen's task was here. As luck would have it, he found Wang Chen. Wang Chen, realizing that the other party had merely stumbled upon him, regretted coming out early, as he hadn't had enough fun with the sword control technique. What incredible luck! No, for you, that's misfortune, you're about to die. I'll take a look, you're still at level 8. Huh, so weak. Daring to come out alone at this late hour to seek death, then we'll grant your wish. Wang Ergu and his three companions laughed. Since they had encountered such a good opportunity, of course, they would kill Wang Chen. It had already lost its meaning. Wang Tang was no longer interested in torturing Wang Chen, but of course, if Wang Ergu wanted to have some fun before the kill, that was fine too. The drone would start recording, but no live broadcast, and it must not be leaked. Wang Ergu drew his knife, and the three teammates beside him also brandished their weapons. This time, it seemed like Wang Chen had no way to escape. Wang Chen looked at the four men with drawn blades. They had not surrounded him, nor did they seem to intend to maneuver, but were purely drawing their knives. He understood their meaning, as the four did not believe he could escape at all. In their eyes, he was only level 8, and still a non-professional. In terms of both level and profession, he was at a disadvantage. Moreover, his talent did not increase damage, and even if he trained his basic skills to over level 100, they would not be afraid. Because the bonuses provided by basic skills were not significant, certainly not as good as their professional skills. This was also the reason why non-professionals were looked down upon. They were too weak. However, the world did not know that any skill would undergo a qualitative change at a certain level, but this level required a genius to achieve. because an ordinary person could only train a skill to level 400 at most in a lifetime, while the level for a qualitative change had to be at least level 600 or above. Even elites could not achieve that. However, this was not what Wang Chen was concerned about right now. He took out his shield and said to Wang Ergu, "If you're a man, let's have a one-on-one duel. If not, then forget I said anything." This was a clear provocation. The traces of goading were too obvious. "Ha, although I know you're trying to provoke me, so what? You're just a non-professional. I'll let you see the insurmountable gap between us." Wang Ergu laughed and walked up alone. Clever tricks ultimately rely on strength to speak. Wang Chen also understood the other party's thoughts, which was why he deliberately said this, wanting to draw the other out for a one-on-one, to deal with them one by one. Otherwise, facing four alone was too dangerous. Wang Ergu was actually a mage, otherwise, he wouldn't be carrying a mage's skill book. He used a knife because he didn't have a suitable weapon, and in the early stages, using a knife could also deal high damage. At this moment, Wang Ergu raised a fireball in his hand. He had already learned the fireball technique and could launch one in a second. The fireball technique could also be charged for a more powerful shot, which would double the power or more. The first shot must be charged. Fire! The fireball shot out, directly aimed at Wang Chen. Wang Chen used his shield to block it. His reaction was quick, but did he think that blocking it was the end? Wang Ergu sneered. Boom! The fireball exploded in front of Wang Chen. With such power, a level 7 non-professional would definitely be blown away, losing half his health. Indeed, Wang Chen was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, and then immediately struggled to crawl forward. "Ha, really trash. I just used a fireball technique to take you down." Wang Ergu laughed loudly and then went over to prepare to step on Wang Chen. At this moment, the four of them did not consider that Wang Chen was pretending, because normally, Wang Chen should have been blown away. Just now, Wang Ergu had secretly used an amplification crystal for a guaranteed kill. This was one of the materials dropped by exotic beasts. After exotic beasts absorbed energy from different dimensions, they would crystallize the energy, forming something similar to a core. This type of core had many uses, one of which was to amplify magical attacks. The recent amplification was equivalent to Wang Ergu's charged attack being doubled, which meant Wang Chen was hit by 4 fireballs at once. Given Wang Chen's level 8, unclassed strength, such a result was reasonable. However, just as Wang Ergu lifted his foot to stomp down, Wang Chen suddenly moved, his sword accurately thrusting towards Wang Ergu's lower body, striking precisely at the vital area. Wang Ergu suddenly recalled the fear he felt when dominated by the 8 little blacks. This time, he had no chance to continue being afraid, as Wang Chen's sword directly pierced his vulnerable part, entering his body. After all, a person is still a person. Being struck in a vital area could lead to death, especially without strong recovery abilities in the early stages. At this moment, unless there was a powerful healing class or item present, otherwise impossible, "I won't die, hurry and save me." Wang Ergu used a healing potion on himself, but it was completely useless, and he placed his hopes on his 3 teammates. But clearly, the 3 teammates lacked that capability and were also stunned by the situation. After all, they were just inexperienced rookies, and they were a bit flustered. Just as they were in a panic, several dark shadows suddenly appeared around them. They were the dogs, which had quietly lurked nearby. Although their stealth skills weren't particularly good, they managed to reach the area smoothly because Wang Chen had just drawn attention. However, while the dogs were fierce, their opponents were professionals, all at level 9. It seemed like a dream to think they could use the dogs to deal with the 3 of them. Sure enough, after being attacked, Li Chang and the others reacted and began to counterattack. Wang Chen was not surprised by this, as his dogs were only trained through dog training techniques and had not yet transcended the capabilities of beasts. 8 dogs together could only hold one of them back. Li Chang was a warrior, sustaining very little damage, and he swung his sword fiercely at one dog, which immediately retreated but still received a cut from the blade. The other 2 also reacted, slashing with their knives while using some potions to recover, then employing their respective skills. One of them was an archer, agile enough to use a dagger in close combat. Under his dagger, several dogs were already slashed, but the damage was not as high as Li Chang's. If this continued, all 8 dogs would be killed directly. But would Wang Chen really let the dogs die like this? Or was he planning to use the dogs to attract the opponent's attention and then escape himself? The latter was clearly impossible, as although Li Chang and the others were being held back by the dogs, their focus was on Wang Chen, especially since the drone was aimed at him, making it nearly impossible to escape. Therefore, Wang Chen was not planning to run but rather sword control technique. As the dogs lunged at the archer, a sword flew out from beneath the dogs, directly charging towards the archer's heart. The archer had no idea there would be a sword here, and at the moment he realized it, he was just about to strike at the dogs, leaving him no chance to evade. The timing was incredibly precise, and the archer was instantly pierced through the heart. Due to the angle, Li Chang and the remaining teammate did not notice. They only wondered why the archer suddenly stopped. Then, the archer fell, causing Li Chang and the other two to widen their eyes in disbelief, suspecting that a master was helping them nearby. They could never have imagined it was Wang Chen, as he was standing on the other side, and Wang Chen could not possibly have that capability. Just as they were shocked and searching for the master, the dogs began attacking the two of them again, and Wang Chen's sword control technique launched another surprise attack from the shadows. Li Chang was the last to fall, and as he went down, he was still asking who was lurking in the dark. They never thought it was Wang Chen from beginning to end, because that was impossible. But in the end, he saw a flying sword darting to Wang Chen's side, spinning around him, and at that moment, he was dead. In the end, he didn't even think about Wang Chen, because his brain couldn't keep up. Clean up the battlefield. Wang Chen scavenged the belongings of the others, then left with the dog, not bothering to bury the four. He was responsible for killing, not for burying. The four would soon be eaten by nearby beasts. Classmate Ling Feng, where did you just go? I went to the bathroom. Why do you men take so long in the bathroom, squatting in there and not coming out? But you're impressive, you can squat out here for so long. At the No. 22 outpost. In the operations command room, the Sentinel captain finished breakfast and came on duty. Just as he brewed a pot of tea, he noticed that one of the originally 8 teams on the screen had gone offline again. Why are the newcomers so weak this time? Another team is dead. 3 out of the 8 teams have already died. Interestingly, the weakest one has managed to survive and their mission is the hardest. However, they've managed to stay alive outside and have been killing monsters to level up, albeit slowly. The captain was also very concerned about Wang Chen's team. After all, they only had these 8 teams, and now there were only 5 left, making it hard not to care. Previously, he thought Wang Chen's team would either die outside or hide away and not engage in combat, which could also allow them to survive. But unexpectedly, they had survived for a month and had been killing beasts to earn points. Captain, Team 8 is back. They completed their mission. What? Just as the captain was thinking about Wang Chen's team, his subordinate reported on their situation. Team 8 was their designation for Wang Chen's team. That means they should be at least level 8. Not bad, the hardest part is the beginning. Give them some simple tasks later to help them survive. The captain understood what completing this mission represented. At the very least, Wang Chen's team should reach level 8, and generally, level 10 was the most reliable. They have 2 at level 8 and 2 at level 7, and their condition is good. I didn't expect them to be in such good shape without supplies. Where are they now? Are they going to rest at the outpost for a few days? The captain asked. Normally, after completing a mission, returning to the outpost would require a few days of rest, which was very important. Without potions and such, survival in the wild was quite difficult unless one could avoid all unexpected injuries. But very few could manage that. Often, even a small accident would force them to return. Can't return if the mission isn't completed? If something really happens, it's better to go back. Generally, they wouldn't make things difficult and would turn a blind eye to offer help. However, in such cases, even if the mission failed, there would be penalties and point deductions later. They left, saying they had no time and wanted to level up and complete tasks. They seemed to want to achieve good results. The captain was a bit stunned upon hearing this. For their team, just surviving was good enough. What results were they aiming for? They were overthinking it. Forget it, that was their business, no need to worry. The captain didn't pay much attention to it, but then his subordinate said that this time, aside from some red and blue potions, Wang Chen hadn't brought any other emergency supplies, nor had he brought any drones or reconnaissance equipment. This kid, is he relying entirely on luck? The captain suddenly recalled some comments online, saying that Wang Chen was relying solely on luck, and if his luck turned even slightly bad, he would be doomed. It's just good luck for now, something will definitely happen to him. Yes, this is what many people online say, believing that Wang Chen's luck can't last forever. Moreover, this time Wang Chen customized 8 dog backpacks that can be worn by the dogs. I have to say, dog training techniques, not to mention combat aspects, are quite good for the backpack function as well. You have to know that when hunting exotic beasts outside, many resources are wasted simply because they can't be brought back. The most regrettable of these is the meat of the exotic beasts, which is wasted the most. This also benefits Wang Chen's dogs, as they can eat meat freely without increasing costs. Because of this, they grow super fast, equating to several months of growth for other dogs in just 1 month, and their size can rival that of an adult husky. At this moment, at the 48th outpost, Wang Tong and Lu Ruyan were also paying attention to Wang Chen, but it was just incidental, as they were resting and only heard about it from others. This waste, he's still alive and has completed the first task, while that waste Wang Ergu is dead. Wang Teng felt a bit gloomy when he heard the news. However, he quickly noticed that Wang Chen's level had updated and he was still at level 8. Ruyan, luckily you left this waste early, he's only at level 8 while we are already at level 13. You don't need to talk to me about him, we are in 2 different worlds now, and you don't need to care, don't lower your status. Lu Ruyan said coldly. She was starting to look down on Wang Teng beside her because he was merely AB. Although he claimed to be level 13, she had already been at level 13 for several days, while Wang Teng had just reached it. If this situation continued, the distance between Wang Teng and her would only grow, making it impossible to team up later. It wasn't a matter of not wanting to team up psychologically, but practically, once you surpassed level 10, you couldn't team up anymore. Wang Teng understood this and was increasingly worried until his mother told him some good news. She had obtained a key to a secret realm. This was a secret realm for levels 10 to 20, and he could catch up in levels. Originally, he wanted to find Lu Ruyan to go with him, but if Lu Ruyan went, how could he catch up in levels? So, Wang Teng planned to go alone. However, he wouldn't be entering the secret realm alone. His mother would choose a few people to team up with him, and those people were all his mother's. He had to wait until this outdoor survival ended, although it had only been a little over a month and he was already level 13, reaching level 20 in the remaining month was basically impossible. Now, leveling up took 7 or 8 days, and it would only take longer afterward. He estimated that by the end of 3 months of outdoor training, he would be at most level 18, just in time to enter the 10 to 20 level secret realm. After the training ended, there would be a month of rest before participating in the next round of high-stakes trials. This month was prepared for those who were injured, to ensure everyone was in the best condition. So, he could take advantage of this month to gain strength in the secret realm, and by then, he would surely make a stunning impression. He would make everyone who looked down on him and laughed at him drop their jaws in shock. As for Lu Ruyan, he would make her kneel and look up at him. Just thinking about this made him feel great. Wang Teng, what are you thinking about? You're drooling. Ah, nothing. I was thinking about Wang Chen. The people nearby instantly gasped, and the men began to distance themselves from Wang Teng. Don't think too much, I was just wondering how much he could level up with that waste's leveling speed in the remaining days. Is there even a need to ask? At most level 15. No, with their speed, at most level 13. What do you think? I'm just saying if Wang Chen survives until the end, will he really continue with the high-stakes trials? This can't be true. The upcoming college entrance examination training is a real test of strength, even a little less strength won't do. He shouldn't come out and embarrass himself, right? Do you think a miracle might happen? More than a month had passed, and only half a month remained. At this time, everyone was tallying points and casualties. This time, there were 8,000 high school seniors from Linhai City out training, including not only Linhai High School but also many other high schools. In fact, the current high school seniors are equivalent to the birth population of that year. There are hardly any dropouts in between. After all, before awakening, everyone could potentially be SSS level, precious resources. To get back to the point, over 2,000 of the 8,000 have already encountered accidents. This is a brutal elimination. However, generally speaking, as long as one works hard enough over the past 12 years and isn't too foolish, they won't be eliminated. Some people have just lived too comfortably. It might work in peaceful times, but in this era, their existence not only wastes resources but also affects the survival of others. They might even drag others down, leading them to their doom. There were several cities in Huaxia that were destroyed because of this, now turned into a paradise for alien beasts, as well as strongholds for the half-beasts of the Woku nation. One of the iron rules of chaotic times, eliminate the naive first. The emergence of some cruel rules is inevitably based on bloody lessons. Look, in the end, it's still Wang Chen's team. They just updated their levels, and the lowest is still at level 11. It seems that saying level 13 was too much. They are a month behind the median line, while the other F levels are at least level 13. Everyone saw Wang Chen's team results, with the lowest points and levels. However, everyone found it strange that Wang Chen's team's leveling speed seemed too slow, unbelievably slow. Look at Lu Ruyan, she's already at level 17. In just 2 months, she's 6 levels ahead. The gap will only grow larger. It sounds like Lu Ruyan is impressive, but she hasn't even made it into the top 10. The strongest is still Dugufeng from Donghai High School, an S-level talent assassin, already at level 18, and will reach level 19 in half a month. What a pity, if only she could break through level 20, the highest record is reaching level 20 in 3 months. Don't underestimate the 1 level difference, it takes 3 months for an F level. An S level also takes over a month. Only an SSS level has hope, she can't possibly achieve that. While everyone was discussing this, Wang Chen was quickly forgotten, as no one would pay attention to a useless person. When watching a competition, do you really pay attention to the last place? Unless there's a topic, and Wang Chen's topic was limited, at least everyone was aware of it. Another 7 days passed, and only a little over 7 days remained. Have you noticed that Wang Chen's team's points have hardly moved these days? Have they completely given up, preparing to wait for the training to end? It's true, I took a screenshot 7 days ago, and their points were 1661. Now they are still at 1685. In these 7 days, they have only killed a few beasts. They must have given up. If I were them, I would also give up. After all, they have completed a few training tasks and are already qualified. They can just slowly kill monsters nearby to level up and grow, living out their humble lives. Indeed, a coward afraid of death. No wonder they chose to be unclassed despite having Sss-Level talent. After that, there was another round of criticism against Wang Chen. Seeing the words used above, one couldn't help but admire how eloquent and articulate the netizens were. 3 more days passed, and there were less than 5 days left. At this point, the situation was basically settled, and many people had already returned to the outpost to rest. Especially those who had little hope of leveling up and were ranked lower had already given up, lying flat, thinking they could just level up later, no rush. At this time, everyone thought Wang Chen's team should have returned, as they had long since given up. But the result was unexpected. Wang Chen and his 3 companions had not come back at all. At this moment, at the 22nd outpost, Captain, the 7th team has returned. You all take good care of them, these kids have it tough too. Yes. After saying that, the captain continued to focus on his work. Among the 8 teams here, aside from the 3 that had died earlier, the rest had not encountered much trouble, as the hardest part was at the beginning. In fact, there had been some accidents later on, but it wasn't a complete team wipe, just 1 or 2 individuals had encountered mishaps, similar to those who had just returned. However, these accidents did not result in death, they were injured and brought back, fortunately not with lifelong injuries, and they could recover. On this day, 4 teams returned to the 22nd outpost one after another, and the next day, the remaining 2 teams came back, leaving only the 8th team. Strange, why hasn't the 8th team returned yet? The captain was quite puzzled. Newcomers could rest here for 3 days after completing their tasks, and with only 1 day left until the end of the training, according to the rules, if they were at the outpost 3 days before the end, they wouldn't have to go out again, meaning they could lie at the outpost on the 6th day before the end. I thought the 8th team would be the first to return, but unexpectedly, they are the last. But does it even make sense for them to stay out there? Their points haven't increased much, they must be just surviving out there. The captain muttered to himself, then shook his head and continued working, not wanting to dwell on these matters. At this moment, many shared the captain's doubts. Everyone was puzzled as to why Wang Chen had not yet returned to the outpost. However, they were certain of one thing, Wang Chen's team's points are still below 1700. We were still wondering if he would participate in the next round of the high-stakes trial, but now we have to consider whether he can. That's right, last year's cutoff was at 3000 points, and this year's results are similar to last year's, so it should also be around 3000 points. This means they need to earn 1300 points in 3 days. If they had that capability, they wouldn't be below 1700 points now. Indeed, Wang Chen's team did not qualify for the next round of trials. And at this moment, what was Wang Chen doing? He was currently surrounded and attacked by a swarm of ant-like beasts, the sheer number making one's scalp tingle. However, both Wang Chen and the 3 girls, Huangfu Haitang, remained calm and coordinated skillfully. Wang Chen was carrying the beasts, Huangfu Haitang was attacking with her sword, Ning Meng was using thorn techniques and rejuvenation spells, while Lu Shangyun was setting traps. Huangfu Haitang said, Ling Feng, it's been 3 days, are we still going to kill these ants? Although there are many of them, their levels are low, and our points haven't increased much, nor do we have much energy. Killing beasts that are lower than one's own level results in a reduced point gain, which is why Wang Chen's team's points had hardly moved. It wasn't that they weren't grinding, it was just that the beasts' levels were too low. Lu Shangyun replied, yeah, we've been killing here for 20 days, shouldn't we leave? Ning Meng said, but our skills are leveling up quickly this way, and there's no danger, isn't that good? We're not going to take the high-stakes exam, so we don't need to rush to level up. Ning Meng, as always, was lying flat, thinking this was already great. Her words were actually the key point. Wang Chen was indeed grinding skills, and levels were not important to him. To quickly enhance defensive skills, one needed to engage with low-level beasts, which he had planned before. It was just that everyone was level 1 back then, so where would the low-level beasts come from? Let's grind a bit more, later, I'll take you all flying. Wang Chen casually replied, this is a prime spot for grinding skills, we have to keep at it for another day. But there was no need to leave. When the water floods the ant nest, those high-level soldier ants, male ants, and even the queen ant would appear. Coupled with some of his previous arrangements, this score was bound to soar. For now, he decided to focus on skill improvement. Basic defense skill proficiency increased by 100. Basic swordsmanship proficiency increased by 100. Sword control technique proficiency increased by 100. From Wang Chen's perspective, various prompts indicating skill proficiency increases flooded the screen. Awesome! Basic defense skill level increased, current level 500, triggering the super comprehension talent, gaining a new skill, basic body refinement technique. A day later, just as Wang Chen was about to conclude his skill grinding, which coincided with his basic defense skill reaching level 500, he suddenly comprehended a new skill. The basic body refinement technique not only defended against damage and reduced it but also transformed that damage into a means of honing his body, enhancing his physical form. This skill was unexpected for Wang Chen, although he had hoped for such a skill. Having read Xianxia novels and practiced Taoist chi techniques, he had certainly wished for it more than once. He just never thought it would actually manifest. He suddenly had a bold guess. Could it be that if he imagined a certain skill, it might lead to comprehension in that direction? Simply put, imagination could be one of the conditions for understanding skills. Since it was the body refinement technique, could it also allow him to heal while being injured? After all, body refinement techniques often required strong recovery abilities, otherwise, how could the refinement process continue? Wang Chen checked the body refinement technique that replaced the basic defense skill and found no mention of recovery capabilities. Forget it, he had the rejuvenation technique anyway, so he could at least apply that to himself. Indeed, during this time, Wang Chen had learned Ning Meng's rejuvenation technique and thorn technique, as well as Lu Shangyun's magic trap. Now, whenever the three women used their skills, he also gained proficiency in those skills. Awesome! Moreover, there were two types of skills he comprehended. One was entirely new, and the other was a fused and replaced skill. The latter would retain the effects of the basic skill while the newly comprehended skill would start at level 1. This meant that the current basic body refinement technique not only had the new effects of the body refinement technique but also the defensive effects of the basic defense skill at level 500. Similarly, the basic swordsmanship he had comprehended earlier replaced the basic offensive skill, also retaining the attack bonuses of the basic offensive skill at that time. Speaking of the basic swordsmanship, it was something he had comprehended over the past few days. It wasn't learned from others but honed through his own practice, one sword strike at a time. Don't forget, he had always used a sword. However, it was strange that he had always used a shield but had not comprehended shield technique. Instead, he had comprehended body refinement technique. Now the question arose, if he had comprehended body refinement technique, did he still need a shield? Logically, body refinement technique should involve taking more damage, but he still felt the need for a shield. After all, there was a limit to how much damage one could take, and that limit was simply staying alive. Let's go, we're flooding the ant nest. Although Wang Chen was eager to try the basic body refinement technique, he understood the urgency of the situation. If they didn't flood the ant nest soon, those high-level soldier ants and male ants might come out to attack. After all, they had killed too many worker ants. Even though the queen ant could reproduce, she couldn't do so indefinitely. Ling Feng, are you sure blowing this up will trigger a flood? Absolutely. Are you sure? We only used a little bit of explosives. Can it really work? Do I need to explain the principles of feng shui to you? The four of them stood atop a mountain, feeling that this place had no relation to the reservoir above. Even if they detonated explosives here, it would have no effect. At this moment, the three girls were not very clear about the situation and did not pay much attention. If there had been an expert present, they would have thought that Wang Chen was acting recklessly, as it was impossible for the lake above to breach. In fact, after Wang Chen blew up this area, it seemed there was no reaction at all. Ling Feng, shouldn't we leave? If we don't, we might attract some strange beasts. Yeah, that noise just now will definitely bring some beasts over. Let's go. If we made a mistake, we made a mistake. We won't laugh at you. This time our training has been quite good. We may not be able to enter the martial academy, but we can apply to the literary academy. At that time, we can change our professions to something specialized. After a moment of silence, the three girls began to speak one after another. They had lost hope for the future, but now Wang Chen had at least given everyone hope to continue. The literary academy accepted specialized professions, and now college students without a profession found it difficult because many skills required professional abilities. These professional abilities also needed to be leveled up, so without a profession and without talent, even getting into the literary academy was impossible. This is why, after awakening their talents, they needed to go out and train. It was essential. The four of them could now train on their own. They just needed to level up and then change to some professions that matched their specialties, and they could get into the literary academy. The literary academy didn't require exams. If you had the ability, you could enter. They would love for everyone to have that ability. Because of this, Ning Meng and Lu Shangyun shared the same thoughts, while only Huangfu Haitang believed she could become stronger because she saw her sword control technique improving, which was not simple. According to the grand vision drawn by Wang Chen, this sword control technique could eventually control 2, 3, or even more swords, allowing her to carry a sword box and collect various swords with special effects. At that time, she would definitely be very strong. Wang Chen also said that as long as she followed him, he would make her the strongest sword immortal. However, how should this strongest sword immortal be defined? Is it the strongest among sword immortals, or is it the strongest in all professions across the land? No matter which it was, she was very much looking forward to it. At the very least, a sword immortal wouldn't be lacking. Don't rush, just wait over there. Wang Chen replied and then began to meditate in a nearby spot, starting to run the small Zhou Tian technique. Now, he was getting faster at it. He didn't know when he would fully comprehend this skill. The three girls followed Wang Chen to the side and waited, each practicing their own skills. Haitang was practicing her sword control technique with 2 wooden swords, then 3, 4. At one point, she managed to control up to 7 swords. At this moment, she actually couldn't control so many swords at once. She controlled each sword for a while, switching to another sword while flying. As long as her control skills were good and her brain's reaction speed was quick, it was entirely possible. Lu Shangyun was on the side studying various trap techniques, figuring out how to make traps more natural, undetectable, and more powerful. As for Ning Meng, her approach was quite simple. She kept using the rejuvenation technique and thorn technique on Wang Chen. She could find others to practice on, but Wang Chen said he was suitable and encouraged her to use it more. This was a great opportunity to deeply learn skills. How could she let it slip by? After a while, look! Ning Meng exclaimed, being the most relaxed among them and the first to notice the situation. She discovered that after Wang Chen blew up the area, some muddy water began to spout out, and it felt like it wasn't flowing smoothly, coming out in bursts. But soon, the muddy water started to flow smoothly, and not just smoothly, it was rushing out wildly. After the wild rush, it was like a yellow dragon emerging from the sea, charging forward with unstoppable momentum. The gap in that area grew larger and larger, and the violent water surged out. The impact was definitely not weaker than a truck collision, especially since Wang Chen had made arrangements below beforehand. For the past 20 days, he has been altering the terrain here, and with the magical traps he secretly buried, these traps will activate when water flows over them. Some of these magical traps will accelerate the water flow, while others will unleash sharp magical energy, slicing through the water like high-speed blades. These will strike all the beasts below, including all the ants in the anthill. He really is flooding the anthill. How did he manage that? Is there a trick to the explosion site? Ning Meng looked puzzled, then turned to the 2 girls beside Haitang. At that moment, the 2 girls wanted to say, "Do you think I would know?" But before they could voice it, Wang Chen had already spoken. "Let's go, time to kill some ants. Some of the stronger ants won't be killed, but they'll be on the brink of death. We just need to deliver the finishing blow." Haitang and Lu Shangyun's eyes lit up. This meant energy points and scores. With so many ants, we might just have a chance. What they didn't realize was that what they would gain was not just those finishing blow points. Cheating, this is definitely cheating. Look at Wang Chen's points, they're skyrocketing. This speed is something even the strongest teams can't achieve. How could they possibly do it? The teachers and students of Linhai High School were in an uproar, and just a minute ago, they never expected such a dramatic turn of events. Half an hour ago, Linhai High School had initiated a campus-wide live broadcast, with school leaders and some outstanding teachers sitting in the conference room, speaking in the live stream. At the same time, they released the rankings of this round of results, showcasing those who performed excellently and completed the most tasks on the screen. At that moment, they were certain that this time's results, aside from Wang Chen's team, all other teams had returned to the outpost, with less than a day left, believing the results should be fixed. Therefore, the school leaders were very excited, as there were quite a few teams that performed excellently this time, especially Wang Tang and Lu Ruyan's team, which not only ranked highest but also completed the most tasks. It felt as if they were holding a commendation ceremony for the 2, even though it was just a prelude. It was indeed infuriating. This live broadcast was a warm-up for the awards ceremony the day after tomorrow and also served to notify everyone. At this time, the teachers were discussing some details for the day after tomorrow, such as whether to wear school uniforms, whether to bring parents, and other procedural details. Just a few minutes earlier, Wang Tang had someone deliberately point out Wang Chen, seemingly helping him, but in reality, it was to let everyone mock Wang Chen. A student named Lan Weiyan raised a question to the teachers. Teachers and leaders, I have a question. My good brother Wang Chen hasn't returned yet. How can you be so sure about the rankings? What if he creates a miracle in the end? Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. This was definitely a deliberate disruption. Your good brother currently has less than 1,700 points. He is the worst among us at Linhai High School, and it's a steep drop. He is over 2,000 points behind the second to last team. Do you think he can catch up in this last day? Maybe there will be a miracle. Haha, a miracle? If a miracle really happens, I'll run naked on the playground. My name is Du Ziting, from class 3, year 2. This is just laughable. Wang Chen can't even catch up by 2,000 points, and even if he gets 200 points on the last day, I'll consider myself defeated and perform a handstand while eating noodles. Yeah, 3 months and only less than 1,700 points, gaining 18 points in a day, getting 200 in the last day would be a miracle. It's embarrassing to say, Wang Chen has broken a record again, but it's for the lowest score record. The previous lowest was also 2,000 points, and he directly refreshed it to over 300 points. No way, could there really be a lower score? If you avoid killing shouldn't those points be lower? No, the points ranking will be cancelled when a person dies, and if you don't kill monsters for a day, it will also be cancelled. No one would intentionally try to maintain this lowest score record. That would be nailing themselves to the pillar of shame. At this moment, no one believed that Wang Chen's points would catch up, and they didn't even think he would increase by 100 points. However, in the next minute, they were shocked again, all exclaiming that it was impossible and reporting Wang Chen for cheating. There was indeed some suspicion of cheating because Wang Chen's points were skyrocketing. In less than a minute, they had increased by over 600 points and were still rising. In the next 10 minutes, the points increased by dozens each minute, totaling over 600 points after 10 minutes. In the following hour, the points continued to rise, but the intervals became longer, suggesting that he was killing one by one, and the points were not low, likely from killing some elite. What was most unbelievable was that at one point, he gained 100 points, as if he had killed a boss. In the end, Wang Chen's team's points were set at a perfect 3,690. If anyone had noticed, they would find that it had just increased by 2,000 points, not a single point more or less. Impossible, absolutely impossible. 2,000 points all at once. Even if 4 SSS players teamed up, they might not be able to achieve that. What gives them the right? Exactly, there must be a problem. Is there an issue with the wristband? Definitely, I suggest a thorough investigation. This is unfair to others. This Wang Chen, not only is he cowardly, but he also likes to play tricks, and such tricks that treat people like fools. Disgusting, truly disgusting. Such a person should be exiled to the wild. At this moment, it wasn't just Linhai Middle School that discovered this situation. People from other parts of Linhai City, and even netizens across China, had already noticed. Angry netizens were attacking Wang Chen. They absolutely did not believe such a thing could happen. If Wang Chen had only gained a few hundred points in the end, they might have believed it was just good luck encountering some event. Given Wang Chen's previous luck, it wasn't impossible, but this sudden increase of over 2,000 points in just over an hour was unbelievable to anyone. Ruyan, this Wang Chen really is something. If he can't take a loss, he shouldn't play. Luckily, you broke off the engagement with him, and our Wang family has also expelled him. Wang Tang said to Lu Ruyan beside him, and his words hit the mark in Lu Ruyan's heart. Lu Ruyan was indeed relieved to have severed ties with Wang Chen, otherwise, her reputation would have been dragged down. Meanwhile, the teachers and students of Linhai Middle School were suffering from headaches and disgust because Wang Chen's actions had tarnished their reputation. He had actually cheated, and such foolish cheating at that. At the same time, the city lord of Linhai and some high-ranking officials in China were paying attention to this matter, wanting a thorough investigation. Everyone was convinced this was a case of cheating in the college entrance examination, which could shake the very foundations of the system. At this moment, at the center of this stormed Wang Chen's team, they were once again sitting on the ground, the 4 of them back to back. 8 fierce dogs were lying nearby, guarding them. This time, there were only the corpses of ant around them, with severed limbs everywhere. The 4 of them looked quite unwell. Wang Chen's combat suit was already tattered, and anyone who saw it would feel an impulse to tear it off. The 3 girls were not as bad off, they just looked pale, devoid of any color, clearly exhausted from overexertion. They were all in the back, definitely the safest, and with Wang Chen having the heavenly eye, he wouldn't let them encounter any unexpected situations, nor was there any chance of monsters slipping through. Ha, the points are enough. Just now, my level also increased. It's really strange. Didn't they say that you can't gain energy points and scores this way? Lu Xiangyun was very excited and asked the question everyone wanted to know. Flooding an ant nest, This method of killing without professional skills shouldn't count as gaining energy points, so naturally, scores wouldn't be generated either. When they just received energy points and scores, they were all in a daze, and since they had leveled up, they suspected they were hallucinating. At this moment, they believed Wang Chen would definitely have an answer, and all looked towards him. Wang Chen didn't speak at that moment, he only noticed that he had comprehended a new skill. Chiman Killing Array LV1, a large-scale chain trap that utilizes the combination of timing, location, and human factors, with varying power and effects depending on changing conditions. What is this? Wang Chen didn't know, only that this skill was comprehended after flooding the ant nest. It seemed like it was his first time using such a large chain trap, and he comprehended a new skill just like that? Wasn't this luck too explosive? He should buy a lottery ticket. Lingfang, what are you daydreaming about? Ning Meng waved her small hand in front of Wang Chen, as if trying to confirm if something was wrong with him. Ah, what? Wang Chen finally reacted, but it was obvious he hadn't heard the previous question. So, Ning Meng repeated what Lu Xiangyun had just said. You mean this? I don't know either. Wang Chen's answer left the three girls stunned, and Ning Meng directly said, I don't believe you at all. You definitely know something. What could I possibly know? You tell me what I know. I'm with you all, and I'm also curious why there are scores and why I leveled up. Wow, incredible, I actually leveled up twice, I'm now level 14. Wang Chen looked surprised and then asked, what about you guys? Ning Meng immediately replied, I leveled up twice too. I was at 70% of level 11 energy points, and now I'm at level 13 with 6%. Haitang and Lu Xinyun felt that Wang Chen was changing the subject, but they still followed along. Both of them were also level 13, and the soldier ants and queen ants behind had a lot of energy points, with the queen giving everyone over 20% energy points. Great, let's tidy up and head back. Woof team, go collect all the useful things. With Wang Chen's command, the dogs immediately sprang into action. They had been trained to know what was useful and what wasn't, and if they found something unknown, they would bark for Wang Chen to check. With the dogs' help, cleaning up the battlefield became very quick, and the materials would be stored in the dogs' backpacks, enhancing their ability to carry loot. Once the materials were full, Wang Chen would have the dogs deliver them to a designated location. Since he had the Eye of Heaven, he knew where to hide them so they wouldn't be discovered and which routes the dogs would take to be safe. This made Haitang and the other two girls envious. These dogs were just too useful. They also wanted to train dogs, but unfortunately, they couldn't do it. Now, anyone who said dog training was useless would face their wrath. Another energy crystal dropped, and it's actually D-grade. Our luck on this journey has been quite good, we often find a lot of good stuff. At this moment, Haitang discovered a D-grade energy crystal at the corpse of the queen ant. Finding a D-grade energy crystal from a boss-level beast of this grade couldn't be considered bad luck. Generally, this level would drop at most E-grade, elite levels would drop F-grade, and theoretically, it was very rare. However, they had picked up over 20 F-grade energy crystals on this journey, 7 E-grade, and now they had even found a D-grade. The cheapest F-grade energy crystal starts at 30,000, E-grade at 80,000, and D-grade starts at 200,000. The greatest functions of energy crystals are twofold. The first is to be crafted and enhanced into various weapons, armor, and tools. The second is to be absorbed by people to increase their energy value. An F-grade crystal is equivalent to the energy value of a level 5 to 10 exotic beast, E-grade corresponds to level 15 to 20, D-grade to level 25 to 30, and so on. At the same time, the minimum usage standard for F-grade is level 5. This means that if you want to use energy crystals to level up, you must first be at level 5, and then you need 30 F-grade energy crystals, costing at least 900,000. For those who have this money, using it to level up seems too unprofitable, and those without money simply cannot afford it. Moreover, directly using energy crystals to level up leads to neglect of skills, making it seem less useful. Therefore, most of those who use energy crystals to level up are from extremely wealthy families. Because of this, the primary function of energy crystals is the former. For Wang Chen and his three companions, neither of these functions applied, they only used energy crystals for one thing, selling them. Let's go, we're heading back to split the loot. Wang Chen's words excited the other three women. They no longer cared about other matters. There were too many things they couldn't understand, and who doesn't have a secret? Sometimes, it's not even a secret, it's just that the other party might genuinely not know. Why waste time and energy on such matters? Soon, they arrived at the base without incident, stored their items, and when everyone wanted to stop them to ask questions, they went out again. Before long, they returned, laden with goods, and after repeating this several times, they completed the process. At this point, the others at the outpost also realized they had a warehouse nearby. Did they not trust these people? However, they quickly let it go, as they saw Wang Chen's dog constantly moving items, indicating that the dog had brought them back. This was indeed a bit hard to explain, and the outpost wouldn't let them return without completing their mission. Having an external warehouse was indeed a solution. Seeing Wang Chen bring back so many materials made the captain very happy. Although these materials weren't particularly precious, in this era, having more supplies was naturally better, even if they were ordinary. In the past, very few people could bring back such quantities, but that couldn't be blamed on others. Everyone had limited carrying capacity. Wang Chen establishing a warehouse outside gave the captain an idea to build several unmanned warehouses at regular intervals specifically for storing supplies, and then send people to patrol and collect materials from inside. Wouldn't that be a win-win situation? With the wristbands, everything could be clearly accounted for, and at that time, a certain escort fee and storage fee could be charged, and they could even help sell the items. The captain suddenly became interested and wanted to report to his superiors immediately, but he didn't leave because he was more curious about Wang Chen's team in front of him. "Eighth team, did you cheat?" the captain asked seriously. At this moment, he actually didn't quite believe it, as the supplies Wang Chen brought back made him aware of some possibilities. Among them were materials from the Ant Queen and so many ant materials, which meant that Wang Chen's team must have genuinely killed a group of ant exotic beasts. Coupled with their level increases, it didn't seem like they were purely cheating by altering data. At the very least, they must have had someone help them or used some props to gain energy value and points. But these four were all poor. How could anyone help them, let alone use such powerful props? What a contradiction! How did they manage to do it? "No, we all got our points by killing exotic beasts." Wang Chen immediately shook his head. They all understood why the other party would doubt them. If it were them, they would also be suspicious, especially the three girls from Haitang, who had previously doubted whether they had made a mistake. "It's impossible, you must be cheating." The team leader believed it, but the people around him did not, especially the other teams from Linhai High School who had come together. They were currently live streaming in the school group, and the entire school was criticizing Wang Chen and his three companions. "Cheating? Do you have any evidence? Without evidence, can you not suspect? Can you prove you didn't cheat? I also suspect your mother is a traitor, your father is a lackey, and your grandfather is a traitor to the country. Can you prove otherwise?" Wang Chen looked at the classmate who had jumped out. He had only said it casually, but he soon laughed, because his heavenly eye revealed that his parents were indeed spies, and they were in key departments, just in time to take advantage of this opportunity to expose them. When the time comes, he could trick this classmate into revealing crucial evidence. They should be grateful to have such a good son. "Do you dare to let me go to your house and live stream? I will definitely find the evidence." Wang Chen had already angered the other party with some words, and then threw out this statement, which they would surely agree to. "Okay, as soon as we return to the city, we will go to my house." The other party indeed agreed, and Wang Chen immediately accepted. This matter had to be done quickly, otherwise, his parents would return home, and it would be too late. Why are we talking about this? Didn't we say Wang Chen was cheating? Whoever has evidence should come to me about this, if not, don't say too much, the team leader said at this moment. He brought up this topic just to find out from Wang Chen whether it was true or not to insist it was true without evidence. He also didn't expect that these classmates seemed determined to pin Wang Chen down. So, at this moment, he needed to calm the incident he had caused. Anyway, whether it was cheating or not had nothing to do with him, he just needed to do his own job well. Thus, this matter temporarily came to a close, just waiting for tomorrow to go to that good son's house. Although there were still some people bothering them, Wang Chen couldn't be bothered with them. After handing over the task, his points increased by dozens, now totaling 3,738 points. After that, the four of them returned to their rooms to shower and then gathered in the hall to eat while discussing the distribution of spoils. The distribution was quite simple. They sold ordinary materials directly here, split the money, and paid for things useful to themselves at market price, which could also be divided. Since all four were poor, they took only what was useful to them in the near term, selling off the future resources for now and planning to buy them back later. The four of them together highlighted one word: poverty, especially with Wang Chen, who needed to raise $1 million for his mother's medical expenses. So, they sold even those resources that would be very important later, like energy crystals. Every profession would need weapons and armor in the future, and energy crystals were essential, not just for leveling up but also for forging weapons. "Wang Chen, what do you want these strange materials for?" Haitang and the others were quite puzzled. Wang Chen was ignoring the energy crystals and taking a lot of odd materials. "They're cheap. These materials aren't worth much when sold, but after some processing, they become valuable. Wang Chen replied casually. His words were not just a casual excuse. The materials he chose were things everyone thought had no value and wouldn't sell for much. Regardless of whether they were useful or not, he would take them back to store. Secondly, he would also take what he could sell, things he could use recently. Because he planned to start trying to comprehend alchemy as soon as he returned, dreaming of what he wanted. What if it came true? If that didn't work, he would try to understand alchemy, and if that failed, he could always synthesize potions. I feel like you're just brushing us off. Haitang and Lu Shangyun suspected he was making excuses, while only Ning Mang asked Wang Chen if she could join in, wanting to earn money together and offering to help. Think whatever you want. Wang Chen didn't care. Anyway, the items had been divided, and they were all his. The three girls thought the same way and didn't ask more questions. The four of them quickly went to handle the items, and for the rare energy crystals, they sought out the captain. The captain had the strength to deal with them and also for confidentiality. When the captain saw these, he was quite surprised. He didn't expect that Wang Chen's team, which had the lowest score and was the weakest, would obtain so much. What kind of luck was this? The captain readily helped Wang Chen with the processing and even gave him a contact number, inviting him to continue coming to this outpost in the future. He had high hopes for Wang Chen's luck. The outpost needed development, which naturally required all kinds of talented individuals, as well as grassroots workers. So, no matter what, he wouldn't lose out as the captain. If the outpost developed well, it could lead to his promotion and wealth, and there was much to say about the development of the outpost, but that would be discussed later. However, Wang Chen did learn the captain's name. Before, he only knew everyone called him captain, not even his surname. His name surprised Wang Chen because he was called Niafeng. At midnight, this trial ended, and the person in charge began to tally the scores, calculating the elimination score for this round. Generally, the scores would be released the next morning. Each city had its own ranking and set its own elimination line, as the environments varied, with some stronger and some weaker. The elimination line for Linhai City this time was 3,738 points. Ling Feng, we made it. Just right, not a point more, not a point less. This is so exciting. Wang Chen's team had exploded. They didn't expect their score to be just enough to participate in the next trial. This news quickly spread throughout Linhai High School and the 22nd outpost. People weren't surprised that Wang Chen's team made it. They were just amazed that their score was so precisely on the line. Everyone wondered, was this a coincidence? It had to be a coincidence, otherwise, how could it be explained? Even the city lord couldn't control this. The elimination line had to be calculated based on the total scores and some data from the participants. If any data changed, the score line would change. Who could control that? Especially since this year's senior students performed unexpectedly well, with the score line rising from around 3000 to 3738, who could have predicted that in advance? So, it must just be a coincidence. What are you all so happy about? Your scores came from cheating. When you go back, you'll be checked. At this moment, that big guy immediately spoke up. His words reminded everyone of the situation. Wang Chen's precise timing was useless because it was a fake score. Sure enough, a message came through. Wang Chen, Huangfu Haitang, Ning Meng, and Lu Shangyun report to the City Lord's mansion at 2 p.m. The City Lord will personally lead the verification of your scores. Captain Niafeng appeared to inform Wang Chen and the others. The City Lord was stirred. Although everyone was a bit surprised, they felt it was within reason. This was cheating in the college entrance examination, and it had passed the wristband's verification. If such cheating methods existed, the college entrance examination methods would definitely need to change in the future. On the bus back, it was the same bus returning to school, but this time the dogs could only run back on their own. The bus was no longer suitable for them, which was also a form of training. At this moment, Haitang sat next to Wang Chen and suddenly asked, Ling Feng, we're going to meet the City Lord. Aren't you nervous? Wang Chen closed his eyes and casually replied, it's just meeting the City Lord. What's there to be nervous about? By the way, I heard our City Lord is a great beauty, and she has a beautiful daughter who is also a senior student like us. What, do you have thoughts about the City Lord's daughter? Lu Shangyun turned her head from the front seat, leaning on the table with a teasing expression. Of course. Everyone was taken aback, not expecting Wang Chen to be so honest, but it was also quite reckless. If this reached the City Lord's ears, your results wouldn't matter at all. Her skills are quite good, Wang Chen added, leaving everyone present confused. Were you trying to say her technique is excellent? This is like an old man hanging himself, asking for a longer life. They had no idea that Wang Chen genuinely thought her skills were impressive. He just wanted to learn. But to learn, he had to watch her practice. This was a dilemma. Forget it, he would look for opportunities later with his heavenly eye. For now, he needed to meditate and cultivate to comprehend the internal martial arts techniques. Body refinement is external skill, while the heart method is internal skill. I want them all. In a military research institute in Linhai City, a couple was working in a certain lab, responsible for one project and specifically one aspect of it. Since they were a couple, this arrangement was the best. After all, what one person encountered was the same as what both encountered, with no need for complementarity. However, these two were actually spies, secretly recording the projects they worked on and storing them on an unconnected USB drive. They also kept some information about other personnel in the research institute, which they had collected over the years. Although this information wasn't classified as top secret and its loss wouldn't significantly harm Huaxia, there were many spies like them, and together they could cause substantial damage to Huaxia. This kind of smoke-free war had been ongoing for a long time. That said, the USB drive was hidden in a very secretive place in their home, and they believed no one would ever find it. Others would search their whole lives without success. They were very confident about this. They were much better at hiding things than at their work in the lab. They felt it was about time to submit their findings. They had enough credit this time to get a promotion and could then provide some resources for their son. Speaking of their son, calculating the time, the college entrance examination should have ended today, and he should be back home. They had seen their son return to the outpost earlier, so safety was not a concern. They planned to celebrate at home tonight, congratulating him on passing the exam. The couple was discussing this topic, appearing quite happy, but they had no idea that their happiness would soon be shattered. At that moment, a fellow researcher entered. Gao Xiaosong, Li Shanglan, the higher-ups want to talk to you about something. Got it. This was a very ordinary occurrence, so the two left the lab. However, as they exited, they were apprehended by soldiers who had been lying in wait. What's happening? What do you want from us? The two remained calm when they were captured, believing they had hidden well and that there was no way they could be discovered. They thought this might be some kind of test of their loyalty, so they would insist on their innocence to the death. This was also a basic skill for spies. You two don't need to pretend anymore, your good son has already exposed you. Even if this is a test, using such an excuse is too foolish. The couple laughed, certain that the other was joking. The people around them could understand, after all, anyone in their position would think the same. Even when they first heard about this, they thought someone was joking. Just moments ago, their good son had been live-streaming the search for evidence, and under Wang Chen's guidance, he found the proof. Of course, very few noticed Wang Chen's guidance. It appeared as if their son had coincidentally discovered it, completely a trap set for his parents. And naturally, the evidence would not be seen live by anyone, because Wang Chen had called in the relevant department personnel. These departments have always been ruthless, never letting a mistake go unpunished, and they would definitely follow up on the investigation. Moreover, Wang Chen said that only one person was needed to assist in reviewing the confidential materials. It was only necessary to confirm that it was confidential information. After Wang Chen found the evidence, he told the relevant department personnel, "Remember, 1 million goes into my account." At first, everyone was taken aback, but then they realized, two walking 50,000s, wasn't that just 1 million? At this moment, the two walking 50,000s wanted to cry. They were already in an interrogation room at a research institute, having seen the live recording, watching their good son pull out their USB drive. They had hidden it so well, how could it possibly be found? Was there a mistake somewhere? His USB drive was disguised as a circuit board, hidden inside a radio, and the interface needed to be connected one by one with special tools. If connected incorrectly, the data would be destroyed. Yet, even so, why was it still discovered? He couldn't understand, he really couldn't understand. How did you find out? My son could never have that ability. Gao Xiaosong finally couldn't help but ask this question. He just wanted to die knowing the truth. But he couldn't get an answer because no one knew. Everything seemed to be a coincidence. And soon, all of this passed, as this matter couldn't be known too widely. Everyone only knew that after that day, the good son and his family disappeared. At this time, the angriest was still that half-beast girl. When she saw this news, she immediately smashed the table. Damn it, how did this person appear here? Does he know what we want, or is it just a coincidence? She was so agitated mainly because she was in urgent need of the contents of Gao Xiaosong's USB drive. The research institute was studying the frost dragon, the exotic beast outside. Although the missing part was just a tiny bit, equivalent to 1% of the entire plan, without this 1%, success was impossible. Because of this, her plan, which was about to succeed, would be delayed for a long, long time. Wang Chen was unaware that if he went to see this half-beast girl at this moment, he would know that the previous genetic results related to the frost dragon had been delayed for several years. Such matters belong to variables, and it's not surprising that they change. No matter what it is, anyone who dares to ruin my plans must die. The half-beast girl glared fiercely, then ordered her subordinates to kill Wang Chen, and she no longer paid attention to him. She thought this was just a small matter, something her subordinates could handle, and she didn't need to spend her energy on it. Little did she know, this small matter would turn into a long battle, and in the end, she would be the one to lose. What started as a matter her subordinates didn't even care about slowly turned into a big deal, even the most critical issue. Unfortunately, by then, it would be too late. Achoo! Wang Chen sneezed. Is someone missing me? Xiao Feng, are you catching a cold? At this moment, in Wang Chen's view, he saw his mother, Xia Bingbing, as he was on a video call. No, I'm in great shape, I can take down 10 exotic beasts by myself. Mom, you don't need to worry about me, I'm heading to the city lord's mansion now, and I'll go to the hospital to see you later. I wanted to go earlier, but the city lord's mansion suddenly moved it up. We didn't even have lunch. Lingfeng, speak a little quieter, the people from the city lord's mansion are getting annoyed. Haitang quietly reminded Wang Chen beside him. Ah, I said it too loudly, I'm really not used to it, luckily, I was just speaking the truth. As he spoke, Wang Chen had already entered the lord's mansion. They were brought to a hall where 8 people sat in a row. It was clear that they were the team responsible for reviewing Wang Chen's results, and all 8 were well-known professionals. Wang Chen didn't know the specifics of their expertise, nor did he recognize them. He only knew that several cameras were capturing everything in this place. The review was being live-streamed to ensure fairness for everyone. Many people had already flooded into the livestream, all shouting similar slogans, all criticizing Wang Chen. Not a single person believed that Wang Chen's results were genuine, and in fact, the 8 professionals present didn't believe it either. Therefore, they would thoroughly investigate the matter. The first thing they needed to do was remove the wristband and let us check it again, and also, explain your situation. What? The wristband has no issues, and the records are fine? Then how could such records appear? The experts checking the wristband and data quickly completed their examination. The process took less than 5 minutes, thanks to their professional tools. The wristband had not been tampered with or hacked, and the data on the wristband had been analyzed by the experts, showing no problems whatsoever. It should be noted that this data not only reflected the number of points but also checked the personal energy value acquisition. Points could be faked, but how could energy value data be faked? Energy value is linked to levels, and there were no issues with the levels of Wang Chen and his 3 companions. This meant they had genuinely acquired that much energy value. If there was a problem, it would be how they suddenly obtained so much energy value in such a short time. This could not be considered cheating, as Wang Chen and his companions had indeed killed the alien beasts and genuinely increased their energy values. The data is fine, and it aligns with their level increases. In that 1 hour, they continuously gained a large amount of energy value and leveled up twice. They must have mastered some special techniques, but this cannot be considered cheating, the data expert announced. He didn't care about other matters, as long as he was correct, that was the truth. The wristband expert also agreed, stating that the wristband had not been hacked, and the data was accurate. The other experts also reviewed the situation of Wang Chen and his companions, and upon rechecking, it seemed there were no issues. The only question now was how Wang Chen and his companions suddenly gained so many points in such a short time. Everyone looked at Wang Chen, waiting for an answer, including those watching the live stream. At this moment, Wang Chen looked at the camera and asked, "Are you sure you want me to say this out loud?" He looked at the camera simply because the Lord was also watching. She had said she would host but hadn't actually come. After all, she couldn't personally appear for such matters, it was enough to arrange for the people below to handle it, and being able to monitor in real time was already quite good. Sure enough, at that moment, the Lord's voice rang out. "You can speak now. The live stream has been cut off, and you don't need to worry about leaks here." Thus, Wang Chen began to explain the simple process of events. He concealed the fact that he had used magical traps but mentioned that for over 20 days, Lu Shangyun had been frequently practicing magical traps, burying them in various nearby locations. The main point was to create doubt about Lu Shangyun's magical traps. At that time, they would only need to analyze the situation and some characteristics of the magical traps to draw a conclusion. This situation is the result of a magical trap created by Lu Shangyun, not Wang Chen. At the same time, they would think this is a coincidence, rather than something Wang Chen arranged intentionally. However, before that, they needed to clarify one thing. Magical trap? What is that? They had not yet mastered this skill, but it was not surprising. Every year, new professional skills could emerge. The development of professions was still far from sufficient, not even reaching maturity. Thus, Lu Shangyun demonstrated it on the spot and explained some of the techniques. She felt there was nothing to hide, As an F-grade talent, what good things could she have? Moreover, such things would be discovered after a few battles with others. The most important thing was that being so frank would earn her the favor of these big shots, and perhaps even the recognition of the city lord. Not bad, not bad. You have developed a new professional skill. If utilized well, this skill can greatly improve leveling efficiency. It is a great auxiliary combat skill that perfectly complements your talent. How did you come up with the idea of integrating magic into traps? Was it because of your talent? At this moment, the city lord's voice continued to resonate through the speakers, and towards the end, it seemed to appear from behind. Wang Chen and the others turned around to see a woman in battle armor, striking and graceful, with long hair cascading down her shoulders, exuding an air of nobility. This made Wang Chen feel as if the female war gods from games had stepped into reality, the kind that was more Western fantasy, fully armed yet very beautiful. Indeed, the rumors were true, this city lord was a great beauty, and even now, many people pursued her. However, her strength was also terrifying. It was said she had reached the peak of the fourth transition, with a level of 90. Her appearance indicated that she placed great importance on this magical trap, as she could see its significant value. It was also a coincidence. I set traps every day and accidentally comprehended it, Lu Shangyun immediately replied. This statement seemed very humble and aligned with the facts, but it appeared to exclude Wang Chen's contribution. This could create the illusion that she had discovered it by herself, that it was her own comprehension. Haitang frowned slightly but said nothing, as Wang Chen allowing Lu Shangyun to use traps did not prove he was guiding her. So, Lu Shangyun's statement seemed acceptable. It was just that she hadn't thought of this, so there was no need to pay too much attention. When she looked at Wang Chen, she found he was even less concerned. He just wanted to ask if he could leave, as he still needed to see his mother. Haitang thought of Wang Chen's mother and felt she should go with him. She had mentioned this before, but Wang Chen had suggested it would be better for her to go back and see her own mother first. She thought that made sense. After all, they would be in the city for the next few days, so there was no need to worry. Soon, Wang Chen and the others were allowed to leave, with only Lu Shangyun remaining to answer questions and demonstrate the magical trap. In the end, it was concluded that the points of Wang Chen and the others were valid, allowing them to participate in the next round of the high-stakes examination. Lu Shangyun's creation of a new professional skill was also reported, and the city lord's office awarded her some rewards, along with the city contribution points she deserved. Everyone who created new professional skills or invented new formulas would receive city contribution points, while national contribution points would depend on the situation. City contribution points could bring many benefits, such as treatment levels, and contribution points could be exchanged for various items. The simplest case was that if Wang Chen and his fellow poor kids had parents with enough contribution points, they could securely become logistics staff. Lin Feng, do you think Xian Yun will team up with us for training again? On the way out of the city lord's mansion, Haitang suddenly asked this question. No, she will have someone to lead her. It would be a waste of her talent to be with us. Her skills would fit better with a different team. Don't worry about her. You and Ning Meng will also be sought after, especially Ning Meng. She can already use the rejuvenation technique, so there will definitely be many teams wanting her. Haitang said, no, I want to be with you. You said that as long as I follow you, I can become the strongest sword immortal. Ning Meng, oh, me too. Wang Chen. At the hospital. As soon as Wang Chen entered his mother's ward, he was immediately surrounded by several nurses. What are you doing? Why are you surrounding my brother? If you want money, you can just ask nicely, we can gather it slowly. A girl of about 10 stepped forward, blocking Wang Chen's way, looking fierce despite her small stature. She was Gu Qingqing, the adopted daughter of Xie Bingbing and Wang Chen's adopted sister. Wang Chen had been cared for by her parents since he was young. Their family was ordinary but very kind. When Wang Chen was little, Xie Bingbing needed to go out to hunt exotic beasts to earn money, so he would be left at their home for care. Although Wang Chen was independent and didn't cause trouble, their care was still a form of affection. While he didn't get to eat anything particularly valuable at their home, they were generous with sharing their good food. Gu Qingqing often came to take care of Xie Bingbing at such a young age, which already spoke volumes. Qingqing, don't worry. These nurse sisters just have something to discuss with me. Wang Chen pulled Gu Qingqing back, holding her small hand and smiling gently. What do they want? They all said that Godmother owes a lot in medical fees, so they must be asking us for money. Gu Qingqing said this because she had overheard some nurses talking earlier. The nurses were actually surprised by the situation, as Xie Bingbing's medical fees had been overdue for more than 2 months, accumulating to hundreds of thousands owed to the hospital. Yet, despite this, the deputy director still frequently treated her, and there had been several major surgeries that were not halted due to the debt. Moreover, these medical fees were already calculated at a lower rate, only counting the necessary expenses. The deputy director's surgical fees were not included, or it would have been tens of thousands more. However, when they were talking, they were interrupted, and since Gu Qingqing came in halfway, she thought the hospital was there to demand money. Paying back debts is just the right thing to do. We were lucky this time during training. We earned over 300,000, so we can pay a little back first. I have the ability now. I can take out a loan online and get a good amount of money. Wang Chen reassured Gu Qingqing. Little sister, don't misunderstand. They are here for a routine check, only I am here to find your brother, as instructed by the deputy director. The nurses felt a bit awkward, they had just coincidentally come together. Gu Qingqing still looked a bit suspicious, her cute little face filled with wariness. Eventually, after a few words from Wang Chen, Gu Qingqing felt reassured and did not follow him to meet the deputy director. In fact, she was smart enough to realize that since Xie Bingbing hadn't been kicked out for so long, the hospital wasn't bad. It was just that these nurses might not be very friendly and could cause trouble. In the deputy director's office, Deputy Director Chang Shan had already brewed tea and was waiting for Wang Chen. Little student, you finally returned. I've been keeping an eye on your situation. You were very lucky this time, but I feel like your luck is not just simple luck. Do you have some special ability to predict things? This deputy director still believed in metaphysics, especially at his age. Although he remained professional in his medical practice and didn't believe in such things, it didn't stop him from believing in them in his daily life. He now had a comprehensive understanding of Wang Chen, knowing he was a discarded child of the Wang family, and that despite having an Sss-Level talent, he had chosen a non-profession. Over the past 3 months, he had often kept an eye on Wang Chen's points and such. Well, I can calculate it. Wang Chen nodded in acknowledgement, which made the vice president somewhat skeptical. Was this too easy an admission? Was there a trick? Never mind, this wasn't my concern. For now, let's talk about his mother's situation and thank him for his earlier reminder. After a lengthy discussion, your mother's condition over the past few months is as follows. You can repay the money slowly, but that's not the issue. The problem is your mother's illness. I am already somewhat powerless. She is deeply poisoned, the curse is a bit troublesome, and she has at least 7 diseases, making it too complex. The vice president looked at Wang Chen, feeling a bit embarrassed, as he realized he couldn't solve Xie Bingbing's problem. I examined your mother's condition carefully. It doesn't seem to be entirely from her external training. Don't doubt me, I checked again, and it is definitely not our doing. The vice president awkwardly smiled, feeling the need to clear his name. I know she has been schemed against by some people. The curse, poison, and diseases are quite tricky. It's like an arithmetic problem without known conditions, impossible to solve. Wang Chen took a sip of tea, seemingly unfazed, which surprised the vice president. He agreed with Wang Chen's explanation. Treating a patient was somewhat like solving an arithmetic problem, needing to find the root cause, akin to the conditions of the problem. Now, there were too many unknown conditions regarding Xie Bingbing, making the problem difficult to solve. However, why was Wang Chen so calm about this situation? But I already know the matters in between, so this isn't too difficult. We can solve it step by step. Here, kid, I have a request for the vice president. As long as you lend a hand, my mom's situation can be resolved by 90%. When Wang Chen said this, he stood up and bowed to the vice president. The vice president was accustomed to receiving such respect. It was well deserved. Was there anything wrong with being respected for healing others? He didn't think so. As long as he helped solve problems, he could accept it. Yet, he was a bit puzzled. Did Wang Chen really know about those issues? Let's first talk about the poison. Resolving the poison is the first step. My mom actually has 7 types of poison, which complement each other and need to be resolved all at once. This isn't too difficult, as long as... Another lengthy explanation. Wang Chen recounted the poisons, curses, and diseases afflicting Xie Bingbing, which shocked the vice president, but he quickly grasped the key to the problem and understood what resolving 90% meant. At that moment, he didn't consider how Wang Chen knew all this, as he couldn't even identify everything himself. What he could confirm was only about 30% of it, the rest was speculation, even unknown. But compared to that, the biggest problem now was I can resolve the other poisons and diseases, but the final curse of eternal torment, I cannot solve. There is no solution in this world, and without resolving this curse, everything else is futile. The curse of eternal torment was peculiar, it had no lethal power on its own, but if other diseases or poisons entered the body, this curse would take effect, continuously reapplying itself. If this curse wasn't resolved, even if the others were, they would still recur. However, dealing with the curse of eternal torment was currently almost unsolvable. At most, it could be suppressed to prevent a relapse. This was also why Wang Chen hadn't informed Xie Bingbing of the situation earlier, allowing the vice president to first resolve 90% of the viruses and curses. Because in the end, I will still come back, and when I return once more, it will be a fierce explosion, and by then, it will be unbearable. I know, so I'll handle this matter. You will handle it? Wang Chen's calm words left the vice president stunned. This was a problem that many great figures had not solved in their entire lives. Can you solve it? If you can solve this problem, then you should take the position of vice president, and I will assist you. 5 days later, at the bedside of Xie Bingbing stood Haitang and her daughter, who had come to thank Wang Chen and also to check on Xie Bingbing. Along with them was Ning Meng, who happened to be discussing some matters with Haitang and joined them. Today, Xie Bingbing looked quite well, as some of her ailments and toxins had been alleviated. However, the three had been there for quite a while and had not seen Wang Chen, simply because Xiaofeng has been studying potion making these days. I heard that his results have been good, and he will soon be able to concoct potions for me to use. Upon hearing this, Ning Meng immediately said, Boss Lingfeng is really studying potion making? I thought he was just fooling us. What use does he have for this skill? He just needs to be our meat shield. They actually still had contact with Wang Chen. The 4-person team chat was still active, and Wang Chen would appear to talk and chat with them, telling them what to prepare for their upcoming leveling in the wild. This time, they could freely accept quests and would be active in areas around level 10. With their strength, they definitely needed to continue leveling up. Not to mention their team, all other teams would be training during this time, usually returning in the last few days. However, recently, Lu Shangyun had not been speaking much, and when it came to forming teams later, she was very perfunctory, showing no interest in leveling up together. This was something that Wang Chen and the other two were well aware of, and they said nothing about it. At this moment, they were asking Wang Chen in the group if he had time to come back for a bit. In the group, Wang Chen can't get away. But if you really miss me, you can come to the potion building to find me. I'm on the 2nd floor, and it's open to the public. Huangfu Haitang, who misses you? 10 minutes later, Haitang and Ning Meng had already arrived at the 2nd floor of the potion building, which was a huge potion-making center, bustling with busy alchemists. However, Wang Chen was not inside, he was outside, watching through the glass as the alchemists worked. Didn't you say you couldn't get away? I've been watching you for 2.5 minutes, you're really just here doing nothing. Who said that? I'm learning here. If I don't learn, how can I make potions? They won't let me help. Wang Chen's words left Haitang unable to refute. It was indeed true. At this moment, Haitang asked again, have you been watching here for 5 days? 24 hours a day? Not 24 hours, just around 20 hours. They rarely work overnight. Alright, your meticulousness isn't wrong. I say, Boss Lingfeng, is it useful for you to just watch these? Ning Meng was quite puzzled. Can Wang Chen really learn anything just by watching? It's useful, very useful. Wang Chen nodded. I can't just tell you that I've already learned alchemy. At first, it was potion making, but as I watched, I improved, and alchemy was comprehended. Alchemy includes potion making and the refining and synthesis of various materials. The latter also occurs during potion making, which is why Wang Chen was able to learn it. These 5 days also confirmed one thing for him. He could simultaneously observe a group of people using skills and then gain proficiency in those skills. The super comprehension ability was indeed powerful. So many people using skills together made his skill proficiency skyrocket. He grasped alchemy on the first day, yet by the second day, he had already reached level 300, on the third day he broke through to level 500, on the fourth day to level 600, and today, the fifth day, he comprehended alchemy, replacing his previous potion-making skills. Moreover, he did not lose any of the recipes he learned over these days, the effects of potion-making remained, and alchemy started anew, just entering level 67. However, this crafting skill was of little use for combat strength, but it was still very important for logistics. If Wang Chen were to showcase this potion-making ability now, many would rush to recruit him, and he would definitely not be allowed to venture out for training. However, he could not reveal this, otherwise, he would become a target, and it would also be inappropriate to secretly learn other skills. Ding ding ding! An alert popped up in Ning Meng's view. Haitang, Lu Shangyun is looking for me again. At this moment, Haitang frowned and then looked at Wang Chen, as if she wanted him to intervene in this matter. If she's looking for you, just go, Wang Chen casually replied. Do you know what Lu Shangyun wants Ning Meng for? And you still let Ning Meng go? Haitang was somewhat angry and helplessly glared at Wang Chen. She felt that Wang Chen must not know what it was about, which was why he seemed so indifferent. It's nothing, she just wants to recruit people for her team. As long as it's suitable, it's fine. It would be best if you went too, but you need to practice your sword control more. Your sword control will be invincible in the future. Wang Chen's eyes continued to watch the people inside, speaking as if it were a light breeze. Do you know who she was recruited by? It's Lu Ruyan. She and Wang Tang invited all the outstanding candidates from our school to form a team. I know, someone sent a message about it. Wang Chen's response surprised Hai Tang, but upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. Regardless of whether Lu Ruyan and Wang Tang wanted it or not, the people around them definitely wanted to step on Wang Chen, and if Wang Chen knew that his teammates were poached, especially by Lu Ruyan, many would surely send messages. If they hadn't been unable to find Wang Chen, they would have definitely brought it up in person. Since you know, why still let us go? Because I was also invited, and I'm going too. Hai Tang and Ning Meng were stunned. They never expected such an unexpected outcome. They actually invited Wang Chen, and he actually agreed. Boss Ling Feng, they are humiliating you, and you still want to go? Are you out of your mind? Ning Meng reached out to touch Wang Chen's head. Even she, who was usually slow to react, knew that Wang Chen absolutely should not join this team, otherwise, he would face endless humiliation. Yet, Wang Chen insisted that he had agreed. Isn't it better to have someone lead us? It's safer to team up to farm monsters. Anyway, we are just dragging our feet, maybe we can slack off later. What's there to be afraid of? Wang Chen's words were said with such a sense of justification. I was humiliated by you, so it's reasonable for me to slack off with the team. This statement seemed to open a new line of thought for the two girls. It appeared that Wang Chen was paying the price of humiliation, but he could be led along to level up. The few of them definitely wouldn't be wanted by a team, only a small party. Since there was a safer way, why not take it? What they didn't know was that Wang Chen wanted to join the team for one reason, to steal skills. He could secretly learn others' skills and observe how they improved their skill proficiency, so naturally, he wanted to blend into the team. He hoped for as many people as possible, ideally to go to the battlefield in the future. If defensive skills required him to take hits, he hoped he could slack off in the back and cast some rejuvenation spells. The reason for the rejuvenation spell was easy to find. He could just say he had used it on himself too much and suddenly comprehended it. Forget it, this is already good enough. 3 more days have passed. Linhai High School held a back-to-school event today, inviting the graduating seniors to come back and inspire each other. In the past, not many people showed up because many were already preparing for the next round of college entrance exams, trying to level up in the wild. The school couldn't possibly gather everyone, so they just took whoever came. This time was different. 90% of the graduating seniors showed up, all because Wang Tang and Lu Ruyan formed a team to help everyone level up together. According to rumors, Wang Tang had also discovered a great place to level up and wanted to share it with everyone, which attracted even more attendees. It was rare for them to lead everyone like this, which moved many and earned the school a lot of praise. This was an act of winning hearts by the Wang and Lu families, a way to elevate Wang Tang and Lu Ruyan's reputations. Although this seemed to have no substantial effect and wouldn't impact the college entrance exams, it would, in an intangible way, make the martial arts academy pay more attention to them and provide more opportunities. Because of this, Wang Tang and Lu Ruyan became the center of attention, and everyone forgot about Wang Tang's previous embarrassing moments. After all, Wang Tang still had a future. Who knows, he might return to S rank. At the same time, they also invited some people to protect them, all of whom were second transformation professions within their level range. They were currently at levels 17 and 18, so anyone below level 26 could join them. Wang Tang, are you doing this on purpose? You know Wang Chen is barely level 15, no, he's only level 14, and yet there isn't a single helper in your team below level 25. Aren't you just bullying honest people? Is it my fault? I never thought he would actually come. How could he be so shameless? Wang Tang and the others didn't hold back in humiliating Wang Chen. In fact, Wang Chen had already arrived and had been standing quietly to the side, accompanied by Ning Meng and Huangfu Tsuihua. Although both women were also considered useless, they had managed to get through this wave, and their value began to rise. With Tsuihua's striking looks and Ning Meng's cuteness, along with her outstanding figure, they attracted attention. Because of this, everyone was still envious and jealous of Wang Chen, continuously humiliating him. When Wang Chen appeared, everyone was surprised because no one expected him to actually show up. Although it was said that all students were invited, they had deliberately used some tricks to keep certain people away, including those with low-level talents of F and E ranks, as well as those whose talents and professions didn't match. Their methods were quite simple. They made these people realize their own uselessness, making them feel like they were dragging others down, so naturally, they wouldn't come. They could level up slowly, and Linhai City needed people like them. Life could be quite comfortable. However, if they wanted to pursue something better, they would have to put in more effort. Among these people, there were a few exceptions, so Wang Chen wouldn't be alone. It was just that his ambitions were too great, drawing all the firepower towards him. Because of this, these few were grateful to Wang Chen, hoping he could hold on and not leave directly. Now, most people were throwing insults and humiliations at Wang Chen, their goal being simple: to drive away this person who was dragging them down. But no matter how they attacked, Wang Chen pretended not to hear, calmly waiting. At first, everyone thought Wang Chen was too calm, only to realize later that he wasn't pretending not to hear, he genuinely didn't hear them. It was when Wang Tang had been mocking Wang Chen for a long time that everyone suddenly noticed Wang Chen was wearing headphones. Someone went up to remind Wang Chen, but unexpectedly, even standing in front of him did not catch his attention. This indicated that Wang Chen was not only wearing headphones but also had his gaze elsewhere, likely watching a movie. Everyone understood this, as after getting the wristband, they often did the same, pulling up movies to watch in front of others, since it would only appear in their own field of vision. The immersive feeling of watching a movie was truly not just talk. This made those who had just mocked Wang Chen feel a bit embarrassed. After all, they had been talking for a while, and the person involved was completely unaware, even if it had drawn laughter from others. It felt like hitting someone but not actually hitting them. It just wasn't satisfying. Yes, when hitting someone, they need to feel the pain, and when mocking or ridiculing someone, they also need to know. However, the one who felt the worst was Wang Tang, who had just spoken. He was the initiator and leader of this team action, and now it felt like he had been slapped in the face. At this moment, Hai Tang nudged Wang Chen, not out of consideration for Wang Tun, but because she felt it was about time. "What are you doing?" "I'm still studying, there's a pile of materials I haven't looked at," Wang Chen said, a bit confused. Seeing his expression and hearing his words made those people feel even worse. "You're studying? Come on, are you really looking at study materials, or are you just pretending?" "Wang Tun, why are you looking at me? What happened just now?" "I was studying, do you have something to say to me?" "Say it again." Wang Chen looked serious, as if it were really the case. In fact, he really was studying. Recently, he had learned a lot about potion making, so he naturally needed to look at materials and read books. As he read, he found that not only did he have a photographic memory, but he could also understand knowledge he had never seen before at a glance. How could he understand things he had never studied? This was even more impressive than before. He was simply a prodigy. Soon, he realized that the talent of super comprehension not only applied to skills but also endowed him with super comprehension, allowing him to grasp everything he had seen. One word: strong. Wang Tang remained silent. Could he repeat what he just said? The first time it was mockery, the second time it would be self-mockery. "I came to encourage you, study hard and strive to get into a good literary academy. You should be out of luck for the martial academy," Wang Tang said with a dark face. "Since you said you were studying, then I'll take it as you are studying. I can still humiliate you." Yes, you're right." Wang Chen nodded. As soon as he said this, Wang Tang's face suddenly turned sour. The meaning of those words had changed. It felt like not arguing with an idiot. At this moment, if Wang Tang were to argue about this, it would be very foolish. At the same time, although he didn't believe Wang Chen was studying, he didn't want to find fault with it. He was just preparing to give Wang Chen a very deadly arrangement. He wanted Wang Chen to act as a meat shield, but he would deliberately arrange for people 10 levels higher than Wang Chen to deal damage, making Wang Chen work for nothing. Hee, although you bear humiliation and want to grow here, how could I not be on guard? That's right, these people who are 10 levels higher than you are specifically here for you. I'm just bullying honest people. Wang Tang was looking forward to it. He had prepared this line and was just waiting to deliver it to Wang Chen afterward, wanting to see what expression Wang Chen would have. "Xiaohou Taiju, Ouyang Guden. You guys form Team 28. Alright, we have a total of 28 teams. Everyone take care of each other and make sure to follow orders." On the playground of Linhai Middle School, teams were being assigned, and everyone formed small formations. At this moment, Wang Chen appeared quite different, as he had no one by his side, and all the other teams were already full. "Wang Tang, you've gone too far, you deliberately forgot about Wang Chen." At this time, someone stood up for Wang Chen, but it wasn't his 3 former teammates, it was other classmates, familiar faces. One person who had been with Wang Ergo had not found Wang Chen in the wild and, wanting to level up himself, had ultimately let the matter drop. Since it was him, he certainly wasn't being kind to Wang Chen. He only had one purpose in saying this, which was to embarrass Wang Chen. Once this was pointed out, everyone actually knew it was Wang Tang's intention and felt no surprise, as the root cause was simply that Wang Chen was too useless. There's no way around it. The numbers are just like this. He just happens to be the extra one. Besides, I also wanted to find him teammates, but unfortunately, I really couldn't find anyone for him. He's just a non-professional. Ha, true. Everyone burst into laughter, pointing and whispering. At this moment, Hai Tang and Ning Meng remained silent, not to mention Lu Shangyun, who had been quiet all along. The latter needed no further explanation. As for the former, it wasn't that they were embarrassed to defend Wang Chen, but they also felt that Wang Chen was being quite shameful and didn't want to attract trouble. The reason they acted this way was that they had received Wang Chen's instructions to ignore these matters, as it would be of no help. It was better to calmly accept the situation. As long as they benefited and became stronger, everything would be resolved. Wang Chen, you don't need to worry. Being alone is fine, everyone will help you, and I'll keep an eye on things. At this moment, Wang Tang put on a show of swearing to protect Wang Chen, but everyone could see he was just toying with him. The more obvious it was, the funnier it seemed. It's fine, I'm good on my own, and I also think you guys aren't suitable to team up with me. At this point, Wang Chen nodded and said, his words momentarily stunned everyone, as they felt there was some ambiguity in what he meant. But everyone quickly got ready to set off, and the topic was dropped. The convoy departed. This time, 3 armored vehicles were used to transport people, as they needed to cross the first outpost circle and enter the second outpost circle. The outpost where Wang Chen had previously been was the first outpost circle, which, as the name suggests, was the closest outpost circle to the city. As the city developed, larger spaces were needed, and the wild training required higher-level exotic beasts, so this outpost circle would naturally expand outward. The second outpost circle was in the wild area of level 15 to 25 exotic beasts, and clearing this area of high-level exotic beasts meant that those above level 25 had to be eliminated early, leaving those below level 25 for people to train and level up. The exotic beasts above level 25 didn't necessarily have to be eliminated by the outpost soldiers. Tasks could also be issued, but they would be marked as D-level tasks. Generally, tasks for levels 15 to 25 could only be considered E-level tasks. Previously, Wang Chen had only completed F-level tasks, and some were even introductory trial tasks. Between the first and second outpost circles, there were generally very few roads, and those that existed were rarely traveled paths, so large buses couldn't be used directly. They were too conspicuous and had weak defenses, making accidents likely. The armored transport vehicle traveled along an abandoned asphalt road, where obstacles could appear at any moment, but they were cleared by the vehicles leading the way. The journey was uneventful, and they arrived at their destination by 12:30 noon. After the armored transport vehicle reached the destination, it unfolded right there, and Wang Chen felt as if he were seeing a scene from Red Alert, as a base appeared before his eyes. This was something he had never seen in reality, and he felt very curious, continuously observing the 3 vehicles unfold. In this way, there was a feeling of a country person entering the city. Fortunately, at this moment, no one paid him any mind, otherwise, it would have been another round of mockery. Why don't we go to the outpost? Someone raised this question, which was also a doubt in many people's hearts. This is more efficient. We came here to hunt exotic beasts, not to go to the outpost. If you want to take on tasks, don't you know that we can accept tasks from the outpost remotely? You can do this through your wristbands. Someone stepped in to explain, and this explanation made some who were unaware of the wristband's functions quite embarrassed, almost wanting to dig a hole to bury themselves. The person even added, this is common knowledge, okay? Since there was internet here, and the outpost also had internet, of course, tasks could be accepted online. In fact, some tasks didn't even require acceptance. You could just check them out and complete them directly for settlement. So, being here definitely brings us closer to our tasks. Let me see, are these a few of the tasks? Everyone began to look for nearby tasks. The tasks released by the outpost would be marked and updated on the map. As long as you went to a designated place to update the map, you could directly see the map and clear the tasks. At this moment, there were several tasks nearby, and after completing them, they could continue in various directions. If planned well, they could eventually loop back to the nearest outpost. After understanding the tasks, everyone was a bit eager to try, wanting to go directly to hunt exotic beasts and complete tasks. Brothers, I know you're anxious, but don't rush. Our current direction is towards the west. The route has been marked and sent to the group. Everyone check the group information. Just a reminder, this group is not for casual chatting, only intelligence should be shared. Don't post trivial matters, or don't blame me for being ruthless and kicking you out. Alright, everyone spread out now, but don't spread too far. This isn't so you can help others, it's to ensure that if someone needs saving, it won't be too late. Wang Chen, I heard you were the one tanking the monsters before, so today you do the same. I mean, you don't need a team, right? You're in front, and everyone will definitely be paying attention to you. Thus, the battle line was drawn, and Wang Chen charged ahead to attract the exotic beasts. Nearby was a type of exotic beast that resembled a monkey. One of the tasks was to eliminate these monkey-like beasts to prevent them from causing trouble. As soon as Wang Chen went up, he drew over a dozen monkey-like beasts, which picked up primitive sticks and swung them at Wang Chen. The speed was fast, and there were many monkeys, so Wang Chen was hit by several sticks at once. In that instant, he was struck by a dozen sticks. Although he raised his shield to block many, quite a few still hit him. Crack, crack, crack. At the same time, some sticks struck heavily against the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Seeing this scene, everyone felt that Wang Chen would be killed by this blow. Because these monkey-like beasts were all around level 17 to 18, and Wang Chen, being only level 14, could hardly withstand so many attacks. He was doomed. Wang Chen was definitely doomed. But was it too easy to die like this? It made people doubt its authenticity. Wang Tang felt a bit disappointed. Wang Chen, oh Wang Chen, I thought you would be an indestructible little cockroach, but in the end, you really are a cockroach, the kind that gets squashed with one step. Wang Chen is going to die. Definitely, these gray-haired macaque monsters are around level 16, and Wang Chen is only level 14. Can he withstand so much? An unclassed person relying solely on basic defense techniques can't possibly endure that much. Even if he used a shield, such force can't be defended against. At this moment, these were the thoughts of everyone present, as well as the comments from the teachers and students of Lehigh Middle School, who were watching the live broadcast. This live broadcast was requested by the school, and it serves as a form of teaching, allowing the first and second year students to see how to act in the wild. At the same time, the school will record useful information, which can later be used as teaching material. This is something many schools do, and Wang Chen has watched battle recordings of previous third-year students more than once. Many of these are classics, especially some of the clever counterattacks that everyone needs to learn from. Recently, Wang Chen has also watched these recordings, even viewing dozens of scenes at once, all at 64 times the normal speed. He wasn't just trying to accumulate experience, he also wanted to see if he could grasp skills by watching the recordings. But clearly, he seemed to have failed, and he didn't know if it was due to bad luck or if he simply wouldn't succeed. Wang Chen felt that the reason he learned a few skills so quickly wasn't just due to his exceptional insight, much of it relied on the explosive talent of being a child of fortune. Back to the main point, at this moment, Wang Chen was being struck by dozens of blows from the sticks, and those monkeys were still attacking. Everyone felt that his chances of survival were slim. Why are you all still standing there? Go save him. The people nearby seemed to have no intention of moving. Were they really planning to let Wang Chen die? The one shouting couldn't bear to watch. Most of these people had little connection to Wang Chen. Wang Tang and Lu Ruyan looked over at Hai Tang and found her surprisingly calm. It seemed their relationship wasn't deep, they had only teamed up once, so naturally, she didn't care. She was probably like Lu Shangyun, someone who only considered her own interests, which was quite normal. People are always selfish. You all go bring Wang Chen's body down. Your cooperation this time was really lacking. The tea has already gone up, still under my command, while your support didn't keep up. Forget it, just pay attention next time. Wang Tang spoke up, instructing people to engage in battle, preparing to hold off the monkeys while the back row attacked and supported the front row. Everyone could tell that Wang Tang had no intention of punishing anyone. It was clear he wanted Wang Chen dead. However, this was public, and no one was surprised. What no one expected was that as those in the front row moved forward, they suddenly stopped in their tracks, and everyone was momentarily stunned. This was because they witnessed something incredible. They saw the dust settle, and Wang Chen was still standing. At that moment, a green light was swirling around him. This was the rejuvenation spell, a druidic skill. At the same time, he was also surrounded by thorns, another wood-based magic, also a druidic skill. But the presence of these two spells didn't explain why he was still standing, because even with rejuvenation, he couldn't withstand so many monkey attacks. Could a basic defense spell under super insight be that strong? While everyone was in a daze, Wang Chen was quickly struck by the monkey sticks, and everyone remained frozen. At this moment, Wang Chen showed no signs of calling for help. He simply endured, avoiding significant damage. Could it be that Wang Chen is actually strong enough to do this? I don't know if he's strong or not, but if this continues, Wang Chen will definitely die. Are you really not planning to go up and kill the monsters? With this reminder, the team began to move. It was a live broadcast, they couldn't go too far. If this continued, it would damage their reputation. Who would have thought that this live broadcast, which was meant to humiliate Wang Chen, would instead become his lifeline? Soon, under the team's assault, the monkeys were all killed, and this time Wang Chen had no energy left. Because Wang Tang deliberately let the 24 to 25 people take action, each monkey just needed to be stabbed once, which would allow Wang Chen's energy value to be distributed among the others. Simply put, this time Wang Chen appeared to have taken a beating for nothing. Wang Tang was already prepared to explain this. I'm not afraid something will happen to you, I'm doing this to save you. He anticipated that Wang Chen would be angry and come to question him, but instead, Wang Chen did not approach, leaving him with a pent-up frustration that was quite uncomfortable. Why aren't you coming? Don't you blame me for suppressing you like this? Fine, if you won't come, then I'll continue. Wang Chen, how can you withstand this? You're only level 14, and so many beasts above level 16 are attacking you. How come you're completely fine? This question was quickly raised, as it was something everyone was curious about. It's nothing, I've just been beaten a lot, so I'm more resistant to it. Wang Chen's answer left people speechless. This meant that his defense level was quite high. So, what level is your basic defense skill? Level 500, Wang Chen replied, and it was indeed level 500, although it had been replaced and would no longer increase. Level 500. No wonder you have SSS level super comprehension, what a pity. Now, those looking at Wang Chen were filled with envy. In just 3 months, he managed to level up a skill to 500, even the simplest basic skill, which was something to be envied. 3 months, 100 times, 300 months, that's 25 years. If only they had that kind of talent, their skills might also start at level 400, the skill bonuses would be terrifying. With a level 500 basic defense skill, withstanding attacks from level 16 beasts was naturally not difficult. However, while this was enviable, the difficulty of leveling up would increase significantly later on, and character levels could offset many advantages in skill levels. So, no one thought Wang Chen would fare well in the later stages. Everyone was just more resentful about Wang Chen's choice of being a non-professional. Why did you choose to be non-professional? Because of this, Wang Chen would be deliberately delayed in rescue time, allowing him to be beaten by the beasts in front. Sometimes, even after Wang Chen had gone up for a minute, they would only start to act then, and when they did, they wouldn't exert much effort, just dragging out the time. This made Wang Chen unnecessarily beaten by the beasts for a long time. However, they didn't know that Wang Chen was actually hoping they would do this. His basic body refining technique was rapidly leveling up. Originally, he wouldn't dare to let so many beasts hit him, as being unable to defeat these beasts would be quite troublesome and could endanger both himself and his teammates. But now, he didn't have to worry. With so many teammates, they could kill the beasts surrounding him. Thus, both sides happily cooperated together. 10 days passed in a flash, and on this night, Wang Chen was once again on night watch alone, with no one in his group since he had no team. But it didn't matter, Wang Chen had already gotten used to it, as it had been like this for the past few days. It was just a 1-hour shift, and he was only watching nearby. In fact, there were drones above keeping watch. The person on duty was just a precaution. Wang Chen would sit and meditate each time, although he hadn't comprehended any skills, he felt like he was about to cultivate some energy. His small circulation was going smoothly, and he was about to break through to the large circulation. This might also be because when leveling up, the energy value entered his body, strengthening it, which naturally enhanced his internal power. Additionally, he had already developed the ability to circulate energy in various postures, and in the future, he could also cultivate while walking. He would gradually work hard on this. For now, he would just keep watch. In fact, he didn't need to keep watch, because he had the Paw Patrol nearby guarding him. Boss Ling Feng, do you want a piece of meat? Ning Mang walked over, pulling out a large piece of roasted meat. Which sycophant gave you this roasted meat? If I eat it, will I be hunted down? Wang Chen looked at her cautiously. The last time he ate something from Ning Mang, he was targeted for a whole day by someone named Xiaoho Taiju, who claimed it was given to him. Although Wang Chen wasn't someone who feared trouble, it was still a hassle. Don't worry, this is from Sister Haitang, Ning Mang said. Wang Chen took a bite, and found it quite tasty. He took another bite, then heard something that nearly choked him. The meat was given to Ning Mang by me, but it was Xiaoho Taiju who gave it to me. Huangfu Haitang appeared from the side, looking at Wang Chen's choked expression, unable to hold back her laughter. Wang Chen felt helpless. He couldn't possibly use his heavenly eye to foresee the future for such things. That would be a waste of his spiritual sense. Money should be spent wisely. Why are you still eating? Haitang asked as she saw Wang Chen pause for a moment before continuing to eat quickly, looking quite satisfied. I've already eaten, so what's the difference between eating more or less? What are you two here for? Aren't you going to rest? Wang Chen casually asked them. We're here to advise you, you might as well not go up. That Wang Tang is too much. He deliberately let those high-level people injure your exotic beasts, preventing you from gaining energy points. In these 10 days, I've leveled up twice, but you haven't leveled up at all, Haitang expressed her thoughts. She had been improving rapidly these days. After her special talent grew stronger, the bonuses to her energy points increased as well. Meanwhile, under Wang Tang's leadership, everyone had found quite a few groups of exotic beasts, killed many, and naturally gained more energy points. Those at lower levels had basically leveled up, except for Wang Chen. It's fine, this is actually quite good. Character levels are irrelevant to me, what I need to improve is my skill level. The proficiency gained from fighting above my level is much greater, Wang Chen said, continuing to eat a few more bites of meat, his mouth greasy. With that sound in action, it would be a shame not to use him for a food broadcast. Haitang looked at Wang Chen, believing his words. From the beginning of teaming up with him until now, Wang Chen had never cared much about leveling up, otherwise, he wouldn't only be at level 14. But what's the use of only improving your defense skills? Are you planning to join the army? It won't help, if you don't have some attack power and speed, you're just a rock that can be easily bypassed. And most importantly, do you want to continue participating in the high-stakes trials? At your current state, you won't pass the next trial. The personal trials after the college entrance examination would test various abilities, even if one leaned towards defense, attack power and agility couldn't be too weak. No one would stubbornly fight a rock. No problem, my attack power is actually quite strong, and my agility isn't bad either. When I fight those exotic beasts, my positioning is still quite graceful, Wang Chen replied honestly. His agility had been improving and was already over level 200, but others wouldn't believe it. The reason was that during his battles with exotic beasts, he rarely had the chance to maneuver. These exotic beasts were too weak, and with his good positioning, they couldn't hit him, which prevented him from leveling up his basic body refining technique. Because of this, everyone always thought he never moved and couldn't dodge. Naturally, no one thought he had any agility. But he could observe others, and with his daily walking practice and occasional swordsmanship training, he would also practice his agility. His basic agility level had already reached level 570, and he was likely close to evolving a new skill. Aside from the basic body refining technique that he needed to practice himself, he had others helping him with the other skills. Indeed, being part of a team brought him numerous benefits, and he would follow the team next time as well. Meanwhile, he had also comprehended several skills, such as fireball, basic archery, chanting, and chaotic woodcutting techniques. However, none of these skills were of any use to Wang Chen right now. With his sword control technique, why would he need fireball or a bow? He couldn't practice sword techniques either. Focusing on swordsmanship was more important. Of course, help from others didn't count. As for chanting, that was a bard's skill, and practicing that was out of the question. However, it was free, and who could refuse something free? Of course, it wasn't entirely useless. These free skills provided him with a significant power boost, making it easier to handle the challenges of the high-stakes exam. I say, Ling Feng, where does your confidence come from? Is it a daydream? It's not a daydream, it's from Wang Tong. Wang Tong? At this moment, Haitang and Ning Meng were both taken aback, looking at Wang Chen in confusion. Could it be that Wang Tong, who seemed to be suppressing Wang Chen, was just putting on an act? I don't believe it, he's not that kind of person. Haitang, Ning Meng, you're both here, and Wang Chen is here too. Lu Xiangyun appeared, accompanied by a boy named Sun Jichao, one of Wang Tang's lackeys. She could now be considered one of the favorites of the team because her magical traps could deal with groups of beasts, greatly improving the team's efficiency. Her role in the team was becoming increasingly valuable, which made her more and more proud. Over the past 10 days, her attitude towards Wang Chen had changed. She now looked down on him, glancing at him only to quickly look away. She was here to keep Haitang and Ning Meng away from Wang Chen while also introducing them to other boys. Currently, there were many admirers around Haitang and Ning Meng, not just Xiahou Taiju. Don't disturb Wang Chen while he's working, let's go. No, I want to stay with Ling Feng. He's been bullied so much, it's too pitiful, let me comfort him. Ning Meng reached out to touch Wang Chen but was dodged by him. Doesn't she know that a man's neck is off limits for women to touch? Ning Meng was also pretending to be clueless to avoid leaving, and Haitang used her as an excuse to stay, leading to a lengthy conversation. At this point, Sun Jichao spoke up, glaring at Wang Chen. Don't argue over a useless person, he's not worth it. This time, he might die out there. He seemed to know that Wang Chen would definitely die outside. He must have heard some plans regarding Wang Chen from Wang Tang. Oomph, I hope you come back alive. Sun Jichao left with that remark, having been ignored by Wang Chen. After he left, Lu Xiangyun followed suit, but Xiahou Taiju appeared, causing Ning Meng to run away immediately. Although there were admirers around Haitang, none dared to pester her, so she stayed to continue talking to Wang Chen. It seems Wang Tang still wants to kill you, do you have any way to deal with it? How can you think that about Wang Tong? He's a good person, he wouldn't just not kill me, but he would also help me. Are you being sarcastic? Hee, the secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. Wang Chen wore a mysterious expression, which left Haitang puzzled. She wanted to ask him more but was interrupted by Wang Chen. Have you noticed that for the past few days, we've been killing monsters in the same area? Why are there so many beasts here? I don't know, do you know? Haitang was stunned again. Of course I know, but what? The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. Soon, Wang Chen's night watch ended, and the two returned to rest. In the following days, they continued to focus on hunting the strange beasts, and Haitang also noticed that this team was indeed circling around a specific location to kill monsters. These strange beasts all emerged from within, and the sheer number of them was quite puzzling. What was inside? Aside from Wang Tong, only Wang Chen knew the answer. It was Wang Tong who had used that secret realm key to unlock the secret realm. Initially, he had planned to sneak in alone, but after opening it, he inadvertently brought a relic into this world. After the secret realm was opened, some were directly from another time and space, while others pulled things from another time and space, and some had both. Wang Tang's secret realm had both, bringing the relic here while also containing a small secret realm. This small secret realm wasn't large, but the flow of time was rapid, and strange beasts would continuously appear. The beasts they were currently hunting were those that had come out from within. He needed the team to kill these beasts, collect energy, and then recharge at the relic to enter the small secret realm. Moreover, to collect energy, they had to be below level 20. Therefore, he could only return to organize the school's people to enter the relic. Otherwise, how could he be so kind as to form a team? It should be noted that he had initially planned to keep it all to himself, not even wanting to bring Lu Ruyan along. 3 days passed, and Wang Tang led the team to the discovered relic. He, like everyone else, seemed genuinely surprised as if it were their first discovery. Wang Chen could only think that his acting was poor, too stiff. However, this was not a movie, and it was impossible for everyone's focus to be on just one person, so no one noticed the issue. Why hasn't this relic appeared on the map? Why didn't the drone detect it earlier? We can't even livestream. It seems we've entered some kind of barrier. I understand now, this is something from another time and space, possibly a spatial rift sending things over. This place is rich in energy. Definitely, things from another time and space cannot be captured by ordinary photographic equipment. That's exactly what's happening now. We've even lost communication with the outside. Only those inside can chat. It really is like that. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation. I was just chatting with my girlfriend, and suddenly it cut off. She won't think I hung up on her, will she? Oh no! The crowd was buzzing with discussion, also testing the communication function of their wristbands. This communication feature had been researched for a long time by experts. Each wristband was an independent transceiver. If there were other wristbands within a kilometer range without obstructions, they could relay messages. If a vacuum zone formed, communication would be impossible, but with so many people, as long as they weren't in a blocked area, they believed they could communicate with each other. Alright, enough chatting. What's the situation with this relic? Are we here to solve puzzles and explore, or should we head out? This was indeed the most pressing concern. No one knew what the situation inside the relic was like. Looking at the relic, it was filled with stone structures, and in the middle stood a small mountain, atop which appeared to be an unknown building, already covered in vegetation. Of course, we should solve it. It seems that only those below level 20 can enter, which means this is a secret realm capped at level 20. Our levels are just right, aren't they? Exactly, with so many of us, even if we die, we'll die in the front row. I'm not afraid. In the end, everyone decided to let the assassins and other classes scout ahead, not straying too far from the group. As long as it was safe, everyone would follow. At this moment, everyone was most worried about traps, but the first issue they encountered was not a trap, but rather, there's a strange beast, a level 16 boss-class fire chicken snake. Should we fight it? In the middle of the wide road ahead, a large black snake coiled itself, its head adorned with a prominent comb-like structure, and its scales exuded an aura of fire elements. Attack, of course. Everyone was eager to try, although there were no level 20 or above players guarding them at this point. Most of them were above level 16, and they could easily take down this level 16 boss. Wang Chen, go up, don't go. Wang Tang was, of course, urging Wang Chen to go, as he was in the front line, while Ning Mang was the one telling Wang Chen not to go. Ning Mang felt that Wang Chen going up was tantamount to seeking death. A level 16 boss had an attack power equivalent to a level 22 beast, and its defense and health were even greater and stronger than that of a level 22. Most importantly, boss-level beasts often had skills that could be quite dangerous, especially those that could kill instantly. Wang Chen was only level 14, and it felt too dangerous. Wang Chen, you're not afraid to go, are you? It's fine, just say it, after all, you're too weak. Before Wang Chen could respond, Sun Jichou had already spoken, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Next to him, Lu Xinyun glanced at Wang Chen but ultimately chose not to speak. Under Sun Jichao's lead, a few others chimed in, mocking Wang Chen. Who says I'm afraid? I'm going. At this moment, Wang Chen stepped forward, looking as if he had been provoked, and then strode towards the fiery comb snake. Wang Tang and the others laughed, preparing to wait a bit longer before stepping in to save Wang Chen, letting him either die or get injured. In their eyes, Wang Chen was enraged into action. In fact, even without their provocation, Wang Chen would have gone up. Because the Heavenly Eye told him that this fiery comb snake could help him gain a new mastery ability in his basic body refining technique, referred to as mastery. Each skill could actually take many directions, possessing various masteries. Just like the simplest fireball technique, the same fireball skill could have mastery that allows for rapid firing, multiple balls in one shot, or increased power. It could even have all of them. This kind of mastery could suddenly be comprehended as proficiency increased, with conditions unknown, often considered a mystery. Wang Chen was likely to gain mastery fire resistance under the magical flame aura of this comb snake. At this moment, Wang Chen raised his shield and threw a short sword at the comb snake, using sword control technique to accelerate his charge. Clang! The short sword hit the snake's scales, easily deflected, and fell to the ground. The comb snake lowered its head to look at Wang Chen, its eyes glinting with ferocity, dark flames erupting from its body. Come on! Let the flames come even fiercer! Boom! The comb snake opened its massive mouth and lunged at Wang Chen, its speed almost a blur. Many present didn't even see it clearly, as dust flew up, obscuring their view. Although they couldn't see what was happening inside, everyone felt that Wang Chen must have been swallowed, as that speed was too fast for him to evade. Is he dead? Wang Tang frowned. He had seen some movement, but it wasn't very clear, feeling that Wang Chen had already moved before the attack. Regardless of whether he was dead or alive, they should start attacking. Everyone, go in, listen to the commands, don't be greedy for achievements, or don't blame anyone if you die. With Wang Tang's words, the classmates began to move forward, and because of Wang Chen's earlier experience, the frontline tanks wouldn't get too close, looking for opportunities from a distance. Meanwhile, the ranged players had already begun various attacks, while the melee classes circled around to attack. The snake generally directed its attacks at enemies in front and behind, being less agile on the sides, allowing these melee classes to unleash their full power in their assault. Clang, clang, clang. When their attacks met the coxcomb snake, they were all blocked by its hard scales. However, some scales had already shown cracks, and it was believed that a few more attacks would surely break through. If the commander were smart, he would definitely remind them of this. But at that moment, Wang Tang didn't, Lu Ruyan didn't, and neither did the others, as they were all engrossed in battle, focusing solely on their own fights. The coordination was indeed a complete mess. Everyone, mark those weak scales for attack. At that moment, a voice rang out, making everyone immediately understand what to do. They quickly marked the scales and began the next round of attacks. After doing this, they suddenly realized, wasn't that Wang Chen's voice? Wang Chen wasn't dead? Sure enough, they found Wang Chen on the left side of the snake's head, taunting the coxcomb snake. This taunt wasn't a skill, he simply shouted, "Grandson." Then, he threw a short sword at the coxcomb on the snake's head, piercing through the red flesh crown directly. This caused the coxcomb snake to light up with a red glow from its head to its tail, reminiscent of Godzilla unleashing a powerful attack. Roar! The coxcomb snake opened its mouth and unleashed a red energy blast towards Wang Chen. What the hell, there's this move too! Just before the energy blast hit, Wang Chen moved his body first and raised his shield, slightly deflecting some of the energy, narrowly avoiding it. What a pity! For many, this was a very regrettable moment, especially for Sun Jichao, who was in the back row. Just as he was lamenting, he suddenly realized something was wrong. The energy that had been deflected by Wang Chen's shield was heading straight for him. Damn it, Sun Jichao shouted, and then he was directly blasted away, crashing heavily into a building behind him, causing the already damaged structure to collapse and bury him underneath. Hai Tang, Wang Chen, was that intentional? Wang Chen, nonsense, it was just a coincidence. I was trying to minimize casualties by drawing it towards the less crowded area. I didn't account for the shield's rebound. Ning Meng, a friend's death doesn't affect a Taoist. Wait, Boss Lingfeng, did you intentionally send that in the team group? The previous message from Hai Tang was sent in their small group of 3, and Lu Shangyun had already left the group, so the latter one was 2. But in between, Wang Chen had sent it to the team group because someone had already asked. With the wristband, one could type instantly with their brain and send messages, allowing for such quick conversations without hindering the ongoing battle. Wang Tang, stop chatting, let's continue fighting. Xiaoho Taiju and Ning Meng, go save people. Xiaoho Taiju, yes, Meng, hurry, come over here. Although Ning Meng was quite displeased with Xiaoho Taiju speaking to her like that and didn't like Sun Jichao either, she went to help rescue people. When Xiao Taiju dug someone out, he found that Sun Jichao was barely alive. After using the rejuvenation technique on him, he saw the wounds on his body slowly healing. The rejuvenation technique provided continuous healing, and the effects wouldn't be immediate, so Sun Jichao had to wait patiently. At this time, other healing professions were frantically healing those in the front lines, leaving no time to save Sun Jichao. However, since they were away from the battlefield, it wasn't a major issue. Xiao Taiju quickly returned to the fight, and Ning Meng gave Sun Jichao another rejuvenation before heading to heal others in the front. At this point, the battle was nearing its conclusion. After using that move, the coxcomb snake seemed to have lost some strength, and the demonic flames it emitted had weakened. The fighters felt that the burning from the flames had decreased significantly, and with the continuous healing from the rejuvenation technique, they were basically not losing health. Of course, this didn't rule out being hit by the coxcomb snake. At this moment, Wang Chen was being stared at by the cock-headed snake, with demonic flames continuously burning his body, causing him to be injured all the time, and his proficiency in body refining techniques was steadily increasing. However, he had yet to comprehend the mastery of the skill. Just at the last moment, the cock-headed snake unleashed its final suicidal skill, and Wang Chen finally grasped the mastery of fire resistance, which would grant him resistance to fire damage in the future. Moreover, if this mastery were cultivated to the extreme, he could even absorb fire energy to heal himself. This could be understood as reaching a high level in body refining techniques, allowing one to absorb the power of flames to enhance their physique. But this would take a long time, and right now, the most important thing was to deal with the cock-headed snake's final frenzy. The cock-headed snake was engulfed in flames, channeling all its power into its comb, which instantly enlarged and turned bright red. Suddenly, the level of the cock-headed snake shot up to level 19. Run! The boss has gone berserk. Wang Chen, hold them off. Wang Tang shouted immediately. Hold them off? You want me to keep the boss busy so you can escape, right? If that's the case, alright, I'll hold them off. Wang Chen taunted the cock-headed snake in the same manner as before. The cock-headed snake, seeing Wang Chen, became furious and charged at him. At this moment, Wang Chen naturally chose to run. He couldn't withstand it. As he ran, everyone realized that this guy was incredibly agile, darting through the buildings with movements as smooth as flowing water. Although he wasn't as fast as the others, he utilized the terrain and his fluid movements to maintain a distance from the cock-headed snake. At this time, Sun Jichao had recovered somewhat. Watching Wang Chen move with such grace, he was screaming internally, catch up to him, kill him, just kill him. Just then, he suddenly noticed Wang Chen turning and seemingly coming towards him. Oh no! Don't come over here! Sun Jichao felt like he was going to die. Wang Chen flew over him, while the cock-headed snake slammed him to the ground and rubbed him against it. His battle suit was completely worn away. In the end, when the cock-headed snake's frenzy ended and it collapsed dead, Sun Jichao also met his demise. He had socially died. Boom! Another boss fell at the team's feet. This was the 5th boss-level beast in the ruins. The ruins didn't seem large, yet there were 5 boss-level beasts, the strongest reaching level 20, and it had cost Wang Tang, Lu Ruyan, and others a significant amount to deal with them. If they had to do it all over again, the outcome would definitely be a loss. At this moment, the team began to rest. This battle had left several people injured, and these injuries wouldn't heal quickly. From the beginning with Sun Jichao to the current injured, plus the 3 who had died in battle, only 20 people with combat capability remained in the team. If it weren't for Wang Tang insisting on continuing the fight, and everyone wanting to know what benefits this ruin would yield, they would have disbanded long ago. Whoosh! I hope this is the last one. If another one shows up, we'll be in trouble. You jinx, shut up. At this moment, the team was like startled birds, not wanting to fight again. As usual, the injured will keep an eye on the loot, and we'll divide it later. Now everyone take a break. I'll send someone to scout ahead. Wang Tang spoke to take charge, giving off a sense of decisive leadership, and his arrangements were quite reasonable. Things proceeded in an orderly manner. Not long after, everyone stood at the highest point of the ruins, on the platform atop the building on the mountain peak. From here, they could see the entire situation of the ruins and noticed that there were no more beasts inside. This made everyone very happy, feeling that they could finally divide the loot and go home. I have a feeling that this matter won't be so simple. It seems we haven't gained anything besides defeating the beasts. Don't you think there should be something else in this ruin? Wang Tang certainly wouldn't leave, as he still wanted to enter the small secret realm, but he couldn't say that directly. He could only guide everyone to discover it. At the same time, he found it strange that so many beasts had appeared before, yet now there were none. I also feel that there are undiscovered things here. If we leave, we might miss out on something that we would regret for a lifetime. Lu Ruoyan also spoke up, and the others echoed her sentiments, beginning to search around. After everyone had left, Lu Ruoyan noticed Wang Chen sitting there, unmoving, surrounded by the green energy of the rejuvenation technique. Is he healing? Forget it, it doesn't matter, he's not worth my attention anymore. Lu Ruoyan went down to the place she felt drawn to, believing there would be something to discover there. Every person with awakened talents has a kind of premonition that surpasses ordinary perception. The higher the talent level, the stronger and more accurate this feeling is. However, it only appears occasionally and isn't always accurate. Soon, only Wang Chen, Hai Tang, and Ning Meng remained on the platform. Wang Chen, everyone was injured in the last battle, why weren't you hurt? Ning Meng asked at that moment. Although Wang Chen had the rejuvenation technique on him, it was a cover for the fact that he hadn't been injured much. Since Ning Meng was focused on Wang Chen and needed to treat him, she naturally noticed. Who said I wasn't injured? I was hurt, look, my hand just froze up, Wang Chen said, raising his hand. Actually, I couldn't do anything. The beasts didn't dare let me in, so I could only stand by and do nothing, Wang Chen smiled and said. In everyone's eyes, he was just a useless frontline meat shield. During such life and death moments, they would never assign Wang Chen to the front lines. As for Wang Chen running to the front, that was his own business. Since he wasn't a main force, he didn't take on the boss, so he naturally wasn't injured much. That's not right, that boss clearly had a group attack aura, and being near it would constantly be hit by frost, yet you weren't hurt much. I'm just a young man with a strong inner fire. Let's not talk about that. Do you think our discovery here is a coincidence? Wang Chen quickly changed the topic. He couldn't tell them that he had now comprehended ice resistance mastery, and that the damage was already outpaced by his recovery ability. What do you mean? Hai Tang suddenly recalled what Wang Chen had said before. The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. Wang Chen smiled. What is his purpose in doing this? Hai Tang understood. This was the end of the previous topic, and now bringing it up again indicated it was related. Thinking carefully about this matter, from Wang Tang suddenly becoming a good person wanting to take everyone to train together, to now circling around here and entering it, it should be related to Wang Tang, although it was a bit hard to understand. Of course, it's to obtain the rewards of the secret realm. Hai Tang, then he must not want us to know and wants to monopolize the rewards. Should we be on guard? Wang Chen, definitely. What are you guys talking about? I don't understand, Ning Meng said, confused by the conversation. Wang Chen and Hai Tang ignored Ning Meng and walked to the edge of the platform. Hai Tang, have you noticed that the positions of the bosses we killed seem to have some kind of connection? Could it be that they evolved into boss level due to certain reasons nearby? Wang Chen said this directly, without using his wristband to send a message, perhaps because he just wanted to show off to Hai Tang. Look at these buildings, they seem like some kind of formation. As long as you remove this, and then connect this, and this, it transforms into a formation, like the Blood Moon Sacrifice formation. Wang Chen pointed below and continued speaking with Hai Tang, while Ning Meng beside them kept nodding, looking at Ling Feng with admiration. At that moment, Wang Tang suddenly appeared next to Wang Chen, glancing at him. He had already integrated the Blood Moon Sacrifice formation into the blueprint of this ruin. As expected, just as Wang Chen said, this was indeed a formation. Wang Tang smiled. I didn't expect you to discover this, very good. In that case, Wang Tang paused and waved his hand. Attack! Suddenly, 10 ninja assassins appeared around Wang Chen and the others, their short blades thrusting towards them. The strength of these ninja assassins seemed far beyond the normal level 20, they should be second transformation professions. Wang Tang had hidden such terrifying combatants by his side. You all run! I'll hold them off! Wang Chen shouted, blocking the 10 ninjas and urging the 2 women to escape first. Such selflessness, wouldn't Hai Tang and Ning Meng be moved to tears? Ah, my charm is so hard to place. But it seemed this wasn't the time to show off, as the ninja's blades were already before him. With Wang Chen's strength, there was no chance of escape, he would surely die under the flurry of blades. The 10 ninja assassins attacked Wang Chen from all angles, surrounding him completely with no possibility of escape. However, at that moment, Wang Tang noticed that there was no fear on Wang Chen's face, which felt a bit off. Shouldn't an ordinary person be scared out of their wits in such a situation? Even with strong mental fortitude, there should still be some panic, right? He must be pretending. This was Wang Tang's inner thought, and at the same time, he looked at the dog behind Wang Chen, who had already been injured while trying to block the assassins for him. It could be said that Wang Chen no longer had the help he had just moments ago, he was doomed. Killing Wang Chen was one of Wang Tang's original objectives, and the reason he chose to act now was that he couldn't let Wang Chen speak. Wang Chen knew about the Blood Moon sacrifice formation, and if he spoke about it, others would doubt it and wouldn't follow Wang Tang's plan for the sacrifice. He wanted to sacrifice everyone below, and he needed to deceive them into thinking he was sacrificing himself, which required them not to realize it was a sacrifice formation. Indeed, he intended to sacrifice everyone below, including Lu Ruyan. Just a woman, and merely an A-grade talent, how hard could it be to find another? Besides, he planned to be celibate for decades. What use was there for women? Especially in these 3 months, he felt Lu Ruyan was looking down on him, her various behaviors mocking him for being inhumane. This had already twisted his psyche somewhat, and he was a self-centered person, not like Xiahou Taiju, the kind of sycophant. Therefore, sacrificing Lu Ruyan was quite normal for him. Simply put, his current goal was to kill Wang Chen and then sacrifice everyone below. Although Ning Meng and Haitang had already run away, it didn't matter, no one would believe their words. No, they had their sycophants. Damn! Fortunately, he still had his assassins below, all of whom his mother had found for him. At this moment, he didn't even realize he was a little bastard, thinking these assassins were just coincidentally all ninja professions. It was just a profession, they didn't necessarily have to be from Japan. The most important thing was that the ninja profession was useful. Back to the point, at this moment, Wang Chen was clearly in imminent danger and unable to escape, yet he remained so relaxed and calm. This surprised Wang Tang, and what he didn't expect was explode. Wang Chen suddenly shouted. This left everyone present stunned, wondering what was happening. Then they understood, as several magical traps suddenly appeared around Wang Chen and exploded collectively. At the same time, the flames engulfed everyone. This was an indiscriminate attack, and Wang Chen was also caught in it, but he had a rejuvenation spell on him, which should have been thrown by Ning Meng before she left. After the explosion, half of the 10 ninja assassins instantly vanished. They disappeared into thin air. What was going on? It was simple, because this was a shadow clone technique. Out of the 10 ninja assassins, only 4 were real, the others were just clones. However, these clones also had attacking power, which, while not high, seemed quite strong to someone like Wang Chen, who was only level 14. The 4 ninjas were momentarily stunned, then immediately threw a large number of shuriken, the so-called star blades. Instantly, shuriken were flying towards Wang Chen from all directions, leaving him with no way to dodge. In fact, Wang Chen had no intention of dodging, he simply used his shield to block, but he only managed to deflect part of them, and still, a majority struck his body. This made both the 4 ninjas and Wang Tang very happy, but their joy was short-lived, as they noticed that several of the shuriken Wang Chen had deflected were heading towards one of the ninjas. That ninja reacted quickly and dodged a few blades, but ultimately could not avoid the last one. The most fatal part was that this last shuriken struck him right in the neck, severing his throat. A sense of despair appeared in that ninja's eyes. At that moment, although he was gasping for air, neither air nor blood could reach the necessary places through his neck. In the end, he fell. He was unwilling to accept it. In their fragile profession, even at level 20, having their throat cut was fatal. If they had been at a higher level or in a defensive class, perhaps they could have just taken medicine to recover. Is this a coincidence? Wang Tang was stunned. This situation looked like a coincidence because it wasn't Wang Chen's attack, he had merely deflected the shuriken. However, he didn't mind injuring a ninja, after all, they were hired assassins, and losing one meant paying a little less. Perfect. But the situation was different for the other 3 ninjas, this was their comrade. Damn it, I will make you pay. The 3 ninjas were furious, showcasing their shadow clone technique once more, and attacked Wang Chen again, this time with even more ferocity. They believed that Wang Chen would definitely die this time, especially since he was pierced by many shuriken and was injured. Although they had lost a comrade, it was not in vain, they had achieved something. This time, he was injured, and without magical traps, what life-saving tricks could he possibly have left? Surely none. Swish, swish, swish. 7 ninja clones charged at Wang Chen, who blocked most of them with his shield and sword, but still got hit by a few blades. That was enough, those few wounds could take down Wang Chen. However, something unexpected happened. Not only did Wang Chen not die, but he also counterattacked, angrily stabbing his sword into the body of a ninja in front of him. To Wang Tang, it looked like a desperate counterattack, a sword of despair. So he laughed. Even if that sword killed a ninja, he didn't care, as Wang Chen would ultimately die. Moreover, he didn't believe Wang Chen could be so lucky as to randomly stab and find the real one. The one he hit must be a fake. However, he never expected that it was real. How did you know I was real? If I had known, I wouldn't have used a clone. The injured ninja looked at Wang Chen, unwilling to accept his fate, and at the same time, a clone vanished with him. He now deeply regretted that if he hadn't used his shadow clone technique, he wouldn't have been struck in a vital spot by Wang Chen. The reason the clones created by the shadow clone technique had offensive power was that the main body would distribute a certain amount of strength, which in turn weakened the main body's power. Therefore, if he hadn't used the clones, Wang Chen would have only managed to injure him with that last strike. However, he thought to himself that at least Wang Chen would die alongside him, which could be considered a form of closure. Fall down, let's go to hell together. You've fallen, why haven't you collapsed? You've clearly been stabbed so many times, you should be dead like me. Stop messing around, lie down, lie down. With endless resentment and confusion, this ninja refused to close his eyes in death. Meanwhile, Wang Chen still stood, injured but alive. Simply because my basic body refining technique wasn't practiced for nothing, this little injury can't kill me. And there are still 2 damned ninjas left. How is your defense so strong? How did you tell that was real just now? The 2 ninjas stepped back, their faces filled with disbelief. After all, the opponent was only level 14, and they had already lost 2 out of 4. The opponent had first been hit by their meteor darts and then stabbed by them, yet he could still stand. The most incredible part was that his body was actually recovering. At this moment, Wang Chen pulled out the meteor darts one by one and placed them in his pocket. After a while, the blood from his wounds began to clot. This recovery ability was a bit terrifying. Did you forget? I have an Sss-Level talent, and my defense skills are already over level 500. Wang Chen smiled, as if to say, don't forget, my talent is not something you can compare to. Wang Tang fell silent. Although he had anticipated that Wang Chen would be difficult to deal with, he hadn't expected it to be this hard. He had sent 4 level 22nd transformation ninjas to deal with Wang Chen, which should have been enough to take down some minor bosses, yet the opponent had withstood 2 attacks. The most unbelievable part was that he had actually killed 2 second transformation level 20 ninjas, although it felt like luck. Do you think I'm just lucky? Well, I can't help it, I'm just that fortunate. Wang Chen said to them, showing no intention of attacking, merely talking as if he were stalling for time. Get on it, his recovery ability is fast. If we don't kill him now, it will be even more troublesome later. Wang Tang sensed this and immediately ordered the remaining 2 ninjas to attack, while also calling back the ninjas below, regardless of whether they had dealt with the 2 women down there. Those 2 women were unimportant, Wang Chen was the priority. Even if people found out he wanted to kill Wang Chen, so what? Everyone knew this, and there was no need to hide it. After all, anything done in the wild was fair game, killing and looting were common occurrences. He could even explain what Wang Chen and the others had said in the group. Wang Chen wants to kill me, Hai Tang and Ning Meng were misled by him, and when they failed to kill me, they started slandering me. Don't listen to them. After giving this explanation in the group, Wang Tang kicked Wang Chen and the others out, claiming they would mislead others and suggesting everyone block them. This reason was accepted by everyone, just as they believed Wang Tang would kill Wang Chen, and vice versa. Back to the point, Wang Tang was directing both the team and the ninjas. Both sides were in action. The team was restoring the formation while the ninjas once again used their shadow clones to attack Wang Chen. They didn't believe Wang Chen could distinguish the real body. This time, the 2 ninjas released their clones to confuse Wang Chen, planning to retract the clones in an instant and then launch a full-scale attack on him. They believed Wang Chen couldn't possibly identify the real body, and by the time they retracted the clones, Wang Chen would be too late to defend. What if luck was on their side and they hit the real body? Then they could only say Wang Chen was lucky, but that would only slightly increase the difficulty. Wang Chen still couldn't possibly surpass the ninjas. You should know that the previous 2 times were mere coincidences, just luck. 5 ninjas moved around Wang Chen, quickly closing in on him. Normally, at this moment, Wang Chen could only choose to break through using a clone. If he encountered the real body, he would be in trouble. With 3 clones among the 5 ninjas, his chances were still quite high. However, Wang Tang was not worried about this, because even if Wang Chen was lucky enough to choose correctly this time, he could only deal with this move, and there would be more to come. In fact, Wang Chen made the right choice. He bent down, placed his shield in front, and charged forward. The clone disappeared before he could collide with it. He successfully broke through. However, at this moment, Wang Tang was laughing. He was not happy for Wang Chen's narrow escape but because he knew Wang Chen was about to fall into the next crisis. At this point, Wang Chen had forgotten one thing. While he had chosen the right clone, it also meant the real body was behind him, and now the back door was wide open. From Wang Chen's earlier performance, he had been hit twice, both times from behind, especially in a few blind spots where he had been caught off guard. So now, all that was needed was to attack his defensive blind spots, and he would definitely be injured. Thus, the ninjas immediately launched shooting stars from their hands. Whoosh! 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 The shooting stars all struck Wang Chen's body. Those blind spots were indeed areas he could not defend against. At this moment, Wang Chen's movement faltered, his speed significantly reduced, and he was quickly caught up by the ninjas behind him. Two ninjas attacked simultaneously from either side, all targeting Wang Chen's blind spots. Piercing, both knives plunged into Wang Chen's body. Die! Wang Tang and the others felt that this time Wang Chen was doomed, especially the two ninjas who thought all they had to do was move forward. However, they soon discovered something shocking. As their knives entered Wang Chen's body, the deeper they went, the greater the resistance became. After only 5 centimeters of penetration, they could no longer move. It felt as if their knives were being bitten by something, unable to advance any further. They were immediately startled and tried to retract their knives, only to find they were stuck just as tightly. What was going on? They had heard that training the body to a certain level made the flesh the strongest defense. Could it be because of this? Impossible. Wang Chen was only at level 14. How could he have such strength? Not good. Suddenly, a sense of crisis emerged. Boom! Before they could react, an explosion erupted behind Wang Chen, sending him flying forward, while the two ninjas were thrown backward, both crashing heavily to the ground. This change left Wang Tang stunned. What was happening? He finally moved to check on the two ninjas and found several shooting stars deeply embedded in them. They looked as if they were dead beyond recovery. What is going on? Wang Chen. Wang Tang looked towards Wang Chen's location and saw him running towards the buildings below the platform. He took a few steps forward to chase but ultimately stopped. Now he couldn't be sure if he could kill Wang Chen. Those ninjas had been taken out by Wang Chen, and he had no chance of escaping if he faced them. Forget it, there was no need to worry about Wang Chen now. The most important thing was to complete the sacrificial formation below as soon as possible. Even if Wang Chen went down to inform the others, it didn't matter. At most, he could say he never intended to sacrifice everyone, just asking them to contribute their energy. This energy was not energy value but rather the energy absorbed from killing exotic beasts, energy that belonged to this place. Damn Wang Chen, why can't he be killed even like this? If it were me, I would have been killed several times by now. Wang Tang couldn't understand. There were too many things he couldn't wrap his head around during this process, but he couldn't continue to dwell on them now. He quickly began to continue directing others, not taking this matter seriously. For him, if he couldn't kill Wang Chen once, he would try again. And Wang Chen's escape didn't affect him. After all, Wang Chen couldn't threaten him anyway. Soon after, he regretted this thought. Wang Chen, you look injured. Are you okay? I'm fine. Are you too hurt? A little, but who am I? I'll recover quickly. Wang Chen and the three were in a building beneath the platform. This was one of the secret rooms, and hiding inside would be very safe. Wang Chen had just sent them the location, and they could still send messages, so gathering was easy. I know Wang Tang wants to kill you, but why does he also want to kill us? And those ninjas just now, how did they end up here? Hai Tang was quite puzzled. Could it be to silence them? This silence couldn't possibly be because of the attempt on Wang Chen's life. That matter was almost public knowledge, so what was there to silence? This meant that there was something here that needed to be silenced, but what could it be? Didn't everyone already know about the relics? Is there something else here? Hai Tang asked keenly. There definitely is. Wang Chen nodded. What is it? Hai Tang pressed. How would I know? Only Wang Tang should know. By now, everyone probably suspects him. Does he think everyone is an idiot? Wang Chen could only analyze from a normal perspective. He couldn't just say he knew there was a small secret realm inside and that they should wait for a chance to go in and seize Wang Tang's opportunity. Ning Meng, at this moment, was dazedly asking from the side, what? Suspect what? Who's the idiot? Wang Chen and the other two fell silent, and then Wang Chen sat down to begin circulating his energy to heal. Ning Meng tossed Wang Chen a rejuvenation spell and then whispered a few words to Hai Tang. Meanwhile, the team outside had already repaired the formation and was about to begin the offering. Due to what Wang Chen had said in the group earlier, some people were thinking and felt that Wang Tang had some issues, so they brought others back. Among them was Lu Ruyan. She may have abandoned Wang Chen, but she absolutely believed in his character, knowing he wouldn't deceive everyone. If he were just deceiving her and Wang Tang, that would be normal, but with so many people here, all his classmates, he shouldn't be lying. Therefore, she believed Wang Chen more than Wang Tang. Because of this, many people stood on the platform. If there were people present, then Wang Tang definitely couldn't perform the offering on his classmates. Damn Wang Chen! Wang Tang cursed fiercely in his heart. He had already cleaned up the battlefield, ensuring no one knew outsiders had entered. Is there anyone here who understands formations? See where this formation activates and what it needs? Wang Tang asked the crowd. He wasn't very familiar with formations, only knowing what this formation looked like. He could repair it according to the diagram, but he was a bit uncertain about how to activate it. The people present exchanged glances, as if no one understood. No one understands? Wang Tang was surprised. He remembered there were a few people here who were quite knowledgeable about formations, and he had arranged for 2 or 3 of them, fearing exactly this kind of situation where no one understood. I know someone is very skilled, but forget it, I won't say. Xiaoho Taiju spoke up but thought better of it and remained silent. If you know, just say it, stop being so evasive. He Hongzhou knows. Where is he? He died the day before yesterday. But I know another person who knows, but forget it, I won't say. Tell me. Yao Qianshu knows too. Where is he? He died yesterday. Is there anyone left who hasn't died? Yes, there's one more. Who? Hurry up and say. Wang Chen. Xiaoho Taiju mentioned 3 people, either already dead or Wang Chen, which drove Wang Tang a bit crazy, wanting to kill the one who spoke. Was this intentional? Although I don't quite understand this, I've heard of the blood moon sacrifice array. First, it requires a blood moon, and the pool in the middle that looks like a moon must be filled with blood. Lu Ruyan spoke at this moment. She had only heard Wang Chen mention it and hadn't focused on learning it. She didn't have the time for that. The reason this array is called the blood moon sacrifice array is that there is a crescent-shaped pool in the middle, which needs to be filled with blood. The pool filled with blood will spread the blood outwards, forming the entire array. At this moment, everyone could see that in the center of the ruins below, there was a building complex that resembled a square. In the square, there was indeed a moon pool. Where is all this blood coming from? Wang Tang and the others immediately asked. Even if these people sacrificed themselves, it didn't seem enough to fill these pools. Did you forget about the previous boss? Just take their blood, 1 or 2 of them is enough, Lu Ruyan reminded, and everyone suddenly realized. No wonder there were 5 boss level here, they were bleeding out. So, a group of people went down to pour the blood of those into the pool. Is there anything else besides this? Wang Tang asked Lu Ruyan. At this moment, his expression seemed very calm, but he was actually quite displeased. Sooner or later, I will make you all die, including that bitch Lu Ruyan. Naturally, it's a sacrifice. What exactly is being sacrificed, I don't know, it depends on what the array requires. I estimate it's the kind of energy we have on us that needs to be collected and offered to this array. I just don't know what will happen afterward, Lu Ruyan said, guiding everyone to think about what would happen next. Wang Tang wanted to say that what happens next is none of your business, it's my business. But what if the small secret realm is open then? Am I supposed to share the small secret realm with them? Impossible, absolutely impossible. And the more one fears something, the more it comes. After the blood in the blood moon pool was filled, the array eye in the pool activated, sending the blood to various parts of the array. This was clearly visible from the platform. The blood moon pool resembled a heart, pumping blood outwards. Once the blood arrived, the entire ruins began to glow red, and those 5 points became very prominent. Next, Lu Ruyan presided over the proceedings, directing everyone to send their energy to the 5 points. This was not difficult, all they needed to do was reach out in that direction. This was something everyone coincidentally discovered. When someone reached out, they found their energy was directly drawn away and flew towards those 5 points. Subsequently, the bodies of those 5 points were also sacrificed, and with the added energy, 5 stone towers rose at the 5 points. 2 beams of light shot out from the stone towers, directed towards the 2 opposite stone towers, and soon, a pentagram appeared. The people in the middle were surrounded by these 5 beams of light, and then these 5 beams began to charge the platform. A time-space gate appeared on the platform. This gate led to the small secret realm, and at this moment, everyone was very happy because this was a fortuitous encounter, something some people might never experience in their lifetime. However, Wang Tang was not happy at this moment and did not intend to cooperate. He knew that to open this door, a key was needed, and that key was in his hands. As long as he didn't say anything, no one would know where the key was. By then, everyone would disperse, and he could sneak back to open the door and go in. Enjoying alone is the greatest joy. Wang Tang had already calculated this well. When faced with his classmates' inquiries about whether he knew anything, he resolutely shook his head, absolutely refusing to admit it. In the end, the matter indeed unraveled as he had anticipated. Just as he was feeling pleased, someone suddenly appeared behind him, disrupting all his plans. And that person was Wang Chen. How dare you come back? Why can't I come? Wang Chen smiled and walked straight over. You 3 want to kill Boss Wang Tong, and yet you still have the face to come here? Aren't you afraid we'll capture you and kill you? Sun Jichao stepped forward at this moment. He had been silent for several episodes and now wanted to make a show. Whether you believe what I say or not, I just want to kill him. So what? I even want to kill you. What's wrong with that? Wang Chen looked at Sun Jichao, a cold-killing intent flickering in his eyes, startling Sun Jichao. But soon, Sun Jichao reacted, jumping up and saying, "You want to kill me? You worthless piece of trash, you're only level 14, and I'm already level 17. More importantly, I have a profession and will soon be able to advance to the second tier. In less than 3 months, I can easily crush you with one hand." This was true. Wang Chen currently did not belong to any other profession, but once everyone advanced to the second tier and leveled up for a few months, they could easily leave Wang Chen far behind. "I don't know if you can crush me with one hand, but I can guarantee you won't live for 3 months. I can see your fate. Within 3 days, there will be a disaster of bloodshed. If you ask me, I can tell you how to avert it." Wang Chen said this to Sun Jichao, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Were you pretending to be a mystic here? Or threatening Sun Jichao? Are you threatening me? Even if I die, I won't ask you for help. A disaster of bloodshed in 3 days? Such petty tricks, do you think you can fool me? Am I an idiot? Sun Jichao naturally refused. He would not ask Wang Chen for help. He didn't realize he had missed the only chance to save his life, and Wang Chen had nothing more to say. If he wouldn't ask for help, why should I go begging? Do you want to open this door? Wang Chen brought the topic back, also stopping those who wanted to attack him. As expected, once he said this, everyone stopped caring about his desire to kill Wang Tong, except for Wang Tong himself. Everyone wanted to open this door, to enter the secret realm behind it and gain fortuitous encounters. This could be their chance to change their lives. Even Lu Ruyan was eager to seize this opportunity, otherwise, her A-grade talent would still be insufficient. Perhaps among ordinary people, and even among elites, A-grade was already considered genius, but among geniuses, it was not enough. With so many geniuses nationwide, this cohort alone had quite a few S-grade talents. How many more were there if you counted previous years? Therefore, A-grade talent was not enough for Lu Ruyan to rise. She needed more resources, more fortuitous encounters. At this moment, she looked at Wang Chen eagerly and even asked, "Wang Chen, can you open this door?" Her tone seemed to revert to when they were together before, which made Wang Tang beside her a bit angry. "You dog couple, I will kill you sooner or later. And Wang Chen, let's see how you open this door. The key is in my hands, and I will never let you have it." "I can, but first, I need to ask Wang Tang if he brought the key to the secret realm." Wang Chen looked at Wang Tong, and those who doubted Wang Tong also turned to look at him. "I don't have it. I don't know there's a secret realm here." "Don't talk nonsense." Wang Tong immediately shook his head in denial. He was very confident now because the key was not on him. Even if people suspected him, he could let them search him to prove his innocence. When everyone arrived at the platform, he had taken the opportunity to leave and hid the key in a secret place, even using a magic scroll to conceal it. The people present would never find it. "Are you sure it wasn't you who brought everyone into the secret realm? Everyone would thank you for this." Wang Chen asked again, his expression somewhat intriguing, not understanding what he meant. Was he trying to give the credit to Wang Tang? Was this Wang Tang's last chance to confess? Everyone was puzzled, even Wang Tong himself was thinking the same. At this moment, Wang Tang was even a bit shaken. Should he admit it? No, he absolutely could not admit it. If he confessed now, it would be obvious to others, and they would think he was unwilling to share, that it was just a last resort. So, Wang Tong chose to conceal it to the end. "I wish I had the key. I want everyone to thank me, but I don't. Coming here was just a coincidence. Otherwise, how could I have not known about the formation here?" It was Wang Chen who figured it out. "I think Wang Chen might know something. He deliberately stayed on the platform just now and wanted to kill me, just to monopolize it." At this moment, Wang Tang pushed the contradiction back, making everyone suspect Wang Chen. His statement gained the agreement of many, some of whom were fence-sitters, swayed by what others said. "If that's the case, I don't want to explain so much. I can only say the key is here, on one person." Wang Chen looked at Wang Tong, as if saying, "I know the key is with you." "Ah, I knew you would say that. Come on, Xiaoho Taiju, search him." Wang Tang laughed, spreading his arms to let Xiaoho Taiju search him. Everyone here believed Xiaoho Taiju wouldn't lie, and he wouldn't belong to any faction. Just then, Wang Chen shook his head and said, "No need to search, I never said it was on you." "Are you talking about my brothers?" Everyone stepped forward, let him give up on this idea. "If not, how do you think we should punish him? It can't just end like this." Wang Tong laughed, thinking Wang Chen believed he would hide things on others. Foolish. If he did that, wouldn't it just tell others he had the key? "I never said it was on your lackeys, it's actually on me. I just found a secret realm key. Do you believe it?" As Wang Chen spoke, he prepared to pull out the key. "How could it be so coincidental that you found it?" Wang Tang sneered. The place I hid it couldn't be found by anyone, even if someone passed by, they wouldn't discover the magically hidden spot. Wang Chen had no ability to find it. However, when Wang Chen took out the key, he was stunned. How is that possible? Although it was still the same question of how it was possible, the meaning and attitude behind it were completely different. At this moment, Lu Ruyan and the others were even more suspicious. How did you find it? Wang Tong couldn't understand, and at this moment he regained his composure, pretending to be somewhat curious in his inquiry. But in his heart, he already wanted to see Wang Chen suffer a slow death. He had concealed everything just to monopolize it, and now that the item was out, he couldn't monopolize it, and he wouldn't gain any reputation. Not only would he not gain a reputation, but it was very likely that this reputation would be taken away by Wang Chen. Actually, I certainly didn't find it. This is something my parents left for me, and I've carried it with me all along. I originally wanted to monopolize this secret realm, but after thinking it over for my classmates, I decided to take it out and share it with everyone. Wang Chen spoke grandly, and the people beside him, especially Ning Mang, had already cooperated, applauding and praising him. This was originally yours. Wanting to monopolize it is normal. Now that you can take it out and share it with everyone, that's also your initiative. If you hadn't taken it out, no one would have known, and you could still have monopolized it. Everyone began to express their opinions, feeling that since Wang Chen could bring it out at this time, it was a share, and everyone would remember the benefits Wang Chen had brought. But Wang Tang wanted to spit blood internally. This is my secret realm key. You should be thanking me. Wang Chen, I hate you. No one paid attention to Wang Tang's thoughts, they just watched as Wang Chen walked to the entrance of the secret realm and prepared to open it. Wait for what? Wang Chen stopped his actions and turned to look at the person who spoke, Wang Tong. At this moment, his face looked very unpleasant, with a hint of unnaturalness. Don't you think it's too abnormal for Wang Chen to bring it out like this? What if there's a problem with this secret realm? When Wang Tong finished this sentence, his back seemed to straighten again, as this question was indeed worth considering. Sure enough, some people present began to waver. It's fine, if you think there's a problem, then don't come in. I'll go in first. I originally wanted to open the door and grab the first place directly, but I would be scolded by you for being shameless. Now it seems unnecessary. I just want to say, I'll take on this dangerous task. As Wang Chen spoke, he had already opened the door and stepped inside before everyone could react. Following him were Haitang and Ning Mang, along with the ever-present Xiahou Taiju. The former believed in Wang Chen, while the latter was purely a sycophant. At this moment, everyone was stunned. They had also wanted to be first. As usually, the first one in would have advantages. However, after Wang Tang's words, they hesitated to step forward. Wang Tong, are you and Wang Chen in cahoots? Sun Jichao asked suspiciously, feeling that Wang Tong was just assisting Wang Chen. Get lost! Wang Tong shouted angrily. Sun Jichao immediately left, rolling into the small secret realm, and by the time he spoke, everyone had already entered. Wang Tang looked at the lonely platform. It seemed he had monopolized it. After a while, he instructed the ninjas he had brought to follow him inside, but they needed to be discreet and keep their distance. If there was an opportunity, they should kill everyone inside, especially Wang Chen. You all deserve to die, my things are not to be touched by anyone. A twisted coldness appeared on Wang Tang's face, which, if seen by others, would surely send chills down their spines and make them wary of him. Soon, Wang Tang entered and found himself in front of a large maze. This maze was magical, resembling a floating pavilion, with paths intertwining above and below. From the outside, one could clearly see the exotic beasts inside, as well as traps and the final rewards. Because it was visible at a glance, Wang Tang quickly saw that the maze had 7 paths, each with small treasure chests, and ultimately, all 7 paths converged into one large treasure chest. Wang Tong frowned. How could he have the ninjas kill everyone here? Wouldn't that expose him? Wait, he could just deny it later. But no, Wang Chen had previously said he would let the ninjas kill him, and now that ninjas appeared, it would be easy to make connections. How should he explain this? Wait, where is Wang Chen? Wang Tang looked around and found that Wang Chen was no longer here. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that Wang Chen had already entered one of the paths and was fighting an exotic beast on a platform. And Wang Chen was not alone. He was with Huangfu Haitang and Ning Mang, who had been ostracized once due to the earlier incident, so it was normal for them to stick together. However, besides the 3 of them, there was one more person following, completing their team. This person was Xiahou Taiju, who was stubbornly following Ning Mang, and Wang Chen couldn't be bothered to care. Wang Chen had initially led the team into the second left entrance, reasoning that since they were all the same, it didn't matter what they chose, it was better to rush in and get to the end sooner. I have to say, Wang Chen's idea is quite right, but the people present are still hesitating. insisting on making a choice here. In the end, the result is still the same, everyone can only randomly select an entrance to enter. Wang Tang and Lu Ruyan are still teamed up together because the two of them are the strongest, and Lu Ruyan cannot give up on Wang Tang as an ally. They are still the same team as before, with no changes. In fact, aside from Wang Chen's team, most people's teams have not changed, just one person less. Ultimately, Wang Tang chose the middle path because he was the last to choose. It's unclear how many people were calculated when this secret realm opened. There are exactly 7 paths and 7 teams. After Wang Tang and Lu Ruyan entered the entrance, they found themselves on a floating path. They could jump out of the path's range, but not too far, as there were air walls. If they fell below, they would end up standing back on the floating path. This characteristic would be a key to some mechanisms. That's a story for later. Right now, a platform appeared in front of them, on which a group of avian beasts was circling. Upon seeing them, the beasts immediately let out sharp cries and dove down. The sharp claws and hard beaks of the birds looked quite terrifying. The battle began. Wang Tang and his group quickly dealt with them, and then waves of beasts appeared. The frequency of beasts here was truly high. Forget about treasure chests, these beasts are treasures themselves, as they can level up and provide materials. Aren't they more appealing than those treasure chests? I say, our Sss-Level genius, why are you so slow? Charging at the front but now watching from the back? Wang Tang, resting at the moment, happened to see Wang Chen not far below him and began to mock. His voice could be heard below, and everyone nearby could clearly hear the taunt. They glanced at Wang Chen and found that his team was indeed slow. However, this slowness is relative. If one observes carefully, they would find that compared to their previous speed in killing beasts, this is already incredibly fast. Previously, it took 15 minutes to kill a beast, now it only takes 3 minutes. The only issue is that this time they appeared in groups, and since their team lacked area attacks, they could only kill them one by one. Wang Chen ignored their taunts and continued fighting. At this moment, other teams also had no time to laugh, as their progress was only slightly faster than Wang Chen's, having been left far behind by Wang Tang's team. Soon, Wang Tang's team, having started later, encountered the first mechanism puzzle, which was a very simple puzzle, almost as easy as 1 + 1 = 2, they just needed to swing a few mechanisms lightly. At this point, after clearing the puzzle, Wang Tang faced a choice that none of them had anticipated. Congratulations, you are the first team to pass the first level. You can increase the difficulty of the first level for other teams. Would you like to increase it? A voice rang out, and everyone heard it. Seeing this choice, Wang Tang and the others were somewhat bewildered. Could they really create difficulties for other teams? What are the benefits, or is there a punishment for not choosing? Wang Tang asked. There are no benefits, nor are there punishments, it simply increases the difficulty for other teams. Please choose. Upon hearing this, other teams began to shout, choose no. We are all family, don't do this. Exactly, Wang Tang, you are our leader, please don't do this. We need to agree not to increase the difficulty for others. At this moment, Wang Tang smiled and immediately responded, everyone, don't worry, how could I choose something that would be detrimental to everyone? When the crowd heard this, they all breathed a sigh of relief. However, what they never expected was his classmates. We are a loving group, and this doesn't really benefit anyone, so of course the choice is increase the difficulty. I am the first to pass, and only I can raise your difficulty, this is my reward, why should I give it up? You will understand this later. Ha ha, Wang Tang chose to increase the difficulty, which made many people extremely uncomfortable, and some had already started cursing. Wang Tang laughed and continued to slay monsters. If you have the ability, come ahead of me. Also, if you slow down, doesn't that mean I can steadily claim the final treasure chest? Isn't that a benefit? Ding! The difficulty of the first level has increased by 1. Suddenly, this line of text appeared in front of everyone, very obvious, along with a prompt sound. These all came from the secret realm. Don't ask about the principle, just like the existence of the secret realm itself, no one understands it. If one had to explain, it would be said to come from a higher dimensional power. Damn it! Wang Tang, aren't you going too far? Maka baka. A wave of angry curses erupted. It was certain that this grade would start cursing when encountering such a situation, as long as someone took the lead. It was clear that many people were unhappy about this, and if there weren't, Wang Chen would also take the lead in charging forward. However, when the second team solved the problem, I've been raised to a higher level of difficulty, so it's only fair that I raise others too, otherwise, I would feel psychologically unbalanced. Thus, the difficulty of the first level increased by 1. Damn! Crap! You son of a... Then, the third team. The difficulty of the first level increased by 1. At this moment, not only the third team was solving the problem, but another team was also working together, but at this time, What the hell? Why did our previous puzzle reset? It turned out that when a team successfully solved a puzzle and increased the difficulty, the puzzles being worked on by other teams would reset. This made the competition even fiercer. 4th team. 6th team. Completed. Another level of difficulty added. Each team would increase the difficulty by 1, but at this point, the difficulty was still not particularly hard, just from 1 minute to an hour to solve. In the end, only Wang Chen was left, and it was estimated to take over an hour. Everyone was quite curious about how much difficulty Wang Chen would face as the last one. Of course, while they were curious, they were also on their way to the second level's puzzle, and the beasts in between seemed to have become stronger, slowing their pace. If it weren't for this, they probably would have completed the second level's puzzle by now. Eventually, Wang Teng's team arrived in front of the second level's mechanism puzzle, and at that time, Wang Chen hadn't even reached the front of the first level yet. Meanwhile, Wang Teng's lackeys had already started to mock and belittle Wang Chen. Some people, feeling frustrated because of Wang Teng, directed their anger towards Wang Chen, as he was easier to bully. For most people, venting was primarily about being able to express themselves, rather than the target of their venting, right? Wang Chen didn't want to deal with this, otherwise, it would be too exhausting. If these people were in front of him, he wouldn't be able to help but hit them, as long as he could win, but now they were all in places he couldn't reach, and he might not even be able to win. So why bother with them? It was better to wait until the conditions above were met, and then hit them back one by one. As for Haitang and Ning Meng, they would at most say, "Don't go too far," which had no real impact. However, Xiahou Taiju was different. Unexpectedly, he was quite skilled at cursing and used very foul language, the kind that would get banned if written in a book. Moreover, he wouldn't be swayed by others. No matter what they said, he would just insult them in a one-dimensional manner. He was strong, let him be strong, like a gentle breeze brushing over the mountain ridge. He was reckless, let him be reckless, like the bright moon shining over the great river. He was cruel to himself, he was wicked, while I was just a sip of soda, I'll spray you to death. Ultimately, everyone's focus returned to Wang Teng. This time, the puzzle was clearly much more difficult, requiring them to think. The second round started with difficulty, and if the difficulty increased, wouldn't it be even harder? I say, Wang Teng, you can increase the difficulty in the first round, but don't mess with us this time. Exactly, last time because of you, I wasted over an hour for nothing. Can't we all just get through together? Anyway, your gap has already widened. I advise you to be kind. Everyone chimed in with good-natured advice. Yet Wang Teng remained indifferent, and after passing through, he still chose to increase the difficulty. Wang Teng, what exactly do you want to do? This question was not only on everyone's mind but also asked by Lu Ruyan beside him. How can you win people's hearts this way? Aren't you holding this team activity for that purpose? Even if it's to win hearts, it's for those who need it. For them, there's nothing worth my effort to win over. Aren't the strongest among us just the 4 of us? Wang Teng said nonchalantly, as if he no longer wanted to pretend, wanting to show this current demeanor. There was no helping it, he was already furious with Wang Chen and had begun to develop a twisted mindset. If the choice was to eliminate everyone, he would probably choose that, even without hiding it. What's wrong with you? I didn't expect you to be this kind of person, I misjudged you. Lu Ruyan pointed at Wang Teng, with a hint of reproach. You didn't misjudge, we're all the same kind of people, using any means to achieve our goals. Otherwise, would you break off your engagement with Wang Chen? Wang Teng said directly, having lost interest in Lu Ruyan. Decades later, she would be old and unattractive. By then, he would also choose someone young and beautiful. You. Alright, we're all together for our own interests, there's nothing more to say. Do you want me to choose, or do you want to take the choice for yourself? Wang Teng interrupted Lu Ruyan's words and looked at her meaningfully. Then next time I'll choose, I choose not to increase the difficulty. Lu Ruyan immediately replied. Don't be moved, she just knew that the gap had already widened. If it were the first time she had to choose, she would definitely choose to increase the difficulty, as that could hinder the progress of those behind and expand her own advantage. It's important to know that the first person to pass has the chance for a big treasure chest. The greatest benefit of this secret realm is this, and there might be something that could change one's fate inside. This wasn't impossible, there had been precedents before. Wang Teng had actually helped her a bit, but now she certainly wouldn't admit it. At this moment, Wang Teng only sneered because he knew Lu Ruyan's thoughts and didn't care. Anyway, he wouldn't get this person, and when the time came, he would ruin her. He had already developed this mindset, so he stopped pretending. Indeed, thinking of over 30 years of abstinence, he had almost become inhumane. His psyche was already twisted, and with Wang Chen's provocation, it erupted. At that moment, he glanced at Wang Chen and suddenly widened his eyes, as if he had seen something unbelievable. What happened? Lu Ruyan and the others followed Wang Tang's gaze and soon saw the target, their expressions equally astonished. This expression seemed contagious, quickly spreading to everyone. What the hell? What's going on? Wang Chen, how did you pass the mechanism puzzle? At this moment, Wang Chen's team had actually already passed the first round and had begun to slay the exotic beasts. Just as they were talking, Wang Chen, who hadn't reached the first checkpoint before, had now passed it. How did he get through? Could it be that his puzzle was also 1 + 1 = 2? Everyone's minds were filled with question marks, their faces showing confusion and disbelief. Guess. Wang Chen spat out these two words, nearly choking everyone else. If they weren't still in battle, and if they didn't feel that Wang Chen was untouchable, they would have rushed over to beat him up long ago. I say, Xiahou Taizhu, how did you break the mechanism puzzle? This question wasn't asked face to face but through a group inquiry, and at that moment, Wang Chen and his companions hadn't joined in, so they naturally wouldn't see it. However, Xiahou Taizhu's response left everyone dumbfounded. Xiahou Taizhu, what mechanism puzzle? We didn't have one. No mechanism puzzle? Impossible, every team encountered one, without solving it, they couldn't pass. Moreover, they clearly saw that just in front of Wang Chen's team, there was a door that was closed and needed a puzzle to be solved to get through. There are many types of mechanism puzzles, some require passing through long corridors, while others are just a door, and to open a door, one must solve the mechanism on it. Wait, could it be Yang Guden, did you just pass through a big door? Who opened that door? Xiahou Taizhu, yeah, there was a door, and Wang Chen just reached out and opened it. What's wrong? Everyone was stunned by this statement. It seemed they had already guessed some details. They immediately asked for more specifics, and Xiahou Taizhu shared everything he knew, including things he hadn't thought much about. Xiahou Taizhu, right, that door seemed to have a lot of patterns. It looked like there were many mechanisms on it. Xiahou Taizhu, I saw Wang Chen press a few numbers, and then the door just opened. Xiahou Taizhu, no, he didn't hesitate at all, he just opened it directly. Looking at this information, everyone understood that their team did have a mechanism puzzle, which should be a numerical puzzle. If the input was wrong, the mechanism would attack. Logically, this answer would be hard to calculate, at least taking an hour, but Wang Chen completed it in an instant. What was going on? I got it. Wang Chen must have done a similar problem before, he just got lucky and solved it in one go. Now we can only speculate like this. I have to say, Wang Chen's luck is really good. From the time he started training in the wild until now, his luck has always been this good. Forget it, let's continue. I don't believe he can keep having such good luck. Everyone offered this explanation to comfort themselves, otherwise, they simply couldn't accept it. Clearly, the last one was the most difficult, yet he passed it in an instant, no different from the first, leaving those in the middle feeling quite miserable. At this moment, they couldn't do anything but continue forward, killing exotic beasts and navigating mechanisms. In the third checkpoint, Wang Tang still raised the difficulty to the max, and the people behind, filled with resentment, also raised the difficulty. Here, the difficulty became insurmountable. The last two teams were already stuck, unable to advance. This meant they couldn't continue killing exotic beasts, which were all energy points. There were so many exotic beasts, and the energy points were far more than normal. They didn't want to give up. At this time, they were filled with resentment towards Wang Tang and the others in front, especially Wang Tang, who was already cursing loudly. After this, they would definitely have a deadly feud with Wang Tang, but Wang Tang didn't care, as he felt these people wouldn't last long anyway. Especially after their time for the challenge ended, they would be teleported out, and the passage would disappear, leaving them with an extra share of energy points from the exotic beasts they had killed. This made everyone understand that the fewer the number of people in this maze, the more energy points they could obtain, and the difficulty would not increase. Wang Tang was even more resentful now. If he had come alone, all the energy points everyone had gained would have been his, and the energy points from killing the beasts would have multiplied sevenfold. The 7 small treasure chests had also turned into 5, as if there were more. Even the rewards were shared, the fewer people there were, the more one could gain. Because of this, Lu Ruoyan began to feel troubled again. If Wang Tan let her choose later, what should she do? Follow her heart, or share with others? Level 4. Lu Ruoyan, it's your turn to choose now. Wang Tang smiled, he was deliberately pushing Lu Ruoyan out. He didn't want to share the hatred directed at her. At this moment, everyone was looking at Lu Ruoyan. Boss Ling Feng, why do I feel like this should be something you need to do? I want to see you slap Lu Ruoyan in the face. They've caused their own trouble, really. On Wang Chen's side, Ning Mang was eating a melon. At this time, Wang Chen's team was taking a break, all watching the excitement, almost clapping their hands and saying, how fun. Why should I slap her in the face? Isn't it better to let them fight among themselves? Wang Chen said nonchalantly. He had no feelings for Lu Ruoyan. If he had the chance, he would retaliate by slapping her face, but if not, then so be it. However, he was still very happy to see someone else do it, especially since these two scumbags were fighting among themselves. It was indeed entertaining. Woof! Woof! The Woof Woof team suddenly barked, as if saying, "Don't insult us dogs. Here, have some meat, stop barking." Wang Chen threw roasted meat to the Woof Woof team. Now these few dogs could eat several beasts in one meal, and they had to be cooked well and made delicious. Isn't it said that dogs shouldn't eat too much salt, oil, or spicy food? These dogs loved cumin-flavored roasted meat the most. Speaking of these dogs, Wang Chen had a lot to say, especially about their changes. They were becoming stronger and stronger, and his dog training skills seemed to be about to break through. He felt he needed to catch some other animals to train, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to make progress. But right now, the most important thing wasn't that, it was watching Lu Ruoyan's choice. At this moment, Lu Ruoyan was still hesitating, her face looking very bad. In fact, she had already lost by hesitating. If she didn't think so much, why hesitate? Lu Ruoyan, what are you still hesitating for? Hurry up and choose without increasing the difficulty. Do you want to watch us lose this hard-earned opportunity? Suddenly, Haitang shouted beside Wang Chen, deliberately trying to annoy Lu Ruoyan. After this shout, if Lu Ruoyan still chose to increase the difficulty, her previously established image would be ruined. And why was Haitang doing this? Who knows, maybe she just didn't like Lu Ruoyan. Lu Ruoyan's face looked a bit ugly now. Was she really going to tear her face? Was it worth giving up the good things she could gain for these people? In the end, Lu Ruoyan chose to increase the difficulty. This made Wang Tang sneer, while the other classmates were surprised, disappointed, and even angry. At this moment, Lu Ruoyan looked frostily at Wang Tang. These two were truly a match made in heaven. However, the reason they acted this way was certainly because they thought everyone present was useless and had no impact on them. Lu Ruoyan, oh Lu Ruoyan, although I know you're very selfish, I didn't expect your bottom line to be so low. For such a small benefit, you won't even pretend anymore. Wang Chen sighed and continued, but then again, you're only A rank, not S rank. These things are very important to you, while the people here don't qualify for you to keep pretending. Wang Chen's words made everyone understand Lu Ruoyan's thoughts. It was a sign of disdain for the others present, which made people uncomfortable. Yet, they seemed to agree with this point. Indeed, they would be looked down upon by the other party. It was as if they looked down on Wang Chen as well, and at that moment, they seemed to understand Wang Chen's feelings, realizing how excessive they had been before, with some even apologizing. This was something Wang Chen hadn't expected, and he didn't react much because he was still in the midst of battle. His team had not yet reached the second level, and their progress was a bit slow. There was no way around it. Among the four of them, the only one with offensive power was Haitang, while Xiahou Taizhu surprisingly was not a martial profession but a priest. This priest only had one damage reduction skill, Petrified Skin. He would constantly cast Petrified Skin on everyone and then rush into battle, taking on the role of a battle priest. By the way, his talent was Sss-Level, increasing damage reduction by 10%. However, his participation in combat was almost useless. 10 of his attacks were not as effective as one of Haitang's sword strikes, and while Haitang could strike 3 times, he could only manage once. After all, he was not a melee profession, so he couldn't expect much, and while his support skill was quite useful for others, it was of little benefit to Wang Chen. Wang Chen already had enough damage reduction. Throughout this journey, he hadn't lost much health, meaning that casting Petrified Skin on him was a waste, though it might be useful later on. But regardless, they were teammates now, and Wang Chen didn't mind the other party. They continued to fight slowly, and as these strange beasts attacked him, he really wanted to say, "Haven't you eaten? Move a bit faster, hit a bit harder. And you, Xiahou Taizhu, keep using Petrified Skin on me. You don't need to worry about whether the time is up or not. This is an opportunity for you to practice your skills." What? You unwilling? Look at Ning Mang, isn't she constantly casting Thorn Technique and Rejuvenation on me? She's practicing her skills, improving herself. If you don't improve, how will you keep up with her later? This was Wang Chen's advice to Xiahou Taizhu, and then Xiahou Taizhu began to apply Petrified Skin on Wang Chen whenever he could. The battle continued. Soon, Wang Chen's team arrived at the second level. At this moment, everyone was focused on Wang Chen, including Lu Shangyun and Sun Jichao. The two of them were standing outside because they had just been teleported out from one of the two teams. At this time, Lu Shangyun was thinking, if she teamed up with them, would she still be inside? Sun Jichao seemed to sense her thoughts and said, "Shangyun, don't worry about them, they haven't even reached the second level yet, and we don't know if they can pass it, plus there's a third level. They definitely won't make it, they're too slow, not stronger than us." After hearing Sun Jichao's words, Lu Shangyun felt much better. She had a thought that Wang Chen's team would stop at the second level. The second level was already very challenging, they wouldn't be able to handle it. At that moment, both of them were praying that Wang Chen's team wouldn't break through. Soon, they felt reassured because they saw the mechanism puzzle. Isn't this puzzle just a barrier for us? Arranging runes with a magic cube, not only does it have to match the surface, but every point must also be the same, and finally, it has to be placed to activate the main gate. We can't even manage a 6th level magic cube, and this is a 9th level, it's impossible. But it's also strange, this difficulty is even higher than ours. Was the first level he faced that difficult too? Sun Jicho was feeling a mix of excitement and confusion at that moment. Boss Lingfeng, give it up. Even if it's just an ordinary Rubik's Cube, this isn't fun at all. Moreover, every point has to be the same, which is simply impossible. Ning Meng felt her scalp tingle. How could this possibly revert to the key state? This thing, if you don't remember the previous steps, it's nearly impossible to restore. Just when both sides thought Wang Chen couldn't do it and were persuading him to give up, Wang Chen's hands began to move. He moved quickly, his 10 fingers whirring like they were equipped with motors. I don't know if this is right, but let me ask you, is it fast? Fast, really fast. Ha ha. Seeing Wang Chen like this, everyone laughed because restoring this kind of Rubik's Cube required looking at the symbols on it. How could it be done so quickly? This method of using the Rubik's Cube couldn't restore it. So everyone thought Wang Chen was just messing around, twisting it randomly. If he can arrange it into the key formation, I'll call him Grandpa. I'll call him Dad. Damn, you're taking advantage of me. I'll call him Brother. Just when everyone thought Wang Chen couldn't possibly form it, his movements came to an end, and then he placed it in the key slot. A flash of light passed, and the key was verified. The door slowly opened. What the hell? It actually worked? It took only about a minute, including the time to take out and place the Rubik's Cube key. Not only was the time incredibly short, but the fact that someone could solve this puzzle was already a huge surprise. Impossible, impossible. Even a genius couldn't do something like this. I don't believe it, this must be fake. I also suspect that maybe you just throw the Rubik's Cube in, and it doesn't need to be restored. The crowd buzzed with discussion, while Lu Shangyun gritted her teeth, feeling as if she had lost something important. In the following events, aside from Wang Chen, the other teams were unsurprisingly eliminated. The 5th level was the limit. Outside, it was even more lively, with 5 out of 7 teams standing outside watching. Wang Teng's team continued to forge ahead, moving towards the 6th level. At the same time, he noticed that his 2 assassins seemed to have never made a move, which puzzled him a bit. But thinking about it, everyone had leveled up, nearing level 20, while those 2 assassins were only level 20. Now, not only were there many people, but everyone could see them. They had no chance to assassinate and could only look for another opportunity. Perhaps they had already exited the small secret realm. I leveled up. I leveled up again. So refreshing, so exhilarating, this energy value, so much. Xiahou Taiju was very happy. He found that now killing a beast granted energy values 5 times that of an ordinary beast, and the quantity was so abundant. Therefore, he shared this joyful feeling in the group, only to receive silence in return. At this moment, Lu Shangyun's expression darkened. She felt as if something was slowly being stripped away from her. She didn't know what it was, only that it seemed very important to her and that she had chosen to abandon it. At this moment, she looked at Wang Chen. It's just a temporary gain, life is still long. I believe my choice is correct. The 6th level. Wang Teng's team had been here for 5 hours, but their progress in solving the puzzle had stagnated at 70%. In fact, 2 hours ago, they had already reached 70%. In the previous level, they managed to pass, taking just over 2 hours, but now it was different. Indeed, this kind of mechanism puzzle only had 2 outcomes: either you know how to solve it or you don't. Heh, serves you right. You thought being at the front was enough, your skill only gets you to the 6th level. Some people think that by bringing others down, they can succeed themselves, only knowing how to drag down those stronger than them, but in the end, they will also perish. Perhaps they knew early on that they were incapable, which is why they would ruin everyone else. Just like now, if they can't be humane, is it possible that they would ruin Lu Ruyan as well? Ha, Lu Ruyan, you should be careful. The words here were originally just a form of cold sarcasm, without any real belief that it was true, but these words pierced Wang Tang and made Lu Ruyan feel a sense of vigilance. Especially when Lu Ruyan noticed something off in Wang Tang's gaze, it gave her a very bad feeling. She was now with Wang Tang, and her Lu family had no ability to confront the Wang family. If Wang Tang had such terrifying thoughts, she might be ruined. She felt as if she had married a beast by mistake and couldn't leave, her heart filled with terror. At this moment, she regretted whether breaking off the engagement with Wang Chen was a mistake. Although Wang Chen had become weaker, at least he was harmless. As long as she ignored him, it would be fine. Forget it. It was just a small matter. Given the current situation, Wang Chen's condition wasn't enough for her to regret. Looking at Wang Chen, he was only at level 16, with weak attack power but decent defense. If he served as a meat shield in the front while she attacked from behind, it seemed quite good. No, how could it be good? He was just useless. She hadn't made the wrong choice, it was his fault. Regret? That was something impossible for a lifetime. The 6 hours were about to be up. The 6th level could only last 6 hours. Hurry up, there's no time left. You useless trash, you're worse than that Wang Chen, garbage. Wang Tang erupted at this moment. Their progress was still at 70%, with no change at all. The four of them couldn't figure out how to solve this mechanical puzzle. It wasn't that they were too weak, on the contrary, the four of them were considered top students from Linghai High School. The puzzles they couldn't solve, most people probably couldn't either. This was only the 6th level, there should be another level after this, with even greater difficulty. It seemed that this secret realm wasn't meant to be passed in one go, so the puzzles were all quite challenging. Because of this, the treasure rewards later would be even more anticipated. But this had nothing to do with Wang Teng's team, they were teleported out. Wang Teng, oh Wang Teng, are you comfortable now? You deserve it. Everyone began to mock him, with some being quite direct, cursing others' families. Shut up. This secret realm was discovered by me, it's already generous enough to share it with you. You useless trash, even if you got it, it would be a waste. Wang Teng was extremely angry, shouting at everyone, his expression resembling that of a powerless loser. In fact, everyone had long guessed this, now it was just confirming it, and the current Wang Teng was truly himself. However, everyone just used words to mock him and didn't want to escalate the conflict too much. Stop arguing. The one who was most pleased is Wang Chen inside, he's watching your jokes. Sun Jichao suddenly spoke, seeming smarter this time, shifting the conflict onto Wang Chen. Although the people present were very angry at Wang Teng's actions, they also harbored jealousy towards Wang Chen. Why could he still continue inside? Some people just thought about it but also knew to thank Wang Chen for giving them the opportunity. They knew that without Wang Chen, they wouldn't even be able to enter this secret realm. But some people were a bit ungrateful, hoping Wang Chen would be teleported out soon. What do you think Wang Chen and the others can be proud of? They are still stuck before the 3rd level, fewer than us. And they definitely can't pass the 3rd level. Who said that? He passed the previous levels so easily, he will definitely get through the 3rd level. I said it. Before it was just good luck, that's right, I am jealous, I just can't stand him being better than me. I have to say, there are too many people who can't stand Wang Chen doing well now, but not many who say it so bluntly. Among those present, the ones who couldn't stand Wang Chen the most, even suffering in their hearts, were 3 people, Wang Tang, Lu Ruyan, and Lu Shangyun. The first 2 were understandable, but the latter had just split from Wang Chen's team, she could have joined. Don't pass the 3rd level. Don't pass. Lu Shangyun prayed frantically in her heart. If Wang Chen's team passed the 3rd level, she would feel like a joke. The result, in front of the 3rd level, there were 7 doors leading to 7 rooms, each room containing another 7 doors, and behind those 7 doors were yet another 7 rooms, repeating 7 times. This puzzle required the correct path to be taken 7 times to pass, and if one went wrong even once, they would end up in the wrong room. There were correct doors among the 7, but they would only lead you back to the previous room, going wrong would lead to more mistakes. The hardest part was that although there was a pattern in the middle, it needed to be explored. This exploration would take at least an hour. I've played this before, I got stuck here. I think we need to gather clues from the previous rooms and the current room to choose the right door. We can't just observe in one room. The hardest part is the first door, the clues here are only half, so we can only explore first. I see, then Wang Chen can't possibly pass quickly this time. Don't even talk about quick, it's already good if he can discover the pattern. No matter how lucky he is, can he really choose correctly 7 times among 7 doors? That seems possible too, like buying a lottery ticket, if you pick the right 7, you win the grand prize. This was indeed possible, but the possibility felt impossible. Wang Chen, how about we roll the dice? Even if we don't get a 7, let's just pretend we didn't. At this moment, Xiaohou Taizhu took out the dice, ready to show off his gambling skills. He carried this dice with him because he liked to use it to make decisions about certain things, like multiple choice questions on tests. No need to be so troublesome, just follow me. Wang Chen directly walked to one door and opened it. Then he unhesitatingly opened the 2nd door, the 3rd door, the 4th door. This kid is crazy, if he picks so fast and randomly, he will only get it more wrong. Exactly, if he succeeds, I'll take his surname. Aren't you also surnamed Wang? Then write my surname backward. At this moment, everyone thought Wang Chen was just messing around. It seemed they would watch him open doors for hours before being teleported out. However, they never expected that when the seventh door opened, what lay before Wang Chen was not the room everyone imagined, but a path suspended in midair. Passed? How is that possible? Did he really hit the jackpot in the lottery? Isn't this luck a bit excessive? So what if he passed the third level? At their speed, they might die on the way. No way, they won't pass the fourth level. Luck is useless in the fourth level. This requires balancing 108 water troughs to open the door, and adding 1 unit of water will distribute to 10 other troughs of the same amount, with changes each time. How is that possible? How can he be so fast? How did he calculate this change? This is too fast. This was Lu Shangyun's inner journey. Ever since they broke through the third level, she had been praying for an accident to happen to Wang Chen's team, otherwise, she would feel very uncomfortable. Yet she saw Wang Chen's team slowly making their way to the fourth level, then passing the fourth level. This made it impossible for her to accept the situation, and it left her feeling a bit exhausted, leading her to give up. Let it be destroyed. At this moment, everyone was not only discussing how far Wang Chen's team could go, but there was also another matter worth discussing. How much energy value do you think they gained from killing a beast? Just now, we were short one team, and the energy value would have increased significantly. Now it should be completely concentrated on the beast on Wang Chen's path. Shouldn't it be 7 times? That's not rigorous enough. It should be that each team contributes to the total. For example, we only cleared 4 levels, and the remaining 3 levels will be distributed among the other teams. Wang Tang cleared 6 levels, leaving 1 level's energy. I see. If Wang Chen's team clears 7 levels, they should have many more levels. If you can't calculate it, then don't. It's indeed difficult to calculate because the beasts in the later levels have more energy. Actually, you can tell by their leveling speed. Originally, they needed a month to level up, but now they've already leveled up twice. However, have you noticed something strange? Wang Chen, this SSS level, isn't leveling up quickly, while Huangfu Haitang is leveling up faster. They were both at level 14 before, but now Huangfu Haitang is already at level 17, while Wang Chen is at level 16. That's normal. It's all Huangfu Haitang doing the attacking. No, that's not how it works. Wang Chen is taking on the beasts, enduring so much damage, and his share shouldn't be less than Haitang's. Plus, he has the SSS level bonus, so theoretically, his energy value should be higher. At this point, everyone was filled with confusion. Killing beasts yields energy value, and in a team, it is based on damage dealt, damage taken, and healing support, which seems a bit complicated. People rarely calculate it, but based on experience, Wang Chen's value shouldn't be low at this moment. It's strange, but no one knew the reason, so they could only wonder and ultimately stopped paying attention. What they were focused on was whether Wang Chen could pass the subsequent levels and obtain the treasure chest. Soon, Wang Chen arrived at the 5th level. The mechanical puzzles were still as difficult, but Wang Chen solved them with ease. It made everyone feel numb. If Wang Chen was lucky, that was just too good. If they said Wang Chen was a top student, they would admit it, but even a top student shouldn't be able to achieve this level. Now, Wang Chen's speed in clearing levels was faster than before because he didn't need 5 or 6 hours to solve puzzles, while their strength was increasing. At the 6th level, Wang Chen's team spent about 8 hours killing monsters. It seemed slower than Wang Tang's team, but Wang Chen didn't need to spend 6 hours to clear the level. At this moment, the people outside were starting to lose patience. The 6th level is cleared too. Wang Tang, didn't you just say it was impossible to clear it? But they did, and it only took them a few minutes. Wang Tang's face darkened, and his eyes were filled with flames of jealousy as he looked at Wang Chen. If it weren't for the fact that the entrance to the secret realm was locked and no one could leave, he would have stormed off long ago. Everyone here was the same, they all had to wait for Wang Chen to finish. However, most of them were curious and wanted to stay, since they had been so tired before and needed to rest. Meditating for a day would be just about right. The most important thing was that the time flow for Wang Chen inside seemed to be much faster. Watching him from the outside felt like watching at double speed, at least 3 times faster. 8 hours inside looked like just 2.5 hours outside. So, everyone was not in a hurry. After the 6th level, the team's speed slowed down, while Wang Chen's team's leveling speed increased. After killing the beasts in this level, everyone leveled up 3 times. Sure enough, the biggest benefit of upgrading energy levels is the 7th level's exotic beasts, which are definitely 7 times stronger, plus their own high energy levels. This situation isn't actually surprising, as such occurrences often happen in secret realms. If you want to level up quickly, you still have to rely on these kinds of fortuitous encounters. At this moment, everyone outside was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Sometimes, having a bit more or less talent doesn't matter, what's important is to have more opportunities. Of course, talent shouldn't be too weak, and the profession shouldn't be too weak either. So, they didn't think Wang Chen's team would be very strong in the future, they just felt that these opportunities should belong to them. If it were theirs, it would definitely be much better than Wang Chen's team. Wang Chen and his team were simply wasting resources. Heaven, why are you so blind? At this moment, Wang Tang looked at Wang Chen with fiery eyes, and at that time, someone added fuel to the fire and poured a bucket of oil on it. This person was the usually inconspicuous Shangwan Hunyu. Wang Tang, don't be angry yet, they haven't even passed the 7th level. When he gets the small treasure chest that we gathered from 7 teams, you'll be even angrier. And this isn't over, there's still a big treasure chest behind it. If he opens something that can change fate, like a legendary job transfer book, won't you be directly driven to death from anger? Put. Wang Tang was so enraged by Shangwan Hunyu's words that he spat blood, literally. His anger wasn't just from her words, it was mainly because the secret realm key was his, and he had enabled Wang Chen. This made him feel so distressed that he spat blood. Tanggu, what's wrong? You can't have any issues. The sycophants rushed over to support him, while Lu Ruyan coldly watched, thinking that with such temperament, she really misjudged him. Lu Ruyan, he was originally your fiancé, you could have waited a while to dump him. Why are you in such a hurry? Isn't he quite useful now? Not only is he lucky, but he can also tank monsters. Teaming up with him is better than those around you. Shangwan Hunia shifted her focus to Lu Ruyan, making her furious, almost jumping up. This was truly a heart-wrenching remark. Right now, Lu Ruyan's teammates were indeed not as good as Wang Chen. Wang Tang was only B-level, and in the early stages, he really wasn't as useful as Wang Chen. Shangwan Hunia was going crazy and turned to the dazed Lu Shangyun, saying, "Aren't you regretting it? If you were in this team, you'd be level 20 by now. That's several months of time saved. Although it's just a few months, our college entrance exam is only a few days away. If you were level 20, you'd have a chance to enter the 7 major martial arts academies. Sai, this should have been your opportunity. Why did you leave them and let that idiot Xiahou Taiju take advantage of it? Classmates, hurry and stop Shangwan Hunio, she seems to be going crazy, as if she's been stimulated and is about to explode." In the following time, everyone was controlling Shangwan Hunio, then watched as Wang Chen easily broke through the 7th level. They were already used to it, they felt Wang Chen was cheating, as if he knew the answers in advance. Forget it, that's not important. What matters is what's in that treasure chest, that's ours. We were all supposed to have a share. After passing the 7th level, there were no more exotic beasts, only a treasure chest. When the treasure chest was opened, wow! Golden legend! When Wang Chen opened the treasure chest, he even added some sound effects, making the previously tense moment feel relaxed. However, soon, this relaxed moment began to turn exciting, because 4 beams of light appeared inside, shooting directly towards Wang Chen and his 3 companions, with each person automatically assigned an item. It was quite straightforward, they were directly assigned without needing to fight for it. Everyone's items are suitable for their profession or are general purpose. Wang Chen has a C-grade silver battle armor, which comes with 2 small shields, one for each hand, a nice boost for him. The others have C-grade weapons. At level 20, having equipment of any grade is already good, while F-grade is the lowest, with ED above it, so C-grade equipment represents a significant upgrade. At this stage, even the highest grade equipment can't be fully utilized, and the effect achieved is at most at the C-grade level. Therefore, their C-grade equipment is highly enviable. Lu Shangyun, I used to have this. Lu Ruyan, shouldn't I have this? Wang Tong, this was originally mine. Others, how great it would be if I had this. Shangwan Hunyu, are you all envious now? There's more to come. Everyone. After obtaining this small treasure chest, Wang Chen's team continued forward, and before the final challenge, there was still a mechanism puzzle. This difficulty is such that even a once-in-a-millennium genius might not be able to solve it. If Wang Chen can easily solve this, I'll kneel and call him Dad next time I see him. Yeah, there's no way he can solve this. I'll bet that if he does, I'll kneel and call him Big Brother. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Wang Chen began to operate, pulling out the long crystal stones marked with symbols from the door, then placing the correct crystal into the slot. At the same time, he also set aside the incorrect ones from the door and searched for the right ones among the pile of crystals on the ground. This was the way to unlock the door, requiring the correct crystals to be returned to their positions, which was nearly impossible to guess, as there were many incorrect crystals on the ground. Sometimes, after the first step was completed, the previous crystals still needed to be adjusted to maintain balance. Could he really solve this? Has his understanding of formations become this terrifying? Top students are top students, I can't even understand the problem, but he can solve it effortlessly. Boom! The massive stone door swung open, a heavy sound making everyone realize just how thick and heavy it was. Once the door opened, a gigantic stone coffin was revealed. Wow! Golden Legend! The same BGM played again, but this time it was truly a golden legend. As the coffin opened, blinding golden light burst forth, exciting the four present, while those outside felt discomfort. Watching others gain such benefits, they couldn't shake off the feeling of envy. It really is a golden legend. What is this? Ning Mang looked at the coffin, seeing nothing but the dazzling golden light inside. I don't know, maybe we have to draw lots. Wang Chen reached into the coffin, feeling around, and then pulled out a bronze pot. What is this? Everyone was stunned. How could something so prestigious looking contain just a bronze pot? Although the pot appeared very ancient, adorned with various flying birds and beasts, what use was it? This is a fake demon refining pot. What's a demon refining pot? And what does fake mean? The crowd was even more confused, while someone outside laughed. So there are fakes in here, a waste paired with a fake, a match made in heaven. This was clearly aimed at Wang Chen, but he didn't mind, simply telling Ning Mang, a fake is a fake, don't worry about it. Maybe I've used up all my luck. You should go draw lots now. If you get a skill book, choose the skill book. Okay, I'll go. Ning Mang immediately went to draw lots, feeling several items before finally choosing a book. Directly learn, and then while looking at the skills, said, Vine Summon, can summon various vines for use. This is a good thing. The vines include poisonous vines and blood-sucking vines that can attack and heal, so in the future, you can place poisonous vines to help attack. Haitang immediately said, also looking forward to what she would bring out. She hoped to have a skill book herself. After all, the skill books at this stage are the best, and divine weapons won't appear at this stage. We have to thank Boss Ling Feng for this. You all hurry and get your things. Ning Mang was very happy, starting to summon vines and then controlling them to make various poses. At this moment, Haitang was not in a hurry to get her items, wanting to ask Wang Chen if he had any hints. I'll go. Xiahou Taiju was not polite, going up to grab something. Why did I only touch one? This is a beast crystal core, and it's actually B grade. I'm rich. Xiahou Taiju was overjoyed, kissing the crystal core madly. This B-grade crystal core, whether made into equipment or used to upgrade one's own equipment, would be a significant boost. Even selling it could bring someone to the peak of their life. Outside, some people were envious, some were jealous, and some had grievances. Lu Xiangyun stared blankly at the crystal core. If she had it, she could make a staff and strengthen magical traps. This should have been mine. Many people showed greed at this moment because this beast crystal core could be claimed for oneself, especially Wang Tang. These are all mine, so I'm just taking back what belongs to me. What is this? A broken sword. At that moment, Haitang also brought out her item, which was a bronze sword, covered in green rust, obscuring the original patterns of the blade. F grade? Tetanus sword? Wang Chen, is this the sword you wanted me to take? You owe me an explanation. Haitang looked at Wang Chen. She had just listened to him and took a sword from here, not choosing anything else. Clearly, she had a skill book, but she gave it up, and ended up with an F-grade weapon she couldn't use. Haven't you heard of the tetanus sword? One sword breaks the tetanus, two swords see the ancestors. Isn't that strong? Haitang fell silent. Are you serious? It sounds completely unreliable. Meanwhile, the people outside began to laugh. Ah, tetanus sword, fake alchemy pot, you two are truly the worst. You actually got junk in such a great opportunity. The luck has finally run out. Even the heavens can't stand it anymore. They can't let someone be so lucky all the time. Seeing Wang Chen and Huangfu Haitang get useless bronze items, their mood clearly improved a lot. They didn't know that later, that tetanus sword could pierce the heavens and would be the strongest sword of the sword immortal Haitang. At that time, this tetanus sword would have another name, Xin Yuan sword. Wang Chen, Huangfu Haitang, Ning Meng, Xiahou Taiju. You all leave the items you just got behind, or you won't be able to leave this secret realm. When Wang Chen's team was teleported to the entrance of the secret realm, Sun Jichao came out to cause trouble again. Some people also surrounded Wang Chen with him, envious of what Wang Chen and the others had obtained. Although they couldn't take away skills and energy points, they could take away equipment and crystal cores. At the very least, they could share some benefits, like getting a red envelope. When team members personally gain benefits, the unspoken rule is that they can share a little something with those who didn't get anything. In some ways, as long as the red envelope is reasonable, everyone is happy. Wang Chen didn't mind sharing red envelopes with everyone. It was the right thing to do. So, Wang Chen directly clasped his fists and said to everyone, I'll send everyone's red envelopes when we go back, and we'll treat everyone to a meal. In the future, when we get rich, we'll take everyone to eat delicious food together. This remark instantly made those who were somewhat displeased retreat. After all, everyone was young, and as long as there was a treat, many issues could be resolved. If one time didn't work, then there could be a second. Of course, this wasn't everything. There were still some who would be dissatisfied. Sun Jichao was one of them. How much can you treat us to? It can't be too low class. We're not the kind of people who can just go anywhere. Yeah, it can't be too low. With Sun Jichao taking the lead, some shameless people began to chime in, revealing their true nature. A normal person would have been satisfied at this point and wouldn't have sought further trouble. Wang Chen looked at Sun Jichao, his expression somewhat surprised, and said, "How come you're still alive?" The crowd fell silent, not expecting Wang Chen to come out with such words, and at the same time, everyone recalled what Wang Chen had said to Sun Jichao back then. Within 3 days, you will face a calamity. But it seemed that 3 days had already passed, and he was still fine, wasn't he? At this moment, Wang Chen closed his eyes, counting on his fingers, looking like a sage. Of course, in the eyes of others, he was just a charlatan. No, the time here is different from the outside. No wonder. Wang Chen quickly found the problem and said to Sun Jichao, "You need to be careful. Within this hour, your calamity will appear." "Ha, you still want to use this trick to change the subject, dreaming of fooling us?" At this point, Sun Jichao and the others felt that Wang Chen was trying to divert the conflict. "I'm serious. You don't believe me? And one more thing, do you really want to make things difficult for us?" Wang Chen looked at them and smiled as he asked. "What?" Sun Jichao and the others were somewhat stunned, not understanding what Wang Chen meant. Was he just bluffing? "You want to scare us?" "No." Before Sun Jichao could finish, he saw Wang Chen charge at him with a shield. The shield was aimed at his face, and he had no chance to react before being knocked away. Although Wang Chen's attack power was weak, unable to kill or even seriously injure him, it was enough to send him flying and bruise his face. "You really calculated it well. The calamity has come," Ning Mang said seriously from behind. "Wang Chen, you're seeking death." Sun Jichao jumped up in anger and charged at Wang Chen, thinking that facing Wang Chen would be an easy task. Unless someone helped, he felt that since they were all classmates, no one would intervene in such a personal conflict. As he expected, no one came to help, but what he didn't anticipate was that he was once again sent flying by Wang Chen's shield. "You?" Sun Jichao looked at Wang Chen's level, and to his shock, it had already reached level 19, the same as his. He immediately showed a shocked expression, shaking his head in disbelief. "Impossible? Weren't you just level 17? How did you suddenly become level 19? "What? Level 19? Those who hadn't noticed Wang Chen's level change began to be astonished. Upon closer inspection, they realized all 4 of them had leveled up, and they had each gained 2 levels. When they completed the 7th challenge, Wang Chen's team was at levels 17 to 18, but now it was 19 to 20. This was simply unbelievable. How much energy value did this require? How many D-grade beast crystal cores would it take to achieve this? At this moment, Wang Teng clenched his fists tightly, feeling that he had done the stupidest thing of his life. When Wang Chen joined the team, he was only level 14, and he had been suppressing the others' energy gain, ensuring that he was also level 14 when entering this small secret realm. Now, after this small secret realm, Wang Chen had gone from level 14 to level 19. At a normal pace, that would take at least 2.5 years. But now Wang Chen only took 2.5 days. This opportunity was given to him by himself, and it should have belonged to him. "Wang Chen, how did you suddenly level up twice at the end? Is there a reward?" Everyone asked, having heard that there are benefits to clearing a secret realm for the first time, and Wang Chen's team was the first to do so this time. "The golden light in that stone coffin is actually energy value. When we obtained the items, the energy value was already on us. Perhaps because it was our first time, the energy value in the stone coffin was particularly abundant, allowing us to practice for 2.5 years less." Wang Chen said directly, as this kind of thing couldn't be hidden anyway. It was a rare opportunity that had already been absorbed and wouldn't be coveted by others. What others were coveting now were their equipment and the B-grade beast crystal core from Xiaohou Taiju. As for Wang Chen's fake demon refining pot and Haitan's tetanus sword, no one cared about those. However, given the current situation, the 4 of them had already formed a powerful combat force. Aside from Wang Tang, no one could touch them. But was Wang Tang ready to make a move? It was obvious he had that intention, as could be seen from his eyes. Wang Tang's team had that strength. They had only not completed the 7th level, and they had already been close to level 20 when they entered, now above level 21. However, whether Lu Ruyan would make a move at this time was uncertain. If she didn't, the outcome would be hard to predict. In Ning Ming's words, Lu Ruyan was Wang Chen's former fiancé, so she probably wouldn't make a move. But she underestimated the situation and Lu Ruyan's character. It seemed Lu Ruyan had reached some kind of agreement with Wang Tang, she made her move, and a group of Wang Tang's people moved with her. They wanted to take down Wang Chen and his 3 companions to seize their treasures. The equipment in Wang Chen's group's hands would indeed attract some people's attention, but they didn't expect them to act directly. In an instant, Wang Chen and his companions were surrounded. If nothing unexpected happened, once Wang Chen was captured, Wang Tang would kill him directly. Lu Ruyan had thought about this, but she didn't care. If others thought about it, they wouldn't care either. Who told them to have the equipment everyone wanted? Wang Chen and his companions were in crisis, but they seemed very calm, as if they had known this would happen. This puzzled Wang Tang and the others. Where did their confidence come from? Did we miscalculate something? Goodbye. Wang Chen waved his hand and disappeared from everyone's sight. He truly vanished. And it wasn't just him, the others disappeared as well. At this moment, everyone was stunned, quickly realizing, damn it, this is exiting the secret realm. We need to exit the secret realm too. They had forgotten that the secret realm was now completed, and they could exit as long as they were near the entrance. There was no need to walk through that door. But when they prepared to exit, they suddenly found they couldn't get out. What's going on? Could it be? Everyone recalled a terrifying thought. Wang Chen, who possessed the secret realm key, could lock this door. As long as he kept the key in the door without moving it, they couldn't leave. Now there were 2 ways to get out. One was for someone to pull out the key, and the other was to wait until their time here was up. Generally, once a secret realm was completed, after a day or 2, it would kick out the people inside. Now they could only do one thing, lie down and rest, absorbing the energy of the secret realm. This energy could also be used to level up, just a bit slower than killing monsters. Damn it! Wang Chen, we will kill you! Wang Tang roared, while Lu Ruyan's face was also dark. She had already put aside her pride to do such a thing, yet Wang Chen had still managed to escape. I have lost my identity and face for nothing, and gain nothing in return. Forget it, even if Wang Tang is forcing me, he looks like a madman right now. Yes, Wang Tang is going crazy. What Wang Chen is using against him is the key that originally belonged to him. Just when they were preparing to wait for a long time, the door was opened quickly. Everyone was momentarily stunned, then they hesitated to step outside, as at that moment, everyone feared that Wang Chen was waiting outside, perhaps to harvest heads or set traps. He wouldn't be so kind as to let us chase him, would he? You guys go out first. Wang Tang directly instructed a few neutral classmates to go out. Just as they had been speaking up for Wang Chen, it was perfect timing for them to leave. Then he let the sycophant Sun Jichao follow them out, followed by Lu Ruyan, and he would be the last to go out. This whole operation seemed to take a lot of time, but in reality, it was just a matter of seconds. The main thing was that they walked out slowly, which didn't give anyone a chance to react and kill them one by one. As everyone nervously stepped outside, they found that there was nothing out there, no ambush, not even a person. What's going on? Everyone was confused, not understanding how the door could be opened. Did someone open it and run away? Wang Chen and the others had no reason to do that. Since they were guarding against Wang Tang and the others, why would they open this door? Wang Chen and his group shouldn't be the kind of saints, right? The classmates inside weren't worth the risk, knowing full well that the people inside would be teleported out in a day. So, it must be someone else, but who? Only Wang Tang would know. It should be those ninja assassins, who hadn't left yet. At this moment, he really wanted to find them and ask where Wang Chen and the others had run off to. How could he find an excuse to shake off the people here and go ask those 2 ninjas alone? I'm going to the bathroom. A classic excuse, tried and true. Wang Tang immediately went to find the ninjas, ignoring the people around him calling out to him. He didn't know that they were trying to tell him something. Sun Jichao, Xiaoho Taiju, where are you? Xiaoho Taiju, why are you all out so quickly? Wang Chen said you would try to pry information from me, so I won't tell you where I am. This was the thing, Wang Tang didn't need to find anyone to understand the situation, he just needed to ask Xiaoho Taiju in the group. Given his personality, it would be easy to trick him. Wang Tang hadn't thought of this, otherwise, he wouldn't have gone looking for the ninjas, which would expose his own issues. And Xiaoho Taiju didn't disappoint. As soon as he spoke, it was clear he was still within a kilometer, still within the ruins. Moreover, he didn't even need to expose this, he directly revealed where he was. Sun Jichao, so where are you planning to escape to? Xiaoho Taiju, do you think I'm that stupid to tell you? Sun Jichao, even if you don't tell me, I know you're going back to the outpost. Xiaoho Taiju, do you think we're fools? We guessed you would guess, so we chose the opposite direction. Everyone. Xiaoho Taiju, damn, you're trying to fool me. But I was just lying to you too. I'm actually heading back to the outpost. Come chase me if you can. Everyone. Now everyone was considering where they should go. Forget it, is that what we should be thinking about? Of course, we should find Wang Tang. Why isn't he speaking now? So, Sun Jichao went to find Wang Tang. And once Sun Jichao went, he never appeared again, because when he found Wang Tang, "Boss, look at the group. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything at all." Sun Jichao saw Wang Tang, and halfway through his sentence, he noticed the ninja beside him. Wang Chen was right, you really won't last 3 days. Wang Tang shook his head, and as he spoke, the ninja had already decapitated Sun Jichao, preventing him from sending any messages to others. Wang Jichao had considered that Wang Chen's words might come true. He had thought about various unexpected situations he could encounter, and he had been much more cautious these days. However, he never imagined that he would be killed by Wang Tang. He regretted following such a leader. It would have been better to level up slowly on his own. Dispose of his body. As long as we're in this ruin, no one will know he's dead, nor will they know how he died, Wang Tang said to the ninja beside him while typing in the group chat, heading towards the outpost, as he sensed that Xiahou Tieju's last words were true. Of course, he also received confirmation from the ninja that Wang Chen and the others were indeed heading in that direction. By the way, it was these 2 ninjas who opened the secret realm. In fact, even without these 2 ninjas, he would have chosen the outpost and another direction, because the other 2 directions were guarded. Those hired helpers were more reliable than these ninjas. They just couldn't enter the ruins. It didn't mean they had left. Thus, he pursued the direction of the outpost, and after half an hour of chasing, they found Xiahou Taiju resting in the distance. He was indeed here, but strangely, there was no one around him. This gave Wang Tang a bad feeling. "Xiahou Taiju, where's Wang Chen?" "I don't know. He said I was too stupid to take me with him and told me to scram, so I left." Xiahou Tieju's words left Wang Tang and the others stunned. They had chased for half an hour, only to find out that Xiahou Taiju was not with Wang Chen. "Did you do this on purpose? To lead us away?" "Yeah, you've gotten smarter. You're at about 30% of my level now." Xiahou Taiju seemed quite pleased with himself. "Have you not considered one thing? Here, you're all alone. If I wanted to kill you, it would be a piece of cake." Wang Tang stared at Xiahou Taiju, trying to undermine his confidence. "Come on then." Xiahou Taiju seemed unconcerned, as if he had some backing. Wang Tang was furious. He had just been robbed of his opportunity by Wang Chen, and now even Xiahou Taiju looked down on him. He felt miserable. "Kill him!" Wang Tang roared, and at that moment, someone immediately drew their sword and attacked Xiahou Taiju. However, Xiahou Taiju remained completely still, exuding an air of calm, as if the sword was not aimed at him. Just as everyone was puzzled, a robust figure appeared before them, and a burly man with a dark face smiled and said, "You dare bully someone from the Xiahou family? You're looking for death." "The Xiahou family? What?" Everyone fell into deep thought over Xiahou Tieju's words. Was there a Xiahou family in Lehigh City? This framing seemed very effective. If Wang Chen were here, he would definitely set off 108 firecrackers to celebrate. In another direction where Xiahou Taiju was, Wang Chen was leading Haitang and Ning Meng deeper into the wilderness, which was the last place others would expect. Even if they thought Xiahou Taiju was drawing fire for Wang Chen, they never considered that Wang Chen and the others would venture deep into the wild. Given the strength of the 3 of them, they shouldn't have gone deeper. Even if they could escape Wang Tang's pursuit, they might be killed by wild beasts. The area they were in was all above level 20. Countless painful histories have taught everyone that when leveling up, it's best to choose beasts that are 3 levels lower than oneself. The higher the level, the more one must adhere to this rule. Because life is only one, every time you don't kill a strange beast, an accident might occur. You must keep this accident within a bearable range. At this moment, Wang Chen and the others were delving deeper, and their route was somewhat strange. In some places, where there clearly seemed to be no issues ahead, he turned. "I say, Boss Ling Feng, we can contact the people outside now. Wang Tang shouldn't dare to chase us anymore, right?" Ning Meng asked while following along. As long as they were out of that ruin, the bracelet would have a signal to communicate with the outside world, and she felt that Wang Tang shouldn't dare to do anything. "Ning Meng, you're still too naive. In the wild, anything can happen. Why wouldn't he dare? As long as he leaves no evidence, he would dare to do anything." Haitang pinched Ning Meng's cheek, wondering how this child could still be so innocent. "Ah, there's danger. Isn't it very dangerous that Xiahou Taiju is drawing Wang Tang and the others away for us?" Ning Meng seemed to just realize that she should be concerned about that licking dog. "No need to worry, Xiahou Tieju's identity is not ordinary. He will gather people to solve the problem. Let's deal with the issue at hand. Woof woof team, go." As soon as she finished speaking, several dogs immediately dashed out like lightning, their speed exceeding that of a cheetah by more than double. Their growth during this time had been quite terrifying. These 8 dogs could now take on a fierce tiger one-on-one, a regular fierce tiger. At this moment, they were going out to attract monsters for Wang Chen. Wang Chen was about to lure a group of strange beasts, This habit left Haitang speechless, but she had gotten used to it. Before long, more than a dozen strange beasts appeared, all at level 18. Wang Qin found this quite easy to handle. His basic body refining technique was already at level 112, which surpassed many defensive professions. The initial skills of defensive professions were not as effective as this basic body refining technique. This basic body refining technique was the second hardest skill for Wang Qin to improve, requiring more than 3 times the proficiency of the previous basic defense technique for each level. The difficulty of the sword control technique reached 10 times, making it the hardest to improve. Fortunately, he had help with the sword control technique, and now it might be double proficiency. Why double? That depended on our Huangfu Tsuehua. At this moment, Huangfu Tsuehua pointed her finger at the C-grade sword at her waist. Flame Gale Sword, go! The sword immediately left its sheath and charged towards the strange beast already caught by Wang Qin, the strike infused with flames. The Flame Gale Sword carried fire damage, unrelated to skills. Many pieces of equipment had inherent effects, and some even had several effects, so equipment was a significant enhancement. This was also why everyone couldn't help but want to snatch equipment after it appeared in the secret realm. The attack effect brought by this sword, along with its inherent damage, instantly elevated Haitang's attack by several levels. The strange beast that originally needed 5 minutes to deal with now only required 2.5. After the flame sword struck, Haitang pointed her finger at another sword at her waist, the tetanus sword. This time, she aimed to control 2 flying swords simultaneously. This was her first time controlling 2 flying swords, and it was also a hint from Wang Qin, encouraging her to try controlling an additional one. In fact, she had thought about this herself. Could she control one more? However, she hadn't thought deeply about it, as controlling 1 flying sword already consumed a lot of her mental energy. Now that she was quite proficient with 1 sword, she could attempt the second flying sword. At the beginning, she indeed wasn't very skilled and often made mistakes, but she quickly grasped the knack. After dealing with this wave of strange beasts, she had become quite proficient. I did it! This sword feels strange, as if it's absorbing energy? After the excitement, Haitang immediately raised a question. Her tetanus sword seemed to absorb blood and energy when killing the strange beasts. That's right, this bronze sword is growing. It's a good thing, so don't forget about it. At this moment, Wang Qin reached out and absorbed the corpse of the one on the ground, then said, continue. He then went on to find more to fight. Haitang used her sword control technique, while Ning Meng summoned vines to assist in the attack. Their speed in killing monsters had already improved, not worse than other level 20 teams. After finishing the second wave of, Wang Qin absorbed the corpses again. Wait, I wanted to ask you earlier, when did you gain spatial abilities? Haitang finally had time to ask Wang Qin. Generally, these corpses needed to be dealt with, either cooked or thrown aside to return to nature. It was quite wasteful. Only those with spatial abilities or spatial treasures could collect the corpses and gain more rewards. Because of this, such people were in high demand. The former relied on talent, while the latter depended on wealth. Spatial treasures were very rare, and generally, large families could not possess them, so it all relied on profession. Wang Qin was clearly not a spatial profession, so he must have a treasure. And since he had never used it before, it meant that this treasure was, this fake, refining demon pot, contains a small world. Although it's a bit small, it can still hold some things. A bronze pot appeared in Wang Qin's hand, which looked large when displayed but could be instantly hidden away, as if he wasn't carrying it at all. Everyone knew that equipment and treasures could be stored in a dedicated space. Some treasures even had special bonuses or skills when carried. What? This thing is actually a spatial treasure? If Wang Tang and the others had known about this before, they would have done anything. Haitang was surprised, looking at the bronze pot in Wang Qin's hand with a hint of envy. So, you have to keep this a secret, don't talk about it carelessly. Wang Qin smiled. He trusted these two and asked them not to speak out of turn. If it really got out, there was nothing he could do. At this moment, Haitang and Ning Meng simultaneously made a gesture of zipping their mouths shut. Then, both reached out to touch the bronze pot. You said it was fake, how can it have spatial abilities? This is really amazing. Fake goods can also include replicas. It might even be a high-quality imitation. Maybe your tetanus sword is also a high-quality imitation. Wang Qin chuckled, pointing at the bronze sword floating in the air. High-quality imitation? I just tested the sword's attack power, it's quite average. Forget about that, what are our plans now? Our plan is to continue delving deeper to grind monsters for experience. Who knows, we might have some adventures. We just need to hurry back for the college entrance exam. Forget about adventures, I just hope we can return safely. I don't want to die. Don't worry, everything is under control. Wang Qin was confident about this. Soon, it was time for the second round of the college entrance exam trial. This was not just a test, it was actually everyone's first report card after awakening their talents. 3 months of wilderness survival was more of a training session than a trial. It was a special training to improve oneself. The remaining month was an opportunity to catch up. Generally, as long as one reached level 20 by this time, there was hope in the 7 major martial arts academies, unless their talent and profession were very poor. However, if no one wanted them in the 7 major martial arts schools, there would definitely be opportunities in other martial arts schools. Even if one's talent and profession are poor, even with an F-level talent, even with the most mediocre profession, reaching level 20 in 4 months will still attract attention. But this is basically impossible, as reaching level 16 in 4 months with an F-level talent is already remarkable. From the current situation in Linhai City, it can be seen that among the senior students in the Lord's Mansion preparing for this trial, most are at levels 16 to 18, with only a few at level 19, and just one at level 20. Wang Tang and Lu Ruoyan are among those at level 19, while the level 20 student is an S-level assassin named Dugufeng. It is said that Dugufeng has already undergone her second job transfer, making her seem even more impressive. Generally, S-level second transfers occur just above level 20, and the lower the talent level, the more levels are required. At this moment, Lu Ruoyan looks at Dugufeng, the girl in tight black clothing with black hair, whose aura, appearance, and presence overshadow her completely. It's infuriating how people can be so different. Dugufeng, you just have good luck. Lu Ruoyan's heart burns with jealousy. Dugufeng seems to sense Lu Ruoyan's gaze and responds with a dismissive look, as if to say, "What level are you to dare be jealous of me?" This only fuels Lu Ruoyan's anger, especially when she sees Wang Tang also captivated by Dugufeng, looking at her with desire. "Stop looking, with your current level, you shouldn't even think about it," Lu Ruoyan says coldly. "What's wrong? Are you jealous? You deserve it. You've been competing with her for over a decade. Do you really think you can win?" Wang Tang says with a hint of disdain. In this small Linhai city, how could peers not know each other? They are all competitors. Lu Ruoyan often attends gatherings and has met Dugufeng more than once. She has seen her during family exchanges and at school events. It's not just Lu Ruoyan, Wang Chen is the same. Especially Wang Chen, who used to overshadow Dugufeng as a genius. No one in Linhai City was not overshadowed by Wang Chen. "Just take care of yourself," Lu Ruoyan replies coldly. Soon, among the senior students, someone starts talking about Wang Chen, wondering why such a great genius hasn't shown up. Well, everyone just wants to see if Wang Chen will really come. They heard he would come, but they want to know what face he has to show up. Don't you all know? Wang Chen is already level 19. No way. Wasn't he at level 14 before? Who helped him level up? Of course, it was his good brother Wang Tang. It can't be Wang Tang. He would rather see him fail than help him. You don't know the whole story. It all started on an ordinary morning. That day, I ate 30 meat buns. Soon, gossip begins to spread, and many people are aware of the situation. When the Linhai High School team returned, or rather, when they hadn't returned yet, the campus group was already buzzing. At that time, when everyone heard Wang Chen was level 19, they were all in disbelief. Finally, after hearing the whole story, they realized Wang Tang's kindness. No way. It was Wang Tang who discovered the secret realm, and the key was his. In the end, it all benefited Wang Chen. Yeah, you could say he helped Wang Chen get to the end. Such deep brotherhood. Could it be that the Wang family is just putting on a show, secretly supporting Wang Chen? That's too funny. Everyone began to discuss, embellishing the story with various versions, but they all had a roughly similar conclusion about the outcome. Even if Wang Chen is level 19, he still won't be looked at. Having no profession is just too difficult. At this moment, in the hospital room, Xia Bingbing and Gu Qingqing were trying to find Wang Chen through a live stream, but they couldn't locate him. Did your brother say he would arrive soon? Why hasn't he shown up yet? He wouldn't be lying to me, would he? Maybe he hasn't come back at all. Godmother, that's not important. Anyway, even if my brother goes, it won't help. He's unemployed, who would choose him? In the end, he can only try his luck at various martial arts academies, and those require a lot of money, which he doesn't have. Gu Qingqing's words made Xia Bingbing want to hit her a few times. Was she really that blunt? Did I not know what he was like? Godmother, how are you feeling now? Are you really better? Gu Qingqing's words pulled Xia Bingbing back to reality. I've improved about 70 to 80%. Chan Shangong said thankfully there was Lingfeng's medicine, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to do it. And to obtain the rights to the formula, he even waived the medical fees. Compared to before, Xia Bingbing's condition was definitely much better, and all her hospital expenses during these days were covered. It seemed that the vice president was coveting his son's medicine. He had mentioned more than once that he would insist on getting his son's formula. After dealing with her godmother, Gu Qingqing turned her attention back to the live stream. She said it was useless if Wang Chen didn't come, but she was still looking forward to it. Now everyone was waiting for the time to see if Wang Chen would show up, and some had even started placing bets. Of course, the possibility of him showing up or not was quite high on both sides. It was all about luck. To prevent cheating, they also had the final say. Not long after, the atmosphere of betting around whether Wang Chen would appear suddenly intensified. Time passed little by little, and there were only 5 minutes left until the trial began. If he didn't show up after these 5 minutes, it would mean giving up on the trial. Wang Tang and Lu Ruyan looked to the side, feeling conflicted. They hoped Wang Chen would show up to avoid embarrassment, but they also hoped he wouldn't, fearing unexpected situations. 4 minutes. 3 minutes. 30 seconds. 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Too scared to come, huh? Not coming is just right. You shouldn't be here. You should be working like those mud-legged folks. Just as Wang Tang was about to throw his head back and howl at the sky, Wang Chen suddenly appeared, bursting in at the last second, along with 2 others. We made it in time. I told you we would arrive just before the last second, and here we are, 1 second early. Everyone looked at Wang Chen, unable to believe he actually came, and right on the dot. This made many people present feel foolish for standing around for hours. Time's up, so let's get started. Wang Chen saw a large square in front of him, with a screen in the middle displaying the person speaking on the high platform. That was the City Lord, the stunningly beautiful City Lord of Linhai City. Everyone watched the screen in silence, listening intently. The City Lord's speech was quite brief. She first expressed her gratitude for the support, then encouraged the students, and finally explained the items for this test. In fact, everyone knew what the test items were, which were the testing facilities set up in the square. The first item was the attack power test. The second item was the defense capability test. The third item was the virtual combat test. During the tests, as long as the average score exceeded D level, they could enter the 7 major martial arts academies. Below that would depend on the teacher's discretion, and even an F level could enter a regular martial arts academy. This test could assess anyone from level 1 to 99, or even higher. Therefore, for the current third-year high school students, exceeding D level was quite a challenging feat. However, some cities will adjust the testing equipment levels, lowering the upper limit, changing D level to A level, which then seems quite normal. But Linhai City never makes such changes, everyone understands that. This time, those who enter the top 10 will receive a reward, so please put in your best effort. The City Lord said this with a calm tone, as if it were just a casual remark, making it seem like the reward wouldn't be very significant. However, everyone understood that the reward would definitely not be low, otherwise, the City Lord wouldn't have mentioned it. Moreover, this time, the City Lord's precious daughter was involved, so it was only natural for her to bring out good things as a reward for her daughter while also helping others. This was essentially a way to recruit helpers for his daughter, possibly bringing them under her wing. Thus, everyone began the tests. Wang Chen, being the last to arrive, was placed at the end of the line, with Haitang in front of him. The first 2 tests were quick, so there was no need to split into 3 teams for testing. The time difference wouldn't be significant, and it wouldn't cause confusion. In just a moment, some results appeared on the big screen. Odiang Godin, damage 598, E level. Fan Huihon, damage 499, F level. Zhang Wei, damage 199, not ranked. The names on the big screen continued to refresh. Odiang Godin, damage 598, E level. Defense, 81 points, D level. The names on the big screen were increasing, while the original names were refreshing their data, as those in front had already passed the second and third levels. At this time, Wang Chen was studying the situation ahead and had grasped the testing methods, which indeed remained unchanged from before. Meanwhile, discussions were buzzing in the group, especially regarding the first place, Ouyang Godin, who would comment after each test. Ouyang Godin, I underperformed in the first level, my blade should have dealt damage faster. Ouyang Godin, in the second level, everyone pay attention, you can see the turns ahead, there's a continuous left turn at the 4th corner. Go as fast as you can in other areas, or fill your dodge points. I just got hit a dozen times, but it was still manageable. Ouyang Godin was an agile class with good movement skills. The first 2 days had almost concluded within 5 minutes, and everyone was chatting and joking, as this was all quite normal. In fact, what Ouyang Godin said was of little use. The facilities for testing movement in the second level would change randomly. It was a large room with advanced technology, about the size of a basketball court. Once inside, the mechanisms would change, randomly presenting a path, with various small balls bouncing out along the way. Getting hit by these balls would result in point deductions. Remember, it's about being hit on the body, so you could either dodge or block. Interestingly, the path inside this room would change randomly, the same place could appear many times, but the facilities would be different. This simulated a long, intricate path of mechanisms, ultimately leading back out from the entrance. Here, time didn't matter, only how many balls hit you did. As for the third level, that would be interesting, you could only know by entering. It's almost Wang Tang's turn, I wonder what kind of results he will achieve this time. His lackeys have already reached D level, he should at least be C level, right? Otherwise, how could he suppress his subordinates? Do we even need to say? Our Tengu is definitely strong, one thunder fist from him could surely smash the testing stone. Smashing it is one thing, that's something only SSS level can achieve. With Wang Tang, C level is already a lot. That's just an exaggerated statement, our Tengu can definitely surpass C level. Watching everyone discuss Wang Tang, Wang Chen couldn't help but have some thoughts and sent a message in the group. Wang Chen, should we have a little game? I'll be the banker, and I bet that Wang Tang's final score will be in D grade, with damage not exceeding 1299. Do you want to place your bets? Whatever you wager, you'll get back. Damage 1299? This is the final step between C and D grades. Damage of 1300 means C grade, while anything less is D grade. It's that cruel. When Wang Tang saw this message, he was furious and angrily sent a message, I bet 1 million. Do you dare to take it? He believed Wang Chen was trying to provoke him, and that Wang Chen definitely wouldn't have the guts to accept this bet. After Wang Tang spoke, his sycophants chimed in, all placing bets, each one boldly wagering from 100,000 to 900,000. Some people, although they didn't have that much money at home, were just talking big, they naturally dared to bet casually. Seeing this situation, Wang Chen immediately perked up, feeling overjoyed inside, but pretended to be very angry on the surface, then puffed up his face and accepted the bet. Wang Chen, bring it on, what's there to be afraid of? I'll start the game right now. Wang Chen quickly applied for a betting game, allowing these people to place their bets, a simple choice between two options that many people still enjoyed. As for applying for the betting game, this was an entertainment project supported by the wristbands, allowing everyone to use their wealth, this external thing, to place bets. Yes, in today's society, wealth is an external thing, the most important is oneself, along with various materials. The government was too lazy to manage these matters, even supporting it, after all, this kind of income needed to be taxed. In today's society, gambling isn't seen as harmful because there are very few professional gamblers, most people just play for fun, seeking a little excitement like Wang Chen. Why is that? The reason is simple, isn't life too stimulating now? This kind of stimulation has made gambling lose its meaning. Thus, Wang Chen collected quite a bit of money. If he lost, it would be useless even if he considered himself. I'm going to get rich, thanks to all you generous souls. At this moment, Wang Chen actually bowed to everyone, leaving those who didn't understand the situation dumbfounded, while the students from the school laughed. But soon, they couldn't laugh anymore, because it was soon Wang Tang's turn, and Wang Tang's score turned out to be Wang Tang closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, Thunder Fist! His fist radiated with electricity, striking heavily at the black stone in the center of the device, leaving a deep fist imprint on the black stone. At this moment, it must be said that Wang Tang was putting on quite a show. Wang Chen wanted to give him a score of 94, leaving the remaining 6 points for shouting. As for the others, they were even more excited. At this time, someone in the group was already speaking, advising Wang Chen to withdraw the betting quickly, or he would lose everything. Meanwhile, a group of people shouted, Wang Chen, be a bit tougher, if you lose, you lose. Just tell them you bet with me, are you stupid? Then just return the money, no need to mention the bet. Be ruthless, keep the winnings for yourself, and deny it to the end. Ha ha ha, what do you think others are? At this moment, everyone seemed to think Wang Tang was guaranteed to win. Without further ado, let's continue watching. On the testing machine, the fist imprint quickly emitted a kind of rune, which was transmitted through the black stone to the device, and these runes were absorbed by other parts of the device. Then, it conducted an analysis and reached the conclusion, damage value, 1299. Attack power assessment, D grade. 1299? So close? Damn it, Wang Chen's crow's mouth actually hit the mark, just a little bit off. Wang Tang, you useless piece of trash, if you had used a little less strength on women before, you could have been at 1300 C grade. Bah, you're nothing. At this moment, the school group chat exploded, most of these people had placed bets, and suddenly, Wang Chen had won everyone millions. Ever since gaining the heavenly eye, the fun of gambling was gone, you couldn't even lose. It was painful. If Wang Chen's inner thoughts were heard by someone, they would definitely drag him out and use their skill bounce. However, Wang Chen did something now that had a somewhat similar effect. Wang Chen, thank you, all benevolent children of wealth, tonight at the Huafeng Grand Hotel, all expenses are on young Master Zhao. Ning Meng, who is young Master Zhao? Shouldn't it be you? Wang Chen, how would I know? I have something to do tonight, so I won't be going. All the teachers and students. Wang Tong, Wang Chen, don't get too complacent. I'm just 1 point short here. In the end, it's about the average score. I can easily make up for it elsewhere. You should worry about yourself. You might not even get an F grade. Although Wang Tang's defiant words lost some momentum, they made everyone understand that he, Wang Tong, had not lost. Indeed, as Wang Tang said, being just 1 point short of a C grade wasn't that important. It could be compensated from other areas, as long as those areas could make up for it. Wang Tang seemed very confident about the other 2 tests. Wang Chen, alright, then please do your best. Although effort is useless, at least it gives you no excuse to say you didn't give it your all. Everyone. This statement made it seem like Wang Tang was already out of the game. No, it shouldn't be said that Wang Tang was out of the game, but rather that the overall score of a C grade seemed unlikely. At this moment, Wang Tao really wanted to grab Wang Chen and scold him, but he was still in the test, so he would wait until it was over. Thinking of this, he seemed to remember something. Wang Tang, Wang Chen, don't think that I will be affected by you and perform inconsistently. I can't be influenced by you. Everyone suddenly realized that Wang Chen spoke because of this. Wang Chen, don't overthink it. I don't care about your B grade talent. Your current overall score is D grade. Your effort will only reveal your true strength. At least if you don't try hard, you have an excuse. Wang Chen's words were so venomous, it felt like it would really affect Wang Tang. Thus, the school leaders intervened, trying to stop Wang Chen in various ways, even blacklisting him to prevent him from speaking. Ning Meng, Boss Ling Feng asked me to ask you if you want to have another bet. I can apply for it, and he will give me a 5% handling fee. Ning Meng, just bet that Wang Tang's subsequent scores will be worse than the last. Everyone. Killing intent. At this moment, Wang Tang wanted to kill, although he always wanted to kill Wang Chen, his desire was strongest at this moment. Wang Tang, don't let them affect you, otherwise, you'll fall into their trap. Just perform well. The school leaders and teachers shouted from the side. This was the school's treasure, and this year's educational results depended on him and Lu Ruyan. Everyone rest assured, I, Wang Tang, am not foolish. My mood is very calm right now, and I am very confident. At this moment, Wang Tang wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by someone behind him. Hey, hurry up. We have a bunch of people waiting behind, stop blabbering. In the end, Wang Tang walked into the second testing room and began the defensibility test. This test was destined to be quick. Before long, he came out, and his face looked very grim. Wang Tang, attack power 1299, D grade, defense, 89 points, D grade. The entire Linhai High School was in an uproar again. This 85 points was the highest score for D grade, while 90 to 100 points were C grade, and a perfect score meant no damage. But a perfect score was not the final score. This was something that current senior students could not achieve, so it naturally didn't need to be considered. However, Wang Chen's prediction was once again successful. Wang Tang was only 1 point away from being classified as C-level. This felt a bit off. Hurry up, the next one, we are all looking forward to it. If the next one is also just 1 point away from D-level, will Wang Tang end up crying in the bathroom? Ling Feng, have you ever thought that if you get it right again this time, Wang Tang will definitely go crazy? He will surely kill you, no matter the cost. At this moment, Hai Tang was a bit worried. Wang Chen, however, was unconcerned and said, for someone like him, offending him a little or offending him to death is the same, he won't let you go. It's better this way. Hai Tang fell silent for a moment, thinking it over. After all, they were already sworn enemies, so what did it matter if there was a bit more enmity? At this time, not just Linhai Middle School, the entire Linhai city was paying attention to Wang Tang, eager to see if he could break Wang Chen's curse. This little guy named Wang Chen is really interesting. The city lord chuckled, glancing at his daughter with a thoughtful expression. Beside the city lord were several representatives from the Martial Arts Academy, who were there for the recruitment. The Martial Arts Academy was very meticulous in selecting students. Some qualities could not just be tested but had to be seen in person to outshine other academies. Otherwise, students could easily be snatched away by other martial arts academies, literally snatched. Such things were not uncommon in martial arts academies. Some students wanting to enter other academies were outright taken away in front of others, in a very rogue manner. Unless it was someone who was absolutely determined, it was easy to be taken away like that. What a pity, he is unclassed and has already been blacklisted. Yeah, We have all blacklisted him. Almost all the representatives from the martial arts academies unanimously stated that they had blacklisted Wang Chen. The city lord seemed completely unconcerned about this, he just wanted to see Wang Tang's results. Practical test. Wang Tang defeated 9 clones, D-level. Put. Again just 1 point away. Wang Tang's face was dark beyond imagination, and at that moment, the Wang family members watching also had equally grim expressions. Meanwhile, others couldn't help but laugh. Even those who had received professional training couldn't hold back. Ling Feng, can you really curse others? Then what you said before about me eventually dying from stupidity, is that also true? Ning Mang looked at Wang Chen in some terror. At that moment, Wang Chen appeared to her as a witch. Really, you will die from stupidity. Wang Chen casually replied. It's over, I'm going to die from stupidity, I'm going to die from stupidity. Hai Tang shook her head helplessly. You indeed might die from stupidity, but when, she didn't know. But fortunately, you have Xiaoho Taizhu, this devoted follower, he should take care of you for a lifetime. Speaking of Xiaoho Taizhu, it was unexpected that he was from the Xiaoho family in the imperial capital, which made Wang Tang and his group kneel at that time. This scene was even live-streamed by Xiaoho Taizhu, turning Wang Tang into a joke and making him hate Wang Chen even more. After provoking people, Xiaoho Taizhu just ran away, saying he was going back and would see them again in the imperial capital. Wang Chen, you're seeking death. Wang Tang stormed over in a fit of rage, launching a thunder fist at Wang Chen. This thunder fist had the momentum of thunder descending upon the world, even a level 20 would struggle to withstand it, making those unaware of the situation think that Wang Chen would be killed by this punch. In the eyes of most people, Wang Chen was already useless when he chose to be unclassed, and an unclassed SSS level was only strong before level 10. After that, they began to weaken increasingly. Now that he was already at level 20, he would surely be killed by a single punch. However, these people were about to be shocked. They saw Wang Chen block the thunder fist with the small shield on his gauntlet. Boom! A loud explosion. The force of the thunder fist erupted at that moment, engulfing both of them in a cloud of dust. These people still thought that Wang Chen must have been knocked down by that punch. The dust was really annoying, blocking their view. As the smoke cleared, 2 figures emerged. Wang Chen's small shield had perfectly defended against the thunder fist, while at that moment, Wang Tang's fist was still crackling with electricity. It seemed that Wang Chen had completely caught that punch with ease. This was entirely unexpected for these people, and it also surprised those who knew a bit about Wang Chen's strength. They had never imagined he could handle it so effortlessly. Meanwhile, Ning Meng even said a bit proudly, "Don't be so surprised, I've experienced this many times. Smoke without harm, that's what Boss Ling Feng said, so everyone need not worry." Next, Wang Tang continued to unleash the thunder fist, bombarding Wang Chen with punch after punch. Wang Chen could only block. At that moment, he was quite grateful to the other party. After the test, he immediately came over to help him improve his skills. Basic Body Refinement Technique Proficiency plus 100. Basic Body Refinement Technique Proficiency plus 100. Basic Body Refinement Technique Proficiency plus 100. Comprehension Mastery, Lightning Resistance. Oh wow! He actually comprehended mastery, thanks to Wang Tang's urging. If he told the other party the truth, would they explode with anger? Just as Wang Chen was thinking this, something sudden happened that left him even more stunned. Oh heavens, are you trying to make the other party die of anger? Super Comprehension triggered, Comprehended Skill Thunder Fist. Thunder Fist Skill plus 1000, Thunder Fist level increased by 1, Thunder Fist level increased by 1. He actually comprehended the Thunder Fist. Due to the 100-fold proficiency, combined with the earlier proficiency gains, Wang Tang's continuous Thunder Fist attacks had raised Wang Chen's Thunder Fist skill to over level 20. What a pity, learning the Thunder Fist was of no use. He ultimately still had to rely on sword techniques, and it would be better to specialize in swordsmanship. Even if he had super comprehension and could quickly improve skills, specializing in one was still the best choice, unless capped. However, if someone else helped him improve, that would be different. Because of this, after being pulled away by the people from the city lord's mansion, Wang Chen bowed to Wang Tang and thanked him. "Thank you, brother Wang Tang, for helping me improve my strength all this way." Get lost. Who's your brother, who helped you? Wang Tang couldn't say these words, but someone else asked this question for him, and not just one person. Everyone was very curious. You all don't know, right? My brother specially pulled me into his team to help me level up, and even though he clearly discovered the secret realm key himself, he wouldn't admit it and gave the key to me. The most important thing is, to let me gain the most energy points. He repeatedly created difficulties for others, kicking out other teams, and even pretended to be weak and withdrew in the end. In the end, our team gained the most benefit. I was only level 14, but because of this secret realm, I leveled up to nearly level 20. Wang Chen's words left everyone present in silence. Goodness, if everyone hadn't seen Wang Tang wanting to kill you, they might have really believed your nonsense, thinking Wang Tang was genuinely helping you. Also, you were almost level 20 back then, no wonder you could level up to your current level 20 in the wild during those last few days. Yes, Wang Chen had just exposed the fact that he was level 20, which surprised everyone and was quite regrettable. Wang Chen was a non-professional. However, everyone attributed Wang Chen's current strength entirely to fortuitous encounters, and they wouldn't think he was strong, let alone that he had potential. Therefore, the representatives from the martial academy on stage had no intention of being moved at all. Wang Chen, it's you, you're cursing me, and I'm only D-level. After the warning from the guards of the city lord's mansion, Wang Tang calmed down at this moment, his eyes red as he stared at Wang Chen. How did I not notice before that you were such an idiot, asking a question like that? Wang Chen's words made people unable to help but laugh, which only made Wang Tang's expression worse. Indeed, such a question was truly foolish. If Wang Chen had that ability, it would be great. We would also want him to curse a bit. Wang Tang was probably driven mad by anger, which is why he impulsively came to hit someone and asked such a stupid question. After all, who let him have a good life suddenly turn into a Waterloo? He should have been high and mighty, and he had no place to vent all this, so he could only find Wang Chen. However, with him approaching like this, the representatives from the Martial Arts Academy frowned. Originally, with his results, he had a good chance of entering the 7 major martial arts academies, but now it seemed that the 7 major academies were a bit disdainful. No matter the era, a person's character is also an important criterion for selection, unless you are exceptionally talented. Clearly, Wang Tang was not. The representatives of the 7 major martial arts academies stated, "You can take this person to your small martial arts academy. We won't compete with you." Look, Lu Ruyan is on stage. Soon, everyone's attention was focused on Lu Ruyan, and interestingly, right after Lu Ruyan was Du Gufeng. What a pair of rivals! Lu Ruyan came up waving her staff, silently chanting, and a fire dragon head slowly rose from behind her, then charged towards the instrument. Wow! When everyone saw the data on the big screen, they began to exclaim in surprise. Lu Ruyan, damage 2024, B grade. The entire venue was shocked. Such high damage appeared in Linhai City, reaching B grade, and it was Lu Ruyan with her A-grade talent. Generally speaking, an A-grade talent can deal C-grade damage, which is already quite good. She took a bit of a shortcut. She cast the Fire Dragon's Fury Flash, which is a skill that requires preparation time and also needs a long recovery time after use, so it usually wouldn't be used. However, there's nothing wrong with the rules. Some people are even more excessive than her, so this result is valid. Valid. Several supervising officials nodded in approval of this result, and the representatives on stage naturally understood that this was a shortcut, but she also had real skills as a foundation. At this moment, Lu Ruyan also set her mind at ease. She didn't know if this would pass. Although it didn't break the rules and there were many precedents, whether it counted as valid depended on the relevant personnel. Then, she walked to the side, preparing for the next round, and just as she took a few steps, she heard Du Gufeng's attack sound from behind, as well as the machine's testing analysis sound. So fast? It felt like she was attacking right away, as if she was just doing a normal attack, completely different from her own build-up for a big move. If she lost, that would be quite embarrassing. Not to mention that the two were often compared. Even now, one in front and one behind, it was natural to compare them. So, Lu Ruyan looked at the big screen. Du Gufeng, damage 2025, B grade. Lu Ruyan's eyes widened, and then her face filled with anger. It was obvious she felt slapped in the face. Why are today's scores so strange? Why does it always happen that 1 point is missing? Look at Du Gufeng's damage, it just happens to be 1 point more than Lu Ruyan. Assassins are inherently high damage professions. It seems Du Gufeng's S grade isn't that impressive after all. You're really amazing. How much damage do you have? Why are you asking me? I'm just commenting. Do I have to be like her to comment? You're not wrong, you can indeed comment, but did you forget one thing? Du Gufeng just didn't use any skills. Yeah, Du Gufeng just stabbed once. It seems like a normal attack. Why didn't she use a skill? The point is, why didn't she use it? Du Gufeng Ping's performance is already stronger than Lu Ruyan's big move. This is the gap. These discussions filled the entire square, and those watching the live stream online felt the same. The contest between Du Gufeng and Lu Ruyan had already yielded results. Lu Ruyan was bound to lose. Lu Ruyan's expression turned grim. She seemed to know the outcome but was unwilling to admit it. Gritting her teeth, she walked towards the second testing point. Du Gufeng smiled at this moment and glanced over at Wang Chen, but everyone thought she was just casually looking. What everyone was more concerned about was Lu Ruyan's upcoming score, especially the students from Linhai High School, who felt their hopes were fading. Those students were eagerly asking Wang Chen for predictions, all tagging him to speak, but Wang Chen had been muted and couldn't say anything in the group. So, Wang Chen had Ning Meng speak on his behalf. Ning Meng, you don't need to tag boss Ling Feng anymore, he's just muted, not kicked out. Thanks to the teachers and leaders for their mercy. Ning Meng, he also said that if Lu Ruyan can stay calm, she might get a C, otherwise, it would be a D. Ouyang Dan, no way, her damage has already reached B level, even if she pulls back later, she shouldn't average out to D level. At this moment, many comments echoed Ouyang Dan's sentiment, believing Lu Ruyan couldn't possibly only get a D. Shangwan Hunyo, what are you all chattering about? Given Lu Ruyan's past combat ability, has she ever made a move? If her defense can get a D, that would be impressive, E is very likely. This statement silenced everyone. Indeed, it seemed they rarely saw Lu Ruyan make a move. She was always in the back row of the team, not needing to act. Ouyang Dan, maybe she's been quietly working hard, preparing to amaze the world. Soon, the results were announced. Lu Ruyan, damage 2024, B level. Defense, 61 points, E level. No way, how could it only be 61 points? That's even worse than Ouyang Dan. No, Ouyang Dan's agility was already impressive. It was normal for him to be stronger than Lu Ruyan. As expected, Lu Ruyan was quite average in this regard. She must have been affected a bit, and she just used that Fire Dragon Head move, which would impact her performance this time. But this was something she calculated beforehand, trading off points from the earlier tests, Haitang analyzed, and her analysis was also agreed upon by Wang Chen. In these 3 tests, as long as the total score is high, sacrificing one to boost another is definitely a strategy. Now everyone was focused on Du Gufeng. Du Gufeng, I believe she will still be B level, she is an assassin, and her agility is naturally fast. This was Haitang's guess, and others agreed with this speculation. Du Gufeng, damage 2025, B level, defense, 120 points, B level. When this score was revealed, everyone couldn't help but gasp. As expected of an S-level assassin, her defense was surprisingly strong. Of course, this defense was likely based on evasion and blocking, which was understandable. However, relying solely on evasion and blocking for this score was a bit unbelievable, considering she was only around level 20 and hadn't even undergone a second transfer. One must admit that Du Gufeng's S-level talent was no joke. She could even be considered a standout among those with S-level talent. This time, she would be sought after by the 7 major martial arts academies. Boss Ling Feng, what do you think Lu Ruyan will score next? If she continues to get D, she might end up with an overall D level. That would be interesting, Ning Meng said at this moment, sounding quite eager. Her? Still D level, just right for 7 clones. Also, why are you so eager? Wang Chen looked at Ning Meng, as if to say she had turned mischievous. Of course I'm eager. Seeing her become D level would make me happier than becoming E level myself. Ning Meng directly expressed her thoughts. Her current desire was simply to become a level E, just a little better than level F. Soon, the results were announced. Ling Feng, you really are a jinx. You called it again. Lu Ruyan actually defeated 7 opponents in this practical test. She is indeed level D. Final combat power assessment, level D. Everyone was stunned by this result. It was unexpected. However, such an outcome was normal, as theory and practice often differed greatly. Many candidates with good talent had failed in practical tests in the past. At this moment, Lu Ruyan's expression was grim. Her score was too poor. What made her feel worse was what happened next, starting with Du Gufeng's results. Du Gufeng, damage 2025, level B, defense 120 points, level B. Practical test, 14 clones, level B. Comprehensive combat power assessment, level B. Du Gufeng raised her head to look down at Lu Ruyan, then walked towards Wang Chen. As Wang Chen watched her approach, she finally stood before him, and he took a step forward. What are you all staring at? Move along in line. Wang Chen continued to queue, not looking at Du Gufeng, who also seemed not to notice him, as if she was just passing by. Meanwhile, in the campus group of Linhai High School, messages continued to flood in. It's over, our Linhai High School is finished. This time, we have been completely wiped out. Not a single person has combat power at level C. I didn't expect Lu Ruyan to fail so miserably. I was excited when she got a B. It seems that this time, the only one from Linhai High School to enter the top 7 martial arts schools might be the bald guy. This year has really been unlucky for Linhai High School. Originally, there were 2 with S-level potential, but one chose no profession, and the other activated a useless talent. There were originally 3 A levels, but one died, one was crippled, and the last one can only be rated as D. Did you forget there's still one S level left? Who? Of course, it's Wang Teng. Damn, I really forgot about him, but his results seem to be the best. He was just a little short of Sss-Level. Anyway, we Linhai High School are not as good as the other schools this time. We will be laughed at, and next year's education funding will be reduced. The teachers and students began to discuss among themselves, as if everyone felt hopeless. Those behind had no chance of reaching level C. However, at that moment, someone suddenly spoke up. Ning Meng, Ling Feng wants to ask everyone if they want to make another bet, to guess if anyone will become level C next. Everyone. To be honest, they didn't believe it, but Wang Chen's words made them wary, especially since they had lost so much money. Ning Meng, you don't dare, right? Then forget it. I actually think it's unreliable, especially since Ling Feng even said he would become level C, along with Sister Haitang. Everyone. After a while, the campus group was filled with laughing and mocking emojis, with hundreds appearing in an instant. Fortunately, they now had wristbands to receive information directly, otherwise, it would take ages to read all these messages. Ha, Wang Chen, are you trying to kill us with laughter? You actually said you could become level C. If you do, I'll take your surname. At this moment, Wang Teng came to mock him face to face, and at the same time, the security personnel beside him followed to prevent him from hitting anyone again. To be precise, I won't be level C, but level B, Wang Chen said with a smile. After he said this, everyone in the room was stunned. Your combat power is level B? You must be joking. Although combat power in this world is detailed by profession and level, there is also a general combat power ranking, starting simply from level F all the way to level SSS. This test was actually a power assessment, and those who were evaluated with a power level would be recorded, allowing them to display this power level when forming teams in the future. In Wang Chen's case, everyone unanimously believed that if he could get an F level, they would be grateful, let alone a B level, which was absolutely impossible. Ha, if you're B level, then I'll be your little brother from now on. You really don't want to lose out at all, huh? Forget it, I'll apply for a prize guessing game, and you can just guess then. Wang Chen was quite skilled and directly applied for the guessing game, then sent it to the group, also inviting nearby people to join the guessing, which naturally included Wang Tong and Lu Ruyan among others. At this moment, everyone noticed that Wang Chen's guessing game had more than one. Wang Chen, you really are bold, actually opening a guessing game asking if you can become B level. Isn't this just giving everyone money? What reason do I have to refuse? Exactly, of course, I can't bet against it. This time, there's no way to lose. If I lose this time, I'll chop off my hand. Thus, a group of enthusiastic classmates entered the fray, many of whom had lost to Wang Chen last time and wanted to make a comeback and win back their losses. To win back, they naturally had to bet even more than last time, and some people liked to double their bets. This time, the betting instantly soared to the tens of millions. If Wang Chen lost, he would have to pay back what he had previously won and also compensate several million. If he won, then he would strike it rich. Classmate Ling Feng, do you really have confidence? At this moment, Haitang couldn't help but want to pull Wang Chen back. If he had no confidence, he should close this guessing game, otherwise, it would just keep getting worse. In comparison, the guessing game about whether Sss-Level could appear in Linhai High School seemed to have fewer participants, though some still guessed it could. Most people thought it was impossible, especially since Wang Chen claimed he would become B level. How could someone without a profession possibly become B level? Wang Chen, I advise you to just cancel this guessing game. It's only a loss of some deposit. Lu Ruyan pretended to be kind, as if she couldn't bear to see Wang Chen go bankrupt. In the next hour, everyone was discussing and anticipating this matter, while Wang Chen's guessing game remained open, but the funds had already reached the cap. Because this guessing game required payouts, if it exceeded Wang Chen's payout ability, it would be capped. Time passed for several more minutes, and finally, it was Wang Chen and the other two's turn. First was Ning Meng, whose results were quite ordinary, only E level, which was normal since she was currently considered a healing profession, and no one really cared. This type of profession was highly sought after by the martial academy, as it was relatively rare and required a lot of training. Therefore, she was just going through the motions and would soon be accepted by the martial academy. Second to last was Haitang. Haitang stood before the testing device, concentrating her energy, with a Sss-Level flame sword hovering in the air, not moving at all. But the sword's body trembled slightly because Haitang was using two forces to control it. One was to make the sword fly out, and the other was to keep it still. This was an idea proposed by Wang Chen. Since you can control two flying swords now, why not use this method to control one? During the test, you could only unleash one sword, so having two swords was meaningless to you. Controlling one sword meant using opposing forces, first pulling, then suddenly releasing, and finally accelerating with full force. This was actually a form of power application in sword control. Even without Wang Chen's reminder, Haitang would have figured it out, just a bit later. She had been practicing this charged attack for several days, continuously honing it during her outdoor training. The main reason Wang Chen and the other two were last was that she needed to practice this. Swish! The sword suddenly shot out with great speed, striking heavily and embedding itself about 2 centimeters into the black stone block, the blade accompanied by flames. Huangfu Haitang, damage 2025, B grade. The audience erupted in an uproar. The representatives from the martial arts academies and the city lord all stood up. This damage was even slightly higher than Lu Ruyan's. How could that be possible? And was this intentional? Again, 2025, just a bit more than Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan's face was now as pale as could be. If it weren't for maintaining her image, she would have already exploded in anger. Seeing her own damage, Haitang was also taken aback, as if she couldn't quite believe it. She looked at Wang Chen, hoping for a reassuring answer. This little girl is interesting. On the stage, the city lord looked down at Haitang, his eyes filled with anticipation. To train a seemingly useless talent to such a level was definitely not simple. Indeed, with this skill of hers, our Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy will take her. If you want her, then we at the Northern Town Martial Arts Academy want her too. I, from the Anchi Martial Arts Academy, also want this person. At this moment, the representatives from the martial arts academies began to speak up. Unexpectedly, the first to speak were the 7 major martial arts academies, while the others who had intended to say something shrank back. Competing for someone with these 7 major academies was just asking for trouble. However, they could understand the thoughts of the 7 major academies. It was equivalent to someone developing a new talent technique, creating a new school of thought. Documenting and researching this would also be a significant achievement. Who knows, it might even leave a mark in history. Which martial arts academy wouldn't want such a good thing? This was different from Lu Ruyan, who relied on clever tricks and used skills everyone knew. Even if Haitang's subsequent test results were mediocre, no, even if they were poor, they would still want her. Especially since Haitang only had a special talent, not something like an F grade. If a special talent is found to be useful, it becomes a powerful talent. Previously, people thought Haitang was lacking because they couldn't develop the sword control technique. If Haitang could bring out the potential of this sword control talent, it would definitely not belong to a grade, and might even reach S grade. Therefore, it was inevitable that they would compete for Haitang. At this moment, everyone in the audience had already analyzed this outcome, and the people from Linhai High School began to feel excited. The school leaders and teachers appeared by Haitang's side, cheering her on as if they had always been there. Class teacher Chan Ru also showed up. They were thrilled. They hadn't expected that at this critical moment, a glimmer of hope would appear. They had thought Linhai High School would be completely out of the running this time. They were oblivious to Wang Chen, who was right beside them. To be precise, they had no hope for him. They would still look. After all, many had placed bets on Wang Chen in the recent prize-guessing game. Some teachers had also secretly placed bets, as there was money to be made. At this moment, Haitang did not immediately proceed to the next round but waited to see Wang Chen's test. Wang Chen's test was very simple. Taking no time at all, he went up and directly attacked with his sword. Clang! The sword struck the stone, leaving a faint mark on it. There was no need to look further. It must be very weak. Wang Chen, damage 233, F grade. Everyone was momentarily stunned. They had anticipated that Wang Chen's attack power would be weak, but they never expected it to be this weak. Put. Ha ha ha. Wang Chen, is this what you call B grade combat power? Did you mistake F grade for B grade? With this attack power, you think you can become B grade combat power? Are you trying to make me laugh to death and inherit my mortgage? Laughter erupted. Wang Chen's attack power was simply too weak. Boss Lingfeng, are you doing this on purpose? Your attack power can't be this weak, right? Ning Meng questioned suspiciously from the side. No, my damage is just low, it's normal. Wang Chen shook his head, looking helpless. In fact, Wang Chen was certainly hiding his strength. His attack power could be much higher, and he had some attack skills to boost his damage. If he were to use Fireball at this moment, he could easily reach C-level damage. Although he had never practiced Fireball, he had watched others use it, especially since so many people used Fireball. Just by watching, his Fireball skill had already reached level 120. So now, if he charged up Fireball, he could definitely deal tons of damage. However, he couldn't reveal this. He could only use the ordinary attacks that everyone recognized and, preferably, hold back a bit to make people think he was weak. After all, even if he unleashed the full damage of his sword technique, it would barely reach D level. Since he wasn't going to stand out, he might as well be a bit weaker. As long as he ended up with a total score of B level, that would be fine. Heh, with you like this, you still say you can reach B level? If you want to give money to everyone, just say it directly. Lu Ruyan's voice came from nearby, where she was standing with Wang Tang. It's not over yet, how can you be sure he can't? This statement didn't come from Wang Chen's rebuttal, nor from Haitang or Ning Meng, but from someone unexpected. It was Du Gufeng. Do you think he can? Lu Ruyan retorted. At this moment, everyone turned to look, surprised that Du Gufeng would appear and even support Wang Chen. Could it be that Du Gufeng and Wang Chen had something going on? Impossible. Although Du Gufeng and Wang Chen had met a few times, it was always in the context of competitions. School competitions, middle school combat trials in Linhai City, and so on. They were old rivals. Wang Chen had defeated Du Gufeng a few times. Was it because of this that they had some bond? Amidst the crowd's doubts, Du Gufeng said something that dispelled their thoughts. I don't think so, but I think you're mistaken. This was directed at Lu Ruyan. Indeed, Wang Chen and Du Gufeng hadn't competed much, but Du Gufeng had competed more with Lu Ruyan, as they were both girls and part of the same circle. It made sense. Just keep being stubborn. If you have the guts, let's bet on something and see if you still dare to support this waste, Wang Chen. Lu Ruyan said with a cold smile, and at that moment, Wang Chen was innocently caught in the crossfire of insults. However, this also showed how Lu Ruyan viewed Wang Chen. This time, she said it directly in front of everyone. Wang Chen, however, ignored it, just waiting in front of the second testing facility for Haitang's results, seemingly indifferent to the bet between the two girls. But the others were different. They were all waiting for Du Gufeng's stance. Would she bet or not? Please don't bet, that would be too foolish. Wang Chen definitely couldn't get a B level. His attack power was so weak, which meant his practical test would also be weak, unable to take down many clones. If it relied solely on the defense test, it would at least need to be A level, no, S level. Was that even possible? Absolutely not. This added an impossible factor compared to the previous betting conditions. However, at this moment, Du Gufeng smiled and responded. Come on, what are we betting on? What? Lu Ruyan couldn't hold back. You would bet on a sure loss? Are you crazy? This was nothing like the old you. Could it be that you really have feelings for this waste, Wang Chen? Impossible, absolutely impossible. With your conditions, knowing the other party is a waste, how could you still be interested? Don't tell me this is because of love. Ha! Did she really agree? What should they bet on? Lu Ruyan hesitated now. She actually still didn't dare to offend Du Gufeng. Not to mention her immense talent and limitless future, offending her would mean offending a future expert. Furthermore, the other party's family background was also not to be trifled with, not to mention the Lu family. Even if the Lu family were to ally with the Wang family, it would still be a formidable force. At this moment, Du Gufeng also didn't know what she should bet on. She simply couldn't think of anything. Since you all want a gamble, why not make it a big one? Whoever loses has to give up this college entrance examination. Who is playing such a big game? To directly give up the college entrance examination? This would be taking their lives and cutting off their futures. However, as soon as this bet was proposed, the city lord's face darkened, and the representatives from the martial arts academies looked the same. If this gamble succeeded, it would inevitably result in the loss of a talent for the country. After all, even Lu Ruyan was an A-class talent, a rare find. The 7 major martial arts academies would definitely want her. So, everyone turned to look at the person who had spoken, and that person was Wang Tang. At this moment, Wang Tang had a bewildered expression because he hadn't spoken just now. It wasn't me who said it, someone impersonated me. Not you? Everyone was suspicious because it seemed that only Wang Tang had said this in the room, especially since he had just been rejected by the 7 major martial arts academies, and even the other martial arts academies looked down on him. Naturally, he didn't want to see anyone do better than him, especially Du Gufeng. If he had the chance to drag Du Gufeng down, he would definitely be ruthless. Now Wang Tang was also puzzled. He was sure he hadn't said it, but to be honest, he actually agreed with the proposal and wanted to say it in his heart. He even doubted whether he had accidentally voiced his thoughts. But he knew it wasn't him, someone must be framing him. Who could it be? Wang Chen? He first thought of Wang Chen, but he had no evidence. At this moment, Wang Chen was in the back, showing no concern, as if it had nothing to do with him. Amidst everyone's doubts, the matter eventually fizzled out, but Wang Tang was still affected by those words. After all, if the real culprit couldn't be found, he would have to bear the blame. This wasn't what everyone was concerned about. They were more focused on the stakes between the two girls. At this moment, Du Gufeng seemed to suddenly see Wang Chen, as if she remembered something amusing, and she smiled. Then, she stated the stakes. Gambling for money is boring. If we bet on treasures, I don't care for yours. How about this? Whoever loses has to kneel and call Wang Chen daddy, and from now on, whenever they see him, they must call him daddy. Finally, the same goes for kneeling and calling the other auntie. Du Gufeng's words left everyone stunned. Almost no one had expected her to say this. Even Wang Chen looked at her blankly, as if asking, "What's going on? Why drag me into this? Also, whoever loses seems to make me someone else's nephew, suddenly gaining an extra aunt. I didn't expect you to have this interest. If you want to call Wang Chen daddy, you don't need to use me as an excuse. But since you said it, of course, I agree." Lu Rian coldly smiled. This was a bet she was sure to win, so why wouldn't she agree? "I don't agree, don't involve me. I'm not a good daughter like you two." It was clear that even if Wang Chen opposed it, it wouldn't matter. They were going to gamble like this, preparing to call each other. Although this gamble attracted a lot of attention, it was soon overshadowed by Haitang's test results. Huangfu Haitang, Damage 2025, B class. Defense, 68 points, F class. When Haitang's results appeared, there was a bit of silence in the venue. It was obvious that everyone was a bit disappointed. This was a bit low. Disappointment aside, Haitang was, after all, a pioneer of a new school of thought, and everyone would still want her, just not with the same enthusiasm as before. At this moment, Lu Ruyan let out a cold laugh. "You're about the same as me." Ning Mang was just cheering at this time, while secretly watching Lu Shangyun, feeling a small sense of comfort in her heart. Previously, she had seen Wang Chen and the others gain so many benefits, surpassing her in level, and now seeing Haitang start off so well, she felt quite envious and regretted her decision. Although she still regretted it now, psychologically, it seemed to have balanced out a bit. Meanwhile, Wang Chen was still undergoing the defense test, and Haitang did not wait, directly proceeding to the practical test. At this moment, something absolutely shocking happened. Haitang exited the practical test even earlier than Wang Chen, and when her results appeared, everyone was stunned. Huangfu Haitang, Damage 2025, B grade. Defense, 68 points, F grade. Practical, defeated 20 clones, A grade. Overall evaluation, B grade. What? How is this possible? Is there something wrong with the practical test? At that moment, everyone began to doubt whether the testing equipment was malfunctioning. Even the city lord on stage couldn't sit still and went to inquire about the accuracy of the data. Soon, the personnel responsible for the data and equipment sent her a message. The data was normal, the equipment was normal, Huangfu Haitang's practical test real and valid. This made even the city lord a bit incredulous, and she had already stepped down, while representatives from other martial arts academies also came down, as this had already concluded. Wang Chen had been forgotten. At this time, everyone began to verify the test results and asked Haitang questions. Haitang's answers seemed to clarify why there were such strange results. "I want to take the Sword Immortal route. Sword Immortals don't need defense, only offense. I just need to kill my clones first. It doesn't matter how many there are, but unfortunately, I accidentally got counter-killed on the 21st. Got it, Huangfu Tsuehua has high attack power but weak defense, and her clones are the same, so she can take out one with a single sword strike. It's a race to see who can take out whom first. With good luck, she can keep going. So, 20 clones are not surprising. Then this result is real. She's definitely secured a spot in the 7 major martial arts academies. We want this person in Shushan Martial Arts Academy. Her compatibility with our academy is too high. Get lost. She's from Anchi Martial Arts Academy." Sure enough, the 7 major martial arts academies began to compete for her, even starting to hurl insults at each other, disregarding any semblance of face. At this moment, some were happy while others were worried. The vast majority of teachers and students from Linhai High School were happy. After all, Huangfu Haitang brought honor to everyone. They initially thought they wouldn't even get a C, but suddenly she brought back a B for the school. Especially since Huangfu Haitang's experience was somewhat of a story of a waste turning things around, it could serve as inspiration. "Classmate Huangfu, which one are you thinking of choosing?" The 7 major martial arts academies found that no one could outdo the others, so they threw the question to Haitang. Haitang did not answer. She just looked at the equipment still testing defense, remained silent for a while, and then said, "I'll wait for classmate Ling Feng to give me advice." "Are you really waiting for Wang Chen to help you decide, or are you waiting to see which martial arts academy he can enter before making your choice?" Regardless of which it is, at this moment, everyone's attention returned to Wang Chen. His attack test was so weak that he had little hope left. However, everyone was still curious about what kind of defense test he could achieve. Getting a B grade would be a miracle. But why was he taking so long inside? 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes. Everyone was waiting for Wang Chen to come out. A test that should have taken at most 10 minutes had Wang Chen inside for over 40 minutes, and no one knew how much longer it would take. Is the testing facility broken? Is Wang Chen going to die in there? You've asked that question a few minutes ago, and this is already the 10th time. The experts have checked it 10 times, and there's no problem with this facility. Wang Chen is still active inside, and the data is normal. But why is it like this? Shouldn't he either be knocked out or have already passed? How can he last this long? Didn't the experts just explain? They updated the latest system for this defense test, which is very complex. Besides using agility to dodge and block, one can also recover. Just like that girl named Ning Meng before, she's a druid and can use rejuvenation spells, so she can hold on a bit longer inside. The longer she lasts, the higher the score. It's not just about passing without injury to score. I understand now. Passing within a certain time means looking at the damage taken. If he passes without injury, that's 100 points, but if he exceeds the time, then it starts counting time, and the longer it takes, the higher the score. That's the idea. Defense is about various aspects. Some people don't have agility to dodge and rely on sheer toughness. Should they be penalized for getting hit? Exactly, but the experts just said that the traps inside are very painful. At level 20, it seems like one can't withstand it for long. How did Wang Chen manage to last this long? If I had known this, I would have been talking to the city lord and the others instead of chatting with you, you fool. Among the onlookers, similar conversations erupted. Likewise, the group from Linhai High School was also in an uproar, with teachers feeling quite excited. Does this mean that besides Hai Tang, we will also see the dark horse Wang Chen? Speaking of which, Wang Chen isn't exactly a dark horse. Let's not forget he has an Sss-Level talent. Unlike them, some people were filled with dark negative emotions, including but not limited to Wang Tang, Lu Ruyan, and Lu Shangyun. Their expressions were quite interesting, each different. And all of this was recorded by Shangguan Hunio, who posted it in the group with her sharp tongue, causing these people to break down. Shangguan Hunio also said something she often says, "Do you think it's over now?" This further broke their defenses as they all looked at the testing room. Impossible, Wang Chen can't be that strong, there must be some mistake. It must be a system error. Didn't they say this is a new system? It must have malfunctioned. At this moment, in the central area where the city lord and the representatives of the martial arts academy were located. If Wang Chen really has B-level combat power, do you still want him? The city lord suddenly asked, directing her question at the representatives of the 7 major martial arts academies. Previously, the 7 major academies had already indicated they didn't want Wang Chen, even if he qualified. No! Some representatives shook their heads directly. We at the Northern Town Martial Academy want him. The representative from the Northern Town Martial Academy said, an old man in ancient-style clothing, looking sprightly with his white hair and youthful face. Old Wu, didn't you say you didn't want him before? Why the sudden change of heart? No matter how strong Wang Chen is now, he'll be 2 weeks later, he's of no use at all. The Northern Town representative, Old Wu, smiled and said, everyone has their own usefulness. Even if he can improve later, he can still help us clear level 20 beasts, can't he? Even so, that's someone else's business. We only need to cultivate the top-tier combat power. I can't shake the feeling you have other motives. The crowd felt something was off with Old Wu, and soon their gazes fell on Hai Tang, and they immediately understood. They quickly changed their tune. We're not denying young people opportunities. If he can achieve results without a profession, then he still can't come to our martial academy. When the city lord heard this, she smiled and didn't make any further statements, just waiting for Wang Chen's results. Another 10 minutes passed, just as an hour had gone by, and the test ended. At this moment, Wang Chen walked out, looking unsatisfied. Why did it suddenly stop? Aren't we continuing? I can still hold on. Wang Chen complained, and to everyone else, it sounded like he was just being stubborn, as many people often claimed they could endure more. However, the experts were secretly astonished. They wanted to say that it wasn't Wang Chen's stubbornness at all, but rather that the test had ended early. This was their setting, designed to have a 1-hour limit, otherwise, if it went on too long, accidents could happen. Moreover, this function was a new system still in debugging. Lastly, it had to be mentioned that this test required energy, it couldn't just go on indefinitely. Wang Chen had actually entered with this in mind. Once inside, he discovered that the testing device was very suitable for enhancing his basic body refining technique. The small balls inside would attack his body from all directions, and the force seemed just right, enough to make him lose a little blood. It wasn't that the small ball's damage was so low, rather, Wang Chen's basic body refining technique allowed him to heal and recover. At that time, he stood still, focusing on refining his body, and his proficiency increased rapidly, leveling up his skill in just a few minutes, which made him feel exhilarated. Could he still move his body like that? Of course not, he just focused on refining his body, and soon an hour passed. When the time was up, he was pushed out. That's why he felt unsatisfied. However, now, whether it was his regret or everyone's confusion, it didn't matter. What mattered was his current score. Defense, 500 points, S rank. Am I seeing things? An S rank appeared? Everyone was a bit skeptical about this, looking at the expert in the middle, who seemed to be searching for answers. They heard him muttering to himself, impossible. This test, although it has extra bonuses for low levels, to reach S rank, the defensive ability must be from a class that has undergone 3 transitions, and it also requires an S rank defensive talent. Wang Chen is clearly a non-classed individual, and his talent has nothing to do with defense. How could this happen? Unless... At this point, everyone wanted to urge him to continue, asking what he meant by unless. The expert looked at Wang Chen and asked, Wang Chen, have you comprehended some defensive skill? What level? Everyone instantly understood, this might be the result of Wang Chen's talent, having comprehended a skill. If that were the case, it could explain everything. Because with a powerful skill backing him, even at his current level, he could achieve such results. However, this skill might also come with some cost, which would make it even easier to understand. Mainly, it would be more acceptable to everyone. Otherwise, if he achieved such greatness without any sacrifice, it would make people very envious. Regardless of which scenario it was, a skill of this level should be above S rank. Wang Chen had actually comprehended an S rank skill. What kind of luck was this? I can't accept it. Ah, Boss Ling Fang, did you really comprehend an S rank skill? Ning Mang looked at Wang Chen with admiration. Her rejuvenation technique was only D rank, and her thorn technique was even F rank. This was the reason her talent was rated F rank, as she had a talent that only provided an F rank skill bonus. Although skills were categorized by rank, it didn't mean that lower rank skills were useless. Moreover, not everyone could comprehend many types of skills in their lifetime, so every skill was precious, and no one would care about the rank. Only when reaching a rank would they show off. If it were S rank, then it would be time to soar. If one possesses S-level skills, sometimes it is more useful than having S-level talent. However, without S-level talent or special talent, one cannot comprehend S-level. It is not surprising that Ning Mang, who is F-level, can comprehend D-level, because only S-level requires S-level talent, and this continues in the same manner above S-level, while there are no restrictions below S-level. In any case, if Wang Chen comprehends S-level skills, he will become highly sought after. No one thought it would happen before, because the probability was too low, and no one would bet on it. Wang Chen's chances of comprehending skills were already so low, let alone comprehending S-level skills. I did comprehend a defensive skill, but it's not S-level. Wang Chen answered this question. He needed to mention that he had a defensive skill, otherwise, how could he explain his defensive capabilities? At the same time, he wanted others to see him as the current tank in the team, so he could blend in and improve his defensive skills, gaining experience and proficiency from the team. Therefore, he needed to show his value as a tank. Not S-level, could it be A-level? No, it's not A-level either. You can't possibly be SS level, right? When the crowd heard this, they felt a bit hopeful. Could it be SS level or even SSS level? That wouldn't be impossible. If that were the case, Wang Chen wouldn't just take off, he would directly traverse the stars. At this moment, those who feared Wang Chen's rise, those who were afraid that Huaxia would gain such a powerful individual, had already begun to prepare to deal with him. Especially the force behind Wang Tang's mother, that half-beast girl, was also watching closely. However, Wang Chen's next words dispelled their thoughts. This is a special skill, it has no level. Oh. Some were disappointed, while others felt relieved. This is called basic body refinement technique, which enhances the body through continuous attacks, improving one's defense and recovery. Wang Chen explained. Oh, I wonder if you could let us test your defensive skill, an expert asked at this moment. He needed to collect data on Wang Chen to see if his results were genuine. Wang Chen naturally agreed to this request. After all, it was just taking hits, and he could improve his defensive skills while being hit. After testing, Wang Chen's defense and recovery exceeded the level of a 30-level second transition, which made everyone believe his words. Some had originally prepared arguments to make others question Wang Chen and nullify his results. It seemed that this would not be possible. Your defensive skill doesn't seem that impressive, it completely relies on your body to withstand. Compared to the shields of warrior type or knight type classes, you can't be the main tank in a team. Soon, the expert analyzed the skill's disadvantages, causing those who had felt hopeful to start feeling disheartened again. It also made everyone realize that Wang Chen's high score might have taken advantage of the system's algorithm, and this new system still needed adjustments. After this was said, everyone's impression of Wang Chen dropped several levels instantly. Next is the practical test. You go in and test it. The expert appeared quite calm, eager to finish this matter quickly and then process the data to update the system. It was supposed to go smoothly, but unexpectedly, they encountered such a strange existence. Who could have imagined that? Wang Chen walked into the testing device, which was a virtual illusion. After scanning his strength, a clone identical to him would appear. The strength would be similar, but whether it used magic or physical attacks, melee or ranged, defensive or strength-based, all of these were random. The practical test involved fighting against others, not against oneself. Of course, it was also possible to fight against oneself, one just needed to choose a mode. Wang Chen certainly wouldn't choose to fight against himself. If he did, they could probably fight for 3 days and nights without determining a winner. Wang Chen casually defeated 10 opponents and then exited. He only wanted to achieve a B-level combat power, and A-level would be too conspicuous and also too exhausting. Defeated 10 clones, C-level. Overall combat power, B-level. In the end, Wang Chen's results came out, surprising everyone. The school leaders of Linhai High School were laughing uncontrollably, and Chen Ru was even more excited, pulling Wang Chen and Haitong's hands, standing between the two. This was her moment of glory. She believed this would be the most dazzling time of her life. Although Wang Chen and Haitang had been abandoned by her, she didn't say anything cold to them, so they didn't refuse her. After all, they were still their homeroom teacher, and face had to be given. The school leaders were the same, shamelessly coming over to stand by, facing the live broadcast online and the photo interviews on site. Wang Chen and Haitang soon faced a pressing question, the one everyone was most concerned about. What? Was it about which of the 7 martial arts academies to choose? Oh, no. It was about Lu Ruyan. She had already been pulled in front of Wang Chen by Dugufeng. Kneel down and call me daddy. Then, call me auntie. Right, there was this matter. How could such a good show be missed? Everything else could be set aside. At least the people of Linhai City were focused on this, eager to see what Lu Ruyan would do now. Kneel down. Call daddy. When Shangwan Huniu appeared, the atmosphere heated up, and everyone was eager to see the drama unfold. Lu Ruyan's face turned pale. There was no way she could do such a thing, but a bet is a bet. Others had to do it when they lost, so she certainly wouldn't let herself refuse. Dugufeng, you can propose another condition. I can give you money, or I can serve you for 3 years. Lu Ruyan still wanted to try, hoping to negotiate. The latter condition was essentially selling herself for 3 years, which was no small matter at this critical time. Dugufeng, however, looked at her with disdain. No need, I find your money and your person distasteful, and it's so boring. Hurry up and call someone. If you can't bring yourself to call daddy, then kneel down and call me auntie first, then call Wang Chen. Wang Chen looked at her. This bet seemed very unfair to him. However, he also wanted to see Lu Ruyan kneel down and call daddy. At most, they could each have their own way of addressing each other. She called you auntie, and he called you sister, and he could take advantage of it again. Lu Ruyan, hurry up, don't waste everyone's time. If you can't take the loss, don't play. Shangguan Huniu shouted again, prompting everyone to echo her. Lu Ruyan stood in front of Wang Chen, looking at him with pleading and pitiful eyes. She hoped Wang Chen would speak up. As long as he said he didn't want to, she would have an excuse to escape. Now, she could only rely on Wang Chen. She believed Wang Chen would still consider her feelings and wouldn't want her to suffer such humiliation. If all else failed, she would just stall. The city lord and the representatives of the martial arts academies couldn't just wait like this. At that moment, Wang Chen finally spoke, and her eyes lit up. Duga classmate, she can't waste time like this. Why don't you kick her legs to make her kneel, then give her a few slaps to make her call daddy? Wang Chen, you're doing this on purpose to provoke me, hoping I'll change my mind. It's useless, we're already impossible. After a moment of shock, Lu Ruyan actually came to such a conclusion. Damn, so Wang Chen is thinking of this, wanting to reconcile with Lu Ruyan while also wanting her to call him daddy. How shameless. That's right. If I were Lu Ruyan, even if I had to kneel down and call him daddy, I wouldn't give someone like him a chance. Why not give him a chance? Wang Chen has now comprehended defensive skills and possesses B-level combat power, which is already far beyond ordinary people. Even with B-level talent, one needs to reach level 40 after the second transfer to have B-level combat power. So you're saying he can be considered equivalent to level 40 now? No, at most level 30. It's not that low levels have bonuses, and besides, this also depends on whether he has any powerful skills. Oh, then isn't he just a waste? Does he even deserve someone like Lu Ruyan? Waste? What's your combat power rating? I'm also a waste, but that doesn't stop me from calling him a waste. Moreover, his defensive assessment has loopholes, experts have said so. The onlookers began to comment again, all feeling that Wang Chen was just provoking Lu Ruyan's disgust, a cliched and despicable pursuit tactic. Thus, they all looked down on Wang Chen. At the same time, although Wang Chen had become stronger and his combat power was rated as B-level, in everyone's eyes, he was still a waste with no future. As for his achievements, they were still up for debate. Wang Chen's attitude also prompted Lu Ruyan's supporters to step forward and criticize him, seemingly bypassing Dugufeng and directly targeting Wang Chen. The reason was simple: who told Wang Chen to be weak? At this moment, Lu Ruyan seemed a bit smug, feeling that so many people supported her, and this matter should just pass like that. However, Dugufeng came up and kicked her, forcing her to kneel. Thud! Lu Ruyan knelt before Wang Chen, and he did not avoid it, allowing her to kneel before him. Quick, call me daddy. A bet is a bet. Don't waste time, everyone is waiting. Do you think you can escape this? Dugufeng was a bit impatient at this point. She certainly knew Lu Ruyan's thoughts. Strangely, the people around seemed to ignore Dugufeng, even the city lord and those representatives just watched, and even the Lu family members did not come out to speak. Was it because Dugufeng was S-level, and also because this was a bet, and the bet was very fair? Indeed, that was part of the reason, but the bigger reason was still Dugufeng's status, because she was the daughter of the city lord. Just this status was enough, plus the Dugu family itself was a prominent family in Huaxia, and no one in Linhai City dared to provoke them. Originally, Lu Ruyan was only competing with Dugufeng in a personal capacity, but now that she had lost, no one dared to interfere. Daddy! Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth, her hands clenched tightly, her eyes blazing with anger as she stared at Wang Chen. Don't get cocky. I will take everything back. From now on, be good and don't do anything that would embarrass your father. Wang Chen had a serious expression, as if he were a strict father. This left people speechless and made many glare at him, especially Lu Ruyan, who felt humiliated. After that, Lu Ruyan called out to Dugufeng as auntie. This process was recorded by Shangguan Huniu, who made it into a meme and shared it in the group. For Lu Ruyan, this was a pillar of shame. She hated Wang Chen to the core. It's all Wang Chen's fault for being a waste and still holding on to fantasies about himself. She could only hate Wang Chen, she didn't dare to hate anyone else, nor could she afford to. Alright, can we talk about serious matters now? The city lord looked at Dugufeng with a very indulgent expression, and with that attitude, everyone knew not to provoke Dugufeng. However, Dugufeng had always been exemplary in both character and academics, and she wouldn't pick fights for no reason. This incident was quite unexpected. Even so, no matter how big the issue, the city lord would always cover for her, especially since this was a fair bet. Let's go first, classmate Wang Chen. All 7 of our martial arts academies want to recruit Huangfu Haitang. I wonder what your opinion is. Ask her yourself. Wang Chen was taken aback, thinking you were preparing to recruit me, but instead, you were asking someone else. Well, the representative from the martial arts academy glanced awkwardly at Haitang. Haitang said, I just want to hear which martial arts academy you're going to, and I'll go there too. The meaning was clear: wherever Wang Chen was recruited, she would go. The representatives from the 7 major martial arts academies frowned. Was it worth it to take Wang Chen along for the sake of a Huangfu Haitang? They quickly assessed the situation and reached a conclusion. Our Jinbei Martial Arts Academy will recruit both of you. Our Anqi Martial Arts Academy will do the same. Me too. Soon, all 7 major martial arts academies expressed their stance. Taking Wang Chen along was not a loss. After all, he had S-level defense, which might be a bit inflated, but being a frontline fighter was enough. Of course, if it weren't for Huangfu Haitang, they definitely wouldn't recruit Wang Chen. This result immediately made all the candidates envious and resentful, especially Wang Tang and Lu Ruyan, who had not received invitations from the 7 major martial arts academies. Once the results were out, there would be recruitment. There was no need to wait for everyone to finish before taking action. Now, Wang Chen and Haitang were out of the picture, and Ning Meng had already received invitations from other martial arts academies, quite a few in fact, but she had not yet decided which one to go to. She also wanted to hear Wang Chen's advice. Wang Chen, you really have struck it lucky, relying on a woman to get into the 7 major martial arts academies. Why don't I have that kind of fate? At that moment, an unpleasant voice rang out. It was Wang Tang. Such words shouldn't have been spoken directly, they should have been left to his underlings, but he was now in a bad mood, wanting to slap Wang Chen's face himself. As soon as he said this, the crowd's thoughts changed. Wang Chen indeed seemed to be relying on a woman. Thus, those who were jealous began to mock and belittle Wang Chen. Such comments were everywhere online, including in the group of Linhai High School. Wang Chen, hurry up and choose, don't keep us waiting. This time you really won against me, but just this once. Lu Ruyan also spoke up. Her words seemed like a challenge, but they were actually a sarcastic jab at Wang Chen. At this moment, everyone was waiting for Wang Chen's choice. However, everyone was about to be shocked. but I don't want to go to the 7 major martial arts academies. Let this opportunity go to Ning Meng, she needs this chance to grow, and in the future, she definitely won't disappoint you. What? Wang Chen wasn't going to the 7 major martial arts academies? Was he out of his mind? This scene felt so familiar. Right, compared to his choice of being unprofessional, what was this? Ling Feng, what nonsense are you talking about? Why not go to the 7 major martial arts academies? Sorry, his brain sometimes just shorts out. Haitang immediately spoke up. She was most afraid that Wang Chen was joking, and this was not a joke to be taken lightly. Boss Ling Feng, what opportunity do I need? Right now, I just need to heal behind someone else. Don't let me have any big ambitions. Didn't you say that in life, you have to learn to float? Ning Meng was very touched at this moment and also expressed her true feelings. She felt that just surviving in the wild was enough, and being able to contribute to the country was good enough, not seeking to become a big figure. Wang Chen shook his head and said, I've said before, you can float, but you can't really just drift. You still need to grow. You and Haitang going to Jinbei Martial Arts Academy is where your fate's gears will start turning. At this moment, Ning Meng wanted to say something, but Wang Chen directly said, I also have my own place where my fate's gears will turn. Unfortunately, it's not Jinbei Martial Arts Academy, but it's still in Jinbei City. By then, we will still have plenty of time to level up together. Jinbei City, a city in the northeastern region of Huaxia, not only requires battling with alien beasts but also with those half-beasts from Weibo, making it one of the most dangerous cities in Huaxia. In comparison, Linhai City is a safe haven. Are you sure you don't want to join our Jinbei Martial Arts Academy? You should know that even if you don't go, I won't accept someone with an F-level talent, even if she learns healing skills, said Old Wu, the representative of the Jinbei Martial Arts Academy, directly. I've said it, she will never bring shame to your Jinbei Martial Arts Academy, and I won't let you take her for free. Do you want to wake up that unparalleled genius from your academy? Wang Chen's words made Old Wu's eyes widen, and the others from the academy seemed to know about this matter as they immediately looked at Wang Chen. Could it be that Wang Chen knows how to restore that unparalleled genius? She was the strongest talent of the Jinbei Martial Arts Academy in nearly 100 years, a genius girl who once caused a global sensation, with an Sss-Level talent for external incarnation. This talent allowed her to directly replicate a completely identical clone, inheriting all of its power, and when the clone disappeared, everything it gained would merge back into the true self, including the clone's memories, energy values, and skill proficiency. This meant she could split into 2 people to learn, to level up, to practice skills. Thus, she had already reached the 4th transition by the age of 20 and would definitely reach the 5th transition before 30, becoming one of the world's top powerhouses. But 10 years ago, when she was 23, she fell into a crisis during an incident, and just as she was about to die, she was frozen by a life-saving device. Now her body is frozen in a laboratory established specifically to save her. This laboratory is within the Jinbei Martial Arts Academy. However, it has been 10 years with no movement. Now that Wang Chen suddenly brings this up, it means, are you saying you have a way to bring that girl back? As long as you properly cultivate Haitang and Ning Meng, there will definitely be no problem, especially with Ning Meng. You need to have Bai Yushue from your academy teach her. How can I believe you can do it? You will believe it. Apart from believing, do you have any other choice? Wang Chen didn't waste more words on this. They could decide for themselves whether to believe it or not. The feeling was that if you didn't believe, the loss would be yours. It wouldn't affect him anyway. Old Wu frowned, considered carefully, and then decided to accept Ning Meng. In fact, accepting Haitang would require a price anyway, and now it was just a small price to pay. As for Ning Meng, to be honest, although she seemed a bit useless, she wasn't entirely without value. After everything was settled, everyone suddenly remembered one thing, which martial arts academy Wang Chen himself was going to. I remember that in Jinbei City, apart from the Jinbei Martial Arts Academy, there don't seem to be any other martial arts academies. There aren't many newcomers going to Jinbei City. It's not suitable for slightly weaker graduates. There used to be a few martial arts academies, but they all closed down due to insufficient funding. This time, I came alone. Are you sure there are other martial arts academies? Old Wu looked at Wang Chen with confusion. There is one, it's about to close down. If I don't go, it will close this year, Wang Chen said with a smile. Then why do you still want to go? Old Wu didn't understand, and the others felt the same way. A martial arts academy on the verge of closing down means no funding, no resources, no companions. It truly is a place even a dog wouldn't go. Not only would they not receive support from the academy, but they might also have to work for it. Even if they sent an F-level talent, they wouldn't go. I want to become a savior. Wang Chen's words left everyone speechless. This was a fantasy only a young person would have, always feeling they could save the world, but in reality, they were nothing. Everyone chose not to dissuade him because it was useless. Some people simply couldn't be persuaded. Wang Chen was not someone they considered a promising talent, so they didn't care if he did something foolish. As a result, Wang Tang let out a mocking laugh, while Lu Ruyan looked at Wang Chen coldly, as if to say he was an idiot. Everyone was laughing at Wang Chen's words, even the city lord showed an inadvertent smile, and Dugufeng looked at Wang Chen, deep in thought. Haitang and Ning Meng shook their heads, having lost their minds again. Little did they know, Wang Chen was serious, and his words had a double meaning. He not only aimed to become the savior but also the savior of the martial arts academy that was on the verge of collapse. The reason he wanted to save this academy was that once it was revived, it would change the lives of some people, and these individuals would become one of the main forces to stop world-ending beasts. Therefore, Wang Chen had to save this academy. In the future, this academy would become the 8th largest martial arts academy in Huaxia. The recruitment for the martial arts academy has come to a close. For those who did not receive an invitation or are dissatisfied and wish to try their luck at their desired academy, you have one more chance. 2 months from now, you can participate in the recruitment trials of various martial arts academies. This is your last opportunity, and with 2 months remaining, I hope you all work hard. This applies not only to you but also to all the senior students in Linhai City. Even if you have already secured a place in a martial arts academy, you must continue to strive. You are just at the beginning, many things are still uncertain. Your future is promising. The city lord began to summarize and then announced the most important matter of the day. This year, our Linhai city has 10 slots to go to Longmen Mountain. These 10 slots will be awarded to the top 10 from this test. Dugufeng, Wang Chen, Huangfu Haitang, Wang Tong, Lu Ruyan. Longmen Mountain? Wasn't that the legendary level 30 strongest secret realm, the place every senior student dreamed of entering? It was said that once you entered, you would leap over the dragon gate and soar into the sky. Of course, the legend was a bit exaggerated, but in reality, this secret realm was filled with various adventures. However, adventures and dangers went hand in hand. While leveling up was quick inside, accidents could happen just as fast. Nevertheless, it remained a place that all level 30 and below job changers wanted to enter. This time the situation is special. There isn't much time for you. You will set off tomorrow. If there are any issues, you don't have to go. I can find someone to replace you. Issues and not going? That was really overthinking it. Even if one were getting married tomorrow, they would still have to say something to their partner, wait for me to come back and then talk about it. Longmen Mountain was an abandoned super reservoir. Logically, the reservoir should have been long gone, but later, due to the influence of some aquatic beasts in the water, it became even more fortified. Being in the wild was already dangerous, and with the presence of aquatic beasts, it was even more troublesome. Generally, one wouldn't enter for leveling. Fortunately, this reservoir wasn't particularly deep, and there were many islands in the middle, so most of the beasts here were at levels 20 to 30, with a few powerful beasts at the bottom of the lake. As long as one didn't encounter them, it wouldn't be a problem. These hidden beasts at the bottom of the lake would have been slaughtered long ago if they appeared every day, so generally, they were ignored. Because of the existence of Longmen Mountain, the beasts nearby were slightly stronger than those in the outskirts, so many were leveling in the outer areas. This place was located between Linen City and Huizhou City, making it a relatively popular leveling area. Because of this, every year, many people entered Longmen Mountain and went missing. There were always those who wanted to take a risk and seek adventures, but generally speaking, without adventures, one could lose their life. At this moment, 5 of the most advanced armored transport vehicles sped down the road, equipped with powerful armor and a concealment system. They were heading towards the Longmen Mountain Fortress, a purely defensive stronghold, where those leveling nearby would use it as a base. Since it is a defensive fortress, there are no enjoyable living facilities inside, only the most basic survival space provided. Soon, the transport vehicle arrived in front of the fortress, and the gate was opened for passage. The transport vehicle stopped in a place resembling a moated city, and some people began to disembark. They were not soldiers changing shifts, but a group of energetic high school seniors about to graduate. Wang Chen was among them, alongside Haitang, Dugufeng, as well as Wang Tong and Lu Ruyan. At this moment, Wang Tang was looking at Wang Chen with a murderous glare. Lingfang, if Wang Tang's gaze could kill, you would have died countless times already. Why provoke him when you said it was nothing? He's acting a bit like a rabid dog. Be careful not to get bitten, Haitang said from the side, observing the people disembarking nearby. These individuals were all candidates for entering the secret realm this time, not just the 10 from Lehigh City, but also selections from other cities in Donghai County, like Linen City. Each of them carried an air of arrogance, unwilling to back down. I didn't say anything, he's the one getting angry on his own, Wang Chen replied casually while looking around. Are you even speaking human language? You told him not to go into the secret realm. Not only would he miss out on opportunities, but he could also die. Especially since you warned others not to think about dealing with you, they would suffer even worse. Who can stand that? Dugu Feng couldn't help but chime in. I'm just speaking the truth, I don't want him to die. After all, if he dies, his parents will blame me, and the Wang family will blame me. It's too troublesome. Wang Chen frowned slightly, feeling troubled by the situation, as if he couldn't avoid it. So you're just afraid of trouble, not genuinely concerned about his life or death. Who cares about his life or death? If it weren't for them bothering my mom, I wouldn't be worried. Anyway, I'm going to Jinbei City. At this point, Haitang started talking about Xia Bingbing, asking how she was doing. Wang Chen said there was no problem, and she would be able to return from the hospital in a while. He had money now and wasn't afraid of staying in the hospital a bit longer to recuperate. The hospitals now used skills, which were beneficial to people, but one had to pay to receive these services. Speaking of the betting income, after wagering over 10 million and deducting the high taxes, he could only take home half. This made one feel a bit pained, but Wang Chen didn't mind, as it wasn't his money. He had known the tax would be this high when he set up the betting. Be careful, it seems he has allied with quite a few people to deal with you. After entering the secret realm this time, keep your distance from Haitang to avoid dragging her into it, Dugu Feng said directly, indicating that Wang Chen should pay more attention to Wang Tang, who had prepared quite a bit this time. Wang Chen certainly knew this. He and Wang Tang were now in a life and death struggle, and he had the opportunity to kill the other's mother. Not for any other reason, but because the other party was a traitor from the Wabao. Moreover, among this group of people, there were also a few Wabao traitors, some of whom had collaborated with Wang Tang to kill him. This time, entering the secret realm, Wang Chen was indeed facing numerous crises. I know, when necessary, we need to act separately. Lingfang, don't listen to her, I will help you. Seeing Wang Chen nodding as he said this, Haitang became a bit anxious and shot a fierce glance at Dugu Feng. Dugu Feng appeared indifferent, merely observing. No need, sometimes, it's better for me to be alone. Wang Chen shook his head, knowing that the other party might not take this to heart, but he still wanted to say it. There's no need to rush to say these things. We'll be together at the beginning when we enter the secret realm. Whether we can meet later is still uncertain, Dugu Feng said with a smile. After a while, Dugu Feng suddenly left for a moment and then reappeared. Liu Ruyan, we meet again. Auntie, enough already. Good. Along the way, Dugu Feng didn't know how many times she had teased Liu Ruyan, nor did she know when they had developed such a deep-seated grudge. Soon, everyone gathered successfully, and without resting at the fortress, they were led by a team towards the direction of the secret realm. The Longmen Array has suddenly opened early these days, which is why you were able to come here so quickly. We don't have time now, follow me inside. We'll move quickly along this path, and if we encounter any exotic beasts, kill them as swiftly as possible. You can rest once you enter the secret realm. Also, you can form teams now. If there are any questions, speak up now. The crowd didn't expect that they would leave without even entering the fortress, feeling a bit fatigued after sitting in the car for over 2 hours. However, since the secret realm had opened early, it was best to go in first, otherwise, they would waste this opportunity. The next opening would be a year later, and even if they could come then, they would miss out on this early development phase. Wang Chen naturally teamed up with Haitang, and Dugu Feng was also pulled in by Wang Chen, who wanted to learn Dugu Feng's skills. Dugu Feng didn't think much of it and joined in, and after she joined, it easily attracted others. In the end, Dugu Feng chose Liu Ruyan. Surprisingly, Liu Ruyan also joined. The reason was simple: if you join us, you won't have to call us daddy and auntie when you encounter us in the future. Once inside, there would be no need to find an opportunity to kill you, of course. On an island, Wang Chen stood on the rocky shore, holding up his shield to defend against the aquatic exotic beast crawling out of the water. This time, it was a crocodile, measuring 6 meters in length, which would definitely be considered a dragon in ancient times, especially since this crocodile even had horns, though not on the sides, but in the middle. This was a single-horned long-tailed crocodile, level 25, classified as elite. It was much stronger than the other crocodiles nearby. Just now, it had sent a frontline fighter flying back, and Wang Chen had gone over to substitute. At this moment, Wang Chen's defensive capabilities were evident, and everyone was no longer surprised. Fireball, Fire Dragon Breath, Fire Blast Talisman. A whole bunch of fire-type spells came flying in, and Haitang's fire sword naturally followed closely behind. Why was everything fire-type here? The reason was simple: this crocodile had a very poor resistance to fire, and this didn't need Wang Chen to explain. Someone in the team naturally pointed it out. In this team, Wang Chen was just a frontline fighter taking hits, plus he had no profession, and his later development was quite average, so no one paid him any mind. With Wang Tang and others deliberately working against him, Wang Chen was now being marginalized and belittled by these teams. Wang Chen didn't care about this. After all, being able to gain skills and proficiency for free was enough. Even if the others looked down on him, he was still happy. It was like at work when the boss constantly gave you various benefits. What did it matter if the boss scolded you a few times? A salary of 28,000, the company is my home. Although the attitude of these team members was poor, they were still my brothers, my closest friends. However, it was a pity that after fighting for so long and entering the Longmen Mountain secret realm area, he still hadn't comprehended any new skills. This time, he didn't need anything else, he just wanted to comprehend Dugu Feng's illusory demon movement technique. If he could comprehend her talent, that would be even better. However, he didn't need to think too much about that talent, as theoretically, it was impossible. Well, even without theory, it was the same. Dugu Feng's talent was S-rank talent, a one-hit kill. Using assassination skills had a certain chance to trigger a one-hit kill to eliminate the enemy. This chance was variable. Based on her own strength, the stronger the opponent, the lower the chance, and vice versa. Fireball skill has reached proficiency level 100. Fireball skill has reached proficiency level 100. I have to say, this common skill of a typical profession levels up the fastest within a team. If Wang Chen continues to linger in the team, he can easily grind the fireball skill to god-level proficiency. While Wang Chen was joyfully enhancing his skill, someone was watching him from behind. That was Wang Tang and some rather cold-looking individuals. Did you see that? He has strong defense, but his attack power is almost non-existent, and his speed isn't fast either. Killing him would be like killing a chicken. If we can't beat him, we can at least run away. Yeah, I've been observing him for a long time. He's just a clumsy big guy. But is he worth us teaming up to kill? Not really, but once we enter the core area of Longmen Mountain, we'll be separated. Having more people ensures we can encounter him, and I was worried about not being able to kill him alone. Now, whoever meets him can just kill him directly without waiting for others. Understood. Wang Tang and the others sneered. The above conversation was naturally their internal communication in the group voice chat, and they wouldn't say it out loud. They didn't realize how foolish their decision was. Originally, if they teamed up to kill Wang Chen, he would definitely be in grave danger, but if they separated, it would be like the Calabash brothers saving their grandpa, one by one. Of course, this was premised on Wang Chen being surrounded and killed by them. Shadow assassination. Dugu Feng used her movement technique to arrive above the long-tailed crocodile, which could be considered its back, and stabbed it with her sword. Whether it was luck or not, this strike unexpectedly triggered her talent. The crocodile, which still had more than half of its health, was instantly killed, leaving everyone present momentarily stunned, but they quickly returned to the fight. Dugu, why are you wasting your luck on such a beast? At this time, you should be using your movement technique and basic swordsmanship more to improve them, Wang Chen said in the team voice chat. He wanted Dugu Feng to focus on her movement technique, not needing to deal significant damage to the enemy. After all, this was a team, and she just needed to use normal attacks. For physical professions, using normal attacks has bonuses, and the damage is quite high. More than half of their kills on beasts come from normal attacks. So, asking Dugu Feng to use normal attacks wasn't particularly slacking off. Yeah, you should listen to Wang Chen's advice. He taught me this before, and my sword control technique became stronger under his guidance. Haitang immediately expressed her thoughts upon hearing Wang Chen's words and persuaded Dugu Feng. In her eyes, Wang Chen was not only her savior but also her mentor. Without Wang Chen's guidance, her sword control technique would never have developed to this level. She also witnessed the growth of Ning Meng and Lu Shangyun, believing that their progress was inseparable from Wang Chen's guidance, so she trusted that Wang Chen had the ability to help others grow stronger. Therefore, she respected Wang Chen greatly. The reason she went to the martial arts academy to seek Wang Chen's opinion was precisely because of this. Otherwise, it would be mistaken for her being infatuated and insisting on following Wang Chen. If that were the case, she would definitely persist and not let Wang Chen go to another martial arts academy. Ah, yes. This will make you stronger. Wang Chen immediately spoke up, of course, in the team voice chat, and while speaking, he was still professionally enduring the attacks. Really? Dugu Feng had also learned about Wang Chen's team situation. What was once a useless team had now become highly sought after, except for Wang Chen himself. If this were just a coincidence, it would be too coincidental. She would rather believe it had something to do with Wang Chen, which was also her reason for wanting to team up with him. Yes, the more you use basic sword techniques, the more you can improve them. Once your basic sword techniques improve, the damage from other sword skills will naturally increase as well. At the very least, you won't lose out. And if you comprehend the sword intent within that, then you'll soar to great heights, Wang Chen said earnestly. Sword intent? What is that? Since we're talking about sword intent, it's a kind of realm that only you can comprehend. It's useless to explain it, just like basic sword techniques, it's a fundamental passive skill. Once you possess it, your damage will increase. Wang Chen spoke with a tone of longing, as if he too was striving to comprehend the sword intent, yearning to possess it. Dugufeng looked at Wang Chen and confirmed once more, as an assassin, can I comprehend sword intent? Wang Chen nodded, yes. Anyone who uses a sword can. Haitang asked, can I too? Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Chen replied, yes, anyone who uses a sword can, I can too. Sword intent? Do you think this is a martial arts novel? I'm just tricking you into using basic sword techniques and movement skills. The former allows me to leech off the proficiency of basic sword techniques, while the latter lets me leech off skills. When I've leeched enough to my satisfaction, I'll tell you, it depends on talent. If your talent isn't enough, don't force it. However, what Wang Chen didn't expect was that the sword intent actually appeared in the end. The gears of fate seemed to have shifted. It felt like the butterfly effect, a small change leading to a twist in destiny. What he had seen before had already changed. Level 30 Man-Eating Golden Toad. Level 28 Carrion Wood Lizard. Level 26 Frost Water Spider. Level 25 Tiger Striped Fire Centipede. Level 25 Venomous Earth Rock Snake. One by one, the strange beasts fell before Wang Chen, with energy values and skill proficiency increasing, yet Dugufeng still hadn't comprehended the movement skill. But he had comprehended the fire snake technique, which could be directly cast, and if it was the fire snake scales, its power would be even stronger. Wang Chen really wanted to say, are you trying to make me a fire mage? Just give me common spells like Wind Blade next time, don't throw these rare ones at me. If those who can use the fire snake technique run away or die, how am I supposed to leech off this skill? Forget it, I shouldn't ask for too much from leeching. I have a feeling the next time I leech will definitely be useful. Continue fighting. Not long after, the team arrived at their first major challenge. They were at a place 100 meters away from the previous island, connected only by an iron chain, seemingly requiring everyone to walk across it. This is the Death Bridge of Long Men Mountain. Does anyone not know the rules? What rules? Is there really someone who hasn't prepared at all? The Death Bridge is the first challenge of the Long Men Mountain secret realm. Coming here means you are getting closer to the inner area of the secret realm. What inner area? We were just at the outer edge of the secret realm, and we've already been fighting for a day. Why are we doing this? Speaking of which, the energy values of the beasts in the outer area are so high, more than 5 times those in the wild. We might as well level up in the outer area. Let's grind a few levels. Yeah, let's level up. Let's grind a few more. Do you know how many benefits are inside? Also, our time here is limited. After 7 days, we'll be teleported out. You really haven't done any homework at all. Yeah, 7 days isn't enough time. How can we spend more time grinding outside? You know time is short, so hurry up and go. Have you all thought about how to get across? That team goes first. We'll go first. As they spoke, someone stepped onto the iron chain bridge, followed by 3 others. The moment he stepped onto the bridge, the calm water surface began to stir, and below, unknown aquatic beasts writhed like worms. The scene was a nightmare for those with a fear of clusters. At that moment, the insects immediately moved towards the person above, forming a large swarm that seemed intent on devouring him. However, once the people behind stepped onto the iron chain, the swarm did not advance but instead waited nearby. Are you confused? These water insects are of a very low level, not even classified, yet they can consume everything nearby, including energy. The only thing they cannot devour is this chain. When a person steps onto it, their energy will be drained, and they can only rely on their body to pass. If there are fewer people, they will also consume the person. At this moment, someone explained to the one who hadn't done their homework. Then why don't we all go up together? Can the iron chain not bear it? You're somewhat clever. This iron chain can only support 5 people. If it exceeds that, it will sink into the water. Once it sinks, the insects will consume everything, and the people above will undoubtedly die. At this time, the 4 people must maintain balance. If one falls, all 4 will die. And in the middle, there will definitely be some flying fish attacking. They won't crash into the iron chain but will attack the people on it. If one person falters, it will be disastrous. This was a test of teamwork and trust, and the difficulty wasn't particularly high. The people present were all outstanding among their peers from various cities, not to mention the upgrades they had achieved in recent days. Even the 12 years of hard training before could help them cope with this iron chain. The flying fish could injure people but would not kill them, as long as they endured the pain, it would be quite simple. Moreover, if someone made a sound in front, all the flying fish would attack that person, increasing the damage they would have to endure. Soon, one team after another crossed over without any issues, until the 11th team, when a girl had a quarrel with her boyfriend and insisted on causing a scene at that moment. At that time, the teammates turned pale, while the two were arguing, one moved forward and the other backward, maintaining balance, retreating several meters. Fortunately, the swarm was focused on the two in the middle, otherwise, they would have been in danger as well. Stop arguing. This is life or death. They had just finished their silent prayers when they saw the girl becoming increasingly agitated and starting to fight with her boyfriend. The two teammates frantically ran towards the shore, and in the end, the girl dragged her boyfriend into the water, while the teammates managed to escape the iron chain bridge. Damn it! The teammate in front had crossed the bridge, which was fine, but the one behind was out of luck. The team was about to be lost. Thus, he could only join another team to get across. However, at that moment, the teams had already been divided. If you wanted to join, someone had to leave. Just then, Lu Ruyan suddenly spoke up. Wang Chen, why don't you leave my team? After all, you have no profession and no future. Why not give this spot to Zhao Qian? Lu Ruyan's words made Wang Tang and the others look at Wang Chen, while Zhao Qian's eyes lit up, staring at Wang Chen. Wang Chen, I am from the Zhao family in Linen City. If you give me this position, I will give you 1 million. Zhao Qian spoke to Wang Chen as if he were dismissing a beggar, issuing a commanding proposal. Hearing the Zhao family from Linen City, Du Gufeng frowned. It was incomparable to her own family, but for Wang Chen, it was a colossal entity. Of course, it meant nothing to the Dugu family, but she couldn't command the Dugu family to act against the Zhao family for Wang Chen's sake. She now understood why Lu Ruyan would speak up at this moment. It was to sell out Wang Chen to please Zhao Qian. If Lu Ruyan could latch onto Zhao Qian's ship, she would have to eliminate her as soon as possible. Wang Tang's expression was quite grim at this moment because, although he wanted to ruin Lu Ruyan, he had also regarded her as his own, which was certainly not what he wanted to see. However, compared to Lu Ruyan, he wanted to kill Wang Chen even more, so at this moment, he had to help Zhao Qian. That's right, Wang Chen, it's useless for you to go. Why not give this opportunity to young Master Zhao? You can just go outside and hunt some exotic beasts. If it really doesn't work, just exit this secret realm. Wang Tang and the others all suggested this to Wang Chen. Although there were objections from Du Gufeng and Hai Tang, they quickly felt the pressure. You only have 3 people now, and you can't form a team. If you all don't go, we can leave 2 people here with you to hunt the exotic beasts. Without Lu Ruyan, Wang Chen's team couldn't be formed, which made it difficult for others to seize the opportunity. Although the 3 of them had a numerical advantage, only missing one person, sometimes things work the other way around. When you're missing one person, that one person becomes incredibly important, and at the same time, 3 people are affected, while others have fewer. What to do? Ling Feng, I'll stay here with you. No, I'll switch with you. Hai Tang initially thought about accompanying Wang Chen but quickly realized that since it was just one extra person, the other could still go. So why couldn't she give this opportunity to Wang Chen? Her words moved Wang Chen deeply, and to his surprise, Du Gufeng also joined in the cheering. You shouldn't separate. Let me stay behind to avoid breaking you up. Wang Tang and Lu Ruyan looked at the 3 of them, not understanding if these 2 women had gone mad. Why were they being so nice to Wang Chen? Did he, such a useless person, deserve it? Could it be that their preferences were so peculiar that they liked this type? Why not him, Wang Tang, who was more outstanding? If Wang Tang's inner thoughts were heard, someone would surely say, you want to be a eunuch for 30 years, and you still have the nerve to say that. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan felt an indescribable discomfort in her heart, as if her beloved toy had been taken away. Yet, she never considered that it was something she had abandoned. At that moment, Wang Chen said something that made her feel even worse. You don't have to do this, I'll stay. This is very important for you, I don't mind. Hai Tang said, but, Wang Chen shook his head. No need to say more. You've become stronger, can't you take me with you? Besides, I can go alone, I don't know what you're delaying for. Alright, Hai Tang nodded. Perhaps Wang Chen could really find another way, or maybe he didn't need to take this path. She believed that. So, the remaining people regrouped and went over one by one. Zhao Qian was quite pleased. After taking Wang Chen's place, he was now in a team with 3 beauties, and he suddenly experienced the joy that Wang Chen had felt. However, he could hardly enjoy this joy for a moment. During the team formation, Hai Tang and Du Gufeng ignored him, leaving only Lu Ruyan to be friendly with him. After crossing the Iron Chain Bridge, Hai Tang and Du Gufeng immediately withdrew from the team. Never mind, there was still Lu Ruyan, who, compared to Du Gufeng, was a level lower in talent, a level lower in looks and figure, and many levels lower in family background. But it wasn't impossible. Among those beauties, she was still a standout. You don't need to look or wait, one person can't cross this bridge. Don't say one person, even 3 people can't cross, Wang Tang said with a sneer from the side, letting out a cackling laugh. That's right, we don't have much time now, let's hurry. We still have to cross 2 more islands before we can reach Longmen. Once we enter Longmen, our time will be even more precious. Entering the Dragon Tower could take you 7 days or more to climb. Others chimed in, and no one paid attention to Wang Chen on the other side. As they were speaking, they had already begun to set off. Here, they could not afford to waste a moment. Some had even left ahead of time. Those who could wait here were already quite loyal. You can go ahead without worrying about me, Haitang said directly. At this moment, she was only speaking for herself, not including Dugufeng, which also showed that she certainly did not trust Dugufeng. Huangfu Haitang, why bother? Wang Chen can't possibly come. If he could, I would immediately kneel and call him dad and eat these worm-like fish. I don't need you to trick me into eating and drinking. The first sentence came from Wang Tang, while the latter was from Wang Chen in the distance. Watch me go. After Wang Chen finished speaking, he did something that left everyone dumbfounded. He jumped directly into the water. No! Haitang exclaimed. The water was filled with those worm-like fish, which could take a life. Ha, is Wang Chen crazy? He actually jumped into the water. He might as well run a bit faster on the iron chain bridge. Maybe he could dodge it. Isn't it better to stay over there? Why do something so foolish? It makes no sense. Could it be that he wants to test some hypotheses, to find a new path and become a discoverer, leaving his name in history? But the result proves that a hypothesis is just a hypothesis. I think so too. After the conversation, everyone believed that Wang Chen was just being clever for his own good. Such people existed in the past and would continue to exist in the future. It was not surprising. They moved forward, leaving Haitang and Dugufeng behind. Haitang, let's go. There's no way to survive in this water. How could Wang Chen be so foolish? It shouldn't be. Dugufeng could only lament, her eyes seemingly flashing with a different sentiment. I don't believe he would be so foolish. Wait a minute. Haitang rationally decided to wait a minute. Alright, waiting a minute was fine, after all, it was enough to squeeze in anywhere during that time. After hearing the two, Wang Tang and the others also stopped, deciding to wait a minute. If they couldn't wait, perhaps they could still wait for the opportunity to team up with Dugufeng and Haitang. If the two of them were willing to team up, he would not hesitate to abandon his old teammates. It would be even better if a good buddy could join in abandoning them. After a minute, the water's surface was completely calm. Even those fish seemed stunned, too quiet. Alright, a minute is up. Let's go, Haitang said, slowly turning her body, though her head remained turned away, her eyes still looking in that direction. She hoped to see Wang Chen emerge from the water, but there was not a hint of movement. She helplessly took a few steps forward, and everyone followed her in leaving. Just then, a sound came from behind them, the sound of someone surfacing from the water. Splash! Upon hearing this sound, everyone immediately turned back to look, discovering Wang Chen was walking up from the water. And this shore was not the opposite side, but this side. In other words, Wang Chen had actually made it over. He had swum across from the bottom. How was that possible? The water was filled with so many fish and insects that would devour any living creature in the water. How could Wang Chen swim over from there? This was something no one had ever accomplished, and more often than not, it was used as a cautionary tale. How did you get over here? At that moment, everyone's expression was one of utter disbelief. Huff, of course, I swam over. Wang Chen adjusted his breathing and gave a shocking answer. Swim over? Impossible, how could you avoid those swarms of fish and insects? This question was raised by someone, and Wang Chen was considering whether to reveal how he did it. I thought about it, and even if I were to show mercy and tell you, you wouldn't believe it, so I won't say anything. Wang Chen's words made people feel a bit uncomfortable. They were eager to know how he had managed to do it. And Wang Chen wanted them to feel that way, and he was right, they wouldn't believe it. Wang Chen really just swam over, he didn't use any other abilities. If you could call it an ability, it was that he was very good at swimming. Haitang and Dugufeng were also very curious, but they knew it wasn't the right time to ask, so they waited for Wang Chen to explain the situation himself. Hurry up, the people in front of the second checkpoint have already started. If we don't go over now, we won't be able to get in. Who are those little cuties in front? They seem like a bunch of useless people, achieving nothing and causing trouble. Wang Chen, how did you get through? On the way, someone couldn't help but ask, and it wasn't just one person. Wang Tang and Lu Ruyan were among them. But Wang Chen ignored them. If they liked to ask, let them ask, why should he answer? This made the people beside them very angry, but there was nothing they could do. It wasn't until Zhao Qian asked that Wang Chen finally gave an answer. It wasn't that Zhao Qian's background was something Wang Chen couldn't provoke, it was because Zhao Qian had something. Wang Chen, as long as you tell me the answer, I'll give you this beast taming egg, it can allow you to have a beast. So, Wang Chen took the beast taming egg and then replied, I just said to swim over. That's not interesting, I'm giving you something, and you're still lying to me. Zhao Qian's tone turned a bit cold, was he joking with him? I'm serious, just swim over. You all keep thinking these bugs will attack people, but actually, underwater they will come and surround you, but they won't attack you. As long as you don't touch the iron lock, once you do, the aura from the iron lock will infect you, and then they will attack. Everyone was a bit confused and needed to think carefully about Wang Chen's words and sort them out. I understand now, you're saying that if you don't touch the iron lock, you won't be attacked, and swimming over is actually fine. Dugafeng looked at Wang Chen, realizing that this problem could be resolved this way. Everyone had been deceived by this phenomenon. Yes, but once you go down, those fish won't attack you, but they will block your path. You mustn't bump into them, otherwise, you'll be attacked just the same. At that point, it's like navigating a maze underwater. You need good swimming skills, and it's best to be able to dive. This method isn't necessarily better than walking on the iron chain bridge. Wang Chen's words made everyone understand that this path wasn't a shortcut, it was not better than walking on the iron chain bridge, just giving some people a chance. Is that it? This tricked our young master Zhao out of a beast-taming egg. Wang Chen, aren't you being a bit too much? At this moment, Lu Ruyan stood up for Zhao Qian, and others followed suit, wanting Wang Chen to return it. Zhao Qian also felt it was a pity that his beast-taming egg had been tricked away like this. He really wanted to get it back. If Wang Chen didn't return it now, he would definitely be talked about. But would Wang Chen be willing to return a beast-taming egg? Clearly, that was impossible. Even the worst ones on the market were worth millions due to their rarity. Beast tamers could directly catch beasts, but to cultivate better beasts, they had to start from a young age. The beast taming egg was what beast tamers dreamed of. And beast taming eggs could only be found in secret realms. Almost all the beasts that came out of them had strong qualifications, far surpassing most beasts caught outside. Even if one caught an S-class beast, it wouldn't be as useful as one cultivated from a beast taming egg. At the same time, the beast egg is the only way for non-beast masters to obtain a beast. As long as one drips blood on the beast egg and waits for the beast to hatch, they can directly tame it. However, beasts obtained this way cannot be considered true beasts, they cannot be stored in the beast space, and most beast master skills cannot be used. It's like raising a spirit beast, merely a companion by your side. This companion must grow and fight on its own, and cannot be completely controlled by you. This is already mine, so I won't return it to you. Wang Chen directly refused without a hint of hesitation. Wang Chen, you are truly shameless. A group of people accused Wang Chen. Lu Ruyan lamented, Wang Chen, I never expected you to become like this. I was truly blind before. Wang Chen replied indifferently, you've always been blind. Ruyan, you don't need to get angry with such a small fry, it will only lower your status. Zhao Qian took Lu Ruyan's hand and walked forward. At that moment, he seemed a bit smug, as if he didn't care about the beast egg at all. Especially when he saw Wang Chen treating the beast egg like a treasure, he felt even more pleased. Young Master Zhao, why do I feel like you don't care about that beast egg at all, and even seem quite happy? Someone asked in their group chat voice. This group chat was temporarily formed, consisting of allies from Linen City, including Wang Tong and Lu Ruyan. They formed a small team to suppress others whenever they had the chance. Of course, Wang Tong also had his own team, which was united to kill Wang Chen, and that was in another group, because that beast egg is dead. It's been sitting in my family's warehouse for over 100 years. 100 years ago, it was already fed with blood, and it has never reacted. Countless people have tried over the past century, and the result has always been the same, it cannot hatch. I was planning to throw it away as garbage, I just casually took it to deceive others. This kid thinks he has found a treasure. I wonder if he will use blood to hatch this egg, that would be amusing. Young Master Zhao, how can you do this? You should let us cooperate in acting, and let that kid try to hatch the egg. Exactly, let's go tease that kid. After a while, Wang Tong stepped back and quietly walked alongside Wang Chen, causing Wang Chen to instinctively move far to the side. Wang Chen, now that you've obtained the beast egg, hurry and drip your blood on it, or someone will snatch the opportunity away from you. Wang Tang appeared to be kind-hearted, but everyone knew his true intentions, and everyone present was watching Wang Chen. They were curious to see if Wang Chen was foolish enough to truly believe this, thinking that others wouldn't consider this point. In fact, if one thought about it, if the beast egg was really that good, why hadn't Zhao Qian used it earlier? Oh, I understand, thank you, Wang Tang. I know that our grievances have always been a facade, you will always be my brother. Wang Tang felt that this statement seemed to imply he was insulting himself, but there was no evidence. Forget it, he could say whatever he wanted, the most important thing was whether Wang Chen would be foolish enough to drip blood on that beast egg. But Wang Chen really did it. He immediately took out the beast egg, then lightly sliced his finger with a sword. A wound appeared on his finger, and blood dripped from it onto the beast egg. Sizzle! It sounded like something was burning, the blood in the egg seemed to have truly reacted. Wang Chen was filled with anticipation, but a minute passed, and the beast egg showed no response. Ah, you really are a fool. Zhao Qian and the others laughed heartily, with some even rolling on the ground, pounding the floor, looking as if they were dying of laughter. Ha, Wang Chen, that's just a dead egg, a worthless piece of junk, and you treat it like a treasure. You really crack me up. Look at his serious expression, it's too funny. I thought we would need to work together to persuade him, we had prepared a lot of arguments, but it turns out it was all wasted. What a pity, we didn't even get a chance to step in. Kid, if this egg really could hatch a beast, why wouldn't I use it? Just waiting for you, right? Ha ha. Zhao Qian let out his final mockery, and everyone present laughed, looking at Wang Chen as if he were an idiot. But who could know that Wang Chen could see whether this egg was dead or alive? Wang Chen wanted them to laugh now. The more pleased they were now, the more miserable they would feel later. Especially Zhao Qian, his face would surely look terrible in the future. At this moment, Wang Chen wanted to stoke the flames of this situation. Wang Chen looked at the beast egg in his hand, appearing somewhat incredulous. He gritted his teeth. A dead egg cannot possibly be a dead egg. In my hands, it might create a miracle, and in the future, you will definitely regret today. The people were momentarily stunned, then they laughed again. Ha ha ha. Just comfort yourself, we won't stop you, ha. Really both stupid and pretentious. Yeah, if it weren't for Lu Ruyan, how could she have dumped him, ha. These people laughed recklessly, hurling various verbal attacks at Wang Chen. Wang Chen smiled, putting on a facade of forced cheerfulness, glancing at the beast egg, as if feeling a bit regretful. They couldn't hold back any longer and burst into hearty laughter. No matter how this egg turns out in the future, it's mine, and it has nothing to do with you. When I hatch it, you will regret it. Wang Chen seemed to have entered a mode of stubborn defiance. Ha, you still think you can hatch it, huh? That's too funny, truly a dreamer, Zhao Qian laughed, leaning on Lu Ruyan's shoulder in a fit of laughter. The others behaved similarly, just missing Lu Ruyan. You don't need to worry about that, I just want to confirm one thing. If I really hatch it, you better not say this beast egg is yours and try to snatch it from me. No, we need to set up a contract to prevent you from going back on your word. Wang Chen said seriously, then created a contract using a wristband, which could be generated with just a wristband, and the two could sign and authenticate it through their wristbands. This kind of contract was the most effective because the wristbands of both parties couldn't be tampered with, and it could even be witnessed by others. The people nearby could record this contract and serve as witnesses and copies. If there was internet access, this contract would be uploaded to various servers, leaving evidence of the agreement. This contract was essentially something everyone could help witness. It was impossible to destroy. Is he this confident? Is there something wrong? Someone expressed doubt, feeling like this was some kind of trap. He's just being stupid. What's there to worry about? No, it's not because he's stupid, it's because he wants to force his way through. This is his least embarrassing method. Look, isn't he just trying to scare you? That seems to be the case. If we take him seriously, then we lose. If you really want to sign, then I'll sign it. Everyone can witness it. At this point, Zhao Qian and the others had already concluded that Wang Chen was just bluffing, trying to make them doubt themselves, and then they would spend their time regretting and suffering. In a word, this brat dares to disrupt my resolve. Thus, Zhao Qian signed the contract without hesitation. Wang Chen smiled, looking meaningfully at Zhao Qian, eagerly anticipating whether the other party would be infuriated when he learned about his beast hatching in the future. Forget it, I won't think too much about it. I still have to deal with the next challenge, and just in time, I've reached the next stage, which is to get across to another island. At this moment, the island across is 300 meters from the shore, and there are many interesting facilities inside, just like a water obstacle course. These facilities seem to offer many paths, and any route can lead to the other side, but you must reach the opposite bank in the shortest time possible, otherwise, if time runs out, the facilities around you will disappear. At this point, because there are many facilities, you can continue to move forward for a while, but if that time isn't enough, they will still disappear, and you can keep going forward. However, if that happens, those behind might find the front empty, making it impossible to pass. Use professional skills? Sorry, this place is just like the previous level, you can't use professional energy here, and professional skills can't be activated. Based on the abilities of these college entrance exam candidates, under normal circumstances, they should all be able to pass without many facilities disappearing. After all, This is just the beginning of the outer level. There are stronger challenges inside, and if the outer ones are eliminated, who will play the later levels? I forgot to mention one thing. This time, you can't fall into the water. Falling into the water this time won't kill you, you'll just be teleported outside. Damn, these people in front are a bunch of useless fools. Look at them, they've let so many facilities disappear. What are we waiting for? Let's go, or if these facilities disappear, we won't be able to get across. I wonder if they're doing it on purpose, making the front disappear. Q, what's going on? When everyone arrived, they found that there were people starting to queue in front of the second level, and after entering, it seemed they automatically formed a line. Fortunately, they were near the front. It seems the rules have been updated this time, the difficulty has increased, and now only one person can pass at a time, in the order of who steps into the nearby riverbank first. Someone explained that the rules had indeed changed, such things had precedence and weren't too rare, so if they encountered it, they could consider themselves lucky. However, in this queue, if someone volunteers, they can swap places with another, and those who performed well last time can move ahead. So that's how it is. This rule is quite interesting. Wang Chen didn't think much and directly asked to swap positions since he was at the back. It was a win-win situation, and perhaps his previous performance could elevate him a few spots. As a result, Wang Chen moved up by more than 10 places, surpassing those people from just now. This made Wang Tang and the others feel uncomfortable. They had been discussing deliberately sabotaging the facilities in front to leave Wang Chen with no way to go. But now he had moved to the front. How should they deal with that? So, they looked at the last two people, Wang Fu Haitang and Du Gufeng. Should they threaten Wang Chen with them? Would Wang Chen compromise because of them? Just as they were considering this, Wang Fu Haitang and Du Gufeng had already swapped positions. Their performance in the last test had been better than theirs, especially Du Gufeng, who had moved to the front. As a result, Lu Ruyan was left at the back. Her performance last time wasn't great, having been injured by birds a bit too often. Wang Chen, can we swap? Lu Ruyan looked at Wang Chen, seemingly confident in her charm, and in this situation, even if she felt her charm wasn't enough, she had to give it a try. Whether it was shameless or not didn't matter. What mattered was that her strength needed to increase. Being in the last position made her feel uneasy, and she thought others wouldn't be easy to swap with, so she could only approach Wang Chen. Wang Chen ignored her and spoke to Haitang. Haitang, can I swap with you? Haitang was a bit confused, while Lu Ruyan's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. I'm afraid that I'll be too slow and will cause those behind me to be unable to pass, so you need to be in front of me. As soon as Wang Chen said this, the people behind him began to feel scared. It was at this moment that they remembered Wang Chen was an unemployed person. He was very likely to be slow and could make the facilities disappear. What was most terrifying was that even if he said it on purpose, there was a reason behind it. As long as his acting was good, others would have nothing to say. It's over. This time, this useless person is going to choke us to death. Wang Chen, what do you want to do? I warn you, don't go too far, you're playing with fire. Wang Chen, you need to consider the consequences. Don't think that just because you've been kicked out of the Wang family, you can provoke so many families. The people behind him began to get angry, cursing at Wang Chen. Although they felt like they were being choked, they weren't thinking about reconciliation or begging for mercy. Instead, they were thinking about threats. This is a foolish thing that many people would do. Even if the other party is a submissive person, everyone has their limits and can explode. Moreover, Wang Chen was not an easy person to get along with. He would take revenge on the spot if he had the chance. How could he miss such an opportunity? Unless, what can I do? I just want to say that my movement is not good, and I might slow down time, which would make those behind me unlucky, and I would feel embarrassed. How about this? Let's switch places. But I can't just give you this position for nothing. How about 1 million for the swap? Wang Chen looked at the person behind him, who was a helper of Wang Tang and had a decent background. 1 million wasn't much for him. Why don't you just rob it? Robbing is illegal. I'm selling the position, which is not illegal. In the end, that person still paid to buy Wang Chen's position, and this was just the beginning. Do you want to spend 1 million to buy mine? Wang Chen looked at another person behind him, showing a warm and sunny smile. What to do? They could only buy it first, and then like the previous person, after buying it, they would start cursing to vent their frustration. Soon, the number of people lining up behind Wang Chen decreased, while the number of people cursing at him increased. After this round, Wang Chen at least made over 10 million, and as for offending people, he didn't care. Because he knew these people were never friendly to him, so what was there to offend? Wang Chen, do you think you can take this money with your life? But can you spend it with your life? Wang Tang glared at Wang Chen in anger. His killing intent was so strong it was almost palpable. Of course I can, but you probably won't live to see it. Wang Chen said calmly and continued. Soon, it was down to the last person, Lu Ruyan. Wang Chen, do you think it's appropriate to take money from me? It's not appropriate, so let's just switch. Wang Chen surprisingly didn't take Lu Ruyan's money and directly swapped places, which made Lu Ruyan lift her head. Look, men are like this, they will all submit at my feet. What's Wang Chen doing? Is he really such a sycophant? Du Gufeng asked Hai Tang beside her, a bit surprised. She previously thought Wang Chen wasn't a sycophant, but now she felt a bit uncertain. Could it be that Wang Chen really still liked Lu Ruyan? If so, he was really useless. Is it possible that Wang Chen has already taken money? Hai Tang said calmly at this moment. From what she knew about Wang Chen, he would never show any courtesy to Lu Ruyan, but at this moment, Wang Chen didn't want Lu Ruyan's money. The only explanation was Ruyan, I've already given your money to him, Zhao Qian said in front. This made Lu Ruyan's head, which had just been lifted, drop again, but soon she lifted it up again. You really aren't a man, and you still want money from me. Fortunately, I found someone better. Comparing you to Zhao Qian is simply. No, I can't compare you to him, that would be an insult to him. Lu Ruyan looked down on Wang Chen, then cast a gentle and captivating glance at Zhao Qian. At that moment, Zhao Qian was quite pleased with himself, smiling as he said to Wang Chen, oh Wang Chen, you're still too foolish. You sold your position to us, so you can't possibly get through. It's just over 10 million, you could have casually asked someone to swap positions and gotten it without any trouble in the end. Also, after you go back this time, I will definitely show you how terrifying my Zhao Gongzi is. After Zhao Qian spoke, others chimed in, not just mocking him, but echoing the same sentiment, kid, don't leave after school. Wang Chen, although I don't know what you're planning, have you considered that you're at the bottom now? You won't get past this round. Are you trying to compensate yourself early because you know you won't gain anything good from it? This question was not only asked by Wang Tang and his group but also by Du Gufeng among the crowd, and both received the same answer. How do you know I can't get through this round? Wang Chen said this with such confidence that it made people doubt whether he truly had a grasp on the situation. Wang Tang and the others sneered, if you're so confident, then we'll just eliminate all the facilities behind you, and let's see how you get through. Thus, their scheme was in motion, directly removing a large area of facilities, leaving only one path for Lu Ruyan to pass through. As long as Lu Ruyan didn't encounter any problems, Wang Chen would definitely not make it through. They had completely cleared the way in between. Would Lu Ruyan encounter problems? Would there be some dramatic twist? Clearly, that was impossible, because Lu Ruyan was not the kind of person with a conscience, and Wang Chen had not shown her any benefits. So, Lu Ruyan indeed cut off Wang Chen's path, and she did so thoroughly. Now, if Wang Chen wanted to reach the other side, there was a 100-meter gap, and jumping over it was extremely difficult, not to mention even 20 meters. These facilities were originally spaced 15 meters apart, all arranged in a standard layout on the water's surface. The difference was that some of these facilities could help people jump farther, while others created obstacles. If someone could select all the helpful facilities, it would mean that person had exceptional luck. However, the problem was that even if one selected these helpful facilities, jumping over 100 meters was impossible. Achieving 30 meters would be impressive. Therefore, no matter how one calculated it, Wang Chen could not get through this round. Wang Chen, this time, you can still swim over. Yeah, swim over. If that doesn't work, just fly over. Everyone, let's go. This kid definitely won't make it over. We're at the third round now, and the more people, the better. Everyone is waiting for us. After this round, we'll be inside the secret realm, and when we meet, we should take care of each other and not let any momentary gains or losses lead to bad thoughts. As Zhao Qian spoke, he headed towards the third round. After walking for a few minutes, someone turned back to see how Wang Chen was doing. What he saw made him exclaim in shock. Holy crap, this kid is really going to fly over. What? Can this really happen? Zhao Qian, Wang Tang, and Lu Ruyan turned to look at the water surface of the second round amidst the crowd's astonished voices. They saw Wang Chen soaring into the sky, as if a pair of wings had appeared behind him. At that height, not to mention 100 meters, he could even fly across the entire water surface. What is going on? Wasn't it said that abilities were restricted here? Even if he had the ability, Wang Chen wouldn't fly. Wang Chen glided through the sky like a soaring eagle, finally landing gently on the ground, already several dozen meters away from the water's edge. This indicated that he had completely passed the test and still had some leeway. The others who witnessed this couldn't understand. Their minds were filled with question marks. Wang Chen, how did you do that? How could this kid always be so surprising? Clearly, he was at a dead end, yet he managed to turn the situation around beautifully. If he had been a bit more awkward, I could have accepted it, but he was just so graceful and impressive. It's simple, just up, down, left, right, and you can fly over. What? It was obvious that no one understood Wang Chen's words. If you want a specific strategy, do you think I would tell you for free? Who can give me something in return, like the weapons you have or your skill books? Wang Chen smiled. How could he possibly reveal everything for nothing? After the last lesson, it was likely that no one would be willing to give him anything. Hearing it wouldn't be of any use, so why spend money? Besides, it would just be spending money to benefit others, why bother? However, a small twist in events occurred. I have a sword here that I can trade with you. At that moment, Zhao Qian spoke up again, holding a sword, a broken sword stained with red blood. Although it looked a bit damaged, it appeared quite intimidating, as if it were a powerful weapon. Young Master Zhao, there's no need to give him such a good item, it's not worth it. We know this thing is useless, and when the time comes, we can just let others buy it, and then someone will know. Lu Ruyan immediately interjected, questioning why they should give Wang Chen a bargain. Ruyan, you don't need to worry, I have plenty of these kinds of things. Giving him one is no problem. Zhao Qian smiled and directly handed the sword to Wang Chen. We don't need to sign a contract for this sword, I have plenty of these, and once you recognize it as yours, it will be yours. Zhao Qian smiled, seemingly looking forward to Wang Chen recognizing the sword. It felt like there was some kind of conspiracy, and the others seemed to be assisting in this matter. It was obvious this was a trap. Wang Chen, don't fall for it. This sword is called the blood-sucking sword. It not only drains the blood of the wounded but also your own blood. As long as you wear it, it will continuously drain blood. When Dugu Feng issued the warning, she saw Wang Chen already dripping blood onto the blood-sucking sword, and then his wounds began to show strands of blood connecting to the sword. The sword's blade immediately glowed with bloodlight, while Wang Chen's face turned pale, and he felt weak. Ha, you fool! I told you it would suck your blood, and you were so eager to recognize it as yours, as if we had stolen something from you. When Dugu Feng just told you this, I was still considering how to trick you into recognizing it, but my worries were unnecessary, you were just too stupid. Ha ha, Zhao Qian laughed loudly, and the people nearby began to laugh as well. At that moment, everyone seemed to feel that they had experienced this before, yet they also felt as if they had forgotten something. Wang Chen, oh Wang Chen, how could you be so foolish? This blood-sucking sword doesn't just take a little blood, it continuously drains blood, and its effect is quite ordinary. It won't give you the blood it drains from enemies, it will just be consumed by the sword. At the beginning, it will frantically drain the owner's vitality, sometimes turning a person into a husk. Let's see if you can withstand it, Lu Ruyan said with a gloating tone. Dugu Feng felt helpless at this moment, there was no way to stop it. Why was he in such a hurry? He hadn't been this foolish before. At this moment, Wang Chen was very happy because he knew that this blood-drinking sword wouldn't kill him, and it would bring him great benefits. Basic Body Refinement Technique Proficiency plus 100. The increasing proficiency made Wang Chen feel weak, yet exhilarated and excited. This blood-drinking sword was simply a divine tool for his body refinement, continuously inflicting blood damage that helped him improve his proficiency. Now, his proficiency could increase every moment, and while this bit of blood damage was beyond his recovery ability, it wouldn't drain him completely. As long as he maintained the rejuvenation technique and other means to recover blood, and could take medicine and meditate, he would be just fine. This could be considered as a form of passive leveling. In time, his body refinement technique would break through to a terrifying level. However, although this damage was continuous, it was equivalent to being attacked by a single exotic beast, which was certainly not as bad as being besieged by a group of them. But the advantage was that it could last for 24 hours, potentially allowing his body refinement proficiency to increase significantly. This was why Wang Chen was so eager to bleed, it was just that others didn't know. At this moment, Wang Chen had been drained too much, so he sat down to circulate his energy for recovery. It would have some effect, but his vitality was still slowly declining. Just endure this pain slowly, it's still early. Let's continue exploring the secret realm. Zhao Qian laughed heartily as he left, with Wang Tang and others leaving behind a few indifferent mocking remarks. Lu Ruyan sneered even more coldly, saying, I thought you would at least wait until you got out to use that sword, but you used it now. It seems you won't have a part in what comes next. With that, Lu Ruyan left proudly. Soon, only Wang Chen, who was meditating, remained, along with Dugu Feng and Haitang. You two go ahead, there's no need to wait for me here. I'll catch up shortly, Wang Chen urged them, wanting to send them away so he could cast a rejuvenation technique on himself and recover slowly. However, to his surprise, both women refused to leave, wanting to stay and accompany him. We can leave later, maybe we can help you. The process of the sword recognizing its master might take a long time and could drain you completely. No, I'm fine. You should hurry on, We need more people to pass through that front gate together. If you miss your chance, it might be snatched away. Hurry up and go. You being here will only hinder me. I've already calculated that the sword's recognition process will take a long time and require me to do many things. This is also an opportunity. I don't want to reveal myself in front of you, otherwise, you'll discover my secret. Although it doesn't matter if you know, I'm afraid you'll blab to others. Moreover, you really need to hurry, otherwise, you won't get a good opportunity. What about you? My opportunity won't be snatched away, it will only appear when you all leave. Trust me, even if I don't go, it doesn't matter. Don't wait for me. After some thought, the two women left. At this point, Wang Chen immediately cast a rejuvenation technique on himself, then a petrification skin. The former was for recovery, while the latter was to prevent sneak attacks. Perhaps Wang Tang and the others would find an excuse to leave when they saw Hai Tang and Dugufeng following, and then come back to kill Wang Chen. Well, not perhaps. As Wang Chen sat in meditation, a faint green glow emanated from him, along with a blood-red light, and behind him, someone had quietly circled around, preparing to strike him down with a sword. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey. A person behind him activated a skill and rushed to Wang Chen's back, stabbing down with a sword. The cold light pierced into Wang Chen's back. Watching the sword stab into Wang Chen's back, the person behind revealed a cold smile. You're really too weak. I didn't know Wang Tang had to pay a price to kill you, and he even said he would send 2 people. I could have handled it alone. The person behind retracted his sword, but his expression suddenly changed because he realized his sword was actually stuck, unable to be pulled out. What was going on? Was it being held by muscle? How powerful must that muscle be? This gave him an immediate bad feeling. He wanted to retreat, but it seemed too late. In fact, at this moment, he had the chance to retreat, he just needed to decisively abandon his sword, but unfortunately, he was still gripping it. In that moment of hesitation, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and looked down to see the blood-drinking sword embedded in his belly. The blood-drinking sword began to crazily absorb blood, much faster than Wang Chen's, drawing the enemy's life force at an alarming rate. How could this be? Wang Chen had been facing away from him, his hands hadn't moved. How did he manage to stab the blood-drinking sword into his abdomen? Could it be sword control? Was Huang Fu Haitang nearby? Damn, this was a trap. No, if Huang Fu Haitang had returned, why hadn't anyone notified him? And could Huang Fu Haitang control a sword from such a distance? Moreover, this was a blood-drinking sword that had already recognized its master. All these thoughts were incomprehensible. In an instant, these questions flashed through his mind, but he didn't dwell on them and immediately tried to distance himself. At the same time, he gripped the blood-drinking sword, wanting to pull it out, otherwise, the sword would drain all his blood. The speed at which the blood-drinking sword absorbed blood was related to how much contact it had with a person. Earlier, when Wang Chen had only cut a little of his finger, the blood-drinking sword had absorbed so much life force from a distance. Now that it was embedded in his body, shouldn't it be even faster? This time, the blood-drinking sword was in a state of extreme thirst, so its absorption rate was different from usual. The man was suddenly drained of half his life force, becoming weak. But if no one stopped him, he could still pull out the blood-drinking sword from his abdomen. Unfortunately, someone was preventing him. Who was this person stopping him? That was a question, at least he didn't know. Clearly, there was no one around, yet it felt as if some force was preventing him from drawing the sword. It was as if someone was controlling the sword. He understood now, it must be sword control. It was Huang Fu Haitang. The timing, the location, the people. This person had no advantage at all, so he was doomed. Sure enough, the blood-drinking sword drained him completely, leaving him a withered husk, all his life force gone. This outcome startled the ambushed person in the distance. He hesitated, wondering whether to continue or seek help. Just as he was hesitating, Wang Chen spoke up. Fortunately, there's only one person. This time, the blood-drinking sword has just been sharpened and is in a state of extreme thirst. If this time passes and the blood-drinking sword is fully sated, I won't be able to kill this person. So it was because of the timing of the sword's sharpening that it was so effective. If it were at another time, there probably wouldn't be any issues. The blood-drinking sword didn't originally have such terrifying effects. If it did, everyone would have used it long ago. Even if it meant being drained daily, people would still use it, at most sleeping in a medical pod. But this sword had previously been despised by others. How could it possibly have such power? Therefore, the person naturally believed Wang Chen's words, but to prevent any unexpected situations, he still waited a long time. This wait was to ensure the blood-drinking sword's sharpening time had passed. As for how to determine that it had passed, it was actually quite simple. Just look at Wang Chen's condition. If Wang Chen could recover, it would mean the blood-drinking sword's power had diminished. But this wait couldn't be too long. If it took too long, he wouldn't be able to enter the secret realm, which would be a loss. So, he would give it a maximum of 10 minutes. After about 3 minutes, Wang Chen's condition stabilized, his complexion began to regain its color, and his vitality seemed to have recovered. At this point, the person in the shadows began to act, choosing to attack from behind once again. Although he had attempted this before, this method of assassination from behind remained the most reliable. At that moment, he seemed to have forgotten about studying the rejuvenation technique on Wang Chen, only feeling that it might be the rejuvenation technique of Ning Meng preserved with a scroll rune. Kill! He silently vanished into the shadows and slowly approached Wang Chen. He was an assassin, capable of stealth and concealment. Approaching from the front still carried the risk of being seen. After all, stealth did not mean complete invisibility, and getting too close could lead to discovery. However, under normal circumstances, it would take time, and by then, the one in stealth would have already struck. Just as he was getting closer, Wang Chen suddenly turned around to look behind him, startling him. Had he been discovered? But soon, Wang Chen glanced around and said, "How strange, I just felt a bit cold behind me. Is there something dirty around?" Indeed, Wang Chen could not see him. How could a worthless non-professional have the ability to detect him? Holding his breath, he remained still. How strange, did I make a mistake? Wang Chen seemed puzzled, walking around nearby before sitting down again. At this moment, the hidden assailant continued to move forward, slowly approaching Wang Chen, when he suddenly saw Wang Chen smiling at him. How could this be? How could the other party see him? His stealth skill was leveled over 30. Someone of Wang Chen's level shouldn't be able to see him unless they had a scouting skill, but he was a non-professional. It must be a coincidence. The stealthy assassin convinced himself it was just a coincidence and prepared to advance. But at that moment, he sensed something was off. His feet felt heavy, as if he were sinking into mud. No, he truly was stuck in mud. At this point, he realized his feet were surrounded by mud, and the ground around him glowed with magical light. This was a magical trap? How could Wang Chen have a magical trap? Even at this moment, he still didn't believe Wang Chen had discovered him, but if he fell into the trap, he had to leave immediately, because he would surely be discovered. Want to leave? Too late. Wang Chen's words startled him, making him feel as if he had been seen through. That wasn't even the scariest part. The most terrifying thing was that Wang Chen's sword was already thrusting toward him. The sword seemed casual, yet it precisely blocked his escape route, almost as if he had moved into it himself. The most frightening part was that the place he had moved into was his vital area. In the next moment, Wang Chen's sword pierced through the assassin's body, revealing him from his stealth state. From an outsider's perspective, it looked as if he had simply thrust into the air and suddenly struck a person. And that person's face was filled with terror and disbelief. How could you discover me? The assassin looked at Wang Chen, asking unwillingly. Although he hadn't been killed by that one sword strike, he was trapped in the magical trap, unable to escape, and severely injured, soon falling victim to Wang Chen's third sword. Before long, he was brutally killed by Wang Chen. This way of dying was incredibly frustrating, as if he were trapped in a cage, slowly stabbed to death with a small knife. He had many questions now, like how Wang Chen could have a magical trap and how he managed to evade his attacks every time. Yet, what he wanted to know most was still the question above. He was an assassin capable of stealth. He had accomplished many things because of this and was valued for it, so he was very confident in his stealth skills. But the result was that he was easily discovered by the other party, and his stealth seemed to have no effect in front of them. Look with your eyes. Wang Chen's response directly sent the other party away. Who can stand this? I've already been like this, and you're still mocking me. Little did he know that Wang Chen was telling the truth. He really was just looking with his eyes, but his eyes were a pair of heavenly eyes. He could discern all illusions, including but not limited to invisibility and clones. He was almost the natural enemy of those illusionist professions, something he hadn't considered before. Only now did he realize how powerful these heavenly eyes were. Alright, back to meditating to recover. The blood-drinking sword had drained 2 people and was now undergoing an upgrade. In fact, this sword had been absorbing blood for so long without any reaction because it hadn't had enough yet, but now it was sufficient. If Zhao Chen knew about this, he would surely be so furious he would spit blood. It was like digging for gold. After digging for over a decade, just when he was about to strike gold, he gave up and sold it at a low price to someone else. Then, that other person struck gold with just one swing. How could that not be frustrating? At this moment, the blood-drinking sword produced a thin thread of blood, forming a blood cocoon that enveloped the sword. At the same time, this blood cocoon was still connected to Wang Chen, requiring him to provide vital energy to help it continue upgrading. This would likely take some time to complete. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Tang was frowning, glancing back occasionally. Why haven't they returned yet? Is something wrong? Why haven't the two brothers Li Xin and Li Su come? Did they get their intestines pulled out by a beast? Wang Tang, do we have to keep waiting? Let's wait a bit longer. If you want to wait, we won't. Our time here is precious. It's been 10 minutes already. We've been more than patient. Alright, let's go. In the end, Wang Tang couldn't keep Zhao Qian and the others waiting any longer. It was already the limit. So, this group began to cross. This time, the bridge connecting the two islands was large, and there would be a lot of beasts appearing on the other side, but because of the bridge, the number facing them was limited. The beasts behind wouldn't come over, only those in the front row would fall before the next ones would come up. Additionally, this bridge had spatial restrictions. They couldn't fly off the bridge surface or leap over it. Moreover, this bridge wouldn't be damaged. No matter how fierce the battle was, it wouldn't sustain any harm. The result was that the best way to tackle this challenge was to form a team and advance together, ideally with 5 in the front row and as many in the back as possible. Once a team crossed the bridge, they couldn't return. The beasts would reappear. This meant that if Wang Qin came alone, he would have to face the beasts that a team would normally deal with. If the brothers Li Xin and Li Su were still alive but hadn't caught up with the team, they wouldn't be able to cross. At the very least, it would take 10 teams to fight their way through. The more people, the better. After crossing the bridge, Wang Tang looked back and saw beasts appearing on the bridge, while the figures of Li Xin and Li Su were still absent. They haven't shown up, which means they either left or encountered an accident. Wang Tang thought to himself. Forget it, they're not my people. They came here to kill Wang Chen, not because they have any grievances against him. The people who came with Wang Tang to kill Wang Chen weren't actually following his orders, they were just cooperating, and he couldn't command them. He only knew that these were the children of his mother's former friends, whom he had met during gatherings with his mother. You don't need to look back anymore. Since you've come here, don't look back. Even if Wang Chen comes, there won't be any miracles this time. Let's hurry and enter the secret realm. The key is to improve your own strength inside. I hope everyone can find treasures. Zhao Qian reminded everyone, then led Lu Ruyan up the mountain. This island is the largest in the lake, with a mountain rising abruptly from it. There are no people or paths leading up the mountain. Climbing is necessary to reach the top. Numerous openings can be found on the mountain, and entering these openings leads to the inner secret realm. Each opening connects randomly to the secret realm, with no markings whatsoever. The rewards from each opening are also random. They could be great, or they could be poor, or even dangerous. Everything depends on luck. You don't need to think about Wang Chen, he can't possibly follow us. Lu Ruyan said softly as she passed by Haitang and Dugufeng. Miracles cannot happen one after another. That would no longer be a miracle, but strength. But does Wang Chen have such strength? Clearly, he does not. At least, she doesn't think so, and neither do the others. I just remembered, that kid Wang Chen still owes me an answer. He hasn't told me what up, down, left, right means. Forget it, he probably won't die. If he can't make it, he can just withdraw. Zhao Qian suddenly said at this moment, realizing that he had taken out his blood-drinking sword for nothing, as Wang Chen hadn't provided the answer. Forget it, it's not important. Then, these people began to enter the secret realm, exploring one cave after another. Each cave had some puzzles or tasks. Solving puzzles and completing tasks could yield rewards, most of which were energy points that could rapidly enhance one's energy levels. Meanwhile, at the end of these paths, through a transparent air wall, everyone could see the situation inside the secret realm. In the center stood a massive palace, adorned with various statues and treasures of gold and silver. Everyone knew that there was a path leading directly inside among these caves, but no one had ever found it. Each person believed they could find it, yet in the end, they all returned empty-handed. Over the years, no one had ever succeeded, which was quite strange, leading people to suspect that the palace inside was merely a backdrop. Never mind, let's quickly move all the valuables and seemingly valuable items outside first, to avoid having to search again. Time passed little by little, and these high school graduates in the secret realm were like diligent ants, busy on the peaks. When they couldn't solve some puzzles or tasks, they would simply withdraw and try something else. The advantage of this secret realm is that if you can't complete something, you can just skip it. There will always be something you can do, as long as everyone communicates and shares clues. Generally speaking, everyone is willing to help. After all, there are too many things in this place to fully explore. If they help each other, they might find something they are good at. Why not? Of course, there are some who won't do this. They are extremely selfish, only enjoying without giving. However, these are not the topics everyone is discussing right now. The current topic is, do you think those in the center of the mountain are just a backdrop? Can we get in? Who knows? No one has been able to get in for so many years. Discussing this is pointless. It's better to think about how to explore more caves. I've completed 5 and leveled up once, and I even got a skill. I've done 6, leveled up twice, but I didn't get a skill. I'd rather get more skills. Levels can be gained slowly. You're wrong. Overall, leveling up quickly has its benefits. Let's stop this topic. Discussing it is meaningless. Let's think about these mechanisms and tasks. Hey, did I see wrong? I think I saw Wang Chen. It's impossible. How could Wang Chen be here? He can't possibly cross that bridge. I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me this time. Then if you don't get killed, you can believe it, right? Stop joking around. I'm serious. I saw Wang Chen, and he's right in the palace in the middle of the mountain. You all need to go check it out. What? Impossible. This time, everyone in the group chat was shocked. They found it even harder to believe than the previous message about seeing Wang Chen. At that moment, everyone found the nearest air wall and looked inside. They saw a figure suddenly appear in the previously empty palace. Wasn't that Wang Chen, who they had thrown behind earlier? Why is Wang Chen inside? How did he cross the big bridge behind? Everyone was watching Wang Chen from behind the air wall, and it seemed Wang Chen also saw them, waving at them. Wang Chen, how did you get in? They realized Wang Chen was still in the group and hadn't been kicked out, and it seemed he could receive messages. If he couldn't, his avatar would be gray. I walked in. Wang Chen's response left everyone speechless, especially the one who asked, who was none other than Lu Ruyan. I'm asking how you got in, from where? There's a passage over there, I just walked in. Where is this passage? Don't play dumb. I know you know. What do you want now? I can give it to you. At this moment, Zhao Qian and Wang Tong and others were all eager to buy information, offering rich conditions. They were used to it, knowing that buying answers costs money. Since that's the case, I want a small target. How about 100 million? Why don't you go rob it? Everyone jumped up. Asking for 100 million? If you all don't want 100 million, then forget it. You people, I give you such a big discount, and you're still not satisfied. Short-sighted. Wang Chen shook his head and walked towards a nearby treasure chest, opening one. Instantly, a surge of energy entered his body. Not bad, not bad. One treasure chest gives half a level. With so many treasure chests here, am I not going to level up by 10 or so? And this treasure chest looks less valuable than the ones inside. If I open the ones inside, who knows how many good things there are? Everyone stared blankly at Wang Chen. When he opened this treasure chest, they realized they were wrong. What's 100 million? The things inside are worth more than 100 million, right? Now, asking others for information is just dividing things from others' hands. If you don't offer something of corresponding value, why would others let you share a piece of the pie? Wang Chen, I can give you 100 million. Private message me, don't tell anyone else. Zhao Qian said directly, not afraid of being overheard. This was actually a warning to others. Don't compete with me, Zhao Gongzi, think about your own weight. Alright, since you're so sincere, I'll tell you. Great. So, the two began to chat privately, which made the others nearby very unhappy, feeling like their things were being snatched away. Duge Feng and Haitang were very curious about what Wang Chen was doing and why he was selling this information to Zhao Qian. Wasn't it better for him to keep it for himself? If he was going to give Zhao Qian a discount, he might as well give it to me. Soon, Zhao Qian left, looking very excited. At this moment, Wang Tong and Lu Ruyan looked at each other, and their meaning was clear. Should we follow him? If we do, who goes first? Let's agree beforehand. I won't go first, I'll just follow you. The first person will definitely be resented. And so, everyone lingered for a while, until someone couldn't hold back and left first, prompting everyone else to follow suit, leaving only Duge Feng and Haitang. At that moment, they were engaged in conversation with Wang Chen. Haitang, Dugu, don't waste your time following them. They'll be back soon. You should quickly continue exploring those caves. Haitang, you need to go to these, and these caves. Wang Chen marked the map, sent it to Haitang, and also provided her with the methods to obtain the items as soon as possible. He gave Duge Feng a map as well, all virtual maps that cost nothing. Despite giving so many pointers, he didn't ask for any benefits. After all, they were just lying around, not belonging to him. Besides, he still wanted to team up with Duge Feng, and her benefits would also benefit him. Enough said, let's continue opening treasure chests. Wow! Golden Legend. A skill book. Wow! A type of material. Wow! 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 Damn it! Wang Chen, you bastard, I just gave you 100 million. You're lying to me, there's still an air wall here, I can't get in. Zhao Qian appeared behind an air wall in one of the caves, furiously cursing at Wang Chen. This place was no different from the caves they had been in before. He felt like Wang Chen was toying with him. Today, how many times had Wang Chen tricked him? He had no intention of letting Wang Chen off the hook, and now he had been deceived out of 100 million. he not only wanted to kill Wang Chen but also to grind him to dust. I warn you not to speak recklessly. I'll sue you for defamation, do you know that? I'll sue you for defamation. Wang Chen immediately pointed at Zhao Qian and said, he's defaming me. You better explain to me, is this how you get through? Why is there an air wall here? That's your problem, not mine. You only asked me how to get in, you didn't ask what the conditions were. This time it's cheap, 10 million. Wang Chen raised a finger, which nearly drove Zhao Qian to the brink of exploding. Did he really have to pay? Forget it, since he had already given 100 million, 10 million was nothing, he would kill this brat anyway. Here. You better be clear and honest, don't hide anything. I'm very trustworthy. I'll tell you the conditions, you have to pass the first 3 levels alone, just like me, to enter this palace. Wang Chen quickly finished speaking and then went to open treasure chests. Zhao Qian was stunned for a moment, and it took him a while to realize he had been played. From the beginning, Wang Chen never intended for him to get in because that was impossible. At this moment, Zhao Qian's anger reached its peak. Wang Chen, I will make sure you have no place to die. Wang Chen, damn you! Zhao Qian was still fuming, while Wang Chen was busy opening treasure chests. With so many chests, it would be a shame not to open them. The treasure chests in this palace were actually accumulated chests, not ones that originated from within the palace itself, but from the caves outside. Each time one was opened, it would fill the cave chests, and afterward, those that weren't taken would be brought into the palace. As these chests accumulated, they would combine to form higher-level chests. In simple terms, the palace was filled with years of accumulation, and after this time, there wouldn't be so many left. Watching Wang Chen open treasure chests, Zhao Qian continued to seethe with anger. He was the only one still furious while everyone else was exploring the caves. Zhao Qian had been advised by others, but he wouldn't be swayed. In his words, compared to what was inside, the outside was too little and too hard. Moreover, he thought, since Wang Chen had opened so many treasure chests, wasn't that like opening them for himself? When he comes out, won't his things be ours? That's right, everything he has is ours. Don't be fooled by how much he has now, in the end, it will all be ours. Zhao Qian and Wang Tang and the others were preparing to surround and rob him again, even to the point of killing. For them, such acts of murder and robbery seemed quite normal, they were already quite experienced in it. At this moment, they were discussing the details, especially Wang Tang, who reminded everyone that Wang Chen was not easy to deal with, sharing his previous experience of failure. Thus, while they were exploring, they were also discussing how to deal with Wang Chen. As time passed, they noticed something strange. Wang Chen had actually sat down to meditate. If all the treasure chests had been opened, this would be quite normal. But Wang Chen had not opened all the treasure chests in the palace, he had left some behind, even some of the highest grade ones. Wang Chen, what are you doing? Why are you leaving some behind? Some things are of no use to me, it's better to leave them for those who can use them. I was short on money, but thanks to a group of lovely fortune boys helping me, I'm no longer in need. Wang Chen's response made Zhao Qian and Wang Tang's expressions turn sour. Zhao Qian had been tricked several times recently, and Wang Tang had been tricked before. Many others were in a similar situation, they had been swindled out of $1 million. Dugafeng could hardly contain herself and sent a message within the team. Wang Chen, are you trying to get yourself killed? Does your mother know? Probably not. Why? You really answered that question? Don't you understand what I mean? You need to be careful, I'm sure they will take action against you. I know that, they did the same last time. Wang Chen was completely unconcerned and continued to meditate. At this moment, Wang Tang said to Wang Chen, you don't need them, you can give them to us. Open all those treasure chests, we all want them. Don't worry, you'll be paid. Heh, I'll burn it for you later. These people's thoughts were the same, so they were all persuading Wang Chen to continue opening the treasure chests. But Wang Chen ignored them, leaving the treasure chests unopened because he knew that the items inside were meaningless to him. Some were useful, but not significantly so. It was better to maximize the effects of these treasures. You know that people have limits. It's not that I don't want to take them, but I really can't. The secret realm doesn't allow it. To avoid trouble, Wang Chen pushed the issue onto the restrictions of the secret realm, and sure enough, once he said that, the entire world fell silent. Everyone was waiting for the end to take down Wang Chen. To prevent Wang Chen from dying too quickly, they had already asked the previous questions, specifically about trading for the blood-drinking sword. How could one person pass the first 3 challenges? For the third challenge, they had spent a bit of money. After all, the more money, the more materials they could buy. Wang Chen was still in need of materials at this time. As for the previous questions, Wang Chen had already given them answers. Up, down, left, right means that during the second challenge, you will see so many facilities. You need to find something like a directional key, for facilities that increase your jump. Then, just jump as I say, and you will find a path that can take you directly to the other side. Such facilities are generally right in front, don't worry about them disappearing. No one will run out of time at the starting point, at most, it will be an accidental fall into the water, which won't affect the facilities. That was the first answer. The second answer was quite simple. Just push through. There's no need to kill those strange beasts, just rush past them. Although these strange beasts will attack you, they won't block you, and being surrounded by a few strange beasts is actually the same as being surrounded by tens of thousands. This second answer was a bit unexpected. One would think they needed to clear the strange beasts off the bridge, but it turned out they could just push through slowly. Wang Chen also enjoyed an upgrade in his basic body refining technique during the process. And now, this basic body refining technique was about to break through as well. Of course, Zhao Qian and the others were unaware of this. They only knew they had to wait for an opportunity, and when the time came, they would make Wang Chen pay. Time's up. Everyone looked at Wang Chen, who was still meditating, and smiled. All of them teleported outside, immediately drawing their weapons towards Wang Chen. Wang Chen, do you think you've won? Ha, not so fast. With so many things, you can't handle them all. What you've swallowed will make you spit it out, Zhao Qian and the others said as they looked at Wang Chen. However, it seemed they couldn't see him. They searched for a long time but found nothing. Could it be that he hadn't come out yet? Xiao Di, weren't you two supposed to come out and keep watch? Who else is here besides us? At this moment, Zhao Qian, Wang Tong, and others looked at the two outside. They had come out a few minutes earlier to guard the area and prevent Wang Chen from escaping. No, everyone is here, no one has left. Could it be that Wang Chen hasn't left? When they received the answer, everyone began to suspect that the secret realm's closure was delayed. Just before they left, Wang Chen hadn't exited, so it was impossible for him to have left early. Now that the people outside hadn't seen Wang Chen come out, it seemed there was only one conclusion. Wang Chen hadn't come out yet, possibly because the palace inside took longer to exit. Never mind, they continued to wait, he would come out sooner or later. Everyone split up to prepare properly. They were really looking forward to it. Just now, they saw the treasures Wang Chen obtained, many of which they wanted, and they all showed greedy expressions. With them together, it would be too easy to take down Wang Chen. Their levels were similar to Wang Chen's, and they were all serious combat professions with high talents, plus they carried some attack items from their family heads, which meant they had powerful financial backing. So, they had no reason not to take down Wang Chen. As time passed, they still hadn't waited for Wang Chen to come out, which made them feel something was off. Are we going to wait here for nothing? Wang Chen might not come out at all, or he might have already left. Impossible, that can't be. Although everyone felt this was impossible, as time went on, their anxiety grew, and the possibility of Wang Chen not being there seemed larger. If he had been teleported to another place, they could accept it, but if he had disappeared from here, that would be hard for them to accept. This puzzle was soon revealed after they went out. Wang Chen, he went back a long time ago. How come you just came out now? You were an hour later than him. What? We came out an hour later than him? How is that possible? Even if we were a bit later, it shouldn't be this long. What's going on? What did you say? Wang Chen has already left? Yes, he left an hour ago, and he was with his two female teammates. The people waiting outside nodded and said, not paying much attention to it. They were reinforcements sent from the fortress, only here to assist and protect these newcomers. If needed, they would help out. Because of this, Zhao Qian and Wang Tang couldn't catch them, shaking their heads and shouting, do you know how many good things that kid took? Why didn't you stop him? We could have shared it later. They not only couldn't do that, but this thought also had to be buried, otherwise, these people might not let them go. Have they all gone back? Yeah, they've already returned. Did they bring a lot of stuff with them? No, just a few backpacks. What's up? Nothing, just asking. From the clues gathered, it seemed that Wang Chen hadn't taken anything with him when he left. Could it be that he hid something somewhere? Forget it, I'll ask when I get back. As long as I keep an eye on Wang Chen, there will be plenty of opportunities. I see you all are here, so let's head back. Yeah, let's go back. Thus, Zhao Qian and Wang Tang, under the protection of these people, returned to the fortress. On the way, they kept wondering how Wang Chen managed to leave an hour early, especially since everyone was watching him. They couldn't figure it out. They could actually ask Wang Chen, but they knew he would demand money. So, they thought of Lu Ruyan, wondering if this ex-girlfriend could handle Wang Chen, her ex-boyfriend. At that moment, in order to please Zhao Qian, Lu Ruyan actually went to find Wang Chen, speaking as if it were a matter of course. Wang Chen, you've gained so many benefits now, you've already taken a huge advantage. Just tell me, how did you trick us just now? When she sent the message, she found that Wang Chen had already blocked her. So, she started looking for Wang Chen in the class group. Lu Ruyan, at Wang Chen, what do you mean? Why did you block me? Don't think this will get my attention, that's impossible. Shangguan Huniu, if you have something to say, just say it. Wang Chen doesn't want to get your attention, he simply doesn't want to deal with you. I find you annoying too, I blocked you a long time ago. Wang Chen, Huniu, who said that about me? This statement from Wang Chen made Lu Ruyan and the others realize that he had not only blocked her in private but had also muted the group chat. This was undoubtedly a blow to Lu Ruyan, but in the end, she found an excuse for herself. He was doing it on purpose, he could see it, just pretending not to. Wang Chen, stop pretending. I know you can see this. Let me ask you, why did you leave the secret realm an hour earlier than us when we were supposed to leave first? Wang Chen saw this message, but it was forwarded to him by Hai Tang. If Lu Ruyan found out, she would probably go mad for a while. If you want to know this question, just ask me. Considering how much money you gave me before, I will tell you. At that moment, Wang Chen sent a message in the previous team group, causing their expressions to change once again. If you don't speak, it means you don't want to know, so forget it. I won't say anything. We want to know. In the end, someone spoke up, pushed by Zhao Qian and the others, letting the embarrassment fall on him. It's actually very simple. I left with Hai Tang and the others a long time ago. We already got what we needed, and it didn't make sense to stay, so we left. Wang Chen made it sound simple, but everyone still didn't understand how he left early. That was the crux of the problem. So, someone asked that question again. Have you ever thought that the palace is actually not in one space? But when the connection was cut off, what you saw was just a frozen image, meaning it was just a still picture. I already knew you were coming to snatch things. How could I waste time waiting? Of course, I left early. Alright, don't think about stealing my things anymore. For the next 2 months, I will be in seclusion at the fortress, and I won't give you the chance to take anything. Wang Chen's words explained why he was still around. It was actually a fixed scene. As for Hai Tang and Dugafone leaving early, Wang Tang and the others couldn't possibly notice that, as everyone was busy exploring their own caves, likely not seeing anyone for several hours. Thus, it seemed that this matter had come to a close. Wang Chen was not killed by Wang Tang and the others, and he even counterattacked and killed a few. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan and Wang Tang were alive and well, not killed at all. This was indeed a troubling issue. Dugafone felt that missing this opportunity might mean not knowing when the next one would come. If possible, even Zhao Qian should be dealt with. Wang Chen, however, didn't care at all, as he wasn't afraid of these petty people. The annoying thing about petty people is that they play with schemes and tricks, making it hard to guard against them. But Wang Chen had the eye of heaven, he could see through any conspiracy. Moreover, it was easy for such petty people to want them dead. They didn't even need to lift a finger. As long as he was no longer useful, they could just die. Back to the fortress. Wang Chen was going to seclude himself there, while the others stayed behind for a few days, all looking for opportunities to deal with him. However, during these few days, they often ended up fighting among themselves for a simple reason. Why did Asian choose A Chang back then? It was because A Chang told Asian that you liked to sleep around and kicked you out. If I were you, I would get him drunk and then castrate him. That night, A Chang was castrated, and upon finding out, he began to hunt down A Bing. Do you know why your Li family is in such a miserable state? It's because the Yang family bribed your people and deliberately caused that accident. Later, when they entered the scene, you still had to thank them for saving your family. Ah, you really are pitiful. That night, the Li brothers took down the Yang family member, humiliating and torturing him in various twisted ways before finishing him off. Wang Tang, Lu Ruyan, and that Zhao Qian say you're useless, that you're not even a man. Zhao Qian, Wang Tang says you're playing with his old shoes, and you're still so proud. Such things kept happening. Every incident Wang Chen released was a matter of killing both body and heart, sure to stir boundless resentment and hatred. Before long, their second-generation aristocrat group collapsed in an instant. At this point, they couldn't even deal with Wang Chen, they were struggling to protect themselves. Their arguments had already begun to turn deadly. Wang Chen only needed to add a little more fuel to the fire to turn them all to ashes. And Wang Chen unceremoniously continued to stoke the flames, and not just once. By the time they left the fortress, they had completely forgotten about Wang Chen, only seeing each other, and they had become enemies. They didn't leave together but in small groups, glaring at each other. If anything happened on their way, it would definitely be due to their own infighting. Indeed, that was the reason. Towering city buildings were covered in chaotic green plants, presenting a scene of a post-apocalyptic city. Perhaps it was these plants that kept the buildings from collapsing. This city used to be a small county in the mountains, but even back then, in Huaxia, small counties had towering buildings. However, ultimately, the fate of these small county skyscrapers was just this. The first to fall into disrepair were these. At this moment, Zhao Qian was inside one of the buildings, and he looked quite disheveled. If those who knew him saw him now, they would surely be very surprised. What happened? Is this really our young Master Zhao? The same arrogant and domineering young Master Zhao? And where are the people around him? Why is he the only one left? Who? Zhao Qian leaned against a tree vine, enduring the pain, breathing gently. At this moment, he recalled the events of the past few days, feeling a bit regretful. He shouldn't have been so careless. He had underestimated that person too much. He had originally intended to kill that person halfway, but instead, he was chased by the other party, and even that woman, Lu Ruyan, betrayed him. Damn it! Wang Tong. If I survive this time, I will definitely kill you. Yes, it's Wang Tong, not Wang Chen. Why does Wang Tang have such capable people, able to drive my men back and chase me down? At this moment, Zhao Qian was still entangled in this matter. It was during his ambush on Wang Tang that he ended up being counter-killed by Wang Tang. At that time, he thought the Zhao family's strength was enough to crush Wang Tang, but once they left the signal coverage area, his men surrounded Wang Tang. As a result, a group of people suddenly emerged from nowhere, killing his men, forcing him to flee instead. Why kill Wang Tang? Wasn't it because the conflict between them was growing larger? During those days in the fortress, he didn't know what was happening. The contradictions between both sides were increasing, and sometimes he couldn't control his emotions. However, he didn't care. After all, someone like Wang Tang was just a small figure from a rural town to him. So, he set an ambush on the way back, in an area with no signal for 100 kilometers. Many others shared Zhao Qian's thoughts, but their targets were not Wang Tang, but their own enemies. This time, less than half of the college entrance examination candidates who entered the secret realm returned. You bunch of useless fools, can't even find anyone? You couldn't kill that waste Wang Chen before, and now it's the same. At this moment, Zhao Qian heard Wang Tang's furious voice, which made him quite nervous, hoping his methods would be effective. This was a concealed magic scroll that would erase any traces he left nearby, disrupting others' tracking. It was clear that this thing was effective, as Wang Tang and his group searched the area but eventually left. However, Zhao Qian was also a cautious person. At this time, he chose to remain hidden, as if the other party was still nearby. Sure enough, this thought was necessary. Someone returned to check the surveillance methods left earlier and found that there had been no movement in the vicinity. After several repetitions, they finally left. Zhao Qian prepared to continue waiting, to come out only when there was no one around. There was no need to take risks now. He planned to stay hidden, but at that moment, the door of the place he was in was open from the inside. He had entered through an external window, not noticing the situation inside, nor did he plan to go in, as entering would leave more traces. At this moment, Zhao Qian held his breath and continued to conceal himself while observing the presence that opened the door. The door might not have been opened by a person, it could be some kind of strange beast or a mysterious force. However, he heard footsteps and then saw a pair of feet walk from the doorway to in front of him, suddenly stopping. Have I been discovered? Impossible, impossible, it's impossible for them to find me. I have a concealment magic of a fourth-tier profession, and ordinary people can't detect me at all. Unless the other party is also a fourth-tier profession. But if they were a fourth-tier profession, they shouldn't be able to get involved in disputes at my level, and Wang Tang shouldn't be able to hire them. So, this was just a coincidence that brought them here, a coincidence that they stopped in front of him, and another coincidence that they bent down to look at him. Wait, they bent down to look at him? Also, that face seems to be Wang Chen? How could it be him? Could it be that he and Wang Tang are in cahoots? He hadn't figured out this question yet when Wang Chen's sword pierced his body. You just killed me like this? Aren't you going to say something? At the very least, you should explain how you found me, and what your plan is, pretending to be a little 13 in front of a dying man. It's a bit hard to understand that you would just kill me like this. You don't have to hide anymore. Wang Chen pulled out the sword, which was dripping with blood, greedily absorbing the opponent's life force. This sword seemed very familiar, Zhao Qian thought to himself. Could it be his own blood-drinking sword? If it was, then he had unwittingly handed the sword that would kill him to someone else. However, at that moment, he had no time to think about these things. Why do you want to kill me? Why are you here? Why you? Before he could ask many questions, he was already dead, unable to get any answers. Wang Chen quickly disappeared, returning to the fortress to continue his closed-door training. Everyone in the fortress thought he was still in seclusion, and everything seemed fine. No one suspected that Wang Chen had gone out, killed Zhao Qian, and then returned. Because of this, Wang Chen was completely excluded from Zhao Qian's death, and some even reported that it was Wang Tang who killed him, further distancing Wang Chen from the incident. Wang Tang also didn't know that, although he hadn't caught Zhao Qian, he had to take the blame. He thought he had been very careful, acting in a place without signal, yet within less than a day, the whole world knew he had killed Zhao Qian. Moreover, the Zhao family knew where he was, pursuing him and even going to Linhai City to deal with the Wang family. However, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Now, one family wanting to wipe out another family in a different city is very difficult, unless that family is not a local snake. Even so, the Wang family had to pay some price, and perhaps that price was what the Zhao family wanted to give. They had to show something, or else people would think they were easy to bully. Wang Tong, being in the wild, was like a stray dog, being hunted down. He fled to many places and caused many deaths just to save his own life. While it was so lively outside, Wang Chen was still in closed-door training, as if everything had nothing to do with him. If everyone knew that all of this was Wang Chen's arrangement, they would definitely find him terrifying. They also couldn't understand how Wang Chen had left and how he knew where Zhao Qian was. All of this would remain a mystery that others would not know. Have you heard about that incident? I heard, your dad went to the club yesterday and got caught by your mom. Get lost. That's not what I meant. Then your mom also went to the nightclub to drink, and someone filmed her dancing. She still has charm. Get lost. If you have something to say in the future, just say it directly. Don't give me this nonsense, or next time it will be your grandma dancing closely with the square dance grandpa. Actually, it's still about Wang Tang in them. I heard Wang Tang was caught yesterday but was released again. I don't know what means the Wang family used, but Wang Tang was in a bad state, having 3 legs broken. Also, there's news about Lu Ruyan. I heard she was tortured by Wang Tang to the point of being unrecognizable, and she's gone a bit crazy. Is that true? There are so many versions of this kind of gossip. With my bad temper, I absolutely don't believe it, but they do seem to be in a really bad situation, just don't know how bad. Such discussions repeatedly appeared in the Linhai High School group, occasionally surfacing in other high school groups, especially in the Donghai County High School group, where it would appear at least once an hour. However, Linhai High School was a bit special. They could directly call the parties involved or call Wang Chen and others who were present at the time. They spent all day wanting some gossip, even if they had heard it many times before. They still wanted to hear it a few more times. In this regard, Haitang would only say it once or twice before stopping, leaving it to Wang Chen to speak. Even when Wang Chen was in seclusion meditating, he was still online watching videos and chatting, so he really had plenty of time. Therefore, he often appeared to chat and joke with everyone, and he charged nothing for this information. Wang Chen stirred everyone's desire for gossip, revealing that Lu Ruyan had abandoned Wang Tang to please Zhao Qian, even sharing some details and speculations. Everyone loved to hear this, and it made Wang Tang lose face, while Lu Ruyan was even more despised. After all, Lu Ruyan had truly abandoned her boyfriend, and even her ex-boyfriend Wang Chen, to be with Zhao Qian. At first, everyone didn't believe Wang Chen's words, but later Haitang confirmed it, and many people took screenshots of Du Gufeng's chat, which matched what Wang Chen had said without a doubt. Thus, everyone began to despise Lu Ruyan and sympathize with Wang Tang. Wang Chen? He was unimportant. After finishing this gossip, the focus seemed to shift back to Wang Chen. Wang Chen, what are you doing in seclusion over there? Also, are you planning to go directly to Jinbei City? It was common knowledge that Wang Chen was going to Jinbei City, and it was believed he would go with Haitang and Du Gufeng. At this time, Haitang and Du Gufeng were still leveling up near the fortress, waiting for Wang Chen to join them. In a few days, I will go to Jinbei City with Haitang. We will level up along the way, which is also a form of training, just like everyone else. Wang Chen nodded and continued, I need to be in seclusion. I want to improve my defense. My body refining materials will arrive soon, and then I can refine my body like crazy. Body refining materials? What is that? Simply put, it's a kind of material for self-torture. Body refining involves using self-torture to enhance one's physical strength. Alright, enough talk, my materials have arrived. After saying this, Wang Chen had no news for several days. It was said that he was busy refining his body and didn't come out of his room in the fortress. However, everyone didn't care much about Wang Chen and quickly became attracted to the subsequent appearances of Wang Tang and Lu Ruyan. Surprisingly, both of them were still alive, and Lu Ruyan had even found another man, who happened to be a hero saving her. This man was truly unfortunate, having saved such a woman, and now he was bound to be entangled by her, destined for misfortune. Coincidentally, this man was also Lu Ruyan's senior at the martial arts academy, and he would be leveling up with her. This made many people feel angry. Why did someone like her have such good luck? Meanwhile, Wang Tang appeared in his martial arts academy, covered in injuries. Coincidentally, although their martial arts academies were not together, they were facing each other, and when they reported in, they happened to run into each other, making for a very awkward scene. Even more interestingly, Lu Xinyun was also at a nearby martial arts academy, which was even a level higher than the two. Lu Shangyun had been specially recruited, but her future was destined to be unremarkable. This martial arts academy wouldn't spend too much effort researching skills for her. In the days to come, she would regret her decision countless times, thinking she shouldn't have left Wang Chen's team, even if it was just to hold on until entering the martial arts academy. Perhaps her fate would have been a little better. But that was all in the future. Why were the three martial arts academies so concentrated together? The reason was simple. There were too many martial arts academies in the imperial capital, including some lesser-known ones. This was normal, after all, it was the imperial capital. But where were the people who brought the three of them together? At this moment, Wang Chen was no longer at the fortress. After he obtained the body refining materials that day, he left the fortress, claiming he was preparing to head to North Town, but he went alone, without Hai Tang or Du Gufeng. Hai Tang and Du Gufeng were both at the North Town Martial Academy, and according to their plan, the three of them, along with Ning Meng, were supposed to go to North Town together. Therefore, at this time, Wang Chen was not actually going to North Town, he just needed a place to refine his body. He had already informed the two girls about this, and although they opposed it, their objections were ineffective. He set out alone, and shortly after leaving, he released the dogs from the demon refining pot. Now, these dogs, having the demon refining pot, felt somewhat like summoned beasts, and the space within the pot was quite beneficial for them, allowing them to slowly gain energy reinforcement. Especially after the Beast Master Egg was placed inside, these dogs underwent even greater changes. Wang Chen couldn't see what was inside the Beast Master Egg. It seemed to be shielded by a layer of energy, which was the first time he had encountered something like this. But having such an item must be impressive. Without further ado, after calling out the dogs, Wang Chen headed in a certain direction, slaying a few oblivious exotic beasts along the way, and finally reached his destination. This was a feng shui treasure land nestled among the mountains. Wang Chen noticed that the energy around was gathering here, making it a suitable place for body refining breakthroughs. Perhaps it would trigger a phenomenon of heaven and earth. Thus, he began preparing for body refining, cleaning an iron oil barrel and placing it on a stone, with a fire burning underneath, then adding water and materials inside. He set up a formation nearby, not a spirit-gathering formation, just an ordinary magical trap to prevent any accidents. After boiling the body refining soup for a day and night, here we go, bottoms up. Wang Chen looked at the bubbling oil barrel in front of him. Whether he drank it or jumped into the medicinal bath, it would be quite exhilarating. What Wang Chen was doing now was adding more fire and then jumping in, cooking himself in an iron pot. Refreshing. The boiling medicinal soup reached over 200 degrees. Once Wang Chen entered, it felt like being burned by fire. A normal person would have been thoroughly cooked by now, but Wang Chen used it for body refining. However, this was nothing compared to the attacks and fire damage from those exotic beasts. It was actually quite trivial. The medicinal soup was invading his body, and this was also a form of tempering. At this moment, the proficiency of his basic body refining technique was rapidly increasing. Red, green, and golden lights appeared on Wang Chen's body. The red was from the blood-drinking sword absorbing blood, the green was from the rejuvenation technique, and the golden was his basic body refining technique, which at this moment was faintly glowing but seemed to be getting brighter. Breakthrough, my basic body refining technique. In the wild, Chen Tiejuan's adventure team was hunting exotic beasts. Chen Taijun was an adventurer from Linen City, 25 years old this year, but his level was still at 25, and he had not yet undergone a second job transfer. Unless something unexpected happened, this would likely be his life. Today, they had taken on a city task, searching for some materials nearby while hunting some exotic beasts. At this moment, a ferocious exotic beast appeared before them, a level 30 mini-boss. Given the capabilities of this team, it was very difficult to defeat a boss-level exotic beast of a higher level. Being 3 levels higher was quite dangerous. So, even though this was just a mini-boss, they were still in danger. Sure enough, 2 of them were about to be pinned to the ground by the mini-boss, and injury was certain, even the possibility of death. However, at that moment, on a mountain in front of the exotic beast, a golden pillar of light shot straight into the sky, and a golden phantom of a mighty warrior appeared in the air, a wave of pressure spreading outwards. This pressure bore down on the mini-boss, as well as all the nearby exotic beasts, and also pressed down on this adventure team. They all felt a force pressing down on them, but this force seemed to also provide them with a kind of strength. At that moment, everyone and the strange beasts looked towards the golden armored warrior, and time seemed to stretch indefinitely. The golden armored warrior's body began to slowly descend, then transformed into specks of light that entered the mountain, as if being absorbed by something. At this time, the small team reacted, taking the initiative to strike and kill the small boss. Afterwards, they collapsed onto the ground, grateful for the appearance of the phenomenon. "Boss, should we go take a look?" A teammate looked at Chen Taijun, only to find him still in a daze. It was then they realized that Chen Taijun had been staring at the sky since earlier and hadn't joined in the fight against the strange beasts. Just as the teammate was about to ask again, suddenly, a golden light radiated from Chen Taijun. Is he about to change jobs? The teammates exclaimed in surprise, initially thinking that Chen Taijun had no hope of job advancement, but now he was actually changing jobs at this moment. If Chen Taijun could achieve a second job change, their team would rise from the bottom. This filled them with excitement. Soon, Chen Taijun completed his second job change. Eagerly, he looked at his new profession and attributes, and was taken aback. What kind of profession was this? The attribute increase was so strong. Boss, what profession did you change to? Golden Armored Warrior. What? At that moment, a new profession appeared above the job information. Even though it was a second job change, it caused quite a stir. Moreover, this second job had a high potential rating, classified as A-level. Chen Taijun had no idea that he would have such a fortuitous encounter in his life, which would also change the fate of him and his companions. In the future, he would become a nightmare for the half-orc nation. He would also be a warrior remembered throughout Chinese history. But for now, he was just looking towards the mountain, pondering his teammates' question. Let's go. Although there may be danger, there could also be treasures, Chen Taijun said. Everyone knew there was danger involved, and it was very likely that there were threats in that direction, but there was also a chance of encountering treasures that could change their lives. When faced with such opportunities, no one would let them slip away, but they could proceed with caution. Thus, their team headed towards the mountain. When they reached the mountain, they quickly found the place they were looking for, as there were many lingering auras nearby. How to describe this aura? They didn't know what it was, but it was a kind of aura that was beneficial to them and could be absorbed. In this small team, not only did Chen Taijun not undergo a second job change, but the other three also hadn't. Their team was at the very bottom of those who could change jobs, with talents rated F and E. After such a long time without a second job change, they thought they would never have the chance in their lives. However, this aura gave them hope for a second job change. Here, they seemed to have enlightened themselves, unexpectedly finding the breakthrough point for a second job change, and one by one, they succeeded. But they didn't all become golden armored warriors. One became a yellow turban swordsman, another a yellow turban archer, and the last one a yellow turban sorcerer. The four of them had no healer, not a single healing profession would suffer with them. For a long time afterwards, they had no idea that the creator of all this was Wang Chen, nor did Wang Chen know about their situation. At that time, Wang Chen was just trying to break through his body refinement skill, not expecting to summon the yellow turban warrior, whose phantom left an impression that allowed Chen Taijun and the others to achieve their second job change. If he had known about this, he would have left this place even faster to avoid trouble. If outsiders learned about his situation, it would attract the attention of some hostile forces, and that would become very troublesome. A few days later, Wang Chen arrived outside Suzhou City, but he didn't know where Hanshan Temple was. He entered the city and met up with the three girls, including Haitang. Boss Lingfeng, where have you been all by yourself? We were so worried about you, Ning Meng asked with genuine concern as soon as she saw Wang Chen, her worry heartfelt and devoid of any ulterior motives. I know you're worried about me, but those two don't seem worried at all, Wang Chen said, looking at Dugafeng, who appeared completely indifferent to him, and Haitang, who was looking elsewhere. He felt that what Ning Meng said about needing to worry was just a casual remark about the two of them. Who said they aren't worried? Haitang has asked about you at least 50 times in front of me. As for Dugafeng, she asked less, but still at least 10 times, Ning Meng said, only to be pulled aside by Dugafeng and Haitang for a scolding, as if she had betrayed them. Alright, let's not make everyone worry. We'll rest here for a bit and then continue north. The school enrollment can be in September or October. We can easily find an excuse to delay it until after the new year, Wang Chen said, not exposing everyone's thoughts, and headed straight to the hotel to rest, preparing to set off the next day. What he just mentioned about the school enrollment time was indeed quite casual, as he feared that students might need time to cultivate, so they could find reasons to postpone. However, without a valid reason, they would be penalized by the martial academy, and repeated mistakes could lead to expulsion. Generally, people wouldn't delay this time, as those who arrived earlier would receive various benefits from the martial academy, gaining more opportunities. Therefore, Wang Chen and the others planned to enter Jinbei City before September, and their current plan seemed to have no issues. Thus, they traveled safely, crossing half of China, passing through many cities, and also experiencing the local customs and culture, especially the morning water-filled buns and evening meat-filled buns in Yangzhou. Such local flavors were hard to resist. Along the way, they sparked quite a few little stories, but Wang Chen set those aside. He just wanted to see his academy. Of course, he had to undergo the entrance trial first. The Jinbei Martial Academy, one of the 7 major martial academies on Jinbei Street, was right here, with its magnificent gate flanked by 2 stone statues of war gods. The statues stood 30 meters tall, making them one of the iconic buildings of Jinbei City. Similarly, at the end of Jinbei Street, there was another school's gate. From the looks of this gate, it had once been glorious, but now it had fallen into disrepair, with even the vines above left unattended. Those vines had probably been growing for several years, and inside the campus, it was overrun with weeds, as if they had stepped into the wilderness. Although there were many abandoned buildings like this in Jinbei City, as the population was declining, houses had transformed from valuable assets into mere shelters from the wind and rain. At this moment, Wang Chen's small team stood in front of the school gate, looking at the plaque partially covered by vines, barely making out the large characters inside. Ning Meng directly controlled the vines, making them disappear, finally revealing the large characters on the plaque. Jinbei Vocational College. That name sounds like some kind of specialized university? No wonder they're going bankrupt. With a name like that, who would want to enroll? Plus, the resources aren't good. Most people in Jinbei City are military families who can directly enter military martial schools, so even fewer come here. Yeah, they're about to close down. Their funding has prevented them from enrolling students for years. They had 0 enrollment for 2 consecutive years, and if they don't enroll this year, they'll have to shut down. Wang Chen nodded, summarizing the situation of the Martial Academy. He had actually mentioned this several times before, and everyone had seen the information. Now it was just a casual lament. You can just drop me off here, you should go report to your martial arts academy. There's nothing much to see here. Wang Chen waved his hand, indicating he wanted to send the 3 girls away. However, the 3 girls were very curious and wanted to continue watching, especially eager to see what this school's admission trial would be like. Generally speaking, such academies wouldn't keep things going just for Wang Chen alone, so the trial might not be very simple. Of course, it could also be the opposite. They might think this school could close down at any moment and would casually accept anyone, especially knowing that Wang Chen had no profession, which added no psychological burden. Do you want to come with me to see the entrance trial? Wang Chen could tell what the 3 girls were thinking just by looking at them. Women really do love to gossip. So, Wang Chen directly led them into the school. There wasn't even a gatekeeper, although the main gate was tightly shut, a side door was wide open. Once inside, there was only one path to follow, and it was clear that this place hadn't been walked on for a long time, though someone had come through recently, within the last 2 hours. Wang Chen didn't need his heavenly eye to see this, even the trampled grass was enough for Ning Meng to notice. After the 4 of them entered, they followed the traces left behind, and along the way, it was evident that this school was quite large during its heyday, probably housing over 10,000 students. Well, according to the records, this school had 13,710 students at its peak, which is not small at all. Why did such a school end up with so few people? The answer soon appeared. The 4 of them quickly arrived at a central square following the traces. This central square led to various parts of the school, but the most important place in this school was right in the center, where a century-old stone tablet stood tall, engraved with 13,709 names. It was a monument to heroes, inscribed with the names of martyrs. Indeed, this was a martyr's monument. 100 years ago, during its peak, the entire faculty and student body perished on the battlefield that day. It was a joint invasion by the Japanese and the 2 nations, as well as a combined assault by half-beasts and other creatures, and in this northern town, at the border of Huaxia, it was naturally the first to bear the brunt. As soon as one arrived in northern town, one had to be prepared to go to war at any moment. At that moment, a pale-haired old man stood before the stone tablet, which had been cleaned up around and on top of it, and in front of the tablet were various snacks, including chocolate, chips, spicy strips, dried tofu, chicken feet, ham sausages, instant noodles, and so on. Seeing this, Wang Chen felt as if his heart had been pierced by a knife, especially with the old man's next words. They were still children when they died. Ning Meng hesitated for a moment before tears streamed down her face, for she had already seen this part of history. Every time she saw it, she cried. Now, witnessing this scene, she couldn't hold back any longer. 100 years ago, a group of freshmen as young as her had just joined this school and were sent off to war, never to return. They are all heroes, and they will forever live in the hearts of the people. Wang Chen stepped forward, placing a bottle of soda in front of the tablet, along with a milk tea with a straw inserted. Then, the 5 of them stood quietly in front of the stone tablet for 10 minutes. Then, 20 minutes. 30 minutes. The old man finally broke the silence. Did you come here to pay your respects to them? Are you their relatives or descendants? Although this was a monument to heroic martyrs, there were memorials to martyrs all over northern town. Each stone tablet was filled with names, and over the years, countless people had sacrificed themselves to defend this city and Huaxia. Here, there were attacks from half-beasts, attacks from other creatures, and attacks from humans. So, those who can come here to pay their respects should be friends and family of the deceased. Not now, but soon. Wang Chen's words left the old man momentarily stunned. What did that mean? The old man's eyes were filled with confusion, wanting to ask this question. Because I will become their junior, Wang Chen said, taking a sip of milk tea in tribute to the spirits on the stone tablets. Become their junior? You want to enter our school? The old man looked at Wang Chen, somewhat surprised. Yes, I am here to participate in the entrance trial. I wonder if you, the principal, are ready. Wang Chen asked the old man, addressing him as principal, revealing the old man's identity. Principal? Is he really the principal here? He looks so ordinary, I can't tell at all. Ning Meng blurted out at that moment, as the old man appeared very average and did not give off the aura of a master. As the principal of a martial arts academy, he should at least have the strength of a fourth transformation, otherwise, how could he command respect? Even if the school had fallen into decline, it shouldn't be led by an ordinary person. You need to think carefully, there is no future in coming here. To be honest, there are only 3 people left in the entire school, me and 2 students. An almost useless old man and 2 good-for-nothing students. The principal looked at Wang Chen and smiled, a smile that seemed to carry a lot of bitterness and a hint of helplessness. It seemed that in his eyes, this school was beyond saving, and he felt a bit despondent. Undeniably, you are right, but I have come, I am your savior. These problems can all be solved. Wang Chen's words made the old principal pause for a moment before he burst into hearty laughter. Kid, you are quite interesting. You know I am done for, so you come to amuse me, right? Or are you just here to watch the old man's joke? The old man looked at Wang Chen, his expression shifting, as he still couldn't discern Wang Chen's true intentions. Neither, I mean it. Old man, you have old injuries that have never healed, and it seems you have been poisoned once in recent years. Moreover, you forcibly increased your strength for the sake of your students, leaving your body in a state of deficiency in both energy and blood, compounded by lingering toxins. If nothing unexpected happens, you will likely die in the coming months. Wang Chen looked at the old man, pretending to be a divine doctor, but in reality, he had just used his heavenly eye to see the information. This heavenly eye, combined with medical knowledge, was indeed a miraculous tool. Because the heavenly eye could see both internal and external conditions, it was like a collection of countless diagnostic machines, and with foresight, one could know which medicine would be suitable and effective. How do you know this? Who are you, and what do you want from me? The old man immediately became alert. If he had investigated these matters, it must mean he had ulterior motives. But the question was, if he had ulterior motives, what value did he still hold? He couldn't guarantee that, after all, the 2 countries of Wobang were quite mysterious, and he didn't know what they needed. I just want you to live well. You still need to serve this school for several more decades. There will be batches of excellent students who need your guidance. In the future, your students will become the pillars of Huaxia and even the saviors of the world. And you will be the heroic old principal. Wang Chen spoke as if he were very excited, almost convincing others that it was true. The savior of the world you mentioned, are you talking about yourself? You guessed it, as expected of my principal. Wang Chen was serious. In the future, he truly would be a savior, as the world-ending beasts would need him to resolve them. But who would believe this? At least the old principal wouldn't believe it now, but he found Wang Chen quite interesting. Although he didn't believe his words, he wasn't angry. Instead, he felt a bit inclined to chat more with Wang Chen. Alright, show me the materials. If I'm satisfied, I'll accept you directly. Okay, I've sent it to you. Wang Chen immediately transmitted the materials to the other party and simultaneously submitted his application for admission. So you're the Sss-Level unclassed one. If it's you, then go ahead and join our martial arts academy. After all, you're already done for. The old principal said bluntly, as if he understood Wang Chen's intention, just casually looking for a martial arts academy to attend. The young man was still too naive. The most important aspects of a martial arts academy are resources, the guidance of teachers, and the help of classmates. Otherwise, having the qualification for a martial arts academy is utterly meaningless. This is different from those liberal arts colleges, which value diplomas. Don't I have to participate in a trial? This seems against the rules. My trial was you standing quietly with me for 30 minutes just now. That was my trial, and you've passed. The old principal said casually. Admission trials cannot be skipped, but what constitutes an admission trial is determined by the entire school leadership. In other schools, this wouldn't just be one principal, but here it is. Ah, I passed just like that? How boring. I was all set to enjoy the show. Ning Mang looked disappointed, and at that moment, a gourd had already grown on the vine beside her. She picked it and started eating. Her summoning vine skill had now advanced to the point where it could grow gourds, and they were indeed edible, but this consumed energy and caused the land to lose some fertility. The summoning vine skill itself also consumes these two resources, so one cannot use too many vines in one place, otherwise, the land would lose its fertility, preventing her from summoning further. Yeah, I was ready to enjoy the show too. It ended just like that, how uninteresting. Dugu Fong also expressed her disappointment. Haitang could only remain speechless, feeling equally disappointed inside. The old principal looked at their skills, his eyes lighting up a bit, and said, "Aren't you three girls going to sign up?" "We're not signing up." Ning Mang immediately shook her head. "The three of them are from next door. This place isn't suitable for them. Mainly, you don't have any resources here, and they would only cause me trouble. If you manage to get some resources, I wouldn't mind letting them come here," Wang Chen said directly, not holding back at all. What kind of place did he think this was? A vacation spot? I see. Well, teaming up with them for training and leveling up wouldn't be bad. That way, your resources wouldn't be too scarce. It's a pity you're unclassed, others won't take you along. I just don't understand why you chose to be unclassed. Were you out of your mind back then? No. Are you still out of your mind now? The old principal was quite curious about Wang Chen's choice. It was something anyone would be curious about, not just him. Because being unclassed can be quite powerful. My talent combined with being unclassed is the best. But I don't need to tell you that. Your current task is to clean this place up, tidy my dormitory, and do a good job with logistics. In a few days, a new student will be coming, so make sure you don't embarrass our Northtown Vocational School. Wang Chen spoke with an air of authority to the old principal. The old principal was somewhat speechless. How did he end up as a logistics worker, being directed by a new student who hadn't even paid tuition? No, he had to let the other party know who was really in charge here. Wait, a new student is coming in a few days? This was truly unprecedented. Just getting one new student was impressive enough, and now there was another? Is the new student coming in a few days your friend? No. Never seen before, nor have we communicated, but you will know when the time comes. Just remember it for a few days. And when is that? The old principal asked deliberately, hoping Wang Chen would prepare a draft. Unexpectedly, without a moment's thought, Wang Chen replied directly, 3 days. 3 days? Fine, if no one comes in 3 days, I will slap you right then and there. The old principal didn't believe Wang Chen had the ability to predict the future. What the old principal never expected was that within 3 days, someone indeed came, and not just one person, but 3 students in total joined in, which brought tears to the old principal's eyes. At that moment, he realized how accurate Wang Chen's words were. Since these matters are settled, you can handle my injuries. What about those 2 useless wasteful senior brothers of yours? They've given me headaches for 5 years. Do you know how I spent these 5 years? The old principal looked at Wang Chen and threw out a question. He was eager to see if Wang Chen could do it. Even if he couldn't, it didn't matter, but it was worth a try. In the academy, Wang Chen's team was busy with a thorough cleaning, using their respective skills to clear the nearby paths for easier passage. At that moment, Wang Chen wielded the blood-drinking sword to cut grass, while for Haitang, it was much easier. She directly used 2 flying swords to harvest. Ning Meng summoned vines to bind the piles of weeds and set them aside. As for Dugu Fong, upon seeing this situation, she simply walked away, saying she was going to register as a new student. She wouldn't stay to help, even though during this time she had been teaming up with Wang Chen and the others and had developed some feelings, but it wasn't enough to make her stay and help. Haitang and Ning Meng were mainly there to practice their skills, which was why Wang Chen allowed them to stay, otherwise, he wouldn't have let them do this. He had already decided who would come. Wang Chen at Xiaoho Taiju Wang Chen, pictures. In the group chat, Wang Chen posted many photos of Ning Meng and Haitang. It must be said that the angles and the ambience were beautiful. His photography skills had also reached a peak due to his super comprehension. Super comprehension not only applied to professional skills but also gave his brain an extraordinary understanding ability, making it easy for him to remember everything at a glance and master anything quickly. Photography, because he often posted pictures in the group, unknowingly turned him into a master. And this group was the class group of Linhai High School, their senior class. Xiaoho Taiju, where are you? I'll come right away. Wang Chen, location. Wang Chen was straightforward and directly sent the location. Xiaoho Taiju, I'll be there soon. Why did he say soon? Everyone quickly found out that Xiaoho Taiju was actually in Jinbei City. Although he had left that time and returned to his family, participating in the college entrance examination training, it didn't stop him from keeping an eye on Ning Meng. Knowing that Ning Meng had gone to Jinbei Martial Academy, he naturally had to follow. He had been in Jinbei City for a few days, waiting for Ning Meng, and upon seeing Wang Chen's message, he immediately went over. With this free labor, plus he was a big shot, he would find people to help, making the school's thorough cleaning work much faster. Before long, skills like wind blade that could quickly cut grass appeared on campus. It must be said that using wind blade for this was really convenient. In no time, a smooth lawn appeared, and the campus looked much more pleasant. During break time, everyone gathered together eating snacks and setting up a barbecue, creating a joyful scene. However, a group of people wearing suits and sunglasses entered from outside the campus. As they approached Wang Chen and the others, they parted to make way for a man with a big beard walking in the middle. The big bearded man wore a floral shirt, deliberately exposing his chest to show off a large gold chain and the tattoos on his chest, with both arms covered in tattoos as well. He walked straight up to the principal and immediately began with a mocking tone. "Oh, it's quite lively here today. Principal Gu, why bother with a cleanup like this? We'll handle it ourselves, you just need to take care of the paperwork. This place will belong to our Li Group from now on." Li Group? Isn't that one of the top 10 conglomerates in Huaxia, with businesses in various industries and spread across the country? But why would they be interested in such a worthless little place? The previous text had already mentioned that real estate is a garbage industry now, with houses practically worthless, and there are actually quite a few vacant lots in the city due to the low population. The city can't support so many people, not because there's not enough land, but because there aren't enough other resources. Moreover, although there is a martial arts academy nearby, students can meet all their needs within the academy, so the outside businesses don't benefit from the students. Therefore, there must be other connections at play here. No need for paperwork. I've just recruited a student, and there will be more coming in 3 days, so we will continue to run this school. The big bearded man was momentarily stunned, as if he had heard something incredibly funny, and then he began to laugh heartily, clutching his stomach. "Ha, Principal Gu, are you trying to kill me with laughter? You think students will come here? More will come in 3 days? Are these students out of their minds? They'd be better off leveling up on their own than being here with you all dragging them down." Exactly, only those with issues would come here. This isn't a liberal arts college where you can get a diploma and coast by. This is a martial arts academy where people constantly upgrade their skills, and you have to prove your strength on site wherever you go. A martial arts academy certificate is worthless. The big bearded man and those around him burst into laughter, not just because of what was said, but mainly because this martial arts academy couldn't provide resources for students and might even require them to undertake tasks to keep the school running. Therefore, no one would want to come to such a school. Normal people would steer clear of it. As for whether they could attract those who failed their exams, that was also a joke. Let those who failed stay failed, no need to force it. If those who failed could be nurtured, the martial arts academy would have taken them in. After all, it would enhance Huaxia's strength. This doesn't mean that those who failed can't level up or create miracles. First, regarding the former, they can level up and improve, but there's no need for the academy to teach them. They can practice on their own. As for the latter, the probability of those miracles is too low. For a martial arts academy, even if you have a 1% chance of success, why would they give up that 100% for your 1%? Sometimes, don't blame others for not giving opportunities, they have given them, but the fact proves that such a gambling mentality is not advisable. It's better to stick with what is currently good. What the hell are you, daring to act wild in our vocational college? Before Wang Chen could speak, Xiahou Taizhu had already rushed out and threw a punch. Wang Chen immediately stepped forward to help pull the big bearded man and his group back. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Damn it, let go of me. You're pulling me into getting hit. The suited thug yelled angrily as Wang Chen held onto him while Xiahou Taizhu continued to strike. Sorry, I'll let go right now. Wang Chen immediately released him and went to grab someone else, resulting in the same scene repeating itself. Every time Wang Chen pulled someone, Xiahou Taizhu would beat that person up. Thus, this group was thoroughly beaten. The big bearded man, witnessing this situation, looked completely bewildered. What on earth was happening? Ning Meng couldn't help but laugh, clutching her stomach, clearly aware that Wang Chen and the other person were doing it on purpose. However, Principal Gu was a bit puzzled. How could the two of them strike without even knowing who the other was? But seeing the situation, he had to speak up, mainly to prevent the bearded men from retaliating against Wang Chen. Stop it. You two back off. Just because someone looks a bit ugly, speaks harshly, and has a bit of a mental disability, you can't treat them like this. The bearded men fell silent. Were they being bullied? Damn it, they were bullying me. Do you know the current situation? This place will soon be taken over by our Li Group, so stop doing these pointless things. You're looking for death. The bearded man suddenly erupted with a surge of power, swinging a short staff, and a skull appeared in front of him. The skull exuded a terrifying aura of death, its mouth wide open as it lunged at Xiahou Taiju. Boom! Xiahou Taiju was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his vitality diminished by more than half. This bearded man was a level 40 necromancer, easily overpowering Xiahou Taiju, who had just enrolled. When a mage reaches the second transition, they can develop many branches. Besides elemental magic, there are also necromancy, summoning, and others. The first transition is a basic profession, while the second transition marks an advancement. Generally, being able to undergo a second transition is a significant breakthrough, transforming an ordinary person into an elite. It's a watershed moment. Although higher talent increases the success rate of the second transition, it doesn't guarantee success. This was soon proven by someone. In short, this bearded man was already considered an elite. With a casual strike, he had incapacitated Xiahou Taiju, a newly transitioned student. At this moment, the bearded man wanted to continue targeting Wang Chen, especially since Wang Chen had just made a move. Just then, Principal Gu spoke up. Impudent! Do you really think I'm dead? Even if I were dead, you think you could offend me? Principal Gu's voice was deep, though he didn't sound angry. It sent chills down people's spines. Was this what it meant to be formidable without anger? This Principal Gu seemed extraordinary. The bearded man's expression changed slightly, as if he had just remembered the terror of the other party. People are like this. After poking a tiger a few times and finding it doesn't retaliate, they start to grow bold and reckless. Principal Gu, after all, was from the older generation. Even if he was injured and sick now, he had once been a fierce tiger, with many friends of the same level. Although the bearded man was backed by the Li group and wouldn't kill anyone, he could certainly inflict injury, and at that time, his status in the Li group would decline, making him vulnerable to being usurped. I'm sorry, Principal Gu, I got a bit carried away, but it's not entirely my fault. These two kids struck first. Let's just let this matter go. Let's talk about the school. You can deregister the school, and we'll take this land. Let's not complicate things. This was agreed upon between you and our Li group beforehand. The bearded man immediately forced a smile, showing he could bend and stretch, but he already had a plan in mind. Kid, see you at the school gate. What he didn't know was that once he stepped out of that school gate, he would be dealt with. Xiahou Taiju was not someone who would let this go unpunished. How could he allow himself to be beaten like this? Where would he put his face if word got out? However, even if the bearded man were to die, there were still the little bearded men, the long bearded men, the white bearded men, the black bearded men. The Li group had its eyes on this land, and it certainly wouldn't end like this. I already said, if the school can't operate, it's yours, but now that there's hope for the school, this matter naturally can't count. At this moment, Principal Gu did not look at the big bearded man, but instead focused on the stone tablet in front of him and the group of vibrant young students led by Wang Chen. He seemed to see hope in the future, reigniting the fighting spirit in his heart that had long been extinguished. Principal Gu, how can you still be so naive? What's the situation at your school now? You have no teachers, no library, no logistics, and you even owe a lot of people money. Just from our Li group alone, you owe over $1 million. Let's set that aside. Starting from scratch, you don't even have the capability to rebuild the necessary facilities here. Just give up. Stop wasting your efforts. The big bearded man said disdainfully, as there was no hope here. The problem couldn't be solved with just a few students. Moreover, these students weren't even yours. He had already checked, and aside from Wang Chen, the others were not students from this place. Your family lives by the sea, so you're meddling in things that don't concern you. Xiahou Taiju immediately expressed his thoughts. I'm just reminding you, don't do useless work. It seems only this Wang Chen has a problem with his head. It's no wonder he, with his Sss-Level talent, chose to be unemployed. Truly extraordinary. The big bearded man looked at Wang Chen with a sneer. This guy, who started the day with high hopes, was bound to face a downfall. At the same time, he wanted to convey that one person alone was useless. The school would still close down in the end. Not just one, more people will come in a couple of days. Principal Gu said. At this moment he believed in Wang Chen. Impossible. In this place, if someone comes, I'll kick my head to you. The big bearded man shook his head and immediately retorted, but soon thought of something and added, but no one can recruit students, can't promise any benefits, and the recruitment standards can't change. This was to prevent using connections and benefits to recruit a portion of people, as such individuals were meaningless. Don't worry, we'll just wait here, and naturally, people will come. However, your people can't interfere, it must happen naturally. Wang Chen spoke up at this moment. As soon as he said this, everyone present felt that Wang Chen was being a bit overconfident. Given the current situation, it was impossible for anyone to come naturally. Good, very good, I accept your challenge. The big bearded man laughed. He didn't believe there could be such foolish people. Under the same standards, why would anyone choose this academy over others? This time he was sure of victory, and since that was the case, shouldn't there be a wager? Before the big bearded man could voice this thought, Wang Chen had already spoken. Since it's a gamble, there should be a wager. If you lose, you'll work as our cleaner for 4 years. A cleaner, of course, included cleaning the toilets. Alright, I accept, but what if you lose? Although I won't lose, since you asked, I'll casually agree to one of your conditions. You can think about it slowly. Wang Chen was very unconcerned, as if he was already certain of winning. This made the big bearded man very displeased, secretly vowing to come up with a condition that would be hard for the other party to accept, something extremely humiliating. We'll come back in 3 days. The big bearded man waved his hand and left. At this point, he couldn't force anything, so it was better to wait for 3 days and leave with a harsh remark. After they left, Principal Gu and Haitang approached Wang Chen to ask why he was so confident. Wang Chen did not answer but instead gave Xiaoho Taiju a bottle of restorative potion, allowing everyone to continue the big cleanup, and then went to buy materials to refine potions. The school's laboratories were all intact. Although the facilities were a bit old, they were usable. And because they were old, they weren't worth much, and no one wanted them. Of course, no one dared to take them. Such fixed assets were registered, and taking them would be equivalent to breaking the law. Wang Chen was refining the potion this time for Principal Gu. Although it couldn't cure the illness completely, at least it could alleviate the symptoms. However, Principal Gu still didn't believe it, thinking that Wang Chen was just comforting himself. He had suffered from this ailment for decades and had sought out famous doctors, all of whom only treated the symptoms, not the root cause. How could a young boy like Wang Chen possibly help? But he didn't care about that now. The most important thing was that someone would come to sign up within 3 days. That was what everyone was most concerned about. It's been 3 days, hurry up and get that piece of land. Why does this old man suddenly want to start a school again? In the bright office of the Li Group's Jinbei City branch, a coldly beautiful woman in professional attire stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, looking towards Jinbei Street. She was on a call with a bearded man, and after giving a few instructions, she hung up the phone. At that moment, she returned to her desk, where a nameplate read Li Zixian. Soon, she logged into a virtual community, which was like a virtual online game where one could shop, socialize, and chat. She appeared in a quiet tea room, a private space she had created for herself, and soon a small black figure appeared. This small figure had no face or physical features, resembling the small black figure from Conan. Anyone could be it. Our plan has already started here. How are things on your end? The small black figure sipped tea in the tea room, appearing quite relaxed, but from his tone, even through the network, one could sense his seriousness and urgency. The plan is fine. If that school closes down, even if it doesn't, there are only so many people there, it will be easy to take over, Li Zixin said. She wasn't worried about being monitored here because this virtual community belonged to the Li Group, and the servers were provided by them. These servers would not monitor or record her actions. This was her privilege, and those who checked were her people, so there was no fear of leaks. No, this time the plan cannot have any accidents. If there are any, you and I will have to die to make a point. Don't worry, I know. Even if I can't take it down by then, I will find a way to control it. That's good to hear. Hurry up and get to work. Also, if you get the chance, kill that Wang Chen. He has already disrupted our plans many times. I hope he won't ruin this one. The small black figure suddenly mentioned Wang Chen, sounding a bit angry. If Wang Chen were here, he would definitely find it strange. Who did he offend that they wanted to kill him? And which plans had he disrupted? It was mostly with the Wang family. Could it be them? Yes, I will. Clearly, Li Zixian didn't seem particularly concerned about Wang Chen. A new student with no profession, currently only at a level in the 20s, what was there to be concerned about? After discussing a few more matters, Li Zixian logged off and once again looked towards Jinbei Street, gazing at Jinbei Vocational College. I didn't expect this broken place to be so crucial. Who would have thought that our people buried such arrangements here hundreds of years ago? They almost succeeded back then, but it's good, their efforts won't be in vain. But will anyone really come to that school? Besides Wang Chen, who else would be foolish enough to come? Li Zixian couldn't think of anyone who would be willing. With only 3 days left, and no one showing up, were they really going to wait until the last moment? Did they think this was a movie where the protagonist always shows up at the last minute? This was reality. That was impossible. At this moment, Big Beard was having similar thoughts. He directly called someone over, preparing to tidy up the place after everyone had left and rebuild it according to the group's plan. He didn't understand why the group wanted to rebuild here, it felt meaningless, and why this place? Was it really to serve the Northern Town Martial Academy? Impossible, his group wasn't that kind-hearted. Meanwhile, although there were many people at the Northern Town Martial Academy, most of the upperclassmen had already left to hunt exotic beasts and half-beasts, leaving only the freshmen behind. Leveling up still relied on hunting exotic beasts, not on studying at the academy. Therefore, there weren't that many people actually here, and with such a flow of people, it seemed unnecessary to build a commercial complex like this. Big Beard and Li Zhixian had already prepared their plans, just waiting for the gamble to be won before getting started. As the 3-day deadline approached, Big Beard couldn't help but declare victory, only to be doused with cold water by Xiahou Taizhu. And it was really cold water. At the same time, Xiahou Taizhu threw some harsh words at Big Beard, which I won't detail here. You can keep talking tough, but no one is coming. There's only 5 minutes left, and I don't believe anyone will show up in these 5 minutes. Big Beard pointed ahead, where his virtual projection displayed the countdown. You no longer have a chance to turn things around. Soon, the countdown reached 3 minutes. Big Beard smiled even more smugly. Wang Chen, are you sure someone is coming? Principal Gu was starting to doubt whether it was necessary to be so provocative, expecting someone to arrive within a few minutes of the countdown. Exactly, Ling Feng, if no one really comes, I can help you find a few, Xiahou Taizhu said anxiously. At this moment, besides Xiahou Taizhu, Haitang, Ning Meng, and Du Gufeng were also present. How could they miss such an event? Although they weren't students of this school, they were quite concerned. In addition to them, some classmates they had recently met, as well as other students from the Northern Town Martial Academy who heard the news, had come to watch. A group of people was sitting on the wall of the Northern Town Martial Academy, watching everything clearly without needing binoculars. It's fine, they will come. Wang Chen remained calm. Countdown, 0:59. Damn, it's already down to 1 minute, this feels so thrilling. Is someone really coming? And does this person know that many are waiting here for them? 10, 9. The countdown has begun. The expressions of those present, whether involved or onlookers, were varied and interesting. But the most interesting moment was wait, don't count down. No, sorry, I'm late. At this moment, a boy was seen sprinting down the street of Northern Town, followed by a girl, looking like a perfect couple. A golden boy and a jade girl. Hurry, sign here, put your fingerprint. Wang Chen immediately took out the enrollment application form, had the other party sign it, and then pulled their hand to press a fingerprint. At this moment, Wang Chen immediately held up the signed form and fingerprint, announcing that these two students had officially enrolled and could not back out. That damned familiarity felt like it had been honed through countless trials. There really are fools coming? Are the 3 biggest fools in the world all here? Looking at the 2 freshmen beside Wang Chen, Big Beard felt uneasy all over. This is ridiculous. How could someone really come? But fortunately, he still had a backup plan. In recent days, he had studied the laws regarding the martial academy, and there was a clause that could just deal with the current situation. According to the latest law from the Martial Arts Academy, if a school does not enroll students within 3 years, it must enroll at least 30 students. Tell me, where are you going to find 30 people? 30 people? Not to mention that number, even finding 10 would be difficult. What does your Li group mean by this? Why do you insist on this school's land? Is it beneficial for you? Principal Gu felt that something was off. At this time, the other party should have retreated. This place isn't worth much, the Li group shouldn't be interested. There isn't anything particularly valuable nearby, and the area hasn't developed. The Li group claims they want to develop it, but it seems there are hidden motives. Principal Gu suspected there was a problem, but without understanding the information, how could he know what was inside or what the people's intentions were? Even the smartest person, without data to support them, can only guess blindly. This place has always been what we wanted. Our Li group values keeping our promises. If we can't resolve matters like this, how can we negotiate with others in the future? The bearded man spoke, not as an excuse, but because that was what the higher-ups had told him. He was just a low-level employee, how could he know the details? Eventually, both sides argued for a while, and the issue boiled down to one thing. According to the new regulations, this school must enroll 30 students, but there were only 3 new students, and counting the 2 old ones, they still needed 25. This was a bit too difficult for this academy. What about Lingfeng? We've checked, and the new regulations are indeed like this. If a school hasn't enrolled students for 3 years and doesn't have 30 students, it will be merged. However, generally, no one would care, but now, messages were being sent in the Haitang group, which was newly created. Besides the 4 of them, there was also Xiahou Taizhu. The group was called the Northern Town Drunken Banquet Group, and the group owner was Xiahou Taizhu, who felt abandoned because he noticed Wang Chen and the others often chatting privately. At this moment, the group was discussing the current situation. Xiahou Taizhu, how about I find 30 F-grade eliminated students, promise them some conditions, and consider it as training talent for our Xiahou family? Dugu Feng, that's not impossible. We can find some people in Linhai City, they can contribute to Linhai City in the future. Wang Chen, no need to make it so complicated, just enroll nearby. It's only 30 people. As long as we call out, people will respond. It's a small matter. Everyone fell silent, not understanding where Wang Chen's confidence came from. While they were silent, Wang Chen had already spoken to the bearded man. The matter of 30 people, we will naturally resolve it. Even without you, we will solve it. You don't need to worry about this, I just want to remind you of one thing. What thing? It's time for you to get to work. Go clean the school, especially our dormitory, it needs a good cleaning. Wang Chen's words made the bearded man's face darken instantly. He suddenly remembered that he had lost the bet. Well, should we bet again? If you can enroll 30 students within 3 days, I will work as a janitor in this school for the rest of my life. If you can't do it, then the previous bet is off. The bearded man thought for a moment. He didn't want to backtrack as it would be too embarrassing, so he proposed another bet. He believed the other party absolutely couldn't do it, but he was also afraid they wouldn't agree because it was impossible. Wang Chen, don't agree to him, let him be a janitor for 3 years first. That's right, I'll keep an eye on him later and make sure he gets the dirtiest and most exhausting tasks. By the way, Ling Feng, did you keep those tasks because of him? At this moment, the others, including Dugu Feng, were reluctant to agree, and they also thought of Wang Chen's previous arrangements, as there were still places left uncleaned. If one person were to handle those areas, it would definitely wear them out for a month and be filthy. I accept your new bet. Wang Chen unexpectedly agreed, surprising everyone. Wang Chen, 3 days is too rushed, it should at least be 7 days. The most concerning aspect of this matter was the timing. It could easily be postponed for half a month since the school review time was still early. No need, 3 days is enough, others won't give us that much time. Wang Chen shook his head and cast a meaningful glance at the bearded man. That glance wasn't directed at the bearded man himself but at the person behind him. Does he know something? The bearded man felt a bit puzzled. He was currently live streaming, and his superiors were watching the situation through his perspective. Indeed, it was that office, with the somewhat cold and alluring woman, who was now observing the events here. Can you recruit 25 people in 3 days? Li Zixian frowned. Honestly, she felt that Wang Chen was just putting on a show. Given the current situation at the school, it was impossible to recruit anyone. And if they needed Dugu Feng and Xiahou Tieju's help, 3 days wouldn't be enough because their influence wasn't here. Finding suitable fresh graduates in this area was impossible. Where did he get his confidence? Ha, you are really interesting. Your mind is all over the place. If you said 10 days, I would believe you could do it, but 3 days? Even if you were allowed to recruit, you wouldn't be able to manage it. In Jinbei City, because of the Jinbei Army, anyone who changes jobs will have someone to train them. What the Jinbei Martial Academy doesn't want, the military school will take. You won't find anyone. The bearded man burst into laughter. Jinbei City was different from other cities. Almost everyone here was a descendant of soldiers, each with a spirit of dedication to protect their homeland, destined to become useful individuals in Jinbei City. Once they changed jobs, they would be nurtured and protected by the Jinbei Army, even if they were just F-grade. Of course, this could also be said to be because Jinbei City was in dire need of people. Originally, the Jinbei Vocational College was responsible for training these individuals, but something very unfortunate happened at this college, leading to its decline. The reputation of this school in Jinbei City was not good at all, almost to the point where everyone despised it. Therefore, it became even harder to recruit people. The remaining 25 individuals were going to be a challenge. You don't need to worry about that. Anyway, in 3 days, you'll become the lifelong janitor of this school, so you can get ready. Wang Chen smiled, looking confident, which only made others feel he was putting on an act. Then I'll wait for it. Let's go. We'll come back in 3 days. The bearded man sneered and turned to leave. Stop. Wang Chen called out. What? Are you backing out? That should be my question to you. Have you forgotten? Regardless of whether the bet in 3 days is valid or not, your previous bet has already been fulfilled. Now, you should go be your janitor. The bearded man fell silent. It seemed he couldn't escape being a janitor for 3 days. If he ran away, his credibility would be ruined. But with Wang Chen's attitude, he would definitely assign him the dirtiest and most exhausting tasks, which he couldn't accept. No, I can hire someone to do those things. He looked at the few younger brothers beside him, who had a bad feeling. Wang Chen didn't care about the bearded man's little thoughts. As long as someone was doing the cleaning, what he needed to do now was continue recruiting. Wang Chen's recruitment was anything but ordinary, and his actions left everyone stunned. At the entrance of the Northern Town Martial Academy, Wang Chen sat across from a small table, brewing a pot of tea and placing a plate of peanuts, a plate of sunflower seeds, and a plate of blooming broad beans. If it were just these items, people might think he was simply having tea, albeit in a strange location, which could still be understood. Well, who cares about someone with a not-so-bright mind? But the problem was that next to Wang Chen's table stood a banner with bold, flamboyant characters that read, Northern Town Vocational College Admissions Office. What the hell, this kid is actually poaching students right at the entrance of the Northern Town Martial Academy. This scene was immediately shared online, and someone even live-streamed Wang Chen, eager to see when he would get beaten up. Although the Northern Town Martial Academy wouldn't intervene, the students below would surely be unable to resist coming to stir up trouble for Wang Chen. However, no one expected that Wang Chen's next move would be even more astonishing. As the crowd grew, he raised another banner that read Ironclad Predictions. What does this mean? It seemed that the vast majority of people didn't understand. After all, in this era, fortune-telling had long since faded into history. It's about reading faces and fortune-telling. To put it simply, I can read your face to know your past and future, and I can give you some advice to help you avoid misfortune and seek good fortune. Once Wang Chen said this, the onlookers and those online eating popcorn understood. He was just a con artist. Do you think we're 3-year-olds? Do you really think we would believe such nonsense? The people around him looked down on Wang Chen, wanting to overturn his stall. If they were to directly topple the recruitment stall of the Northern Town Vocational College, they would be criticized. After all, he was just recruiting students here, and there was nothing wrong with that. It should be noted that the Northern Town Martial Academy, being one of the 7 major martial academies, attracted many participants for the final entrance trials, and each year, a considerable number of students joined through these trials. However, many were also eliminated, and these individuals would become targets for recruitment by other martial academies. After all, most of the fresh graduates who dared to come here believed they could give it a shot. If there were no hope, they wouldn't come. Of course, there were also some oddballs and those who just wanted to give it a try. Therefore, it wasn't surprising for Wang Chen to recruit here. It was just that generally, people wouldn't be so blatant about it. Usually, they would make private contacts. If it didn't work out here, they would go to other academies. Because of this, Wang Chen's actions were actually encroaching not only on the Northern Town Martial Academy but also on other martial academies. I know you don't believe me, so I will make you believe. I will give you 3 free fortune-telling opportunities. You can ask one question about yourself. Wang Chen said calmly, and after finishing, he continued to drink tea and munch on seeds, his calm demeanor leaving everyone in awe. At this moment, the onlookers exchanged glances, discussing how to expose Wang Chen's lies. This was actually quite simple. They just needed to have Wang Chen do a fortune-telling, but the person chosen had to be carefully selected. This person should not be a well-known figure. It was best if they were obscure and had a somewhat troubled fate. So, they pushed a young boy forward, who was wearing a high school uniform, clearly displaying the school's name. Although the uniform was a bit worn, it was clean, and signs of mending were visible. He looked ordinary, and his average build didn't suggest that a troubled fate would make him stand out. It might even make him more ordinary. What question do you want to ask? Wang Chen asked straightforwardly. Any question is fine? Does this count as a question? If you want to calculate, then don't answer. Someone nearby helped to ask. Of course, anything is fine, but it has to be related to yourself. These questions don't count, but please don't ask too much. It's a waste of everyone's time, Wang Chen said with a look of disdain. Hello, my name is Xiao Buju, and I want to ask how I can become a 5th transition. This Xiao Buju was quite clever. If it was just one question, he should ask what he most wanted to know and understand. However, such a question should have come later. Was it too early to ask now? He didn't even know if Wang Chen was really accurate. Wang Chen frowned. This kid wanted to take advantage of his guidance. Was he believing in himself, or was he just teasing him? Even if I answer your question, it won't immediately prove my accuracy, but I can tell you one thing. No matter how hard you try, you won't become a 5th transition. But you will definitely think that what I said doesn't count. Wang Chen's answer made people think. Such questions were about the future. How could he prove he was right? They still needed to ask about past events. Jabuju, don't waste our time. Just ask something you know. Aren't you most eager to know if your sister is still alive? Ask him. The people nearby began to remind Xiao Buju not to be clever and to ask something certain. Can the previous question be considered a joke? Sure, just as a bonus. Wang Chen nodded. He wanted to prove his accuracy, to show he was a diviner, and this matter needed these people to validate it, so he wouldn't refuse. Then I'll ask, where are my family members now? Zhao Buju asked, including his sister and parents. This time, he wasn't being clever, it was more data, making it easier to judge. What if asking about his sister's news just happened to hit the mark? Your father died 7 years ago at the hands of a half-beast, your mother died 3 years ago from illness, both buried in Fusho Mountain, and your sister went missing at the market 10 years ago. But fate is interesting, after all the twists and turns, your sister has long been by your side. Wang Chen said it straightforwardly, without the jargon of fortune-tellers, because he saw it directly with his heavenly eye, needing no calculations. What? My sister is by my side? Zhao Buju immediately stood up, then shook his head. Impossible, you're lying to me. If my sister were by my side, how could I not know? Have you heard of a curse from a single dog? Wishing lovers become siblings. No way, impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Zhao Buju's face turned a bit pale. At this moment, the entire crowd began to stir. Wow, I didn't expect to get such unexpected news while eating melon. Originally, Zhao Buju and Chen Bulian's love story was what everyone was talking about, the classic tale of a poor boy and a rich girl. Zhao Buju worked hard for Chen Buliang and eventually got into the Northern Town Martial Academy, thinking he could finally silence the Chen family, but now this happened. Hey, don't overthink it. We don't even know if what Wang Chen said is true. Right, maybe Wang Chen is just talking nonsense, this is too unbelievable. At this moment, everyone thought Wang Chen was talking nonsense, which aligned with their suspicions that he was a fraud. However, they never expected that this situation would soon take a dramatic turn, and this change felt like a winding road, twisting and turning. Latest news, it turns out Chen Buliang was adopted. According to the photos and information at the time, she is Zhao Buju's sister, Zhao Caimiao. Wow, is it that thrilling? Are they really siblings? The onlookers were indeed powerful, it didn't take long for someone to uncover the truth. At this moment, one of the protagonists, Chen Buliang, also arrived, watching Zhao Buju take out his old photos. No! Zhao Buju knelt down. At that moment, Wang Chen suddenly wanted to sing a cut of Plum. Alright, stop crying, this is a good thing. You found your sister, and you have another girlfriend. Wang Chen comforted. A good thing? Another girlfriend? Is this even human talk? Your girlfriend is your long-lost sister, can you handle that? If you believe me, promise me one request, and I can point you in the right direction. Wang Chen continued. This statement was quite confusing. What direction could he possibly point them to? Was it to escape to a place where they didn't know them? This kind of operation wouldn't solve the problem. Okay, I agree. At this moment, Zhao Buju immediately looked at Wang Chen and nodded vigorously. He wasn't thinking about much, he just needed someone to help point the way. There's good news and bad news. The good news is that you are not the biological children of your current parents, they swapped their child with the child of their master. Wang Chen revealed a shocking piece of news, which would soon reach that master's household, causing a storm. Although they didn't believe such baseless news, they would verify it. And the bad news? At this point, Zhao Buju was willing to believe the good news, but the problem was that there was also bad news, and he felt that the bad news would ruin the good news. The onlookers shared the same thought. Usually, in such good news bad news scenarios, the good news was almost useless. The bad news is that your sister was also swapped, you are both children of the same master. No! Zhao Buju knelt down again. Snowflakes drifted. Why are you so cruel, giving us hope and then plunging us into despair? Chen Buliang glared at Wang Chen. You guys are really something, is love more important than family? If you are siblings, isn't that better than being lovers? You can have as many lovers as you want, but siblings are different. This line was spoken by an onlooker who had seen people discussing it online and just relate it. This online onlooker was called Shangwan Huniu. How could such a thing lack our beloved melon-eating deity, especially since this matter was being broadcast in the Linhai High School group? Zhao Buju and Chen Bulian fell silent. Did they really have to become siblings? This isn't me being cruel, I'm just stating the facts. However, don't mind me, there's another piece of bad news and good news. Do you want to hear it? Wang Chen continued. You say. I can tell you, but revealing such secrets requires a price. Wang Chen put on a pained expression. What do you want? Just say it. I want you to continue agreeing to one condition, making it 2 conditions including the previous one. Okay. Zhao Buju naturally agreed, nothing was more important than this. This was the hero's short-lived passion for romance. The good news is that you have 2 mothers, but the bad news is that you have the same father. When Wang Chen said the first half, Zhao Buju and the others straightened up, but the latter part made them feel an impulse to kill Wang Chen. Don't rush, there's still one good news and one bad news. The good news is that your sister's mother had an affair, betraying your father, so you are not biological siblings. Wow, this melon is so juicy. Whose family drama is this? Can you reveal it so we know who the main character is? In the group, Shangwon Hunio and the others were frantically questioning Wang Chen, all asking who the original owner really was. The bad news is that after this matter is exposed, this young lady's maternal family will be at odds with your father's family, and your relationship will definitely face opposition from both sides. At that time, the pressure on you will be immense. The two, who had been quite happy, instantly cooled down upon hearing this. Actually, you don't need to worry about them, they have nothing to do with you, they never raised you, so you can completely ignore them, Wang Chen added, which made their eyes light up again. That's right, our matters are our own business, and they have nothing to do with them. Zhao Buju firmly held Chen Bulia's hand and said resolutely, "You too, do you really believe his words? He might just be making up stories, all of this could be fake." Someone spoke up from the side, and this statement immediately sparked a discussion among everyone, who felt that this situation indeed seemed unlikely and a bit absurd. Zhao Buju and Chen Bulia felt a bit awkward at this moment and prepared to verify the matter. "If I find out you're lying to me, I'll kill you. I won't leave for lunch, you can come over." Wang Chen put on sunglasses and started to act cool. This meant that by lunchtime, they would figure things out and then come find him. Thus, Zhao Buju and Chen Bulia left, but everyone had yet to deduce Wang Chen's fortune-telling abilities. After all, they didn't even know if Chen Bulia was Zhao Buju's sister. However, since this matter had already attracted the attention of countless onlookers, it was believed that a result would soon emerge, perhaps even before lunchtime. After all, there would definitely be a conclusion before Zhao Buju and the others returned. Next, the second person came to ask a question. This time, after everyone's discussion, it was decided that this question needed to be answered immediately, even though it was something currently impossible to know. So, the second person stepped up and asked Wang Chen something. "I'm going to participate in the entrance trial for the Jinbei Martial Academy later. How many points do you think I'll ultimately score?" This was a student coming to take the entrance trial, and it seemed quite fitting to use this to gauge. "You won't have any score, but you can enter the Jinbei Martial Academy." Wang Chen's answer left everyone stunned for a moment. This response seemed even more unbelievable than randomly guessing a score. How could a person participating in an entrance trial have no score? Even if they were terrible, they should still have some score. Moreover, if there was no score, how could they enter the Jinbei Martial Academy? Thank you for your kind words. The person smiled and then walked inside. Next came the third person, and the third question was somewhat perplexing. It was a question everyone had come up with, asking someone to pose a question to Wang Chen. "My dad's name is Li Gang. Recently, a young woman recognized him as her husband from a past life. She even mentioned some things my dad clearly never did, but he felt a sense of familiarity. Also, she said my dad used to be a master at playing the arrow, with a tune that could break one's heart, asking where to find a soulmate in this vast world. My dad said it was impossible, he had never touched an arrow in his life. Yet, when he finally picked one up, he surprisingly knew how to play, and then he ran off with that woman. Do you think my dad and she were really a couple in their past life? Wow, another juicy story. This live stream is just too good. Whether Wang Chen is a charlatan or not doesn't matter. What's important is that these stories are really entertaining. Your dad is just lying to you, he just wants to run off with that woman." After Wang Chen said this, the person began to laugh, and those around him started laughing too. In fact, everyone understood that when this person shared this story, they all realized it was a trap, because this story seems to be available online. Ha ha. You still say you're not a con artist. We saw this at the storytelling meeting, and the story ended with that father eloping with a woman. But that's just a story, not me. If you really could know the past and foresee the future, how could you not even know this? A few people who had set up the trap jumped out and mocked Wang Chen. Actually, my last name isn't Li, it's Shu, and my given name is Biao. My dad isn't Li Gang either. I just want to tell everyone one thing. If you can't even see this, how can you claim to see through others' pasts and futures? Shu Biao stood up and laughed wildly. Do you believe in fate? Wang Chen, however, remained calm, picked up a folding fan, and with a flick of his wrist, opened it leisurely, fanning himself. At that moment, everyone saw that the fan seemed to have 4 big characters written on it, "Fuck you." No, it was Chun Shi Yin Yun. I don't believe it. My fate is in my own hands, not in the heavens. Shu Biao said disdainfully. Actually, I don't really believe it either. Coincidences do happen, and people often only remember these coincidences, but in fact, we rarely encounter such coincidences. Wang Chen fanned himself, took a sip of tea, looking quite calm, not at all like someone whose facade had been shattered. What exactly do you want to say? Shu Biao was a bit anxious, he felt there was more to Wang Chen's words. I just want to say that while coincidences are rare, they do exist. Do you know that some stories come from life, and stories usually emphasize logic, but life doesn't have to? It can be even more absurd than stories, because there are too many people with abnormal minds, and normal people don't necessarily do normal things all their lives. What do you mean? Alright, I'll be straightforward. The prototype of this story is your dad, Shueisha. Otherwise, how did your dad suddenly disappear when you were in your rebellious phase? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Xu Biao immediately shook his head in denial, and others quickly said Wang Chen was talking nonsense, that he shouldn't say things without evidence. This matter is easy to verify, many people know about it. I estimate our onlookers have already found the results, Wang Chen said lightly. Sure enough, people online quickly found information about Xu Biao's father, Shueisha, and there really was such a thing, and the real-life story was even more exaggerated. This process made the onlookers thrilled. No one expected that the trap originally set for Wang Chen would coincidentally turn out to be true. The final result was that what Wang Chen said was indeed true. This left most people in disbelief, doubting that this was Xu Biao cooperating with Wang Chen, although they felt the likelihood was low. Even if this matter was accurately predicted by Wang Chen, it was still impossible for everyone to believe his certainty. But soon, the two previous subjects also began to ferment. The one who had entered school in the past appeared an hour later, sitting blankly in front of Wang Chen, then asked dumbly, "Can you really foresee the future?" This action immediately made everyone understand that Wang Chen had hit the mark again. Sure enough, news quickly spread that this person had encountered an accident during the trial. Someone had been seriously injured and was on the verge of death. Originally, someone should have come to help, but it was unclear if it was a coincidence. The healers left behind were actually absent. At that moment, he happened to step in to save the person, but after such an effort, his energy was depleted, and his body was also affected to some extent. He could only request to go back and rest, waiting to fight again tomorrow. However, he was informed that it was no longer needed, his performance had already been seen by others, and from now on, he would be a member of the Northern Town Martial Arts Academy, with a master in healing personally teaching him. I can. Wang Chen nodded. This was the truth, but the people present did not believe it. Even the person in front of him, after a moment of silence, finally spoke. I choose to believe you. Just like that, Wang Chen's decisive words had accurately predicted two people. At this moment, although everyone was still a bit skeptical, they would still seek Wang Chen's fortune-telling as a reference. In simple terms, his credibility in everyone's eyes had greatly increased. Soon, noon arrived, and Zhao Buju and Chen Bulio had come. They had confirmed one thing, what Wang Chen said was true. This matter had exploded online, and the onlookers had found everything, including their biological parents. Zhao Buju's biological parents belonged to a large family, not part of the Dugu or Xiaohou families, and interestingly, Chen Bulio's mother was from the Dugu family. Although they were quite distant from Dugu Feng, they could still be considered family. Now the two families had started arguing, and the situation had become quite lively. Therefore, Wang Chen had accurately predicted three people, and even revealed hidden matters, which definitely indicated something significant. Now, many people were preparing to seek Wang Chen's fortune-telling, far more than before. In fact, when he mentioned the two matters, people had already started to seek him out, but not as many as now. Wang Chen, what do you want me to do? Zhao Buju still remembered the two conditions Wang Chen had mentioned. The conditions are very simple. When Wang Chen said this, he paused, put away the folding fan in his hand, and then played with it to create a flower. Finally, after spinning the fan, it pointed to the banner. It was not a decisive prediction but the banner for school enrollment. This reminded everyone that Wang Chen was here to recruit for the school. You need to join our Northern Town Vocational Academy. This. Impossible, he can't join a school like yours that has fallen into disrepair, that would be ruining his future. Zhao Buju hesitated, while Chen Bulio beside him had already refused, his tone so resolute. Although Zhao Buju had just been eliminated and could not enter the Northern Town Martial Arts Academy, he would definitely go to another martial arts academy instead of choosing the Northern Town Vocational Academy. Everyone could understand this, feeling that Wang Chen's suggestion was simply unreasonable. But what Wang Chen said next made everyone unable to resist being moved. What if I told you that in other places, your career would max out at a third transfer level 70, but if you come to our Northern Town Vocational Academy, you will reach a fourth transfer and even transition to a rare A-level profession? When Wang Chen said this, he paused again, then turned to look at Zhao Buju and continued, can you still refuse? Fourth transfer? A-level rare profession? That can't be, that's already considered S-level combat power in our Huaxia. Not just Huaxia, globally, a fourth transfer is already at S-level, and an A-level rare profession would be half-step SS-level combat power. S-level combat power, no matter where, is equivalent to a general in ancient armies, while SS-level combat power is that of a marshal. As for SSS-level combat power, that is a king with military power and fiefdoms. A third transfer level 70 is merely a lieutenant level, although it is already quite excellent and an important combat power in Huaxia, it pales in comparison to a fourth transfer. The strength gained from an additional job transfer in later stages cannot be compared, which is also the reason why Wang Chen was considered useless. Even if Wang Chen could reach level 100, normally, his strength would still be inferior to a second transfer level 70, a third transfer level 50, or a fourth transfer level 20. Of course, this is just an example. In reality, it's impossible to reach level 20 for a fourth transition, and even level 50 for a third transition is quite difficult. Level 70 for a second transition is also tough because breaking through level 60 for a second transition is hard. Wang Chen, with no profession, reaching level 40 is already the limit. Are you serious? Zhao Buzhu looked at Wang Chen with a longing expression, clearly believing his words. Zhao Buzhu, don't believe him, he's just a con artist. You have a bright future ahead of you. Although the Northern Town Martial Academy isn't great, perhaps other martial academies are. Among the 7 major martial academies, the Northern Town Martial Academy has much higher requirements for individual strength. Yeah, you should try other places. Your profession can definitely be tested at other martial academies. The person beside him was trying to persuade him. However, it seemed that Zhao Buzhu wouldn't listen to them anymore. After all, at this moment, he felt a bit of admiration for Wang Chen. Not to mention being in the same school as Wang Chen, even if they weren't, he would still listen to whatever Wang Chen said. Moreover, Wang Chen claimed he could help him become a rare A-grade fourth transition profession, something he had never even considered before. Okay, I believe you, let's give it a shot. Zhao Buzhu nodded. Come, fill out the enrollment application form. Wang Chen immediately handed him a form, and Zhao Buzhu began to fill it out. Li Zixian and the bearded man were stunned at this scene. Can enrollment really be done this way? They both felt a sense of unease. After a moment of silence, Li Zixian started dialing a number. She needed to ensure everything was secure. At this moment, with Zhao Buzhu taking the lead, others began to approach Wang Chen, but they weren't there to enroll, most were there for fortune-telling. The questions they asked were mostly, can I reach the fourth transition? Where can I encounter a fortuitous event? What is the name of my thigh? Thus, Wang Chen was surrounded by a crowd, yet he seemed indifferent. At this time, even the students from Linhai High School were asking Wang Chen questions, and even teachers like Chen Ru had come. Everyone was skeptical, but no one could resist the urge to inquire. It was like having seen a fortune-teller get a few predictions right. You would still want to ask, as long as it was free. Or perhaps, even if it cost a little money, they would still ask. However, if Wang Chen demanded money or set heavy conditions, it would silence most of them. So, at this moment, Wang Chen had only one thing to say. The free time is over, now it's 1 million per question. Wang Chen's words not only came out of his mouth but were also sent to the group, leaving everyone speechless. 1 million was a bit too much. Wang Chen, we're all students, we hope you don't take it for granted. Get me out of here. Free is impossible. It will never be free for a lifetime. However, as long as you join our school, I will help you formulate a leveling plan, tell you the best places to level up, and guide you on the best life planning. Wang Chen looked at the crowd and said. After observing Zhao Buzhu's life trajectory, he realized that by enrolling students this way and giving them some life planning advice, it might strengthen Huaxia and provide more help when world-ending beasts appear. He hadn't thought of this before. It seemed that some things needed to reach a certain level before changes would occur. Originally, he came to this school just for the 2 people who had enrolled earlier and 1 person who would enroll in the following years. If these 3 didn't have this school, they would be forever buried. They all had their own reasons for not being able to leave the North Town, and at the same time, they couldn't enter the North Town Martial Arts Academy or those military schools, which meant they had no fertile ground to help them grow. In short, Wang Chen now realized that some talents he hadn't noticed before had appeared, which might turn this school into a giant. However, there was a small problem before that. TCH, so you were just trying to recruit students, and all of this was just to fool people into joining. Did you all agree on this? You're all just a bunch of con artists. Don't think we would fall for your tricks. Damn it, I thought this was real, but it turns out it was all fake. Everyone, let's go, don't be fooled by this scammer. Many people voiced their clear-headed thoughts, and soon, those with wavering beliefs were swept away by this clarity. However, quite a few remained. Some believed in Wang Chen, while others simply thought, since they were already at a dead end, they might as well give it a try. There were also some wealthy individuals who didn't care and wanted to show off a bit. Here's $1 million, I have money anyway. I just want to ask about my future. A young man who looked like a rich second generation appeared, dressed in a white shirt, with slightly curly hair, followed by 2 lackeys. You won't achieve anything great. It's useless for me to guide you. You won't work hard or endure hardship. Just stick to being a rich second generation and don't do anything out of line. If you really want an opportunity, invest in our school now, and I guarantee your whole family will prosper, plus you'll have our support. What Wang Chen said was actually the best advice. As long as this rich second generation invested in the Northtown Vocational School now, he would have the backing of a group of big shots in the future, allowing him to enjoy abundant resources without effort, and his family's business empire would grow stronger. Unfortunately, when others heard these words, they felt even more that Wang Chen was trying to swindle them. Your calculations are too loud. We didn't even want to hear them, but we did. Do you think I would believe you? Am I that stupid? The rich second generation laughed. Investing in your kind of school that could collapse at any moment? Am I out of my mind? You should just return my money. The rich second generation wanted his money back, otherwise, he would feel like a fool. $1 million didn't matter, but being laughed at was the worst. Wang Chen, if you had said something a bit more mystical, even if people didn't believe it, they might feel the money spent was worth it. But you directly asked me to invest in your school. It's simply a joke. Return what? I've already told you about your future and given you the best path. It's your choice not to take it. How about we make a contract? If our school rises again, you can't take back your money, otherwise, I will gladly return double. Seeing Wang Chen so confident, the rich second generation hesitated, and others did too. Could it be that what he said was true? No, it couldn't be. $1 million is my reward for you, but this money isn't so easy to part with. Let's wait and see. The rich second generation glared at Wang Chen and left with a harsh remark. In the end, he chose not to believe it, and because of that, he missed the biggest investment opportunity of his life, regretting it for years to come. At the same time, his family members and rivals would use this incident to mock him, making him feel miserable every time. When he was on his deathbed, he still thought about this matter, wondering how his life would have turned out if he had invested in the Northtown Vocational Academy back then. Would he have become a trendsetter in this world like those from that school? But all of this had nothing to do with him anymore. Wang Chen also shook his head at this point. Missing out is just missing out. Life is like that, many opportunities are right in front of you, but others won't beg you for them. You still need to work hard to seize them yourself. It's similar to the college entrance examination. It's like a mountain that requires you to climb step by step, and with one final leap, you can grasp the opportunities at the top. If you never take a step, you won't even have the chance to jump. Shangwan Huni at Wang Chen, since we are classmates, how about you give me this investment? Also, if I go to your school, can I also get a fortune? Below, a group of classmates began to ask questions, many of them jokingly, not really intending to come. When Lu Shangyun saw these messages, she felt a bit tempted. Should she give it a try? But then she thought about her current stable situation and wondered why she should take the risk. No one could guarantee that Wang Chen's words were true. Wang Tong, don't fall for his tricks. If he had that ability, why would he choose to be unemployed and attend such a school? This statement changed the tone of the conversation, and more people began to mock Wang Chen. Originally, these people were just stirring the pot, and now they were doing the same. After seeing this situation, Lu Shangyun decided to let it go. She was doing just fine. Little did she know, she had just lost her last chance to get on board. After that, she could only watch as others boarded the bus, the speed quickly increasing, leaving everyone else behind. Especially among the classmates who had been eliminated, many reignited their hopes, packing their bags and spending all their savings to buy tickets to Jinbei City. The tickets to the city were very expensive because they required a lot of safety guarantees, and if something went wrong, they would have to accept their misfortune. Therefore, these tickets were costly, and it was essential to buy good insurance. Linhai City was in the south of Huaxia, while Jinbei City was in the far north, making the journey long and naturally raising the ticket prices. Although they could form teams to go, for these eliminated students, it would take too long. Wang Chen urged them to arrive early so he could arrange unified training and upgrades. Most importantly, if they all took the same bus, he would know if anything went wrong. He could guide everyone on which bus to take, ensuring everyone arrived safely. Because of this, Wang Chen insisted they sign up together. No one could come alone. If someone came alone, he wouldn't accept them. Some people felt that Wang Chen was putting on airs and were angry about it, feeling very principled and deciding not to come. Of course, to Wang Chen, this was just 4 words, come if you want. It was already good enough that he could accept these classmates with poor talent. He would still have to be responsible for guiding their training and upgrades, which was quite exhausting. Although the improvement of these people contributed to Jinbei City and the northern front of Huaxia, the impact wasn't significant. Most importantly, he could always find better people to replace them. They were not indispensable. If they continued to throw tantrums, he certainly wouldn't be so kind to accommodate them. Although these classmates were already taking action, it would still take them 3 days to arrive, and distant water couldn't quench nearby fire. Therefore, Wang Chen's recruitment was still ongoing, but he didn't seem particularly anxious. It was all about fate. When others came to ask, he would tell them what heights they could reach after joining the school. Many were fooled by his grand promises, and by noon the next day, there were already more than 10 people. Most of these 10 were low-talent students with little hope for the college entrance examination, which led people online to think that Wang Chen was gathering a group of useless individuals. Wow, incredible, incredible. This brother, I see a divine light bursting forth from your crown. Your bones are extraordinary. You are a rare martial arts genius, and you will surely have a part in maintaining world peace in the future. At that moment, Wang Chen suddenly walked up to a college entrance examination candidate, and he even took the initiative to recruit, which made everyone eager to see who this candidate was. What kind of prodigy would catch Wang Chen's eye? However, all they saw was a plump candidate who looked like a ball, munching on a hamburger and sipping on sugary soda. Is this what you call extraordinary bones? And divine light bursting forth? What kind of eyes do you have? Who is this brother? I'm a girl. Wang Chen fell silent. He had been so caught up in his excitement that he hadn't even noticed the other person was a girl. He knew how important this plump candidate was to the school. Because her talent was, I'm not a martial arts genius, my talent is cooking enhancement, and my profession is a chef. I just came here to accompany a friend to take a look, the girl said to Wang Chen. In this world, besides combat professions, there are also life professions, but their occurrence rate is very low, and they generally won't be chosen. Currently, the development of life professions is almost zero. No one would take a life profession into the wild to train and level up. Therefore, those who choose life professions either have poor talent and give up, or they can only choose one. The latter's occurrence rate is even lower, akin to winning the lottery. Choosing a life profession means you don't have to go out to train, at least you can survive because they are rare research subjects, and perhaps they will grow and be useful to society. No matter the country, they won't let rare existences disappear. I know, so you must join our school. Wang Chen continued. What I want is your talent and profession. Our school needs talents like you. You don't just want to find a free chef, do you? You might be calculating wrong. I eat a lot, and the money you spend on a chef wouldn't even cover what I eat. The girl's expression clearly said, you think you can trick me into being your chef? That's impossible. No, that's just a side note. The most important thing is, I want to take you out to train and level up. Don't underestimate your profession. You will understand later that you are stronger than anyone. Wang Chen said earnestly, his expression as if he were looking at a stunning beauty, which made the girl blush a little. Can I really be stronger than anyone? I don't eat much, but please don't deceive me. Before the 3 days were over, Wang Chen had already recruited over 50 people, far exceeding the task. Although most had D-level talents or below, there were a few A and B levels. Of course, the higher the level, the rarer they were. The A-level talent was only Zhao Buju, the B-level were the 2 new students from before, and there were 5 C-levels. As for those below D-level, F-levels were the majority. There was no choice, after all, the school didn't even have teachers now. Sigh, if it weren't for the lack of teachers, even more people would have come. Some had already signed up but left when they found out there were no teachers. If anyone was the most pitiful at this time, it had to be the big bearded man. He knew he would have to be a janitor for the rest of his life. And if anyone was feeling the most uncomfortable, it had to be Li Zhixian. She didn't expect that what seemed like a sure thing would be interrupted by an unexpected turn of events. Fortunately, she had long been prepared. Even if Wang Chen recruited 30 people, it would be useless. Just wait and see. She dialed a phone number and said to the other end, you can take action now. At 9 o'clock the next morning, the students were gathering on the playground. Wang Chen had an upgrade plan for each person and had distributed it to them. Within their upgrade plans, they also needed to find the most suitable teammates, as these teammates would be their lifelong comrades. Wang Chen had already deduced the fates of these individuals and had perfectly assigned them to teams. This allocation ensured that, whether in terms of professional skill compatibility, future growth, or mutual friendship, they were the most suitable. Team coordination was a form of strength. A well-coordinated team could multiply its power several times over. Now, it was time for them to get to know their teammates and establish compatibility, as in a couple of days, they would be divided into several teams to upgrade in different locations. Wang Chen also wrote in the plan how to hone their skills and how to comprehend them, aiming to maximize everyone's potential. As for fortuitous encounters, he did not write about them, but on the routes he arranged, those suited for such encounters would discover their own. If they still did not find anything, there was nothing more to be done. Why do I feel like I'm unnecessary? Principal Gu felt a bit doubtful when he saw this scene, but more than that, he felt gratified. This was what he wanted to see. The hope of this school was still alive. Recently, the medicine Wang Chen had given him had stabilized his health significantly, which also filled him with a renewed sense of hope. Just as he was envisioning the future, suddenly, a group of people entered the school, led by the bearded janitor. The janitor stated that although he had become a cleaner here, his heart was still with his old employer, and he was still serving them. In fact, he hoped that his old employer would successfully bring down this school. Once the school was gone, he, as a lifelong janitor, would naturally be out of a job, which would not be a breach of his word. I am truly clever. The janitor felt very proud and eagerly anticipated this moment arriving soon. Wang Chen, do you think you can just randomly gather some students to solve the problem? You haven't addressed the person who raised the issue, so the problem cannot be resolved. Principal Gu, we are from the Education Department's review team. Someone reported that your school is indiscriminately enrolling students to preserve itself, so we are here to take a look. After these people arrived, they immediately saluted Principal Gu and stated their purpose. Indeed, they were the qualification reviewers, and in their eyes, these students were not qualified to enter the martial arts academy. As long as these students were deemed unqualified, the school would still be abolished. However, generally speaking, schools had the right to autonomously recruit students, and the review team would not interfere. But a report changed everything. Was it the Lee group that reported us? Principal Gu frowned, having already guessed who had made the report, especially with the bearded janitor watching from the side. He was even more puzzled about what the Lee group was up to, insisting on taking over the school. However, he was also feeling a bit of a headache. This time, all the students, including Wang Chen, had been admitted casually, without any formal trials. Normally, this would not be a problem, but now that someone was coming to investigate, it became a significant issue. Sure enough, after the review team conducted their examination, they immediately said, Principal Gu, many of these students lack sufficient talent and qualifications, and your school's trials are not up to standard, so these individuals cannot become students of your academy. According to the rules, our review team will need to organize a trial. Only those who pass will be able to become students of your school. I understand, then you can arrange it, Principal Gu said helplessly. It seemed that the previous situation was not a glimmer of hope, but rather a fleeting moment of light. From the looks of these newly enrolled students, most of them won't pass, and the remaining ones definitely won't number 30. This school will still be deregistered. This is still a trial by the review committee, which isn't set to such high standards. If they raise the bar, it would likely be a total wipeout. Generally speaking, if the review committee catches someone, they will definitely propose a very difficult trial standard, which might not be easier than the entrance trials of the 7 major martial arts academies. Especially since the 7 major academies might let some things slide, the review committee absolutely will not. Alright, we will arrange the trials immediately. I hope you all prepare as soon as possible. The review committee didn't waste much time and prepared to head back to discuss the trial content. At this time, the Lee group would definitely influence their results, raising the difficulty significantly. Principal Gu had thought of this as well, but there was nothing he could do. After these people left, the bearded man began to laugh. With you bunch of misfits, there's no way you'll pass. I don't know what you're struggling for. Is it even meaningful? You should go clean the toilets, and while you're at it, brush your mouth. You ate too much this morning and didn't even flush. Wang Chen didn't bother to argue with this bearded man. It was pointless. After all, he was just a janitor. Just enjoy your moment of pride. When the school is gone, I'll be free. The bearded man chuckled. He wasn't afraid of Wang Chen making him do anything since he was just a janitor and never claimed he had to be a competent one. He shouldn't have called so many people here. A casual approach would have sufficed. It was only after someone pointed it out that he realized the issue. After the bearded man left, everyone looked to Wang Chen, hoping he would provide a solution. At that moment, everyone seemed to regard Wang Chen as the principal, rather than Principal Gu. This made Principal Gu quite embarrassed. Wang Chen, I think it's better to give up. You can still withdraw now and look for other schools. Principal Gu sighed, feeling quite helpless. He saw no hope at that moment. In fact, others also saw no hope, and some were already considering withdrawing. Of course, these people had options. Those without options would find no one to take them if they left, and they still wanted to give it a shot. Wang Chen, everyone is looking at you. You can definitely do it. Yes, I can. Everyone, please believe in yourselves. Let's proceed according to plan, work on our coordination, and set off for training this afternoon to level up. Wang Chen's calm demeanor surprised everyone and earned their admiration. Fine, let's go train. Consider it our last hurrah. As for the review committee's trials, let's not think about that for now. Have you heard? Wang Chen's school seems to be under review. He can't just recruit people like this, isn't he just taking advantage of the common people of Huaxia? If people go to find Wang Chen now, won't they be unable to enter the martial arts academy? They've wasted their travel expenses, how pitiful. Such discussions had appeared countless times online, and in the group of Linghai High School, Wang Tan and Lu Ruyan jumped in to mock, rallying everyone to join in the ridicule. People are like that. Once they see you in a difficult position, they will step in to kick you while you're down, and mocking you is the least they can do. This also made those students originally heading to Jinbei City hesitate. This time, Wang Chen wasn't backing down with them. Sometimes, one must give people a little confidence. So, he assured them of their future and even mentioned that if it really didn't work out, he would cover their return tickets and compensate them. Everyone knew that Wang Chen had won over 10 million in his previous ventures, which gave them confidence. At worst, it would be like a trip. However, they didn't know that Wang Chen had already spent his money on materials, selling them like hotcakes at the auction house, spending money as if it were flowing water. Especially in the past few days, he has been refining medicine at night, and the electricity bill for the laboratory has skyrocketed. The power company has even come knocking for payment. You all owe us so much in electricity bills, and if you keep consuming power like this, we will cut off the electricity. Fortunately, Principal Gu has a good reputation and managed to settle the matter. However, I heard that it was Principal Gu who paid the electricity bill out of his own pocket. Of course, this was something he should do, as the potions Wang Chen is refining include one that extends his life. Back to the main topic, the whole world is discussing the review trial of the Northern Town Vocational College, and Wang Chen has once again become the center of attention. While everyone thinks Wang Chen is anxious, he himself is not worried at all. While people expect Wang Chen and his team to wait at school, he instead led them out for training. In his words, leveling up and enhancing their strength would make it easier to handle the trial. Moreover, the team also needed practical experience to work out their issues, which would need to be resolved sooner or later. Wang Chen's team was fully mobilized, including the cook. Yes, that round, chubby girl. At this moment, she was holding a knife, skillfully dissecting a strange beast. The way she was breaking it down was no exaggeration to say it was at the level of a master chef. Living professions also have skills, and her knife skills were one of them. Zheng Xiaoyan, you should lose some weight, otherwise, it feels strange to call you that name, a girl said with a smile. What does my name have to do with it? His name is Wang Chen, does that mean he can fly? Zheng Xiaoyan shot back directly. Why are you talking about me? I'm not the one being criticized, but you really should lose some weight. I have weight loss pills here that can help you, the girl replied. At this moment, Wang Chen was helping out on the side, and he wasn't alone. Others were helping too, as eating was very important. Especially eating the meals prepared by Zhang Xiaoyan. Not only were they delicious, but they also had some enhancement effects. Everyone felt these effects but couldn't quite explain them. Some felt their strength had increased, others felt their mental energy had improved, and some felt their agility had enhanced, and so on. In short, everyone was now very satisfied with Zhang Xiaoyan as a cook and no longer saw her as a burden like before. At first, when Wang Chen said he was bringing Zhang Xiaoyan along, no one opposed it. It was only later when they saw Wang Chen having her cut down strange beasts that they started to have thoughts. Bringing a living profession to level up? Was that really necessary? The skills of a living profession only needed practice, they didn't need to level up at all. In fact, they now thought the same way, but the benefits Zheng Xiaoyan brought them made them not mind having her along. After all, their team was a bunch of useless people. What did it matter to have a living profession? However, they didn't know that Zheng Xiaoyan, this cook, would later change her profession and become the first cook who could fight. Right now, they were focused on the combat methods Wang Chen was teaching them, practicing according to his instructions, and trying to comprehend skills that suited them. Although none of them had grasped anything yet, Wang Chen provided them with 3 examples to instill confidence that they could succeed. These 3 examples were Hai Tang, Ning Meng, and Lu Shangyun. Everyone was still a bit skeptical, but Wang Chen gave them hope, allowing them to keep going. Even if it was self-deception, they would persist. Moreover, with so many people, someone would surely comprehend something early on, giving them a glimpse of hope. At that moment, a sharp whistle sounded. A flying strange beast soared through the sky. Rapid fire shooting. Zhao continuously drew his bow and shot arrows. This was the new skill he had comprehended. Heading in the direction of Wang Chen, he could learn the strongest archery skill, Phoenix Dance in the 9 heavens. He shot 3 arrows in quick succession, bringing down the flying beast in the air, and then he happily presented it to Zhang Xiaoyan. Zhang Xiaoyan, this is the flying dragon beast you wanted. You said the soup made from it is delicious. Just leave it there, I'll handle it later. Zhang Xiaoyan nodded, continuing to deal with other beasts, her dual blades dancing in her hands, pieces of meat flying up. It looked chaotic, but in the end, everything lay neatly in their respective bowls. At this moment, Wang Chen was fixated on Zhang Xiaoyan. Even when Ning Meng waved her hand in front of him or Haitang kicked him, he did not avert his gaze. Boss Ling Feng, I didn't expect your taste to be so unique. Instead of liking beautiful and lovely young girls like us, you prefer a girl as plump as this. Are you trying to do a good deed? Ning Meng said from the side, seemingly displeased and indignant. What do you take me for? Am I the kind of person who can't move when I see a woman? I'm just learning her techniques, picking up some cooking skills so I can eat better in the wild later. Wang Chen replied irritably. He had just begun to feel that he could grasp Zhang Xiaoyan's butchering technique, only to be interrupted by these two women. Indeed, women only affect my studies. Really? Of course. Even if I like women, no, I do like women, but not the kind like Zhang Xiaoyan, who is explosively curvy. I'm quite shallow and vulgar. Wang Chen immediately said, not taking his eyes off Zhang Xiaoyan because he genuinely wanted to learn. And who knows, maybe his eagerness to learn moved the heavens, as he actually learned the skilled butcher's technique. It could dismantle your opponent structurally, allowing you to find the weakest point every time. This skill is really good. Now all that's left is to gain proficiency for free. At the same time, he continued to learn other skills, gaining proficiency for free. 3 days quickly passed, but the review team's plan still hadn't come out. The main point of contention was the difficulty. Some wanted to raise the difficulty, while others opposed it. After all, they felt that the Northern Town Vocational College was not a key martial arts academy, and the standard should be lower. If they were too high, others would think the review team's work was not rigorous enough. Of course, this was just one voice. Overall, they were still preparing to raise the difficulty standard and revoke the school's status. First, they had little faith in these students, their talents were too weak, and their potential too poor. Secondly, the Northern Town Vocational College had a dark history, and everyone wanted to close it down sooner rather than later. Now, their plan was almost ready. They decided to conduct trials based on standards that Wang Chen and the other students could not possibly meet, but to give Wang Chen and the others a chance, they couldn't be too direct. So, they chose a plan. 100 miles east of Northern Town, there was once an abandoned small city with a strategic fortress, but it had been destroyed by half-beasts and had now become a paradise for strange beasts. Their trial now was to reclaim and rebuild the fortress. What do you mean? You want us to reclaim and rebuild this fortress? That's impossible. Even with 10,000 soldiers, it couldn't be taken down. You want this group of students to do it? Are you crazy? When the review team found Principal Gu, they told him about their decision, and halfway through, Principal Gu immediately jumped up. Not just him, but everyone else jumped up as well. Of course, it wasn't Wang Chen and the others. At this moment, there was only Principal Gu in the school. No, there was also a janitor. However, the members of the review team entered while live streaming, as they needed to ensure transparency. From this moment on, everything had to be public. Well, it was just public, but fairness and justice were not guaranteed. So, at this moment, those witnessing the situation were also criticizing it, saying, "You are going too far, this is so unfair. Isn't this requirement too difficult? Even if you let the students from the Northern Martial Arts Academy do it, it would require a full-scale effort and would still incur some losses. Isn't it too much to ask such a martial arts academy to do this? Yeah, does this review team have a problem with their brains? How can they even propose such conditions?" The online spectators expressed their condemnation, and even those who previously didn't like Wang Ling now felt the review team was being excessive. "Principal Gu, don't be anxious, just listen to what we have to say. Go ahead. We are just saying that this is the goal, you can unleash your potential. It doesn't matter if you can't achieve it, as long as you bring back a few pieces of equipment we need and find some important information, then this review will pass." The explanation from the review team made everyone understand that the trial was actually about obtaining the equipment inside. These pieces of equipment weren't crucial because the key items had already been retrieved by them. What remained was valuable, but Huaxiao wouldn't deliberately send people to fetch it. The cost of retrieving it was higher than the cost of the equipment itself. Simply put, a piece of equipment they needed was worth over 100 million, but the cost to go there and transport it back exceeded 100 million. Only those without jobs would take on such a task to earn their wages. Because of such adventurous teams, the cost-effective equipment had long been retrieved, and what was left were those with extremely low cost-effectiveness, or a piece worth 100 million required excavation and transportation fees of 200 million or even 300 million. Alright, when they return, I will inform them of this matter. I believe for such a significant issue, you should give us enough time. Of course, a month, we are giving you a month, isn't that a lot? What nonsense, 3 months. Principal Gu directly cursed. In the wilderness 100 miles away, transporting large equipment alone would take over 20 days. You only give a month, isn't that a bit excessive? Principal Gu's behavior made the people on the opposite side quite awkward. In terms of status, they were actually not as high as Principal Gu and couldn't do much about it. Moreover, they were in the wrong this time, so they naturally dared not say anything further. In the end, they agreed to 2 months, and it couldn't be any less. Principal Gu reluctantly agreed, hoping to see if he could negotiate for a little more time. Not long after, the spectators had already analyzed the essence of the matter. This review team is actually playing tricks. They first gave an impossible task, then followed it up with one that seemed possible but was still not achievable. It is said that the professional teams that previously transported equipment had capabilities and gear that exceeded their time by over a month, even 2 months, and they were only retrieving peripheral equipment. The rest was deeply hidden, requiring even longer excavation time. In other words, the people gathered by the school, regardless of their level and equipment, are not professionals and are far behind in strength. Yes, the review team calculated the school, but it seems Principal Gu has also realized this. Perhaps he thinks there won't be a better option, so he has given up struggling. I see, given the school's situation, it's actually better to end this sooner, otherwise, it would just be wasting the country's funds. Discussions began online, and after the review team handed over some items, they started to withdraw. By the way, do you start counting from now, or do you wait until departure? Principal Gu suddenly stopped the other party, seemingly asking casually. Of course, it counts only after departure. The review team replied without suspicion, but soon, he felt something was off and quickly added, "Don't think you can use this to delay time, you must depart within 7 days, or else everything will be meaningless, and it will be considered as you giving up." Understood, they will depart in 7 days, Principal Gu replied. You say you're not deliberately delaying time. If you have to depart within 7 days, you just leave 7 days later, wasting every bit of time. Soon, Principal Gu informed Wang Chen about this through a message. Wang Chen was currently in the wild, not in a remote area without signal. After receiving the message, Wang Chen immediately announced it in the group. Following this announcement, the vast majority began to criticize the review team, believing they would not be able to complete the task. At this moment, Wang Chen needed to step up and speak. Everyone, don't be discouraged. They think we can't do it, but we will. You might think we are too weak to accomplish such a task, but in fact, this task is not difficult at all. Even if it's a life and death situation, we still have 2 legs to run. Brothers, this is an opportunity for us. If we can't do it, no one will be surprised, but if we succeed, that will be a miracle. Do you believe in light? Wang Chen's words immediately stirred the team, igniting their passion, and they began to level up, following Wang Chen's arrangements. There were still 7 days left to upgrade and hone the team and skills. During these 7 days, under Wang Chen's leadership, they found many suitable places for upgrades, and their levels were skyrocketing. They all had a strong desire to fight their way 100 miles east. After 7 days, Wang Chen led the team out from the north gate of Jinbei City. Although everyone knew they were heading 100 miles east, starting from the north gate wasn't considered a detour, as that area was slightly to the north. Moreover, many teams preferred to exit from this north gate of Jinbei City because it was said that leaving through this gate would bring blessings. At this moment, everyone also noticed that Wang Chen's team had grown to over 100 people. During these 7 days, Wang Chen had recruited dozens more, including old classmates who had arrived from Linhai City. Now, Wang Chen began to reorganize the team, usually adjusting just one person in the lineup, so they quickly adapted. Everyone noticed that this time seemed to be the complete form, and their cooperation appeared to be even stronger. After walking north for over 10 miles, they had cleared dozens of waves of exotic beasts, and the morning had passed, preparing for lunch, when Zhang Xian was about to take the stage. That incredible knife technique, those chubby yet agile little hands, turned the piled-up exotic beasts into portions of ingredients. At this moment, everyone showed expressions of anticipation for lunch. However, someone had already noticed a problem. Wang Chen, where are we going? Why are we still heading north? Yeah, isn't our target over there? Why have we deviated so much? Many checked the map and found they were slightly off course from their destination. Don't worry, there are many paths to the same destination. Right now, we still have plenty of time. The most important thing is to train and level up. Wang Chen casually replied, while he was also dissecting the exotic beasts using the blood-drinking sword, which allowed him to better understand their weaknesses. He had a premonition that if he continued like this, he would comprehend a sword technique similar to the Duga 9 swords, capable of striking at the weaknesses of the exotic beasts, especially if combined with sword control techniques, it would be even more powerful. Unfortunately, Haitang and the others were not around, which prevented him from easily gaining proficiency in the swordsmanship. He could have also gained proficiency in Dugu Fang's illusory demon movement technique, which he had already comprehended on the way here. To get back to the point, aside from dissecting exotic beasts to practice his sword skills, Wang Chen was also secretly learning cooking skills. Being able to cook was a great advantage, allowing him to enjoy delicious food anytime and anywhere. Wasn't that more useful than the useless skills he had learned? During these 7 days of teaming up with his classmates, Wang Chen had comprehended several new skills, most of which were rather useless, but he also grasped one particularly impressive skill. This skill came from an old classmate, Shangwan Huniu. It was an absolute surprise, a future Wang Chen had never seen before. Shangwan Huniu was a sorceress with a D-grade talent. When using curse magic, there was a certain chance to trigger an additional curse damage of 0.1% of the target's health per second, lasting for 30 seconds. Don't underestimate this curse damage. If it triggered continuously, in 100 seconds it would amount to 1%, and if the battle lasted for over 10 minutes, she could inflict 10% damage to the health. This was also effective against bosses. Wasn't that terrifying? However, the premise was to maintain the effect throughout, and it was clear that the triggering probability was very low, otherwise, Shangwan Hunia would have been snatched away long ago. According to Wang Chen's recent research, the triggering probability of Shangwan Hunia's talent was very low, not to mention maintaining it throughout, even 1 out of 10 was hard to achieve. It was strange to say, but the skill Wang Chen had comprehended was neither her sorcery nor her talent. It could be said that he had extracted the talent and evolved it, making it suitable for him. Life curse. There is a certain chance that all your damage will apply a life curse to the target, dealing damage equal to 0.1% of the target's health per second, lasting for 1 second. At first, Wang Chen didn't look closely and thought it required a curse to trigger, but he discovered that even slashing with a sword could cause continuous damage. What was interesting was that it worked well with the blood-sucking sword, as the damage counted as that of the blood-sucking sword, so it absorbed more blood. Moreover, this skill could be upgraded, and the damage would be even higher in the future. Of course, even if it couldn't be upgraded, it didn't matter. After all, this was a skill that increased damage for free. One shouldn't underestimate the small increase in damage. As long as he comprehended more skills like this, stacking them up, even a world-ending exotic beast could be taken down. Wang Chen just felt that world-ending exotic beasts, or some boss-level exotic beasts, should have corresponding resistance abilities that would limit this damage to a certain extent. Otherwise, if a world-ending exotic beast were surrounded by thousands of people, a 0.1% damage from each would take it down in one go. Or perhaps their recovery abilities were stronger than this damage. In any case, that was a matter for the future. For now, this damage was quite good. After eating, everyone continued to set off. Within this month, we must all level up to above level 20. Roar! Classmates are mighty. Boss is mighty. The mountains and rivers of the sun and moon will endure. The mountains and rivers of the great Ming will endure. After a round of encouragement, the team's momentum soared, and the speed of slaying exotic beasts noticeably increased, with all actions becoming more efficient. In just 20 days, the lowest level had already exceeded level 20. Don't think this was an easy feat. It might seem that Wang Chen and his group had high levels, but that was not the case. Although Wang Chen's level had nearly reached 30 due to fortuitous encounters, most of the classmates who joined were actually below level 18, with some as low as level 15. In just 20 days, leveling up to 20 in the wild had left those watching the live broadcast in shock. Yes, this trial was monitored and broadcasted live the entire time to prevent cheating. This was something the review team would do anyway. Wang Chen is really lucky. I don't know if he can truly foresee the future, but the route he chose has always been filled with large groups of exotic beasts, perfectly matching their levels. Yeah, but his command and coordination are really strong. He can make everyone play their part while also allowing everyone to gain energy points. Despite the level difference of over 10, they haven't collided at all. Have you noticed that Wang Chen seems to understand the weaknesses of the exotic beasts? He can always arrange corresponding attributes for attacks. Water overcomes fire, fire overcomes wood. These aren't actually difficult. You just need to read more and apply it properly. Such abilities are considered ordinary in the military. But at his age, it's still quite rare. This is just the beginning. He's lucky. Who knows if mistakes will appear next? Just wait and see. What's the use of saying so much? Look at their current position. Are they really going to attempt the trial? Well, there were those who praised and admired Wang Chen, but it seemed there were also quite a few dissenters, especially since the opponents pointed out the most critical issue. Wang Chen's team had no idea how far off course they had gone. It had been over 20 days, and they had been heading north the entire time, now getting further away from their destination. Would they have enough time to reach the destination and then explore the equipment? He must have given up. He clearly has no intention of reaching that city. He's probably planning to level up everyone outside. Definitely. Could it be that he wants to use this to prove that these people have potential, to rally public opinion to keep this academy? I have to say, you're right. I think so too. If they continue to progress like this, clearing exotic beasts for North Town while growing themselves, why not give them this opportunity? Yeah, it seems they have already proven one thing: they have room for growth. Compared to ordinary martial arts academies, they are not lacking, so why not give them a chance? If they can keep this up in the remaining time, I'll go to the government and petition for them to continue operating the school. Count me in. Me too. It seemed everyone believed Wang Chen had this purpose, and seeing the public opinion online, Li Zixian and others' expressions darkened. No, they absolutely cannot succeed. 10 days later, Wang Chen was still leading the team and leveling up, and the speed and combat power of this team were quite astonishing. Logically, this team had weak talents and low levels. They should be very weak and unable to survive in the 20 to 30 level wilderness. But not only were they surviving, they were also effectively clearing exotic beasts and collecting materials. Based on their current performance, they were completely worthy of being useful talents for Huaxia and its people, so keeping a school for them wouldn't matter. Especially at this moment, some people discovered something. Do you know that the education department of Huaxia has long cut off the budget for Northtown Vocational Academy? They haven't provided a budget for 10 years. This means that even if the school is retained, it's just for show. Why would they cancel it? Yeah, there's no reason for that. Everything they have now is self-established. Principal Gu has already proposed recent plans and hasn't asked for any budget. He just said he wants the academy to be able to carry out some convenient tasks. So, why would they cancel such a school? It's a bit hard to understand. Don't you know? There's the matter of the Li Group here. I heard the Li Group wants this land, and it's also said they were the ones who reported it. No way. What does the Li Group want this place for? It seems worthless. Who knows? But there's definitely something going on here. We should check the official website of the Li Group. At that moment, the official website of the Li Group was overwhelmed by a tide of questions. Damn it! Li Zixian slammed her hand on the table in anger, and the mahogany table immediately split in two. The entire office was filled with the violent aura she radiated. The secretary outside felt helpless. She really didn't want to go in at that moment, but she had no choice. However, this time she didn't ask anything, just brought in a repairman to fix the table and tidy up the mess. Throughout the process, Li Zixian didn't say a word, merely standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing in the direction of Jinbei Vocational College. Why was this happening? It was supposed to be a simple matter, so why had it become increasingly complicated, dragging the Li Group into it? Who exactly was this Wang Chen, and why had he come to Jinbei Vocational College? If he hadn't come, none of this would have happened, not to mention the current trial. Even the previous review group and enrollment issues shouldn't have occurred. It had seemed like a sure win this time. A bunch of useless college entrance exam students gathered together was nothing but a joke. There was no need to consider whether they could complete the task. Just broadcasting their useless performances would surely make them the objects of society's disdain. Yet, they surprisingly didn't perform as poorly as expected, which left her feeling both astonished and disappointed. Fine, if they weren't that useless, then they weren't that useless. After all, they were just a bunch of mortals. Moreover, their approach was clearly wrong. They showed no intention of participating in the trial, which made her indifferent to the situation. Especially in the previous 10 days, she felt even more convinced that Wang Chen had given up. She just didn't expect that after these days, the situation would change so dramatically. These useless college entrance exam students were performing better and better, even gaining recognition and support from others. It was quite normal, as they had been live-streaming their efforts, allowing people to see their hard work and accompanying them as they grew stronger, naturally fostering a sense of empathy towards them. Isn't it strange how a bunch of useless people can possess such power? Their team cohesion is extremely high. The average team cohesion is around D level, while theirs has reached A level. A voice appeared in Li Zixian's ear, and in her virtual vision, a small black figure was speaking to her. The small black figure continued, "This Wang Chen is not simple. He can see everyone's characteristics, guide each person on how to leverage their strengths, and also create a team with A-level cohesion. I already know all this, don't bother me. I need to deal with the mess at hand." Li Zixian frowned slightly. Discussing this now was pointless. Actually, your current problem isn't hard to solve. You can acknowledge their level and let them become students of the Martial Arts Academy. What do you mean? Are you giving up on the plan? Of course, the plan must continue. Then why do you want them to become students of the Martial Arts Academy? Becoming students of the Martial Arts Academy doesn't necessarily mean they have to be from Jinbei Vocational College. Li Zhixian understood. This meant that it would be difficult to strip them of their identity as students of the Martial Arts Academy. But if someone recommended them to become students of another martial arts academy, that would be different. And now that they had already demonstrated their level, it wouldn't be hard for others to accept them. Even the Li group could recommend them, thus gaining some reputation. This plan was perfect and could even be set in motion. Then, Li Zhixian called in her secretary and issued an announcement, stating that the Li group wanted to develop a commercial complex, and this was the most suitable location, which is why they wanted to acquire this place. Originally, they had no intention of obstructing these college entrance exam students' pursuit of education. They had planned to withdraw from this project beforehand. Now, seeing these students working so hard, they were moved. They could recommend better colleges for these students, and there was no need to continue with this resource-lacking institution. They believed this was the best outcome. Once the announcement was made, it received overwhelming support from the majority, and no one questioned the Li group anymore. In fact, people even said the Li group was a good organization, truly the conscience of Huaxia. Li Zhixian smiled, which made her secretary smile as well. Finally, they didn't have to serve a boss who was inexplicably angry anymore. If this continued, she would have to resign. Just a few days into her happiness, she was already thinking about quitting. This was because Li Zhixian was unhappy again. She started to lose her temper, and the desk was once again subjected to repeated destruction. Didn't you all agree to level up? Didn't we say that after you complete your leveling in these 2 months, we would recommend you to other martial arts academies, and you wouldn't have to do this task? Why are you all heading to Fortress No. 8 again? Do you really want to complete the task? Stop messing around. You don't have enough time to complete the trial now. Just focus on leveling up. In these past few days, Wang Chen's team had gotten closer to their destination, and they believed they would arrive in a few days. This made Li Zhixian anxious because if the task wasn't completed, it would still be considered incomplete. At that time, they could easily cancel the school. As long as they recommended these college entrance exam students, the issue would be resolved. But now, if Wang Chen and the others completed the trial task, it was highly likely that the school would be retained, and they would also gain the attention and support of the Huaxia government. Then, acquiring this place would be nearly impossible. Damn Wang Chen, what exactly do you want to do? Days passed again, and only 20 days remained in the 2-month deadline. Wang Chen and his team finally arrived at their destination, a small city that resembled a post-apocalyptic scene. It wasn't that the place was severely damaged, but rather that a city would look like this after being abandoned. At this moment, Wang Chen and the others were in a shopping mall. Aside from the cooking team, everyone else was off exploring. Everyone was young at heart, and since this was a place once inhabited by humans, they were searching for various items to see what they could find. The group chat was lively, filled with various discovery updates, accompanied by photos and videos. Wow, what is this? It looks like a limited edition figurine. I found a bottle of Moutai from 1999, should we try it? Damn, look what I found, a hamburger, and it's still good. The scariest part is, it's not even packaged. Wow, that bastard Ouyang found something good and is hiding it mysteriously. He won't let us see it no matter what. Everyone, catch him. It looks like he has a hard drive with information from Japan. He's definitely hiding it. He must be a spy. Everyone, go. Watching the excitement in the group, Wang Chen smiled. A bunch of kids. How could you know where the treasures would be? Team Woof Woof, keep searching. Wang Chen directed the dog. He had bought a set of remote equipment, and after putting it on the dog, he could command it remotely. The dog could also send images back to him. With dog training techniques combined with this remote technology, it was incredibly useful. He should train the eagle a bit more, and then they would have a complete set of hunting dogs. At this moment, Wang Chen was with Zhang Xiaoyan, and the two were studying a recipe, which was beast version Buddha jumps over the wall. It's a pot of delicacies, but the pairing is quite particular. Wang Chen had a feeling that once this pot of Buddha jumps over the wall was successful, something significant would happen. It worked! It worked! What a fragrant smell! Wang Chen and Zhang Xiaoyan successfully made a pot of Buddha jumps over the wall using materials from exotic beasts, combined with brand new techniques and magic, managing to prepare a large pot within an hour. This pot could fill 100 bowls, and just as everyone was getting ready to have a bowl, they noticed a glow appearing around Zhang Xiaoyan. That was everyone. Look at Zhang Xiaoyan, she seems to be about to change jobs. No way, this chef can also change jobs? Who knows? Did you notice that Zhang Xiaoyan is already over level 20? At this moment, some people realized that Zhang Xiaoyan, the chef, had already leveled up to level 20. She had been gaining experience all along. Here lies a question. Zhang Xiaoyan had just come out at level 1, so why did she have energy points? Clearly, she had surpassed level 10. It seems someone had explained before that for auxiliary and life professions, the level gap could be larger. Auxiliary professions could go up to level 15, while life professions had no limits. However, if the level difference was too great, the area damage aura emitted by exotic beasts could easily kill lower level characters. This kind of area damage skill had low damage for characters of the same level, and everyone could withstand it, even those with high resistance could endure it. But for lower levels, it was fatal, much like that world-ending exotic beast, whose area damage aura could instantly kill anyone below the 5th transition, and those above wouldn't last long either. At that time, humanity was in despair. Hopefully, this time would be different. Back to the point, the whole world was shocked by Zhang Xiaoyan's job change. What would she change into? Would she continue to develop as a chef, or become a battle chef? Soon, the job change was complete. Zhang Xiaoyan, what did you change into? Everyone gathered around, asking in a flurry. Gourmet maid chef, able to use magic to cook ingredients and create delicacies. Some dishes can enhance a person's attributes, and there are additional effects for the gourmet maid chef herself. After Zhang Xiaoyan revealed her profession, everyone could see this job on the profession data website. Upon seeing the introduction, everyone was stunned. It felt so powerful. It could actually enhance attributes. I wondered why Wang Chen's team was so strong. It seems Zhang Xiaoyan's contribution is indispensable. Her food should be able to enhance people's attributes. Very likely, it just wasn't displayed before, but it had some effect. Otherwise, this profession wouldn't have appeared. Generally speaking, there are clues before one changes to an advanced profession. That should be the case. No wonder Wang Chen wanted Zhang Xiaoyan, he must have seen her value. Can Wang Chen really predict the future? Predicting the future is a bit too mystical. He probably can only see some things and then make deductions. This super perception talent might have some other abilities, or perhaps he learned a skill that allows him to gain insight into things and then deduce from that. We've discussed this many times and feel this is the best explanation for Wang Chen's situation. Yes, it had been discussed many times online, and everyone felt it was impossible for Wang Chen to predict the future, but he should possess some skill that allows him to see a person's hidden data and then make judgments and guidance based on that, thus uncovering an individual's potential. This had already become a consensus. As for this, Wang Chen certainly wouldn't explain, he would let them think this way, which was quite good. Moreover, he deliberately created some failed cases to make people believe this even more. Yes, within the team, some people did fail, because either they were not good people, or they truly had no potential. However, these people are now following the team, which is a stroke of luck for them, much better than before. Huff huff, this is so delicious. I feel like I'm immersed in a hot spring. Everyone was enjoying Zhang Xiaoyan's delicious food, feeling the satisfaction it brought, while also experiencing the attribute boosts from the magical cuisine. The boost was there, but it was minimal, and while it was effective the first time, the subsequent effects were almost non-existent. However, this was a free gain, and no one would refuse it. Thinking about how Zhang Xiaoyan could make other dishes in the future, as students of the school, they felt very excited. They even thought about how they had previously objected to Zhang Xiaoyan's upgrade, and they wanted to slap themselves twice. Wang Chen, what should we do next? After the meal, everyone raised a crucial question. Now that they were here, should they really excavate the equipment? Was there enough time? What can we do? Of course, we should take a look. Maybe we'll be lucky and find a piece of equipment to bring back. If we're even luckier, we might find some data, which would shut those people up. That's right, given the current time, there's no way we have enough time. Those watching the live stream online all agreed with this point. Given the current situation, Wang Chen and his group had no chance. They could only try their luck. Is it okay for you to be live streaming like this? Won't it attract the half-beast orcs from the walk-on to attack? Suddenly, someone raised a question, leaving the online spectators in silence. It did seem important. Don't worry, with the strength of Wang Chen and his group, they aren't worth much. The walk-on beasts won't take the risk to come over. After all, this place is far from their control. Better safe than sorry. So, Wang Chen needs to hurry up and excavate the equipment to return. After all, there are only 20 days left, and they only have a few days to dig. Actually, you don't need to worry. Our northern town army has been monitoring these walk-on beasts. It's hard for them to get close unless they have other intentions. The online spectators continued chatting, while Wang Chen also provided an answer to everyone. Let's go check out the fortress first and see what we can find. If we can't find anything, we'll leave. Wang Chen's response seemed to have been anticipated by everyone and felt quite normal. Given the current situation, this was the only choice. Go ahead and look. I don't believe you can find anything, Li Zixin coldly said, staring at Wang Chen in the livestream. Like her, Wang Tang and Lu Ruyan also made similar remarks, but they could post directly in the group where Wang Chen was. At this time, the group from Linhai High School was still very lively, as many members of Wang Chen's team were from Linhai High School, allowing them to receive first-hand information. Wang Tang and Lu Ruyan were naturally paying attention to this group and often belittled Wang Chen's team. It was just jealousy, they would get used to it. In the live stream, Wang Chen's team headed to the fortress, which was situated on a mountain, with no nearby tall buildings surpassing the fortress. In modern warfare, high ground is crucial. If there were taller buildings near a fortress, it would be a joke. If there were, those buildings would definitely be under their control, serving as the fortress's defensive arrow towers. The mountain where the fortress was located had naturally been excavated to create an underground defense facility, and the equipment they were looking for was buried at the foot of the mountain, deep underground. At this moment, the external defenses of the fortress had already collapsed significantly, revealing numerous gaps. These city walls are so thick, the materials are so hard, and there are magical defenses on top of that. How could such defenses have been breached by those barbaric creatures? As everyone walked along the broken sections of the fortress walls, the solid structure and various defensive measures left them in awe. Under such defenses, even if a 5th-tier class changer came, as long as there was a skilled person stationed here, it wouldn't be easily breached. It was still due to an insider. I heard it was one of the guards here, his wife was taken away, and in a fit of rage for his beloved, he defected to those barbaric creatures. He even became a half-beast and had a beastly son. Their lineage is quite famous. I heard it's a type of white fox half-beast, clever and skilled in charm techniques. Charm techniques? Women mean nothing to me. There are also males. A male white fox half-beast is truly formidable, capable of charming both genders. Wang Chen listened to the conversation drifting further off topic, so he spoke up. From now on, if we encounter such a vixen, you take the males, and leave the females to me. While chatting, everyone split into teams to search and simultaneously eliminate the beasts lurking here, quickly entering the interior. They all had the data for the outer areas, and even some for the interior. There was still a lot of publicly available information. The review team didn't just withhold everything, they provided not only data but also various clues, even the locations of some equipment. However, most of this equipment couldn't be excavated for various reasons. If you have the capability, go dig it out. In fact, everyone had data on the locations of some equipment, and even simulations for solving those difficult problems, but no one had succeeded. It should be said that it was brought out without reducing costs. If the costs were too high, it would be utterly meaningless. Alright, everyone follow my arrangements and search freely, just like the previous mall explorations. After entering the interior, Wang Chen said to everyone. Hearing this, everyone knew that Wang Chen seemed to have no particular thoughts, just relying on luck. Soon, everyone split into groups and dispersed. It didn't matter if they couldn't find the large equipment, they could look for the smaller ones, which were also valuable. Wang Chen, who are you planning to team up with? Don't think about me, I'm not going on an adventure. With my figure, I can't even get through some places. At this moment, Zheng Xiaoyan looked at Wang Chen, as they were the only two left. Although Zheng Xiaoyan was a bit thinner than before, her figure was still somewhat plump. In this military fortress, many areas were only open to military personnel, and the passages were quite narrow, completely disregarding those with larger builds. After all, considering various individuals would increase costs. You can look around, I have my own dog squad. Wang Chen waved his hand, and 8 fierce dogs wagged their tails and panted beside him. Speaking of which, how do your dog squad members often appear and disappear mysteriously? You're not a beastmaster or a summoner, where do they usually go? Zheng Xiaoyan had a question she had wanted to ask for a long time. They just run off to play, they don't disappear. I let them roam free. Wang Chen casually replied, I can't tell you that I usually keep the dogs in that fake demon refining pot. Although that fake pot can't refine demons, it has space, allowing the dogs to stay inside, and it seems to have benefits. The dogs are becoming more intelligent and stronger. Is that so? Never mind, you hurry up and look around here, you might find something good. I always feel like you can. Alright, I'm off now, dog squad, let's go. Wang Chen immediately chose to leave, taking the Paw Patrol to search, but in reality, it was all just for show. He already had a plan. Moreover, this matter had to be completed by him alone and couldn't be live-streamed. Fortunately, the person broadcasting had never shown much interest in him and had already run off with others. Wang Chen entered the elevator and then leaped, quickly arriving at the floor marked as underground level 18. The numbers sent a chill down his spine, but he had no choice. It's begun. I hope the equipment inside is still usable. With hope, Wang Chen arrived at a room where a piece of equipment was set up, a device capable of manufacturing micro-robots. If he could create micro-robots, this place could slowly repair itself, but unfortunately, the equipment was broken. Now, Wang Chen needed to fix it. Could he do it? He wasn't a professional. Repairing machines was simple. All it took was to find out what was wrong, know how to fix it, and with the right tools, even a dog could do it. Right now, Wang Chen was like a few dogs trying to fix something. If someone saw this, they would definitely say, though they were indeed dogs, "You are the real dog." Is this something a human can do? Actually letting dogs fix things. However, the repairs were surprisingly well done, and he really managed to fix something. This dog training was truly extraordinary. If he trained monkeys, wouldn't Wang Chen not have to lift a finger? Yes, it looked incredible for dogs to repair machines, but in reality, it was just about utilizing what they could do to delegate tasks, not truly handing everything over to them. If it were done that way, the equipment would be 100% irreparable. But if someone were here now, the most astonishing thing wouldn't be that these dogs could repair, but that Wang Chen was actually a master in this field, even more professional than the specialists. As soon as Wang Chen entered, he began repairing without even needing to look inside. He directly found the faulty parts. This was more accurate than those diagnostic machines. There were places that the machines couldn't detect, but he could see at a glance. It was like he had a cheat code. Indeed, he had a cheat code. The Eye of Heaven cheat for repairing machines is truly amazing. I don't even need to know how to do it, and I can still fix it. Wang Chen couldn't help but marvel at the power of the Eye of Heaven. He could see where the machine was broken, what needed to be replaced, and at the same time, the Eye of Heaven could anticipate what he needed, allowing him to prepare everything in advance. In fact, the required items weren't many, just some small parts. Wang Chen's repairs didn't involve replacing components like changing a broken motherboard. He could directly replace the chips on the motherboard and fix it. In fact, many issues weren't chip-related but rather involved small capacitors, resistors, or short circuits. If those were broken, they really needed to be replaced, and for short circuits, it was naturally about using jumper wires. As long as Wang Chen knew how to do it, his hands were more agile than any skilled craftsman. He didn't even need to bring much with him because generally, these items were available nearby, most had spare parts, and if not, he could directly take them from the material board. Just like that, Wang Chen repaired the device in just an hour. If someone found out, they would definitely question their life. Especially since, during that hour, Wang Chen had been chatting with everyone, helping them solve problems, making it seem like he was busy assisting everyone. Although everyone did not find the required equipment, they discovered quite a few other things, and there were many issues along the way. They sent videos and pictures to consult Wang Chen, who basically helped solve most of them. However, not everything could be resolved, and this was intentional on his part. Those who brought useless items were often misled, and sometimes it even caused them losses. This introduced a margin of error in Wang Chen's guidance, which was crucial. Otherwise, if he were always 100% correct, he would attract unwanted attention, even putting himself in danger. Nevertheless, despite this, his performance was still strong, and everyone chose to trust him. Complete the repairs and start manufacturing micro-robots. Wang Chen activated the equipment and began producing micro-robots. Once created, these robots could repair the equipment here, even restoring the fortress. However, Wang Chen did not want anyone to know this, so after inputting the program, he left. He did not share the information about this equipment with anyone, and due to material issues, initially, there wouldn't be many micro-robots. They would need to collect resources themselves before starting to repair other equipment and restore the fortress. The original purpose of this device was precisely that, and because of this, it was the first to be severely damaged. Wang Chen's repairs were only restoring about 10% of the output. As long as it worked, the micro-robots would gradually bring everything back to normal. Alright, let's find some random materials to take back. Those materials are more valuable than the equipment and easier to carry. But should we keep this from everyone first? If everyone thinks this mission is impossible, they'll scatter, and we can watch them cry their hearts out? Is it really okay to be such a dog? Forget it. Wang Chen decided that one shouldn't act like a dog, but if it was a dog that discovered it, and the dog didn't act human, what does it have to do with me? So, Wang Chen sent the dog out to search, casually gathering some materials and storing them in the dog's collar. Even if someone suspected they might have obtained the materials, they wouldn't believe that the materials were with a dog. Moreover, this dog needed to charge into battle against the beasts, showing no signs of cherishing anything, which made it even less believable. This tactic proved to be very effective. 3 days later, Wang Chen halted the excavation operation, gathered the team, and prepared to return. Boss Ling Feng, are we really going back like this? It was unclear whether it was influenced by Ning Meng, but starting from the people at Lin High Middle School, the entire team began to call Wang Chen boss. At this moment, the atmosphere among everyone was not very high, as they felt they had failed. "Oh Yang, we have no choice. If we don't go back now, we won't have enough time. Besides, wasn't this mission quite successful? We have already proven our strength and our value. When we return, who would dare say we are useless? Also, if our school really gets deregistered, we can start our own school, and then we will become the founders. Isn't that even better?" Wang Chen was motivating everyone. In fact, whether they could become students of the martial arts academy was no longer important. They had already formed a force. Even if they couldn't establish a school, they could still grow into a mercenary group now, thanks to Wang Chen. Everyone now believed that Wang Chen could lead them to something better. Over the past month, Wang Chen had already proven this point. To enter the martial arts academy, isn't it most important to have someone to guide you and plan a path for your rise? Isn't that exactly what Wang Chen had done? Although there are no resources to support them, resources can be accumulated slowly on their own. After all, with their talents, they wouldn't receive much more resources at other martial arts academies. "I swear to follow the boss to the death. I swear to follow the boss to the death." The team began to shout in unison, as if they were holding a swearing-in ceremony. At this moment, Li Zixian's expression was grim, and she made another phone call. After she called, the person on the other end proactively said, "I understand your thoughts. I have dispatched a team that will intercept them on the way. Since Wang Chen has come to my territory, he shouldn't think about going back." Li Zixian hung up the phone, feeling that the person on the other end seemed to have a personal grudge against Wang Chen, perhaps even more than her own. What was going on? Forget it, it didn't matter. This time, Wang Chen and his group would die outside. Since the other side had sent a team, they would definitely not be simple characters. In the dense forest, Yamamoto AI was hiding with her squad. She was at level 52, a third transformation profession of Koga Ninja, with an A-grade talent for Stealth Kill. Stealth Kill enhances stealth abilities, increasing attack power by 100% while in stealth. This talent, combined with the Assassin class, already had skills for one-hit kills on enemies in stealth, making it extremely terrifying. A beast of the same level could be killed in one assassination. With her around, not to mention someone like Wang Chen, who was under level 30 and had no profession, even a third transformation profession of the same level, she believed she could also kill in one hit. Of course, this excluded defensive professions and those with strong perception who could see through stealth. Besides her, there were 9 other third transformation Koga ninjas by her side, and their team was known as the Koga 10. Each member had extraordinary talents and skills, excelling in both assassination and direct attacks. Countless people had died at their hands, the most famous being the killing of a fourth transformation genius from Huaxia, who had an SS grade talent. This was a great shame for Huaxia, and there was more than one such disgrace. The Yamato beasts had assassinated too many Huaxia people. They had always wanted to consume Huaxia and turn its people into half-beasts like themselves. Logically, with the appearance of these 10, killing Wang Chen and his group should be too easy, like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. However, Yamamoto AI was now very troubled because this was not the first time she had surrounded Wang Chen's team. This was her 7th attempt. The previous 6 had all failed. This failure was not because they couldn't defeat Wang Chen's team or that Wang Chen and the others had escaped. They hadn't even seen a single person in those 6 attempts. This made them very angry. "Captain, this time there shouldn't be any mistakes, right? They will come this way, right? I hope so." Yamamoto AI looked at the messages popping up in the team. She actually wanted to say, "How would I know? I can't be sure," and those who said so before are already frustrated. Speaking of this ambush, she also felt very annoyed and couldn't understand it. They were certain that Wang Chen could not know about their ambush, but every time, Wang Chen would change his mind and go elsewhere. Each time they set up an ambush, he would take a different route. Once could be considered a coincidence, twice could also be called a coincidence, but 3 times, 4 times, and now they had already gone through 6 times, all of which had been in vain. Interestingly, every time he changed his route, the live broadcast signal would disappear for a while, making it impossible for them to judge, just like now, when the signal had disappeared once again. If you say they were doing it on purpose, it seemed impossible. They couldn't have known in advance about their ambush. If they had known, wouldn't they have moved their people? As long as the people surround themselves, isn't that a good thing for Huaxia? This area is close to Jinbei City, where Jinbei City has the advantage. One more thing is that every time the team suddenly changes direction, either a group of exotic beasts appears, and the team goes to kill the beasts to level up, or they discover materials nearby and go to collect them. Along the way, Yamamoto AI and her Japanese companions have been running around with Wang Chen's team, gaining nothing, and even getting bitten by mosquitoes for several nights. They could only watch as Wang Chen's team members leveled up and collected materials, and they even saw members of the team starting to undergo their second-class change one by one. Yes, since Zhang Xiaoyan started, the second-class change has appeared one after another, and now 80% of the team has already changed classes. Although their second-class professions aren't particularly powerful, their synergy is very high, and the power they unleash is considerable, which also increases the cohesion of their team, making them even stronger in future battles. This is yet another thing that infuriates the Japanese, to the point of being unbearable. Every time they see the team on the livestream, with their abundant food and rapid leveling up, they can only think, what more could one ask for in life? Time passed slowly, and the Koga 10 were squatting here for a day, only to find that no one came. They had gotten used to it. It must be that the other side had changed routes again, so they decided to freshen up and check the livestream later to see where they had gone. Ah, habits are truly terrifying. Sure enough, when they checked the livestream again, they found that Wang Chen's team had deviated from their route once more. The people inside were very excited because they had killed a group of wild buffalo beasts yesterday. The beef was delicious, and the hides were also great treasures. Now the livestream was filled with laughter, having beef soup and beef noodles for breakfast, and the beef noodles were genuinely made from real beef. Watching others eat like that, the dry rations in the hands of the 10 felt instantly unappetizing. Damn it, Captain, I feel like we are being toyed with. Let's not ambush them. With our strength, we could kill them without stealth. Just a direct frontal assault would work. Don't forget, the three of us, me, Tuman, and Shiro, have all changed from warriors to ninjas, focusing on physical techniques. One person couldn't help but speak up. She was a female half-beast, her type indiscernible, but her figure was excellent, and her physique was striking. However, she wielded a thick-backed, wide-bladed long knife, clearly the type to charge into battle, which seemed contradictory to her appearance. The ninja profession can actually be transitioned from assassin, warrior, or mage, but the directions of the three professions are completely different. Some professions may share a name, but they are actually distinct. It's like druids. Although they are all one profession, they can be claw druids, fang druids, swarm druids, flame druids, and so on. While it is one profession, some are physical melee, some are ranged magic, some are frontline defense, and some are backline output and healing. It's quite complex, but a person can only choose one path, which isn't really a conflict. I know, but I still feel that Wang Chen has some issues. We should be cautious. If it happens again next time, we will strike directly. Yamamoto AI frowned slightly, preparing for one last attempt. If that didn't work, they would go for a direct kill. In fact, after this time, if they didn't take action again, they would be too close to Jinbei City, which would be too dangerous. So, next time, regardless of the reason, they would have to go for a strong kill. Meanwhile, Wang Chen was still happily eating with his classmates, discussing recipes with Zhang Xiaoyan, and chatting with other classmates. It seemed quite easy, causing Yamamoto AI and others, as well as those behind wanting to kill Wang Chen, to grit their teeth in frustration. What they didn't know was that everything was actually under Wang Chen's watch, and his 7 changes in direction were intentional. In another day, you will know. The 8th ambush. Failure. Yamamoto AI couldn't hold back any longer and prepared to kill. Especially when someone asked her what was going on and why she hadn't acted yet. Could she explain that every assassination attempt had been evaded? 8 times. 8 days had passed with one attempt each day, and considering the time they had arrived, there was little time left. Just as this group of 10 was preparing to force a kill, an unexpected situation arose again. This time, Wang Chen suddenly left the team. This story begins that afternoon when Wang Chen and the others, as usual, took a beating in the front row for half a day, then went to cook with Zhang Xiaoyan. After dinner, he said he was going to walk the dog and then disappeared. The last time they were in contact, he only said to return according to plan, that he had something to do, and not to worry. Now, everything in the team was on track. It operated just fine without Wang Chen, as he hadn't been directing or correcting for a long time. Everyone was doing their own jobs, and some were even starting to forget that it was Wang Chen who had led them. Now, some felt they were the ones leading Wang Chen. It was like everyone playing a game, encountering someone a few levels higher who helped them with tasks, and after getting skilled, they surpassed that person and began to lead the earlier players. Over time, some forgot who they had relied on at the start, only feeling stronger than others. For some, this process was quick, taking just a few days. For others, it took years. This is human nature, something Wang Chen couldn't control or stop, so he can only let it be. In fact, if Wang Chen could always lead them to level up and consistently show his strength, they wouldn't forget this point, but he couldn't. The latter is needless to say. If he appeared too strong now, it would be courting death. He deliberately made mistakes, placing himself at a level that most people would underestimate. As for the former, it was mainly that Wang Chen truly couldn't keep leading them to level up and couldn't always teach them what to do. As long as he pointed them in the right direction, there was nothing else to do in between. This is what it means for a master to lead one to the door, the rest depends on them. In other words, they now had a clear path, and they were running on it, making rapid progress. Before encountering any bottlenecks, how could they think of their master? Therefore, in the coming years, Wang Chen would not be needed by them. Since he was not needed, would they forget his past contributions? Just like now, after Wang Chen had disappeared for an afternoon, no one felt the need for him. Some even thought it was better without Wang Chen, as they had returned to the area of low-level beasts, not needing someone like Wang Chen, who had strong defense but no offensive power, in the front line. It is well known that to deal with low-level beasts, any melee fighter can hold the front, or even some summon creatures can take the lead. Of course, many were still worried about Wang Chen and cared about him. Even if they had grown stronger, they wouldn't be ungrateful. It's already evening. Where did Wang Chen go? Should we go look for him? Shangguan Huniu expressed some concern. It's fine, although Wang Chen has no attack power, it's hard to kill him. His defense is truly strong. All the way here, his defense has been impressive, able to withstand level 30 elite beasts. Yes, here, although Wang Chen can't kill the beasts, he won't be killed by them either, he is safe on his own. Exactly, maybe Wang Chen is off enjoying himself alone right now. He might have discovered something and doesn't want to bring us along. Yeah, for sure. Wang Chen can predict the future, he must have figured out a place with treasures and is off treasure hunting. How can you think like that? Even if Wang Chen is doing that, it's still based on his own abilities. Under the discussion of the crowd, the vast majority believed that Wang Chen indeed might have gone treasure hunting alone. However, everyone thought this was quite normal because if such an opportunity were shared among everyone, no one would get much, and it would be a waste of time and energy for all. It was better for one person to go and take it. At this moment, Yamamoto AI was thinking the same way, so she set off with 10 others to find the solitary Wang Chen. To them, Wang Chen was far more important than that team. If they were together, they could eliminate him, but if separated, they would first kill Wang Chen. Soon, they found a clue and located Wang Chen. Among the 10 of them, there were indeed experts in tracking, otherwise, they wouldn't dare take on such a task. This was a valley, and upon entering, there was a sea of flowers that made one unable to resist taking a few photos and posting some praise and boastful words. Yamamoto AI felt this impulse and took photos, planning to post them later. At this moment, in the sea of flowers, there was a clear and fresh trail. Wang Chen should be in there, he doesn't know we're coming to kill him, or he wouldn't have left such an obvious trail. After seeing this, Yamamoto AI smiled and led everyone to follow the trail, ensuring they could advance without leaving traces. At this time, she seemed to forget one thing. How could there be only one trail? Shouldn't there be 8 other dogs? Wang Chen had no profession, he wasn't a summoner who could store summon creatures. Besides, the dogs weren't summon creatures. She didn't need to know this, in any case, she wouldn't understand why in the end. Right now, she just wanted to say 2 words, so beautiful. She hadn't finished walking through the sea of flowers when she turned a corner in the valley and came upon a large waterfall, with a pool of water beneath it. This scene made her want to recite a poem. The waterfall cascades down 3,000 feet, as if the Milky Way has fallen from the heavens. The peach blossom pool is 1,000 feet deep, a branch of red apricot leans over the wall. Isn't that right? Those devils have no culture, it's a miracle they can even curse. The scenery here is indeed beautiful, but that doesn't seem important. What's important is where Wang Chen went. They searched nearby, but the trail ended at a cliff, right in front of which was the waterfall, and below was the pool. Did he jump in? Captain, what should we do? We can only go down and take a look. Sato, you go check it out. Yes. So, the one called Sato jumped down. They weren't afraid of any strange beasts here, after all, their strength was there. Moreover, Sato was a crocodile-type half-beastman, so he had no problem underwater. However, after he entered the pool, a giant creature began to move beneath the water. Just as Sato sensed danger, a shadow suddenly flashed by, moving at an astonishing speed. Sato was bitten by that shadow and taken away. Blood began to rise from the bottom of the water. Was Sato dead? Did something happen to Sato? This question arose in the minds of Yamamoto AI and the others, but they quickly dismissed the thought because they were almost invincible here. What kind of powerful strange beasts could be nurtured by the energy here? Sato couldn't possibly be taken down by a strange beast like that. Sure enough, just as they thought, Sato emerged from the water, along with a giant python that was already 50 meters long and 2 meters wide. The giant python was entirely black, and it seemed to be covered with a layer of frost on its black scales. This giant python appeared to be no less than level 40, but now it faced Sato, who was level 51 and a third-tier profession. Moreover, he was an amphibious half-orc, with underwater combat capabilities intact. Therefore, when the giant python bit Sato, the thick armor on Sato's body was not penetrated at all. On the contrary, Sato unleashed a water tornado, invading the python's mouth and destroying its internal organs, if it had any. The scene could be described in one sentence: a tornado demolishing a parking lot. At this moment, Sato searched the area nearby and then jumped up. Wang Chen should not be underwater. Yeah, I know. Since there's such a giant python guarding it, Wang Chen definitely can't go down. Yamamoto AI nodded. She had already guessed this outcome when she saw the python's corpse, but she still wanted Sato to search below, just in case there were other clues. Unfortunately, there were no clues down there. Just then, Yamamoto AI suddenly caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of her eye. She looked towards the waterfall across from them. There's light in the waterfall over there. Sato understood. With a wave of his hand, an energy radiated from Sato's body, and upon contact with the waterfall, it was parted to reveal an opening. Then, behind the waterfall, an entrance appeared, and it was quite large. There's actually an entrance here. Let's go. The 10 of them leaped over and entered the entrance, beginning to observe the situation inside. It was a very ancient passageway, looking at least 10,000 years old. No need to ask, this was definitely the periphery of a secret realm, meaning there was a secret realm here. It seems Wang Chen wants to keep it all to himself. He doesn't want to share such a secret realm with his classmates. TCH, if it were you, would you be willing? If you discovered a secret realm that you could consume all by yourself, would you tell us? Of course not. Everyone would want to keep it for themselves, especially since they discovered it. You should be grateful for Wang Chen's selfishness, otherwise, we wouldn't have this opportunity to kill him alone. After we kill him, the others won't matter. Not only should we be thankful for that, but we should also thank him for bringing us here. This secret realm seems promising, I have a feeling. The 10 of them were exchanging thoughts, and this communication was not through direct speech but through their action group. What do you think that light was just now? Are you talking about that? Just as someone asked about the light that had been spotted, a flash of light appeared, seemingly from the passage below. It was clear that it was Wang Chen exploring ahead, and the light had accidentally leaked out from inside. Dealing with such rookies, our 10-man group is being overly cautious. Such thoughts arose in their minds. However, despite thinking this way, they did not underestimate the situation. This was their job, and since they had mobilized, they would carry it out. The most important thing was that they had already received their reward. At this moment, their action group was filled with complaints about the situation. Regardless, let's hurry over. After we kill this kid, we'll go after that group of rookie newbies. We'll kill as many as we can, and for the equipment they're transporting, if we can't take it, we'll destroy it. Yamamoto AI spoke directly. Got it. The others in the 10-man group naturally understood that no matter how much equipment there was or how important it was, giving it to the enemy, even a single bullet or a grain of food, would only increase the enemy's strength, so it had to be destroyed. They were already planning their next moves, and they felt that dealing with Wang Chen would be a piece of cake. Especially when they found Wang Chen, he was opening a secret realm, seemingly unaware of their arrival, his face full of excitement, which made them find it quite amusing. This kid is really adorable, not knowing he's about to die, still so happy. Of course, how would he know we were coming? He's only level 30, and still a non-classed player. But speaking of which, for a non-classed player to reach level 30 so quickly, that's quite a talent. Of course it's a talent, he's SSS rank, with exceptional talent. It's just that his poor choice of being a non-classed player. If it weren't for his poor choice, could we kill him so easily? Why hasn't this kid opened the secret realm yet? Should we urge him? Don't complicate things, let him open it. Right now, only he knows about us, who knows how long it will take. I know, just saying. The 10 of them were waiting for Wang Chen to open the secret realm, but he wasn't moving quickly, often glancing at a notebook in his hand, tapping on a stone slab as if he were studying it. If this kid opens it, should we enter the secret realm first or kill those newbies? This question left the 10 in silence. They knew the task was important, and the secret realm could be put off, but they feared it might have a time limit once opened. So, they had to make a choice on what to do first. Let's prioritize the task. Yamamoto AI ultimately held back and made a calm and selfless choice. Many felt this choice was unwise. They believed they could quickly pass through the secret realm without delaying anything. But since Yamamoto AI had decided, they could only follow. After all, she was the leader, strong and with a powerful background. Oh yeah, it's opened. Not long after, cheers erupted from Wang Chen's side as the entrance to the secret realm began to glow mysteriously, with spatial distortions appearing, indicating that the secret realm was now accessible. At that moment, one among the 10, who had exceptional agility, appeared. Their movements were top-notch among assassins. In fact, Yamamoto AI was faster, but she didn't go, because that person was more than enough. Sure enough, that person appeared before Wang Chen and struck at him with a single blow, without a word. They might have known that villains often perish from excessive talking, or perhaps they simply looked down on Wang Chen and went straight for the kill. They believed that even a level 50 player wouldn't withstand this attack, and Wang Chen definitely wouldn't. The strike was like lightning, yet powerful as thunder. It was both fast and forceful. Wang Chen instinctively reached out to block with his hand shield. But the next moment, at the moment of contact between the blade and the hand shield, the shield shattered. This strike was terrifying. Was Wang Chen's hand about to be severed? The answer in the hearts of the 10 was affirmative, and they thought his body would be cleaved in two as well. But the result was unexpected. Clang! A sound of metal clashing stunned all 10 of them. Clearly, the small shield on his arm had been cut through. Wang Chen's armor should have been sliced open too. After all, armor isn't as thick as a shield. And given the power of that strike, it could not only cut through that small shield but could even take down 2 more. Otherwise, how could they be so sure it would cleave Wang Chen's body? Yet after that strike, Wang Chen's arm was not severed. It felt as if the blade had struck stone. And not just any stone, but an incredibly hard one. What was going on? The attacker's hand was now trembling, as if injured at the base of the thumb, struggling to grip the knife. This situation left everyone among the 10 dumbfounded. Although they knew Wang Chen's defense was formidable, they never imagined it could be this strong. A level 53rd transformation assassin couldn't even cut off his hand with a B-grade weapon. This was unbelievable. It left them utterly perplexed. Just as they were in shock, Wang Chen, without saying a word, pushed past the stunned individuals in front of him and entered the secret realm. Before he stepped in, he uttered a warning. "Don't come in, or you'll regret it." The voice sounded like a warning, yet it also carried a sense of helplessness born from fear. "What should we do? Should we go in? Weren't you planning to go in anyway? Now you have enough reason to." Yeah, to pursue the target, we naturally have to go in. About what he just said. Do you believe it? You've killed so many people. What harsh words didn't they say before dying? That's true, let's go. The 10 of them quickly finished their discussion and immediately entered. Once inside, they thought it would take some time to find Wang Chen, but to their surprise, he was right in front of them. The ninja with the sword charged forward, swinging at Wang Chen. At that moment, Wang Chen made no move at all, even smiling. This puzzled the 10. What did that smile mean? Did he think his defense was so strong that he would be fine? Just like outside, what kind of power could withstand that strike remained a mystery. Perhaps that was why Wang Chen appeared so calm. However, this time, Wang Chen didn't need any defense to remain unharmed. After the strike, a protective shield quickly appeared around him, and this shield's power didn't come from Wang Chen but from the secret realm itself. The realm's power rebounded the strike, sending the attacker flying and causing him to spit out blood. What was happening? This is the rule of the secret realm. We can't attack each other. Yamamoto AI understood that this kind of secret realm wasn't uncommon. Many had different rules. Hey, I told you not to come in, now you've caused trouble. Wang Chen shook his head helplessly inside. Heh, you think we wouldn't come in just because you told us not to? Even if we weren't here to kill you, seeing the secret realm would make us come in. Sato spoke up, appearing as a half-beast, with a crocodile head and crocodile skin on his body, looking somewhat terrifying. His words echoed what the others wanted to say. They were here to kill Wang Chen. How could they not enter? Do you even know what the rules of this secret realm are? You should take a look first. Wang Chen pointed to the stone tablet in the center, which read, Rule 1, choose an opponent, then the opponent chooses the competition item. The winner lives, the loser dies. Rule 2, from the moment you enter the secret realm, you must participate in a competition within 30 minutes. Exceeding the time will result in annihilation. If there are no available opponents, the realm will create virtual ones. Rule 3, completing one competition allows you to exit. The last person to exit will receive the ultimate reward of this secret realm. Upon seeing the first rule, the faces of the 10 turned dark. They hadn't expected to encounter such a secret realm. Some secret realms forced people to kill each other, but the rewards were extremely high because the realm would turn the dead into rewards. The higher the level of the deceased, the greater the final reward. Some could even inherit the energy values of the dead, which others had painstakingly accumulated, just like that given to someone else. In such cases, one couldn't blame the heavens, it was just fate. With these 3 rules, at least 5 out of 10 people must die to exit, and this is only possible if they can agree and keep their promises to each other. After all, one person could monopolize the cultivation gains of others, which is a tremendous temptation for anyone. A single person could obtain the power and equipment of 5 others. Who could refuse that? Now they were arguing about this, destined to debate for half an hour, while each had their own ulterior motives, wanting to monopolize everyone's power and equipment. Although they might not get everything, the enhancement would be terrifying. In the end, they couldn't come to a conclusion, but in their hearts, they all had a common understanding: whoever dies is out of luck, and the ones who survive will definitely absorb everyone's power. However, they were united on one thing: Wang Chen. Who will go find Wang Chen? This will ease your conscience a bit. You won't have to kill your own people, and he's just a weakling. I'll do it for sure. I can't beat you guys. Staying here means certain death. Bullshit. I'll take this kid. Whoever can grab it first gets it. Thus, they scrambled to challenge Wang Chen, and in the end, the one with the knife took the lead, while Wang Chen only then learned the opponent's name: Songyu. What are you in such a hurry for? Wait until the last 30 minutes to choose. If you choose now, if I win, I'll be at a disadvantage and have to pick someone. Wang Chen shook his head and said, leaving everyone a bit confused. What does that mean? Does it matter? But soon, they understood that the one choosing was actually the weaker side, because the chosen person had the power to select the competition items, and everyone would choose something advantageous for themselves. If the time was too early, your 30 minutes would run out before others, and you would have to pick someone. You don't need to worry about that. You won't have a chance. Songyu sneered. You don't even know what to compete in. Where does your confidence come from? Do you think you're better than me at everything? I choose to compete in calculating. Are you faster than me? Wang Chen's words left Songyu stunned. Could it really be a competition in calculating? If so, he might actually lose. At this moment, everyone understood why it was important to choose later. The power to select the competition item was too crucial, and no one expected that the item Wang Chen ultimately chose would be so bizarre. Excavator? Which excavator technique is the best? It must be me, the king of excavators. Boom! 2 excavators descended from the sky in front of Wang Chen and Songyu, and the content of their competition was to build a dam, which had to be aesthetically pleasing. When Songyu saw the excavators, he was dumbfounded. He regretted entering and why he had chosen Wang Chen first. Now he could only hope that Wang Chen wasn't very familiar with excavators. Dogs hit king of excavators, bragging without a script. My last name is Wang, and I drive excavators. Isn't that the king of excavators? I'm too lazy to waste words with you. Let me show you some real skills. After Wang Chen finished speaking, he immediately climbed onto the excavator, entered the cockpit, and began to operate the complex dashboard, skillfully starting the machine. His operating skills made it seem like Wang Chen really knew how to drive and was quite proficient. In fact, Wang Chen had never driven an excavator, but he had seen it before, and with the assistance of his heavenly eye, he knew how to position it correctly, how to operate it properly, and could even perform those operations perfectly and to the extreme. Before long, Songyu was already in despair because his progress lagged far behind Wang Chen's. At this point, unless Wang Chen exploded on the spot or the excavator malfunctioned, Wang Chen was certain to win. And neither of those scenarios was likely to happen. The excavators were actually virtual constructs of the secret realm, including the digging itself. In this way, Wang Chen completed the task after 2.5 hours. No, I haven't lost yet. But Songyu was quickly erased by the rules of the secret realm. Everything turned to ashes, becoming rewards. When Wang Chen finished, he saw 5 people staring at him, their eyes filled with hatred. This left Wang Chen feeling quite helpless. I already told you not to come in, but you insisted on ignoring my advice. Wang Chen's words sounded so heartless, and now the remaining 5 felt regretful, each with the blood of their companions on their hands, except for the one who had chosen a virtual opponent. You all came out so early, so this time, you can choose again. I can select the competition items now. If the previous statement was not too harsh, this one pierced directly into their lungs, making it not only painful but also hard to breathe. You just chose the excavator competition on purpose, didn't you? That could buy some time. You only just realized, actually, you could have delayed each other, but you were afraid that if you relaxed, others would secretly work hard, so you didn't dare. Wang Chen's words pierced their lungs once more. The items they chose were all advantageous to themselves, and they didn't dare to go easy, which naturally sped things up. However, even if it was slow, it seemed it couldn't delay much time, because during the competition, the flow of time inside was very fast, so much so that the 2.5 hours inside and the 25 minutes outside only differed by 2.5 minutes. This time, you want to choose me a bit slower, not so fast. Just as Wang Chen finished speaking, someone had already chosen him, and that was Sato. I choose you. I'm not afraid of what project you pick. If I lose, then I'll buy time for the others. Sato took the initiative. This was not just about buying time, but most importantly, everyone thought Wang Chen was the weakest, and facing him was the most likely to win. Moreover, after the previous round, they had communicated and realized that the final project selection was random, but only a few types would appear. In other words, it was just a matter of luck. If one picked 3 favorable ones, it was the same for anyone, and conversely, if one picked 3 unfavorable ones, it didn't matter what they chose. This time, there couldn't possibly be an excavator again. No way! Items like chess, calligraphy, and painting couldn't be included either. Although he thought Wang Chen wouldn't know them, he wouldn't either, and the Huaxia people would at least know a bit. He guessed he was influenced by TV dramas, thinking that Huaxia people all knew a bit of chess, calligraphy, and painting. When the final result came out, Wang Chen was frowning, seemingly struggling to choose which project. This made Sato very happy. It should mean that Wang Chen wouldn't know, otherwise, why would he be so entangled? As a result, he peeked and found that it was option 1, a cooking competition, fried rice. Whoever gets the most eaten is the winner. Option 2, a fist-fighting competition. Whoever shatters the target first is the winner. Option 3, a competition of agility, passing through a battlefield of bullets. The fewer scars and the less time taken, the winner. Damn it, if option 1 wasn't there, that would be great. Sato was a bit angry. If option 1 had been replaced with another martial arts project, he felt he should have won. Now he thought Wang Chen's choice must be Wang Chen. You better not choose the cooking competition, I will look down on you. If you're a man, choose the fist fighting. I can let you use one hand. Sato began to mock the other and shouted, choose fist fighting, I beg you, please. But Wang Chen looked down on him. You want me to choose fist fighting, so I choose fist fighting? I wouldn't be so foolish to fall for your basic provocation, would I? Of course, I choose fried rice. Hey, fried rice. The simplest yet the most difficult. The rice must be separated grain by grain, and it must be dipped in egg. Wang Chen had already started moving, while Sato was angrily shouting. His crocodile-like claws struggled even to hold a tool, let alone cook. At that moment, seeing him pick up things was like watching a battle. Everything inside was a chaotic mess. It was needless to say that even if Wang Chen had learned Zheng Xiaoyan's culinary skills, anyone with a bit of cooking knowledge could easily defeat him. Half-beasts were destined to be at a disadvantage in some areas, but no one expected this disadvantage to appear here. It was probably something Sato had never imagined. If there were a next life, he would still want to be an ordinary person. Well, that was just a temporary venting. If he really had to choose, he would still choose to be a half-beast. But it was really frustrating. Wang Chen, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you off. Not long after, Wang Chen came out, still slower than the others. His opponent's cooking skills were terrible, and with his own modest skills, he only needed to continue at his own pace. When the remaining 2 saw Wang Chen come out, they frowned, not expecting him to still be behind. Captain, no, Xiao AI, let me do it this time. I don't believe he can choose something he's good at again. Among the remaining 2, besides Yamamoto AI, there was also a guy named Tuman. He was muscular, with high defense and strong destructive power. Naturally, he liked Yamamoto AI and was willing to do anything for her. He chose to clear the way for Wang Chen, and even if Wang Chen was lucky enough to win this time, it would still be in front of Yamamoto AI, and the choice would belong to her. In the end, our group of 10 succeeded. Although we died, everything we had was inherited by Yamamoto AI. It was worth it. While Tuman was thinking about this, new options began to refresh in front of Wang Chen. What would it be this time? Option 1, archery competition, with various powerful bows. The farther the target hit, the better. Option 2, arithmetic competition, solving problems. Option 3, defense competition, enduring various damages. The longer the better. Wang Chen, you should choose 3. Isn't your defense your pride? I'm a ninja, and my defense isn't strong. Tuman immediately said, and as he spoke, there seemed to be a flicker in his eyes, just a flash that was hard to notice. In fact, he was lying because there were ninjas who specialized in charging to the front. Wang Chen naturally knew this. He also knew that ninjas were originally divided into upper, middle, and lower ranks, but not in the power levels depicted in comics. That was a hierarchical relationship. It was an organization where the upper ninja commanded, the middle ninja was a skilled combat elite, and the lower ninja was the foot soldier, charging into battle. Alright, I'll choose 3. Wang Chen nodded and chose 3. Ha, you're really stupid. If you had chosen the first 2, I wouldn't have much hope, but choosing the third, that's definitely my win. Because I am, as Tuman spoke, his clothes exploded, revealing his strong body, and then a set of battle armor appeared on him. Earth Ninja. The earth represents the earth element, which has a unique advantage in defense, and at that moment, Tuman had not finished speaking. He continued, my skill is to use earth as a shield. As he finished speaking, a 3 cm thick earth shield appeared in front of him, easily blocking the incoming attack. This Earth shield had a certain duration, and he could slowly create new Earth shields, layer by layer. He was doing just that, quickly forming layers of defensive shields. Let's see how you can compete with me? At this moment, Tumon was very proud, but because he had surrounded himself with Earth shields, he couldn't see the situation outside, but he thought Wang Chen wouldn't last longer than him. Time passed little by little, and the attacks from outside grew stronger and wider in range. Soon, the earthen shields outside were breached, layer by layer. At first, the duration of resistance was long, but it became shorter as time went on, requiring him to create a large number of earthen shields to continue. In the beginning, the speed of creating the earthen shields was much faster than that of their destruction, but later it began to lag behind. This was quite normal, as it had been said that the attacks would become increasingly powerful, exceeding the limits of his earthen gate. He had anticipated this, but he never expected Wang Chen to hold on until this moment. His earthen shields were down to just a few dozen layers, and the remaining time was enough for him to continue adding shields. This persistence was not because he believed Wang Chen was still there, but to prove his own strength. In his mind, Wang Chen should have retreated by now, as this was already the intensity of a level 50 profession, which Wang Chen could not withstand. It didn't matter, he would hold on a bit longer before retreating. Soon, he discovered something astonishing. When his last earthen shield was breached, he saw Wang Chen still standing there. At this point, Wang Chen's clothes were riddled with holes, except for the critical areas, as he had been dodging and avoiding damage to those vital spots. However, the other parts of his body had withstood the damage, which was now enough to break through his earthen gate's shields. Those attacks included various magical elements as well as physical strikes, yet Wang Chen had endured them all. What was going on? Was his defense this strong? Even he, a level 53rd transformation, could not withstand such damage. Ultimately, in a mix of confusion and astonishment, his earthen shield was broken, and his body was injured by the subsequent attacks. Even at the moment of his death, he could not believe why Wang Chen could endure it and appeared to be doing so with ease, seemingly able to continue. In fact, Wang Chen was indeed still going, though this was something he could not see. However, Yamamoto AI did see it. Her eyes were now filled with astonishment, as if she had witnessed the most incredible thing in the world. In the end, Wang Chen left, his body marked with various scars, looking quite terrifying. Yet Wang Chen remarked, "That felt great. If every trial were a defensive one, how wonderful that would be." He patted his body, and although he was seriously injured, he seemed to be slowly recovering, visibly healing. A green light surrounded him, a sign of the rejuvenation skill. At this moment, Yamamoto AI thought Wang Chen had used a scroll, unaware that he could use rejuvenation himself. At this time, Yamamoto AI had no time to ponder these things, as what surprised her the most was how do you have such powerful defense? The damage just now could not even be blocked by Tumon, and she certainly could not withstand it either, yet Wang Chen had managed to endure it, and he didn't even seem to be significantly harmed. This was quite different from the information they had received. It was said that although Wang Chen was powerful, his defensive capability was assessed to be below level 40, and he was only a first transformation level 40. Now it seemed he surpassed even a third transformation level 50. Fortunately, this kid was useless in every other aspect besides defense. This was the only thing he could rely on, so she decided to create some distance and then attack slowly. How else could it be? Of course, I leveled up through practice. Wang Chen answered Yamamoto AI's question, then continued, "You're the only one left from your group. Are you regretting not listening to me and coming in? I told you not to come in, but you insisted." Yamamoto AI fell silent, feeling that the other party was doing it on purpose, just to provoke her and divert the topic from earlier. Of course, it could also be because the other party simply didn't want to discuss this with him. If that's the case, then let's get to the point. As a man from Huaxia, you should be quite graceful. What I like most is the gentlemanly demeanor of Huaxia. Shouldn't you challenge me, allowing me to choose the project? Yamamoto AI looked at Wang Chen, revealing some indescribable aspects, though not too much. It couldn't be rated for television, but one could say she looked quite enchanting at that moment. Yamamoto AI was skilled in the art of seduction, not just superficial beauty, but she also knew some enchanting techniques. At that moment, Wang Chen looked at her, seemingly entranced, staring blankly. Humph, men are indeed like this. Yamamoto AI despised Wang Chen inwardly, letting out a cold snort. She felt that Wang Chen had fallen for her charm, so she struck a more alluring pose, revealing even more, and if it continued, it might become inappropriate for children. It was just a bit strange that Wang Chen kept staring without any reaction. So, she began to increase the intensity, no, the force. 10 minutes passed. Wang Chen still looked the same, as if his soul had been drawn away, yet he remained silent. Now, Yamamoto AI's clothing had become increasingly sparse, but it was still within the limits suitable for television. She still had that bottom line. She continued to entice Wang Chen with her alluring words. However, it was strange that no matter how much she intensified it, Wang Chen seemed to be on the verge of breaking, urging her to push harder. If this continued, Yamamoto AI would have to pull out her trump card. Well, she had already done so. She began to dance, with her already minimal clothing. Dancing at this moment, even without her enchanting techniques, she could successfully seduce most men. Wang Chen was also staring wide-eyed, not expecting the other party to have such skills and to offer him such great benefits. How touching! Don't get it wrong, this touch was not from seeing something suggestive, but because he was resisting the enchanting techniques. Enchantment could actually be considered a type of magical attack, a mental one, just rarer. So, he was also training his defenses. After experiencing this kind of attack, it felt like something was loosening within him. He sensed it, a feeling of breakthrough. That was why he felt so moved. Of course, he couldn't show this feeling. He needed the other party to continue using her enchanting techniques. After a while, Yamamoto AI had already noticed the problem. What on earth is going on with you? Why aren't you affected by my enchanting techniques? Who said I'm not affected? But I can withstand it. Yamamoto AI fell silent. Was this guy toying with her? At that moment, she suddenly thought, from the very beginning, had Wang Chen been playing with her and her group? Was this a trap he had set? Impossible. If that were the case, he would be too terrifying. Did you plan everything? Did you know about this secret realm beforehand? Yes, and I forgot to mention one more thing. I also activated this death mode. Otherwise, this would just be an ordinary competition secret realm. Losing would only mean being kicked out, not death. Wang Chen nodded. At this point, there was no need to hide it anymore, as there were only the two of them left, and since they were just idling, it made sense to talk. Many of these secret realms have patterns. It's not that entering means a life and death duel, only when the death mode is activated does it become so. The activation of the death mode depends on the first person to enter. No wonder Wang Chen entered directly. How did you know there was a secret realm here, and how did you know it would lure us in? Yamamoto AI asked, no longer wanting to question how Wang Chen was so sure that her group would take the bait. She could figure that out herself. Wang Chen definitely knew he was the target. After leaving the team, these people would follow him. Damn it! I said I can foresee the future, do you believe me? Wang Chen asked with a smile. What he said was the truth, but who would have thought that this statement was real? At that moment, Yamamoto AI did not believe him, looking at him as if he were trying to fool a ghost. She felt that Wang Chen must have received some information that even the Northern Town Army was unaware of, something discovered by someone and exclusively shared with him. It should just be a coincidence. Without this secret realm, these people would definitely not die. Indeed, if it were the Northern Town Army lying in ambush, they would surely discover it. It was only because Wang Chen was alone that they approached so unguarded. If you don't want to say, then forget it. Do you have confidence that you can be this lucky every time and get the projects you excel at? Yamamoto AI asked again. In fact, Wang Chen brushing off his opponent's time and again seemed to others merely as good luck. Each time he faced something he could do while others could not was actually quite rare. The projects refreshed were random. Yamamoto AI had encountered something she completely could not do, and others were the same, so she only won a little. This secret realm could be said to be equal for all. Everyone had a chance to eliminate their opponents. In such a secret realm, why would Wang Chen dare to initiate the death mode? Was he not afraid of dying? I know what you're thinking. First of all, even if I die, 9 of you will accompany me to the grave, which is already a blood profit. Secondly, I will not lose, the final victor will be me, and I will gladly accept your energy values and skills. Wang Chen was very calm, his confident demeanor making Yamamoto AI snort coldly in her heart. Let him be proud, they would see what projects were refreshed later. She also knew that Wang Chen would not challenge her charm technique had failed. In this situation, she did not want to do useless work and directly initiated the final challenge against Wang Chen. What she did not expect was that the final rules were actually different, and these rules favored her. Randomly refresh 100 projects, from which you can choose 30 to put into the selection pool, and finally, randomly select 3 for your opponent to choose. This was a rule only for the final battle, designed to balance advantages. Upon seeing this, Yamamoto AI immediately smiled, especially when she saw that at least 50 of the 100 refreshed projects were ones she could do, with 20 being her specialties. Out of the 30, if 3 were randomly selected, they might all be her strengths. Ultimately, luck was on her side, and the 3 selected were indeed all her specialties. Choice 1, use hidden weapons. A large number of targets would appear, and she would have to break them all in a short time. Choice 2, cross the river on a single reed. using a bamboo pole to cross the turbulent river. The first to reach the opposite bank wins. Choice 3, fight with knife techniques. Only knife techniques could be used, and other skills were not allowed. Killing the opponent meant victory. You choose, pick your strongest. Don't say I bullied you later. Yamamoto AI sneered, feeling she had the advantage in the first two choices. There was no need to mention that ninjas used hidden weapons. She had some experience with crossing rivers on a single read as well. As for choice 3, not to mention Wang Chen's weak attack power and lack of knife skills, even if he did know them, she wouldn't be afraid because her knife techniques were family heirlooms. In pure knife techniques, she felt she would win easily. I'll give you a chance, just tell me your account password, and this time I'll let you choose. Wang Chen's sudden statement left Yamamoto AI stunned. What did that mean? If you let me choose, you would definitely die a miserable death. However, regardless of the outcome, it seemed to her that it was meaningless to say anything. Either she would die, or the other party would die. Dying, what use is there for this wealth? If the other party dies, what good does it do to tell them? But at a time like this, why would Wang Chen bring up this request? Does he have absolute confidence and want to get the money in his account for free? Or is he just trying to eliminate a wrong answer? By asking me, he has effectively ruled out one incorrect option. It must be like that. If that's the case, then I'll choose the knife technique. Although the knife technique is a family heirloom and I have practiced it for decades, it is the weakest among the three. At this moment, I saw a smile appear at the corner of Wang Chen's mouth. As expected, he wants to use my choice to eliminate a wrong answer. Alright, I understand. First, tell me the account password. Wang Chen indeed still wanted this. Without it, he wouldn't make a choice. So, Yamamoto AI secretly told Wang Chen a fake account. She would never reveal the real one. First of all, if Wang Chen really won against her this time, she would not give her wealth to him, even if she died. Secondly, if she won this time and told Wang Chen the account password, he might use it in a special way, which would be detrimental to her. Perhaps Wang Chen's purpose lies here, to create a bit of trouble for someone before dying. Never mind, anyway, she absolutely wouldn't give the real one. Okay, since that's the case, then I'll choose the knife technique. What? Don't be so surprised, I am a person of integrity. Wang Chen looked honest, which made Yamamoto AI feel a bit guilty. Was she being too petty? Forget it, it's all the same. No matter what Wang Chen chose, it would be the same. The knife technique, although not her strongest, Wang Chen wouldn't know it at all. She had studied Wang Chen's information and knew that his combat style was always a sword and shield combination. He had never used a knife technique. Comparatively, her chances of defeating Wang Chen with the knife technique wouldn't be weaker than in other categories. However, she felt that Wang Chen had seen through her thoughts and chose this option, thinking that since she didn't want to choose, he would choose it. When Wang Chen really chose the knife technique, the two appeared in an arena, and both sides could choose the knives they wanted, even customizing them. Yamamoto AI quickly chose a katana and added a little customization of her own, swinging it a few times. Her knife technique flowed like water. She smiled. You're really an idiot. I'm a ninja, how could I not know the knife technique? Moreover, my family is a knife technique clan. She saw that Wang Chen didn't say anything and continued. Do you think I chose the knife technique to trick you into eliminating this option? Then you are being too clever for your own good. Yamamoto AI laughed and immediately practiced her basic skills with the knife. The sharp and swift technique gave her the illusion of being invincible. Although the school also taught basic knife techniques, they were far from hers. This is our Yamamoto family's ancestral knife technique. Our family has used this technique to slay countless Huaxia people, the most famous being your Grand Marshal Li Changfeng. While demonstrating the knife technique, she introduced it, which was the so-called psychological attack, aiming to disturb Wang Chen's mind from the start. But she noticed that Wang Chen seemed completely indifferent, almost in a daze, as if he didn't take her seriously at all. Wang Chen, are you ready? Oh, ready. Wang Chen replied, and a large knife appeared in his hand. Chop the enemy's heads with the big knife. Using a big knife against the enemy was just right, although he wasn't skilled with it, it didn't matter. Wang Chen casually swung a few times, his movements clumsy, which made Yamamoto AI laugh even more. Was he giving up? Very well, I will fulfill you. Yamamoto AI ran forward, leaping up to slash with her knife. Wang Chen immediately swung his knife to block. Clang! The two knives clashed, producing the sound of metal striking metal, while Yamamoto AI's downward force seemed to press Wang Chen down heavily. Wang Chen's knife movements appeared slow, as if he wasn't very accustomed to it. Yamamoto AI smiled, her katana moving swiftly, creating a shadow of the blade. Wang Chen continued to defend with his unskilled knife techniques, occasionally sustaining cuts. However, at this moment, both sides relied solely on their knife skills. Without any other abilities, the knife wounds couldn't heal, but they weren't too severe. This made Yamamoto AI even more pleased, starting to tease Wang Chen, slicing through his resilient skin. Wang Chen looked increasingly disheveled. "Ha, you say you've played so many tricks, but in the end, you're still going to die. At least I've taken down 9 of your men. Do you think I would be sad if they died? To be honest, I would be, just a little. But if their deaths could bring me benefits, then it would be different. I would be very happy. I should thank you for that." Yamamoto AI laughed heartily, becoming more reckless, having already decided that Wang Chen was doomed, so she let loose. Die! Yamamoto AI's strikes quickened, and Wang Chen sustained more injuries, with deep wounds visible down to the bone. At the same time, she prepared a fatal blow to end Wang Chen's life, feeling that enough time had passed. However, this hidden deadly strike was blocked by Wang Chen's knife. Forget it, maybe it was a coincidence. She struck again. This time, Wang Chen's knife didn't block, but his body dodged. Coincidence, coincidence, again. Dodged again. Keep going. This time it was blocked again. Keep going, keep going. Yamamoto AI's speed increased, and she became more frenzied, her knife moving faster and her strikes heavier. It seemed she had discovered something very bad. What happened next intensified her premonition, as no matter how hard she tried, using every technique, even her ultimate moves, all her killing strikes were neutralized by Wang Chen. Are you toying with me? Yamamoto AI looked at Wang Chen, asking in disbelief. When all possibilities are eliminated, the remaining one, no matter how improbable, is still the greatest possibility. She couldn't believe that Wang Chen could win against her in knife skills, yet the result was such that he seemed to be holding back. "No, I just wanted to see your family's knife techniques, it might be useful in the future." Wang Chen's response made Yamamoto AI stop her attack. The fact that he had this thought meant that the ultimate moves she was currently using would eventually be deciphered by the Huaxia people. She had become a sinner of the Yamamoto family, for at this moment, she had exhausted all her techniques. "Damn! I didn't expect you to be a master of knife skills." Yamamoto AI gripped her knife, preparing for a final attack. "I'm not a master, just someone who has seen a lot." Wang Chen waved his hand. "I would tell you, this commonly used basic skill, I've seen others use it for so long that I've learned it too, and my level isn't low. That's right, I'm just pretending, letting you reveal all your knife techniques while also practicing my defense." Wang Chen had a feeling that he shouldn't think that just using sword techniques meant he wouldn't learn anything else. His super comprehension might grasp the essence of swordsmanship from other martial arts. Therefore, for secret family knife techniques like those of the Yamamoto family, if he could watch, he would. "I can tell you one more thing." At that moment, Wang Chen suddenly mentioned something that left Yamamoto AI across from him in a daze, unable to execute her final sword technique. Seizing this opportunity, Wang Chen swiftly severed her head. The blade swung down towards the heads of the invaders. Even after her head was cut off, Yamamoto AI's eyes were still filled with confusion, wanting to ask Wang Chen, "How did you know?" What exactly did Wang Chen say that caused Yamamoto AI to show such an expression in her final moments? It was actually quite simple. It was just the secret of Yamamoto AI's bank account. She could never understand why, despite her claims being false, what Wang Chen said turned out to be true. This was something only she knew. She had never told anyone, so why would Wang Chen know? If that were the case, it meant Wang Chen didn't need to ask her at all, so why did he? These questions she would never know the answers to. Wang Chen's intention was to lower her guard and inflate her emotions, making it easier to deal with her. This was also a form of psychological warfare. Indeed, he was engaging in a mental battle with Yamamoto AI. Although he was confident he could defeat her, he still aimed to be cautious, minimizing his own injuries while maximizing his gains. Everything was unfolding as he had anticipated. Next came the benefits of accepting this death mode. If all the rewards were energy points, Wang Chen could level up by 10 levels. Why not 50 levels multiplied by 10 in energy points? Because the secret realm would take a significant portion, and more importantly, a class changer could never absorb energy points at a 100% rate. It depended on their talent. The higher the talent, the more they could absorb, and Wang Chen was already among the highest, yet he still couldn't reach 100%. Therefore, Wang Chen could at most level up by 10 levels. However, generally, not all the dead would turn into energy points. Some would become skills or skill proficiency. This skill proficiency could be used anywhere, as it was free skill proficiency. Wang Chen hoped for skill proficiency because his talent provided a bonus for it, potentially allowing him to gain 100-fold proficiency. Unfortunately, out of these 10 people, only 3 had free proficiency, the rest were energy points and skills. The proficiency he gained was all added to his body refining technique, making him feel like he needed to enter seclusion. The acquisition of energy points allowed him to level up by 4 levels, a significant improvement. Besides these benefits, the secret realm also had its own rewards, which seemed quite useful for Wang Chen. One could say this reward was the most worthwhile aspect of this experience. It was a defensive skill called bitter cultivation. To put it simply, bitter cultivation would reduce his pain, strengthen his willpower, and enable him to withstand greater mental attacks. When Wang Chen acquired this skill, the feeling he had sensed earlier returned. His basic body refining technique was about to undergo a change. Thus, he immediately left the secret realm and sat on a rock beneath the waterfall, using the impact of the waterfall to refine his body. Now, his body could fully withstand this impact and enhance his body refining technique, which was also what his intuition had told him, that it would be better under the waterfall. At that moment, Wang Chen suddenly recalled the setting of waterfall body refining in martial arts from his past life. Was this setting initiated by Bu Jingyun? It seemed not, as he remembered it also appeared in Gulon's novels. Forget it, it didn't matter. After all, those who could refine their bodies under a waterfall not only had style, but the benefits were indeed real. Basic body refining technique, meditation, bitter cultivation, rejuvenation technique, petrified skin. Skills are merging. Skills are evolving. Wang Chen saw these words before him, along with a progress bar, where the first 50% was merging, and the latter was evolving. An hour passed, 2 hours passed. Wang Chen had been sitting under the waterfall for an entire day, maintaining a state of meditation and body refinement. His body instinctively resisted and tempered itself. The progress bar was indeed slow, but it had now reached 99%, and he believed it wouldn't be long before he succeeded. After the success, Wang Chen felt he might experience a qualitative breakthrough. He knew that without a profession, one could not change jobs, but as long as one improved their skills, the effects would not be inferior to those of a job change. However, this path would be more difficult, and he had already thought this through. Now was the time for skill enhancement. After upgrading his body refinement technique, it would carry some effects, such as increasing vitality, defense, and strength. In short, after this skill enhancement, it would be akin to a minor job change, and he was naturally looking forward to it. Just at that moment, several figures appeared ahead, and they did not seem like good people. They were all half-beasts. In the middle was a male rabbit spirit, with 2 long rabbit ears on his head, a 3-part mouth, and legs that looked quite bouncy. On either side were a man and a woman, resembling a pair of dog lovers. This was not an insult, as they looked like canines. The man was black with curly hair, resembling a Japanese dog, while the woman was white, looking like a Samoyed, or perhaps a fox dog. It was hard to tell at a glance. The scent stops here, they should be below. The female half-beast sniffed and looked towards the water pool below. Most people who came here had the same thought, believing it would be in the pool below. Moreover, at that moment, the giant python's corpse on the water's surface further suggested that it was below. Had Wang Chen been refining his body under the waterfall without being seen? Naturally, he had not been seen, as he was merely a splash of water under the waterfall, especially since he was now completely still. To outsiders, he looked no different from a rock. However, Wang Chen was currently emanating some energy, which might be detected by skilled trackers. It was clear that these 3 had come to track him. Whether they were experts was uncertain, but they certainly had their means. Sure enough, the white dog woman looked towards the spot where Wang Chen was, which was not far from the entrance behind the waterfall, on a protruding platform. Why is there an energy fluctuation over there? The white dog woman was puzzled. She hadn't considered that it was a person, thinking it might be some kind of energy object, perhaps an energy gem. However, that didn't mean she wouldn't send someone to check it out. Little Tengu, go see what's going on. Okay. Little Tengu, upon hearing her words, flew over without a second thought. Damn, there's an entrance here, I can smell their scent. There's someone here. After jumping over, Little Tengu immediately called out. The white dog woman and the rabbit spirit quickly followed, and they soon locked onto Wang Chen. Wang Chen's situation shocked them. There was actually someone practicing skills under the waterfall. At the same time, they were puzzled as to why Wang Chen was still alive. They had already recognized him. What was strange was that they saw Wang Chen not moving at all. Did he not notice them? That seemed impossible. Given Wang Chen's current situation, he could have easily fled. Why was he still sitting there? Indeed, after seeing these 3, Wang Chen remained motionless, waiting for them to approach. What was he planning? Could he really take on 3 by himself? The strength of these 3 was definitely above level 50. From their perspective, Wang Chen was just throwing himself into danger. There are other people's auras here. It seems they have already gone inside. Little Tengu, go take a look inside. Okay. The 3 of them seemed indifferent to Wang Chen, especially after discovering that the 10 people had already entered. Now they speculated that Wang Chen might simply not have the qualifications to go inside. which is why he was left here. What was strange, however, was that they seemed to see no restrictions on Wang Chen. Was there anyone among the 10 people who could use such restrictions? It seemed not. But now was not the time to study this. They should keep an eye on Wang Chen and find the 10 people first. What's going on with the 10 people? Why is there suddenly no news? I don't know, but are we just going to watch him like this? Aren't we going to take action? Killing him is easy, just like killing a chicken. But have you thought about it? If something happens to the 10 people, this kid is the key. We need to ask what happened. That's true. The two discussed this without any intention of avoiding Wang Chen. Their meaning was clear, they didn't take Wang Chen seriously at all. In their eyes, Wang Chen was still just over level 30, an unclassed character. Although there were reports of his strong defense, no one had ever said his attack power was formidable, so there was no need to pay attention to him. A level 30 unclassed character with low attack power could be dealt with by just a finger from either of them, so why should they care? Especially at this moment, they still needed information from Wang Chen, so naturally, they wouldn't kill him now. Soon, the little celestial dog came out from inside. There's a secret realm inside, but it seems to have just closed. They haven't come out. Does that mean they all died inside? The little celestial dog directly described the situation inside, including the scents and traces of the 10 people, as well as the state of the secret realm. From this, it could be inferred that the 10 people had entered the secret realm but had not come out, and now the secret realm was closed. The answer was also very clear, as he said above, they might have all died inside. What kind of secret realm is this that could cause the 10 people to die inside? No wonder we lost their information, it really was an accident. The rabbit spirit said somewhat coldly, his tone very calm, as if he were discussing something unrelated to himself. If that's the case, then let's kill this kid. The white dog girl thought for a moment and prepared to take action against Wang Chen. Not so fast, we need to ask him about the situation in the secret realm. He should know something. The rabbit spirit waved his hand to stop her, then looked at Wang Chen, who was still sitting with his eyes closed. Wang Chen, if you want to die comfortably, just tell us what the situation is in the secret realm and why the 10 people died. He didn't expect Wang Chen to speak up just like that, but an opening line was necessary to lead into the topic. However, he also didn't expect Wang Chen to directly reveal everything, even though they were a bit skeptical. No, not just a bit, they were completely doubtful. The expressions on their faces clearly showed their disbelief, and there were even vocalizations. Because Wang Chen said, the 10 people died because they fell for my trick and entered that secret realm. I activated the death mode and took care of them. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I believe you can activate the death mode, but you can't be the ultimate victor. Any one of them could easily handle you. How could you win? Indeed, they did not believe Wang Chen's words. Because I was lucky, I always chose projects I was good at. Wang Chen replied, and while he was answering, he seemed to have no intention of moving, still in a meditative state. From his perspective, one could still see the progress bar at 99.9%, not yet completed. Therefore, at this moment, he would not act unless absolutely necessary. Because of this, he was going to tell the truth to the other party and let them listen. The other party doesn't believe him? Isn't that even better? If they don't believe, they will ask, and if they still don't believe after asking, they will continue to inquire. Good luck? Tell me how your luck is good, explain the whole process to me. The rabbit spirit continued to ask. Besides disbelief, he also wanted to know what the secret realm was like, so that it would be useful for him in the future. The process is like this, blah blah blah. Wang Chen began to recount what happened inside, without any concealment, including how he defeated each opponent. When they heard Wang Chen say he defeated his opponents using excavator skills, they were all stunned. They couldn't believe it could be played like that. So, they're all dead? But there's one problem, didn't you say this is a death mode? Then why is your level still at 30? Are you blind? I'm level 40, Wang Chen paused halfway through because he saw that his level was indeed only 30. No, when he came out of the secret realm, he was clearly level 40. How did it revert back to before he entered the secret realm? What was going on? Wang Chen immediately used his heavenly eye to check and found that when he just fused skills, his energy value was deducted, causing his level to drop back to 30. It turned out that the existing skill comprehension didn't require any conditions, and even a slight optimization didn't need any conditions, but if he fused and evolved into a powerful skill, it would require a certain amount of energy value. Fortunately, it was only a deduction of 10 levels of energy value, and luckily it was provided by those people. Otherwise, if he was at level 30, he would owe several levels of energy value. However, if that were the case, it should mean that there wasn't enough energy value, and the skill couldn't be upgraded. In simple terms, insufficient conditions would also prevent this skill upgrade from occurring. This made Wang Chen immediately look at the new skill, even forgetting that there were 3 half-orcs beside him. Advanced Body Refinement Technique, a legendary Taoist practice, a required skill before foundation establishment, can refine one's physique through elemental magic, physical attacks, drugs, and other factors, greatly enhancing physical strength, agility, and vitality, significantly improving magical and physical resistance. Looking at this introduction, Wang Chen was a bit bewildered. Was it really going to make him refine his body and establish a foundation? However, skill introductions are sometimes like this, they just casually give a source, and the power and effect are what truly matter. Wang Chen glanced at his data and found that whether it was strength, vitality, or various attribute resistances, they were all significantly higher than his previous level 40 data. This meant that although he had lost 10 levels of energy value, his strength had not decreased, instead, it had increased. It was like a job change. After the second job change, level 30 could easily overpower level 40 of the first job. The difference was that Wang Chen could continue to enhance his skills, and after evolving his skills, it would be another small boost. However, at that time, his level might always remain low, but this would allow him to play the role of a pig to eat the tiger. Not bad, not bad. Just as Wang Chen was looking forward to it, he suddenly felt a wave of danger. A cold light flashed, and a katana appeared 30 centimeters in front of him. In less than 0.01 seconds, it could kill him. Wang Chen saw that this strike was launched by a small tengu, whose appearance was that of a warrior with dual swords at his waist. This strike was one of the katana, and the hilt seemed to have a chrysanthemum flower, with the character Kiku engraved on the blade. At first glance, it was clearly a counterfeit, especially since the other one was engraved with Muramasa. Good heavens, he was carrying a legendary sword, but his strength and the quality of these two katana were too weak. Wang Chen couldn't believe the original version was really this weak. Although it might not be very strong, it shouldn't be like this, right? Forget it, it doesn't matter. First, let's deal with this little tengu. If this thought were to be known by others, they would definitely laugh, thinking Wang Chen was crazy, wanting to take on someone over level 50 at level 30. Even if what happened in the secret realm was real, and he had defeated those 10 people, the problem was that the matches there were under specific conditions, not like this, where they were clashing with real strength. In the face of true power, he was nothing but trash. At this moment, Wang Chen used his shield to block, but the shield was immediately cut deep by the blade. Although it wasn't completely broken, it probably wouldn't hold up for long. But even if it wouldn't last long, it still held. Ha, with this, you think you can kill the 10 people? What a joke! You're not even worth me using dual blades. The little tengu laughed, holding the katana in one hand while the imitation Muramasa remained at his waist, not intending to move it. You might as well tell the truth. What means did you use to kill the 10 people? As the little tengu spoke, he leaped up and struck again, this time leaving a cross-shaped damage on the shield. He coldly smiled and aimed another strike at Wang Chen's shield, intending to sever Wang Chen's arm. In his eyes, that arm was already broken, and soon Wang Chen would kneel and beg for mercy, revealing everything, and in the end, he would kill the terrified Wang Chen. Alright, enough talk, time to execute everything. First, a strike to break the shield. Success! The second step, the blade continued forward, slicing through Wang Chen's arm like cutting vegetables. Clang! Failed? The little tengu felt the blade hit the shield. No, it was much harder than the shield, his blade had already rebounded. What was going on? Did Wang Chen have other defensive means? No, that was clearly skin, and there were no magical runes on it, just ordinary skin. So why was it as hard as iron? Just as the little tengu was shocked, he suddenly felt a pain in his kidney. The blood-drinking sword in Wang Chen's hand had already pierced into his body, crazily absorbing blood, leaving him feeling faint. But his vitality quickly replenished, and the katana in his hand stabbed towards Wang Chen. Clang! The result was the same, another sound of metal clashing. Although it seemed to have pierced a bit this time, Wang Chen was also injured, but not severely. Wang Chen didn't seem to care much about it, continuing to let the blood-drinking sword absorb blood. A little was better than nothing. The little tengu felt that Wang Chen's attack power was indeed not high. This strike didn't cause him much more damage. At this level, pure attacks were no longer effective. Even if they pierced the body, it was useless. He needed techniques or weapon-enhanced damage. This was exactly the situation now. The sharpness of the blood-drinking sword could pierce the little tengu's kidney, causing some damage, but this damage would quickly be repaired, and his vitality would soon be replenished. Simply put, the recovery effect was stronger than the damage. Although this sword was on the little tengu's kidney, it was just the special effect of the blood-drinking sword causing damage. This was mainly because Wang Chen's attack power was too weak. Basic sword techniques couldn't inflict much damage unless they pierced the heart, throat, or brain. Those were the vital spots. Wang Chen was not very satisfied with this and thought to himself, it seems I need to improve my basic sword techniques, otherwise, I'm too weak. He didn't know how many levels this would require to deduct. Forget it, not thinking about that for now. The little Tengu had already drawn another katana. Zinni. The dual blade style began to slash at Wang Chen, the speed extremely fast. Clang clang clang. In an instant, Wang Chen had been slashed dozens of times. His armor could no longer withstand the onslaught and had been torn apart. His clothing, needless to say, was reduced to mere scraps covering only his vital areas. At this moment, he revealed his physique, strong and tall. However, the scars from the cuts were quite shocking, and combined with the blood flowing from his wounds, it looked even more terrifying. But everyone here knew that it only appeared to be serious. In reality, it was just superficial injuries. Because the two katana strikes on Wang Chen could only cause superficial wounds and could not inflict greater harm. Wang Chen is indeed as rumored, with extremely high defense. I just didn't expect him to withstand the attacks of the little Tengu. The rabbit spirit frowned, the carrot knife in her hand already itching to move. Well, I really didn't expect his defense to be this strong. But there's no need to worry, the little Tengu hasn't even unleashed his skills yet. Little Tengu, stop playing around and use your skills. Both the rabbit spirit and the white dog girl knew that the little Tengu was currently just slashing normally. If he used his skills, it would be completely different. You guys are really no fun. I wanted to tease him a bit, make him think he could actually fight me. The little Tengu looked helpless, putting on a little show, then emanated a terrifying aura, sprouting a pair of fiery wings from his back. There was indeed a reason to call him the little Tengu. He could even transform into a winged dog. What breed would that be? With these wings, the little Tengu's speed increased several notches, and flames appeared on his dual blades. Fire Crow descends. The little Tengu leaped into the air, and countless falling fiery feathers appeared in the sky. When they reached 3 meters above Wang Chen's head, they suddenly accelerated, piercing toward Wang Chen with full force. Each of these fire feathers was several times stronger than the previous stab from the little Tengu, capable of piercing Wang Chen's body. And with such a quantity, it was certain that he would be turned into a pincushion beneath the fire feathers. Swish, swish, swish. The fire feathers struck Wang Chen, pinning him to the ground, blood holes all over his body, bleeding profusely, lying motionless on the ground. It looked truly tragic. Hee, I thought you could hold on a bit longer, but is that it? So boring. The little Tengu flapped his wings, slowly descending from the air, holding the flaming katana in both hands, exuding an air of superiority. Was Wang Chen really going to die like this? The little Tengu didn't care about that question because whether he was dead or alive, he would soon slice Wang Chen's body into 4 pieces. Here we go. The little Tengu swung his dual blades dual flame slash. The dual blades, engulfed in flames, slashed toward Wang Chen in a cross pattern. At that moment, however, something incredible happened to Wang Chen. His bleeding quickly stopped, and the wounds visibly began to heal. Impossible. Wasn't this recovery speed a bit too fast? Although those with strong defensive abilities also had powerful recovery capabilities, Wang Chen was only level 30, and after enduring the little Tengu's skill attack, he could recover this quickly. They hadn't noticed this at first, and by the time they did, it didn't matter. After all, with this strike, the person would be gone. There was no way Wang Chen could dodge this blow, right? Well, even if he could dodge, there was no way he could counterattack. Just then, the blood-drinking sword, which had fallen to the side after Wang Chen was knocked down, yes, the very sword, flew up unnoticed by everyone and directly pierced into the little Tengu's lower region. At this moment, Wang Chen seemed to hear a song, G-E-G-G-E-G-G-E-G-G-E-G-G-E-G. Before it could finish, the blood-drinking sword had already pierced into the body of the little Tengu from below. The little Tengu flew straight up. One could see a sword stuck under its tail, and a stream of blood was spraying wildly. It was like a human rocket. Interesting. Wang Chen had already sat up, watching the little Tengu, which at that moment truly resembled a Tengu, with wings and the ability to fly. Seeing Wang Chen's amused expression, the rabbit spirit was already furious, and the radish knife flew over. Baka! Shine! With the rabbit spirit's roar, the radish knife generated intense heat in the air, feeling almost on fire. At that moment, the little Tengu in the sky descended, perfectly blocking the radish knife's path and piercing into the opponent's chest. This left both the rabbit spirit and the white dog woman stunned. What was going on? Was it a coincidence? Such coincidences were rare, but if it was Wang Chen's ability, that seemed too far-fetched. Wang Chen couldn't possibly do that. In fact, this was definitely Wang Chen's doing, using sword control to fly with the blood-drinking sword. If there were any experts present, they would surely notice something was off. But now, the two couldn't see through it, and Wang Chen wasn't afraid of being discovered. After all, these two were about to die. and no one would take the secret away from here. Under the attacks of the blood-drinking sword and the radish knife, the little Tengu was already on the verge of collapse, mainly because both were aimed at vital points. At this moment, the three little Tengu were in a state of confusion, and while they were bewildered, Wang Chen wasted no time, directly snatching the little Tengu's katana and beheading it. No matter how strong a person's recovery ability, if they were decapitated, they would still lose their life. This was a fatal injury. Baka! The rabbit spirit roared in anger, leaping up with terrifying agility. In midair, it waved its hand, retracting the radish knife, and then descended for another brutal attack. At this moment, aside from the rabbit spirit's terrifying strike, the white dog woman also exuded a chilling murderous intent, and frost had already appeared on the ground around her. With a wave of her hand, numerous ice spikes emerged from the ground beside Wang Chen, suddenly trapping him. Soon, the rabbit spirit's radish knife was about to arrive. This strike was incredibly powerful, capable of killing even a typical level 50 boss-level beast. Wang Chen would undoubtedly die as well. The premise was to hit him. Although this strike had extremely high damage, its power was concentrated at a single point, so as long as it was dodged, it would be ineffective. However, in their eyes, someone of Wang Chen's level, even if not trapped by the white dog woman's ice magic, would still have no time to evade this strike. That strike was both fast and accurate. How could an ordinary person dodge it? The rabbit spirit's approach seemed to be that in martial arts, speed is invincible. Of course, even if the target moved a bit at the last moment, the rabbit spirit's strike could still adjust its direction in time. This meant that Wang Chen was most likely unable to escape this move. However, they were all mistaken. Wang Chen actually dodged it, and the way he did so was somewhat unbelievable. He merely shifted slightly, just enough to miss the rabbit spirit's strike. The strike was only 0.01 centimeters away from him. Although it was extremely perilous, it did not hit him. However, due to the angle, others did not see this and thought he had been struck, and with the situation on site, plus Wang Chen bleeding, both of them believed he had been hit. Since he was hit, Wang Chen had no reason to survive. "Heh, you are all a bunch of useless trash, to be killed by this kid. I'm embarrassed for you. Forget it, we're colleagues after all. When the time comes, I'll try to speak well of you and help cover up this matter." The rabbit spirit cast a cold smile at the headless knight that had become the little Tengu beside her. To them, dead teammates were nothing but trash, utterly useless trash. "It's better that this little Tengu is dead. He was always thinking about that with me. Just the thought makes me sick," the white dog girl said with some disdain. "Ha ha. True, he really. Watch out." The rabbit spirit was about to say something, but her expression suddenly changed, and she warned them. The white dog girl was a bit confused, but soon a sword appeared beside her, piercing directly into her temple, causing her eyes to widen in shock before she collapsed to the ground. Even in death, she couldn't understand why she had suddenly died, or how she had died. "It's you, this sword is yours. How could you send the sword flying there? How could you control it to stab?" "I get it. You can use sword control too?" "Impossible. How is that possible? Isn't sword control a talent?" At that moment, the rabbit spirit looked at Wang Chen, realizing he was not dead but smiling at her, and everything clicked into place. It turned out Wang Chen had killed the white dog girl using sword control. The white dog girl was somewhat relaxed at that moment, and being a mage, her defense against such physical close-range attacks was weaker. What she didn't understand was how Wang Chen could use sword control. "Did you forget what my talent is?" Wang Chen smiled, no longer pretending, and directly attacked with sword control. The power of sword control lay in its ability to be manipulated without hands, using mental control to perform various actions and tricky attack angles. Of course, it required skill. But for Wang Chen, it was a piece of cake. Clang, clang, clang. The rabbit spirit was incredibly fast and managed to block the blood-drinking sword's attack with her radish knife, and she did so quite easily. Even if you have sword control, so what? You still. Just as the rabbit spirit was feeling proud, suddenly a katana flew up from the ground, aiming straight for her lower body. "Bakaya are you?" The sword came. The blood-drinking sword landed in Wang Chen's hand. Slash! The rabbit spirit's head flew off. She never expected to be killed like this. The opponent was only level 30 and had no class, yet she was dead. At that moment, the blood-drinking sword once again appeared with many strands of blood, connecting to the corpse and draining its life force. Now this blood-drinking sword had been repaired and evolved. Any creature killed by it would have everything drained, including blood, flesh, and even some bone marrow. If the blood-drinking sword continued to develop and enhance its blood-sucking effect, Wang Chen wouldn't even need to spend energy points to enhance his attack skills. He could just rely on the blood-drinking sword to increase his damage. This also seemed to change some of Wang Chen's strategies. For now, he would still use energy points to enhance his body refining technique, as that was key. After all, energy points were limited, and if possible, he wanted to develop comprehensively. The enhancement of the blood-drinking sword seemed to require nothing else. It just needed to kill monsters and suck blood, which was naturally the best scenario. However, relying too much on the blood-drinking sword was risky. What if he lost it? Wang Chen had thought about this. First, he could not let the blood-drinking sword be lost. They were bound for the future. Secondly, the blood-drinking sword would not be lost because it had already deeply bonded with him, recognizing him as its master. The blood-drinking sword had been continuously absorbing his blood, and this blood not only powered the sword for upgrades but also recognized him as its master. By the way, the blood-drinking sword was still absorbing his blood, and increasingly so. In simple terms, the stronger the blood-drinking sword became, the higher the damage Wang Chen would receive. If it were someone else, they might not be able to withstand it. Having turned into scum, there is one advantage: I don't have to deal with their corpses. Forget it, just throw them into the space of the demon refining pot and use them as fertilizer. Wang Chen thought for a moment and then tossed the remaining scum into the demon refining pot space, where the dog quickly dug a hole to bury them. They wouldn't eat such scum, finding it distasteful. Speaking of this space, if someone were to see it, they would surely be surprised to find that plants could actually grow there. Currently, it was filled with medicinal herbs. Among these herbs, there were also some that could serve as food, as well as vegetables and fruits. These herbs were what Wang Chen needed to cultivate. They would all be useful in the future. This is the benefit of foreseeing the future, being able to prepare what is needed in advance. The reason the dog rarely appeared now was mainly to take care of these herbs. The dog wanted to say, "You really are a dog. What do you take us for? It seems I need to catch some monkeys in the future. Some tasks still require manual skills," Wang Chen mused, then began to head back. This time, he had delayed for a few days, and the others should have returned. They must be anxious over there. Moreover, his return also decided a key issue: the retention of the school. This matter had to be handled by him personally, as he had something crucial on him. Initially, he wanted to hand it over to someone else, but he found that no matter who he entrusted it to, it would end up lost. This item was very useful for Huaxia, as it could be used against the two beastly nations of the Woku. Although it wasn't absolutely critical, having it would increase Huaxia's chances of victory by at least 1%. Don't underestimate this 1%. Most efforts are often just to maintain the win rate, and wanting to increase it by 1% is quite significant. Moreover, this is 1% of the entire battlefield, not just a single front. This 1% would definitely compel both sides to fight with all their might. Therefore, Wang Chen could only bring it back himself and must submit it secretly. After all, the decision about the school's fate would ultimately come down to a word from the state. Having merit would suffice, whether others knew or not was not a problem. Thus, Wang Chen left, heading back to Jinbei City. Along the way, he encountered some exotic beasts, and he took the opportunity to level up slowly. With no one around, he freely showcased his sword control technique. At that moment, if Huangfu Haitang were there, he would surely be shocked. "Why is your sword control technique better than mine, and you play with it so flamboyantly?" By the way, on the way back, he encountered some people chasing him, but he dealt with them discreetly. However, these were all minor characters, either the beastly Woku or traitors. Even in peacetime, there was no hesitation in killing them, let alone in this apocalyptic world. Among these people, Wang Chen also saw Wang Tang's shadow. Wang Tang was quite diligent, still not giving up. Unfortunately, money was spent, but the task was not completed, and a lot of resources were wasted. 7 days later, it was the day to decide the fate of Jinbei Vocational College. On this day, all the students of Jinbei Vocational College gathered at the entrance, holding up banners to coexist with the college, hoping to attract the attention of the state and gain the support of the common people. Most of them were abandoned college entrance examination candidates, and now this school not only accepted them but had truly made them stronger. Their growth during this time was evident, so they hoped the school would remain, and the team would still exist. Especially since they knew that once the school was disbanded, the team would be gone, and as a member of the team, their growth would slow down significantly. They feared losing this team. Even if they could retain a small group, it would certainly not have the powerful growth conditions like Zheng Xiaoyan. Without a school, someone with Zheng Xiaoyan's abilities would definitely be snatched away. Of course, even if there is a school, it might still be taken away, but at least the probability would be much lower. If Wang Chen were here, Zheng Xiaoyan definitely wouldn't leave, because she and Wang Chen have common topics to discuss and can work together on recipes. In short, no matter for themselves or for the school, they must stand up. "Classmates, I know you want to keep the school, but you have not passed your assessment. What you have found is already quite difficult for you, even exceeding your capabilities. But the standards for the assessment are there, and you cannot pass. Next to the leader of the review team, a hapless soul responsible for drawing fire was announcing the results. After the hapless soul finished speaking, the leader came out to talk. Dear students, we are only responsible for the review, and you cannot pass the review, but the subsequent matters can still be discussed and studied. Your performance has been quite good, and I believe you will have arrangements. This leader was indeed an old hand. With this statement, it was no longer the review team making things difficult for the school, it was just a matter of official procedure. As for future matters, it was merely said that discussions would take place, but no one knew what the outcome would be. Meanwhile, during this time, the school needed to be closed and could be taken over by the Lee Group. His task was also complete, and he could now obtain more benefits from the Lee Group. Indeed, no matter how discussions went in the future, the school was going to close now. Those students holding banners had made their statements, it was no longer his concern. Just as he was about to leave, the appearance of one person made his victory vanish, and naturally, his joy disappeared as well. That person was Wang Chen. Wang Chen has finally returned. He's actually still alive. He was never dead, why would you say he was? The scene began to stir, and those watching the live broadcast who saw Wang Chen appear were banging tables and throwing things. Useless, all useless, they couldn't even kill him. Li Zhixian was in a bad mood now. When the secretary came in this time, she saw that not only was the desk in the office destroyed, but the sofa was also ruined. There were scratch marks all over it, as if a big cat had clawed at it, and there seemed to be similar marks on the baseboard and wall nearby. It also looked like there was wine spilled on the floor, clearly prepared for a celebration. Ah, this damned Wang Chen, why hasn't he died yet? With him around, I'm going to suffer, my boss is getting crazier, and next time I don't know if he'll tear me apart. The secretary tidied up while secretly thinking. Just moments ago, her boss was in a good mood, not only drinking wine but also ordering a banquet to treat everyone. But just a few minutes later, this happened, and the secretary knew it was because she was also watching the live broadcast. When she saw Wang Chen appear, she felt something was wrong. She immediately turned off the live stream, fearing her boss would discover she was distracted. Sure enough, the boss was angry again. It seemed Wang Chen had once again thwarted his plans. She was curious about how exactly Wang Chen managed to stop him and decided she would check it out after work. While Li Zixian was like this, Wang Tang was also in a similar situation. The only difference was by who knew. She merely called her subordinates useless and grew increasingly interested in Wang Chen. Shouldn't the next step be to upgrade the plan and eliminate him more thoroughly? Next time, he must be killed. Alright, let's leave it at that. However, everyone was now very curious about one thing. How did Wang Chen manage to keep the school open and get the review team to pass their trial? Even those watching the live broadcast didn't know how Wang Chen completed the review, or what phone call the review team received that suddenly changed their statement. Let's rewind time to just when Wang Chen appeared on the scene. Boss Ling Feng, you really didn't die. Hai Tang and I were both worried about you. The first person to rush towards Wang Chen was Ning Meng. If Hai Tang hadn't pulled her back at the last moment, she would have probably thrown herself at Wang Chen to check if he was in one piece. Although Hai Tang and Ning Meng had successfully formed a team with Du Gufeng at the Northtown Martial Arts Academy and had already begun their leveling journey, they still paid close attention to Wang Chen's situation. They had deliberately delayed a few days for today's outcome. Then, other students came over. Zhang Xiaoyan stood up and ran a few steps before stopping, unable to run any further. She thought about it, since she could hear everything from here, why bother running over? Wang Chen, everyone is worried about you. It's good that you're back. Why did you suddenly disappear? What happened to your wristband? At that moment, Principal Gu walked over, and everyone naturally stepped aside. Moreover, this was the question everyone most wanted to ask. The wristband? It got smashed by someone. Wang Chen helplessly raised his hand, revealing that the wristband's position was empty. This was due to that little Tengu from before. His ultimate move had turned Wang Chen's body into a honeycomb, including the wristband. The wristband was a consumable for job changers and often needed to be replaced. Because of this, messages often went undelivered, and naturally, people could be considered missing, eventually being placed on the death list over time. Boss Ling Feng, it's bad. Our school is about to be deregistered. Ning Meng spoke up at this moment, a statement that Principal Gu had also intended to make. Ning Meng, you're from the Northtown Martial Arts Academy, you should say you all. Hai Tang corrected Ning Meng's words. It's the same. I've worked hard for this school too, I can be considered an honorary student. Ning Meng's words left the people present speechless, but they didn't pay much attention, as everyone was still concerned about the results of this trial. So Principal Gu informed Wang Chen of the current situation. The trial could not be passed, and whether they could retain their status would be discussed later. The leader of the review team also spoke up. You students are all very outstanding. I believe you will definitely be arranged for something later. It's just that the school definitely cannot remain now. I suggest you continue leveling in the wild, improving your strength while waiting. Everyone actually agreed with this point. Even without the school, if they could continue leveling together, it would still be the same. This was actually a good solution for both sides. Because of this, everyone felt that Wang Chen would not refuse. However, no one expected that Wang Chen would refuse, and he had very sufficient reasons to do so. No need, our review has already passed. Wang Chen shook his head in refusal. What are you talking about? The leader of the review team was bewildered. How could he, the leader, not know about this? The unlucky guy beside him shook his head, indicating he also didn't know about this matter. I'm saying that our review trial has already passed. I know you're confused, just wait a moment. In 2.5 minutes, you'll get a call. Wang Chen's words gave everyone the illusion that he was in control of everything. What call will I get? I'm the head of this review team. Did you find something? Then you should give it to me, not to others. If you do this, people will think you're cheating. This leader seemed very shrewd. His words directly undermined Wang Chen and blocked his way out, preventing him from seeking help from others. He had also considered this point. Would Wang Chen and the others seek someone else to intervene? That would be troublesome. The only solution he could think of was to broadcast it live to everyone, allowing everyone to see this matter, making it impossible for anyone to interfere. Now Wang Chen actually wants to use special means, which will definitely provoke the anger of others and lead them to start cursing him. Sure enough, at this moment, many people began to criticize Wang Chen. Initially, they supported Wang Chen and his group, but now they not only withdrew their support but also began to attack him. With the guidance of some malicious individuals, the situation suddenly changed. At this time, those who wanted Wang Chen dead and wished for the school to close were very pleased. Wang Chen was digging his own grave, especially with what he said next. You cannot know about this matter, you just need to follow orders. Ha ha, fine, as long as you can persuade the higher-ups, I certainly have no objections. But you will definitely not pass my review, that is my bottom line. The leader had a righteous demeanor, declaring that he would not yield. For this, he also attracted a wave of fans. Meanwhile, online, everyone raised slogans like fairness, justice, and transparency, wanting the officials to clarify the situation. In response, Wang Chen paid no attention and simply told everyone to return to school, to study if they needed to organize if they needed to, and not to waste time here. Soon, the 2.5 minutes were up. The leader's wristband beeped, and he deliberately put the call on speaker so everyone could hear. Team Leader Lee, give Wang Chen full marks, that is what he deserves. As for other matters, you should ask less and not ask at all. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Wasn't this favoritism and corruption a bit too blatant? Did they really think everyone else was dead? Were they not afraid of public outrage? Not to ask, and not to be asked. The weight of this statement was heavy. As a seasoned leader of the review team, he understood very well what the other party meant. Even if it was favoritism and corruption, this was something you could not question. Moreover, since the person was his superior, he had no reason to oppose it. If there was to be opposition, it would have to come from others. Thus, the leader immediately nodded, saying he understood and would proceed according to the approved method. However, he still felt a bit puzzled. The person on the other end of the line seemed unlikely to be bribed, especially since Wang Chen did not have that capability. Why was that? Forget it, no need to think about it. Anyway, his task had been accomplished, and if it ultimately failed, it would be left to fate. The money would still be collected as usual. Leader, what does this mean? Are we just going to change the results like this? This seems a bit too hasty. The unfortunate fellow spoke up, and as expected, it attracted fire. Such people were always needed around the leader. When the time came, a little comfort and some grand promises would get them to work for you. This is the higher-ups' intention, we cannot ask. It should involve some confidential matters, and we follow the higher-ups. The leader directly shifted the blame, saying it was not his business. You all heard it, it was not my issue. At this point, some people began to complain online, wanting the officials to provide an explanation. Meanwhile, Wang Chen and his group had already entered the school. The demonstrators had changed from students to others. They raised banners, strongly demanding an investigation into this fraud, insisting that the leaders be thoroughly investigated. Soon, an official announcement was made stating that the materials brought by Wang Chen were of great use to the country, and several big shots stood up to vindicate the matter. Thus, the issue quickly calmed down, but everyone still did not know what had actually happened or what Wang Chen had contributed. This point puzzled Principal Gu as well. After arranging for everyone to attend class, he found an opportunity to ask Wang Chen, Wang Chen, what method did you use to establish connections with the higher-ups? This approach is actually not good, it could be used against us, and in the end, we might still have to disband. If it really needs to be used, I have actually already used it. At this moment, beside Principal Gu and Wang Chen, only Wang Chen's old teammates, Haitang, Ning Meng, and Dugafeng, along with core students like Zhao Buju and the idol Zhang Xiaoyan remained. Of course, in the distance, there was a bearded janitor pretending to clean, but actually eavesdropping. Regardless of who it was, everyone felt that if Wang Chen used this method, it would indeed be very foolish. However, there were a few present who believed that Wang Chen wouldn't be that foolish, no more than 3.5. Don't worry, Principal Gu, what I have absolutely meets the review criteria. I brought the data from that fortress, I found it inside the fortress, just got lucky, and it happens to be the confidential information the country currently needs. Since it's confidential, it can't be leaked, so I handed it over to the military to handle, and then let the military find the leader of the review team to resolve this matter. Wang Chen explained the situation simply, and surprisingly, everyone believed him. First, Wang Chen had no need to deceive them, even if he did, there would surely be a reason, so they chose to believe him. Secondly, it all seemed reasonable when placed on Wang Chen because he could tell fortunes. Wasn't it normal for him to find good things in the fortress? With this thought, everyone found it reasonable, something they hadn't considered before. I see, the information you found definitely can't be given to others, this way of handling it is best. Principal Gu nodded, indicating he understood, and the others also came to terms with it, finding everything reasonable. At this moment, they still didn't know that Wang Chen not only brought back the data but also buried a seed in the fortress that would, unnoticed by others, lead to its restoration. So what should we do next? Continue training and leveling up? These students, under your guidance, are just lacking some levels. Principal Gu shifted the topic to everyone's training. Well, for the next year, everyone can just train and level up nearby. I've already taught the range and locations before. The development during this time has been as expected, and there isn't much that needs adjustment. Wang Chen nodded and said, the things you've arranged are not just for a year, 3 years would be fine. Unless new people come, the current ones don't need teaching anymore. But have you thought about how this might make you seem unimportant? Dogu Feng spoke up at this time. As someone from a prestigious family, she was sensitive to such matters, feeling that Wang Chen was simply taking the easy way out, which did nothing for himself. Benefits should be given slowly, this way, people will remember you. It's best to keep something in hand, if given all at once, many will feel you are no longer useful and will stop valuing you. Therefore, Wang Chen's current behavior was entirely thankless. It doesn't matter, I don't rely on them. They just need to remember the school and Huaxia, Wang Chen said nonchalantly. The crowd fell silent for a moment. Are we supposed to commend your selflessness? Dogu Feng sneered, clearly frustrated. Alright, let's not talk about that. Since our school has successfully been preserved, let's hold a formal enrollment ceremony in a few days. Principal Gu shifted the topic to the celebration, and everyone began to discuss it enthusiastically, especially Zhao Buju and others. Principal Gu also hoped that Wang Chen would speak on stage as a representative of the new students and invite everyone to perform some programs. I estimate there won't be time. Wang Chen shook his head and refused. What do you need to do? I need to go to the Northern Martial Academy for a while. Wang Chen's answer stunned everyone present. What did that mean? He was going to the Northern Martial Academy? Had he already been poached by someone from there? If it were in the past, no one would necessarily believe Wang Chen's words. How could the Northern Town Martial Academy take a liking to him? But now, no one would doubt it. Even if Wang Chen couldn't achieve the results of a student, his ability to guide others was evident to all. Although his success rate wasn't 100%, it was over 98%. With this alone, wouldn't it cause a frenzy among the various academies? I have to say, on the path of the college entrance examination, Wang Chen has opened up a whole new track. Damn it, Wang Chen, you jumped ship to the Northern Town Martial Academy, and you tricked me into coming here for what? Zhang Xiaoyan was furious, looking like a wronged woman, and with her figure, the scene was quite terrifying. What does it matter? Even if Boss Ling Feng comes to the Northern Town Martial Academy, he can still come over, can't we be the same? Ning Meng immediately expressed her support, clearly happy about Wang Chen going to the Northern Town Martial Academy. What are you two thinking? I'm going to the Northern Town Martial Academy for something. What is it? Ning Meng pressed on. Isn't it because of you? Me? Ning Meng looked puzzled. What could it be about me? Have you forgotten how you got into the Northern Town Martial Academy in the first place? I almost forgot about that. Ning Meng suddenly realized, recalling the conditions for entering the Northern Town Martial Academy. That was because Wang Chen had to save a person. a genius from the Northern Town Martial Academy, also a genius of Huaxia. At the Northern Town Martial Academy, Huangfu Haitang and Dugufeng stood at the entrance, attracting the attention of some classmates, and many came over to chat. It was simply because the two of them had stood out in both beauty and talent within the Northern Town Martial Academy, naturally becoming the targets of admirers. Especially Dugufeng, whose background and talent were top-notch, was the object everyone wanted to team up with. What are they doing here? It seems like they are waiting for someone. Waiting for whom? It can't be me, right? Get lost. The classmates already knew that the two were waiting for someone, and they envied the person they were waiting for, speculating about who it could be. Could it be their teammate? One of their teammates was a druid named Ning Meng, and the other was a female paladin, but it was said that the female paladin had already teamed up with someone else. It was rumored that due to scheduling conflicts, the three of them had to wait here for a few days. So, it should be just Ning Meng left. Sure enough, Ning Meng appeared. Everyone felt they had guessed correctly, but only half right, as it wasn't just Ning Meng, there was also a young man. This young man was already quite handsome, and now he exuded a kind of aura that was close to nature, as if he had merged with the world around him. It was clear he was there, yet it felt as if he wasn't. It was a strange sensation. Wasn't this Wang Chen? He had been setting up a stall at the school gate for so long, everyone should be quite familiar with him. But why did it always feel like he was a bit different now, almost like a completely different person? Yesterday, watching the live stream, there didn't seem to be any changes, but seeing it in person felt entirely different. Why was that? Ning Meng had also asked this question, and the answer she got was that he might have grown. In fact, it was indeed related to growth. It was because Wang Chen's body refinement technique had upgraded to a higher level, resulting in such changes. This was in a normal state. If he entered a combat state, it would be even more astonishing. Kid, what are you doing here? This isn't a place you can come. Exactly. What qualifications do you have to be here? If you want to enter this gate, you have to defeat me first. When everyone discovered that Wang Chen wanted to enter the Northern Town Martial Academy, they immediately surrounded him. The classmates wanted to embarrass Wang Chen and also show off in front of their goddess. What? Such behavior would make the goddess dislike him? If a simp could understand these things, he wouldn't be a simp anymore. Wang Chen certainly wouldn't pay attention to these simps, but his dog was growling at them. Indeed, a dog growling at simps seemed most appropriate. I have to say, Wang Chen's dog squad was quite intimidating, especially to those who weren't very strong. You should know that Wang Chen's dog squad looked increasingly fierce, their size rivaling that of a tiger. 8 such ferocious dogs were truly awe-inspiring. Especially the aura these dogs emitted, it was definitely not something an ordinary beast could exude. They could already be considered extraordinary beasts. However, Wang Chen was clearly unemployed. Even if he mastered dog training techniques, how could he cultivate his dogs to such a level? It was unbelievable. Perhaps if this continued, Wang Chen's dog training skills would break through, needing just a little opportunity. As for the opportunity, Wang Chen knew it himself and had it in his future plans, but not right now. Just as the dogs were facing off, about to erupt into conflict, a person's appearance stopped them. Stop! What are you blocking the door for? Everyone disperse! A voice came, filled with pressure, clearly overpowering this group of students, including Wang Chen and the others. Old Wu! The students immediately stepped aside. The newcomer was Old Wu, who had negotiated terms with Wang Chen. His ability to go on business trips and decide to take in Ning Meng indicated that his status at the school was not low. In the school, even ordinary teachers were not to be casually offended by these students, let alone someone like Old Wu with a bit of status. Old Wu was also very excited. Wang Chen had finally arrived. He had previously sought out Wang Chen, urging him to come early to resolve the issue with Shui Xian, but Wang Chen had said the timing wasn't right and kept delaying. Old Wu had asked when the timing would be considered right, and the answer he received was, when the timing was right. For this, Old Wu had long since cursed Wang Chen's ancestors for 18 generations in his heart. It's no wonder Old Wu felt this way. After he mentioned this matter, he had been urged by the school leaders. These people didn't believe Wang Chen could do it. They were just treating a dead horse as a live one. Anyway, the pressure was on Old Wu, so they naturally didn't care. I say, Wang Chen, you finally made it. I understand you've been busy, but now you must treat this matter as your top priority. Shui Xian is not only a prodigy of our Northtown Martial Academy but also a prodigy of Huaxia. If she hadn't had an accident 10 years ago, the situation in Huaxia would be much better now, and those beasts from Japan wouldn't be so arrogant. Old Wu pulled Wang Chen inside. He was genuinely anxious, even moving at a super fast pace, dragging Wang Chen directly into the campus and then running. There was no chance for Wang Chen at all. Haitang, big brother Lingfeng has been taken away by Old Wu. What should we do? Of course, we chase after them. Where's Dugu? When Ning Meng realized what was happening and wanted to chase, she found that Dugu Feng's position was already empty. Looking back at Wang Chen, Dugu Feng was already following behind, wearing a mocking smile. It was indeed a bit amusing to see Wang Chen being dragged away by Old Wu. Wang Chen felt helpless. Could he break free? It was clearly impossible. The opponent's strength was overwhelming. Wang Chen had ways to escape, but the problem was it wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth the time because they would arrive soon. It also wasn't worth the effort because all he would gain was simply walking to the destination. Being dragged along wasn't too bad, just a little amusing. But this wasn't important to Wang Chen. Soon, Wang Chen was taken to a place. This is an independent building, heavily guarded. When Wang Chen entered, he had a special card, while the three girls behind him were stopped outside. You don't need to wait for me here, go study, Wang Chen said to the three girls. Haitang and Dugu Feng felt like they had waited in vain. They didn't even get to speak before being taken away by Old Wu. No, seeing the scene just now wasn't bad, and they had already recorded it, so it would be a bit of fun later. With that, the three girls said goodbye and left. Wang Chen and Old Wu entered the building, and the place they were heading to became increasingly fortified. This building originally housed various laboratories, each floor having different levels of security, and it was clear that Wang Chen was going to the highest level. Upon entering and exiting the elevator, they were thoroughly checked. Any equipment that needed to be brought in had to be reported in advance. After passing through layers of security, Wang Chen finally saw the frozen prodigy. When he saw this prodigy, he first felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Soon, a face appeared in his mind. It belonged to his foster sister, Gu Qingqing. Was it a coincidence? In the laboratory where technology and magic combined, the frozen girl was in the center of a device resembling a healing chamber. This device had numerous tubes injecting medicinal liquid while also expelling toxins. At the same time, there were many magical arrays on this device, and various magical runes on the tubes were glowing. This is our most advanced healing chamber in Huaxia, model Baoxing 722, capable of preserving the lives of all who are not dead. Generally, it can also heal, but for the Narcissus, it can only preserve her life and cannot prevent deterioration. Currently, we can only slow down the deterioration. At most, she is 10 years before there is no hope left, Old Wu said, looking at the Narcissus in the center, who appeared very blurry and unclear. Wang Chen could see her clearly because he had the heavenly eye. Your prediction is a bit too optimistic. Her condition will undergo a sharp decline within 6 months, and by then, there will be no possibility of stopping it. Wang Chen shook his head at this moment. Where did this young brat come from, daring to question our diagnosis? I didn't know we had such a young genius in our medical field, a sarcastic voice came over. Wang Chen looked over. It was a young man in a white coat, accompanied by several middle-aged and elderly experts also in white coats. Indeed, they were the experts here, responsible for finding a way to save the prodigy inside. This was just the tip of the iceberg among all the experts. A new group of experts came every day, with at least a month between repeats. This meant that at least 30 expert teams were providing treatment plans for the Narcissus. The annual expenditure on this was several tens of millions, and this money didn't just come from the state and the school, it also came from the family of the prodigy, Narcissus. However, these expert teams all knew each other and acknowledged one another, as they were all big names in the industry. But Wang Chen's words came from a small fry who dared to speak so boldly to them. Indeed, everyone estimated at least another 10 years, the specific timing might be slightly off, but it was all around 10 years, while Wang Chen said only 6 months. Wasn't that a slap in their faces? If he had said 5 or 6 years, that would have been acceptable, although it would still be a slap. Saying 6 months was simply unacceptable. I'm not from your medical field, I'm just a fortune teller. Wang Chen shook his head. He didn't want to offend these people to avoid unnecessary trouble, directly stating that he was not in the same league as them, thus eliminating any competition. It turns out you're just a quack. What happened to your Northern Town Martial Arts Academy? Did you really invite a quack? Don't you believe in medicine anymore? Old Wu frowned. He didn't want to offend these big shots in the medical field. The 30 teams assembled were nearly the top figures in Chinese medicine. He just wanted to say that he hadn't reported this matter or discussed it with them. He merely wanted someone to take a look and try other methods to see if there could be a breakthrough, and they had agreed to it. Not believing in medicine is normal. We live in an era where both magic and technology exist, and there are even some supernatural abilities. Perhaps this person just happens to have such abilities? Among you experts, there are quite a few who are professionals in supernatural magic, not entirely relying on medicine. Now you're saying this to me, do you think I'm easy to bully? Alright, I admit I am easy to bully. I won't say anything and just watch how you get schooled by Wang Chen. This Wang Chen is blessed with fortune and has particularly good luck. Do you believe in medicine in this world? Are you out of your mind? If you believe in medicine, how do you break a curse? How do you resolve a poison spell? And could she have survived this long with just medicine? Wang Chen said without holding back. My medicine certainly includes these aspects. Medicine is advancing, and with these magical factors, there are naturally magical branches of medicine, the young man immediately replied. Oh, so you admit that? Then why say I'm a quack and shouldn't be trusted? The young man was left speechless. It turned out Wang Chen was waiting here to make the other party acknowledge magic, and then his fortune-telling would seem perfectly normal. In fact, everyone understood this point. They just had some objections to Wang Chen's claim of only having 6 months left. Sure enough, this point couldn't be overlooked, and others brought it up. We're not saying you can't believe, we just can't agree with your claim that she only has 6 months. That doesn't matter. Anyway, with me here, it will stabilize within half a month, and those issues won't arise, Wang Chen said nonchalantly, as if he didn't understand what they meant. They were questioning his judgment, not what he was going to do next. So, what are you planning to do? Can you tell us your treatment plan? Perhaps we can help consider it. I don't need you. I need to create some potions, and the materials aren't provided by you, nor do I need your help in making them. Wang Chen firmly refused again. Old Wu felt that Wang Chen might have offended someone this time. He wasn't usually like this, at least when he watched the live broadcasts, his words and actions were decent. Could it be that these people have annoyed him? Is it because of this young man? Old Wu was somewhat puzzled, he wouldn't know the answer. In Wang Chen's eyes, this team was not good, their actions were somewhat disgusting. They had lost some medical ethics, all for the sake of money. For profit, this team could deliberately exaggerate a patient's condition or even intentionally create epidemics for them, just like what they did to Haitong's mother. The difference was that this group had excellent medical skills and could indeed solve many problems. And the most despicable was this young man, who used his identity and medical skills to engage in unspeakable acts with the families of patients. Therefore, Wang Chen naturally didn't want to be polite with them. He planned to expose their actions when he had the time, but of course, he wouldn't do it himself. He would let others who wanted to eliminate this team take care of it. Such people have many enemies, not to mention that their medical skills are indeed high and occupy many positions, hindering those who want to rise. Kid, show us your potion formula. We need to agree before using it, otherwise, if you inject it and cause irreparable harm to the patient, wouldn't that ruin the treatment for all of us? The young man looked at Wang Chen, his eyes filled with rage. This was the first time in years that he had been looked down upon like this. In the past, people had begged him on their knees. At that moment, Wang Chen suddenly smiled and asked, "Do you know Pan Yuha? What did you say?" The young man immediately widened his eyes, staring at Wang Chen as if that name had struck him. "Do you know a man named Wang Jia who has returned? And someone named Hu Lijin, Lan Tongji, Hu Jiaobing?" With each name Wang Chen mentioned, someone from the opposing team changed color, until the entire group looked pale. What do these names mean? The young man was now terrified. Wang Chen revealed a smile that looked extremely eerie and terrifying. "You should know, I am a fortune-telling Taoist. I have a pair of yin-yang eyes that can see some souls, and right now, the souls of these people are beside you." "What?" The young man stepped back. "Be careful, you're stepping on Pan Yuha's foot." "Ah!" The young man jumped up, his face extremely pale. Thus, Wang Chen scared the members of the opposing team one by one, and it was likely that after returning, they would all have shadows, feeling that there were souls present everywhere they looked. Seeing all this, Old Wu suddenly felt fortunate that he had not offended Wang Chen. At the same time, he decided to pay more attention to Haitang and Ning Meng in the future, absolutely pouring his heart into teaching them and providing them with the greatest resource support. TCH, a bunch of disgusting cowards. I'm going to prepare the potions, borrowing your laboratory and materials. After those people left, Wang Chen looked down on them and then immersed himself in the work of making potions. These matters were, of course, arranged by Old Wu. "Sure, you can find me if you need anything." Old Wu immediately responded without any hesitation. "Whatever you want, I will get it for you, even if it's not for the daffodils, I would do the same." A few days later, the Northern Town Vocational College held a grand freshman party, and this live broadcast attracted countless eyes. Although no celebrities were present, the students' own performances still became the biggest focus of the day. However, everyone had originally come to see Wang Chen, but he did not attend, which caused many to curse. This freshman party was also a farewell party, as these students would set off for training the next day. Although Wang Chen did not participate, everyone had been clearly arranged. As long as nothing unexpected happened, they would not need to look for Wang Chen for the next few years. Even Zhang Xiaoyan was the same. Wang Chen had discussed many recipes with her, and now she could follow the team for a few years before coming back to Wang Chen to learn new things. In fact, she did not know that the recipes Wang Chen taught her were actually ones she would create in the future, merely seen by Wang Chen's heavenly eyes. Because of this, she felt that these recipes were the most suitable for her. So, what does this situation count as? Wang Chen used others' things to teach others, yet was admired and thanked. If people found out, would they curse him? Of course not. They would only thank him because he indeed accelerated others' promotion speed. The next day, these classmates set off, still training together. Although Wang Chen was not in the team, he could chat with them, advising them on the best places to train. The places Wang Chen mentioned might not have the most exotic beasts, but they were the safest and most efficient. At this moment, everyone was chatting casually with Wang Chen. Xiahou Taiju, Wang Chen, are you sure you can save that person? This was the question everyone wanted to know. The matter had already fermented online, and there were even bets placed. Wang Chen naturally did not miss this opportunity and initiated a bet, the wager being whether he could lift the ice seal within 3 months, allowing the celestial water fairy to move freely. This bet was overwhelmingly stacked against him, not because people doubted Wang Chen's abilities, nor because they thought so many teams had failed, thus Wang Chen would certainly fail. It was not even because members of those teams came out to say that Wang Chen was mocking everyone and urged people not to be fooled. The most crucial factor was that someone posted a screenshot showing Wang Chen himself encouraging Xiahou Taiju and others to bet against him. This news caused an uproar worldwide. Many had previously bet that Wang Chen could succeed because he was known for fortune-telling. These people actually believed that Wang Chen could achieve it. This was no longer about believing in Wang Chen's abilities, but rather in a kind of mysticism. Perhaps Wang Chen knew where to find healing artifacts, and that was how he would succeed? However, once it became known that Wang Chen had encouraged others to bet against him, the entire situation began to tilt overwhelmingly against him, and more people started betting that he could not do it, especially those greedy for more. They were betting in the millions, with some even reaching tens of millions. These people were either gamblers or had grievances against Wang Chen. They were precisely the target audience for Wang Chen this time. At this moment, Wang Chen was faced with a mountain of materials. In recent days, the materials here had been increasing. These materials were not only collected by the Northern Town Martial Academy but also largely provided by the Water Fairy's family. Wang Chen, tell me honestly, what are these materials for? Old Wu emerged from the pile of materials. There was a small space among the stacked materials that could only accommodate one person, and now this was the only way in. Of course, they are for refining the potions I need, Wang Chen replied, looking at the list and adjusting the tools for potion making, already starting the initial work. With so many materials, the potions you refine could probably kill the Water Fairy hundreds of times. Are you sure this can save her? Old Wu expressed his confusion. During this time, everyone maintained such skepticism, and the Water Fairy's family had also asked Old Wu more than once about the situation. Were the people he invited reliable? Yes, Wang Chen nodded. Can you really refine potions? Old Wu asked again. In fact, everyone was in a state of uncertainty regarding Wang Chen's ability to refine potions. Because of this, Old Wu felt that if Wang Chen were to find an artifact or treasure to save the Water Fairy, he would believe it. After all, Wang Chen was a fortune-teller. But the problem was that Wang Chen actually wanted to refine potions himself to save the Water Fairy, which made him unable to believe it, and others felt the same way. You can rely on luck, but never on strength, because you don't have that strength. I advise you to stick to mysticism and not study potions. It's not suitable for you. What? Why not directly persuade Wang Chen? Do you think I haven't said anything? I have, but it was useless. I can refine potions, you can rest assured. How can I be assured? What exactly are you going to refine with so many materials? And why do I see you refining a high-level strength potion? That's right, you didn't misread. This is a high-level strength potion. After use, it can permanently enhance a person's strength, but only once. Subsequent uses will only provide temporary boosts, but taking more can still enhance it to some extent. Wang Chen answered while refining the potion, which was almost ready. I must say, Wang Chen's technique was quite skilled, which made Old Wu start to believe that Wang Chen really could do it. But the question remained, could Wang Chen really do it? Why did his records not indicate this? These are not the main points. The main point is, what do you mean by refining high-level strength potions? If you need this, just adjust it directly. I don't need it. Does Shui Xian need it? She doesn't need it either. Then why are you refining this? I want to improve my alchemy level. Old Wu fell silent. It turned out Wang Chen needed to improve his alchemy level, which made sense. But can you just tell us what you want to refine? Wouldn't it be better for us to invite someone to refine it? You can take your time to improve, as long as you want to refine potions, we will provide the materials, and you don't need to level up. Although Old Wu felt that Wang Chen didn't want anyone to know the secret formula, at this moment, he didn't care much about that. He directly asked for the formula, hoping Wang Chen would agree. We won't let you take the formula for free, whatever you want, we will compensate you, and you will also get credit. No! This matter must be done by me, others can't do it. At this moment, Wang Chen shook his head. He really needed to do it himself because the final alchemy required some specific items, especially the fake demon refining pot. The potion needed this item to assist in completion. Could Wang Chen tell the other party about these matters? Obviously not, because these were his private affairs and also his safeguard. Right now, alchemy was the same as everyone else's, but changes would occur later. It would no longer be about refining potions but rather elixirs. This was a function of the fake demon refining pot, which Wang Chen only knew about through his heavenly eye, so refining potions wasn't just about giving the formula to someone. Alright, then I won't disturb you, you can continue. Old Wu shook his head, quite disappointed. He felt Wang Chen just wanted to keep the formula secret, not wanting others to steal it. This is human nature, and he couldn't blame him. Sigh. Another 10 days passed, and Wang Chen was still refining potions. His alchemy had already upgraded to level 299. The mountain of materials showed no sign of decreasing. It seemed to be increasing because more materials kept coming in. The potions he created, including the high-level strength potions, were either used as materials to continue making higher-level potions or had already been given to Old Wu and Principal Gu. Old Wu didn't need to say anything, these were originally their materials, and Principal Gu's were for the students of the Northern Town Vocational College. Wang Chen turning materials into potions was supposed to come with compensation, and the higher the level, the more expensive the compensation. Especially since the potions Wang Chen produced had a high effect bonus, they would definitely be fought over. This was also the main reason why Old Wu and the others changed their minds. They initially thought Wang Chen was just messing around, but unexpectedly, he really had the strength, and Old Wu had already retracted his words. Wang Chen didn't have to rely on luck, he could rely on strength. At this moment, Old Wu was transporting materials over, and at that moment, his phone rang. Old Wu, why did you return those materials? The voice on the other end was a contact from the Shui Xian family, asking why Old Wu had returned all their family's materials. He even procured those that Wang Chen had used and returned them completely. The reason was simple, Old Wu wanted to monopolize Wang Chen's finished products. Knowing that Wang Chen could produce such good potions, what were those materials worth? After that, it seemed the Shui Xian family didn't want to continue providing materials, so Old Wu sent those materials back. From now on, the Northern Town Martial Institute would exclusively monopolize Wang Chen's potion production. And Wang Chen didn't disappoint him, good potions kept appearing. It's not that you don't want to give, you said Wang Chen is a charlatan and a fraud, that he can't do alchemy at all, has no strength, and only relies on luck. Old Wu spoke into the phone, and after finishing his words, he felt that this seemed useful for himself as well, because he had thought the same way before. He had even said the same to the other party, what strength does Wang Chen have? It's just luck. That's true, this way we can minimize our losses. Any progress with Shui Xian? The other party didn't seem very concerned and directly agreed to this matter. Old Wu knew that the other party would likely respond this way. They certainly didn't care much about this issue and had reservations about investing in such materials. Within the Shui Xian family, there were many differing attitudes towards Shui Xian. Some believed they should save Shui Xian, as it would lead to the family's rise, while others did not want to save Shui Xian because if Shui Xian succeeded, it would threaten their status. Among those who wanted to save Shui Xian, there were also many types, mainly depending on whether the cost of saving was worth it. Thus, it became clear that the tens of millions spent annually on Shui Xian was a significant issue for her family. Therefore, after a few casual words with Old Wu, the other party decisively gave up. If I told you that Wang Chen could concoct some potions, would you come crying to me every day? After hanging up the phone, Old Wu seemed to envision a delightful scene in his imagination. It was truly wonderful. Soon, Old Wu pushed the door and entered the laboratory where Wang Chen was. The materials were still piled high, and he had no idea where Wang Chen was. Every time he came in, he would find Wang Chen in a different spot, unsure of what Wang Chen was doing inside. If it weren't for the potions appearing daily, he would even suspect that Wang Chen was just wandering around aimlessly. There were no cameras in the laboratory, that was the rule. Only specific areas had surveillance, which was meant to record experimental steps and could also be turned off. Therefore, no one would know what Wang Chen had done in the lab. This was the privacy that every laboratory user should have. Wang Chen, is the Windwalker potion ready today? Yesterday, Wang Chen had produced the Windwalker potion, which was no simple matter. Drinking it could increase speed and enhance critical hit capability. The first time had a permanent effect, while the second time lasted for 20 minutes. This was more advanced than the high-level strength potion, and the demand for it was greater. It's ready. From yesterday until now, I'd been making this potion. You need to find a way to deal with it quickly. When this potion is nearly done, I can concoct the next higher level one, and then I can be free and no longer have to work so hard. Wang Chen glanced at the mountain of boxes piling up again, half of which were brought by Old Wu, and the other half were potions made by Wang Chen. Seeing so many potions, Old Wu was overjoyed. How much was this worth? Even if Wang Chen took some, it was still a huge profit. Moreover, their Jinbei Martial Academy also needed these potions from Wang Chen, and they could completely monopolize them. If these were put on the market, their value would multiply several times. Yes, indeed, it doesn't have to be so hard, but this is something only you can do. If others could do it, I wouldn't have to ask you. Old Wu said with a smile, needing to save face. There were indeed people who could make the Windwalker potion, but those were big shots who wouldn't help for free and would charge a hefty price. That price was even more expensive than the materials. Wang Chen, although this is your secret, I still want to ask, how do you produce so many potions? Logically speaking, the quantity isn't something you can make alone. Looking at so many potions, Old Wu still voiced his doubts, a question everyone would have. Even those alchemy masters, no matter how tirelessly they worked day and night, could not produce even a tenth of the amount Wang Chen could. How on earth did Wang Chen manage this? The material loss didn't add up either. Other masters would consume over 50% of their materials, meaning that with 10 portions, they would at most get 5 potions. But Wang Chen was different. Old Wu had calculated that 10 portions could yield 9 potions. This was something Old Wu couldn't understand. Wang Chen merely smiled at these questions and didn't answer. When Old Wu pressed him and he had no choice, he finally said, "It's just a matter of practice." Who would believe such a thing? In fact, Wang Chen was far from simple. He had used a certain ability of the fake demon refining pot. But could he reveal this? If he did, he could forget about living peacefully in the future, though things were already far from peaceful, with enemies everywhere. This ability was still related to his fake demon refining pot. Although this pot couldn't directly synthesize demons, it could perform alchemy, and potions were within its scope. The alchemy process was quite simple, just input the required materials and then synthesize, which greatly reduced the difficulty and time of alchemy, with a success rate of 100%. Moreover, this alchemical synthesis could also enhance his alchemical proficiency. Could he dare to share this with others? Clearly, he could not. Inside the demon refining pot, Wang Chen placed a Titan potion he had just successfully refined onto the altar, then added a beast heart. This beast heart was something he had collected in advance, knowing it would be useful, all taken from under Zhang Xiaoyan's blade. To the world, these were merely ingredients. Many materials Wang Chen would use in the future would be seen as useless by others. This was a good thing. However, this was not the time to discuss such matters. Wang Chen was now seriously staring at the altar, as if waiting for an important moment. Soon after, the Titan potion and the beast heart fused together, transforming into a pill. It was a golden pill radiating light. Was this what they called a golden pill? If Qin Shi Huang had eaten such a golden pill, he surely wouldn't have died. Before Wang Chen could examine what the golden pill was or what effects it had, he heard a comforting voice. Ding, Alchemy Evolution, Beginner Pill Refining Technique. It had indeed evolved, it was just this step that was missing. Wang Chen had prepared for so long just to enter the realm of pill refining. Of course, once he learned the pill refining technique, he would definitely use alchemy, and the effects would be even stronger. However, Wang Chen hadn't considered one thing. I actually succeeded in evolving it in one go. I thought it would take several tries. But this is good too. I need to quickly upgrade the pill refining technique and strive to refine the rejuvenation pill. After saying this, Wang Chen swallowed the golden pill he had just refined. This golden pill was called the True Qi pill, the most ordinary type of pill, meant to replenish energy. This energy not only replenished what was commonly referred to as blue energy but also increased energy value. Simply put, this thing could enhance levels, with effects similar to beast crystals. Although the cost was lower than that of beast crystals, it required Wang Chen to make it, and if calculated by an alchemy master, the production cost would exceed that of beast crystals. But for Wang Chen, this was nothing, especially since he could now obtain materials for free, and he also needed to refine such pills to enhance his pill refining technique level, ultimately allowing him to learn the rejuvenation pill. Alright, let's continue refining the Titan potion. This was relatively simple. Just place the materials in the demon refining pot and activate it, and he could keep refining. At this moment, Wang Qin could leave the demon refining pot, though it wasn't exactly a departure. His body was already outside, sitting cross-legged in meditation, and he could still practice body refining techniques. He should have split off a clone when he entered the demon refining pot, but that could only be achieved through the pot itself. Fortunately, this laboratory had no surveillance. If someone discovered him concocting potions while just sitting there, it would definitely raise suspicions. Sometimes, that meant he also needed to operate the alchemical equipment to refine potions using normal methods. Just like now, Wang Qin was having the demon refining pot create the Titan potion while he operated the equipment to concoct other potions. This wasn't just to quickly produce more items. The main reason was that not all potions could be refined by the demon refining pot. The pot had limitations on the potions and elixirs it could create. Take the Windrunner potion, for example. The demon refining pot couldn't refine it, but it could use the Windrunner potion as a material to create the Titan potion. If he didn't use the demon refining pot to create the Titan potion, he would need more materials and more time. In simple terms, many materials needed to be refined by Wang Qin himself were purchased. The demon refining pot was just a supplementary tool, which was convenient and saved effort in materials. Another 10 days had passed. Wang Qin was still busy refining elixirs and potions. With the enhancement of his talent and the help of the demon refining pot, his basic alchemy skill had already reached level 100. Today, he needed to comprehend the making of the revitalizing pill. Without this understanding, the demon refining pot would produce some strange items, wasting materials. However, he had to continue despite the material waste. He could only try once, striving for success on the first attempt. But today, his luck wasn't so good. He wasted over 10 batches of materials, and the items produced all had bizarre effects, like a weakness pill that would make one smaller and weaker if consumed. There was also a powerful emetic pill that would induce vomiting upon ingestion, and so on. These could be used later for pranks, so he would keep them, continuing with alchemy. Meanwhile, discussions about Wang Qin in the outside world were still abundant, but the conversations about whether he could successfully save the water fairy had decreased significantly. People were now discussing Wang Qin's guidance abilities, which were truly extraordinary. Have you heard? Those useless students from the Northtown Vocational College have all advanced to the second tier, and their strength is skyrocketing, especially with a few rare job changes appearing among them, leading to a qualitative leap in their power. Yeah, the most incredible part is that these rare job changes aren't just Zhao Buju and a few others, but mostly F-rank, and now these F-rank students are incredibly proud. So, did they leave the team and go solo? Not at all. Their team composition remains the same because their respective small teams are still the most suitable, as everyone has improved. Wang Qin is indeed impressive, guiding so many people. Now more and more want to join this school, and some are spending a lot of money to get in. You're right, I'm planning to enroll too. I heard they're still recruiting, and this year's failed college entrance exam candidates can apply, and even those from previous years seem to be able to. Is that true? It is. I heard Wang Qin will customize plans for everyone. But wait, hasn't Wang Qin been holed up in the laboratory for over 20 days? Well, that's what everyone is saying. You can submit your application online to the school and chat with the staff. I'm going to do it right now. At this moment, students from all over the country were signing up online. Although these failed college entrance exam candidates could register, whether they could eventually reach Northtown City depended on themselves. The arrival of this group of people was something Wang Qin would truly accept, for they were here to guard the territory around Jinbei City and to prepare living forces for the upcoming battles with the Japanese and the Korean nations. Even if they couldn't become the main force, they could clear out the nearby exotic beasts and establish new outposts, expanding the actual range of Jinbei City. Before this, no one had expected that Wang Qin could transform this group, which was almost deemed useless, into a powerful force. This could be said to be turning decay into wonder. If even these useless individuals could be turned into something valuable, what would happen if a group of true prodigies arrived? That would surely be terrifying. After this, Wang Qin would definitely attract attention and become a target for others who would want to eliminate him quickly. But that was all in the future. For now, everyone was more concerned about whether he could truly turn decay into wonder. At the same time, they were also focused on whether he could revive Shui Xian. This question would soon have an answer, as Wang Qin had finally succeeded in comprehending the spring revival pill. He immediately notified Old Wu to go to the place where Shui Xian was frozen, but before he arrived, an alarm had already sounded from inside. Something happened to Shui Xian? Beep beep beep. The alarm echoed in the hallway, and a red warning light spun in front of a room. This indicated that something had gone wrong inside this room, but it wouldn't affect others, so they could ignore the situation elsewhere. However, if anyone could help, they were welcome to come. If not, come and watch. But no one could come to watch on this floor, as it was the highest security level and the most special floor. This was the third underground level, a heavily guarded area, the lowest level, and a space had been specially dug out for one person, with enhanced defenses nearby. This was to ensure that this person would not be harmed. This person was the prodigy Shui Xian, and her location was actually in a downward section of the third level, where many facilities had been specially arranged to ensure that even if someone attacked here, she would survive. Indeed, the alarm was coming from Shui Xian's frozen laboratory, and Old Wu had already transformed into a shadow, directly floating into that laboratory. At this moment, Wang Chen was still walking forward at a leisurely pace, while people in white coats rushed past him in a hurry. These were both the resident medical team and the expert team that had come to change shifts today. Wang Chen appeared somewhat out of place, everyone was tense, while he seemed relaxed, slowly making his way forward. When he reached the door, he was stopped by the guard at the entrance, who did not allow him to enter. He glanced at the situation inside. The prodigy Shui Xian was still encased in ice, and her physical condition was indiscernible, at least to an ordinary person. However, ordinary people could see that some instruments monitoring her condition were sounding alarms, with blood pressure and heart rate data being very abnormal, indicating a dangerous situation. Wang Chen understood this reason. With his heavenly eye, he could see that just moments ago, someone had administered a potion to treat Shui Xian, but it had been too strong, and the safety switch had been turned on, leading to Shui Xian's current condition. What was the safety switch? This would soon be explained by someone. Why did this happen? Who set the treatment area to 5%? Quickly activate the recovery switch and bring her back. We can't recover. The equipment seems to be broken. What? How could it break down at this moment? How do you maintain the equipment? Angry roars erupted from within, coming from an old man in a green coat, with a youthful face and white beard, exuding a terrifying aura. When Wang Chen saw the old man, he immediately had information about him. His name was Zhu Jianlong, the vice president of the Northern Town Martial Arts Academy. The students he trained were all experts in the Northern Town Army, and he himself had retired from the Northern Town Army. Before retiring, he was a general in the army. It was said that Shui Xian was originally his disciple, and to be more specific, his closed-door disciple. He had devoted all his efforts to cultivating her as his successor, someone who would surpass him. When Shui Xian had her accident, he eliminated everyone involved in the incident and then sealed Shui Xian here, occasionally coming to check on her and keeping an eye on everything. However, he never expected that such a situation would arise, with someone opening the treatment area to 5%, and the restoration facility, which was supposed to be a backup measure, had actually broken down. This made him sense a conspiracy. If anyone was playing tricks and he found out, he would definitely crush them to pieces. I don't know, I checked the equipment yesterday, and there was no problem. Why is it not working now? At this moment, a staff member in a white coat was sweating profusely. Not only was he the one being scrutinized, but everyone around him also lowered their heads, not daring to say anything. Old Wu, seeing this situation, spoke helplessly. If this continues, Shui Xian will be delayed by you all. Director Zhu, it's useless to talk about this now. Let's see if there's a way to remedy the situation. You all need to think of a solution quickly. Old Wu successfully diverted the attention, and the others immediately got to work, even if they were just pretending to be busy, not wanting to become Zhu Jianlong's target. Moreover, they were genuinely trying to find a solution. What do you think can be done to remedy this? Zhu Jianlong looked at Old Wu, continuing the conversation, which made Old Wu a bit awkward. At that moment, Old Wu caught sight of Wang Chen, who was blocked outside the door, and immediately said, "Maybe he has a solution, I'll go bring him in." This statement immediately attracted the attention of those nearby, especially the experts who were at a loss. They looked at Old Wu as he walked to the door and brought Wang Chen in. Could it be him? Isn't this the kid named Wang Chen, who said he could cure Shui Xian and even set up a betting pool, but bought the one that couldn't be done? That's right, it's him. Then there's no hope. I thought a master was coming. Yeah, let's just think of something ourselves. As soon as everyone saw it was Wang Chen, they immediately shook their heads and went back to what they were doing. Indeed, they looked down on Wang Chen's abilities, believing he had no strength to handle this matter. Old Wu, don't joke with me. At this time, do you really think this kid has a way to solve it? Does he have that kind of strength? Zhu Jianlong held such a dismissive view of Wang Chen, feeling that every second wasted on him was unnecessary, and he wanted to reprimand Old Wu harshly. He does, his alchemy is very strong, Old Wu immediately replied. In the past, he would have doubted it and not dared to say much, at most suggesting to give it a try. But now, he had that confidence because he knew Wang Chen's level of alchemy. Although it hadn't surpassed others, he felt that Wang Chen's alchemy had something special about it, stronger than others. Since that was the case, he naturally had to believe that Wang Chen had this ability. Besides, he had no other options left. Strong alchemy? How strong? Zhu Jianlong did not believe that Wang Chen's alchemy was that strong. At his age, how strong could he be? Moreover, he had seen some discussions online before, and Wang Chen had not practiced alchemy before. It had only been a few months, and even if he could do alchemy, it wouldn't be that impressive. Director Zhu, do you need me to prove something before you believe I can save her? Wang Chen pointed directly at the frozen Shu Xian. That's only natural. Then I'm sorry, but I'm leaving. You can collect the body. Wang Chen turned and walked away, leaving everyone stunned. Then they realized that Shu Xian's life or death had nothing to do with Wang Chen. Now that Shu Xian was dying, it wasn't Wang Chen's responsibility. In fact, it was beneficial for him. Because with that, Wang Chen could justifiably tell everyone that it wasn't that he was unwilling to save her, but that Shu Xian had been killed by someone else. Those who were waiting to see him make a fool of himself, and those who bet against him fulfilling his grand claims, could all just go away. So at this moment, Wang Chen should be hoping for Shu Xian to die sooner rather than later. Wang Chen, don't go. I believe you can save her. Just do me a favor, if you can save Shu Xian, just say the word, and as long as it's within my ability, I will definitely make it happen. Old Wu grabbed Wang Chen and exchanged glances with Zhu Jianlong, sending a message. Director Zhu, can't you let him try? Right now, no one else can do anything. What does he have to lose by trying? Zhu Jianlong fell silent, realizing it was true, there was no loss. If he succeeded, great, if he failed, at least someone else would take the blame. But should he really let him try? Wouldn't that imply that the medical teams present were inferior to Wang Chen? Although they seemed useless now, if Wang Chen couldn't succeed, he would surely be mocked. Director Zhu, you can't really believe he can do it, he's just a quack. Exactly. We can take our time with this. At the very least, we have 2 hours before Shu Xian's condition worsens, which is enough for us to do a lot. Other teams have already received the news, they're coming online. Maybe they have a solution. These words made Zhu Jianlong even more hesitant. This was the most uncertain moment he had faced in 10 years. He looked at Wang Chen, his mind racing. To try? Or not to try? Wang Chen remained still, knowing that in the end, he would still go to save her, and it would be others who would humble themselves to ask for his help. Sometimes, putting on a show and making others seek your assistance could reduce a lot of trouble. If Wang Chen had to explain himself this time, he would end up wasting even more time. And most importantly, being questioned with a bad attitude every time was something no one could tolerate. Wang Chen, you should give it a try. In the end, Zhu Jianlong chose to let Wang Chen go because no one else could do it. These expert teams had been online for a long time, but they couldn't provide a treatment plan. Some were merely experimental and had already been rejected by the teams present. Because whatever everyone could think of, those here had already tried. Director Zhu, this is unacceptable. This is playing with Shu Xian's life. At this moment, the leaders of the expert teams began to speak up. Then what solutions do you have? Zhu Jianlong countered. The crowd fell silent. The plans they had just discussed had all been rejected, and even the simulated trials couldn't pass. Of course, there were some plans that could work, but the resources required for those plans were not something that could be obtained in a short time and were far too costly. It was impossible for the Jinbei Martial Academy to provide them, and as for Shu Xian's family, they began to oppose it as well. For 10 years, this family had sacrificed too much for Shu Xian, in such a hopeless situation, coupled with what the experts had said that even if she were saved, she would only be worse off than before. They no longer wanted to continue. Better a short pain than a long one. As a result, the people from Shu Xian's side were now arguing with others in the family, and the answer was still the same. This family does not have just one daffodil. We cannot place all our bets on her, as it would be unfair to others. This statement sounds quite nice, but those who oppose have actually said all sorts of harsh things. Over the past decade, many have voiced their grievances about this. It is precisely because of this that the upper echelons of the family feel it is time to give up. Without financial support, many proposals cannot be approved, and some medical teams are just going through the motions because they know that spending extra time on the daffodil is a waste. Given this situation, when they see Wang Chen step forward, not many genuinely oppose him. It would be best if Wang Chen takes the blame for any unexpected situations that arise, so it won't be their teams that fail to treat her. I can treat her now, right? I hope during this process, you all refrain from talking nonsense. Either you step up or just watch, okay? Wang Chen preemptively warned them, knowing that if he didn't say anything, they would jump up and protest. By saying this now, even if they wanted to protest, they would hold back. All right. Zhu Jianlong nodded, looking at Wang Chen with a defiant gaze, as if to say that if anything goes wrong, he would make him pay. If you have anything to say, just say it. Wang Chen turned to the other two medical teams, mainly wanting them to keep quiet. As long as they didn't speak to him, it would be fine. We will stand by and watch. If you have any issues, we will definitely intervene. At this moment, the members of these medical teams clearly sensed Wang Chen's intention, feeling that he looked down on them, and naturally, they had to put on a show. Even if I can't do it, as long as I think you have a problem, then you have a problem. Then come on, I absolutely won't stop you. Wang Chen immediately stepped aside. Wang Chen's attitude left these people looking even more sullen. Alright, I guarantee they won't disturb you. If they have any thoughts, I will definitely stop them, Zhu Jianlong said, and Old Wu also voiced that he would help keep an eye on things. I should have given them enough face. Wang Chen nodded and then said, keep them away from me, I'm just afraid some fools might rush over. You? Those people erupted in anger, feeling as if they had been humiliated to their faces, but they were quickly restrained. Yes, they were held back by Zhu Jianlong and Old Wu. Wang Chen waited for them to calm down before continuing to move forward. It was almost time, and if he didn't treat her soon, the daffodil would really be finished. At this moment, all the teams looked at Wang Chen, whether present or watching through the cameras. Although they felt Wang Chen lacked strength, they still wanted to see what methods he would use. At the very least, it could be used to mock him. What if, he succeeds? Wouldn't we become the joke? Among the medical group for the daffodil, this was a discussion group where all the medical teams were gathered. At this moment, someone suddenly sent out this message, which left everyone else silent. How could that be possible? If Wang Chen really could do it, then what would that make us? Thus, at this moment, the group was filled with various mockeries and oaths. As long as Wang Chen succeeded, they would run naked, eat chili peppers, wash their hair upside down, and so on. And soon, they fell silent. Because they saw Wang Chen approach a piece of equipment, pull up a screen, and then operate it up and down, left and right. Following that, metal canisters began to rise from the device. At this point, Wang Chen took out some reagents, poured them into these metal canisters one by one, and then pressed confirm. The canisters were then retracted back into the device. Inside the device, once these canisters entered a specific area, the reagents flowed through the tubes connected to the daffodil's body. The potions were injected into the body of the daffodil in an incredibly precise sequence and dosage, and then the treatment began. Indeed, this is the treatment device, where the quantity, sequence, time, and dosage of the potions can be set. This is also the place where all teams will operate. Here, only 1% of the daffodil's body can be activated to see if there is any effect. If there is an effect, it will continue. If there is no effect, then restoration is needed. Restoration is a magical effect that can be performed for a certain period, but the range cannot be too large, or it will be too costly. These are the two functions of this freezing device, and they are the most commonly used. This time, someone enlarged the activated area, and with the restoration function missing, this situation occurred. It requires a greater cost to recover, but some people do not want to continue. In fact, the occurrence of such an event this time might be a conspiracy. If it weren't for Wang Chen, the daffodil would surely die here. But now, she doesn't have to die. When Wang Chen's potion entered her body, the devices monitoring her condition seemed to be going crazy one last time. That frantic situation made everyone think she was beyond saving. At that moment, some people in the shadows were ready to raise a glass in celebration, but they soon found that all subsequent data began to stabilize. Wang Chen's potion actually worked. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. I don't believe it. You all are on site. What exactly did Wang Chen use? People in the group asked the medical team present. The cameras couldn't reveal what was inside, only that there were bottles of potions. I don't know, we're too far away to feel anything. The medical team on site also stated they didn't know. How could they know? They were kept at a distance by Zhu Jianlong and Old Wu. At this distance, they couldn't sense the components of the potions. If they were closer, perhaps they could distinguish it when the potion was poured into the tube. They actually didn't know that even if they recognized it, it wouldn't matter because Wang Chen's potion was merely a distraction, making everyone think he used many potions to achieve this. In reality, he only needed the rejuvenation pill. The rest were just saline and glucose, substances that supplement the body and wouldn't affect any medicinal properties. He simply mixed these with pigments, making the color indistinguishable, so no one could know what he actually used. He also didn't plan to reveal this. Letting people misunderstand was best, allowing others to research the formula. Can a single rejuvenation pill save the daffodil? No. So, Wang Chen prepared 3. He mixed them into the glucose, which was then absorbed by the daffodil. Now, the rejuvenation pill was expelling toxins and negative energy from the daffodil's body, and soon the activated area would be restored. At this moment, Wang Chen pressed the button to activate the whole body and walked away gracefully. It's done, she will wake up soon. Wang Chen didn't want to stay to see the result because he was confident in himself. Well, in fact, he had already seen the result with his heavenly eye. The daffodil would complete the detoxification and exorcism work in about 3 hours and then be unsealed. This meant waiting for 3 hours. Why waste time here when he could go back and get some sleep? Wang Chen, are you just leaving like this? Not staying? Old Wu immediately stopped Wang Chen, purely worried that if something happened to the daffodil, it would be better for him to stay here. At this moment, although others also wanted to stop Wang Chen, their reason was that they wanted to see him make a fool of himself. They thought Wang Chen was trying to run away at this time. How dare he stay? This medicine should only temporarily control the situation, it will relapse soon, and he is planning to run away. Ah, so that's how it is. I thought he could heal Shu Xian's injuries. Some people looked as if they had suddenly realized something, but in truth, they just wanted everyone to know that Wang Chen was trying to escape. In the medical field, many things can bring people back to life, but there will inevitably be problems afterward. Wang Chen, you can't leave yet. Zhu Jianlong spoke up, also doubting Wang Chen's ability to succeed. Alright, then I'll just wait here. Wang Chen sat down directly and began to meditate. How straightforward this was. Afterward, others wanted to talk to Wang Chen, but it seemed he didn't respond, he was simply meditating there. This made some people quite awkward, almost ready to strike Wang Chen, but they were stopped by Zhu Jianlong and Old Wu. Because for now, Shu Xian's condition was very stable, surrounded by vibrant green energy that was repairing her body. It seemed as if everything was fine, at least, for the moment, there were no issues. Since there were no problems, they naturally couldn't let anyone harm Wang Chen. What if Wang Chen really could save Shu Xian? So, there was no rush. They saw Wang Chen remain silent and thought he was too calm. Little did they know, at that moment, Wang Chen's main body was meditating, while his clone had entered the demon refining pot, working inside it. In the pot, he directed the dogs to farm while also refining pills. He felt that the revitalizing pill could continue to be refined. This pill was a universal restorative, capable of not only restoring health and magic points but also curing conditions like curses, poisoning, and diseases, one by one. As long as the revitalizing pill was mixed into a glucose solution, it would become a rejuvenating potion, divided into 10 portions, allowing for greater profit. Most people only needed to treat 1 or 2 conditions, and a tenth of the effectiveness was sufficient. However, this was not the fundamental reason for turning it into a potion. The real reason was that he didn't want the pill to be discovered, as there was currently nothing like it. The good thing about the golden pill was that it could dissolve in water without affecting its efficacy, and it could even be mixed into alcohol, yielding miraculous effects. Time passed slowly, and Shu Xian's condition remained very stable, making all the medical teams feel quite uneasy. At this moment, among the medical team outside, a few people withdrew and quickly contacted others to inform them of the situation. Soon, an operation targeting Shu Xian was about to begin. It was a hastily formed action, but it was very powerful. This also exposed some foreign forces in Jinbei City, as well as the traitors assisting them. This operation would inevitably reveal these, and the cost would be significant. But they had to do it because if Shu Xian were to be healed, it would be a good thing for Huaxia, but a disaster for the 2 countries of Japan and Korea. Soon, in the shadows of Jinbei City, an invisible net began to weave. At this time, Li Zixian was also making arrangements for this matter. Wang Chen, it's that Wang Chen again. I should have killed him long ago. This time, I will make him die. Li Zixian said coldly, then began to take action. Coordinating arrangements in a short time, organizing a powerful team, and having a plan was really not easy. But Li Zixian was very confident because such situations had been anticipated. If one day this situation arose, they needed to have a plan. So, in fact, most of the plans had been arranged long ago, but now they couldn't be executed so secretly. At this moment, a maintenance vehicle arrived in front of the building, and a man in work clothes got out, carrying a long aluminum ladder on his back. Legend has it that when such a situation arises, all the buildings will not conduct security checks on such workers, and may even assist in calling the elevator. Sure enough, the maintenance worker entered the elevator without obstruction, followed by a few others who also got in. Soon after, at various key monitoring posts within the building, the people nearby suddenly attacked them. It turned out that this building had already been infiltrated by spies. Meanwhile, Wang Chen's side remained quiet, unaware that danger was imminent. No, it had already arrived. Who are you? Shouted the guard at the door, only to be sent flying by 2 fireballs. Then, 2 figures rushed in to continue fighting the guard. A group of people dressed in black tight-fitting suits entered the freezing chamber, and Zhu Jianlong and Old Wu immediately flew over, drawing their weapons to showcase their strength. However, the opposing group quickly split into two teams to engage them in combat, while also forming barriers. This completely sealed off the two, leaving the rest with no issues. These people had calculated everything. They naturally knew who was inside. Dealing with Old Wu and Zhu Jianlong was the key to this operation. To create trouble for them, they had also pulled in relatively weaker individuals, forcing the two to divide their attention to care for others. Next, they planned to take down everyone in the room. The people inside were all part of a medical team, which was advantageous for them. Capturing and taking them away would be a significant achievement. These individuals were now about to expose their identities, and of course, they wanted to earn some merits in return. They already had a plan. Someone would attract attention here, and then everyone would withdraw while taking the people away. The scene was quickly brought under their control, and everything was proceeding according to their plan. At this moment, one of them approached the injection device, placing the drug into it to inject into the body of the water fairy. This drug was a lethal poison. Just a drop could cause death, and he had brought a large quantity, over 100 milliliters. With this amount, it could kill thousands of exotic beasts. Despite the large quantity, it was nothing for the water fairy, who had been very strong before being sealed. No, it shouldn't be said that she was merely strong. She was at level 78 of the fourth transition. Because of this, they couldn't help but want to take action against her. If the water fairy were to revive, it would greatly enhance both the northern town and Huaxia, which would not bode well for the two countries of Japan and Korea. Thus, they were afraid and wanted to prevent this from happening. This incident was originally an accident. It was Wang Chen, an unexpected person, who managed to heal the water fairy. Therefore, the security level around her was not high, allowing them to exploit the gap. Once the poison entered the water fairy's body, the surrounding instruments immediately sounded alarms, all indicating danger and warnings. According to the current data, the water fairy wouldn't last much longer. They revealed triumphant smiles at this. Water fairy, you all will die. At this moment, Old Wu's eyes turned red. He never expected that the water fairy would ultimately not be able to escape the freezing. He had just come over, feeling excited. He never anticipated such a turn of events, and now with the poison added to the water fairy, given her current state, even if she didn't die from the poisoning, there would be no hope for her future. He was now furious, especially since he was being targeted and attacked by several people. Thus, he swung the long-handled battle blade in his hand, like a tornado. Blade Storm. Although it was called Blade Storm, it actually had little to do with swords, just like the sword saint in games who doesn't use a sword but a long-handled weapon instead. However, it must be admitted that this sword technique was indeed very powerful, known as the Great Windmill. As it spun, wherever it went, not a blade of grass would survive. When the spinning was over, it was easy to be finished off immediately. At the end of the spin, one was generally at their weakest. But this moment was not important, because at this time, Old Wu, after starting to spin, had determined to take out a target first, otherwise, he couldn't break through the opponent's formation. The opponent had been preventing such a thing from happening, and if he couldn't increase his intensity, he wouldn't be able to do it, ultimately being dragged down. Or he could wait for someone to rescue him, but that possibility was very low. So now he had to use his ultimate move. The long-handled battle blade in his hand seemed to grow longer as it spun, and it wasn't just a flat circle, it formed a three-dimensional circle nearby, making it impossible for anyone to approach. Anyone who touched it would be sucked in, with the result being certain death. An enemy was crushed by the battle blade. It must be said that the strategy Old Wu used was successful, and this could be considered a surprise attack, not entirely unexpected. This relieved him. With one less person, the opponent's formation had numerous flaws, making it easy to take down. However, he quickly realized he was wrong, as he found that his pressure not only hadn't decreased but had actually intensified. After the opponent lost one person, they surprisingly didn't lose combat power. Instead, he fell into the opponent's trap because of his own thoughts. Just after his blade storm ended, he took a short break and then immediately picked up the battle blade to strike again. He wanted to rest more, but there was no opportunity given by the opponent. He now needed to catch them off guard and quickly take down another person, so he used a skill again, this time not the blade storm, but a half-moon slash that many people could perform. The blade swept across the ground, and a blade aura rose from the earth, as if a half-crescent moon was gliding across the ground, rushing towards his target. His target was the one who looked the weakest among the three, a young man with a plain head and yellow hair, who seemed very unreliable. Old Wu chose this way because, on the surface, this yellow-haired plain head should be the weakest. But unexpectedly, this yellow-haired plain head had hidden strength. Originally at level 60, he suddenly broke the seal and immediately soared to level 70. Flames erupted from his body, forming a giant fire snake behind him, which opened its massive mouth and bit towards Old Wu. Old Wu felt a wave of dangerous energy and knew that if he struck down, although he could injure the yellow-haired plain head, he would have to pay a price. If he got injured, he would soon be killed by the next person. Because the two behind him had also broken their seals and were attacking him. Now he was trapped in an extremely dangerous situation. If he didn't kill this yellow-haired plain head, it would be very difficult and he might die. But if he did kill him, danger would arise now. So, kill. Old Wu's final choice surprised everyone. He completely abandoned his defense behind him, disregarding the fire snake's attack, and charged forward with a slash. This shocked the yellow-haired plain head. He didn't expect the opponent to choose this. Although he could injure the opponent, with this strike, he would undoubtedly die. Even if he couldn't die immediately, he wouldn't be able to leave here while injured. At that moment, the yellow-haired plain head hesitated for a moment, and the fire snake seemed to waver slightly. But Old Wu still charged forward, enduring the bite of the fire snake, and directly cleaved the yellow-haired plain head. Boom! The fire snake that bit Old Wu exploded, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. This was not the key point. The key was that the attacks from the two behind him had already arrived. Was Old Wu going offline? A figure appeared behind Old Wu, a glimmer of cold light emerged, and a long spear pierced through the air. As the long spear broke through the air, a faint shadow of a majestic eagle spread its wings appeared. This move was called Eagle Strikes the Sky. The spear had advanced with lightning speed, piercing into Old Wu's back. At this moment, Old Wu had nowhere to evade, for his technique had already become outdated. He had originally braced himself to take this hit in order to kill the yellow-haired pilot. He chose this path because he was a retired instructor from the Northern Army, who valued courage above all. When he could not be certain of his survival, he preferred to take a life to balance the scales, especially since he had just killed two. Yes, just moments ago, he felt that even if he gave up, he might not escape, so it was better to take one down first. At the same time, he dared to say, "I might not die." Clang! The long spear struck Old Wu's back, producing a sound like metal colliding. It was the defensive chest armor he wore. While it may not have been top tier due to its age, it was certainly complete, and he had more means to protect his life than most. The chest armor he wore was of A grade. Perhaps it couldn't completely block that spear thrust, but at least it wouldn't be fatal. He was definitely injured. The spear had penetrated deeply into his body, and if nothing unexpected happened, it had also damaged his internal organs. At that moment, he immediately drank a vial of life-saving potion to stabilize his injuries. However, his situation seemed to have fallen into a deadlock, as the attack from another person was already closing in. It was a two-handed axe, and if it struck down, it would surely destroy Old Wu's chest armor, and even with armor, he wouldn't be able to withstand that force. However, all these conditions depended on being able to catch up to Old Wu. Given Old Wu's situation, he should not have been able to escape the attack, but Old Wu suddenly propelled himself forward with incredible speed, so fast that the attack from behind couldn't catch up in time. Why? It's simple. Old Wu used the force of the spear's attack to accelerate himself, allowing him to escape the attack more quickly. Force and force interact. Everyone knows this, but few can actually do it. A seasoned veteran like Old Wu certainly could. Soldiers who make it to the battlefield may be rookies, but those who survive are definitely not simple. At this moment, Old Wu seized the opportunity to catch his breath, quickly adjusting his state, using several life-saving techniques, and applying some auxiliary potions to himself, such as the Windrunner potion and Titan elixir concocted by Wang Chen. 1 against 2. Compared to the previous situation, Old Wu had 2 fewer opponents, and now he had the advantage. Therefore, he also paid attention to Zhu Jianlong, discovering that Zhu Jianlong was in worse shape than himself, also severely injured and forcing himself to hold on, but he had also killed one person. Old Wu was not surprised by this at all and did not feel overly anxious. Being targeted and still alive was already a good outcome. Besides that, he also looked at others, and the situation was dire. Many had already fallen. Those valuable experts had all been captured. Hurry up, they might not hold on much longer. Take everyone present away, they will stay behind to cover. These people had also considered this, thinking it impossible to definitely kill both, but as long as they could hold them off, it would suffice. Although they said this, it didn't mean they thought they couldn't kill anyone, it was merely a plan. After all, the others could not wait for these two teams to finish. Take away Mei Shini and Jia Shini along with the others on the list, kill the rest, leaving no talent for Huaxia. This Wang Chen is specifically named and must be taken away. However, in case of unexpected events, they must be killed first. These people left in an orderly manner, and Wang Chen did not resist, simply because he was still a newly admitted student of the Martial Arts Academy. With a level of only 30, anyone here could easily overpower him. As he was being taken away, Wang Chen saw some people lying dead on the ground, many of whom had been stabbed in the back. This time, there were quite a few internal accomplices on the opposing side. For China, this time they may have lost a lot, but there were also gains. At the very least, many spies and numerous external infiltrators had been cleared out. For Japan and Korea, achieving this result would also come at a cost. As long as they could stop the recovery of the water ferry this time, even if they didn't capture these experts, they would feel it was worth it. Conversely, if the water ferry managed to survive and begin to recover, then even if they captured these experts and made them work for them, they would feel it was a loss. Then, he was taken to a vehicle and left. In less than 2 hours, Wang Chen and the others had been taken out of Jinbei City, leaving in batches, each escorted by someone. There were quite a few internal accomplices assisting in this process. Such things are not difficult to accomplish, but the challenge lies in the fact that once this operation is completed, they would be exposed. As Wang Chen was being taken away, the people inside the building began to draw fire, using various tactics to confuse the Jinbei army and the patrols. Old Wu and the others had no choice but to watch them buy time, as they still needed to deal with the people inside. In the end, Old Wu paid a heavy price to kill the enemies inside, and his injuries would greatly reduce his combat effectiveness. Zhu Jianlong was not so fortunate. He died in battle but managed to kill all the enemies. In fact, when Zhu Jianlong came out, he even killed a few enemies. If it weren't for them, he wouldn't have had to die. It was because Zhu Jianlong killed those enemies that Old Wu was able to survive, which made Old Wu feel quite distressed. Perhaps to make himself feel a bit better, Old Wu froze Zhu Jianlong, just as the water ferry had already been taken away. Even if it was just a corpse, the enemy wanted to take it for research. Damn! He didn't know how long he had waited. Anyway, Old Wu felt it was taking too long when the Jinbei army burst in. You all hurry and notify the city gate, don't let anyone out, no one is allowed. Those traitors took the water ferry and our divine doctor. Old Wu immediately said, not mentioning Wang Chen, as someone like Wang Chen was not important. The first two were enough. Sure enough, Jinbei City immediately began to close the city gates, but it was already too late. The Jinbei army quickly realized this, and soon the upper echelons of China were aware as well. They were already searching for clues and starting to clean house, hunting down and killing those internal traitors. Of course, there would also be severe torture to extract the specific details of this plan. Soon, they focused on one situation, where the body of the water ferry had been taken, and it must be retrieved. Who knows what those beasts from Japan and Korea would do? And those divine doctor experts also had to be rescued. Where's Wang Chen? Who? In the dim interrogation room, a person was nailed to a cross and was being brutally whipped. Are you going to talk or not? Are you going to talk or not? Go ahead and ask. Speak. How many more people do you know? What is your purpose this time? I won't say anything even if you kill me. Are you going to talk or not? Are you going to talk or not? Crack. Crack. Such interrogations were countless, and some cruel punishments were not convenient to display, while others used professional methods to interrogate. Here, there was hypnosis, mental induction, and so on. In short, under various displays of prowess, the Northern Town Army ultimately grasped the cause and purpose of this operation. Damn those Japanese devils, they actually buried so many spies among us, it's terrifying. But this is also a good thing. After this cleanup, the hidden dangers in Northern Town will disappear. But we lost Chu Wei Xian, she had a chance to recover. Not just Chu Wei Xian, but also our experts. They shouldn't have reached the Japanese territory so quickly, we still have a chance. Have we interrogated them about their whereabouts? No. They don't know what happened, they can only access their own part, and they have no idea about the rest. If it were me, I would arrange it the same way. We can only keep searching and leave it to fate. The military dispatched a large number of personnel to search, utilizing drones and beast taming, along with the inferred routes. This was the only way to find people. This is standard procedure. Generally, they would find one or two. Sure enough, the military found 3, but 2 were fake, and only 1 was real, and that real one only had 2 not particularly important experts. It was clear that the other side had anticipated this situation and created many fakes to mislead. Most of those who were captured had committed suicide, and the remaining ones had no clues. They were all independent and unaware of the routes of others. Xu Xian, Wang Chen, where are you? Old Wu had already been treated but could not move. It would take at least 3 months to get out of bed, and recovery would take over a year, even longer. Upon receiving the current news, he immediately worried about Wang Chen. Xu Xian only wanted to retrieve the body. He had also tried to contact Wang Chen, but it was obviously impossible. Wang Chen's wristband had long been destroyed. Not only was the wristband destroyed, but all the chips on him were also destroyed, making it impossible for him to connect to the network. Hi Tang, can you contact Boss Ling Feng? Why is his avatar gray? Didn't he just say he was in the lab? The communications there are isolated from the outside, only dedicated lines can communicate. Oh, but it's been so long, why hasn't he come out yet? You should take care of yourself, hurry up, Duga needs support. Haitang rolled her eyes at the other person, knowing that chatting with Wang Chen for just an hour without any news made her anxious. Forget about her. Swordsmanship. Oh, summon the vines, poisonous vines. Ning Mang also began to help, joining the battle. At this moment, they were unaware that Wang Chen was under someone else's control, trapped in an Iron Maiden, being carried away by a beast. Alongside him was another Iron Maiden containing Shui Xian, on the other end of the beast. This Iron Maiden, besides the terrifying spikes repeatedly piercing the body, also contained poison and disease, along with a restrictive formation. At this moment, escaping was out of the question. Enduring the pain inside was something that only extraordinary individuals could withstand. However, Wang Chen remained calm, his expression showing no pain, even feeling somewhat refreshed. This was not due to any abnormality, as he was cultivating body refinement techniques inside. Yes, he was using this Iron Maiden to refine his body. He felt that the energy within him was increasing, the emitted energy filling the entire iron box. Due to the restrictions of the Iron Maiden, this energy could not escape. The result was that now this energy filled the entire Iron Maiden, massaging and refining Wang Chen's body. This process was quite comfortable, allowing his body refinement technique to improve rapidly. At the same time, he felt as if he would gain a very strong ability from this, as if he were about to open a new world. He seemed to have fallen into a wonderful state, which had nothing to do with the professional system, akin to his heavenly eye. Is a second cheat about to appear? What is this? Has he truly comprehended the technique? Wang Chen is quite looking forward to it. Because of this, he is not planning to struggle right now. Do. Suddenly, the Iron Maiden emitted an alarm. Li Zixian walked over, accompanied by two half-beasts, both of whom were quite strong. Her identity has definitely been exposed, as she is one of the organizers this time, and too many people received orders from her. If she continues to stay in Huaxia, she will undoubtedly be found. She harbors deep resentment towards Wang Chen, so she is sure to come personally, bringing with her the painful torture device, the Iron Maiden. This Iron Maiden was originally designed for those above the third transformation. Even the fourth transformation could be targeted, yet she is using it against Wang Chen. At the same time, she has activated all the mechanisms of the Iron Maiden and set them to the maximum, wanting Wang Chen to endure the greatest pain. However, she did not expect that Wang Chen would not react at all, making her doubt whether her device was broken. But she checked and found nothing wrong. Especially, is the energy depleted again? That means this Iron Maiden is functioning properly, and there is energy inside wanting to break through. It should still be struggling, but this kid is so stubborn, not making a sound at all. Let's see how long you can hold on. Li Zixian said coldly, then replaced the energy core of the Iron Maiden and continued to exert force on Wang Chen. For her, these energy cores are nothing, so she feels no pain in using them. She does not know that by doing this, she is actually helping Wang Chen enhance his skills and comprehend something. Will she regret it? In fact, by the time she realizes it, it will be too late. 3 days later, Li Zixian's team arrived at a place that would astonish anyone from the Northern Town Vocational Academy. Isn't this the fortress? Li Zixian actually chose to go here, which is something no one expected. Although this place is abandoned, the problem is that it is relatively populated. How could Li Zixian and her team choose to escape here? No one knows about this yet, only that she boldly entered and then found a hidden place to rest. What she does not know is that after she entered the city, some micro-robots within the fortress began to move. These are the seeds left by Wang Chen, and now these seeds have developed to an astonishing degree. However, can these micro-robots save Wang Chen? This can only be known by watching. Soon, night fell. In the silent night sky, a golden light suddenly appeared, as if it had returned to daytime. What's going on? Li Zixian and the others were immediately startled and rushed outside to look at the sky, where they saw a scene they would never forget in their lives. At this moment, a golden armored warrior appeared in the sky, but unlike last time, there was only one this time. Moreover, this golden armored warrior looked even more majestic and strong. After the golden armored warrior appeared, the nearby golden light gathered towards him, shining brilliantly. Boom! The golden armor on the warrior exploded, revealing a strong golden body, with visible veins and a flowing stream of colorful energy. Those familiar with Huaxia martial arts and fairy tales would surely say, is this a technique? However, in this era, who still practices techniques? Everyone just needs a profession. Practicing techniques is too arduous and complex, with a high entry barrier. To put it simply, sir, the times have changed. In fact, this is indeed a technique, and this scene has been recorded and analyzed as such. Even with a video providing such a straightforward operational diagram, the result is that out of 1,000 people, only one can learn this technique, and among those who learn it, only 1% can truly grasp it and benefit from it. Among these individuals, less than 1% can genuinely use the technique to surpass the combat power of their profession, and this surpassing is still below B rank. Simply put, if someone has B rank talent, it's better not to practice this technique. As for C and D ranks, it depends on your perseverance and whether you can ultimately master the technique. If your perseverance is lacking and luck is against you, it's better to choose the path of a job changer and avoid any nonsense. For E and F ranks, you can give it a try. After all, you have no other opportunities. However, this technique has one advantage: it doesn't require a job change to practice. It can be cultivated from a young age, serving as an additional method of training that can be integrated into the existing educational system. In the future, someone will rise from being a waste to a strong individual through this technique, becoming a local overlord. In that era, he will be the one holding the protagonist's script. Back to the main point. After the golden armored warrior transformed into the golden body warrior, his entire body radiated golden light, and the pressure he exuded was even more terrifying than when he wore the golden armor. Soon after, the phenomenon disappeared. Li Zixian and the others were left confused, wondering what it meant, how it had suddenly appeared, and then vanished. Who among them triggered this phenomenon? It couldn't have been any of them, so it must have been one of the two from the Iron Maiden. But hadn't Xu Xian already died? And how could Wang Chen possibly cause such a phenomenon? If it wasn't a person, it could be a treasure emerging, but such treasures without signs require time to locate, and they didn't have that now. Moreover, they needed to leave quickly because the appearance of this phenomenon would surely attract people to a place that would normally be deserted. Let's hurry. Li Zixian commanded the team to prepare to leave. However, at that moment, a voice emerged from outside. Want to leave? Is it still possible? The voice was very mature and carried an air of authority, and its source was strange, seeming to resonate all around them. This left Li Zixian and the others once again confused, and they nervously formed a defensive formation. But at that moment, there was no movement outside, and the person did not appear. Who are you? Li Zixian asked tentatively. She was anxious and didn't want to delay here. It would be troublesome if they were caught by the people from Huaxia. But with the other party being so elusive, she had to be cautious. Casually stepping out could easily lead to death. Silence, complete silence, except for the sounds of small animals, the wind, and their own breathing. Could it be that someone is playing tricks on us to keep us here? Someone suggested to Li Zixian. It wasn't an impossible scenario, given the current situation. If they were held back, they could very well die here. Let's go. If they are enemies, they will eventually show themselves. Li Zixian began to take action. If the other party was truly that powerful and wanted to keep them, then let them make a move. The outcome would be the same, staying here. If they weren't that powerful, then it would be foolish to remain. As they cautiously left, they encountered no obstacles, further confirming their suspicion that this was a minor tactic by someone. After maintaining a state of vigilance for a while, they quickened their pace, eager to leave this place. Just as they were speeding away, several magical attacks suddenly appeared from the side, launching towards them. This made them immediately dodge, but at the same time, several large-caliber bullets shot towards them, and before this, there wasn't even the sound of a gunshot, which was a bit eerie. This also meant that Li Zixian and the others were almost hit by the bullets, which would have resulted in injuries, and that was not a good thing for them. However, in the end, they managed to evade and look towards the source of the attack. At that moment, magical attacks appeared again, with fireballs and wind blades. No, this isn't right. These spells are fake. It's an illusion. No, it's a virtual projection. Soon, Li Zixian exclaimed, as she had just felt something strange, as if there was no energy fluctuation. But the bullets were real. This was some kind of technology, or a tech-related profession. It was a rare type among the transmuters, as those in technology were often limited and rarely became strong. However, tech types were quite useful for support, so they were relatively popular. Just like in the current situation, a tech transmuter could create this, and if they teamed up with some people, they could wipe out everyone here, making it a lot easier. Indeed, it was good support. Soon, she proved one thing: this was a technological facility, not a transmuter, because she successfully caught a drone that was constructing the projection, and there was no trace of a transmuter on it. Go, hurry up. Li Zixian's face was very grim at this moment because she understood what this represented. This meant there was a technological facility nearby, and it belonged to Huaxia. In other words, the Huaxia side already knew she was here and was on their way. And their current support was still 100 kilometers away. If they were blocked here, it would be over. In fact, even if support arrived, they might be surrounded. This was different from before. Now, her team was exposed. Should we abandon these two and kill Wang Chen? For them now, these two Iron Maidens were a bit of a burden. Abandoning the water fairy was a given, but if they were to abandon Wang Chen, they would have to kill him. It's fine, my Iron Maiden can't be opened by others, and can self-destruct at any time. The people inside absolutely cannot survive. Li Zixian still wanted to try. After all, wanting Wang Chen dead was just a thought away for her. However, she never expected that Wang Chen, whom she thought she had under control, was actually the cause of all this. Whether it was the previous anomaly or the current illusion. Li Zixian and the others arrived at a secret base, which was a hidden base of the half-beasts from the Wokobo. They shouldn't have exposed this place unless absolutely necessary. Simply put, Li Zixian shouldn't have come here this time, but they had no choice. At this moment, they looked quite disheveled, as if they had gone through a great battle. Well, let's remove the as if. Shortly after they left that fortress city, they were targeted and had been fleeing ever since. Damn it, how can these Huaxia people react so quickly? And they really aren't afraid of death. Clearly weaker than us, yet they dare to come up and fight us. A man beside Li Zixian said, his eyes filled with confusion. Reflecting on the journey, they had encountered several blockades from the Huaxia people, and these Huaxia people were not all experts, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to escape here. What left the deepest impression on them was one team that came up just to buy time. They still remembered what that team said, my death doesn't matter, if I can save the people in your hands, I will die without regrets. That was a death-defying attitude that frightened them, clearly just a second transformation profession. Did you find that person strange? His profession is very similar to the golden armored person in the previous anomaly. Could that anomaly have been triggered by him? It shouldn't be possible, anyway it doesn't matter, he's already dead. Li Zixian and the others thought for a moment, then shook their heads and didn't continue to think about it. The person they were talking about was Chen Taijun, yes, the same Chen Taijun who had changed his profession after witnessing Wang Chen's last golden armored warrior phenomenon, and this time he had seen Wang Chen's phenomenon again, giving his third transition a new guiding light. And he was not dead, although he had been severely injured by Li Zixian and the others, appearing to have no hope at all. He had instead risen from the ashes, creating a legend. In the future, he would become the nemesis of the Japanese devils, a being that made those half-beasts tremble. Although Chen Taijun and the others did not stop Li Zixian from leaving, they successfully slowed down their pace, forcing them to enter the secret base. What do we do now? This base should be discovered by the Huaxia people soon. Follow me. At this moment, Li Zixian did not explain, leading the group into the secret base. This secret base was actually an ancient Taoist temple, built inside a cave. The reason Taoists call it a cave heaven is because of this habit. Inside this cave, there were some small passages that could lead into the mountain. After entering, Li Zixian stopped in front of a rock wall. She pressed against the rock wall, and a scanning light appeared, scanning everyone nearby while receiving the information from the wristbands on Li Zixian and the others. Verification passed. Text appeared in the void, written in Huaxia characters, although the Korean people claimed that they created these characters, and the Japanese claimed to be the true descendants of Huaxia. So, it was not surprising that they used this. After entering, there was an elevator room, and the elevator descended, not knowing how many meters down, but it shouldn't be particularly deep. During the elevator's operation, it continued to scan the people inside, just in greater depth. Arriving at the underground space, it was not large, but it had a very sci-fi feel, like a future refuge. Soon, Li Zixian arrived at a room where there was a device that looked like a transporter from Star Trek. Is this a transporter? The people beside her were greatly surprised. They had no idea that there was even a transporter in this base, and they didn't even know about this base. Li Zixian knew because she participated in some plans, which is why she was aware of this place. This was actually a crucial part of a certain plan, and if it was discovered now, it would be very troublesome. However, she felt that bringing back the bodies of Xu Weixian and Wang Chen was more important than this base. Losing a transporter was just that. Although this thing was precious, it wasn't unique. The transporter was not developed by Blue Star's technology but was created by some professionals after the emergence of transitioners. This kind of technology could not be developed by Blue Star. The technology of transitioners, like magic, cannot be explained by science, so it cannot be developed. The materials needed to manufacture a transporter are very rare, especially the main spatial materials, which can only be found in secret realms. At the same time, the energy required for each transport is also enormous. Yes, a transporter. You all release Wang Chen and Xu Weixian, hold on tight, and we will transport out together next. While operating the control panel, Li Zixian said to the others. Now that they were transporting, they naturally couldn't transport the Iron Maiden as well, the energy consumption would be too much. Waste was bearable, but mainly it couldn't be transported at all. At this moment, these people felt that Wang Chen must be in a terrible state. After all, he had been tortured by the Iron Maiden for so many days, and the intensity was still the greatest. If Wang Chen was fine, it would be a disservice to the energy crystal cores consumed. However, when they opened the Iron Maiden, a cold light suddenly appeared inside, and a blood-red sword shot straight towards one person's heart. If that sword hit, the person would undoubtedly die. This blood-red sword was Wang Chen's blood-drinking sword, and the person immediately retreated, looking at the torn fabric of his chest, where a faint trace of blood seemed to appear. He stared in horror at the front, watching Wang Chen leap out from inside, attacking him with another sword strike. At that moment, everyone was stunned. Aside from his clothes being riddled with holes, even his underwear was full of holes, yet his body did not seem weak. In fact, one could vaguely see his strong physique. How could he be fine after all these days? This was impossible. Although he didn't want to admit it, Wang Chen's state of being able to kill at any moment was undoubtedly genuine. The person who was attacked, after being startled, quickly calmed down and began to counterattack. Although Wang Chen was unexpected, his level was only 30, which could easily be handled. Especially when he saw that there was an opening behind Wang Chen, and his teammate had already struck towards Wang Chen's back. This strike was called Infernal Fire Explosion Palm. The teammate behind was a monk. This reminded Wang Chen of Wang Tang. If he learned this skill, combined with his youthful body, he could take down a child with a single palm strike, and the explosion of this infernal fire explosion palm could cause widespread damage. This technique was indeed great for brawling. However, at this moment, using it against just Wang Chen seemed a bit wasteful. As long as Wang Chen was lightly struck, he wouldn't even need to explode, he would already be dead. And at this moment, with his back wide open and enemies in front, there was no way to dodge this palm strike. Sure enough, the final palm struck solidly against Wang Chen's back. Zinniai! Everyone present thought Wang Chen was going to die, and Li Zixin felt it was a pity, but there was nothing to be done. He prepared to open the next Iron Maiden and leave with the body of Narcissus. However, at that moment, everyone suddenly realized that Wang Chen did not explode. The monk behind, who had been sneering, suddenly turned pale with fear, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in his life. Infernal Fire Explosion Palm. The monk used his technique again, realizing that Wang Chen had not exploded. He had clearly taken that solid palm strike, which should have caused him to burst apart like fireworks. Yet, nothing happened. That palm strike seemed to vanish without a trace, like a cow sinking into the sea. Therefore, he couldn't believe it and decided to try again. He treated the previous strike as a dud. So, he struck out again. And once again, it was like a cow sinking into the sea. Impossible, this can't be. The monk struck towards Wang Chen once more, this time using all his strength. Just as that palm was about to make contact with Wang Chen, he suddenly moved aside, startling the monk, but the palm could no longer be retracted. Originally, it didn't matter if it couldn't be retracted, but the problem was that after Wang Chen moved, the monk saw the situation ahead. His own teammate was attacking Wang Chen with a sword, facing a demon swordsman whose sword was imbued with green magical energy, the power of wind. As that sword came slashing down, it would unleash dozens of wind blades, aiming to cut down the enemies in front. Just moments ago, Wang Chen had also endured those dozens of wind blades, but unexpectedly, he had withstood them just the same. The wind demon swordsman was equally strange. Why could Wang Chen withstand such damage from him? It seemed that the wind blades striking Wang Chen did not cause any real harm, merely leaving some marks on his skin. Like the monk behind Wang Chen, the demon swordsman was also enraged, and this strike was delivered with 12 parts of his strength. At that moment, without Wang Chen, they were attacking each other. Be careful! Both sides widened their eyes and then retracted their power, but it was clear that even if they pulled back, it was too late, and they would definitely collide. At this moment, the monk executed a very advanced maneuver. Boom! The wind demon swordsman was sent flying by the monk's explosive palm, which left a fiery handprint on him before suddenly exploding. The wind demon swordsman flew up again, a star-shaped dent appearing on his chest. Why didn't you hold back? The wind demon swordsman glared with eyes as white as copper bells, angrily questioning the monk. Sorry, I couldn't react in time, the monk replied, looking somewhat helpless and regretful, but the smile he wore made it clear he did it on purpose. If my friend dies, I won't. If he held back his strength, he would also be injured. Rather than that, it was better to let the other party get hurt, even if that person was his teammate. Just as the wind demon swordsman was about to say something, a sword appeared behind him, piercing through his body and emerging from the front. The appearance of this sword stunned everyone, as none of them had noticed anyone behind the wind demon swordsman. Moreover, the only person who would strike at the wind demon swordsman now was Wang Chen. But wasn't Wang Chen standing off to the side? No, this sword seemed to be Wang Chen's, and it was still sucking blood, there was no mistake about it. So now the question arose. Wang Chen was clearly standing here, but how did the sword appear behind him? Recalling what had just happened, it seemed that Wang Chen's sword had been knocked away, landing just behind the Wind Demon swordsman. Who was controlling that blood-drinking sword? It's you! Li Zixian looked at Wang Chen, feeling that this matter was related to him, unsure of what special thing Wang Chen had used. Or was it that this sword had developed a spirit of its own? Wasn't it said that some swords had sword spirits, and as long as they were nourished with blood daily, they could be controlled? This was said to be more effective than sword control techniques. But such things seem to be mere legends. It's not me, I don't have the ability to control swords. There must be someone else here who dislikes you and wants to kill you. Wang Chen certainly wouldn't admit it. He wanted to make people suspect there were others involved. If he admitted it, wouldn't everyone just focus on him? Don't try to deceive me, it must be you. Besides you, there's no one else here. Li Zixian looked at Wang Chen, feeling that this was related to him and not to anyone else. Who said that? Isn't she the one? Wang Chen pointed in a direction, and when everyone looked, they felt a chill run through them. For lying there was Xu Weixian. To them, Xu Weixian was nothing but a corpse, unless she had transformed into a zombie. Was there a necromancer profession here? Just as everyone fell silent, a voice pulled them back to reality. Help me, the pierced Wind Demon swordsman weakly cried out, feeling that he could still be saved. What were you all doing chatting over there? At this moment, what terrified him the most was the rapid loss of energy in his body. Even though he had taken medicine and used some life-saving measures, it was useless. His teammates hesitated for a moment but still sent someone over to help, at least to pull out the sword that was embedded in him. However, he approached cautiously, as this blood-drinking sword had appeared mysteriously, and he was still on guard against the possibility of someone nearby. Just like that, when he passed by you or beyond saving, anyone pierced through the heart by the blood-drinking sword is doomed to die. Wang Chen said this, having already confirmed that the man was beyond rescue, as the blood-drinking sword had drained all his life force. The little that remained would continue to be absorbed even if the sword was pulled out. Sure enough, the Wind Demon swordsman fell just like that, feeling that his death was incredibly unjust, truly too unjust. If one were to think about it, he had died at the hands of his own people. If it weren't for that palm strike, he wouldn't have died. So in his final moments, the Wind Demon swordsman cast a resentful look at the monk and cursed him in a dialect that Wang Chen couldn't understand. 1, 2, 3. At this moment, Wang Chen suddenly spoke, pointing at each person with his finger. Anyone could see that Wang Chen was counting heads, assessing how many enemies were left. There are 4 left, keep it up. Wang Chen encouraged himself. What do you mean by that? Do you think you can take us 4 down? Take him down, don't attack him, just trap him. You don't need to test his defense anymore. Li Zixian said angrily, also directing his subordinates. Wang Chen's defense was too strong. Since they couldn't break through it, they shouldn't try. They just needed to control him. Be bold. Wang Chen had little offensive power. The reason the Wind Demon swordsman died was that he had been weakened by the monk, allowing Wang Chen to take advantage. Of course, after Li Zixian finished speaking, he summoned a beast, a green snake as thick as a basketball and over 10 meters long. The task of the green snake was to entangle Wang Chen. Meanwhile, the 3 subordinates also moved. Besides the monk, there was a wasteland hunter and a fire mage. Soon they began to besiege Wang Chen with their skills, all their attention focused on him, especially since Wang Chen was able to withstand their attacks, whether magical or physical. He surprisingly endured it all. This left them in shock. Just then, the fire mage behind suddenly let out a scream and flew towards the wasteland hunter. The hunter dodged the mage, who fell heavily to the ground, motionless. At this moment, the world seemed to fall silent. They couldn't comprehend what was happening until they saw someone standing aside, someone who shouldn't be standing. It's a corpse transformation. Corpse transformation. Who shouldn't be standing? Was it the already dead Wind Demon swordsman? Just as bizarre as his death, had this Wind Demon swordsman transformed? Was there really something else here? These questions arose in the minds of those who hadn't seen the situation, but soon, they saw the answer. This answer was even more bizarre than the transformation of the Wind Demon swordsman. The one who had transformed was Narcissus. Yes, it was the Narcissus who had been frozen for 10 years and had also been poisoned. At this moment, Narcissus looked a bit pale, her hair disheveled, still in the same state as when she was frozen, even without any clothing covering her body. Only now she was standing, her body devoid of any excess flesh, looking so perfect. And she didn't feel shy about it at all, because at this moment, she had no means to find clothes. Killing was the most important thing. She was now just a ruthless killing machine. From her expressionless face, it was clear that she hadn't even thought about her current situation. How can you still be alive? Impossible, you were hit by our half-step madness of the smiling flower, the world's most potent poison. Even at your peak, you couldn't withstand it, let alone when you were weak. Li Zixian looked at Narcissus in terror, but at this moment, she said nothing, only proving everything through her actions. Kill her quickly, she's still weak. Li Zixian shouted. The monk and the hunter immediately attacked Shu Xian. Fiery burst palm. The monk charged forward, slapping his palm towards Shu Xian, while the hunter commanded a bear, which also swiped its paw at her. At the same time, the hunters set off several traps and began shooting. They unleashed their strongest skills without any hesitation. This was Shu Xian, a prodigy of Huaxia, someone who had surpassed others in just 20 years. During her peak, they had no courage to attack her. To their surprise, all their attacks landed on Shu Xian, who did not dodge at all. Every skill hit its target. Although Shu Xian was strong, being hit like this couldn't feel good, right? Yes, they weren't sure. But when Shu Xian did not retaliate and continued to endure their damage, they became more certain. What Huaxia prodigy, just like that, right? I thought she would be hard to deal with, but is this it? I can shoot her dead. You better mean with a bow and arrow. What else? Just as the two were feeling pleased, suddenly a figure appeared behind the hunter. Wang Chen? No, it was still Shu Xian. Wait, wasn't there another one over there? Why were there two Shu Xians? At that moment, they suddenly remembered something. Shu Xian's talent, clone. Die. The hunter was stabbed to death by Shu Xian with a sword that seemed to be Wang Chen's spare sword. Although it was just a backup sword and not of high level, in Shu Xian's hands, its power was different. And the real Shu Xian was actually wearing clothes, which disappointed Wang Chen a bit. However, Wang Chen had no time to care about that. He was fighting against the monk, trying to allow Shu Xian to completely kill the hunter. There are two now. Wang Chen spoke, causing the monk to panic. If he was surrounded by the opponent, he would undoubtedly die. Li Zixian, come help me. Okay. Li Zixian rushed towards Wang Chen. Shu Xian drew her sword and moved towards the monk, seemingly preparing to kill him before Li Zixian arrived. The monk used the golden bell shield to protect himself. Once this skill was activated, he could survive for a while. This was originally a life-saving skill and should have been used at this moment. He was confident in this skill. Even if Shu Xian were at her peak, he could hold on for a bit. He was sure he could wait for Li Zixian to come and help, and then it would be 2 against 2. At that point, as long as they dealt with Wang Chen first, combined with Shu Xian's weakness, there was still hope. However, he never expected. Li Zixian, what are you doing? As Li Zixian was heading towards the monk, she suddenly went to the teleportation array. The teleportation array lit up, and soon Li Zixian disappeared. Before vanishing, she said one last thing. I'm going to find reinforcements, hold on. It turned out that just now, Li Zixian had completed the operation at the control panel and pressed the teleport button. When she realized something was wrong, she had already left herself a way out, teleporting away first. As for the reinforcements, that wasn't wrong. She would go and call people over. Those reinforcements would definitely kill both Wang Chen and Shu Xian, especially Shu Xian. Can you treat me like a fart and let me go? The monk raised his hands in surrender. He never expected that after betraying his teammate, it would be his turn now. However, as he raised his hands, Wang Chen's sword stabbed forward without hesitation, completely ignoring the other's surrender. The monk immediately retreated, but he forgot that there was someone even more ruthless behind him. Shu Xian pushed the monk in front of Wang Chen, crashing him onto the blade of the blood-drinking sword. A sword pierced through his heart. The unique blood threads of the blood-sucking sword appeared, beginning to crazily absorb blood. The monk tried to break free, but was struck again by Shu Xian with a palm, unable to escape at all. At this moment, the monk frantically attacked Wang Chen, his explosive palms striking towards Wang Chen, but growing slower and weaker. Wang Chen remained motionless. Your defense is a bit abnormal. How can a level 30 have such strong defense? Shu Xian looked at Wang Chen, her delicate face showing signs of weakness, and she quickly slumped to the ground. She had been holding on until now, but she was already exhausted. If Li Zixian had seen this situation, he would definitely understand he had been tricked, but it would also seem normal, as everyone was intimidated by Shu Xian's reputation. Because all my efforts have gone into defense. Alright, hurry up and go, I'll send you off. The enemy is coming soon. Wang Chen said, pulling out an emergency backpack from the side, which contained some supplies. Of course, this was prepared by the enemy. He handed the backpack to Shu Xian and carried her to the transporter. At this moment, Shu Xian had little strength to move. Because of this, Wang Chen fed her another bottle of medicine, allowing her to recover slowly. What about you? Shu Xian asked. I need to take the next shift. Why take the next shift? Because this transporter will have a record. As long as I repeat the last time, they can catch up. No matter how you erase the records of this transporter, you can reset it to the last transmission. You must be careful. Don't worry, I'll also set the target near our north town. The enemy won't gain much advantage. By the time Wang Chen finished speaking, the transporter had already activated, and Shui Xian had been sent away. Then he set a destination and transmitted himself. After a while, the transporter fluctuated again, revealing a group of half-orcs, one of whom Wang Chen had seen before. It was that white fox half-orc. These individuals had the strength to inflict terrifying damage on North Town. Chase! We must kill that Wang Chen. Old Wu, sitting in a wheelchair, was being pushed along at a frantic pace, yet he still urged the people behind him. Hurry up, hurry up! He was in the military hospital of North Town, and he was so anxious because he had received news that Shui Xian had returned. So, he had someone push him over. At this moment, the military hospital was on high alert, with guards at every intersection. Finally, Old Wu saw the weakened Shui Xian. Shui Xian, are you alright? Upon seeing Shui Xian, Old Wu's prepared words were left unspoken, as if he didn't know where to start. I should be fine, but I can't be sure. This response from Shui Xian was not the first time. Others had asked the same question before, but she still couldn't confirm her condition. Because we couldn't find any problems, but she is still very weak, and some things in her body have not been cleared out. Ultimately, we need to ask the person who saved her. This was the response from the medical team. After Shui Xian returned, several medical teams were called in, along with the military hospital's own staff, and everyone came to the same conclusion. You mean Wang Chen, right? Where is he? Weren't you together? Old Wu certainly knew they were talking about Wang Chen, and he thought Wang Chen would be with Shui Xian, but he found out it seemed not to be the case. If Wang Chen were here, even if he wasn't in this ward, he would have provided some explanation, not what these medical teams said about not knowing and needing to ask Wang Chen. He went to draw those enemies away. We haven't found him yet. This was said by an officer nearby, and he seemed to hold a significant position, likely a high-ranking general. The information he gave Old Wu was simple. Wang Chen had not yet been found, and they had already sent people to search for him. Why this was the case, Old Wu could guess. It must be for Shui Xian. And Shui Xian was certainly looking for Wang Chen, having reported to the Northern Town Army. Soon, he learned the details of the situation, which were not far from what he had imagined. However, he now faced the biggest question. Shui Xian, how did you survive? I thought you were dead. When I heard you were found, I assumed it was your body being brought back, but I never expected you to be alive. Old Wu said bluntly. In fact, like Old Wu, everyone present initially thought that when they heard Shui Xian had been found, it meant a corpse had been discovered. When they were told it was a person who returned, albeit in a weakened state, they all doubted their hearing. At that moment, they were all asking, what did you say? She's still alive? How is that possible? Especially Old Wu, who had witnessed Shui Xian being poisoned. The instruments had indicated she was already dead. How could she possibly still be alive? So many of those Japanese devils had sacrificed themselves. How could Shui Xian have survived? That poison must have been insurmountable. Now that he thought about it, if Shui Xian was still alive, then all those sacrifices made by the Japanese devils were in vain. They had paid such a high price, and nothing had happened? That was a bit too ridiculous. If that were the case, once Shui Xian recovered, they must send a message to the other side. How did you come back to life? Old Wu asked directly. This question had already been posed by others present, and the answer was, I don't know, I'm just alive. Shui Xian naturally didn't know about this matter. It was something to ask Wang Chen, but Wang Chen hadn't had the time to explain it before. It seems we have to wait until we find Wang Chen to know. Will Wang Chen be okay? Shui Xian fell silent, and everyone looked at Old Wu, thinking he really had a knack for bringing up the wrong topic. Now everyone felt that Wang Chen was likely in grave danger because he was acting as bait, and the people pursuing him were certainly experts. Otherwise, how could they deal with Shui Xian? Now, with so much time passing without news, it meant Wang Chen must have encountered trouble. Ahem, we have already sent people to look for Wang Chen. As long as he makes a sound, we can immediately provide support. Yes, Wang Chen must have chosen a nearby location to transmit. As long as he is near our northern town, if there's any sign of movement, we will find him. There's no need to worry. Then why haven't we seen any signs of movement? Logically, Wang Chen should have sent out a distress signal immediately. Why hasn't he done so until now? Could you please stop talking? This doubt had crossed our minds as well. The only explanation is that Wang Chen is very unfortunate and unable to send out a distress signal. In this situation, either the environment doesn't allow it, and even if he sent it out, no one would see it, or sending it would immediately attract the enemy, so it's better not to send it at all. Originally, sending a signal was to save one's life. If sending it would lead to one's demise, who would still send out a distress call? In either case, Wang Chen was in great danger. That was the most concerning part. A day passed, and it seemed there was still no news. Wang Chen appeared to have vanished. When old Wu went to see Xu Weixian, logically, he should have understood the situation by now. Did it really take so long for Wang Chen to confront those people? So everyone felt that Wang Chen was likely in serious trouble. However, at this time, the northern town was still offering a reward. Anyone who could provide clues about Wang Chen would receive a monetary reward. After the news reached those who knew Wang Chen, everyone had already guessed that something must have happened to him. Haitang, do you think Ling Feng's boss might be in trouble? I don't know. Ning Meng and Haitang had no idea how many times they had had such conversations. Each time, they would look into the distance, a bit worried. However, they knew that worrying was useless and couldn't change anything, so they focused on their own tasks. Just like that, another week passed. Old Wu and Xu Weixian could get out of bed and move around. Their health seemed to have recovered. But there was still no news of Wang Chen. This time, Jinbei City changed its investigation direction. Since they couldn't find Wang Chen, they would look into the situation on the other side. Sure enough, news came quickly. However, when the people of Jinbei City received this news, they were a bit stunned because they discovered that the enemy had also lost people, and quite a few of them were very important figures. When they went to hunt down Wang Chen, they never returned, and there had been no news since. When the list of these people appeared, the Jinbei City side even hoped a bit unethically, please don't come back. After all, we only have Wang Chen, who is unemployed, while you have 5 fourth-turn experts and over a dozen third-turn subordinates. Not to mention that with so many people, if Wang Chen could just exchange for a third-turn subordinate, it would be a win. Wang Chen, may you perish with them. Saishu Village. This is a village where the Kai and Su surnames gather, and it has a secret. When night falls, do not go out, and not only that, make sure to close the doors and windows tightly. No matter what happens at night, do not open the doors or windows. Wang Chen now has the surname Kai, and the villagers call him Kai Ji. He has a wife named Su Miaoyun. When Wang Chen heard this name, he felt he should not be called Kai Ji, but rather Zhu Di. At this moment, Su Miaoyun's face immediately showed a fierce expression upon seeing Wang Chen. It comes without effort, go die. Su Miaoyun erupted with powerful energy, reaching out towards Wang Chen with a force that made it clear that if she caught him, he would surely die. Wang Chen, however, remained calm, as if to say, come at me, who's afraid? Su Miaoyun was even angrier, and her strength increased further. Warning! Warning! A warning appeared before Su Miaoyun, and she stopped. At that moment, a message appeared in front of her, making her realize that not only could she not kill Wang Chen, but she also needed to protect him. This was actually a secret realm, a script-killing secret realm, where everyone who entered would play a role, and if they died, they would die along with it. In this secret realm, I am the protagonist. If you kill me, the secret realm cannot be completed, and all of you will die. So at this moment, not only should you not have the intent to kill me, but you also need to protect me. Wang Chen said with a smile, his calm demeanor infuriating her further. The Su Miaoyun before him was not really Su Miaoyun but a half-beast, which was quite obvious. In the eyes of outsiders, the rules of the script-killing secret realm meant that you were the character here, but what you looked like, or even whether you were male or female, didn't matter. If you were said to be Zhao Yun, then you were the Zhao Zilong from Shijiazhuang, the one full of courage. Women could be too. The Su Miaoyun before him was a white fox half-beast, indeed the same white fox half-beast Wang Chen had seen before. Wang Chen had not expected it to be this white fox woman. Wasn't she of high status? Did she need to come personally? Wang Chen expressed his confusion but didn't think too much about it. He simply glanced at the other party's information and strength. Xue Huyu, 32 years old, 4th turn level 77, king of illusions, capable of pulling people into illusions, trapping them in an endless illusion. The ancestor was a traitorous general of the Huaxia, and after so many years of integration, the Huaxia bloodline they possessed could be ignored. Coupled with the secrets of the Wokoku she now held, as well as the various crimes committed against Huaxia, please do not let her go just because of her appearance. Moreover, do not waste time trying to subdue her, it would be best to kill her directly. Wang Chen also agreed with this. The reason he brought these people into this secret realm was precisely to kill them all. This secret realm was different from the last one. If it were like the previous one, Wang Chen would likely lose. After all, these people were not simple characters. But in this secret realm, Wang Chen held the initiative. He could kill others, but they certainly could not kill him. If it came to a desperate situation, he could even commit suicide, taking these people down with him. Those people in Jinbei City actually guessed right. Wang Chen could perish together with these devils. If the outside world knew about this, it would definitely go crazy, and if they could contact him directly, his phone would surely be bombarded with calls. Most of these calls would likely demand that he perish together with the enemy, assuring him that his family would be taken care of. Why are we in this secret realm? Where exactly did you set the teleportation to? Right now, Shuehuiyue most wanted to know this question. She was completely bewildered when she entered. How could she have directly entered a secret realm? Teleportation shouldn't lead someone into a secret realm. Unless Wang Chen's teleportation just happened to be at the entrance and coincidentally opened the secret realm. Then it would require knowing the location of the secret realm, but are there other such secret realms nearby? Why don't we know? I randomly set a place, who knew it would just happen to be a secret realm? Wang Chen's answer seemed reasonable, but Shuehuiyue didn't believe it at all. Really? Just a coincidence? I'm telling you it's not a coincidence, I knew about it. What do you think? That's impossible, it must be a coincidence. Shuehuiyue also realized the problem. She would doubt everything Wang Chen said, so what he said didn't matter. So, was it a coincidence or did he know in advance? This question would continue to trouble Shuehuiyue, and Wang Chen certainly wouldn't explain much more to her. Soon, Shuehuiyue calmed down and began to analyze the secret realm with Wang Chen. Do you have any clues in this secret realm? What conditions do we need to fulfill? Shuehuiyue set aside everything else for now, focusing on completing the secret realm first. They could deal with Wang Chen later. Right now, that was all meaningless, though she would still chat and probe Wang Chen. I know, I have a diary that records some things. After Wang Chen finished speaking, the other party immediately asked for his diary, and soon, she began to flip through it. It contained some strange rules of this village, as well as some taboos and experiences of the protagonists. It turned out that monsters appeared in this village every night. These monsters were very powerful but strange. They did not destroy houses and would not enter homes with closed windows and doors. However, they would confuse the people inside the houses, prompting them to open doors and windows, allowing the monsters to come in. These are just the rules of this place, they don't tell us what to do. After reading, Shuehuiyue frowned, feeling that Wang Chen might be playing her. Did you not see? The diary starts by saying I want to go out, to leave this village, to venture into the world. That is the condition we need to fulfill, to leave and preferably gain some power. Don't forget, I am the protagonist. Wang Chen said, his attitude and tone evoking a sense of anger in Shuehuiyue, who felt an urge to jump up and hit him. However, she couldn't do that. She had to endure for now. What about the others? Shuehuiyue asked, having brought over a dozen people this time. I don't know, Wang Chen replied casually, glancing at the setting sun. It'll be dark soon, we should go inside. I hope they can find shelter, otherwise, they might die out there. The they he referred to were, of course, Shuehuiyue's half-beast teammates. This made Shuehuiyue's expression sour. If those people were unaware of the situation, would they be killed by those monsters? It shouldn't be possible. Anyone who died right away would have to be incredibly foolish. How could such people be my subordinates? The sun set. Dong dong dong. The urgent sound of a gong echoed through the village, and in the distance, someone could be heard calling others to come home. Soon, night fell. Wang Chen had already closed all the doors and windows, which were adorned with painted chickens and peachwood talismans of door gods. With painted chickens on the door, and reed ropes hanging above, peach talismans beside, all ghost spirit. This was a saying passed down in the village, also recorded in the diary. However, Wang Chen remembered that it seemed to be something written by someone from the southern dynasties, stating that painting chickens on paper and sticking them up was a way to ward off evil, as chickens have been associated with good fortune since ancient times, being yang and able to suppress entities. As for the peachwood talismans of the door gods, they were made by writing the names of the door gods on peachwood boards or carving their images. The peachwood, needless to say, was known for its ability to drive away evil, and the names of the door gods were not Qin Xiong and Wei Qigong, but Shintu and Yulei. Shintu and Yulei were two brothers skilled in capturing ghosts. Could it be that the things outside were all ghostly entities? Never mind. At this moment, Wang Chen chose to be alone in a house, not with Shuehuiyue. Although he was the protagonist and wouldn't die, it didn't mean others wouldn't do something strange, especially since the other party was a beast. Boys should protect themselves outside. Seeing Wang Chen's behavior, Shuehuiyue felt an inexplicable sense of malice, which was hard for her to bear. Just wait, once we leave this secret realm, you'll die. Not long after, some people began to appear outside, looking completely human, not like monsters at all. Clap clap clap. Those people came over and knocked on the door. The first rule here was to go home and secure the doors and windows when it got dark, and the second rule was that after dark, if any person appeared, do not open the door or respond. Colonel Shuehuiyue, I am Yamashita Nakaka, hurry and let me in. Shuehuyu saw through the door window that a half-beast resembling a husky stood at the door. He was one of the people who had come along this time. At that moment, Shuehuyu instinctively prepared to open the door but quickly realized. You are not Yamashita Nakaka. Shuehuyu asked coldly, questioning why he was the only one here, and where the other monsters were. It was clearly suspicious. Moreover, even if there was no problem, she wouldn't risk letting Yamashita Nakaka in because it wasn't worth it. In her eyes, Yamashita Nakaka was just a minor pawn, dispensable. Meanwhile, outside, Yamashita Nakaka kept insisting he was who he claimed to be, revealing things only he would know. This even made Shuehuyu waver. Could it be true? Until she saw Wang Chen's side, where someone was doing the same thing, just with a different person, also someone Wang Chen knew. It was Ning Meng. You fox demon, your foxtail is showing, Wang Chen said directly. Upon hearing this, the monster impersonating Ning Meng revealed its true form. It was a fox demon, which would show its true identity once exposed. After Wang Chen's remark, the scene before Shuehuyu changed. It turned out to be another fox spirit. This was not Wang Chen helping out, he had merely shouted it out casually, and he knew that Shuehuyu would ultimately not open the door. At this moment, even her most trusted subordinate would be of no use, let alone such a small fry. The reason Wang Chen called out the fox spirit's identity was simply because he didn't want to see the fox spirit pretending to be Ning Meng, which made him feel a bit nauseous. Colonel Shuehuyu, these are all your kind, all fox spirits, Wang Chen said, his words dripping with sarcasm. Humph, don't huff, you should feel sad instead. The fact that this fox spirit can say so much means your subordinate has been eaten, it possesses your subordinate's memories. Wang Chen continued, and the two of them didn't need to shout to communicate. As long as they encountered each other in the secret realm, they could talk directly through the secret realm channel. Why don't you say your people were eaten? Isn't she also in disguise? Shuehuyu retorted coldly. Because she doesn't look like it at all, I could tell at a glance that she was fake. She didn't say nearly as much as your subordinate did. It's quite normal, you don't need to take it too seriously because in this secret realm, you all will eventually die. Wang Chen said with a smile, provoking Shuehuyu once again. She wondered what the consequences of killing him would be. Should she give it a try, even if it might cost her life? Don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive, dying wouldn't be worth it. Humph. Shuehuyu fell silent, deciding to act when the time came, without further chatter. Going to sleep now. After Wang Chen said this, Shuehuyu didn't hear his voice again that night. It seemed he really had gone to sleep. That night, Shuehuyu studied these monsters. They seemed to be the legendary 100 ghosts, but these 100 ghosts were not from Japan, but from China. Of course, many of Japan's 100 ghosts originated from China's 100 ghosts, such as the guhua bird and the tengu, so some overlap was quite normal. Another point is that although they are called 100 ghosts, it doesn't mean there are only 100 types of monsters. Chinese records often use this plural form to represent a large number, even an infinite number. Shuehuyu couldn't be sure of the strength of these monsters, but according to the rules of the secret realm, it was better not to try. Some rules of the secret realm would suppress your strength. No matter how strong you are, it wouldn't matter unless your strength exceeded the power of the rules, but so far, it seemed that such a situation hadn't occurred. The next day, after dawn, the 100 ghosts outside retreated. Wang Chen, come out quickly. Shuehuyu knocked on Wang Chen's door. You fox spirit, why are you back? Wang Chen started by scolding Shuehuyu, sounding as if he were talking about the fox spirit among the 100 ghosts, but Shuehuyu felt he was targeting her specifically. Ah, Colonel Shuehuyu, it's you. What's the matter? Why are you looking for me so early? Wang Chen feigned a look of having mistaken her for someone else. We were too late yesterday to check the village. It's time to take a look now and gather the people. Shuehuyu suppressed her urge to kill Wang Chen and looked at him coldly. Alright, but we can act separately, that way, we can find more clues. As for gathering people, you can handle that. I'm afraid your people won't be able to resist wanting to kill me. Wang Chen was quite self-aware. After all, he was the one being hunted. No, I thought about it. You've always wanted to act alone. Is there some conspiracy you don't want us to know about? We can't kill you, but can you kill us? Shuehuyu immediately shook her head. She had thought about it all night and felt that this secret realm had rules, and it was very likely that people like them would be annihilated by those rules. Therefore, Wang Chen could not be allowed to act alone. How can you not even trust me this much? I have no schemes. Right, you're not scheming, you're being overt about it. In the middle of the village, two skeletal remains with some flesh appeared, and a group of residents nearby stood guard. Upon seeing Wang Chen and the others approach, they immediately greeted them. In the eyes of these people, Wang Chen was a novice, while Shuehuyu was Su Miaoyun. The two deceased were naturally villagers, and that was their identity here. How did Shimin Chang and Wu Dalong die? Why didn't they come home last night? Did they go peeping at Pan Jinlian again? What a pity, two good young men, just to sneak a look at a widow bathing, and now they're gone. The villagers' discussions made Wang Chen aware of the identities of the deceased, and the secret realm system also informed him of their names. They were the ones who had come with Xue Huyue to hunt down Wang Chen. One was called Yamashita Naoyuki, and the other was Yamashita Chi Dai. In this script-like secret realm, anyone who entered would have their identity displayed, and anyone who died would be immediately announced to everyone. It had just been announced, so Wang Chen instantly knew their identities. At this moment, Xue Huyue was a bit confused. If you die, we fail, and we will pay for the burial. So why is it that if we die, you're fine? Is it really that unfair? Xue Huyue looked at Wang Chen. Her cold killing intent was too obvious. Unfair? You can kill me right now. You? Xue Huyue wanted to kill Wang Chen, but after thinking it over, she decided against it. No one would truly want to perish together over this. However, her hatred for Wang Chen was growing stronger. She didn't know how much more than before. When she first arrived, she just wanted to see what kind of person Wang Chen was, why her plans kept failing. To be honest, her hatred for Wang Chen had been low. She thought of him as a small stumbling block that could be bypassed. Now, she felt Wang Chen was an obstacle on her path, and it was necessary to clear him out. What frustrated her was that she couldn't kill Wang Chen now and still needed to protect him. Yes, she needed to protect him. Wang Chen, it's you. At that moment, Li Zhixian's voice rang out. She summoned a black tiger, its teeth and claws protruding, making it seem like a single touch would lead to death. She didn't care about the villagers' lives at all and directly commanded the black tiger to charge forward, killing anything that got in its way. What surprised her a bit was that she saw Wang Chen standing there calmly, not moving at all, contrary to the chase she had imagined. This meant she didn't need to worry about Wang Chen disappearing among the villagers. But with Wang Chen acting this way, she wondered if there was some kind of scheme. Perhaps the opponents were too weak to react. That must be it. Regardless of the reason, she decided to kill first and ask questions later. Soon, she understood that the reason Wang Chen was so calm was that someone was protecting him, and that person was someone she would never have thought of. Stop! Xue Huyue blocked Wang Chen's front, pressing down on the black tiger's head, rendering it immobile. Li Zhixian was not surprised but also surprised by this outcome. She was not surprised that Xue Huyue's strength could easily handle her, let alone one of her beasts. What surprised her was that Xue Huyue actually saved Wang Chen. What did this mean? She immediately asked this question. He is the protagonist of this secret realm. If you kill him, we will either be trapped here forever or be erased by the system. Snowfox Moon replied and added, otherwise, do you think I would be by his side and not have killed him? Li Zhixian understood. It turned out that this secret realm had a script, and they had to complete the script's tasks to get out. So what do we need to do? Li Zhixian wanted to ask what tasks they needed to complete. We don't know yet. We still need to find clues. As for Wang Chen, let's not worry about him. He has no intention of leaving quickly. He definitely wants to delay us, the slower the better. Perhaps this secret realm has no time limit, and he could trap us here for a lifetime. After exchanging thoughts, Li Zhixian and Snowfox Moon began searching for clues in the village, and soon, their companions appeared. Aside from the two dead ghosts, everyone else had entered the group chat, meaning they had all met. They started looking for clues in the village and chatting with the villagers. 3 days passed, and clues began to slowly emerge. First, there was a treasure in the village that attracted ghosts to come here, and at the same time, this treasure nourished the people here, making them a great supplement for the ghosts. This treasure was guarded by a Taoist priest from Maoshan, whom everyone called Uncle Jiu. Uncle Jiu had two disciples, one named Xiuxing and the other one Kai. These two disciples were basically a hindrance, probably tricked by Uncle Jiu into doing free labor. What exactly was the treasure? No one knew, only Uncle Jiu knew. But for Li Zhixian and the others, this matter could be set aside for now, as they didn't even know what use the treasure had. Secondly, on the back mountain of the village, there was a church from which these ghosts emerged. The villagers tried to dismantle, burn, and seal the church, but at night, the church would return to its original form, and one ghost after another would appear from it. There was also another matter, which may or may not be related to the task. It was said that on the back mountain, there was a cliff where a shadow would appear at night, performing some unfamiliar gestures and martial arts skills. No one went to verify this, even if it were true, it seemed useless. Who would go watch that? Wouldn't it be better to watch recordings of skilled fighters? Are there no other clues? None. I've even sold my backside these past few days just to get these clues, and the rest are trivial matters, like Jean Lian needing herbs to buy medicine for Wu Dalong, or Shimin Chang and Li Ping'er needing ingredients to learn how to make pancakes. Alright, got it. Today, let's go check out that church and ask Wang Chen if he wants to come. Soon, Li Zixian went to ask Wang Chen, who was currently playing cards with Qiuxing, listening to Qiuxing brag. After hearing Li Zixian's intentions, he directly refused. I'm not going. Don't you know I'm a fortune-telling Taoist? What would I do in a place like the church? Wang Chen naturally refused. Ah, brother Wang can tell fortunes? Then you can spar with my master. By the way, I just remembered, my master said that ordinary people should avoid the church, it's very easy to get into trouble. Qiuxing reminded from the side. Qiuxing, you don't need to persuade them, they are all damned beasts. Wang Chen's unceremonious insults almost made Li Zixian lose his composure. In the end, those damned beasts, referring to those ghosts, really went to investigate, and this process made them suspect it was a trap set by Wang Chen. Wang Chen continued playing cards with Qiuxing, who occasionally used some talismans and spells, intending to cheat. But no matter how he cheated, he still lost to Wang Chen overall. He had already lost all the copper coins on him and even gave some talismans to Wang Chen. These talismans were secret realm items. Once obtained, they could be taken away, and their effects would not change. Sometimes, certain items in the secret realm had very peculiar effects, but there were level restrictions, just like the control talisman that Wang Chen had one now. This control talisman could only affect individuals below level 40, anyone above level 40 would be immune to its effects. At this moment, a group of disheveled Japanese soldiers approached, staring at Wang Chen. Wang Chen, do you know what's over there? We've lost 2 more people. Li Zixian represented these disheveled soldiers to question him, and even she and Xue Huyue looked equally disheveled. You really went to that church? I told you not to go. No, even if you went, it shouldn't have been this bad. Did you touch my master's things? Qiuxing looked at Li Zixian and the others, showing a worried expression, as if he was afraid of hitting the nail on the head. However, the more one fears something, the more it comes to pass. Are you talking about those black lines? Li Zixian and the others asked, because they had just destroyed those lines when a zombie king appeared inside, ravenously sucking the blood of 2 soldiers. Before that, when they saw those black lines, they only thought they looked a bit messy and didn't pay much attention. However, there were still some smart ones among them who advised everyone not to touch anything inside, including those black lines. They just didn't expect that while looking at something, many black lines obstructed their view, leading some of them to remove the black lines. After the black lines were removed, the atmosphere inside the church changed, becoming eerie and terrifying, accompanied by a thumping music that made people anxious. It turned out that this feeling was correct. After the black lines were gone, a withered zombie jumped out, easily grabbing one of the soldiers and biting down to suck blood. Soon, the withered zombie began to plump up. After sucking 2 people, it became more attractive, and its strength seemed to have increased significantly. Previously, this zombie's strength might have been limited to 2 or 3 levels, but after feeding, it immediately improved to 7 or 8 levels. Then, surprisingly, the zombie didn't chase anyone but lay down to sleep. That's the used to suppress the elite among zombies, the zombie general. It's over, tonight is going to be terrible, master. Qiuxing immediately dropped the cards and went to find his master, Jiu. At this moment, Wang Chen jumped up, angrily saying, Qiuxing, you bastard, I won this round. Li Zixian and the others looked at Wang Chen, somewhat confused whether he was unaware of the current situation or simply didn't take it seriously, but either way, it was a foolish act. Wang Chen, are you waiting for us here? The plot has progressed, but we've lost 2 people. Li Zixian was very suspicious of this. Wang Chen definitely knew something, but he just wouldn't say. What are you talking about? How would I know these things? Do you think I'm a deity? Wang Chen shook his head, thinking they were overestimating him. No, I know you know. You just want to wait for us to go, letting our people die. The more of us that die, the more advantageous it is for you. Li Zixian looked at Wang Chen, aware of his kind of scheme. No, it could be considered an open scheme. Because Wang Chen had clearly laid out the path for them to take, it was only a matter of time before this situation arose. Especially, the information about this church was leaked by you guided us here. Li Zixian and the others had figured it out on the way back. It turned out that Wang Chen was involved, as he was the one who had revealed the information about the church. No, I didn't, don't wrongfully accuse me. Wang Chen immediately denied it 3 times. It doesn't matter whether you admit it or not. Since you know these things and want to push the plot forward, why not be straightforward? Wouldn't it be better for us to get out of here sooner? Li Zixian spoke again on behalf of the Japanese. At this moment, the Japanese felt that Wang Chen must have a clue and wanted to negotiate with him. They knew Wang Chen would not easily reveal any clues and were prepared for a trade. What they didn't expect was that Wang Chen would bluntly express thoughts that shouldn't be said. No, if we get out early, you will live, and that won't make me happy. Wang Chen wanted everyone here to die, which made them very angry. Don't push us too hard, we can die together with you. The nearby Japanese began to issue stern warnings, looking quite terrifying, but unfortunately, they were facing Wang Chen. This kid was a fearless hero. Well, that's how he narrated it himself. Then come on. Wang Chen completely disregarded their face. Do you dare to kill me now? Do you think we wouldn't dare to kill you? Xue Huyuai stepped forward, unable to hold back any longer, and at that moment, her eyes began to turn a bit green, like emeralds. Yes. Wang Chen's confidence drove the Japanese present to madness. Where did you get such courage? That's right, we can't kill you. If you die, we all die together. But don't forget, sometimes living can be more painful than dying. The Japanese surrounded Wang Chen. Although they couldn't kill him, they could beat him and torture him. This was indeed a problem. At this moment, Wang Chen's expression changed slightly, as if he had just thought of this. The faces of those Japanese showed smug smiles, as if they were saying, "Watch me torture you to death." "No, I won't let you die, I'll make you wish you were dead. Take him down." Li Zixian commanded coldly, and several half-beasts rushed over to subdue Wang Chen. Yes, Wang Chen was captured without any special reaction. It seemed he hadn't laid any groundwork. Now Wang Chen was caught like this. Deal with him, Yamamoto Kuntai, you're the best at this. Okay. At this moment, an old pervert-looking old dog appeared. He was a canine half-beast, wearing a mask, dressed in leather, and holding a whip. Don't come over. Wang Chen shouted in fear. Hee, let's not worry about that for now, let's teach this kid a lesson first, and we'll ask questions later. Li Zixian smiled happily, as if a breath she had been holding finally released. What a comfortable feeling. She wanted to stay and watch Wang Chen suffer, and it would be best to learn a method to do it herself later. She didn't even ask Wang Chen what he knew because whether she asked or not, he would first get beaten. After the beating, it wouldn't be too late to ask. Wang Chen resisted, but when the torture descended upon him, he inadvertently showed a relaxed expression. Advanced Body Refinement Skill Proficiency plus 100. Advanced Body Refinement Skill Proficiency plus 100. Wang Chen was beaten badly. His entire body, except for his face and lower body, had no good spots left. Although he wanted to refine his body, he didn't want those two areas to be hit. He just needed to slowly improve with the passive of the body refinement technique. His condition made the group of Japanese feel quite pleased, but they still felt something was off. Why isn't he screaming? There's no sound, which makes me very unhappy. Li Zixian pointed at Wang Chen and said to the little minions. So, the minions increased their strength to beat Wang Chen. Their current goal was to make him cry out. But Wang Chen had not. If there was anything, it was, "Haven't you eaten?" Yes, it was this sentence, and this sentence only made the other party even angrier. Various torturous methods emerged, all aimed at attacking his entire body. It felt like his whole body was being burned by flames, assaulted by poison, cut by knives, and so on. Thus, this continued for more than an hour, and Wang Chen's advanced body refining technique had forcibly increased by over 30 levels. His advanced body refining technique had already reached over 100 levels before, and now the speed was undeniably fast. According to the corresponding skill difficulty, his advanced body refining technique was equivalent to a third-tier skill. After reaching level 100, increasing a level might take 10 days or half a month, yet he had increased by 30 levels in just over an hour. The reason for this speed was that these people were much stronger than him, akin to leveling up by defeating monsters of a higher tier. Moreover, the exotic beasts wouldn't cooperate like this. They wouldn't just torture without taking lives, and they had to maintain high intensity, even at the cost of exhausting themselves. Right now, he was like a group of experts training with him, and with the operation of his body refining technique, the speed of improvement was even faster. Speaking of this body refining technique, it wasn't counted among the skills, but when using this technique, his advanced body refining skill would improve much faster, and its power would also increase significantly. It was like the relationship between moves and mental techniques in martial arts novels. With the mental technique in play, the power of the moves would increase, and the training speed would also accelerate. To this, Wang Chen really wanted to say, why isn't this a passive skill? Why do I still need to operate it? It's a bit annoying. However, this was an extra benefit, and he couldn't act coy after gaining an advantage. Moreover, he noticed that the effectiveness of this technique varied greatly depending on how well it was used, which was quite interesting and allowed for some operational space. It was like everyone was practicing the same skill. If you used it well, the sense of achievement would be greater. Keep going, don't stop. Wang Chen felt that the other side was a bit tired. After all, maintaining full force attacks for an hour would indeed wear someone out, and their strikes had become much lighter. Now, stimulated by Wang Chen, they seemed to have been injected with adrenaline, starting to output frantically. Good, keep it up. This situation made Li Zixian and Xue Huyue a bit suspicious, as if they had been tricked, but they didn't know where they had been fooled. The only thing they could think of was that Wang Chen had a bit of a masochistic tendency. He was enjoying this. Truly perverse. Thus, Wang Chen was tortured for 2 hours and increased his proficiency by another 30 levels. So comfortable. Wang Chen even let out the damned pleasurable sound, leaving Xue Huyue stunned. Even under such intensity, it was impossible for her to be so at ease. How could Wang Chen manage that? Did he really have a masochistic tendency? What are you doing here? Why are you beating up a weakling? At this moment, Xiao Shang and other villagers appeared. It seemed they had already discussed a countermeasure, and it was time to assign tasks. This is our grudge. Do you need to interfere? Xue Huyue asked. I can't interfere, but since you destroyed the master's ink line, you need to take responsibility now. Go collect glutinous rice. Do you want rice balls? Glutinous rice is too sticky. Xiao Shang looked at Xue Huyue and the others with a strange expression. He suspected they were mocking him, as he had turned the glutinous rice the master wanted into rice. We need it raw, to deal with the zombies. Although we can seal the church now, the zombies that escape must be killed. When the zombies come at night, they can break into houses, so everyone needs to be careful tonight. Whoever is chosen will be out of luck. Xiao Shang said to the crowd. This information made everyone understand one thing. Someone would be unlucky tonight, but no one knew who that unlucky person would be. This is the plot development. Tonight there would definitely be an attack by zombies. And night was about to fall, so everyone better prepare to keep the zombies away from their houses. You rookie, this is a talisman to ward off evil. Keep it to save your life. I can only help you this far. Xiaoxing seemed to have a good impression of Wang Chen, perhaps because they had become familiar while playing cards. Maybe it was because Wang Chen was the protagonist, and he was meant to have something to prevent him from being killed by zombies right from the start. I understand. Wang Chen took the yellow talisman. As long as he stuck it on the door, the zombies wouldn't come near. After all, with so many houses to choose from, there was no reason to pick one that would make him uncomfortable. Thinking of this, the other guys turned their attention to Wang Chen. After some of them went to find glutinous rice, the remaining few surrounded Wang Chen. Wang Chen, hand it over, don't make us ask again. Li Zixian looked at Wang Chen. Alright, I'll give it to you, but who among you will use it? Wang Chen straightforwardly handed the yellow talisman to them and then asked a heart-wrenching question. 2 peaches kill 3 warriors. Sure enough, these guys began to look at each other, then became wary. Wang Chen smiled and decisively left this troublesome place. As he was leaving, a small fry from their group followed him, tasked with monitoring his every move. They couldn't let Wang Chen disappear from their sight, and they also wanted to guard against him doing anything. Zhuyu felt that Wang Chen would definitely do something to her people, otherwise, how could her people be dying one by one? What she didn't expect was that even being this cautious, problems still arose in the end. Although she resolved the issue of the talisman by using a dice rolling tool in the group to distribute it, whoever rolled the highest number would get it. This was a very fair game of luck. Ultimately, aside from the 100 points of Wang Chen, a small fry with 98 points won. This small fry was called Rihuan Gangben, a berserker. At night, he stuck the yellow talisman on his door. Meanwhile, on the other side, Uncle Gio and his disciples had already set up traps in the yard, preparing to lure the zombies over. Xiaoxing, where's my bait talisman? What bait talisman? The one used to attract zombies. If I stick it here, the zombies will come looking for us, but where did it go? Master, think about where you put it. I drew it this afternoon, it should have been on the table, but it's gone. Ah, Master, isn't there a talisman to ward off evil on your table? There is a talisman to ward off evil, but there's also a bait talisman. Did you move it? No. Xiaoxing immediately shook his head, secretly thinking, it can't be that coincidental. If it is, then all I can say is rookie, I didn't do it on purpose. Zhuyu stood in the house, looking at Wang Chen through the window. At that moment, Wang Chen was holding a bowl of glutinous rice, eating as if he were a food streamer, enticing the cravings in Zhuhuyu's stomach. That damn Huaxia person, he must be doing it on purpose. Wait, what is he eating? Glutinous rice? Did you eat the glutinous rice? Zhuyu looked at Wang Chen with some confusion. Yeah, what's wrong? Wang Chen continued eating the glutinous rice, which had diced mushrooms in meat, some egg skin, a little bit of green onion, a bit of dried shrimp, and a bit of pickled vegetables. It looked very tempting. Damn it! Are you out of your mind? Glutinous rice is used to deal with zombies. This is a script-killing secret realm. The props in hand are very important, even more so than your strength, although you don't have much strength either. Zhuyu looked at Wang Chen with a look that said, you are an idiot, and I really want to beat you up. This is just a minor prop. I have stronger ones in hand. As soon as I use my prop, this zombie will kneel down immediately, Wang Chen said nonchalantly. What prop? Xuehu immediately asked, while secretly thinking, this cunning Huaxia person really knows some key things, but he just won't tell us. Damn it! A fierce glint flashed in Xuehu's eyes, wanting to kill Wang Chen. It's this painting. Wang Chen pointed to a painting posted on the door. A door god? No! The figure in the painting was clearly a foreigner, seemingly a star who could sing and dance, probably named Justin. He had a very famous song called Pa Pa Pa. Xuehu didn't know the specifics, she had no interest in such things, but what did Wang Chen mean by presenting this image? You don't really think that zombie is a fan, do you? That it would kneel down for an autograph? Xuehu said sarcastically, feeling a bit foolish for saying it. If Wang Chen had such an idea, she would think herself too stupid for considering such a fool as a serious contender. You'll know when the time comes. Do you want it? I can sell it to you for a cheaper price, as long as you give me that piece of jade you have on you, Wang Chen said while eating. He was just saying it casually, not really believing the other party would actually give it. Do you think I'm as foolish as you? Xuehu said coldly. Since their conversation was happening in a group chat, others naturally heard it and mocked Wang Chen. At this moment, no one was surprised that Wang Chen had his eyes on Xuehu's piece of jade. It was already quite valuable and a family heirloom. It was said to be the treasure of the Xuehu family, brought over from Huaxia, with rumors claiming it was discovered in a secret realm, while others said it was something from thousands of years ago in Huaxia. But regardless of which version was true, this jade now symbolized the glory of the Xuehu family, and they could not let it be taken away. Just asking if you want to sell it, Wang Chen probed again, testing if the other party was foolish enough to agree. At this point, he couldn't be bothered to use his heavenly eye to look into the matter. It was a waste of energy. After all, he would eventually get that piece of jade. You don't deserve it, Xuehu coldly spat out those 3 words while looking at Wang Chen. Eating, too lazy to respond. Not long after, the zombie came hopping over. At this point, it looked much better, not too different from a normal person, just a bit paler, with lifeless eyes and sharp fangs protruding from its mouth. Even among a group of ghosts, it stood out significantly. It wasn't that it was the only zombie, but because it exuded a terrifying dark aura, visible to the naked eye. The zombie arrived in front of Wang Chen's house. Get in, hurry up and get in, kill him. Xuehu and the others were eagerly anticipating in their hearts. But the zombie didn't even glance and just walked past, heading in a certain direction, completely ignoring the nearby houses. Finally, it stopped in front of Ri Chuan Gang Ben's house. I have props for protection. Why is it still here with me? Yeah, what does this zombie mean by being here? Don't worry, it definitely can't get in. At this moment, the ghosts in the group were talking, while inside Ri Chuan Gang Ben's house, there were 2 other ghosts besides him. These 2 ghosts had shamelessly entered because Ri Chuan Gang Ben had protective props, and they had paid a price through some arguments. It could be said that this was their chance to seize. If it weren't for the rule that a house could hold a maximum of 3 people, war would disrupt the room's defenses, allowing even more people inside. The zombie stood in front of the house, then leaned forward at an angle, just like the pose in the movies, as if Michael was dancing, the whole body straight yet tilted. Finally, the zombie touched the door with both hands. At this moment, Nichikawa Okamoto and the other Japanese were extremely tense and fearful, doubting the usefulness of the props. But at that moment, the zombie's hands seemed to be electrocuted, instantly retracting. If someone outside had looked closely, they would have noticed that when the zombie made contact with the door, the peach talisman on the door emitted a yellow light, forcing the zombie back. Ha, it can't break this door. Come on, come at me. The 3 Japanese inside began to shout and twist their bodies, striking some arrogant poses. However, they soon faced tragedy, because the zombie leaped at the door, directly pushing against it with both hands. Boom! The door was smashed open. The Japanese were stunned, even forgetting to save themselves. Fortunately, they were skilled and quickly reacted, using various skills against the zombie. In an instant, colorful flashes appeared inside the house, and both sides clashed with loud bangs, quickly causing the house to start breaking apart, while the monsters outside rushed in. At this moment, everyone finally understood why those Japanese had died so miserably before. Under such monster attacks, the outcome would be the same. The main issue was that here, against these monsters, you could only escape. Fighting them was useless. They either ignored damage or had extremely low damage thresholds. This was the setting of this secret realm, otherwise, these monsters would have been killed long ago, and there would be no plot left. Simply put, the Japanese who died here all perished due to the scripted scenario. At this time, Wang Chen said in the group, summarizing the situation. You must have brought this upon yourselves. That zombie was forced back at first because of the peach talismans and paintings on our house. It would be the same for any house, but the strength of this zombie surpassed the talismans and paintings, allowing it to break through. Also, when your house was breached, you shouldn't have fought, you should have run quickly to Uncle Joe's side to trigger a new plot, got it? Got it? How would we know if you didn't say anything? Damn it, you did this on purpose, didn't you? But don't be too happy, because Nichikawa Okamoto isn't dead yet, he has already led the zombie to your house. You're doomed! Don't come over! Wang Chen shouted at the approaching Nichikawa Okamoto, who looked very pitiful, his whole body injured, even having half an arm bitten off by some kind of monster. Behind Nichikawa Okamoto, there was a group of monsters, along with that zombie. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Nichikawa Okamoto shouted with extreme resentment. You're really despicable. After Wang Chen said this, he drew his bow and shot an arrow that hit Nichikawa Okamoto's foot, hindering his approach. Wang Chen, are you even human? He's just a person being chased by monsters, and he's already so severely injured. You won't help him, and yet you want to kick him while he's down. Wang Chen said nothing in response, continuing to shoot arrows at Nichikawa Okamoto until he was dead over there. After struggling to take a few steps forward, Nichikawa Okamoto finally stopped. At this point, he was still far from where Wang Chen was, and the zombie might not even choose Wang Chen, which left the Japanese feeling very disappointed. But no one expected that in the end, Nichikawa Okamoto seemed to use some kind of prop, charging forward and stopping right in front of Wang Chen. Ah, damn Chinese, you're dead. After saying this, Nichikawa Okamoto fell back and went to sleep. When the monsters behind were about to eat, the zombie jumped over and landed heavily beside them, letting out a low growl that scared the other monsters away. In the end, the zombie feasted on the flesh and blood of Nichikawa Akimoto, using a force akin to willpower to place Akimoto's corpse in its arms, then tilted its head back and inhaled, the blood and flesh transforming into red dots that entered its body. Soon, only skin and bones remained, along with some hair. The scene looked terrifying. At that moment, the Snow Foxu, watching from the opposite side, didn't care that it was one of her own who had died, she merely smiled in Wang Chen's direction. Now I want to see how you let the zombie break through the defenses of your house. You didn't believe Wang Chen could escape, even if he knew he had to lure people to Jiushu, there was no way he could get away. According to Wang Chen's profile, his speed was not outstanding, and among the three ghosts just now, one had quite good agility and was dozens of levels higher than Wang Chen, not to mention the others inside. A level 30 like Wang Chen had no hope at all. At this moment, everyone in the group was staring at Wang Chen, although they weren't nearby, they could see through Yu's perspective. The group could share perspectives, but only within a certain range. They all focused on the zombie, eagerly anticipating go smash that Huaxia person's door. It was unclear if the zombie sensed everyone's wishes, but it looked towards Wang Chen's house and then hopped over. Oh no, I'm going to die. Someone come save me. Wang Chen shouted in the group, appearing terrified, which made everyone laugh, unleashing a barrage of sarcastic comments. Seeing the ghost so joyful, Wang Chen smiled and said, have you forgotten something? I'm the protagonist. If I die, you won't clear the game. The ghosts were taken aback, they really had forgotten this fact. What to do? If Wang Chen died, what would they do? They could only go save him, but who would go? Draw lots. But would drawing lots be useful at this moment? The person drawn would know they were going to die, would they go out? Definitely not. Besides, after all this, Wang Chen's door should have been broken down, and there was no time left. At that moment, everyone saw the zombie jump in front of Wang Chen's door, and they felt it was over when the zombie suddenly knelt before the door. Then it pulled out some silver coins and a contract from its body, and finally, the zombie jumped away. What was going on? This reversal was too quick for the ghosts to react. What a pity, this zombie is too close, otherwise, it could have tricked one of you into coming out to die. Wang Chen said, making the little ghost realize that his earlier terrified attitude was an act, meant to lure them into saving him. Because if Wang Chen died, everyone would die. If there was enough time, someone among them would come out to save him. However, at that moment, everyone was more concerned about the question, why did that zombie kneel down? Why did it give you something? What were those? You was already stunned. What was going on with Wang Chen, really resolving a zombie issue with just a celebrity's image? Was this zombie really a fan of Justin? Impossible. Was this system set up to be so ridiculous? Can't you see what kind of clothes it's wearing? That's a Manchu official's robe, so when it sees a foreign dignitary, it kneels down and offers silver and a treaty. You was confused. I said it, but you don't understand. You should learn a bit more history in the future. But this script-killing secret realm is quite ridiculous. It actually has this rule, which used to be a joke. Wang Chen complained a bit, this script killing has some absurd comedic elements. Well, the plot here is also absurd, otherwise, there would be no need for me, the protagonist, to lure the zombies to Uncle Joe. According to the plot, even though Qiuxing drew the wrong talisman, it will ultimately succeed because Wang Chen will lead these zombies and ghosts to Uncle Joe, where a great battle will occur, defeating or repelling the zombies. There will be some humorous mishaps along the way, with some absurd comedic scenes, but overall, this should be the main storyline. Wang Chen felt that this script was a tribute to some of Uncle Joe's movies, but it was strange why this secret realm system would know such a script. Could it be that the secret realm system also watches these? Forget it, no need to think about these things. The only thing to do now is to push the plot forward. Originally, this plot only needed to wait for Uncle Joe to correct Qiuxing's mistake, as long as he redraws the talisman. But Wang Chen had a plan that would kill two birds with one stone. You guys who just drew lots, now is your chance. Quickly lure this zombie to Uncle Joe. Otherwise, this zombie will attack your house, and more people will die. Actually, I quite like it if more of you die. Wang Chen's words left the ghosts silent, but they understood this was something that had to be done. So, they ultimately chose one ghost to act as bait, naturally sacrificing one ghost. At this moment, if they had known that Wang Chen was doing this on purpose, deliberately creating their anxiety to force them to make a choice early, resulting in the unnecessary death of one person, their eyes would have been filled with increasing hatred towards him. But at this time, they could only watch Wang Chen lying there, singing a little tune. We are all sharpshooters, each bullet eliminates an enemy. The zombies and other ghosts were led to Uncle Joe's courtyard, which was in chaos. Those who had seen the movie knew that Uncle Joe and his two companions would definitely not die. They would find various ways to deal with the ghosts. Although the three of them were running around, looking quite disheveled and had been attacked by ghosts, nothing happened to them. Even if these ghosts could kill level 70 ghosts, their attacks could injure the ghosts, but they had no problem with the three of them. At this moment, it should be left to them to deal with these ghosts. However, Wang Chen issued a warning. Have you ever thought that if those three die, would we consider it a failure? Wang Chen was making the ghosts anxious again. I can tell you that the three of them are the key to the plot, only they can eliminate these ghosts. If they die, you will die too. Wang Chen's words instantly plunged the ghosts into silence, and they became anxious. What to do? Going up might lead to death, but staying here might lead to the same fate. Having learned from experience, they felt this might be Wang Chen's malice, wanting them to send themselves to their deaths. Especially when Zhou saw Wang Chen leisurely eating peanuts, even a fool would understand he was just there to watch the show. But she couldn't understand one thing: if the plot fails, you will die too. Yes, what significance does it have for Wang Chen to threaten them? He would die too. At this moment, the ghosts all wanted to see Wang Chen's embarrassment when his thoughts were crushed, and the awkwardness of being forced into a dead end. Clearly, everyone was facing death and a desperate situation, but when they saw Wang Chen scared, they all felt quite pleased. However, what they never expected was that Wang Chen calmly said, "Yes, I will die, but you will die too. It's worth it." What does that mean? Do you want to die with us? You wish. You're just a 30-year-old unemployed person, do you even deserve that? We came here to hunt down the Narcissus. If it weren't for the Narcissus, none of us would be here. Even one of us showing up would be an insult to ourselves. So, making these people accompany you in death would humiliate everyone present. But I have to say, trading one person like Wang Chen for so many others is absolutely worth it. Whether from the perspective of Huaxia or the Japanese, the thought is the same. It's like trading a general for a private. Whoever does it is a fool, and the bigger fool is that this private can trade for a whole group. Thus, the thoughts of these Japanese changed again. We shouldn't care about this Huaxia person, he is meaningless. The most important thing is ourselves. This secret realm should have been ours to break and then leave. Yes, he was just lucky to have a protagonist role, but as long as the plot progresses, he becomes unimportant. If we complete the plot, we can leave here and even get rewards. The most important thing is, after we leave, we can easily kill that Huaxia person. The Japanese began to discuss and soon decided to go fight with Uncle Joe. The plot advanced once more. When Uncle Joe and his disciples saw someone helping, they provided some props to the Japanese. In the eyes of these NPCs, these people were all villagers. When villagers come to help, they should be given weapons. With these props, the Japanese finally had a way to kill the monsters. So these monsters need yellow talismans and chicken blood, these exorcising props, to break their invincibility and be killed. Wang Chen, did you know about this all along? Shuaihuyue began to doubt this matter because Wang Chen seemed to know everything. How could he not know such things were needed? Of course, but Uncle Joe won't give you these props in advance, they are his treasures. They will only be given when the plot reaches this point. Keep working hard, and don't die. Wang Chen's words appeared in the group. We are here, you just stay in the house and don't come out. Xuehui's words sounded like she was caring for Wang Chen, but in reality, it was just to ensure that her group could complete the plot. First, Wang Chen is the protagonist and cannot have any accidents. Second, she was afraid Wang Chen would come here to cause trouble. Soon, this was proven true. Wang Chen really did come to cause trouble. In a dark corner, a Japanese soldier was fighting several monsters when suddenly, a sword appeared behind him and pierced his body. What? The soldier was stunned for a moment and then was killed by the monster, not even knowing where the sword had come from. The same thing continued to happen. At least 5 Japanese soldiers died this way. At first, these soldiers thought it was an accident, but the more they thought about it, the more it felt wrong. One accident is normal, 2 can be understood, but so many is not normal. You have to know that after they got the props, killing these monsters became much smoother, and very few had problems, while everyone's strength was the same, both the monsters and the Japanese were equal. If that's the case, then why did 5 Japanese soldiers die? Wang Chen. Li Zixian was the first to react, shouting angrily. At this moment, the Japanese were all searching for Wang Chen. What, has the rookie arrived? Qiuxing asked. He didn't know Wang Chen's name, it was just that the system was set up so that if someone shouted a name, it would automatically be integrated into the identity of the secret realm. Rookie, if you're here, hurry up and show yourself, Master said it's all up to you now. Qiuxing shouted again, perhaps thinking that Wang Chen wouldn't dare to show up. What? The crowd was puzzled by Qiuxing's words, but they felt it was reasonable. After all, Wang Chen was the protagonist, and it was normal for him to play a role. What do you need me for? Wang Chen eventually appeared because he knew it was his time to step in. He wanted to assassinate the ghost, but it was already too late, they were on guard. Master said this zombie has a 16 body and needs the purest yang blood of the 9 suns, and your blood is one of them. Hurry, go to the back and let Master draw some blood. As Qiuxing spoke, he kicked a ghost aside, showcasing his impressive power. Got it. Wang Chen immediately went in and saw Jiushu in a yellow Daoist robe, standing in front of a ritual altar holding a chicken, preparing to slaughter it for blood. The blood was collected in a bowl that already contained some blood, mixed with who knows what else. You useless chicken, hurry up and bleed, you're the last one we need. Okay. Wang Chen rushed over, but everyone knew that in such situations, unexpected events usually occurred, and tasks were rarely completed easily. Sure enough, a head flew over, revealing sharp fangs, and it lunged directly at Wang Chen's neck. Watch out! Jiushu made a gesture, and the money sword on the table flew up, glowing yellow as it charged at the flying head. But it seemed to be a moment too late. The head had already bitten Wang Chen's neck. The head clamped down on Wang Chen's neck, and under the astonished gazes of everyone, he grabbed the flying head and brought it to the money sword of Jiushu. Bang! The head exploded. Surprisingly, there was no blood, it just vanished. Useless chicken, are you okay? Jiushu asked Wang Chen, coming over to check his neck. It's strange, why is there no injury, just some bite marks? Never mind that, hurry up and let the blood out. Jiushu's words surprised everyone present. Was Wang Chen's neck made of iron? The flying head bit him, and he only had a red mark. However, at that moment, as Jiushu said, this was not important. What mattered was getting Wang Chen to bleed. Hopefully, it would go smoothly. Just as Wang Chen was letting the blood out, another ghost appeared to deal with him, but Jiushu kicked it away. Just a small hiccup, it was relatively smooth. After Wang Chen poured the blood into the bowl, Jiushu began to perform a ritual. The blood in the bowl started to shimmer with colorful lights, eventually turning golden. Next, Jiushu used the golden blood to write talismans, also crafting a large one, and finally wrote a talisman on Wang Chen's hand, teaching him a gesture. The meaning was that with this gesture, he could deal with ghosts. But he shouldn't celebrate too early. Usually, at such times, problems that could be solved easily were often missed due to arrogance. So, Wang Chen didn't act hastily, he directly used the gesture to control a ghost and then captured it. Wait, how did he capture it? Of course, he absorbed it into the demon refining pot as fertilizer. This pot could absorb ghosts, although it couldn't refine demons, it could turn these ghosts into fertilizer. Because of this, from the very beginning, Wang Chen had been secretly absorbing these ghosts. However, he couldn't let others know about this, so he kept it hidden. With his heavenly eye, Wang Chen knew what would happen and naturally didn't let this secret slip. However, in the end, someone did see him, and that was Li Zixian. While observing Wang Chen, Li Zixian noticed that after Wang Chen used the rune on his hand to restrain the ghost actually disappeared. Could this rune have such powerful strength? No, that didn't seem right. She stared at Wang Chen, but to her surprise, in the following few instances, she couldn't see him at all. Clearly, she was focused on Wang Chen, and he was right in front of her, yet he remained invisible. Especially once, when he was clearly nearby and there was nothing obstructing her view, she thought she should be able to see him. But at a crucial moment, a monster suddenly appeared in front of her, blocking her view, and she had to deal with that monster. By the time she finally saw Wang Chen again, he had already walked off to the side, and the monster that had been fixed in place had vanished. If this had only happened once, it would have been one thing, but she encountered this several times. How could this be? I refuse to believe it. So, Li Zixian put in more effort, and even at the last moment, she forgot about the monster behind her just to see Wang Chen. This time, she finally saw him. She saw a bronze pot appear in Wang Chen's hand, a beam of light shining from the pot, and then it captured the monster across from her. What is this? Li Zixian wanted to grab Wang Chen and ask, but at that moment, a wave of pain came from behind her. She had been hit by the monster behind her. The monster looked like a beautiful woman, dressed in a feathered garment. At that moment, the woman's hands transformed into sharp claws, directly breaking through Li Zixian's back, leaving a long scratch. Guhua bird? Li Zixian was startled, and at the same time, her beast had already pounced, knocking the Guhua bird aside. She immediately realized that she shouldn't be concerned about Wang Chen at this moment and focused on dealing with the Guhua bird in front of her. Activate skill. Ah! She felt a pain in her back. Could there be another monster behind her? No, it wasn't a monster, it was Wang Chen. Sure enough, when she turned around, she found Wang Chen standing not far behind her, striking a throwing pose. Wang Chen must have thrown his sword, embedding it in his own body. But why didn't she feel anything? Was it because she was injured? Was it because he had stabbed her in the back? Or was it because she was a beast master, not skilled in close combat, leaving such a big opening was her own fault? Damn it! Wang Chen, you! Before Li Zixian could finish her sentence, she was killed by the Guhua bird. However, it wasn't that one. 3 little girl-like Guhua birds appeared around her. These were not the Guhua bird's clones, but her daughters. Legend has it that the Guhua bird is the daughter of the Heavenly Emperor, and when she sheds her feathered garment, she becomes a woman. Later, a man stole her clothes and hid them, and she gave birth to 3 daughters. Afterward, the Guhua bird learned about her clothes from the man, put them on, and flew away, leaving her 3 daughters behind. There are legends that later the 3 daughters also put on clothes and flew away, while others say they did not. Thus, the later Guhua bird captures children from the human world because she lost her own. In Wang Chen's hometown, there is still a saying that children's clothes should not be left outside overnight, as the Guhua bird will leave a mark on the clothes, and then the child will be taken away. Of course, these are all legends. The Guhua bird in front of her was merely a monster set in this secret realm, and the way to deal with them was Qiu Shang, when Kaiji, catch those little ones, and just threaten the big one. Uncle Gio reminded them, allowing Wang Chen and the others to deal with the Guhua bird. Among this group of monsters, the Guhua bird was considered a big threat. So, Wang Chen and the others went to catch the little Guhua birds. After a series of thrilling yet safe struggles, they finally dealt with the Guhua bird, and Wang Chen secretly captured it. Such good nourishment couldn't be missed. After all this commotion, several of the monsters on the other side had also been lost, and Xuehuyu noticed that Li Zixian had died. She suspected it might be related to Wang Chen, but there was nothing she could do. Alright, let's deal with that zombie. The formation on Uncle Gio's side was already complete, and large yellow cloths rose around the entire courtyard, with runes drawn on them. Once fully unfurled, these runes emitted power, suppressing the ghosts inside. The scene was that the runes on the yellow cloth shone with golden light, which illuminated the ghosts, causing them to be immediately suppressed, except for those powerful ghosts and that zombie. Slay the demons, kill, kill. Wang Chen took the lead, brandishing a bloodstained sword, charging forward. This sword had been enchanted, now possessing immense lethality against such ghosts. With the ghosts already suppressed by the surrounding runes, and with Wang Chen's hand seals, killing these ghosts was incredibly easy. Wang Chen's bravery left Xuehuyu a bit stunned, as he had always given her the impression of lurking behind the scenes, so why was he suddenly so valiant this time? It made her uncomfortable. Shouldn't he let his ghostly comrades go first and then stab from behind? Don't make it so unfamiliar. What's going on with you? Soon, she understood that Wang Chen's purpose was because, Colonel Xuehu, something's off. The light on that Huaxia person is getting stronger, and his sword's golden light is also intensifying. It feels like there's some kind of reward. Yeah, could that reward be for killing these ghosts? Very likely, so what are we waiting for? I'm not waiting, I'm already killing. The ghosts also came out to slay these monsters, just as they had thought. After killing these ghosts, a layer of golden light began to accumulate on them, as if something was being gathered. Although they didn't know what it was, they understood it must be beneficial to them. No wonder Wang Chen was so proactive. It turned out he was competing for these things. Kill, kill, kill. Just as the ghosts were getting into the killing spree, Wang Chen spoke up. Don't kill the ghosts like that, slow down, or the consequences will be severe. Wang Chen's words seemed like advice, but felt more like a trick, leaving the ghosts unable to guess his meaning. They feared people like Wang Chen, who were both substantial and insubstantial, real and fake. Wang Chen had previously warned people with the truth, but they didn't listen, and it ended badly for them. Yet, he had also frightened people before, making them give up victory when it was within reach, ultimately benefiting himself. So now, they hesitated. Ignore him, he's trying to disturb our minds, wanting to gain more for himself. Look at him, he's still desperately killing ghosts. Yeah, he's trying to fool us. Let's keep killing. And so, the ghosts continued to slay the monsters, and after killing these ghosts, they felt increasingly comfortable, finding it easier to kill monsters. This only reinforced their belief that Wang Chen was deceiving them. As they killed more and more, the golden light slowly seeped into their bodies, causing changes within them. This change did not occur in Wang Chen, but it did in them. Soon, they began to lose control of their power, as some force deep within was vying for control of their bodies. By the time they realized this, it was already too late, as that inner force was eroding their rationality, preventing them from noticing it. It was as if someone believed that a rational person shouldn't do something, yet that person knew when they were being rational. Thus, at this moment, they were in an abnormal state, and it was entirely normal for them not to realize their problem. Some things are better left untried, for you cannot guarantee that you will maintain your usual rationality and willpower in the moment. Wang Chen was well aware of this, which is why he deliberately led others into a trap, while also creating situations that would make them let their guard down. At that moment, a demon was attacking a ghost, but the teammate behind it launched an attack. When it turned to look at its teammate, it was horrified to discover that the other had transformed into a ferocious beast. Those were blood-red beastly eyes, and its entire body was covered in thick fur, especially the lush mane on its head, along with sharp fangs and claws. It was unmistakably a lion-like creature standing upright. Shaolin, what are you doing? Wait, have you beastified? Beastification was a serious issue for half-beasts. Once beastified, their strength would surge, but they risked losing their sanity. He realized that not only had Shaolin beastified, but the other demons in the yard had also transformed. Even Shuehuyue was the same now. Shuehuyue resembled a fox more than ever, although she still had a seductive appearance. That was simply due to the fox's natural looks. She was now covered in white fur, with fur all over her face, and her fox-like mouth and ears were very prominent. Damn it! Wang Chen, what have you done to us? At this moment, Shuehuyue regained a bit of her sanity, and quickly figured out that this must be Wang Chen's doing. I haven't done anything to you. On the contrary, I warned you beforehand not to kill so quickly. There are some things you can't control. Wang Chen feigned innocence, but he was quite pleased to see the demons transformed. At this point, these beastified demons began to attack each other. They had now become new monsters. Even though Shuehuyue tried hard to stop this from happening, she found herself powerless. Not only did she want to stop others, but she also felt an impulse to kill the others herself. Her inner beastification was intensifying. She felt that she would ultimately become a wild beast. Especially at this moment, when the beastified demons charged at her, she certainly wouldn't spare her subordinates and directly attacked to kill. However, after killing her subordinates, she discovered that the golden light would enter her body, and the beastly nature she had managed to suppress began to flare up again. Her beastification advanced another step. This was a vicious cycle, so she charged at Wang Chen, wanting to kill him before losing her sanity. Although this would mean they would perish together, she felt it was the right thing to do. If she didn't act, she would regret it for the rest of her life. At this point, Shuehuyue had nearly transformed into a white fox, but she still stood upright, looking just like a white fox standing. When she crouched down, she could run on all fours, agile and versatile. In her current state, she could easily overpower Wang Chen, tearing him apart effortlessly, especially with the enhancement of the golden light. At that moment, Wang Chen appeared to be in a deadlock. Within the remnants of Shuehuyue's consciousness, she eagerly anticipated the outcome, laughing maniacally. One could see a hint of disdainful mockery on her fox-like mouth. But what she didn't expect was that Wang Chen, at that moment, simply shouted a phrase that shattered her expectations. That phrase was "Uncle Gio, save me! Uncle Gio, save me!" Wang Chen knew the power of this phrase. Uncle Gio would definitely come to his rescue, especially being so close. Of course, Wang Chen would also run to give Uncle Gio time. Sure enough, Uncle Gio over there made a few hand gestures of incantation, then waved his hand, and the yellow cloth on the table flew out, wrapping around the white fox. The yellow cloth also emitted golden electric sparks, suppressing the white fox inside. Inside, the white fox was in great pain. She couldn't understand how she, a dignified fourth transition, nearly level 80, could fall here, and in such a baffling manner. It felt as if everything had been orchestrated by Wang Chen, that he wanted this outcome. If this were true, it would make her feel very uncomfortable and stifled. Of course, this thought only existed in her consciousness, which was currently quite limited. Xiao Shang, when Kai, foxes are most afraid of thunder and lightning, use the palm thunder to deal with it. Uncle Jiao shouted at his two disciples. Yes, master. Xiao Shang and Wen Kai immediately responded, then struck a pose for the palm thunder and shouted, Palm thunder. I must say, their poses were quite impressive, and their voices had a lot of momentum, but after they shouted, there was no reaction at all. Master, do we know how to use palm thunder? You didn't practice properly usually, now you know, right? Uncle Jiao shot them a glance, then flipped his palm outward and pushed back. A bolt of palm thunder erupted from his palm, striking the white fox in the form of Snow Foxu, who let out a tragic scream. Then Uncle Jiao prepared to trap it in a bag, but at that moment, Wang Chen acted first. Uncle Jiao, let me handle this small matter, I have a treasure that can capture her. Wang Chen took out the demon refining pot and sucked Snow Foxu inside. At this point, Uncle Jiao was only slightly surprised and didn't say anything, surely planning to ask later, but for Wang Chen, it didn't matter. Once the plot moved on, who cared what happened next? After capturing Snow Foxu, he could try to use beast taming technique to sign a contract. What? She's a human? Wrong, she's a half-beast, and now she is already beastified, so she counts as a strange beast. Strange beasts can certainly be treated as tamed beasts. Even if she can't be a tamed beast, she can be raised as an ordinary fox, which isn't a big problem. Foxes are also canids, so training her with dog training techniques seems reasonable. Wang Chen was exploiting a system bug. Originally, Snow Foxu couldn't be treated as a tamed beast, but she had beastified, and since she was originally a half-beast with strange beast genes, it seemed quite reasonable. In short, Wang Chen would have an additional tamed white fox in the future. This was also his greatest gain from this secret realm. Of course, he wouldn't tell anyone that Snow Foxu had become his tamed beast. No one would believe it if he said so. Of course, it wasn't the case yet, but what Wang Chen saw with his heavenly eye was basically never wrong. When the time came, he would use the beast taming skill to turn her into a tamed beast. If you ask where the beast taming skill came from, is it an upgrade of dog training? This was thanks to Li Zhixian. She was a beast tamer. Wang Chen accidentally learned her beast taming technique, and after merging it with dog training, not only did it enhance his beast taming level, but it also gave his beast taming a special attribute. This attribute was that his beast taming had a bonus against canids. Unfortunately, Snow Foxu happened to be a canid. This was actually just one of the conditions. If it weren't for Uncle Jiao's runes and the suppression of Palm Thunder, along with Uncle Jiao's runes acting on the demon refining pot, this wouldn't have been possible. Normally, a level 30 beast tamer would find it very difficult to tame a beast above level 35, and it would be impossible for anything above level 40. Not to mention that the opponent was already close to level 80. All of this was coincidence. By this stroke of luck, Wang Chen managed to accomplish something that was deemed impossible, and it was something that couldn't be replicated. However, at this moment, these were all afterthoughts. Wang Chen continued with the plot. Master, how did she become a white fox, and what about them? Are they all monsters? We were actually deceived by them. When Kai asked, as they viewed these beings as villagers of this place. Well, they should have killed our villagers instead. Just right, get rid of them all. Uncle Jiao nodded and said. This is the self-repair of the plot. When unexpected situations arise, the NPCs inside will fill in the gaps themselves. Even if Wang Chen suddenly counterattacks them at this moment, they will rationalize it as if Wang Chen had a grudge against them, a revenge 10 years in the making. In short, they will normalize all of this. Kill them. At this moment, Uncle Jiao decisively ordered the killing of these beastified ghosts, simultaneously unleashing his palm thunder. Crackle! After some maneuvering, the three of them managed to kill a few, but a few also escaped because Wen Kai accidentally destroyed the nearby runes, giving them a way to flee. It must be said that Xiaoxing and One-Size personalities are such that they love to show off, but always drop the ball at critical moments, leaving Uncle Jiao to clean up the mess. It's all your fault for jumping around. Although Xiaoxing was blaming him, it seemed more like a joke, and Uncle Jiao shook his head, used to it by now. At this time, Wang Chen had no way to pursue. Without Uncle Jiao's suppression, those ghosts were difficult to handle. It was better to focus on the plot. Completing it was key to the rewards of this secret realm. Wang Chen was looking forward to this reward. If he could get the demon refining rune, he could draw runes on the demon refining pot, pretending it was a real one. Yes, it could only be a pretense because the real one had effects that far surpassed the demon refining rune. Xiaoxing, Wen Kai, you two amateurs, here are 7 coffin nails. You see those bright spots on the zombie, just drive the coffin nails into them. Uncle Gio said at this moment. There was only one zombie left, and Uncle Gio was the main force in front, engaging the zombie while drawing a few runes on it. Soon, 7 bright spots appeared on the zombie, resembling the formation of the Big Dipper. To ensure success, Wang Qin had the 2 laggards, Xiaoxing and Wen Kai, go first. Otherwise, if problems arose at the end, all efforts would be in vain, and he would have risked for nothing. Sure enough, there were minor issues in the first few attempts, but they were ultimately resolved. Wang Chen drove the last coffin nail into the zombie's body, and it seemed to deflate, with air spraying out from its mouth and the nail's position. This was demonic energy, which was a great supplement for some ghosts, but harmful to humans. However, for Wang Chen's fake demon refining pot, it was fine. He could directly refine this demonic energy into fertilizer. After completing this, the 3 of them sat on the ground as dawn broke in the sky. This scene felt like a rebirth. With the plot completed, the secret realm was also over, and they could choose their rewards. What would it be? Could he choose Uncle Gio's Palm Thunder skill? Actually, drawing runes would be good too, and feng shui formations could work as well. It would be best to get something to complement his demon refining pot. He was really looking forward to it. Alright, you all handle this, burn the zombie with lychee wood. Uncle Gio took off his Taoist robe and began to pack up, surprisingly not mentioning giving Wang Chen anything. At this moment, Wang Chen also had no system rewards. Was there more plot to come? Why use lychee wood? I only know to use lychee wood to roast duck and goose because it makes the food taste good? Wen Kai asked at this time. You still want to eat zombies? I told you to listen to your master more and read more books. Lychee wood is great young energy. Xiaoxing directly knocked Wen Kai on the head and said. So that's how it is, but where do we find lychee wood? We don't have any here. Will other wood work? Sure. Uncle Gio suddenly said at this moment. Then I'll just use whatever. If you want him to come find you for some nighttime fun later, just burn it casually. Ah, then I might as well go look for lychee wood. Wen Kai immediately lost his courage. But Wang Chen suddenly understood that the plot might still unfold, because Wen Kai was unreliable and could very well end up bringing back something other than lychee wood. There were 2 possibilities, either he was deceived, or he was careless, thinking that something similar would suffice. To prevent any complications, Wang Chen decided to handle the matter himself and resolve everything here. At the same time, he had also looked at some books on Taoist spells and charms from Uncle Gio, which were actually real and effective. The things in the secret realm were all valid and could basically be used in the original world. However, these were not skills. Even if one read them, it didn't necessarily mean they would be useful skills, so everyone was actually not interested in these things. It was like being a job changer who could already use magic. Would you still care about the martial arts in a wuxia novel? Moreover, it wasn't just a matter of reading, it required decades of hard training to be effective. To quote the Grand Master, I read for 3 years and practiced for 30 years to reach today's level. But even at the Grand Master's level, wielding the giant sword and having a group of iron-blooded youths as subordinates, he could still be taken out by a level 30 job changer. And a level 30 job changer could achieve that in just a few years, even with low talent, because this was just the beginning. The later stages were what mattered. However, Wang Chen was quite enthusiastic about this, as he was interested in it. Even if this training didn't yield much, he would still read. Before his transmigration, he had studied the Taoist texts for a long time. Otherwise, how could he have the current heavenly eye? He found it very convenient to read. He only needed to glance at the text. Not only could he read 10 lines at a time without forgetting, but he could also understand it immediately, thanks to his super comprehension. Of course, this was after he had prepared the lychee wood to burn the zombie. Soon, evening arrived, and the ghosts and monsters would appear once again. Master, why are there still these ghosts and monsters? We killed so many last night. Was it all for nothing? Wen Kai asked at an inopportune moment. The appearance of ghosts and monsters is normal in this world and has nothing to do with zombies. Since we live in this world, we must accept its rules. Uncle Gio's answer surprised Wang Chen. He even doubted whether Uncle Gio knew he was in the secret realm and needed to follow the rules. Could this be an understanding of the heavenly way? Was Uncle Gio's level so high? Did he know I was an outsider? Wang Chen glanced at Uncle Gio, but Uncle Gio showed no reaction. You little novice, you said you liked my books. I have a set of notes from some predecessors of our sect. Take them and see how much you can learn. It will be beneficial for you. Uncle Gio took out a basket of books filled with texts. These notes contained the insights and understandings of the predecessors of Uncle Gio's sect, which were very important, though they were not originals but copies. Thank you, Uncle Gio. I'll take them back to study. Wang Chen understood that this was a reward from the secret realm, just distributed in a more traditional way, which seemed more natural. No need to be polite, I also want my heavenly Dao sect to flourish. I feel there's little hope relying on these two kids. Master, we also need some face. No, you don't. Wang Chen returned to his house with the books. At this moment, he wasn't in a hurry to leave, he decided to read the books first. As he read, he became engrossed. It contained various skills and knowledge from Uncle Gio, including some Taoist secrets that Uncle Gio didn't know. The Palm Thunder really does have both yin and yang types. It seems that being a pure youth is indeed very important. Just like that guy Wang Tong, once he lost his pure youth, he became useless. There's also this refining of monsters, refining of corpses, and nurturing of ghosts. If these were used on my monster refining pot, wouldn't it become real? As for magical tools, the more you use them, the more they naturally become real. And this chi refining technique seems to have some help for my advanced body refining technique. It seems that reading more books is indeed useful. Wang Chen read the book, its content felt like a treasure to him, greatly beneficial. He even experimented in the middle of it on how to refine monsters, drawing formations around the white fox in the monster refining pot and sticking yellow talismans on it. For the past few days, he had locked himself in his house to study, meaning he hadn't come out of the secret realm. For him, since he had to lock himself up to study anyway, what did it matter if it was in the secret realm? Even if the secret realm storyline was completed, he could still stay in the secret realm for a while longer, depending on the rules of the secret realm, which seemed to have no restrictions. After 7 days had passed, Wang Chen left the secret realm. At the moment he stepped out, if there were acquaintances around, they would definitely notice that Wang Chen seemed to have undergone some subtle changes, appearing more profound and unfathomable, with a sense of having attained enlightenment. Both in temperament and appearance, he looked more charming than before. It felt as if he had undergone a job change. However, looking at his level, he was still level 30, with no profession and no changes. Grandsons, Grandpa is here. Wang Chen suddenly shouted into the air, feeling as if he had returned to this world, wanting to remind the people of North Town that he was back. But at that moment, after his words fell, swish, two beast-like creatures flew in from the side, not beasts in the true sense, but beastified half-humans with the appearance of beasts. They were the Japanese soldiers who had escaped before. Unexpectedly, they had also left the secret realm and were waiting here. Without the support of the secret realm's rules, could Wang Chen fight against two such beastified soldiers? No, it shouldn't be about whether he could fight them, but rather whether he could escape. Boom! Wang Chen was knocked away by a rhinoceros. Then, a wild boar slammed him back, and after such impacts, he felt like he was in bad shape. At level 30 with no profession, surviving such a hit would leave him severely injured, and after 2 such hits, he would definitely be done for. Don't think that this was in the secret realm. Wang Chen couldn't fight even one of them here. If he got caught, he would basically have no chance to escape. So, the remaining 3 soldiers thought Wang Chen was doomed, while the ranged magic profession on the side felt unnecessary, thinking they didn't need to come at all. It was a beautiful snake woman, with an upper body somewhat resembling a human, having 2 arms, an extremely long neck topped with a snake head, and a lower body that was a snake's tail. She was called a beautiful snake because she was presumably female and looked somewhat like one. At that moment, the beautiful snake was using magic to seal off the nearby space, forming a barrier. With Wang Chen's level 30 strength, it was impossible for him to break through this barrier. Hurry up and stop playing, kill him quickly so we can go back. I really didn't expect that Xue Huyu and Li Jixian would both die. Will their families blame us? At this moment, the beautiful snake frowned, her biggest worry not being Wang Chen, but how to face her own people upon returning. They will, because our operation failed. The rhinoceros monster directly charged at Wang Chen, its horn piercing into his body, creating a large blood hole. Blood gushed out, and in this state, Wang Chen was definitely beyond saving. In fact, logically speaking, the previous impacts should have already sealed Wang Chen's fate. Yes, we really took a huge loss this time. So many people came, exposing so many infiltrators, and in the end, it's just a mess. Xue Xian didn't die and even managed to escape. Well, you could say that this time we are the only ones hurt. Huaxia suffered no losses at all. If there is any loss, it's this unemployed Huaxia person. The casualty ratio, if it gets out, will become a laughingstock for the whole world, and we will be nailed to the pillar of shame in history. Sigh, who would have thought Xue Xian would survive like this? So, what does this all amount to for us? At least Li Jixian died this time, otherwise, she would have been blamed when she returned, and might even have become a plaything for some big shots. You Japanese men are all beasts. We are not half beasts, we should say we are worse than beasts. The 3 Japanese were conversing, and from their words, it was clear they had accepted this perversion. They were also a bit worried about their future, There were too many people needing to take the blame this time, and they estimated they wouldn't be spared either, even if they were just small players, merely following the actions. Just thinking about it, the internal situation in Japan was going crazy. This operation was so large and had such a high cost, all to kill Shui Xian, yet she survived and even escaped. Anyone would be furious. They only hoped to return with Wang Chen's body and receive less criticism. But speaking of it, Li Jixian is also useless. She said Wang Chen was hard to deal with, yet we easily took him down. I can't understand that either. If we were restricted in the secret realm, that's one thing, but when Li Jixian was chasing Wang Chen, it was outside, and her strength would only be weaker than now. How could she not kill him? Was it really just Wang Chen's luck? Who knows? Anyway, he's dead now. I've checked, and he's completely dead. Rhino checked several times. Wang Chen was indeed dead, dead beyond any doubt. He didn't want to give Wang Chen any chance at all. Really dead? Dead. I can swear on my brother's life. Just as Rhino was swearing that Wang Chen was dead, a sword suddenly appeared from the ground beneath the beautiful snake, piercing directly into her weak abdomen and splitting her snake tail. The scene was extremely bloody. From the tail to the upper abdomen, everything was cut open. Originally, this beautiful snake was not a close combat profession. Her body was relatively fragile, and if a sword got close, she wouldn't be able to defend herself well. As a result, she was split open in her entire abdomen by this sword, with almost no chance of survival. Who was it? And where did this sword come from? These two questions appeared in the minds of the three Japanese, especially the beautiful snake. She couldn't understand. There were clearly no other people nearby, and the appearance of this sword was very strange, as if it knew she would come here, accurately cutting open her body. How did the other party know I would definitely come here? With these doubts, she slowly closed her eyes, her expression one of pain and regret. This is how most people end up. Baka! The remaining two Japanese roared, rushing towards the beautiful snake while using their area attack skills to probe the situation nearby, leaving no place for anyone to hide. Boom! 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 Advancing like bombers, this forced anyone hidden in the dark to come out. In the end, they really did force someone out, but the problem was, when they saw the person, they immediately froze. They had considered all sorts of possibilities, all kinds of unbelievable situations, even the betrayal of their own, but they never imagined it would be him. He is Wang Chen. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Wang Chen is supposed to be dead over there, that corpse clearly belongs to him, it can't be fake. Since that corpse can't be fake, then who is this person in front of me? Is it an illusion? The two didn't understand, but they knew that this wasn't the time to think about such things. They should deal with Wang Chen. However, by the time they thought of this, it was already too late. Wang Chen had used their moment of shock to launch an attack they couldn't defend against. The next attack left the rhinoceros in shock as he watched his teammate, the wild boar, get killed. At that moment, even if Wang Chen had displayed his sword technique with 1,000 swords flying, it wouldn't have shocked the rhinoceros as much. The level of shock from what was happening now far surpassed the shock of Wang Chen's sudden appearance. It was simply because he saw that the one who killed the wild boar was a white fox, lying dead at the feet of that white fox, and if nothing unexpected happened, it was Shuehu Yu. Shuehu Yu actually helped Wang Chen kill her own kind? The rhinoceros felt that the world had become unrecognizable. He doubted whether he had fallen under some illusion. That's right, everything was an illusion. I don't believe it. Ever since entering the secret realm, it has all been a mirage. Ah, you can't fool me. I've seen through everything. The rhinoceros suddenly laughed maniacally. Is he crazy? Colonel Shuevu, it's me, you. The rhinoceros was now terrified, looking at the completely beastified Shuevu Yu, unable to see any humanity in her, only that she had been completely controlled by someone. And without asking, the one controlling her was Wang Chen. She seemed to have become Wang Chen's beast. How was this possible? How could a level 30 non-class character turn a half-orc nearing level 80 into his beast? If this got out, the whole world would be shocked. And the ones most afraid would be their country, the Woku, because they were all half-orcs. They never expected that one day they would truly become someone else's beast. Naturally, this had been imagined by some and written into novels and animations, but that was just fantasy. No one had ever done it in reality. Beastmasters all wanted to have half-orcs as their beasts, able to fight during the day and at night. In short, everyone just wanted. And after countless efforts, trying various possibilities, including fully beastifying half-orcs, they still couldn't turn them into exotic beasts. It seemed that the system had this rule, not allowing druids and players to become beasts. Therefore, half-orcs were not afraid of being captured to become beasts. Now that Wang Chen's example had appeared, they naturally trembled in fear, worried that Wang Chen would continue to capture half-orcs. If this news got out, Wang Chen would definitely become the first person the half-orcs wanted to kill, with no one else left. In other words, Wang Chen would surely be hunted down by the Woku. Thus, Wang Chen would definitely not let anyone discover this, he would silence everyone here. Xiao Bai, tear him apart. Wang Chen shouted, and the white fox charged in, tearing the rhinoceros to shreds. The rhinoceros could have lasted over 100 rounds under the white fox's attack, but due to excessive shock, he was ambushed. All he wanted to say was, "Damn it, you ambushed me, you can't handle it, you little trash." And who is Xiao Bai? Xue Yu? If Xue Yu still had consciousness, wouldn't she go crazy? Ha, Xue Yu, you deserve it. Who told you to ignore me before? Now you've become someone else's beast and are called Xiao Bai, living a life of humiliation. Compared to that, I'd rather be dead than live like you. In the end, the rhino found a bit of superiority for itself and then became fertilizer for the demon refining pot. Its final thought still had some reasoning. The snow fox Yu was indeed resistant. Although the snow fox Yu became Wang Chen's beast, she was still conscious, she just couldn't control her own body. This wasn't just when Wang Chen was controlling her, it was like this all the time. She thought this might be due to the beastification, and that if she became stronger in the future, she could gradually recover. But she didn't know that her consciousness was being refined by the demon refining pot, because during the refining process, the soul was also re-refined. After this re-refinement, the demon still had a soul, but it was a new one, with no memory of the past, or merely viewing it as a bystander. Most importantly, the new soul would completely submit to Wang Chen because of the demon refining pot, as if branded with a soul mark. This process was slow, Wang Chen was still studying and practicing, and this wasn't a skill, but rather his research into the Tao. Fortunately, I have you, little white. Otherwise, I would definitely be done for this time. Later, I'll reward you with a piece of meat. Go back and get along well with the Woof Woof team, and don't fight. Wang Chen gently patted the white fox's body and instructed. The soul of the snow fox Yu was screaming, "What do you take me for? Don't call me little white." She had tried countless times to stop this humiliating name, but she couldn't do it. And she knew that the reason he called her Little White, this pet name, was simply because calling her Snow Fox Yu was too troublesome and hard to remember. Anyway, it was all him calling, so it didn't make a difference what he called her. Good, so obedient. Go back. Wang Chen patted the white fox's head. Although the soul of the Snow Fox Yu was resisting, her body honestly showed signs of enjoyment. If she saw that smiling fox face, she could have pulled out handfuls of her hair. The white fox returned to the demon refining pot because it couldn't enter the beast space, and it was because of this that it became Wang Chen's beast. Originally, a beast needed to be taken into the beast space to grow together with its master, allowing both sides to complement each other. Without the beast space, it would be like the previous Woof Woof team. But the beast space wouldn't accept half-beasts because beasts couldn't have consciousness. The space of the demon refining pot just happened to replace the beast space, and its function was even more effective. The demon refining pot could help enhance the beast's strength. Alright, we can go back now. It's been so many days, everyone must be dying to see me. Wang Chen looked towards the direction of Jinbei City. At this moment, he was still quite far from Jinbei City because the teleportation secret realm was in the opposite direction, closer to the Wakong forces. Because of this, Wang Chen needed to avoid the Wakong devils here. Of course, if he encountered some stragglers, he would conveniently take them out. This was also easy for him, and with this ease, the Wakong nation began to panic because they didn't know who was doing it. They only knew there was an unknown low-level killer nearby, specifically targeting those below level 40, appearing and disappearing mysteriously. At first, there were no clues at all because the people who were killed left no trace. They only knew they had been killed, and when they went to check, not even a corpse was left behind. Later, when the low-level killer struck a few more times, someone finally escaped, but the evidence left behind was completely different. Some said he was a Wakong, some said he was a Japanese, and some said there were two people. Because the one who killed the Wakong spoke Japanese and looked Japanese, while the one who killed the Japanese spoke Wakong language and looked equally Wakong-like. This led to internal disputes between the Wakong and Japanese sides, even sparking some hatred and arguments. These were just minor episodes, and now within Jinbei City, the Jinbei Vocational College was preparing to hold a funeral because they believed Wang Chen was dead. Just 2 days later, it was said that Narcissus would come, which made the funeral extremely sensational. And why did they think Wang Chen was dead? The reason was simple. At that time, the beautiful snake sent the scene of the rhino torturing Wang Chen to the higher-ups, who confirmed that Wang Chen was dead and thus classified the matter. This news was then sent to the Huaxia side, which also confirmed that Wang Chen was dead. To be honest, when most Huaxia people received this news, they did not feel sad. Instead, they felt a bit of joy, because they knew that Wang Chen's death also took some Japanese devils with him. Huaxia had already made a huge profit. If they had known Wang Chen's true role, They certainly wouldn't have thought this way, but they didn't know. Therefore, many people came to this funeral with smiles, not sorrow. On the day of the funeral, although it was called a funeral, it was actually a naming ceremony. Wang Chen's name would be engraved on the school's martyr monument. According to Wang Chen's deeds, he was fully qualified for this. Just the fact that he saved Narcissus and protected her back was enough. The value of Narcissus to Huaxia was self-evident. Moreover, at the end, Wang Chen had also killed quite a few elites from the Japanese devils, including Li Zhixian. The most unexpected was that even Xue Huyue was killed by him. According to the situation at that time, those devils who survived thought so. Besides, they hadn't seen Xue Huyue come out of the secret realm, so they naturally believed she was dead. When Xue Huyue later emerged, the rhino was completely unable to convey messages, first due to the barrier's obstruction, and second because the rhino was scared out of its wits. Therefore, Wang Chen was already regarded as a martyr hero. A dead person, unless they had deep-seated grudges, would not be criticized at this time. Thus, in public opinion, Wang Chen received almost all Huaxia people's support, and many came here to offer flowers and pay their respects. Principal Gu was heartbroken as he delivered a speech, and the students were all in tears. Some among them might have felt upset because they lost a great teacher like Wang Chen, which could mean less guidance and planning for their future development. But for most, they genuinely shed tears for Wang Chen's death. Meanwhile, everyone was most concerned about Narcissus, who was nearby but looked very weak, still being pushed out in a wheelchair. She shouldn't have appeared here, but she did. The reason was simple: she owed Wang Chen a life, and if she didn't come, she would never be able to move on. Because of this, she was surrounded by experts for protection and kept a certain distance from everyone. Deserved it. Wang Chen, you should die. Even if I can't do anything now, I'm still better off than you. These people are really something. Their acting skills are good enough to become actors. Wang Teng watched the live broadcast and saw others crying for Wang Chen. He thought it was all fake, just a performance. His mood had been quite good during this time. Originally, his development was a bit difficult, making him jealous to madness as he watched one excellent peer after another, and seeing Wang Chen's glory made him feel worse than his own suffering. At the same time, Lu Ruyan was feeling much better as well. True to her name, Lu Ruyan had admirers flocking to her, one after another, though their status was much lower than before. Her status had dropped, so naturally, the status of her admirers had also dropped. There were certainly admirers still around her, even if they had become ordinary people, but the premise was that she was not treated as a forbidden plaything. Would that happen? Who knows? Anyway, she hadn't reached that point yet. Her talent wasn't too bad, so she wouldn't fall into such a miserable state. Fate is a tricky thing to discuss. Anyway, when Wang Chen looked at her, it seemed he wore an expression of deep sympathy and pity, though there was also a hint of "you brought this on yourself." She still remembered that, and it made her feel quite uncomfortable. So now that Wang Chen was dead, she felt even happier. Meanwhile, her sycophants, along with some remote dogs from foreign forces, especially the Japanese remote dogs, were making some discordant noises online. Wang Chen just had a stroke of luck, but now that he's dead, I won't say much more. I think Huaxia is deliberately creating a hero. The Japanese side hasn't said anything about this, so don't say their family secrets can't be revealed. That's just your opinion. Anyway, they haven't said anything. I have insider information. Actually, it wasn't Wang Chen who saved the water fairy, but several other medical teams. They were even paid off and told not to speak about it. Think about it. Wang Chen is only level 30 and has no profession. How could he kill so many Japanese? Not to mention Xue Huyue, even a random Yamashita Qizhang is level 70 after 3 promotions. How could he kill? Similar doubts arose, as if everyone was intoxicated while she alone was sober. Back at the scene, after Principal Gu finished speaking, he began inviting people to come up and carve the name of Wang Chen, along with his place of origin, which was essentially a memorial plaque. The form of this martyr's monument was such that the base was made of a stone slab resembling a plaque. At this moment, the sculptor came up, a worker wearing a wind hat and goggles, making it hard to see his face, but the visible part seemed to exude an unusual aura. However, at this time, no one was concerned about that. Haitang, is Wang Chen really dead? Ning Meng stood beside Haitang and Dugufeng, still in disbelief. She couldn't accept that Wang Chen had died so easily. You've asked me this many times. My answer is, as long as I don't see the body, I won't believe he's dead. Haitang said firmly. Unlike Ning Meng, she believed even more that Wang Chen could turn danger into safety. Haven't we already seen the video? Wang Chen was tortured to death by 2 Japanese. It can't be wrong. He was far too weak. Dugufeng was more convinced by the evidence before her. That video wasn't fake. Wang Chen should be dead. Yes, that video was the key. There was no reason for it to be fake, and at that time, there was even a rhinoceros carefully checking the body, so it couldn't have been fabricated. Besides, there was no need for them to fake it, they had no reason to do so. Yes, Ning Meng, Wang Chen is already dead, you shouldn't be sad anymore. Come on, if you want to cry, cry in my arms. Xiahou Taiju opened his arms, ready to embrace Ning Meng. Get away! Suddenly, a large foot appeared from behind and kicked Xiahou Taiju away. Everyone looked over, it was Shangguan Huniu. Even if Wang Chen is dead, it's not your place to harm Ning Meng. With your bear-like appearance, if it weren't for your little bit of dirty money, we wouldn't even bother associating with you. Shangguan Huniu, don't go too far. Don't think I won't hit you just because you're a woman. Come on then. Forget it, a good man doesn't fight with a woman. You're not a good man either. While these little skirmishes were happening, the sculptor had already begun to carve seriously, and Wang Chen's name was being engraved. The font looked very comfortable and beautiful. This surprised everyone, they hadn't expected the sculptor to be so skilled. Strange, why do I feel like this person has a familiar vibe? Haitang looked at the sculptor and quickly thought of someone, Wang Chen. This back, this face shape, seemed very much like Wang Chen. But then she thought it was impossible, even if Wang Chen wasn't dead, he couldn't possibly come to carve his own memorial plaque, could he? That would be like cursing himself to die, right? Just as Haitang was pondering this matter, a sudden turn of events occurred, causing her to no longer pay attention to the sculptor, and even everyone forgot about him. This was because a barrier suddenly appeared nearby, swallowing all energy and rendering everyone in the area powerless. Was this an enemy attack? The purplish-black barrier enveloped a radius of several hundred meters around the martyrs' monument, and at that moment, those inside wanted to escape, but it was already too late. In fact, not only was escaping impossible, even walking became difficult, as everyone quickly collapsed to the ground. What's going on? This is the soul-devouring formation. At this intensity, anyone below level 70 has to lie down, and even those above level 70 will be affected. Why can't we see the magic circle? This magic circle is underground, so it can't be seen from the surface. Underground? How is that possible? The school has been on high alert these past few days. How could the enemy set up such a large formation? In recent days, knowing that the Narcissus was coming, the Northern Town Army had taken the safety of this area very seriously. Only people from the two schools and the Northern Town Army could enter here. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for anyone to set up the soul-devouring formation, because everyone knew it required a lot of time and effort. This was also why, despite its fame, very few people would use this formation. It simply took too much time and effort. However, due to its powerful effects, it had achieved great military success in various unexpected places, and many were aware of it. Just like the current situation, if this matter succeeded, the barrier would gain fame once again. No, it was already famous now, because even if the plan failed, the barrier itself was a success. This isn't the time to study this, we should think about who orchestrated this and what they want to achieve. To pull off something this big, it must be related to those two beastly countries, and if they're involved, it's definitely for the Narcissus. They must be afraid of this matter. Then isn't the Narcissus in great danger? I have to say, there are many fools online, but there are also many smart people, including some experts who quickly analyzed the situation. However, what they didn't understand was how the other side managed to do this and why they hadn't shown up yet. The answer soon appeared. Near the martyrs' monument, the ground suddenly cracked open, as if pushed up by bamboo shoots after a rain, revealing an elevator room. A group of people emerged from the elevator room, with a white fox woman standing in the center. Everyone gathered around her, and her aura instantly pressed down on the entire scene, even reaching out through the screen to the netizens. The appearance of this white fox woman shocked everyone. Zohuyu? Isn't she dead? I told you Wang Chen's news was all fake. The Chinese love to boast, and now they've been slapped in the face. At this moment, the electronic dogs began to get excited collectively. Since Zohuyu had appeared, it meant that everything Wang Chen had said before was false. Yes, in their view, as long as one thing was false, then everything was false. Therefore, Wang Chen was immediately criticized, along with the Northern Town Army and the people of Northern Town. At this time, the group dispersed, centering around Zohuyu, and headed towards the Narcissus. Sure enough, their goal was the Narcissus. Although the people outside were very anxious and wanted to rush in to block this group, they could only watch. They couldn't break this barrier. Narcissus, Narcissus, didn't I tell you not to go? You insisted on going, and now look what's happened. This phrase appeared on many lips, but the tones varied, each carrying different meanings. Yes, some were worried, while others were gloating. These gloating people are not just foreign forces. There are quite a few from within Huaxia, especially some from the family of Shu Xian. Of course, there are also some inexplicable individuals, such as Wang Tang and Lu Ruyan. They harbor hostility towards Xu Weixian simply because Wang Chen saved her, as if Xu Weixian survives and becomes a legend, then Wang Chen would also become a legendary supporting character, someone people would mention. This would make them very uncomfortable. Indeed, you can never understand why some people hate you, it's utterly baffling. Are you Shui Huyu? At this moment, Principal Gu stood in front of Shui Huyu, his frail and aged face hiding an indomitable spirit. He knew that stepping forward now could very well lead to his death, and a pointless one at that. But he had to step forward, some things must be done, and perhaps this little bit of time could change the world. It's like those names carved on the martyrs' monument, their deaths might not have changed the situation at the time, but without them, everything would be completely different. Therefore, some sacrifices are necessary, and someone must make them. Many people cannot understand this, just like many in front of the screen now think Principal Gu is foolish for coming out to die for nothing, believing that preserving one's life is better than anything else. Their inability to understand stems from their fear of death. They do not want to sacrifice for others or for the country. In fact, the existence of such people is quite normal, and it's not their fault, nor do we expect them to understand. This is not something they are obligated to do. As long as they do not mock those willing to act, that is enough. Of course, this refers to civilians, not soldiers. For soldiers, since they have chosen this path, they must have this awareness, be able to understand such matters, and ideally, be able to act on them. Thus, when they saw Principal Gu take action, many felt a surge of blood wanting to replace him, and there were also many with other thoughts. But it must be said that as soon as Principal Gu stepped out, the students of the Northern Town Vocational School felt a swell of pride. This is our Principal Gu. That's right, I am the Shui Huyu that you Huaxia people killed. Surprised, aren't you? Shui Huyu coldly mocked, and as she spoke, she reached for Principal Gu. At that moment, Principal Gu was suppressed by the barrier and had little strength to resist, and he was directly subdued. She flung Principal Gu aside, and he crashed heavily against the martyr's monument, producing a loud bang. With that sound, everyone felt that Principal Gu would either die or be gravely injured. However, no one examined Principal Gu closely, as Shui Huyu and her people were advancing, their target being Xu Weixian and the others. Shui Huyu stood in front of Xu Weixian, and the guards beside Xu Weixian had already been pulled aside by her people, but strangely, they did not kill anyone, as if keeping them alive was somehow useful. You really have a big fate, you weren't killed 10 years ago, and you won't be killed 10 years later. So many people died 10 years ago, and even more will die 10 years later. But this time, you won't be so lucky. Shui Huyu stared at Xu Weixian, sneering as she spoke. Stop with the nonsense, what do you really want to do? Xu Weixian wanted to ask this question but refrained, as she needed to buy time, hoping the other party would waste as much time as possible. She didn't know who would come to save her in the future, but whoever it was, time was essential. After all, the people here were impossible, everyone was lying down. Wait, no. There's still one person standing. Are you confused right now? Do you want to know how we got here and what's underground? Seeing Shui Huyu take the initiative to speak and not immediately attack surprised Xu Weixian, she didn't even have to guide the conversation herself. Very well, then let's cooperate with you, the talkative villain. What's the matter? Previously, Li Zhixian wanted this piece of land, and we found it strange, but we have already checked here and found nothing special. Xu Weixian looked at Shui Huyu. The reason she knew these things was that she originally belonged to the troops trained by the Northern Town Army, holding a position and a relatively high rank. Naturally, she had to investigate someone like Li Zhixian, who wanted to kill her, and she knew about this matter. That's because you haven't uncovered what's beneath, but you will find out sooner or later. So, if we don't make use of this place soon, it will be wasted. Originally, there was nothing here, and if it's wasted, but since you came here, this place has value now. Shui Huyu said slowly, as if she was completely unaware that the other party was stalling for time, or as if she herself had this talkative nature. Of course, there was also a possibility that she wanted to stall for time to do something. What could that be? However, at this moment, it didn't matter to Xu Weixian, because even if the other party had a bigger conspiracy, she wouldn't have the ability to stop it. In other words, the only thing she could do now was to keep chatting with the other party, so she would have a chance. This place was originally meant for us to break through your northern town city. We have been preparing for this for many years, and it was supposed to be a plan with a high success rate, but it was unexpectedly ruined by that guy Wang Chen from Huaxia. When Shui Huyu said this, everyone realized that the enemy held a grudge against Wang Chen. Especially Xu Weixian could feel the resentment emanating from Shui Huyu, even if it was just a hint. In this situation, if the other party couldn't control it, the resentment must be deep. Xu Weixian couldn't help but wonder what Wang Chen had done to provoke such a reaction. She could only speculate that this matter not only took years of preparation but also cost a lot of effort and sacrifices, and now it was all wasted. Indeed, to break through Northern Town City, the price must be extremely high. So, did Wang Chen unknowingly resolve a major crisis that belonged to Northern Town City, or even to Huaxia? Fortunately, this matter still has some use in the end. We still came here and can kill all of you future pillars of Huaxia. Shui Huyu smiled, then ordered her subordinates to capture Du Gufeng and the others. You all stay here and wait, it will soon be your turn. What do you want to do? Du Gufeng, in this situation, remained calm, showing courage that surpassed most people. Hai Tang and Ning Meng didn't qualify to be looked at by the other party. Although Hai Tang's swordsmanship was special, it seemed the other party wasn't interested. What they wanted were those with A-level talents or above, and S-level was of course the best. This left everyone puzzled as to why they were gathering these people together. What was the significance? If they wanted to kill these rising stars, there was no need to gather them together. It was clear that the other party had a purpose. You will know soon. By the way, after talking for so long, do you think you can stall for time, thinking I don't know? Shui Huyu smiled. She enjoyed giving people hope and then suddenly plunging them into despair. When she said this, it indicated that her plan could proceed, which changed the expressions of Xu Weixian and the others, as it seemed that the time for stalling was over. Actually, I've been talking to you for so long because I'm also waiting for time. Now it's ready, let's begin the sacrifice. When Xu Huyu finished speaking, a new magic circle appeared on the ground, exuding an aura of evil. The magic circle looked as if it had been drawn with blood, but this blood was not red, it was green. This green was even glowing. She is summoning demons from hell, preparing to use our flesh and blood to do so. The demons summoned will not only kill us but also bring destruction to Jinbei City. Summoning demons to attack enemies is a common tactic in warfare. Sometimes their power is even more effective than missiles, capable of destroying an entire city. Summoning demons does not require control, they only need to be let loose to wreak havoc, allowing for stronger demons to be summoned at a lower cost. Demons from hell, we have prepared sacrifices for you to enjoy. Xu Huyu and the others began to chant, already starting the ritual. At this moment, black shadows appeared on the ground, enveloping Xu Weixian and Du Gufeng, the shadows resembling a swamp, pulling them down. Death was very close to them at this moment, instilling a sense of fear, which they could suppress but not completely eliminate. This is human instinct. Am I really going to die like this? I feel like I can still be saved. Someone, please come and rescue me. Whoever saves me, I will offer myself in return. No restrictions on gender. In their hearts, there was still hope, and some even had particularly strange thoughts. After all, humans are strange like that. In the face of death, they might not think about what happens after but rather about wanting a bowl of instant noodles. Of course, this is just an exception. Others were slowly closing their eyes, filled with despair, but had to accept this reality. Xu Weixian was no exception. Meanwhile, the people of Huaxia watching this situation were shouting, hoping that a hero would descend from the heavens to save them. Xu Huyu was enjoying this situation, watching the pride of Huaxia slowly die before her, feeling as if she had eaten ice cream. She even forgot some of her previous displeasures. Wang Chen, do you still have a way to stir things up? Oh, you're already dead. But you can still cause trouble in hell. Ha ha ha. Damn it, hurry up. The people inside are going to die. Why hasn't the barrier broken yet? At this moment, the Jinbei army outside was trying hard to break the barrier, and seeing the current situation, they were all anxious. They knew that this time it wasn't just Xu Weixian and the others who were going to die. Demons would also be summoned, which would be a disaster for Jinbei City. At this time, the civilians of Jinbei City had already begun to evacuate because demons devour human flesh. The more flesh they consume, the stronger they become. Report, Commander, this barrier will take an hour to break. An hour? By then, we will all be dead in the mouths of the demons and beasts. Let's retreat. We can't stay here any longer. Staying here will only increase the demons' power. Now, we can only hope for a miracle. But how can miracles appear so easily? Don't think too much. Wait, who is that? Everyone was astonished to see a figure appear behind one of the enemy soldiers, stabbing him to death with a sword. How is that possible? Under the barrier, it's impossible for anyone to still be standing, unless it's one of the enemy soldiers themselves. Could it be infighting among the enemy? No, that person isn't one of them. It seems to be the sculptor. The sculptor? How could he be unharmed? At this moment, the whole world was watching the sculptor, wearing windproof goggles and a hat. Although his face was not visible, his stature and aura were extraordinary. This had been noticed by some earlier, but no one paid much attention, as there were too many events, and the changes had happened too quickly. However, now this sculptor has killed a ghost with a single sword. which has reduced the original sacrificial formation by one leg, greatly slowing down the summoning process. But this is not the main point. The main point is that if this sculptor can kill one, he can kill a second. The sculptor, moving with a not-so-fast technique, approached another ghost from behind, and under the terrified gaze of that ghost, he thrust his sword in again. Why didn't the ghost dodge? This question appeared in everyone's mind. They also noticed that, aside from the ghost that was killed, the other ghosts showed no intention of moving. Why didn't they go to save their comrade? Stop! Zuhuyu roared, her eyes blazing with fire, filled with murderous intent. I warn you, if you continue, you will face our endless wrath and pursuit. Think carefully. Zuhuyu's words seemed to have an effect. The sculptor's sword paused for a moment. If you stop, you will be a great hero of our Yamato nation. I can agree to any conditions you propose. Zuhuyu threw out some enticing conditions. This made the people from Huaxia very nervous, and those present had already shouted out, "Brother, don't be fooled by her. She will abandon you once you're no longer useful." Du Gufeng and others spoke up, even Shui Xian joined in. However, Shui Xian's words seemed to leave people pondering, making it hard to understand her meaning. Are you playing a game? This made everyone feel that she seemed to know the sculptor and thought he was playing with Zuhuyu and her kind. Who could have the strength to play with the enemy? These ghosts were all powerful third and fourth transition experts. Even at her peak, Shui Xian couldn't handle these people. But give Shui Xian 10 years, and she could easily manage them. Who exactly is this person? He looks quite young. Has such a prodigy appeared in Huaxia? Is it Bai Yukuan? No, Bai Yukuan clearly went to the secret realm within Guowa, and they are in Anchi Human City, not here. No, I'm not playing. The sculptor shook his head, stepped back, and continued toward another ghost. Then why didn't you kill him? At this moment, the previous sword had not been thrust down. How do you know I didn't kill him? He is already a dead man. Everyone was stunned. You didn't even make a move. How can you say he's already dead? Moreover, he seems to be alive and well right now. Just as everyone was in disbelief, suddenly that ghost collapsed to the ground, dying silently, and the most terrifying part was that his death was gruesome, as if he had been crushed, with not a single bone left intact. After falling to the ground, he was quickly absorbed by a black shadow. What's going on? Why did this happen? Everyone was dumbfounded. Clearly, the sword hadn't been thrust in just now, and you can't say it was sword energy. Even if you said that, no one would believe it. But why did that ghost suddenly die? It seemed more related to magic, and quite evil magic at that. This ghost died because he had poison and a curse on him. I merely triggered what was within him. If I had used my sword, it would have felt disgusted. The sculptor explained, making everyone understand that he sheathed his sword for this reason, not because of Zuhuyu's words. This made Zuhuyu's face darken. This won't happen again. The sculptor had already reached behind another ghost, thrusting his sword into the opponent's kidney, causing the ghost to immediately lose strength, and his body began to wither. At this moment, everyone noticed that the sword in the sculptor's hand could actually absorb blood, with thin strands of blood connecting the sword to the wound. This sword seems to be Wang Chen's blood-drinking sword. That's right, it must be this one. This sword is also a famous useless sword. At that time, someone lost it to Wang Chen because they thought it was bad. Now look, this sword has actually transformed. Is that person regretting it now? Whether they regret it or not, that person is indeed dead. Since this sword belongs to Wang Chen, could this sculptor be? Is that Wang Chen? Impossible. First of all, Wang Chen isn't that powerful. Secondly, even if Wang Chen isn't dead, how could he carve his own tombstone? That's absolutely impossible. Right, this sculptor is the one who carved for Wang Chen. I saw him carve the name, and it looked quite nice, but his expression without hesitation doesn't seem like the real person. I agree. Whether it was the people outside or those inside, no one believed this. Until Boss Ling Feng, is it really you? Ning Mang asked directly. It seemed like it was hard for her to say this because she was being suppressed by the barrier. If it weren't for this suppression, she might not be the only one speaking, others would have already asked questions. Right now, everyone didn't want to waste their energy on this issue. At this moment, everyone looked at the sculptor, waiting for the answer to be revealed. Many people had already spoken. It couldn't be Wang Chen. If it were Wang Chen, they would punish themselves, and of course, the punishments would be varied and numerous, too many to mention. It's me. At that moment, the sculptor took off his goggles, revealing his true face. It was indeed the already dead Wang Chen. This was interesting, the reality of Xue Huyue coming back to life, and now it was Wang Chen. I knew you wouldn't die. Ning Mang exclaimed excitedly, then fainted. Clearly, she was too happy, combined with the pressure of the barrier. Of course I won't die. I have a feeling I can live for at least a few hundred years. Wang Chen smiled, then approached another enemy soldier, struck again, and took down another one. Wang Chen, you should die. We will never let you go in Japan. Xue Huyue gritted her teeth, looking angrily at Wang Chen, but it seemed she had no way to deal with him. She didn't move, and neither did the soldiers. It's mutual, we are enemies. You won't let me go, and I won't let you go either. Wang Chen didn't care at all, continuing to reap the lives of those soldiers. Clearly, they were all skilled fighters, yet they were dying at the hands of Wang Chen, who was only level 30 and had no profession. This infuriated the soldiers and surprised the others present as well as the netizens watching. Why? Why were these soldiers standing there being killed? Did they have a problem with their brains? Wang Chen, I warn you, if you kill any more of us, you're dead for sure. Xue Huyue shouted angrily, and at this moment, she had lost her composure, no longer as calm as before. This was because Wang Chen had already killed half of the soldiers, each one standing there without resistance. At this moment, everyone could see that Xue Huyue could only rage helplessly, unable to do anything. This situation had turned around in a way that was quite interesting. What was once an advantage for Japan had suddenly changed. This transformation was also intriguing and made the people of Huaxia feel very excited. This is just temporary. What use is Wang Chen's arrogance now? He'll suffer later. It's just a few people he killed. There are so many like that in Japan, and they have experts everywhere. Exactly, it's just a few people. What's there to be arrogant about? When the time comes, he won't even know how he died. I suggest checking on those few people above. They are definitely walking 50,000. If those words were spoken by the enemy, it would be quite normal, but the fact that they came from some people of Huaxia makes it very disgusting. Although I know their intentions, they act like repulsive entities, determined to make you feel sick, to the point where you can't stand it. Some are in it for the money, some are just self-righteous, and others simply enjoy arguing. However, these people are in the minority and will soon be drowned out by the voices of others. But these individuals are either argumentative or paid off, and there are those with abnormal minds who, instead of feeling inferior when criticized, feel proud. The more they speak, the more energized they become. Fortunately, Wang Chen has already made a change. He has killed all the enemies, leaving only Xue Huyu. Don't come over, Xue Huyu said sharply, but her expression now seemed strange to everyone. Is she acting cute? This is the difference between the strong and the weak. In front of the strong, threats are meaningless and instead come off as cute. Although no one knows what the current situation is, he is the strong one now. Wang Chen doesn't explain the situation. Everyone is still in the dark about how he appeared and what is happening. Everything is a mystery. Wang Chen simply tells Xue Huyu, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. If I did, the people below would know what happened, and they would run away." At this moment, everyone understands that the reason Wang Chen hasn't killed Xue Huyu is simply because there are still enemies below. After hearing Wang Chen's words, Xue Huyu's expression changes, but she quickly sneers. With just you, a level 30 without a profession, what can you do? The only reason you were able to kill them just now was because when the sacrificial formation was activated, it connected to the hellish space, rendering their bodies immobile, which gave you the opportunity. Xue Huyu said coldly. Although this is true, she still feels that there is something off about Wang Chen. If he goes over, it might jeopardize the whole thing. She isn't afraid of Wang Chen killing those people, just afraid of failure. Of course, killing those people could also lead to failure. But can Wang Chen really do that? It's clearly impossible. You're right, I definitely can't do this alone, so I need to find a few people to help me. Wang Chen looks at Xue Xian. At this moment, Xue Xian also wants to help, but she knows her body can't handle it, even if the control of the formation disappears. What she didn't expect was that Wang Chen suddenly showed a shocked expression and said, "Strange, why are you still so weak? You actually cleared my medicine. What a talent. You could have at least restored over 50% of your strength, which would have been enough to deal with these people. 50% of strength is not the same as 50% of level. The increase in strength per level adds tens of thousands of health points, so you can't measure strength by level alone. For Xue Xian's strength, 50% would be equivalent to a drop of about 10 levels, meaning she could be around level 70. At level 70, she could already go down and kill those enemies. What? They cleared your medicine? I didn't know that, I just followed their arrangements. I know, this has nothing to do with you, but right now, you can't help. Your current situation is only slightly better than mine. Principal Gu, it's up to you now, and you too, old Wu. Wang Chen said at this moment. Principal Gu? Wasn't he just knocked out? Everyone was puzzled, but soon they noticed Principal Gu standing there, back straight, looking as if he was perfectly fine, even better than before, as if he hadn't been injured at all. What is going on? In fact, when Principal Gu collided with the Martyr's Monument, Wang Chen was their carving characters, naturally taking over for Principal Gu and sticking a talisman on him, allowing Principal Gu to withstand the pressure from the formation. Once Principal Gu's strength was restored, he could be said to be very formidable here, and killing the little devils below would definitely be no problem. Therefore, Principal Gu was also rubbing his fists in anticipation. As for Old Wu, he immediately voiced his presence, saying, "Before you ask for my help, shouldn't you first resolve my situation?" Everyone wanted to know what method Wang Chen had to help people break free from this formation. If it could be cracked, then this formation would be rendered completely useless in the future. Originally, this formation was quite complicated, with conditions tightly restricted, and now there was a way to break it, making anyone who used it a fool. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Wang Chen revealed the answer. His method was a yellow talisman. Just a yellow talisman stuck on Old Wu, and a golden light flashed across him, allowing him to stand up, his face filled with shock, and then with a casual wave, power exploded around him. What kind of talisman is this? Why can it break this formation? How do you have such skills? Aren't you unclassed? This was a question everyone wanted to ask, but not everyone was present, and those who were there had little strength left, except for a few. Among them was Xue Huyue, who helped ask this question. This is called a protective talisman. I spent some time learning it. It has nothing to do with any profession. It's a kind of mystical ability belonging to Taoism. However, making this talisman is a bit troublesome. I only have a few, Wang Chen said directly. Few believed his words, but they had no choice but to listen, especially since Wang Chen then used one on Ning Meng and Haitang, allowing the two women to recover, as well as on Dugufeng. Wang Chen, do you have to do this? Didn't you just lie to us saying you only had a few? If you have them, why not let us use them? You even gave one to Dugufeng, an outsider. After all, we are classmates for many years. Yeah, are you being tempted by her beauty? That's being fickle. Get lost, you illiterates. That's called forgetting loyalty for beauty. The students from Linhai High School shouted, and leading the charge were Shangwan Huniu and Xiahou Taiju. Without these two oddballs starting it, probably not so many people would have reacted. Let's go, kill the devils. Wang Chen ignored these classmates and directly led the team to kill underground. The devils below were no fewer than those above, and these devils were the ones who created the barrier. They had to be killed. Boss Ling Feng, what exactly is going on? How did you survive? What is your relationship with Xue Huyue? You seem very close. Also, why did you disguise yourself as a sculptor to come in? Why did you only act at the end? Is it because you look handsome like this? Ning Meng asked all her questions in one breath, even thinking if she had missed anything and whether she should add more. Right, why did you bring us down, and what are we going to do now? At this moment, Wang Chen was bringing 5 people down, descending in the elevator to the underground, and he had already distributed the plan to everyone through the wristbands in the form of text messages, so it was accurate. While sending, it seemed he hadn't given Ning Meng any special tasks, so she naturally felt there was no topic at the moment and found some questions to ask. With so many questions, which one do you want me to answer first? Wang Chen's mind could run multiple lines. While talking to Ning Meng, he was also discussing the details of the upcoming battle with others. He wanted all the devils inside to die underground while ensuring that his side suffered no casualties. The reason he entered as a sculptor was partly to lure the snake out of its hole and then strike at its vital point. He had used his heavenly eye to see that the best moment to act was when the other party initiated the summoning ritual, allowing him to kill those people without a scratch. Now he was doing the same thing, enabling Principal Gu and the others to strike at the best location at the optimal time. Everything was meticulously planned. As long as they followed Wang Chen's arrangements, there would basically be no issues. At this moment, everyone also noticed the question Ning Meng asked, speculating on what she would inquire about, but they never expected her to ask, "What is your relationship with Xue Huyu?" Which Xue Huyu are you referring to, the one you just saw? Of course, is there another one? Ning Meng immediately replied, feeling that Wang Chen's question was unnecessary. However, for the others, hearing this statement was different. They sensed that there was something more to it. If it's the one from just now, I don't know her, I know another one. Wang Chen's answer confirmed their suspicions, but it also left Ning Meng looking surprised. Are you saying there is another Xue Huyu? At this moment, Du Gufeng was also curious and asked eagerly. Well, this Xue Huyu, although she looks almost identical to the one I met before, they are actually 2 different people. Wang Chen nodded. If he didn't want to reveal that he had turned Xue Huyu into a beast, he would have summoned Xiao Bai by now. Yes, that Xue Huyu was not Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai had never left Wang Chen and certainly wasn't sent by him to deceive the enemy and then work together to eliminate them. Wang Chen wanted to do that, but he hadn't realized that idea yet. Currently, Xuehuyu was still in the space of the demon refining pot, enjoying its spiritual energy and enhancing her strength. How can you be sure that wasn't Xuehuyu? Did you really kill her? Sort of. If killing the soul counts as killing, then it should be considered so. What do you mean? If it is, it is, if it isn't, it isn't. Why do you speak like that? Du Gufeng said bluntly. I understand Wang Chen's meaning. He means that although he didn't kill Xuehuyu, her death is related to him. At this moment, Hai Tang spoke up, unsure if she was helping Wang Chen cover up or genuinely thought so. After she glanced at Wang Chen's smiling eyes, it seemed he heard a voice, this time, you owe me a favor. Ugh, to think that this counts as owing a favor, how naive. Wang Chen, of course, ignored Hai Tang's gaze, pretending he hadn't seen it. In fact, even if he had seen it, he could act as if he didn't know. Perhaps Hai Tang was just trying to protect him? That's about it. At that time, I led the pursuing enemy soldiers into a secret realm. This secret realm is like a murder mystery game, and I play an important role in it. If I die, the plot can't continue, and they will die too, so in the end, they didn't dare to lay a hand on me. Wang Chen briefly explained the secret realm and shared its strategies, aiming to enhance everyone's experience and knowledge, so they could reference it if they encountered something similar. While they were talking, their actions were also in progress, with 5 people harvesting the lives of the enemy soldiers. Yes, 5 people, aside from Ning Meng, Wang Chen himself would definitely take action. Killing the enemy was an opportunity not to be missed. If it were in his past life, killing one would be something to boast about for a lifetime, and killing so many could warrant a whole page in the family tree. If you were a bit stronger, you could even open a family tree. In the future, you would be an ancestor. Perhaps your name won't appear in history, but your descendants will remember your existence and know your deeds. That would be quite satisfying, right? Of course, Wang Chen, Hai Tang, and Du Gufeng can only deal with the weaker ones or team up to tackle some of the stronger enemies. In Wang Chen's plan, everyone has their own roadmap, but each person will encounter teammates along the way and cooperate to eliminate some of the enemies. I must say, everyone was quite surprised when they saw Wang Chen's plan, especially after it was realized. It felt unbelievable. The plan was so clever, and it even accounted for where others were at the time, which seemed impossible, yet it was accomplished. Although they didn't know how it was done, achieving it was a good thing, and they were still happily killing enemies. While they were killing enemies, Wang Chen was chatting with Ning Meng. As he was the one leading her forward, they were together. The topic continued from before, and Wang Chen answered, although his response left everyone feeling a bit incredulous, but just like before, it wasn't surprising that Wang Chen could calculate it. So how did you survive? We all saw the video of you being killed. That can't be wrong, right? This question puzzled everyone. Wang Chen's body had been found, so how was he not dead? That was just a substitute. I learned a kind of Taoist technique in the secret realm. It's quite miraculous, Wang Chen replied. So that's how it is. I thought you had a clone, like Shui Xian, old Wu suddenly interjected. Shui Xian's clone is just like the real thing, so it could naturally look like a corpse. Yes, that's right. If only I could do Shui Xian's clone. Wang Chen nodded immediately, showing an envious expression. Of course, he wanted Shui Xian's cloning talent. One of the reasons he helped Shui Xian was this. However, it seemed impossible. Just because Shui Xian showed her clone once in front of him, could he learn it? If he could learn it, it would be like winning the lottery with consecutive numbers, and you just happened to buy it. That was absolutely impossible, right? As the 6 of them split up and fought their way through, they quickly reached the most critical place, but at this crucial spot, they were surrounded. It was a group of powerful enemies, averaging level 60 in the 3rd transition, with the strongest being the one who stepped forward, a crawling half-beast with snake-like eyes and a tongue like a snake's fork, but it could also be lizard-like. Wang Chen thought it should be the type of sand saw. It's him! Yamamoto Yuduan! Principal Gu and Old Wu exclaimed in the team, clearly recognizing Yamamoto Yuduan. Soon, Wang Chen and the younger generation also found information. This Yamamoto Yuduan was also a famous enemy, a formidable rival to Huaxia. On the list of enemies that Huaxia had issued, he ranked over 100, but being over 100 in a country indicates how strong he is. His strength stood out among this group of enemies, directly reaching level 80 in the 4th transition. Indeed, with such actions, how could there not be a few experts stationed? Meanwhile, this Yamamoto Yuduan seemed somewhat familiar with Principal Gu and Old Wu. Isn't this Gu Tian? Last time I killed your disciple, why didn't you come for revenge? Truly disappointing. When I was young, I killed your girlfriend, and you fought me to the death. Later, I killed your brother, and you wanted to fight again. Why haven't you come? I've been waiting for you. Ha ha ha. Yamamoto Yuduan was quite arrogant, directly mocking Principal Gu to his face, causing Gu to clench his fists tightly, making a cracking sound. However, he did not go up. If it were just Yamamoto, he would have charged in directly. He did not believe his strength was weaker than the opponent's. But at this moment, Yamamoto was not alone. It wasn't just those small fry, but he had two other equally powerful enemies by his side. They were also figures on the list of must-kill enemies, and killing them would earn a reward of over 100 million from Huaxia, not to mention other honors and prizes. One of these enemies was called Frog 6, as his family belonged to the frog-type half-beasts, and his head was that of a frog. The other was called Feather Garment, a female half-beast resembling a bird of prey. At this moment, Feather Garment continued, "What's the situation up there? That woman, Snowfoxheart, really can't compare to her sister. She's too weak and has actually been chased down here by these Huaxia rats." Her tone was quite arrogant, but she indeed had the capital to be so. At this moment, the three of them alone could easily deal with Wang Chen and his group of 6, not to mention the other enemies around them. The situation looked dire for Wang Chen and his companions. However, Wang Chen himself showed no signs of tension. It was the principal Gu and Old Wu who were anxious, and Ning Meng was not too nervous because she trusted Wang Chen and did not understand the situation. For her, as long as Wang Chen was there, everything would be fine. How many life and death situations had they already survived together? She had been prepared to die when she first joined Wang Chen, and now that she had lived this long, it wasn't a loss. "You two go first, we'll hold them off here." Principal Gu and Old Wu stood in front, ready to sacrifice themselves to cover Wang Chen and the others' retreat. "Wang Chen, don't feel bad, this time it's not your fault. We've killed so many enemies that their plan can't be executed, so we've already made our contribution," Principal Gu said to Wang Chen, as if trying to comfort him. At this moment, he felt that Wang Chen would surely regret bringing everyone to this point, as all the previous actions had been arranged by Wang Chen. It seemed that Wang Chen's calculations were not entirely accurate. If even a small mistake occurred, it could lead to death, just like now. He did not blame Wang Chen. After all, it was already impressive that the plan had come this far. However, at that moment, Wang Chen spoke up, "You two go first, we'll hold them off here." "Why are you repeating my words? I said, Ning Meng and I will hold them off," Wang Chen said as he moved to the side and pressed against the wall, suddenly revealing a passage that could only accommodate one person. While he was speaking, he had already sent a message for the others to enter, so when the passage opened, Haitang and the others immediately rushed in. Haitang and Dugufeng did not hesitate, as they trusted Wang Chen and knew that at this moment, there was no point in talking about dying together. They should save as many as they could, or it would only waste the sacrifices of others and even drag them down. Principal Gu and the others hesitated for a moment, but thinking of Wang Chen's extraordinary calculating ability, plus the fact that he even knew about this passage, they figured he might have a way. At this moment, they chose to trust Wang Chen and quickly moved over. Wang Chen's next message was very simple: "After you go out, kill all the enemies you see. They are all technical personnel and small fry, which should be very easy for you." Indeed, the strong ones were all here, so there was no need to worry. Especially when Wang Chen opened this passage, all the other passages in the room were closed. Those passages were sealed with solid and thick blocking doors, and there were at least 7 such doors. Breaking through them directly would require a significant amount of time and effort, leaving no time for rescue. The scene suddenly transformed. It turned out that Wang Chen had calculated the enemy's appearance, but how did he know about these things? In the end, Wang Chen stood at the entrance alone, exuding an aura of one man holding back 1,000. "Boss Lingfeng, can you handle this alone?" Ning Meng, when asking a man, don't ask if he can do it. Even if he can't, he must. Wang Chen smiled, not looking back, because the enemy had already begun to move. The first to come were those ordinary little devils. After all, the real experts always strike last. Well, in reality, they thought that dealing with a level 30 non-professional like Wang Chen didn't require their own involvement, even their subordinates were unnecessary. Is he out of his mind, thinking he can hold back the tide alone? Guess how many seconds? Not even a second. The devils were mocking Wang Chen, feeling he was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The 3 leaders didn't want to speak, chatting about trivial matters, completely disregarding Wang Chen. However, something unexpected happened. Wang Chen directly used his shield to block the enemy's attack. Despite the level difference of dozens, and the gap between a third transition and a non-professional, he actually blocked the attack. A frontal attack at that. No one expected this, as Wang Chen's defensive ability was something the world had never seen before. Even Ning Meng behind him was stunned. Although she had seen Wang Chen block many high-level beasts, it had never reached this extent. This was a one-on-one direct confrontation, with no tricks involved. This was pure strength. This was what shocked everyone the most. If the whole world saw this, it would surely astonish everyone. The 3 leaders were now dumbfounded, watching Wang Chen, as he had already withstood dozens of attacks from their subordinates. While it couldn't be said he was unscathed, he was handling it with ease. This proved one thing: Wang Chen could indeed withstand these attacks, although they still found it hard to believe how he could do this. Yes, how could he do this? He was just a level 30 non-professional. How could he have such powerful defense? Although Wang Chen's vitality had been reduced somewhat, he had Ning Meng behind him healing and restoring him, and he quickly recovered. Given the current situation, even if their subordinates could take down Wang Chen, it would take a considerable amount of time, and the three leaders couldn't wait. Yui, you go. You have the most advantage here. Use your ultimate move and don't waste time, Yamamoto said to Yui, his tone resembling that of a superior addressing a subordinate. It seemed that although they were all leaders, their status and position still had significant differences. Yui was also very respectful towards Yamamoto, responding affirmatively before preparing her ultimate move. Yui flew into the air, her wings spread wide, floating in mid-air, gathering the essence of wind elements around her. The nearby air was wildly converging around her. If the people nearby weren't strong, they would have already been swept away. Boss Ling Feng, I feel her move could destroy the world. Can you handle it? Ning Mang asked worriedly from behind. No problem, I won't take a step back, Wang Chen said nonchalantly, instantly provoking Yui's anger. She had originally planned to charge up to her strongest, but now she felt it unnecessary. After all, dealing with someone like Wang Chen didn't require her to go all out. 80% would be enough. If she hadn't already reached over 70%, she would have thought 70% was sufficient. 80% reached. Super Falcon Strike. The more preparatory movements, the greater the power, accompanied by a loud shout that further enhanced the attack. Such moves required team coordination and time to execute, making them difficult to use in direct combat. However, Wang Chen was currently in a situation of being beaten and had no chance to counterattack, so she naturally used her abilities boldly. The 80% power was actually much stronger than when she fought with others. Therefore, this move was enough to deal with Wang Chen. What an overwhelming sense of pressure. My hair is standing on end. Ling Feng, let's escape. We can't die here. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not fear the lack of firewood, Ning Meng said behind Wang Chen, feeling that the pressure was too great, as if a tornado was right in front of her. However, she felt it was too late to say this, as the opponent's strike was already coming, and the speed was far faster than a falcon strike. The speed of an ordinary falcon can reach 390 kilometers per hour. If it were a beast, it would definitely be several times that, reaching the speed of sound. And this was a super one, so the speed was certainly beyond the speed of sound. In any case, Ning Meng heard the sound of a sonic boom. Then, she felt Wang Chen push her back, and almost simultaneously, she sensed a violent collision happening in front of her. This collision directly knocked Wang Chen back. If Wang Chen hadn't pushed her out, she would have been hit by Wang Chen, and the force would have seriously injured her. At that moment, Wang Chen flew backward, her entire back crashing against the top of the passage, dragging a long distance and leaving a long mark on the ceiling. Finally, Wang Chen fell to the ground. Life or death unknown. Logically, she should have already died because the opponent was too strong, and the power difference was too great. At this moment, Yui thought this way, walking forward with disdain, preparing to step over Wang Chen and continue chasing the people behind. However, at that moment, she saw Ning Meng had not left but was standing in front. Aren't you going to escape? Ah, should I escape? Oh, I'm escaping. Ning Meng looked as if she had just realized it, turned around, and fled. This situation made Yui wonder if the other person's mind had some issues. Yes, there must be a problem. Forget it, what could someone with a problematic mind be thinking? Hurry up and kill them. Just as she stepped over Wang Chen, a sudden sense of crisis emerged. She was puzzled. This auxiliary police officer clearly had no one around, so how could there be such a sense of crisis? Was she mistaken? No, she absolutely could not be wrong. It felt as if she was about to fall into a life and death situation. She was very sensitive to this, and her sixth sense had helped her escape many disasters. But this time, she was not prepared to believe it because she felt there could not be any problem. There was only a corpse here. Surely, this corpse wouldn't suddenly jump up and kill me. Just as she scoffed at this thought, a sudden pain shot through her lower body, as if something had pierced her, directly penetrating her body and stabbing into her heart. At that moment, she widened her eyes, looking at the already vanished corpse on the ground, and she understood that it was definitely Wang Chen who had ambushed her. You Chinese, shameless and despicable. She knew she was going to die, just didn't expect to die in such a suffocating manner. Even though she was much stronger than Wang Chen's sword might not even be able to break her defense, but she never thought the enemy would be so cunning and despicable. They actually exploited her weakness, allowing her body to be easily destroyed, leaving only endless regret and unwillingness, along with a hint of shame. This was the difference between reality and games. In games, weaknesses are set, and even if broken, it might not matter. In reality, once such weaknesses are discovered, as long as the opponent utilizes them well, they can easily achieve a one-hit kill, at least at this level. Thus, Yui fell down, leaving the people following behind dumbfounded, wondering what had just happened. Yui had just been like a proud victor returning home, so how did she suddenly change? What happened to her? And one more thing, she seemed to have said just now, "Don't check my body, just go do what you need to do." Then, Yui collapsed. They didn't know how Yui died, but they believed this was her last wish, and they would respect it. Of course, this was just the thought of a few. At that moment, Yui only wanted to erase all traces of herself, not wanting anyone to discover the secret of her death, as if today had been in vain. Sure enough, things unfolded just as Yui had anticipated. The cause of her death was examined and revealed, and everyone's expressions were filled with shock and disbelief. At that moment, Wang Chen suddenly stood up, first giving Yui a few more hits to ensure she was completely dead. Then, he turned her around, pulled her body apart, and finally kicked it back. When Yui's body appeared, the people outside were bewildered. They thought Yui had killed a few people inside, never expecting that Yui was being chased at that moment. They had stabbed Yui a few times, which made her death even more thorough. Poor Yui. Lady Yui? Ah, I didn't mean to, I thought it was the enemy. How could it be Lady Yui? How could she be beaten out? This wound seems to be from a sneak attack from below. Was she violated? Despicable Huaxia people. In the end, Yui could not escape the fate of having her cause of death examined. Someone discovered that her wounds came from below, the most vulnerable part of a human being. No, it was the most painful part of all living beings. It was also the hardest place to defend. Generally, in most cases, attacks to this area come from below, making it nearly impossible. They couldn't understand what had happened. However, they all agreed on one thing: Wang Chen was despicable and shameless. If he weren't despicable and shameless, how could he use such a despicable and shameless tactic? Of course, if it were them, they would naturally use such tactics as well. After all, in life and death struggles, any tactic is fair game. Yamamoto, if he treats women like this, you better be careful. Frog Lu Lang said to Yamamoto, clearly not intending to go in. Why should I be careful? Can't you handle it yourself? Yamamoto immediately objected. Although Wang Chen had killed Yui, they didn't believe Wang Chen could kill him. It should just be a coincidence, and they could only blame Yui for her bad luck. So, he wasn't afraid of Wang Chen, nor was he afraid to go in. He just didn't like being ordered around, especially since Frog Lu Lang was strong enough to deal with Wang Chen. I'm not suitable, I can't perform well inside. Frog Lu Lang patted his big belly, his figure resembling that of a large frog, and with that body, he couldn't even fit through the passage. This left Yamamoto speechless, completely forgetting about the frog's size. I think Yui just accidentally failed. We don't need to intervene, but we can't let those little brothers act. Mitsui, you come. Yamamoto didn't want to take action himself, feeling it would undermine his status, and the Mitsui he called was his trusted aide, far stronger than ordinary lackeys. Of course, he meant the lackeys under him now. If these lackeys were placed outside, they would also be considered experts, and no one could believe Wang Chen could withstand these experts. After all, everyone here was at least at the third job transfer level, and even the lowest level for a third job transfer started at level 50, but a level 50 third job transfer would definitely not be a mere lackey. It was quite interesting here. The higher the level of job transfer, the weaker they tended to be. Talents would level up early and gain much higher attribute bonuses after job transferring and leveling up. Generally speaking, the second class change occurs before level 40. If one can achieve it at level 20, by the time they reach level 40, they will be significantly stronger than those who only change classes at level 40. More commonly, those who can change classes at level 30 are rare geniuses, and those at level 25 are extraordinary talents that appear once in a century. Shui Xian changed classes at level 23, making her a once-in-a-thousand-years prodigy. This is also why Shui Xian is highly regarded. Mitsui, on the other hand, changed classes at level 28 and will reach the third class change at level 53, with limitless potential for the future. Even Yamamoto believes that Mitsui will surpass him one day. The reason Mitsui is currently under Yamamoto is primarily because Yamamoto belongs to the Yamamoto family, which has a strong background, while Mitsui is just an ordinary person. Secondly, Mitsui has not yet grown into his full potential, so being a subordinate is quite normal. I almost forgot to mention the most important point. Mitsui is currently at level 68, with a third-class profession as a wind god archer. My arrows can pierce the heavens and break through the void. Mitsui drew the Artemis bow in his hands, and in an instant, powerful energy gathered on the bowstring, making it feel as if this charged arrow could truly tear through the void. Upon seeing this scene, Frog Lulang suddenly remembered that there was such a wind god archer who could attack from a distance, which meant there would be no danger. Oh, if that's the case, then didn't Yui sacrifice herself for nothing? Clearly, a ranged attack would suffice. There was no need to get close. Why did she have to attack herself? This was actually because no one had anticipated that Wang Chen could kill Yui, which was something that was absolutely impossible. Even now, they still doubted this point, feeling that something unknown must have happened. Arrow, pierced the void. Mitsui pulled back his bowstring to the maximum and then shouted loudly. The arrow shot forth like lightning, moving at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, and in an instant, it was before Wang Chen. The power contained in the arrow surged like a storm, pushing towards Wang Chen. In this narrow passage, the force was pushing the air pressure out, creating a powerful force that was pushing Wang Chen away, but this force was nowhere near as fast as the arrow. Therefore, at this moment, feeling the pressure created by the arrow meant that it was already over. Because of this, Ning Meng expressed her doubts. She clearly felt a powerful force pushing towards her, but the question was, why hadn't an arrow attacked yet? Boss Lingfeng, why do I feel a strong wind, but you haven't pierced my body? Logically, after this arrow shot over, you and I should have been hit by the same arrow, becoming a pair of pitiful lovebirds without lives. But why is there no reaction at all now? Ning Meng expressed her skepticism. Although she didn't understand some things very well, she was quite clear about the difference in levels and the strength Mitsui had just displayed. This arrow could kill both of them, and Wang Chen wouldn't be able to block it. Because I have already blocked this arrow, Wang Chen replied. You blocked it? That's impossible. I've heard of this Mitsui. His arrows can pierce the void and once ambushed a 4th-class Huaxia powerhouse, who is still lying in the hospital now. You can't possibly block it and come out unscathed. First of all, when I say I blocked it, that I blocked it. What's impossible about that? Otherwise, where do you think the arrow went at this moment? Does that speed allow you to ask such questions and still have time? Definitely not enough time. Even asking one word is already too late. And secondly, who said I came out unscathed? The arrow has already pierced through my back, didn't you see? Ah! At this moment, Ning Meng noticed that there seemed to be an arrowhead protruding from Wang Chen's waist, just barely sticking out, which was why she hadn't noticed it before. Are you okay? It's fine, I was lucky and managed to avoid all the vital spots, just a little flesh wound, Wang Chen said with a smile, as if it were truly just luck. In fact, he had calculated it, the arrow had passed through just right, missing all the internal organs, resulting in minimal damage. To him, this injury was merely a trivial matter. However, for the people on the opposite side, it was quite shocking, because Mitsui's arrow was not purely focused on that one point. The arrowhead carried terrifying destructive power, and once shot, it would damage everything nearby. How could Wang Chen seem unscathed? This was a bit unbelievable. But do you think this means you're fine? My arrow is coated with a deadly poison, the strongest poison in the world today, super cyanide. You're doomed. Mitsui laughed maniacally. Of course, the despicable Japanese would use poison. What? Wang Chen's face darkened. Super cyanide? The salmon scent, it really is. I. Wang Chen seemed to be in great pain, slowly collapsing to the ground. Dead? Go check it out. Seeing Wang Chen fall, Yamamoto sent a little brother to check the situation. He wouldn't go himself, nor could he let Mitsui go. Be quick, Yamamoto added. Now they were being delayed by Wang Chen, and their goal was to catch up with Haitang and the others. They were also worried about any unforeseen events that could lead to a failed plan. If that happened, even if they killed Wang Chen and the others, it would still be a mission failure. This was something they naturally could not allow. After hearing the order, the little brother immediately went to check, being a bit cautious, fearing that Wang Chen might be playing tricks. As it turned out, he was right, Wang Chen was indeed playing tricks. However, he couldn't dodge. Wang Chen's sword appeared from beneath him, once again piercing through a person's body. At that moment, he seemed to understand Yui's feelings and suddenly felt that he didn't want anyone to discover this. Dying like this felt a bit humiliating. However, he was relatively lucky, no one cared about his situation, and no one knew how he died. The people behind only saw him suddenly fall, and then they prepared for the next attack, which would smash his corpse to pieces. Because the people behind had already seen Wang Chen stand up again, clearly indicating to them that he was still alive and that the previous attack was his ambush. The reason Wang Chen stood up was that he understood that killing one was already good enough, there was no need to be greedy for more. He smiled at Mitsui, as if to say, your super cyanide seems to be of no use. Damn it, this Huaxiao person is indeed despicable. I can't be blamed for this, I will use that move, Mitsui shouted angrily, drawing his bow. At this moment, the bow began to absorb the wind energy around it, and Ning Meng could see Mitsui enveloped in a green energy, emitting a green light. This guy is really so green. Ning Meng first commented, then asked Wang Chen if he could handle it, while also using rejuvenation technique to heal him. At this time, the arrow in Wang Chen's body had already been pulled out, and the wound was healing at a visible speed. This was not the effect of the rejuvenation technique. Even the rejuvenation technique could only restore slowly. Wang Chen's recovery speed was extraordinary. Unless Ning Meng's rejuvenation technique had reached level 300, it would be impossible to achieve. So, this was Wang Chen's own recovery ability. His advanced body refining technique not only provided defense but also had an astonishing recovery power. However, as for Ning Meng, she clearly overlooked this point. After all, what was more important now was how to deal with Mitsui's attack, which should be even more formidable than the previous one. Since Wang Chen had already been hit by one arrow, it would certainly be difficult to dodge this next one. 9-star flash, Mitsui shouted again. I don't know why, but these little devils like to shout like this. It's very middle school, but they seem to be used to it, even in their everyday conversations. Well, don't think that only their films and television works have such dialogue. In reality, they are the same. It's just like some stories that also play out the same way in real life. After this shout, an arrow of light shot out, spinning forward with a greenish glow. This rotation doesn't mean the arrow is spinning in a straight line, it rotates while advancing along its path. Moreover, right after that, there were more arrows spinning in the same way. 1, 2, 3. 9 arrows formed a super arrow that spun together. This combined arrow looked like it could pierce through Wang Chen's entire body, creating a large hole from the force of the spin. This time, Wang Chen probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. Mitsui might have noticed Wang Chen's previous methods of deflection and targeted him deliberately. This move is called 9-star explosive flash. It certainly doesn't stop here. There might be more to come, and this explosive flash also indicates something. The word explosive speaks for itself. It will definitely explode, and flash should represent speed. In terms of speed, it was indeed very fast, arriving right in front of Wang Chen in an instant. At this moment, however, Wang Chen did not dodge, also because there was nowhere to escape. This passage could withstand 1,000 men, indicating he couldn't evade the enemy's attack. Everything has its pros and cons. Thus, Wang Chen was hit solidly by the spinning combined arrows, a total of 9, all striking his body, yet they did not cause his body to explode. This puzzled Mitsui a bit, but he didn't care, as the first hit had landed, and there would be more to follow, with the subsequent arrows being even more terrifying. Each time there were 9 arrows, a total of 9 times, making 81 arrows in total. After all these arrows hit their target, the energy condensed on the arrows began to explode. Bang bang! Bang bang! Wang Chen was hit by 81 arrows, and the arrows had now started to explode. The sensation of the explosions felt as if he were being swept by a machine gun, with blood bags bursting all over his body. Wang Chen's movements mirrored this, and he let out cries, eventually collapsing slowly to the ground. Dead again? Ning Meng stood behind, somewhat dazed, feeling that Wang Chen's current predicament seemed a bit like a performance, his acting too exaggerated, even she could see it. However, she couldn't be sure, so she immediately asked with concern, Boss Lingfeng, are you really dead? Dead. Fortunately, this was a voice call directly connected through their wristbands, known as team voice communication, otherwise, those little devils would definitely have jumped up. They had considered that Wang Chen might be deceiving them, but they never expected him to deceive himself like this. It was a bit too humiliating. This time, the devils did not plan to come in and check. They had learned a lesson once, and they weren't fools. Use all your ranged means to strike this Huaxia person first, then when you get close, just chop him down, regardless of whether he's dead or not. Yes. Thus, Mitsui continued to shoot arrows, while the others used ranged methods, throwing darts, bombs, and the like, all aimed at Wang Chen. At this moment, Wang Chen stood up again, clearly pretending, obviously not dead. The reason Wang Chen stood up was that he had to take the hits up front, otherwise, all these attacks would fall on Ning Meng. In this way, Wang Chen was turned into a porcupine by the barrage of ranged attacks, with not a single good spot left on his body, all injured on one side. Boss Lingfeng, you have to hold on, don't die. Ning Meng immediately used her rejuvenation technique on Wang Chen. She was very anxious. Her rejuvenation technique was a continuous healing method, not direct, and at this moment, she felt very powerless. She could only watch as Wang Chen's injuries worsened, the hidden weapons and arrows on his body increasing in number, his body pierced by who knows how many things. In this state, he looked as if he were already dead. If he were an ordinary person, he would have died hundreds of times by now, and even as a class changer, a level 40 defensive class would have died many times over. Yet Wang Chen was merely a level 30 without a class, so he must have died dozens of times already. Therefore, if he survived this time, we would all immediately commit seppuku. Wait! As one of the younger brothers approached, Mitsui suddenly called out, causing the Japanese soldiers to tense up immediately. Mitsui, did you see something? Yamamoto asked right away, signaling for the younger brother to hold back. He wouldn't sacrifice him for nothing. At that moment, the Japanese soldiers felt that Mitsui had discovered something. After all, Mitsui was an archer, with exceptional eyesight, and eagle eye was their important skill. An archer who couldn't see far would be of no use, no matter how accurate they were. This is why snipers use scopes. Without a scope, you can't see the target clearly, only get a rough idea. Without eagle eye, you might have extraordinary vision, able to see a coin 100 steps away, but with eagle eye, it's like having an 8 times magnifier, multiplying distance and detail. Moreover, this eagle eye could level up, allowing for even more detailed vision. So, at this moment, everyone naturally believed he could see more than they could. I can't see anything different. It's just like before. This coward from Huaxia is playing dead very well and is quite clever, always staying in the blind spot, Mitsui said, shaking his head. Then why did you tell us to wait? Yamamoto was puzzled. We couldn't afford to wait now, not knowing what was happening over there. We needed to act quickly. Just as he was about to say this, Mitsui spoke again. I think this isn't enough. Let me shoot this Huaxia coward with a few dozen more arrows. How much of a grudge do you have against him? Can't you see he's already like a hedgehog, covered in hidden weapons and arrows, blood everywhere, and you can even see some flesh on the ground? Are you sure you want to shoot him with a few dozen more arrows? Yamamoto spoke, not with a frown, but rather with a hint of excitement. He didn't expect Mitsui to be like him, enjoying such twisted things. Should they communicate more in the future? Well, shooting a few dozen arrows won't take much time, and besides, my arrows only consume a bit of energy, which recovers quickly, Mitsui said as he drew his bow. As he pulled back, an energy arrow naturally formed, the arrow appearing as solid as a physical object. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, dozens of arrows were shot in rapid succession. I don't know if everyone has seen those videos of fast archery, but archery can be very quick, and for a third-class archer like Mitsui, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he could shoot dozens of arrows in a second. Moreover, each arrow was powerful enough to potentially kill other level 30 class changers in one hit. However, this kind of speed couldn't be sustained. It was like the Pegasus meteor fist. Even if you were strong enough to use it 10 times in a row, you would need to stop and rest afterward. Mitsui didn't last 10 seconds, but he did for 3. This meant Wang Chen was hit by over 100 arrows. Mitsui and the other Japanese soldiers could see clearly that Wang Chen's body was shaking from the impact of the arrows. This kind of force couldn't be faked. Therefore, Wang Chen must have been hit solidly by over 100 arrows. At that moment, these Japanese soldiers were even more certain of one thing. Wang Chen was thoroughly dead, his body almost turning into a sieve. How could he still be alive? Meanwhile, they saw Ning Meng still behind, using rejuvenation techniques, looking anxious. Hee, these Huaxia women are just foolish. Knowing that the person is already dead, why bother with any revival techniques? It would be better to let us use it later, ha ha ha. At this moment, the younger brother stepped forward confidently, walking towards Wang Chen's corpse, his expression relaxed, completely unconcerned that Wang Chen might be playing dead. If Wang Chen were pretending to be dead, he would definitely die this way, and then he would regret it. You attack from the farthest distance first, don't be careless, Mitsui reminded the younger brother. Okay, got it. The younger brother appeared obedient, pulling out his spear, but he felt a bit resentful inside. You're being a bit too cautious. This Huaxia person's body looks like a sieve already, so why be so careful? Are you afraid of him turning into a zombie? Forget it, orders from above must be followed. Fire Dragon Splitting Wind Spear. As the younger brother's spear was unleashed, the atmosphere immediately changed, causing those of lower rank to turn pale. This move was not something they could withstand. This definitely placed him among the second-tier experts. And now, these people were merely younger brothers. At this moment, the spear seemed to transform into a fire dragon in the air. This was the dragon of Huaxia, not the Western dragon. After all, the Japanese liked to consider themselves the rightful heirs of Huaxia culture. The fantasy of this move was not fixed, it depended on the intent of the user, so for some, the fire dragon was a dragon, while for others, it was a true dragon. Regardless of which type it was, the fire dragon had two functions at this moment. First, it was about momentum, using momentum to put the opponent at a disadvantage. Don't think this is trivial, it actually has a significant effect. Momentum is very important, simply put, it's morale. One side's morale is high while the other's is suppressed. Second, it was about the condensation of energy. This needs no explanation, as it pertains to power, which is crucial. And no matter which type it is, the form is not what matters. What matters is that you believe it to be powerful enough to intimidate the opponent. At the end, the fire dragon all converged into the tip of the spear, condensing into a point, and then struck Wang Chen's corpse. Finally, that point of energy was injected into Wang Chen's body, and if the corpse couldn't withstand this force, then it would boom. The corpse exploded. With a loud bang, it was gone. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. The scene looked extremely bloody. Ah, Mitsui, it seems you were a bit too worried. It looks like Wang Chen was already dead long ago, wasting so much of our time and energy. Yamamoto laughed at this moment. He laughed for Mitsui's sake. If he didn't laugh, others would, and then Mitsui would be embarrassed. Indeed, everyone present wanted to say to Mitsui, "Is this what you meant by being cautious? A level 30 without a profession, this is his true level, this is normal. Making us so careful and spending so much time." Mitsui remained silent. He wanted to say that this was your order, Yamamoto, but others dared not speak against you, only laugh at me. However, did Wang Chen really die like this? Although this was how Wang Chen should have ended, it still felt a bit off. Alright, let's hurry over and kill the remaining Huaxia rats. We still need to support the upper ranks. Yes, the main task is urgent. At this moment, Frog Rokuro spoke, and he also crouched down, then transformed, becoming much smaller. This transformation was indeed apt. He really shook his body and then shrank significantly. This was Frog Rokuro's skill. His body could grow larger or smaller, but when he shrank, his strength would weaken a bit, so he just became small enough to pass through the passage. For safety, he walked in the middle of the group, but he never expected that something would go wrong in the middle. At that moment, his bulging toad-like eyes were wide open, feeling as if they were about to pop out. Impossible. You, how are you not dead? Toad Lu Lang walked down the corridor, just a few steps away from the exit. The person in front of him had already passed through and joined the others ahead. It goes without saying, the front was safe. He hadn't even considered that something might go wrong at this moment. If there was going to be a problem, it should have happened earlier. However, just then, a figure suddenly appeared from that direction, charging at him with a worn-out shield. What's going on? Aren't those our people ahead? Why are there others here at this time? Didn't our people just check outside and say it was safe, without finding any anomalies? Could it be that they have all betrayed Lord Beast Emperor? But these thoughts only flashed through Toad Lu Lang's mind for an instant before being filtered out, as he needed to deal with the sudden change before him. A worn-out shield, clearly not a high-quality item. Although some high-end equipment can be old yet still contain powerful energy, this shield was purely dilapidated, feeling as if it would shatter upon contact. Humph! Toad Lu Lang bent down, took a breath, and his neck began to swell. At that moment, someone in his heart could only think one thing: Toad Divine Skill, First Form. Boom! Toad Lu Lang crashed into the shield, which shattered at that moment, and the shield bearer staggered back several steps but ultimately managed to stand firm. At this point, Toad Lu Lang and the people behind him finally saw the figure clearly, their faces filled with terror, as if they had encountered a ghost. Indeed, they had encountered a ghost, for the person was none other than Wang Chen, whose body had already exploded. How are you not dead? Impossible, your body has already. No, wait, you had your body dissected before, you must have some skill that allows you to create a real clone. Toad Lu Lang looked at Wang Chen and immediately guessed some clues. In fact, despite Toad Lu Lang's large stature and strength, he was not just brawn without brains, he was the smartest one here. Otherwise, he wouldn't let others charge ahead while he always stayed in the safest position. Yet, no matter how smart he was, he couldn't fathom how Wang Chen was alive, nor could he understand what Wang Chen charging out at this moment meant. Logically, since Wang Chen had faked his death, he should have been hiding behind. Why was he still at the front? There must be some purpose behind this. Yes, you guessed correctly, I can create clones. My clones are just like the water immortals, not only real, but everything the clone learns ultimately returns to me. Did you not expect that? At that moment, Wang Chen directly revealed the answer, but no one believed it. Impossible. This thought sprang up in everyone's mind, and some even voiced it out loud, including the hidden Ning Meng, who also felt it was impossible. Although she had been with Wang Chen for a long time, she had no idea he could learn others' talents. She had never witnessed his swordsmanship. Not to mention her, there wasn't a single person in this world who knew about Wang Chen's ability. No one knew he could learn others' skills so quickly. In fact, even if they did know, they wouldn't believe Wang Chen could learn the water immortal's talent, because it was too unbelievable. Wang Chen had only seen it once, and he learned it in one go. Could such a good thing really happen? You don't believe it? Then I'll just make up a reason. It's actually just a prop called a substitute doll, which I obtained in the secret realm. Wang Chen smiled, and since they didn't believe him, he decided to fabricate a story. However, he believed that others would actually believe this nonsense. So that's how it is. Indeed, everyone believed this fabrication. Wang Chen didn't care, because it didn't matter whether others believed it or not. He had practiced advanced body refining techniques with his clones, and now it didn't matter if he practiced explosive body techniques. By collecting the clones, he could gain all their achievements. This was one of the reasons why Shui Xian was so extraordinary. Not only was his talent level high, but his practicality was also incredibly strong. Clones could not only increase strength but also transfer all upgrade effects, skill proficiency, and other learning effects back to the true body. Even if the clones were shattered, he could still collect them. As long as the true body was close to the clone, it could gather the fragments, and the true body could sense where the clone was located. For Wang Chen, this was an epic enhancement because he could let the clones endure various fatal injuries, allowing him to improve his body refining techniques more quickly. There was a limitation, though. Once a clone was killed, it would take a few days to use it again, but as long as it wasn't dead, it could be collected and used at any time. Of course, this was based on the current level. In the future, as the clones level increased, not only would the time be shorter, but there could also be more clones. That was all a matter for the future. Right now, Wang Chen still had to face Frog Lu Lang. After confirming that Wang Chen had a substitute doll, Frog Lu Lang didn't care about anything else and decided to kill Wang Chen first. "Are you all dead? Hurry up and give him some attacks from behind," Frog Lu Lang shouted at the outside minions. At the same time, he immediately unleashed his Frog Divine Art, second style. He thought that if his little brothers outside hadn't betrayed him and came back to attack, then with a pincer attack from both sides, Wang Chen would definitely die. If they had betrayed him, this statement could also disturb Wang Chen's mind, and his move could kill the opponent. With the opponent's level 30 strength, using skills was unnecessary. Just lying down and attacking again would suffice. What? His body had shrunk, and his strength had weakened? Even if he was weaker, he was still 100 times stronger than Wang Chen, who was level 30 with no profession. Well, at least dozens of times stronger. 10 times would be enough. When Frog Lu Lang used the Frog Divine Art, second style against Wang Chen, he found that Wang Chen's little brothers did not come over, and he felt that those people had betrayed him. However, he soon heard sounds of fighting outside and seemed to understand that there were also ambushes on that side. He didn't know the specifics, he was only thinking about killing Wang Chen. At this moment, Wang Chen crossed his arms, with his forearms facing Frog Lu Lang, and the two small shields on his battlesuit perfectly blocked Frog Lu Lang's attack. Boom! A loud noise. Wang Chen was knocked back. This result made Frog Lu Lang very unhappy because Wang Chen did not fly out. So, he began the third style. Continuing forward, Wang Chen was pushed back again. Just like that, Wang Chen was forced out of the passage. At this point, Frog Lu Lang and the other minions felt victory was within their grasp. But he forgot an important point, that was, when he left the passage, suddenly, a sword and a knife stabbed towards his neck, along with a punch descending from the sky. Inside the passage, Wang Chen was facing them. One man could guard the pass against 10,000. Once out of the passage, he would be surrounded. At this moment, Frog Lu Lang's face changed dramatically because he remembered that his reduced size had greatly diminished his strength. Among the three who ambushed him, two were experts, and those two were Old Wu and Principal Gu. Principal Gu's punch hit Frog Lu Lang's big head, Old Wu's knife pierced into Frog Lu Lang's neck, and beside them, Haitang assisted with her sword technique, stabbing in. The first two were fatal, while Haitang's sword, taking advantage of the reduced defense after the fatal injury, also inflicted deadly damage. At this moment, Frog Lu Lang really wanted to ask, "Why are you here? Weren't you supposed to be chasing those technicians?" If he had asked this question, Ning Mang would definitely have told him. Who said that chasing technicians means you can't make a surprise attack? Under Wang Chen's arrangement, the three had indeed killed quite a few Japanese soldiers, but they returned in the middle because killing Frog Lu Lang was more important. After killing Frog Lu Lang, with the enemy trapped in this passage, the situation instantly reversed. Indeed, this passage was not only an escape route for Wang Chen and the others, but it was also a deadly throat that trapped the Japanese soldiers. This point was quickly understood by Yamamoto and the others. After this incident, they became even more convinced of Wang Chen's calculating abilities, as he had arranged everything almost to the second. When they arrived, they also conveniently dealt with those who had gone out earlier. Those people had already fallen into the trap set by Wang Chen's clone. This trap required Ning Meng's assistance, as she summoned the poisonous vines. This was Ning Meng's role here. In fact, without this role, Wang Chen had no intention of making her run around too much. Another point was that Ning Meng used rejuvenation techniques on the clone, which made people believe that was Wang Chen's true self. At this moment, everyone still hadn't figured out how Wang Chen had left, thinking it was just the role of a substitute doll. Even Ning Meng and the others believed it was the substitute doll's effect, not that Wang Chen had learned the water fairy's cloning technique. Wang Chen didn't explain this, it was fine as it was. Back to the main topic. At this time, Wang Chen gathered all his strength and charged towards Frog Lu Lang, who had been hit by 3 deadly attacks. Boom! Frog Lu Lang was knocked back into the passage, and since it had just shrunk, after dying, it expanded again, getting stuck inside. This was to prevent the enemy from coming out. If it could block even a little, it would. Now, the people inside had to expend energy to get out, while they could rest on their side. Another point was, you can continue to kill the Japanese soldiers, I'll hold them off here. They must be suspicious that you are still around and will have some reservations, Wang Chen said to Principal Gu and the others, urging them to continue their unfinished business. The 3 naturally completely trusted Wang Chen's arrangement, knowing that there would be no problem with him here, and left. Of course, as they left, they reminded Wang Chen to be careful. They also knew that as long as they dealt with those people and destroyed the barrier magic, the people above would be fine, and reinforcements would arrive. The Japanese soldiers here wouldn't be able to escape. In fact, as long as the barrier was removed, not to mention reinforcements, even the people inside the barrier could recover and have the strength to fight. The most important thing was that once the people left, the sacrifices could not be made. Colonel Yamamoto, what should we do? Mitsui asked Yamamoto, turning slightly to look back. He was also at a loss because, at this moment, others were asking him the same question. The people in front stared blankly at the blocked passage. At this moment, breaking through was not an option, and not breaking through meant just waiting here. What else can we do? Naturally, we move forward. Do you think we have a way to retreat? Yamamoto said helplessly, not expecting the situation to change so quickly, with the roles of attack and defense reversed. At this moment, he hadn't had time to think deeply. If he had, he would feel as if everything was being controlled by someone, as if everything was in the grasp of an invisible hand. This wasn't just what he was experiencing now, he suspected it had been the same before. The reason they had come here, planning to kill the water fairy and summon demons, might have been the result someone wanted, aiming to catch all of them in one net. Impossible, it couldn't be that someone could calculate this, it was just a coincidence. I really overthought it. Get the dead toad in front of me opened up. Yamamoto shouted to the little brother in front. We can't open it. Todorokiro's body is too strong. We can't cut through his skin. I heard that when a toad is opened up, it shoots out something, and it's poisonous. Is that true? I've heard that too. Should we break it open? How would I know? Ask the higher-ups. So, the question returned to Yamamoto. He fell silent for a moment and ordered, break it open. If you wait any longer, the people from Huaxia will have more time to destroy our formation. By then, when they break in, we will all be done for. Yes. Mitsui and the other Japanese also understood the urgency of the situation and began their methods, quickly resolving the issue. Although Todorokiro's flesh was tough, it was still flesh and blood. As for the venom, it was indeed real, but it wasn't a big deal, it was just one little brother who died. Such a sacrifice was worth it. In Yamamoto's eyes, it was nothing. As long as there was value, he could let all the little brothers here die. And how much value it was, whether the little brothers felt it was as heavy as Mount Tai or if he viewed it as light as a feather, was irrelevant. In short, you have the value of dying. At this moment, Yamamoto also displayed great sorrow, which he was quite good at, otherwise, he wouldn't have so many little brothers following him. However, while they were clearing Todorokiro's body, they discovered something strange. There was no blood in Todorokiro's corpse, otherwise, the scene would have looked very bloody. Why was there no blood? Mitsui and the others were actually quite clear about this. It must have been drained by Wang Chen's blood-drinking sword. They were familiar with Wang Chen's sword, which was well known. Sometimes, even useless things have a certain notoriety. In any case, they were facing Wang Chen once again, and this time, Wang Chen was not blocking the passage but standing outside, and he was standing quite far away. Should they go out? At this moment, the Japanese were hesitant again because, after the lesson from Todorokiro, they suspected someone was waiting to ambush them at the entrance. If they went out, they might be killed. However, at this moment, not going out was not an option. The problem returned to Yamamoto. Suddenly, he felt like his brain was starting to function, and he began to analyze the situation. In his analysis, he thought, we must rush out. No matter if he has an ambush, we have to charge. Everyone can rush together, that way, the opponent won't have time to ambush us. Alright, follow my command. When I say 1, 2, 3, you all rush. 1, 2, 3, rush out. Kill the chicken. The first little brother rushed out. He was a defensive type, destined to be at the front. At that moment, he was already prepared to get hurt, even ready to die. But after he rushed out, he found that nothing happened to him. He looked around and found that there was no one here, just a ground full of corpses. Those corpses were their companions. He recognized them. However, it seemed that these corpses had all been drained, looking very eerie, and the empty space made one feel even more uneasy. Fortunately, more Japanese were coming from behind. Those Japanese shouted, "Kill the chicken!" to motivate themselves, hoping not to be ambushed, thinking that those in front had a chance to win. Just like the first little brother, after seeing the situation outside, they were a bit dazed and uneasy. Thankfully, as more and more people arrived, they became much bolder. As more and more people gathered, they became less concerned about the situation outside, letting their guard down a bit. However, at that moment, a mechanism suddenly activated, taking out a remote profession with relatively weak defenses from behind. This mechanism was quite clever, requiring about 10 people to activate it, and by sheer coincidence, it struck the vital point of that remote profession. If it had been someone else, they might not have died, but it just had to be this person. Was this a coincidence? At that moment, Yamamoto felt a chill in his heart. He increasingly sensed that there was something more to this situation. He believed in the supernatural, so naturally, he was suspicious. Could it be that heaven was helping this group of lowly people from Huaxia? Yamamoto thought about it, but he still had to do what needed to be done. After the group of soldiers emerged, they discovered that this place was a sealed chamber, with no idea where the exit was. They immediately understood that this was Wang Chen's second line of defense. Even if he retreated, he could still buy time. Was this kid being a bit too cautious? No, Wang Chen wasn't just being cautious at the first line of defense, he had actually killed 2 major generals, Yui and Hima. It seemed he wasn't just holding the line, he had won a complete victory in the first battle. However, the soldiers would never admit this, denying it deep down. Check the surroundings carefully, I feel like there's something here. Yamamoto once again became the focus of attention. This time, without anyone needing to say it, he had already given the orders. It wasn't that he was overly suspicious. In such moments and environments, caution was essential, and the other soldiers understood this as well. They carefully examined everything in the room, not daring to touch anything lightly, even the corpses on the ground. They felt it was normal to tamper with the bodies, like planting poison or explosives. They would do such things. Soon, they discovered that there seemed to be no traps here. They had searched through everything and found nothing. Damn it, he's toying with us, making us think there's something here to delay our time. Exactly, if we had checked normally, we would have finished 10 minutes ago. Now we've wasted 10 minutes for nothing. A lot can happen in 10 minutes, even breaking the barrier. Quickly find out where the exit is. Yamamoto and the others were getting anxious. They felt they were about to face a dire situation, confronted with something terrifying. This feeling was strong and intensified as time passed. Hurry, check here, here, and here. Here, here, here. Press this. Activate this with water magic. Yamamoto and Mitsui began instructing their subordinates to check things. Their abilities seemed decent, able to notice some differences, but the results were just illusions and traps. Boom! When one area was checked and magic was used, it activated a switch for a mechanism. After several checks, the final switch was triggered. Then, a soldier standing at the back was struck dead by a bolt of lightning. He was a half-beastman who was extremely afraid of lightning attacks. He had been slacking off at the back, pretending to be busy with ideas, but in reality, he was just avoiding threats. But he never expected that his behavior would ultimately make him a victim. Damn it, if I had gone to work in front, would I have been safe? This was his final thought, but it was too late. The occurrence stunned the soldiers. They never expected Wang Chen could arrange such a clever mechanism precisely targeting a companion's weakness. If one instance could be called a coincidence, what about 2? 3? Their thoughts about Wang Chen began to change, becoming somewhat fearful. Such a person, regardless of talent, must not be left alive. They had to report this to their superiors and make them aware of the situation. However, due to the barrier at that moment, they were unable to send out this information, which was a good thing for Wang Chen. After the Thunderbolt mechanism, they became more cautious, and their search progress slowed significantly. However, after that, they did not trigger any more mechanisms, as there were none left. It was already difficult for Wang Chen to create such a mechanism. It had consumed the talismans he made from the 9 Uncles' secret realm, and if he wanted to do it again, he would need to find another way. I found it. This is the exit. I didn't expect this exit to be so close to the entrance. In the end, the Japanese soldiers found the exit, but they didn't expect it to be less than 3 meters away from the entrance. It was a case of darkness under the lamp. Should we go in? This exit, like the entrance, was very narrow, allowing only one person to enter or exit at a time, making it feel very dangerous. If someone inside played tricks, this group of Japanese soldiers would be trapped inside. You go in first, then you, one by one. Wait until the one in front comes out before the next goes in, Yamamoto carefully arranged. All the Japanese soldiers felt that there would be something in this passage, and in fact, there really was. Not long after the first Japanese soldier entered, there were screams from inside, and then silence followed. What happened? Yamamoto looked at Mitsui, who had sharp eyes. But at that moment, Mitsui helplessly shook his head and said, "It turned a corner, I can't see." Alright, he has eagle eyes, not X-ray vision. So, Yamamoto could only let the others go in, they couldn't wait here any longer. As a result, they discovered that inside was just a small illusion like a haunted house. The people inside were fine, they were just scared, but their voices were cut off. Each person who went in experienced the same, which caused the few behind to become frightened as well, slowing their pace even more. It was obvious that Wang Chen was stalling for time, which made Yamamoto and the others feel very uneasy. While they were still searching for Wang Chen, they suddenly felt a change in the nearby space. The barrier has disappeared. We're done for, we're doomed. Once the barrier disappeared, it meant that the experts from the Northern Town Army could enter. Even if these Japanese soldiers were unharmed, they would be easily wiped out. Moreover, they were already suffering heavy losses. It's over, everything is over. Why did it come to this? Wasn't it going smoothly at first? We even opened champagne in advance. It seems that opening champagne early really is bad luck. Boss Ling Feng, are we just going to leave those Japanese soldiers? They're still underground, and we're just going to come up? In the elevator, Ning Mang asked this question. The others in the elevator were also curious because they hadn't killed all the Japanese soldiers, they had only killed those controlling the barrier and destroyed it. Then, Wang Chen had everyone enter the elevator to come up. Below, not to mention Yamamoto and the others, even some other Japanese soldiers had not been completely eliminated, and now the elevator was going back to the surface. That's enough, we've done enough. The rest should be left to others. One more thing, if we don't leave now, it will be dangerous. Wang Chen's final words were crucial, staying would bring danger. It was time to pull back, surviving in war and preserving strength was also very important. As long as it wasn't a situation where one had to sacrifice, preserving the lives of oneself and comrades was the most important thing. If a comrade's life conflicts with one's own, and surviving is only slightly more important, many people will still choose to sacrifice themselves. Don't ask, those who question or doubt this won't understand. Boom! The elevator once again broke through the ground, appearing in front of everyone. This was a new elevator. Meanwhile, the situation outside was quite tense, it wasn't as easy as imagined, and the enemy had not been easily subdued. Both sides were in a stalemate, and Wang Chen's elevator appeared right in the midst of the two forces. This made the entire scene very strange, everyone seemed a bit dazed, and those on the ground, as well as those in the live broadcast room, seemed to have forgotten Wang Chen's presence. It was no wonder they forgot so easily, the recent changes on the ground were shocking, leaving them momentarily overwhelmed and forgetting about Wang Chen and the others. At this moment, Principal Gu and Old Wu were also quite surprised. He looked toward Xue Huxin's side, where she was supposed to be alone, but now there were many people around her. They realized why Wang Chen had rushed up instead of staying below to kill the enemy. There had been such a significant change above that their role below was no longer as crucial. What's going on? Wasn't that vixen supposed to be alone? Why are there people around her now, and they look like our people? At this moment, Ning Meng quietly asked Wang Chen and Haitang. Haitang also expressed her confusion. The two opposing sides looked like they were fighting their own people, with some wearing the uniforms of the Northern Town Army and others being students and teachers from the Northern Martial Arts Academy. It seemed that while they were killing the enemy underground, something must have happened above. They're just traitors among us, Wang Chen replied simply. Didn't we already mobilize the enemy's traitors during the last assassination of Xue Xian? Ning Meng looked at Xue Xian, who was surrounded by enemies but had some people protecting her, making it impossible to kill her. The scene was in a delicate balance. Thinking about it, it seemed this time was also for Xue Xian. Was the enemy pulling out their last resources? Even Ning Meng, no matter how dense, could understand that they wouldn't sacrifice all their insiders at once, they would still keep some important people. However, if they came down this time, they would probably be wiped out. What was somewhat unexpected was that the people who came out this time were indeed surprising, as evidenced by the shocked expressions on Principal Gu and Old Wu that had yet to fade. Wang Chen could hear them muttering, how could it be him? How could it be her? It was clear that the changes here had left them a bit stunned. If it weren't for this, how could the people outside forget about Wang Chen and the others? In fact, the recent transformation still echoed in their hearts, They never expected that such significant figures among the reinforcements would betray them. After all, they were heroes who had killed the enemy. However, they had already stated that those enemies had been killed by them, and those enemies were indeed dead, not pretending, but fearing suspicion. Sacrificing a few people was nothing. The enemy could commit seppuku for their beast emperor in a heartbeat, and that was nothing. Wang Chen, Hai Tang, come over quickly. The principal and the others are holding the front. You students, especially the freshmen, don't need to be involved. In the back, Xiahou Taiju shouted, and Wang Chen moved to their side, while Principal Gu and Old Wu joined the front. At this moment, Shangguan Huniu also spoke up. You guys just missed a good show down there. If it weren't for those shameless traitors, we would have already captured that vixen, and now Shui Xian has become their hostage. This group's family is probably going to be driven to death by them. Even their ancestors' coffins can't hold it down anymore. Soon, from the words of these classmates, everyone learned that as soon as the barrier was broken, they immediately rushed towards Xuehuxin to kill her. However, they didn't expect that a few people would suddenly appear to stop them, and then sneak attack Shui Xian, trapping her inside. These people were unexpected, deep-rooted traitors, almost to the bone. Now everyone felt that the situation had its pros and cons. The good part was that such traitors had been eliminated, which was a good thing for Huaxia. The bad part was that Shui Xian had been captured again. Wait, why say again? And even if some traitors were deep-rooted, they were still not as important as Shui Xian, so overall, the disadvantages were greater. This was natural. If it weren't worth it, the other side wouldn't have acted. Wang Chen, come here. At this moment, Xuehuxin suddenly said to Wang Chen. Everyone understood what Xuehuxin was about to do, knowing that if Wang Chen went over, it would definitely be a perilous situation. So, Ning Meng nervously grabbed Wang Chen, not wanting him to leave. In fact, everyone felt that it was meaningless for Wang Chen to go over because the other side just wanted to kill one more person. Even if he didn't go, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Are you sure you want me to go? I might ruin your plan. Wang Chen, of course, knew what the other side wanted to do and smiled as he asked back. I allow you to ruin the plan, isn't that what you want? I'm giving you a chance. Xuehuxin smiled, not believing that just Wang Chen could stir up any trouble. Since that's the case, then I'll go. Wang Chen stepped forward, surprising everyone. Because everyone thought Wang Chen wouldn't go, both sides felt the same way. This made Hai Tang and the others anxious, directly pulling Wang Chen back, and what surprised everyone the most was Shui Xian anxiously spoke up. I don't need you to save me. Don't come over. Is she concerned about Wang Chen? Shui Xian is concerned about Wang Chen? Impossible. You coming over is just a waste of life. Adding one more person is meaningless. This won't move anyone except yourself. Shui Xian's voice turned a bit cold. At this moment, she didn't know if it was because everyone was watching that made her a bit embarrassed. Or maybe she just wanted to express this meaning. You are extremely useful to Huaxia, don't consider yourself worthless. Shui Xian said another sentence. Is he worthless or not? And most importantly, do you really care about him? Is it really for the country's sake? You were right about the first part. I am not only useful to Huaxia but to the whole world. I will be the man who saves the world. Wang Chen smiled and said at this moment. After this statement landed, the scene fell into silence. Not only the scene but even all the viewers watching the live broadcast were equally quiet. This kid is too pretentious. Is he acting tough because he knows he's going to die? He's showing off in front of all of Huaxia. If I had this chance, I'd show off too. Dying would be worth it. How is he going to die? Didn't you see he's already walking over there? Just now, he ruined the enemy's plan and killed so many of them, forcing them to reveal their last trump card. It would be strange if he wasn't killed by them. Then why don't we protect him? He wants to die and show off. Who can stop him? After everyone's discussion, Wang Chen's move was seen as showing off, and he was preparing to go to his death. In fact, everyone felt that Wang Chen had no need to die. As Shui Xian said, it would just mean another person dying in vain. Now, Shui Xian definitely wouldn't let the other side off the hook, and would rather pay the price in blood than back down. Things had reached this point, and it was already very clear that there was no room for retreat. Because of this, everyone thought Wang Chen was foolish and pretentious, but that sense of pretentiousness seemed somewhat appealing, allowing some hot-blooded youths to lose their minds and do such foolish things. This was understandable, but understanding didn't mean they thought it was right. At this moment, Shangguan Huniu's words best represented everyone's thoughts and were the most common opinion about Wang Chen. Wang Chen, don't go. Do you think you have a chance to be a hero and save the beauty, to pull off some extreme stunt and then show off again? Do you know how easy it is to crash and burn? If you crash, you're done for. We don't need to show off. Xiahou Taiju immediately added, yeah, stop showing off and come back quickly. Xiahou Taiju, I suspect you're using this opportunity to insult people. but I have no evidence. What? I'm not insulting anyone. I'm just telling him not to show off and to come back quickly. While Xiahou Taiju was talking to Shangwan Hunia, Wang Chen had already gone to show off. He smiled and said calmly, "It's useless, I can't retreat now. If they say that if I come back, they'll kill Sister Shui Xian directly, what should I do? You all would still let me go. After all, maybe Sister Shui Xian can survive? Big brother, stop giving others ideas. Are you afraid you won't die?" Xiahou Taiju shouted loudly. "You're reminding others, okay? Fine, if Wang Chen dies, then we'll kill you, Xiahou Taiju, as a sacrifice," Shangwan Hunia said, rubbing her forehead. "Why? I'm innocent." Xiahou Taiju looked foolish. Suddenly, the atmosphere on site became a bit strange. Clearly, it was a life and death moment, a time to decide the fate of Huaxia, yet these few college freshmen seemed to be playing around. "Are you looking down on us Japanese devils? The strong from Japan. Enough. Don't think that acting dumb will attract my attention. It's impossible to save anyone, keep your people away, or we'll turn your heroes to ashes." Xue Wuxin shouted angrily, her attitude making her very displeased, as if she were being looked down upon by these rookie freshmen. Especially Wang Chen, who at this moment added fuel to the fire. "It's all your fault, my plan has been ruined by you. I originally wanted to take advantage of her not paying attention to release her sister to bite her, scare her to death. Then I could take the opportunity to save Shui Xian. Now there's no chance, she's on guard." The tone, the words, and the expression all conveyed a playful demeanor, showing no preparation to deal with the situation seriously. "Her sister? Who is that?" At this moment, Xiahou Taiju cooperated and asked. "A fox spirit that looks exactly like her, but now her primordial spirit has been refined by me and turned into a beast. However, if released, she should still be able to sense it." "What beast? Didn't she turn into a zombie? But still, you're ruthless, turning a half-beast into a beast. Can she also transform? Wouldn't two fox spirits be even better?" Xiahou Taiju looked at Xue Wuxin, following Wang Chen's lead, but he wouldn't believe this in his heart. Such things were just fairy tales, impossible to happen. Yet, why did he feel a bit of anticipation in his heart, imagining one or two white fox girls becoming his beasts, allowing him to do as he pleased? What a pity, if only it were true. "You're looking for death." Xue Wuxin was furious, emanating a terrifying aura, her facial fur beginning to grow at a visible speed. Her tail seemed to lengthen and grow larger, and her body was changing. Was she about to beastify? Was this a half-beastman's innate skill? No, it seemed this was not a half-beastman's innate skill, but rather a professional skill from Xue Wuxin. Her profession was forest witch, and when she transformed into her fox state, she unleashed her more powerful magic. This was somewhat similar to a druid, but also a bit different, as druids used natural forces, while this witch's magic was not nature-based. At the same time, witches would kill beasts for sacrifices to enhance their magic, and they also employed various witchcraft and magic circles. This was why Xue Wuxin came to preside over the formation. She was a professional. Transformed into a more fox-like version of herself, Xue Wuxin swung her tail at Wang Chen, and suddenly her fox tail elongated, moving at incredible speed, instantly appearing in front of Wang Chen. At that moment, everyone felt that the fur on the tail was like sharp spikes. Being caught in that would be akin to being pricked by 1,000 needles. The sensation must be excruciating. As for a human, they would surely be pierced to death. Stab! Is he dead? Everyone watched as Wang Chen was surrounded by the fox tail, feeling as if their entire bodies were being pricked by needles. How terrifying. At the same time, as they looked at this still scene, they felt something was off. Did Wang Chen not move at all just now? Yes, that was the strange part. Wang Chen seemed not to have dodged or reacted at all. Do you think he doesn't want to move? Yeah, I thought he would move. I thought he was just putting on a show, leaving some backup, but it turns out he was just scared. No, I don't think he was scared. I think he understood the situation and then gave up, not struggling. Such remarks appeared online, and among some students and soldiers nearby. These students were definitely not from the Northern Town Vocational School. They still had strong feelings for Wang Chen. Although he had been absent for a while, their feelings hadn't faded that much. These students were from the Northern Town Martial Academy, and quite a few teachers and students had come this time. However, what they said was a bit disrespectful, but everyone had to admit one thing: what they said didn't seem wrong. Everyone felt Wang Chen should have made some movement, yet there was none at all. What was this? Was he really coming up to die? Kikik, I really didn't expect you, a Huaxiao person, to be so stupid, coming up to die. I thought you had some skill, but this is it? At this moment, Xue Wuxin laughed, her laughter reminiscent of a fox, and she naturally wanted to use words to strike at Wang Chen, hoping everyone would forget that he had killed quite a few of her people just moments ago. In this way, the Japanese could regain some ground. Wang Chen. At this moment, the people behind the Japanese, including Shui Xian and Haitang, were calling out to Wang Chen, as everyone noticed he was still alive, his body still moving. Moreover, at this moment, one of Wang Chen's hands was straining to reach forward. This made everyone feel he was trying to express something. Was he preparing to beg for mercy? Some people couldn't help but think this way, as they would definitely choose to beg for mercy in such a situation to ensure their safety. But most people still thought that Wang Chen must be trying to make a strong statement, absolutely refusing to submit to the Japanese. This point had already been commented on by someone online. Sometimes, sending messages directly with one's brain isn't a good thing. Comments come quickly, many even without passing through the brain. Some attention seekers boldly stated if Wang Chen wasn't begging for mercy, he was begging for mercy. However, Wang Chen indeed did not disappoint most of the Huaxia people. He did not plead for mercy but instead made an international gesture with his hand, expressing greetings to the entire family of Xuehuxin. At the same time, he said, "Haven't you eaten?" This sentence instantly silenced the whole world. This wasn't just tough talk, it was a death wish. Who could withstand the baptism of such words? Xuehuxin certainly couldn't handle it and immediately flew into a rage, her entire magical power shifting towards her tail, the fur on her tail condensing into sharp spikes that pierced Wang Chen's body, even penetrating through it. At that moment, Wang Chen looked quite tragic, like a painful statue, pierced by so many spikes. What left everyone in disbelief was that Wang Chen didn't die from this. Instead, he gave the other party a contemptuous expression, both hands simultaneously making a greeting gesture. Finally, he spat out a mouthful of blood at Xuehuxin. "I spit." This made Xuehuxin furious. Her fur was already standing on end, and now she looked less like a fox and more like a hedgehog. "Go die!" Xuehuxin angrily stabbed into Wang Chen's body again and again, her large tail whipping countless times, the speed akin to a martial arts master cracking a whip. With a fierce presence, the speed was so fast that it was hard to see. Wang Chen was soon beaten into a pulp, and others couldn't even rush to save him in time. "Wang Chen, I'm going to kill you." At this moment, Haitang seemed to lose her rationality, which surprised her classmates from Linhai High School. They had expected Ning Meng to rush up at this time. They also thought it might be male classmates like Xiaoho Taizhu, but never expected it to be the usually calm Haitang. It seemed Haitang had developed some feelings for Wang Chen. She was in a crush, and it was time to pay attention. However, at that moment, everyone seemed to notice something strange. The usually impulsive Ning Meng was now calmly watching, showing no reaction at all. What was going on? Had she been overly stimulated and turned dumb? "Ning Meng, what's wrong? Don't scare us." Shangguan Hunio and others were a bit worried about Ning Meng, nudging her to offer some comfort. "What do you mean what's wrong?" Ning Meng looked confused, quickly turning to look towards the side of the ghosts, mainly at the side of Shui Xian. "What are you daydreaming about? Wang Chen has been beaten to death. Aren't you angry?" "No, Wang Chen. I can't say." Ning Meng hesitated, as if she knew something others didn't, something related to Wang Chen, but she couldn't say it. Now, with Wang Chen involved, and her saying a no, suddenly everyone seemed to understand something. In fact, the answer soon unfolded. At that moment, a huge shadow flew out from one side, charging toward Xuehuxin, its momentum strong, giving a powerful sense of oppression. But Xuehuxin was not worried. Instead, she revealed a cold smile, wanting to say at that moment, "You Huaxia people seem to have forgotten that if you dare to act, we will kill Shui Xian. Although the outcome would be the same, the whole world is watching, and this would be your doing." However, Xuehuxin's expression soon changed. Even though her face had turned into a fox's face, it was still clear to see her shock. Her shock wasn't because the newcomer was so powerful, but because the newcomer was a white fox very similar to her. "What is that? A white fox? Is this from the ghosts? Then why does this white fox seem to want to kill another white fox?" At this moment, the white fox that had just emerged charged directly at Xuehuxin, opening its mouth to bite at her neck. It didn't look like a joke, nor did it seem like a greeting. It truly wanted Xuehuxin's life. "Sister, why?" Xuehuxin was a bit dazed at this moment. After shouting this, she remembered to dodge, but it seemed too late. The white fox bit off a piece of flesh from her, fur and all. "Sister, you don't recognize me anymore?" Another attack greeted her, this time with claws. "Damn it, Wang Chen, what have you done to my sister?" At this moment, she understood that the white fox was no longer her sister, especially when she saw the eyes of the white fox. She suddenly recalled Wang Chen's words. Could it be that those words were true? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could our noble fox clan of Yamato be treated as a beast of burden? She lunged. Boom! Dust flew. Claw strike. Boom! More dust flew. Bite. This time there was no boom, nor dust flying, just the white fox with a mouthful of fur and a bit of flesh. The strength and speed of the white fox surpassed Shuehuxin, and because she was shocked for a moment, she couldn't use her magic in time. Otherwise, she shouldn't have been in such a dire situation. However, the white fox was indeed very strong. If it was a beast of a beast master, then that beast master must be over level 70. Could it really be Wang Chen? That's impossible. Besides, didn't Wang Chen already die? Wasn't that corpse on the ground? At this moment, Shui Xian felt a bit puzzled because she sensed that the corpse had a familiar feeling, not because she was familiar with Wang Chen, but because of the existence of that corpse. However, she hadn't had time to think deeply when she heard a voice. Are you all still in the mood to watch dogs fight? Don't you know your own situation? Hurry and get out of the way. Shui Xian heard a familiar voice, one she would never forget, even though she had only recently encountered its owner, who hadn't appeared in her first 30 years of life. But that didn't change the importance of that voice to her, as it had saved her from despair and helped her out of dire situations time and again. Now, he was back. Yet, she felt a bit conflicted. She wanted someone to save her, but she didn't want the other person to come because it was too risky, and coming would mean death. But now that he had come, risking himself for her, she felt a bit moved deep down. However, this wasn't love, it was just the emotional connection between people. Wang Chen, you are really too bold. Shui Xian looked at Wang Chen beside her, and at that moment, she wasn't clear how he had appeared, how he could suddenly show up right next to her in front of so many people. It's nothing, the skilled are bold, he replied. Wang Chen's words left everyone present speechless. That should be something others praised. Was it appropriate for him to say it himself? When he said this, others had already turned their attention here, including Shuehuxin, who was still fighting and was shocked. Why had Wang Chen come back to life? How could he appear there silently? Her shock was interrupted as the white fox pounced on her, biting down. Although she desperately used her defensive skills to make her body as hard as steel, unfortunately, the white fox's bite could even chew through steel. In the end, Shuehuxin was still bitten, though it wasn't fatal. She managed to escape. Damn it! Her hatred for Wang Chen rose another level. Wang Chen was also inexplicably caught in the crossfire. Was this my fault? Well, it seemed to be somewhat related. After all, this little white fox was her beast. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and kill them. That fox, that's not my sister. The snow fox's voice was filled with anger, perhaps because she was upset. As she spoke, her magical power surged explosively, releasing a powerful force that spread outwards, blasting away the attacking white fox. At that moment, she resembled a fox more and more, and strange green glowing runes appeared on her body, looking both eerie and beautiful. Facing the white fox charging at her again, she retaliated, blocking the white fox's attack and pushing it back. The white fox landed in a spin and let out a low growl towards the snow fox, a sound filled with deep vigilance. But then, it lunged forward. Meanwhile, as they fought, some enemies began to rush towards Wang Chen and Shui Xian, attacking them. The nearby warriors protecting Shui Xian naturally moved forward, ready to fend off the attacks, trying to buy time for reinforcements to arrive from the outside. At this moment, the people on the periphery had already set off. It could be said that the entire scene was changing since Wang Chen suddenly came back to life and appeared beside Shui Xian. Pull one hair and the whole body moves. These warriors knew that to hold out until help arrived, they would have to pay some price, and at least some would die. They were prepared for sacrifice. However, at that moment, Wang Chen stopped their spirit of sacrifice, simply because there was no need. You all go together. What are you doing? Hurry up and get inside the circle. The warriors were a bit unsure of what to do. Get inside the circle? Oh, it seemed to be an energy protective circle. If this could provide protection, then the effect seemed the same. As long as it could buy them some time, the people outside could come to their aid. If that's the case, then let's go in. The warriors quickly reacted and entered the circle. After entering, they asked, how long can this circle hold? Hold against what? The enemies outside. Did they really need to ask? Hurry up and tell me that this circle can hold off the enemies for a long time, until the reinforcements arrive. This circle is not defensive. It can't hold them off. Wang Chen's words left the warriors stunned. What does that mean? If it can't hold them off, why did you let us in? Soon, this was also discovered by the people outside. At first, everyone thought the circle must be defensive, but then they realized that the enemies had also entered. So what is the purpose of this circle? The answer quickly emerged. After the enemies entered the circle, they did not chase after Wang Chen and the others. Instead, they wandered around aimlessly like headless flies, circling around without discovering Wang Chen and the others who were so close. Is this an illusion? Everyone recalled this matter. Illusions can cause people to get lost in the middle, but the problem is, does Wang Chen know how to use illusions? He doesn't. What about the others? They don't either. Even if the others could, it wasn't their doing, because Wang Chen was leading them, which means this illusion should be Wang Chen's work. The more one underestimates illusions, the easier it is to fall into them. Wang Chen's move was unexpected, and no one had ever thought he would use illusions, so naturally, they fell for it. However, do you really think that just because you fell for an illusion, you've won? Maofang Cizi, they're at your 9 o'clock position, use your big move to hit them, shouted an enemy from outside. Although the people inside couldn't see, those outside could clearly see everything in New Wang Chen's position. The Maofang Cizi inside immediately used her big move one sword style, draw sword technique. With one slash, swish, a figure was cleaved in two, the upper half showing surprise and confusion, while the lower half slowly fell to the ground, blood spraying everywhere. However, this shadow was not Wang Chen and the others at the 9 o'clock direction of the Maofang side, but a Japanese soldier in the opposite direction. Do you think the illusion only targets those inside? What's going on? Why did this knife not strike Wang Chen, but instead hit someone on the other side? Everyone was quite puzzled. Most of them had not encountered higher level illusions, and even if they had, they did not believe Wang Chen could use them. If I'm not mistaken, Wang Chen's illusion is not just aimed at those who entered, but also creates some false images for outsiders to see, so giving commands from the outside is useless. Does it even need guessing? I have a friend whose grandfather is an illusionist with extraordinary strength. His grandfather said that a good illusionist should make the whole world fall into their illusion, with defenses both inside and out. But Wang Chen is not an illusionist, he has no profession. After some discussion, they confirmed that it was not surprising for an illusionist to do this, but the fact that Wang Chen was not an illusionist was quite unexpected. At this moment, they remembered that Wang Chen not only confused the people outside, but even those inside were a question mark. How did he set up the illusion barrier? This was something everyone was curious about. However, at this time, no one had the time to ask. They only knew that the Japanese soldiers inside the illusion barrier had gone mad and started killing each other. It was not just because of the earlier knife strike from the Maofang side that killed a Japanese soldier, but more importantly, Wang Chen had also made a move, stabbing an enemy in the back and leaving them screaming. This triggered the mad and blind attacks from the Japanese soldiers, as they felt that if they did not attack, they might be killed by others. Although they knew this could lead to killing their own was still better than dying themselves. Thus, they quickly began to kill each other, while Wang Chen, the backstabber, added a few more strikes. Just thinking about Wang Chen's finishing moves made everyone feel a pain in their waist. At this moment, Xue Huxin was in a terrible state, feeling like she was going to go mad. Because this situation had once again exceeded her plans, this was originally a remedial plan, but unexpectedly, it was ultimately destroyed by someone. And that destroyer was none other than Wang Chen. Damn Huaxia person. I must kill you. Hurry up, go kill this group of Japanese soldiers, the water ferry is already safe. The reinforcements from Huaxia had begun their attack, which made people realize that they no longer needed to hold back. Therefore, the Japanese soldiers were about to be annihilated. The defeat was already certain. This was also why Xue Huxin hated Wang Chen. Just surrender, you can live if you surrender. You won't die, I can take you as my beast. Wang Chen said to Xue Huxin at this moment, and this sentence instantly ignited Xue Huxin's fury, leaving everyone stunned. Kid, don't provoke her like that, she might die from anger. However, at this moment, everyone felt that Wang Chen had the right to say this, as he had ruined Xue Huxin's plan, and now Xue Huxin was undoubtedly doomed. Ha ha ha, do you think I lost? Xue Huxin laughed loudly, and her words made everyone feel like she was going crazy. In such a situation, going mad was normal. Yes, you lost. You'd better listen to advice and stop making moves, otherwise, you really will die. Wang Chen nodded seriously. Xue Huxin's eyes were blazing with fury, her fox fur standing on end, really looking like a hedgehog. Implement the final plan. Xue Huxin shouted angrily. What final plan? This thought appeared in everyone's minds, and the northern town army began to be on guard. Soon, everyone saw that Xue Huxin was using many props on herself, her magical power becoming increasingly terrifying, with runes all over her body materializing into ribbons of black and green light. She now looked somewhat like a kind of magical beast, not the low-level monsters from Western novels, but the beasts from Eastern fantasy novels. At this moment, the power of demons radiated from her. Wang Chen, what happened to her? Shui San suddenly asked Wang Chen, perhaps thinking that he should know about this. The people nearby were a bit shocked, all wanting to ask why she would ask him. Could he really know? But the result was unexpected. She is continuing to summon demons, but this time she will pay with her life. I told her not to do this, living is good enough. Wang Chen's words made everyone realize that he really did know. At the same time, they remembered that Xue Huxin had wanted to summon demons before. Wasn't the formation broken by you? How can she summon now? Xue Xian asked next, a question everyone wanted to know. Wasn't it already destroyed, so how could it be done again? It's different, the previous formation was meant to sacrifice you. Now she doesn't need you anymore, she wants to sacrifice herself and all the other demons. Wang Chen's answer clarified that this group of demons was indeed going to sacrifice themselves, and they were really going all out. But thinking about it, they had come to this point, and the outcome would definitely be death. If that were the case, then using their own lives to summon demons would deal a heavy blow to Jinbei City. If it were them, they would do the same. Wait, if the demons come out, this area would surely be in ruins. Wang Chen, do you have a way to stop her? Xue Xian looked at Wang Chen, as if placing her hope in him, which made the people nearby feel incredulous. How could you trust such a college freshman? There's no way. If there were a way to stop it, I would have done so already. She's quite ruthless to herself. She has carved the summoning runes into her own body. Even if she dies, these runes will continue to operate. You could even say that her death is a switch that will trigger the summoning of demons. Wang Chen shook his head at this moment. As he said, this could not be stopped. Xue Huxin could initiate this summoning regardless of life or death. Moreover, all the demons had already made a pact with her beforehand. As long as she summoned demons, others would become sacrifices like her. At that time, all the demons thought it was inconsequential because they believed they would never reach this point. It was just a precaution. They never expected it would actually come to this. Therefore, this summoning could not be stopped. The current situation was already the best outcome, with Xue Huxin summoning demons at the cost of her life while also sacrificing her own people. Are we just going to watch like this? Shouldn't we run? At this moment, someone nearby whispered. Since Wang Chen and Xue Xian weren't running, they could only ask. No need, we can't run. You all have to protect us. It's fine here, running outside will only bring disaster to those outside. If it can be resolved here, then let it be resolved here. Wang Chen looked at Xue Huxin, who was increasingly resembling a magical beast, appearing calm and composed. Did he have a countermeasure? A dark, evil aura rose in the sky, and the entire sky over Jinbei City began to darken. Although the sun was in the sky, its light was covered by this darkness, making it seem like the moon in the night, and a hazy one at that. At this moment, everyone felt a sense of apocalypse, as if a tear had appeared in the sky, and a ferocious beast from another time and space was about to emerge from it. In this scene, everyone felt a sense of crisis, knowing that something significant was about to happen. At this moment, the northern town had already activated emergency measures, civilians had entered shelters, and the soldiers had begun to stand ready. As the center of the event, Wang Chen and the others watched as the snow fox heart grew larger and more magical. Why has it turned into this? Wasn't it said that it would die? Xue Xian asked Wang Chen, her curiosity merely a discussion point, not a challenge. It has already died, now its body is being demonized, directly possessed and transformed by a demon. When the time comes, it will become the summoned demon. Oh, I see. Xue Xian and the others understood, this situation was not hard to comprehend. However, that was not the main point. The main point was, what do we do now? Are we just going to watch? Well, this is the time when the demon's power is at its strongest. They are connected to the power from the demon side, and we cannot stop it. If we forcefully intervene, the cost will be great. Wang Chen nodded. For now, everyone could only watch. Then after the summoning succeeds, won't our cost be even greater? A soldier asked, a hint of resentment in his tone. He knew that if the summoning succeeded, many soldiers from the northern town army would surely sacrifice themselves, just as he was about to do. Although he understood that this sacrifice could not be blamed on Wang Chen, hearing him say that made him feel uncomfortable. Much smaller, in fact, you might not even have to sacrifice yourselves, as long as you do as I say. Wang Chen replied with a smile, his demeanor warm, making the soldier feel a bit ashamed for speaking that way about Wang Chen. After all, he was also fighting against the enemy, and his previous contributions were not insignificant. Not to mention that it was because of him that Xue Xian had recovered and was brought back. In terms of national righteousness and fighting against the enemy, even as an elite soldier of the Northern Town Army, he had no right to say anything against him. You say, we will listen. The soldiers immediately responded, indicating their willingness to follow. You all need to take Xue Xian and leave, just leave this to me alone, and that way, you won't have to sacrifice yourselves. Wang Chen's words instantly darkened the faces of the soldiers nearby. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting we become deserters to avoid death? Are you mocking me? Wang Chen, don't say that. I know you're upset, let's leave this matter here. Shu Xian immediately interjected, fearing that the soldiers might turn against Wang Chen. Both she and the others felt that Wang Chen was angry, that he was taking it out on the soldiers because of their earlier attitude towards him. Since Wang Chen was already the focus of attention, his words were heard by everyone in the world. Everyone felt that Wang Chen was indeed angry. In response, various opinions emerged. Some said those soldiers deserved it, that Wang Chen had the right to retort, while others argued that Wang Chen should not act this way, as it was a slap in the face to the Northern Town Army. But regardless of the opinion, the ones who felt the worst at that moment were the soldiers of the Northern Town Army. They knew they shouldn't blame Wang Chen, yet they couldn't help but harbor resentment towards him. I am serious, just leave this to me. Staying here will only lead to unnecessary sacrifices. If you leave, they will definitely follow. Wang Chen said to Shu Xian, and upon hearing this, everyone understood. Wang Chen was not targeting the Northern Town Army, he genuinely wanted everyone to leave. Are you really going to face it alone? Shu Xian looked at the still-growing snow fox heart, doubting Wang Chen's words. Can you really do this? The current state of the snow fox heart is such that, not to mention Wang Chen, even during his peak, along with the gathering of masters in North Town, it would be uncertain to subdue it without any injuries. If it were that easy to take down, the opponent wouldn't have made such a huge sacrifice. Based on past experiences, to eliminate this fox transformed into a demon, the North Town Army would at least have to pay the price of hundreds of warriors' lives, including some masters. Moreover, the entire city would need to be destroyed over a range of several kilometers to over 10 kilometers. This was still under some preparation, especially since everyone was thinking of luring the demon out to fight, which would help reduce losses. In such a situation, for Wang Chen to face it alone was simply a fantasy. But isn't that exactly what Wang Chen was implying? Showing off again, but this time it's not just about him, it's about everyone's lives. Exactly, Wang Chen, if you want to show off, do it on your own, don't hinder others from doing serious work. Wang Chen couldn't see the comments online, he only responded to Shu Xian's question. That's right, I can handle it alone, having more people is unnecessary. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone began to criticize Wang Chen frantically. After all, he was showing off a bit too much, which could lead to death. However, this show-off was indeed impressive and made people envious. Because of that envy, the criticism became even harsher, as they couldn't show off like he did. Wang Chen, are you serious? Shu Xian looked at Wang Chen, very skeptical. Of course I'm serious. I know you don't believe me, but please trust me. Shu Xian looked at Wang Chen's serious expression and made a decision. I'm leaving, anyway, I have no use staying here. As for the others, I can't guarantee anything. Shu Xian decided to leave, which surprised Wang Chen. He didn't expect things to be this simple. Why hadn't he seen this outcome? Oh, it was because he thought it was too difficult, so he didn't even use his heavenly idol look, wasting his effort. After all, even if the opponent was present, they wouldn't ultimately die, it might just lead to others dying, but he couldn't persuade them, and there was nothing he could do. Thus, Shu Xian joined the retreating army, which also included Ning Meng and Hai Tang among the students. Their presence here was just causing trouble. However, the soldiers and masters of the North Town Army did not retreat. Even if they knew the outcome, they would stay because they couldn't leave and hand this matter over to Wang Chen alone. This was a kind of spiritual banner for their North Town Army, they could not fall. Therefore, Wang Chen did not prepare to persuade these people. Everyone on the scene just watched as the snow fox heart grew larger, increasingly resembling a terrifying demon, while those ghosts were already in the final stage of their sacrifice. They were about to die. At the last moment, some ghosts hesitated. I don't want to die, you can't do this. Ah! The result was that they all transformed into a stream of energy, forming ribbons of runes in the air, which flew towards the rift in the other dimension, creating a magical array near the rift, making it more stable. Moments later, a terrifying energy burst out from the rift, striking the fox. The fox howled at the sky. Its entire body erupted with waves of energy, pushing everything nearby away. The demon transformation was complete. That terrifying aura made one feel chills even through the screen. With such intensity, could Wang Chen handle it alone? Ha, what a joke. Boom! The demon form of the snow fox heart had completely transformed successfully. At this moment, its eyes were black and red, and its fur was black, but not just any black, it was a black that resembled a black hole. This fur seemed to devour the colors around it. A black satin ribbon still floated on its body, adorned with glowing green runes. At the same time, as it fully transformed into a demon, the other ghosts had already been consumed by that black light. Part of them turned into black energy and entered the heart of the snow fox, while another part was absorbed by that. If the situation below could be seen at this moment, everyone would notice that those dead ghosts were also being absorbed. Not only the dead, but even the living, such as Yamamoto and Mitsui, who were originally trapped below, were also sacrificed. When they were sacrificed, their expressions were filled with terror, and their fear did not change the outcome. In the end, they too were sacrificed. Wang Chen had long known this, so he ignored their entrapment. After all, they would all die. After these ghosts were sacrificed, the summoned demon's power was certainly extraordinary. At this moment, someone had already used observation skills on the snow fox's heart, trying to see through its power level. After some failures, someone finally succeeded in reading its strength. Hell Demon Fox sacrifices its own half-beastman to summon demons. Its body has become a vessel for demons, and its soul has been devoured by the demon. Power level is Demon Lord level 90, equivalent to our 5th job change. Characteristics: can absorb human emotions such as rage, fear, greed, and pride, converting them into its own power. It can also more directly absorb human flesh and soul, transforming them into its own strength. Damn, how do we fight this? Its power is already enough to make one drink a pot, and it can also increase its strength. Wait, if I show fear here, will it become stronger? Everyone suddenly realized this point. Isn't this characteristic a bit too powerful? If someone nearby shows fear, wouldn't that be giving the opponent more strength? If the range is large, it would be invincible. Moreover, among the crowd, as long as it kills and consumes flesh and blood, it can also enhance its power. Isn't this feeling too invincible? Can we even fight against this? And should we go up to fight? Calm down, we can just go. Death is not scary. Our Northern Town Army has never been afraid. It won't gain any power from us. The experts of the Northern Town Army shouted calmly. It must be said that the experts of the Northern Town Army were indeed strong, with extremely high psychological quality. They truly did not allow the Hell Demon to absorb any emotional power from them. But the problem is, does their strength allow them to avoid being directly absorbed? That seems to be the biggest issue. However, one thing can be confirmed now: this demon fox has a limited absorption range. Beyond 500 meters, it starts to decline significantly, making absorption very difficult. This might also be why the demon fox hasn't activated its skills. Its current state can only absorb within 500 meters. Boom! Boom! The demon fox and the experts of the Northern Town Army were already engaged in battle. At the beginning, the demon fox struck one expert with a critical hit, almost killing that expert, but ultimately, he was saved by his teammates. According to the data, that expert's strength was not weak, having reached level 83 of the 4th job change, but unexpectedly, he was defeated in one blow. Although it seemed like only a 7-level difference, less than 1/10 of a level, the gap felt more than 7 times. This strength immediately shocked these experts. The energy absorbed by the demon fox made it much stronger. This might also be related to the fact that they were all experts here. The stronger the strength, the stronger the energy provided by emotions. Then the experts fought against the fox, almost being suppressed, and in no time, several were knocked away, with one seriously injured. At this moment, everyone was anxious, but they noticed that one person was completely out of place in the current atmosphere. This led to a flurry of criticism online. The comments were quite harsh, but Wang Chen couldn't hear them. He was just watching from the sidelines, doing nothing. Didn't Wang Chen just say he could handle it alone? Why isn't he stepping up now? He's just bragging. Do you really believe him? It's right for him to stay on the sidelines because he can't help, but I can't shake the feeling that he's a problem just standing there. Of course there's a problem. He might have already wet himself from fear. His terror is giving energy to that fox. He's just making things worse. After this remark, everyone erupted again. It was true. Wang Chen's presence on the sidelines was indeed a problem, dragging everyone down. But at that moment, who could pull Wang Chen away? It seemed no one could, and he couldn't run either. His legs had gone weak. Yes, almost everyone thought this way until the next event unfolded, revealing just how wrong they were. In the midst of their conversation, a skilled fighter was knocked down, and the ribbons on the fox flew over, binding him directly. The ribbons tightened, causing the fighter's body to twist in horrifying ways. But what was truly terrifying was that the ribbons pulled the fighter in front of the fox, which opened its mouth wide, ready to swallow him whole. At that moment, no one could save this fighter. They could only watch helplessly as the fox devoured him. Meanwhile, the Northern Town Army was preparing to retreat, looking for ways to control the fox, and everyone was pulling back. This fox was beyond their current capabilities. They needed stronger reinforcements from the Northern Town Army. At the very least, they needed one of the 10 tigers of the Northern Town. The 10 tigers were the highest combat power of the Northern Town Army, each one a 5th-tier expert. Only with them could they suppress this fox. However, each of the 10 tigers was engaged in battle with the Japanese and Korean forces on the front lines and were not here. But now, 3 of the 10 tigers were already on their way here, the fastest of whom would take half an hour to arrive. Clearly, they wouldn't make it in time for a rescue. So, everyone had to watch as this fighter was about to be eaten by the demon fox. Just then, a small stone appeared and struck the fox's mouth. Everyone was stunned, looking towards the source of the stone, only to see Wang Chen making a throwing motion. "You brat, come here to your grandpa." Wang Chen's words left everyone speechless. Was he mocking the opponent? Is Wang Chen crazy? How could he provoke such a terrifying demon? Yeah, wasn't he scared out of his wits? Why does it look like that's not the case? Could it be that he's already gone over the edge and lost his mind? Exactly, he's gone mad, otherwise, how could he do something so unbelievable? In an instant, the live stream's comments exploded, with many discussing similar sentiments to the ones above. Everyone thought Wang Chen had lost his mind, although he didn't look it. Mad people often don't appear crazy. Regardless of whether he was mad or not, everyone felt his actions were suicidal, and he would soon face consequences. If he was mad, it would solve the problem of a madman. If he wasn't, then he would receive a bloody lesson, ending his life right there. When the fox saw Wang Chen, its eyes immediately blazed with fury. Anyone could sense its boundless anger. It was unclear whether this was due to Wang Chen's earlier stone-throwing action or because of the snow fox's deep-seated obsession, which remained even after being demonized. It was precisely because of this that the fox had given up on that master. Although still bound by ribbons, the previous pressure was no longer there. Of course, it was impossible to save anyone now. No one could do that, nor would anyone risk their life to save Wang Chen, who had no profession. Even if those masters had the ability now, they would not dare to risk it to save Wang Chen. They would choose to save their own people. Yes, they all went to rescue the master wrapped in the rune ribbons. In fact, it proved that they indeed could not save Wang Chen, because by the time they reached the master's side at the fastest speed, the fox had already arrived in front of Wang Chen. Then, it bit down on Wang Chen. Crack! Wang Chen's body was bitten in half, his upper body entering the fox's mouth while his lower half remained on the ground. The crowd fell silent, thinking Wang Chen would at least have some reaction, but unexpectedly, he was gone in an instant. The masters who tried to save him were even more speechless. At least move a little to buy us some time. But now, he was gone, and after the fox finished with him, it would come for us. Sure enough, the fox bit down on the lower half and swallowed. At the same time, the fox looked at the masters and others, not moving, but the rune ribbons flew up, moving towards the fox. A few masters wanted to save him, but they could not stop it at all. They were even attacked by the rune ribbons, almost getting entangled themselves. Thus, they could only watch helplessly as their companion was dragged away, and they foresaw their own fate, to be eaten by the fox like Wang Chen. You all retreat. We have already set up a barrier here that can trap that fox for a while. We should be able to wait for the 10 tigers to arrive, and then it will be fine. At that moment, they received information from outside. So, they gave up on retreating. Although their companions would sacrifice themselves, it was unavoidable. In such a helpless situation, it was better to preserve their strength. However, just then, an event occurred that made them stop their already started steps. "Hey, grandson, Grandpa is here." A voice rang out. Wasn't that Wang Chen's voice? No, Wang Chen should be dead by now. This voice. The crowd looked to the side and found Wang Chen standing there, throwing a stone at the fox again. This time, the fox did not dodge. Like last time, she felt it was unnecessary. It was just a small stone, just an attempt to humiliate her, right? However, the fox never expected that Wang Chen's stone had a trick. When the stone touched the fox, a sudden burst of golden light erupted, revealing some incomprehensible runes written in vermilion on the stone. Upon contact with the fox, the stone immediately adhered to its body, and golden threads appeared, surrounding the entire body of the fox. Eventually, these threads contracted and entered the fox's body. Yes, these glowing golden threads, as long as they touched the body, would merge into it, for they were a form of energy, not a physical object. Once these threads entered the fox's body, they immediately caused the fox to emit painful groans. What is this? Everyone was shocked. What was this thing Wang Chen had that could make a level 90 demon lord groan in pain? Logically, he shouldn't even be able to harm a hair on the opponent. Can anyone tell me what this is? This looks like some kind of Taoist talisman, but I don't know exactly what it is. That stone must have some issues. Of course, everyone knows that stone has problems. We just want to know what it actually is. Everyone fell into deep thought, discussing what this could possibly be. If Wang Chen could receive this question, he would tell everyone that this is a magic-suppressing stone, a protective artifact he obtained from digging at Uncle Joe's house. Wang Chen, hurry up and kill him. Someone shouted anxiously. It was the impatient Shangwan Hunyu. Yes, no matter what it is, if it's useful, then just kill it. At this moment, everyone forgot the difference in levels and other matters, only seeing the hope Wang Chen brought to them. I can't kill it, this thing can only suppress it for a while. Wang Chen shook his head and replied. He also noticed the classmates watching from a distance, including Shangwan Huniu. The reason Shangwan Huniu was the first to shout was not only because she spoke quickly but also because she had a loud voice. Do you have any more of that thing? No, just one. Wang Chen's answer disappointed those present, but they felt it was already good enough that he could do this. Just now, with that move, the fox was temporarily immobilized, and the master who was supposed to die was saved once again. That master wanted to say that happiness came a bit too quickly. And one more thing, everyone, stop looking and hurry up and save me. Perhaps hearing his inner voice, those masters who had already left came back to rescue him, and this time they succeeded. The fox, attacked by Wang Chen's magic suppressing stone, could not move for the time being, so it couldn't stop them. But it would soon break free from its restraints and would quickly catch the person again. Let it be happy for a moment. The fox could also play with its prey. Wang Chen, let's go. No, you all go first. I still need to stay here to chant scriptures and help this fox. Chanting scriptures? Not to mention that you don't need to, you're not even a monk. Wang Chen, how long are you going to keep pretending? Hurry up and leave. You want to help it? Are you planning to help it from inside its belly? Shangwan Hunia shouted again, and so did Xiahou Taiju. Their words were similar. No one believed Wang Chen could help the fox. They thought it was better to escape with those masters, it wouldn't be embarrassing. The masters of the Northern Town Army had already run away. What were you still afraid of being embarrassed about? This is something I can't explain to you, just watch it as if I'm the only one pretending here. Anyway, if I die, it's just me. Wang Chen smiled and said calmly, pretending again. You deserve to die. Do you think anyone will care about you at this time? Everyone has laughed. At this moment, those masters certainly helped Wang Chen by directly taking the people away, ignoring Wang Chen who wanted to pretend here. Such pretentious people, let them die. Wang Chen, hurry up and leave. At this time, Shui Xian couldn't help but speak. She, like everyone else, felt that Wang Chen was simply courting death. He clearly had a chance to escape but insisted on staying to show off. Hurry up and leave, don't really lose your life over this. This was the thought in the hearts of those who cared, hoping Wang Chen would leave this dangerous place, while the others looked on with glee, eagerly anticipating, wake up soon, fox. Eat this pretentious boy in front of you, he really makes people feel uncomfortable. Soon, the fox broke free from the restraints of the magic suppressing stone, and those golden energy lines snapped one by one. The fox's eyes turned blood red. Originally, only the pupils were red, and the rest was black, but now it was all red. The fury was also very evident. Previously, the snow fox had an obsession with Wang Chen, and now, after being mocked twice with stones, especially this time accidentally falling into the trap, this fox naturally wanted to kill Wang Chen, and it wouldn't take much time to choose this as its top priority. The fox let out an angry roar, and the floating ribbons rushed towards Wang Chen, binding him tightly. Was Wang Chen captured just like that? It seemed so. Wang Chen was once again dealt with in an instant. No, this Wang Chen must be a fake. He had been eaten before, yet here he was, alive. This meant that this was also fake. It must be some kind of clone technique or a clone tool. It had to be that way. Wang Chen, stop pretending. Is this another one of your clones? Are you hiding somewhere? At that moment, Xiahou Taiju shouted first. Everyone nearby was searching for Wang Chen, believing he must have slipped away and was hiding close by. However, they did not expect this. What are you pretending for? Wang Chen, bound by the ribbons, asked. You're fake, tell us where your true self is. I'm right here, I don't have any tools left. Wang Chen replied, unsure if his words were true or false, and most people did not believe him. Wang Chen could only say that his clones were indeed gone. He had just used them twice, and there was none left this time. He was truly bound now, and he could feel the evil power from the ribbons invading his body. Yes, he should be in great pain. It felt as if the flesh on his body was being attacked, yet his expression remained calm and unbothered. This made people question one thing. It looked quite painful, but in reality, it might not be that bad. No, that's not it. That green rune is very strong. I almost couldn't bear it, a wounded expert spoke up, making everyone realize that Wang Chen was definitely not feeling well. But the issue was not here, it was why doesn't that fox just eat him directly? Is it saving him for the new year? Exactly, what is it waiting for? Everyone noticed that the fox was just staring at Wang Chen, but it was definitely not in a playful manner. If it were playful, it would be watching with ease, but now it wore a face full of anger, its eyes filled with a desire to devour Wang Chen immediately. So why didn't it eat him right away? At this moment, everyone noticed that the fox wanted to approach Wang Chen, but it seemed to be repelled by an invisible force. Each time it got close, the scars left by the magic restraining stone on its face would emit a golden light, causing it pain. What's going on? If Wang Chen has a way to block the fox, then why can the ribbons get in? Exactly, I'm puzzled by that too. Everyone found this situation very confusing. Wang Chen's current predicament was quite strange. Clearly, the fox could torment Wang Chen with the ribbons, but its true form could not approach him. What kind of restriction was this? Isn't it strange why it can't come in? The magic restraining stone just now is a magical artifact. Once hit by it, it cannot enter this circle for 30 minutes. Wang Chen pointed to the small circle on the ground, which was just big enough for one person, but it was enough to keep him safe. After hearing his explanation, everyone felt relieved. So this thing had a time limit, and the range was so small, it was actually quite useless. If the enemy was always guarding right next to you, wouldn't you be doomed? Also, those who weren't marked could come in. As long as there was another helper, they could easily enter. This thing really didn't seem useful, but at this moment, it seemed to have some effect, though not much. Because at this time, the fox could control the ribbons, making Wang Chen suffer and even face death. Thus, the fox intensified its control over the ribbons. But for some reason, when it used its power, it seemed to encounter some obstacles, preventing it from fully unleashing the ribbon's power and delivering a fatal blow to Wang Chen. However, there are still some powers that can cause Wang Chen pain. This kind of power is something that ordinary people cannot endure. If it continues to drain his blood for a while, he will die. The process may be slow, but that slowness seems to be a form of torment for Wang Chen, which appears to balance things out for the fox. The current question is, how long can Wang Chen hold on like this? I think 10 minutes should be possible, 20 minutes is impossible, but no matter what, even if he holds on for 30 minutes, he will still die. Why? Don't forget, he himself said that the circle can only last for 30 minutes. That's true, after 30 minutes, even if he makes it, is there anyone who can save him? At this moment, everyone looked at Wang Chen, watching him endure the torment of the ribbons, with more and more injuries appearing on his body. With this, he definitely won't last 30 minutes. No matter what, this time, Wang Chen should be beyond saving. You humans are quite interesting. Do you think this will leave me helpless? Suddenly, the fox spoke, and it seemed to be the voice of the snow fox heart, but it was clearly not. The voice was primarily that of the snow fox heart, but anyone could tell it had a deep, demonic undertone. It was obvious that this was the voice of a summoned demon. What else? Wang Chen's response seemed to leave the other party momentarily speechless, or perhaps they weren't prepared to say much more and decided to act first. The ribbons on Wang Chen's body emitted an even stronger evil power, and this evil power was eroding Wang Chen's body. Everyone saw the green runes on Wang Chen, which looked like insects gnawing at his flesh and blood. This scene made everyone feel as if they were being bitten by thousands of ants, making them uncomfortable all over. Isn't it painful? I wonder how long you can hold on. The more you fear, the more beneficial it is for me. My power comes from your pain and fear. The fox's voice was clearly laced with a cold laugh, and at that moment, everyone recalled something, the source of a demon's power. Wang Chen staying here was only providing this demon with more strength. At this point, everyone had stopped caring about Wang Chen's suffering and began to blame him instead. We told you to leave, but you didn't. Now you're hurt and still giving power to the demon. Isn't that just causing trouble? Exactly. If you want to die, go ahead, but why drag us down with you? These words of blame were actually mild. The more vicious comments were flooding the live stream, with thousands appearing every second. Soon, Wang Chen was criticized as worthless. In fact, if it were truly like this, it seemed Wang Chen deserved the blame. He had done something unnecessary. Even his friends and family had fallen silent, as trying to excuse a wrong action would only invite more criticism. At this moment, Wang Chen said something that made everyone feel he was being foolish, showing off too much. Even if you absorb my fear, it seems it won't change the fact that your power is weakening. Is it because your demon's power here is unstable? Wang Chen said to the fox. It turned out that once a demon is summoned, it cannot stay here for long. Its power will gradually dissipate, which is also why the duration of a demon's summoning is not long. That's right, it is indeed so. This is quite normal. A demon lord of my level has limitations when coming to your world. I must harvest from this world, which is a form of self-protection for you. Originally, if you had trapped me like this, I would soon lose my power, as there is no power here that I need, but you have replenished me, though not much. It greatly alleviates the loss of my strength. So, how does it feel? Are you regretting it? Ha ha! The demon let out a cackling laugh, seemingly quite pleased, as if someone was offering warmth in a desperate situation, especially since that person turned out to be an enemy. Upon hearing the demon's words, the people from Huaxia were even more enraged, realizing that Wang Chen had done such a foolish thing, even more foolish than they had imagined. Outside of Huaxia, especially in the countries of Japan and Korea, people were mocking them. This is what you brought upon yourselves, foolish Huaxia people. Could this Huaxia person named Wang Chen be one of our spies? Otherwise, how could he help trap Huaxia like this? At that moment, they seemed to forget that just moments ago, Wang Chen had forced their people into a corner, even killing many. If Wang Chen was one of their own, how could he do such a thing? Yet, despite the contradictions, there were still many brainless netizens from Huaxia who believed it, even when others rebutted, saying it was impossible. They still thought Wang Chen must have buried his intentions deep. There are indeed people in the world with whom any discussion is futile. They only believe what they think is true, so it's best not to say much to them. They would only ask one question, then why would Wang Chen do this? Who knows? If you say he's just showing off, they won't believe you. Forget it, let's not talk about it. At that moment, Wang Chen, under everyone's gaze, smiled. Do you want me to feel regret and then collect my feelings of remorse? The more, the better for my recovery. How could you? Even if you know, it's useless, you will always feel regret and fear. The demon lord, having his thoughts exposed, felt a bit angry and struck Wang Chen even harder. He indeed used words to make Wang Chen regret, as that would collect more of his emotional energy. However, he didn't expect Wang Chen to be immune to this tactic. If that was the case, he would resort to the simplest method of violence. As long as Wang Chen felt pain, he would regret and fear, and the energy he gained would increase. Zzz. Sounds emanated from Wang Chen, the sound of evil power invading his flesh. Strangely, after being injured, he quickly recovered. Isn't this recovery ability a bit terrifying? Yeah, how does a person without a profession have such powerful recovery? Soon, everyone noticed Wang Chen's recovery ability. It was definitely not simple. How would Wang Chen explain this? However, at that moment, everyone was not too focused on that. What they cared about most was how much emotional value Wang Chen could provide to the opponent. They hoped Wang Chen wouldn't be afraid or regretful, and it would be best if he could maintain a calm mind. Well, that was impossible. No one could achieve that. Even with the strongest willpower, there would still be some fear in the heart. It was clear that Wang Chen could not be someone with such strong willpower. So, they only hoped he would feel a little less. They wouldn't push for anything more. But what surprised everyone was that Wang Chen actually accomplished what everyone thought was impossible. Strange, why do you not feel fear or regret? The fox, while feeding on emotions, found that there was not a trace of negative emotion from Wang Chen, as if he had turned into a stone, or a tree, or could be described as a landscape. In short, he had transformed into something that existed naturally, without desires or demands. Impossible, there must be something wrong, it can't be. The fox shook its head, not believing this situation. But after trying several times, the result was the same. Wang Chen remained completely unaffected, as if he were a lifeless object in nature, without any feelings. Although the outsiders didn't know what was happening, they could guess a bit. Wang Chen had not allowed this demon fox to absorb even a hint of emotional value, which left them all stunned. How could this be possible? Wang Chen had been tortured to the point of being unrecognizable. How could he maintain such an attitude? Impossible, absolutely impossible. It must be that the power torturing you is insufficient, that your suffering is not enough, which is why you are like this. If that's the case, then I will make you wish you were dead. The demon lord intensified the magic of the ribbons, and the green evil runes began to glow brighter, more recklessly tearing and devouring Wang Chen's flesh and blood. Just looking at it would make one feel pain. Could Wang Chen endure this? Though the pain was slight, the torment was everlasting. The sensation of being assaulted by pain throughout his body was itself torturous, not to mention that this pain was not small. The torment was beyond words, leaving one mentally exhausted. Wang Chen surely could not hold on. This was the thought in everyone's mind, especially given the kind of suffering Wang Chen displayed, making it seem as if he could collapse at any moment. It seems Wang Chen can't take it anymore. He will bring immense emotional energy to that fox. This is also his own fault for staying behind to show off. At this point, 15 minutes had passed, and the demon lord's power grew stronger, causing Wang Chen to show signs of pain. As time ticked by, Wang Chen's torment deepened, and he continued to display great suffering. Yet everyone found it strange. Why could Wang Chen still hold on? Was the demon lord not feeding? Of course not. It must be that the other side was toying with Wang Chen. They continued to wait. Sure enough, in the next 10 minutes, the demon lord began to increase his power, and that force looked terrifying, causing Wang Chen's flesh and blood to be devoured and broken down by magic at an even faster rate. What was strange, however, was that Wang Chen's recovery speed remained rapid. He could recover quickly. This shocked the entire world. Such a recovery ability was not something a normal person could possess. Even the strongest recovery class, with someone nearby assisting in healing, would find it impossible. Do you have some kind of treasure on you? With your ability, you shouldn't be able to endure this, it's impossible. The fox looked at Wang Chen with curiosity. At this level, it was clear that even a level 90 individual could not withstand it. How was Wang Chen managing? Moreover, he sensed something that filled him with dread. He felt his own power was rapidly depleting. Although this power would naturally diminish, the speed was too fast. Simply put, he could have been a level 90 being. According to estimates, after half an hour, he would drop to around level 85. But now he had already fallen to level 83. Why? This speed was as if he had not been replenished, as if he were suffocating, and it was happening quickly. But shouldn't Wang Chen have oxygen to replenish him? Why was he dropping so fast? No, something's wrong. You have no fear, no pain or regret. Your emotion is arrogance, and it's arrogance that you deliberately created. The fox stared wide-eyed at Wang Chen, his words hard to believe. Wang Chen was in such a dire state, yet he had no fear or regret, only arrogance. Why arrogance? Because he absolutely knew the other side could do nothing to him. Moreover, this arrogance was controllable. Just how terrifying was Wang Chen? Regardless of his strength, a person who could control their emotions was incredibly frightening, especially someone like Wang Chen. Have you noticed? I have also been stalling for time. Your power will slowly fade, and then I will be able to easily handle you. Wang Chen smiled, directly expressing his thoughts without any reservations. Why would he say this to an enemy, especially a powerful one? This could only mean one thing: Wang Chen was getting cocky. No, it's that he has absolute confidence, and he also needs the other party to think so. Right now, Wang Chen wants to focus the opponent's attention entirely on himself. That way, the opponent won't have time to do anything else, such as breaking through the outer defense barrier. This defense barrier has not endured any attacks so far, and a defense barrier without attacks can hold out for much longer. This is also quite unexpected for the Northern Town Army. Although Wang Chen might be providing power to the Demon Lord inside, at least it seems the Demon Lord has forgotten to break through, which allows them to optimistically estimate that the barrier can hold until the arrival of the 10 tigers. By that time, the demons inside will also be weakened, making it much easier to deal with them, resulting in far fewer losses than anticipated. Yes, there will still be losses. Although the 10 tigers can suppress the demon, it cannot be said that there will be no impact on Northern Town, unless the 10 tigers are willing to fight desperately. The consequences of the 10 tigers fighting desperately would be more severe than the losses to Northern Town. Anyway, the civilians have already been evacuated, so the problem should not be too big now. Fortunately, Wang Chen delayed this time, otherwise, the evacuation would not have gone so smoothly. Therefore, the Northern Town Army is grateful to Wang Chen, especially after discovering that he has not allowed the demon's power to increase but rather weakened it. They are even more certain of Wang Chen's role, but he cannot stop the discussions online. After all, there is no time. Moreover, the most important thing is that they cannot judge Wang Chen's thoughts. There is no way to say at this moment. What do you think Wang Chen means by this? At this time, several generals of the Northern Town Army in the city are present. They are not only commanders but also high-level combatants when necessary. One of them is asking the question, directed at the already withdrawn Shui Xian and Old Wu and others. In their eyes, Wang Chen's classmates are still unreliable. Although they are familiar, they always feel that the words of these young people are not very convincing. I don't know, I'm actually not familiar with him, and I don't understand him very well, Shui Xian replied, shaking her head, her expression quite complex. How could that be? He has saved you several times, even risking his life. If you are not familiar, does that mean he admires you? Someone was very skeptical about this, just because of the information he received. Wang Chen had risked his life several times to save Shui Xian. No, he doesn't have any admiration for me, I can feel it. He saves me purely to save a comrade, to save someone useful to our Huaxia. Also, I have hardly spoken to him until now. Shui Xian replied helplessly, feeling a bit lost. Although she didn't want to have any relationship with Wang Chen, there was still a bit of vanity. Then, Teacher Wu, do you understand Wang Chen? What does he mean by this? I used to think I understood him quite well. We have talked a lot in the lab, but now I feel I don't understand him much. However, I think what he means is that he can suppress the demon by himself later. Old Wu shared his thoughts, and although it seemed unbelievable, based on the literal meaning, it seemed to be the case. Now, not just Old Wu, but others also had the same thought. Everyone knows this, but the question is, can Wang Chen do it? Impossible. With his strength, he is weaker than me. How can he suppress that fox? If he can suppress that fox, I will eat ramen with a lot of cilantro from now on. That's harsh. Then I will make a vow too. If Wang Chen can suppress this fox, I will eat noodles without garlic from now on. At this moment, everyone is waiting for the result, waiting for Wang Chen's circle to lose its effect in 30 minutes. In this short 30 minutes, even if the fox loses half its power, it is impossible for it to lose to Wang Chen. Moreover, it was impossible to lose half in just 30 minutes. Soon, the 30 minutes were up, and the circle disappeared. The fox revealed a shadowy smile and then pounced forward. As a result, the fox collided with an air wall, its entire body suspended in mid-air before slowly sliding down. What is going on here?